Chapter 1 Contract Sword Maiden, are you insane? Outside the Qiling Hall in Lingfeng City. The place was bustling with activity, and countless young men and women craned their necks, their eyes burning with anticipation as they stared toward the main hall. That is the core area of the awakening ceremony, which only those with exceptional talent can enter. At that moment, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot into the sky above the main hall, accompanied by deafening cheers. S rank. Another S rank. The third one this year. It's Lin Yubing, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. She has awakened the heart of frost. Zhao Mingxian, the young master of the Zhao family, and Lin Yubing, the young lady of the Lin family, are both S level. They both got full marks in the potential test back then. The crowd erupted in cheers, and countless envious glances were cast toward the high platform of the main hall. There, a girl in white stood proudly, surrounded by a chilling frost, like an ice goddess. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Back then, our Qingshi High School had 3 people who got full marks on the potential test. What about the other one? You mean Lin Yi? He awakened an F-rank talent, there's no hope for him now. As expected, what good stuff could someone from the slums have? They were exposed as soon as they went through the awakening ceremony. Countless mocking gazes pierced the corner of the main hall like knives. Lin Yi, dressed in tattered clothes, stood silently, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. He looked at Lin Yubing, who was shining brightly on the high platform, and then at Zhao Mingxian, who was surrounded by the crowd and was showing him a contemptuous smile. He felt as if a huge boulder was pressing on his chest. Once a perfect scorer in potential tests, he has now only awakened the worst F-rank talent resilience. Aside from making the body slightly more resistant to blows, it's completely useless. This is a world where everyone is changing jobs. 1,000 years ago, a great catastrophe swept across the globe. The sky was torn apart, and countless fragments of meteorites burning with eerie flames fell to the earth. Then came the invasion of monsters and a global upheaval. Until humanity discovered that its own soul could resonate with the fragments, and awaken with the help of specific spirit stones, gaining the power to fight against monsters. From then on, humanity began the Age of Enlightenment. Once a person turns 18, they can come to the Spirit Awakening Hall to awaken their talent, and then choose their profession based on that talent. The higher your talent level, the stronger the career options you can choose. Conversely, those with inferior talent can only remain at the very bottom of this world, like bedbugs in the sewers, living in darkness and despair. TSK, what a waste of his talent back then. Back then, he was considered a genius on par with Lin Yubing and Zhao Mingxian. 3 years ago, the 3 of them were known as the 3 heroes of Qingshi. Now, the difference is like heaven and earth. You lowly slum dwellers, do you think you're worthy to be compared to us? An arrogant voice came from the crowd. Lin Yi looked up, his gaze icy as he looked at the speaker Zhao Mingxian. Zhao Mingxian, dressed in luxurious clothes, looked down at him with a mocking smile on his lips. What, you're not convinced? Zhao Mingxian sneered. An F-rank piece of trash isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Lin Yi did not respond, but clenched his fists. His feud with Zhao Mingxian has a long history. 3 years ago, Lin Yi defeated Zhao Mingxian in a combat training exercise, causing the young master of the Zhao family to lose face. From then on, Zhao Mingxian targeted him in every way, even secretly sabotaging him, making it difficult for him to move an inch at school. If it weren't for his good relationship with Lin Yubing, who helped him out of trouble several times, he probably would have been forced to drop out of school by Zhao Mingxian in the past 3 years. Now that Zhao Mingxian has awakened an S-level talent, while Lin Yi has become an F-level waste, the other party will naturally not let go of this opportunity to humiliate him. Lin Yi wanted to speak in rebuttal, but he couldn't even utter a sound. Having awakened his F-level talent, all his rebuttals were futile. Lin Yi. Class teacher Lu Tao walked over, his brows furrowed. Don't just stand there. Go to the logistics registration office and report for duty. I've arranged a job for you on a farm. It'll be tough, but at least you can support yourself. This is already the best way out for an F-level talent. Most F-rank talents either end up risking their lives to move corpses on the battlefield or mining in the dark underground mines. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Teacher, I want to go to the Sword Tomb and form a contract with a Sword Maiden. What? Lu Tao's expression changed drastically. Are you crazy? Even people with SSS-level talent can't withstand the backlash from the Sword Maiden. You, an F-level, are you going to throw your life away? The laughter from those around them grew louder. He actually wants to form a contract with a Sword Maiden? You've got a death wish, haven't you? Zhao Mingxian laughed so hard he almost fell over. Lin Yi, if you really dare to go, I'll respect you as a man. But, a piece of trash like you probably won't even be able to touch the hilt of the Sword Maiden's sword, right? Lin Yi ignored all of this, his gaze remaining firm, and said, Teacher, I want to form a contract with the Sword Maiden. He was actually a time traveler. I came into this world 18 years ago. At first, Lin Yi thought this was an ordinary world where everyone could change jobs. But he soon realized something was wrong. This world actually has sword girls. The so-called Sword Maiden is a special kind of sword in this world. These swords gave birth to sword spirits with independent intelligence. Their spirits would only manifest in the form of young girls, hence they were called Sword Maidens. Every Sword Maiden is born with extremely powerful strength. Once a contract is formed, one can become a special swordsman with unparalleled power. Unfortunately, the Sword Maiden is born with a strong backlash. Once she enters into a contract, her body will suffer severe damage. If the power of the Sword Maiden is used in battle, the backlash will be amplified several times or even dozens of times. Due to the long-term backlash, those who contract with Sword Maidens generally do not live past the age of 25. Throughout history, there has never been a shortage of people who are stubborn and determined to fail. But throughout history, the longest-lived person who had a contract with a Sword Maiden only lived to be 30 years old. They all died in agony from the endless backlash. Therefore, despite her strength, no one dared to form a contract with the Sword Maiden. Seeing Lin Yi's insistence, Lu Tao immediately advised, Lin Yi, don't do anything rash. Do you know Lin Yubing, who just awakened her S-level talent? That girl's grandfather had an SSS level talent when he was young, which caused a sensation throughout the country. But because he foolishly made a contract with the Sword Maiden, he suffered a backlash at the age of 29, and his whole body shattered and he died. Now the grass on his grave is 3 meters high. The people around them got even more excited when the topic came up. This matter is a source of pain for countless people in the Great Xia Kingdom. SSS level talent is extremely rare, even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. If you follow the proper path to become a combatant, you will surely become a top figure in the Great Xia Kingdom in the future. As a result, the life of such a promising genius ended at the age of 29. It was because of this incident that the nation was enraged and sealed all the Sword Maidens away overnight, suppressing them in the Sword Tomb of the Qiling Palace. Furthermore, a strict order was issued prohibiting those with talent level A or above from attempting to contract with Sword Maidens. Nobody wants to see more geniuses go to their deaths. As for grades A and below, I've never seen anyone with this kind of talent successfully contract a Sword Maiden. Which one didn't die on the spot from the backlash? Therefore, there is no need to prohibit it. Look at this, even someone with SSS level talent couldn't withstand the backlash, so don't even dream about it, you're just an F-level piece of trash. This isn't the way to die. A piece of trash should be aware of what it means to be trash. Contracted Sword Maiden? Why don't you just say you want to fly to the heavens? The ridicule from those around them was even more merciless. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, but this is my only chance, teacher. Is living like a cockroach in the sewer better than being a contracted Sword Maiden? I've spent the first half of my life struggling in the slums. Even if I die, I don't want to go back to that place. Lu Tao was stunned, staring blankly at the student. Lin Yi turned and left without looking back, heading straight for the back gate of the Qiling Hall. This is the Sword Tomb, specifically built to suppress the Sword Maiden. The world behind the door instantly shut out all the noise. The air suddenly became cold and dry, with an invisible, sharp sensation that seemed to cut through the skin. The enormous circular space was dimly lit, like countless cold cages. This is the graveyard of swords, and also the place of exile for the Sword Maiden. Countless swords of various shapes were imprisoned in the force field, with blurry spiritual light and shadows swirling around their blades. Occasionally, these shadows would coalesce into the outline of a girl, only to vanish in an instant. The moment Lin Yi stepped into the Sword Tomb, a voice instantly appeared in his mind. Host detected has arrived at the Sword Tomb. Sword Heart Clarity unique talent activated. The Myriad Swords diagram is now unlocked. As a series of sounds rang out, a panel appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi. Occupation, none. Level, 1. Attributes, Strength 10, Spirit 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10. Talent, Resilience F. Hidden talent, Sword Mind Clarity. Sword Heart Clarity, gain a gold attribute every 10 levels, which is always related to the Sword Maiden. Inherent attribute, Unbreakable, reduces the backlash from contracting with or using the Sword Maiden by 90%, can completely negate the backlash from the Sword Maiden 3 times a day, and heals the backlash damage. Chapter 2's first Sword Maiden, Nameless Starfall. After those voices faded away, Lin Yi was stunned. System? Only when he could clearly see the scene before him did Lin Yi realize that it was not a dream. In an instant, Lin Yi's heart was like a turbulent sea. Finally, he let out a bitter laugh. Damn it. System, why are you only arriving now? Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yi immediately began checking the system page. His gaze lingered on the phrase indestructible for a moment, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This talent is practically tailor-made for the contract Sword Maiden. What does it mean to reduce contract backlash by 90%, negate backlash, and heal backlash damage? This means he can confidently form a contract with the Sword Maiden and use her power. The backlash that caused countless geniuses to perish was meaningless to him. Lin Yi took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued to check the system panel. 10,000 Swords chart includes information on all sword girls, allowing you to view their status, attributes, skills, and hidden information at any time. Currently included sword girls, 0. Number of sword maidens that can be contracted, 1 increases with level. New player quest, contract your first sword maiden. Quest reward, 1 random gold affix. It seems I made the right choice. I need to form a contract with a sword maiden first. Lin Yi put away the system panel and glanced at the countless imprisoned swords inside the sword tomb. Each sword was surrounded by blurry spiritual light and shadow, which occasionally coalesced into the outline of a girl, only to vanish in an instant. These are the spirits of the Sword Maiden. Lin Yi walked slowly forward, his gaze sweeping over each sword. Azure Edge Sword Willow Leaf. Quality, 1 star. Attribute, Wind. Sword Skill, Swift Thrust. Backlash, each time a sword skill is used, the user will suffer 50% sword skill damage. Contract requirements, rank B or higher talent strength agility preferred. Mysterious Iron Heavy Sword Rock. Quality, 1.5 stars. Attribute, Earth. Sword Skill, Heavy Rock/Basic. Backlash, each time a sword technique is used, the skin and even limbs in certain areas gradually stiffen and petrify. Contract requirements, rank B or above talent constitution strength type preferred. Crimson Flame Short Blade Blazing Fire. Quality, 2 stars. Attribute, Fire. Sword Skill, Scorching Cut Basic. Backlash, each time a sword technique is used, the skin and internal organs suffer a burning pain. Contract requirements, rank A or higher talent Fire Affinity Agility preferred. Damn it, are these backlashes for real? Either you kill 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own, or you burn yourself to death. It can be said that every single backlash from the Sword Maiden is ridiculously severe. No wonder no one dares to sign a contract. Moreover, even if a contract could be formed, Lin Yi would not meet the requirements. His talent is far from sufficient. Thankfully, I have a system. Lin Yi continued deeper into the sword tomb. At this moment, he stopped in a relatively secluded corner. The light here is dimmer. A sword floats within the confinement field. The sword blade is long and narrow, not straight as in the traditional sense, but with a flowing, almost eerie, smooth curve. The entire sword has a deep, restrained dark silver color, as if it has swallowed all the starlight. Only at the sharpest point of the blade, a thin line of eerie blue light condensed. It floated quietly, without the lively spiritual light and shadow of other sword maidens. Only a very thin layer of blue light enveloped the sword, exuding a lonely aura that kept people at a distance. Lin Yi immediately checked the screen. Nameless Starfall. Quality, 3 stars. Property? Sword skills? Backlash, it continuously erodes the essence of life, causing the flesh to rot, the bones to become brittle, and eventually the body to ooze pus and die. Contract requirements, S rank? Or higher talent. Extremely high requirements for soul strength special physique. Warning, extremely dangerous. Lin Yi's gaze was fixed on the dark silver longsword, and his heart began to beat faster involuntarily. Nameless Starfall? A 3-star quality sword with a question mark on it. Its attributes and sword skills are all unknown, and even the contract requirements are marked as S rank? This sword girl is definitely not simple. Almost instantly, Lin Yi made his decision. Without hesitation, he reached out and touched the binding force field. Buzz. The force field dissipated instantly, and a cold, sharp aura rushed towards me, as if countless tiny blades were slicing across my skin. Lin Yi endured the stinging pain and grabbed the hilt of the sword. In an instant, the sword trembled violently, its eerie blue light surged, and a clear, cold female voice echoed in his mind. "Get out of my way, you ants!" Lin Ye's hand suddenly stopped, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The Sword Maiden could even transmit her voice directly into his mind? "You dare to challenge me with a mere F-rank talent? You're courting death." Immediately afterwards, a violent energy surged from the sword into Lin Ye's body, like thousands of ice needles piercing his bone marrow. His life essence began to drain away rapidly, and his skin dried and cracked at a visible speed. Truly terrifying. Lin Ye gritted his teeth and sneered, "But unfortunately for you, you've run into me." Host detected to be contracting with the Sword Maiden. The talent Eternal Indestructibility has been activated, reducing all backlash by 90%. The previously rampant energy seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and the backlash was greatly reduced instantly. Lin Ye's dry skin began to slowly recover, and the loss of life essence rapidly decreased. However, because the backlash had not been completely neutralized, Lin Ye's body still looked extremely weak, and his face was as pale as paper. Despite this, Lin Ye was now strong enough to withstand the backlash from the Sword Maiden. How is this possible? The sound of Starfall was filled with shock. How could a piece of trash with an F-rank talent like you possibly withstand my backlash? Lin Ye did not answer, but instead reached out and grasped the hilt of Xingyun's sword. "From today onwards, you are my Sword Maiden." "No. This is impossible. You." The sound of nightfall abruptly ceased. Because Lin Ye has already activated the contract. The contract begins. Detected that the Sword Maiden Starfall is resisting the contract and is currently engaged in a battle of wills. The battle was a success. Contract complete. Congratulations, host, on successfully forming a contract with the Sword Maiden Starfall. New player quest completed, reward, 1 random gold affix. Extracting keywords. Obtain the gold tier attribute, Sword Soul Resonance. Sword Soul Resonance increases compatibility, affinity, and training efficiency with the Sword Maiden by 100%, and increases sword skill power by 100%. As the system notification sounded, the Starfall sword trembled violently, and then a dark silver light burst forth from the sword, enveloping Lin Ye entirely. A graceful figure slowly emerged from the light. She was a young girl wearing a long, star-studded dress, with silver hair cascading down her back, eyes as deep as the night sky, and surrounded by twinkling starlight. You actually made a contract with me?" The sound of the falling star was filled with disbelief. Lin Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief, his body went limp, and he almost collapsed. Damn it, no wonder she's a 3-star swordswoman. Even with a 90% reduction, the backlash is still so strong. Lin Ye felt as if all the energy had been drained from his body, and his muscles were boiling. But looking at the girl in front of him, he still forced himself to stand up and manage to smile. "From now on, please guide me." "Instructions? Ha!" Xingyun sneered, a hint of killing intent flashing in his blood-red eyes. "Weak human, just by making a pact with me, you've already lost half your life. And every time you use me, the backlash you suffer won't be any weaker than this time. How long can you hold out?" Before she finished speaking, her figure suddenly vanished, transforming back into a silver sword that fell into Lin Ye's hand. "I'll show you that making a pact with me was the biggest mistake of your life." Lin Ye gripped the Starfall sword tightly, feeling the cold touch of the blade, completely ignoring the warnings, and his smile deepened. "Really? Then I'll wait and see." He knew that Xingyun was still not convinced. But that's alright, he has plenty of time to train him slowly. After all, the talent of Sword Heart Clarity is not just about reducing backlash. One day, he will make this proud silver sword willingly submit to him. After the contract was successfully signed, detailed information about the Sword Maiden appeared in Lin Ye's mind. Sword Maiden, nameless meteor shower can be named. Quality, 3 stars upgradable. Attribute, star. Sword techniques, Starstrike, Flowing Firefly, Meteor Fall, Annihilation Stardust. Ultimate skill, Eternal Night Withers. Current favorability rating, 10 indifferent. Sword Maiden buff, all attributes plus 100 affected by affinity and character level. Chapter 3 Underestimating the Sword Maiden? One move and she's an S-rank genius. Upon seeing this attribute, Lin Ye was overjoyed. The contract was right. This swordswoman starts with 4 skills, and even has an ultimate skill. It's important to know that ultimate skills are extremely rare. Even professionals with S-rank talent find it very difficult to comprehend them. Lin Ye only needs to contract with the Sword Maiden to automatically obtain her. Not only that, the Sword Maiden buff provides so many attributes. This is even better than leveling up several times in a row. This is an incredible windfall. He looked at the silver sword and said gently, "The name Starfall doesn't sound very nice. How about we change it? From now on, you will be called Starglee. The girl's voice echoed in my mind again, boring. Despite her cold attitude, Lin Yi noticed that her favorability rating had quietly increased by 5 points. Wow, she's a proud and aloof swordswoman? I like. Let's go, it's time to leave this place. Lin Yi took a deep breath, dragged his battered body, and slowly walked out of the sword tomb. Xingli transformed into a stream of light and merged into the sword, hovering beside him. Outside the sword tomb, Lu Tao was dozing off with his legs crossed when he was suddenly awakened by a commotion. Look! That kid actually made it out alive. Impossible. He actually brought a Sword Maiden with him? Lu Tao suddenly stood up, staring wide-eyed at Lin Yi and the starglass sword floating beside him, completely unaware that his cigarette had fallen to the ground. You succeeded in the contract? Lin Yi nodded without saying anything. Lu Tao's expression shifted. Seeing Lin Yi's weakened state, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, "But you're about to die, aren't you? Your skin is as white as a zombie's, and your face is as pale as paper. Even if the contract is truly formed, Lin Yi, is all of this really worth it?" At this moment, the people around also came to their senses. Sai, even if the contract succeeds, judging from his appearance, he doesn't have many days left to live. Is it necessary? It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death, so why bother with a contract with a Sword Maiden? Lin Yi ignored the noise and hurried towards the main hall step by step. He needs to register his profession. As you walk through the corridors of the Qiling Hall, you can hear the sounds of exclamations rising and falling. The starry sky sword hovered beside him, its dark silver blade shimmering with a chilling blue light, drawing the attention of passers-by. Look! That person has actually formed a contract with a Sword Maiden? Sai, another person trying to commit suicide. Look at how pale he is, like a walking corpse. He probably won't live much longer. Isn't that Lin Yi? He awakened an F-rank talent and actually dared to contract a Sword Maiden? He's courting death, there's nothing more to say. The murmurs surged like a tide, but Lin Yi ignored them and walked straight to the registration desk in the main hall. There, several staff members were processing Lin Yubing's S-level professional registration. She was surrounded by people with fawning expressions, including scouts from various families, admissions officers from prestigious universities who had come to the city early, representatives from various guilds, and media reporters. Miss Lin, our Frost Guild is willing to provide you with a complete set of ice-type equipment. Our Sky Dome Academy has top-tier ice-type instructors, please consider us. Lin Yubing remained indifferent and did not answer. At this moment, a young man dressed in luxurious clothes and exuding an air of nobility walked over. She looked at Lin Yubing, a hint of desire flashing in her eyes, and said gently, "Yubing, you've awakened an S-level talent, and so have I. How about we go to the training tower together to train later? We're sure we can work together, grow rapidly, and even sweep the national exams in 3 months." Lin Yubing glanced at the boy indifferently and said calmly, "Zhao Mingxian, let's talk about the training tower another day. I need to register my profession first." Zhao Mingxuan's smile froze slightly, but quickly returned to its gentle tone, "Of course, I'll go with you." Just then, Lin Yi walked up to the registration desk. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of those around him, especially the starglass sword floating beside him, which drew everyone's attention. Lin Yubing's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lin Yi. To be precise, it landed on the starry sky sword that was floating beside him. Her pupils suddenly contracted, as if she had seen something incredible. Sword Maiden. He actually made a contract with Sword Maiden? Lin Yubing murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. Her thoughts were instantly drawn back to her childhood. She had never met her grandfather, all her memories came from her elders, but they were etched in her heart that once renowned SSS-level genius, who ultimately suffered a devastating backlash from the Sword Maiden, his body shattering and dying in agony. When the elders of the family mention this matter, they always shake their heads and sigh, warning the younger generation never to touch the Sword Maiden. Now, how dare an unknown teenager step onto this dead end? Yubing, what are you looking at? The elegantly dressed young man beside her followed her gaze and froze upon seeing Lin Yi. That good for nothing, the real contract succeeded? It can't be real. Zhao Mingxian could hardly believe it. How could a useless person with an F-rank talent possibly successfully contract a Sword Maiden? Lin Yubing did not answer. Her eyes were complicated, showing both shock and a touch of indescribable emotion. Upon seeing Lin Yubing's appearance, Zhao Mingxian was furious. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he pursued Lin Yubing multiple times, but she remained unmoved. On the contrary, Lin Yi, who came from the slums, unexpectedly had a good relationship with Lin Yubing. He tried to cause trouble for Lin Yi many times, but Lin Yubing stopped him each time. Now, Lin Yubing's gaze was drawn to that direction again, and Zhao Mingxuan's hatred surged up immediately. He shouted, "Hey, Lin Yi! This is the main hall registration office, not a place for trash like you. Take your broken sword and go report to the construction site." He deliberately amplified his voice, which caused the people around him to burst into laughter. Lin Yi paused, turned around, and his gaze immediately turned cold. "Zhao Mingxian?" Seeing Lin Yi remain silent, Zhao Mingxian arrogantly raised his head. "What, scared out of your wits? Haha, that's right, I've awakened the S-rank talent Flame Control, the future god of fire. Someone like you, an F-rank piece of trash, isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes." Lin Yi gave a curt "oh," and turned to continue walking towards the registration desk. Zhao Mingxian was enraged by his attitude and sneered, "What are you pretending to be so profound about? Contracted sword maidens are so great? You're just a stupid fool who's tired of living. Judging from your miserable state, you'll probably die tonight. What sword maiden? Just a money-losing commodity from the sword tomb." Lin Yi still ignored him, but the blade of the star-glass sword trembled slightly, its dark blue light flashing. Seeing this, Zhao Mingxian assumed Lin Yi was scared and became even more smug. "What, is Jin Yang angry? Come on, let me see what this broken sword of yours is capable of." As he spoke, a ball of blazing flame suddenly condensed in his palm, and the surrounding temperature instantly rose. "Zhao Mingxian! Stop!" Lin Yubing finally spoke, her voice icy cold. "This is the Qiling Hall. Private fights are forbidden here." Lin Yubing's words only fueled Zhao Mingxuan's anger. "I was just teaching this good-for-nothing a lesson, so he wouldn't get too cocky." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand, and the flames transformed into a ferocious fire serpent that lunged at Lin Yi. It's Flame Serpent technique. Zhao Mingxian actually used an intermediate-level skill right from the start. Lin Yi is in trouble. Lin Yi stood still, motionless. Just as the fire serpent was about to touch him, the starry sword suddenly burst forth with a dazzling starlight. Star Mark Thorn. Lin Yi softly uttered the name of the sword technique, and the starglass sword transformed into a silver stream of light, instantly piercing through the fire snake. Its momentum remained undiminished, heading straight for Zhao Mingxuan's throat. Zhao Mingxuan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly erected a flame shield. However, the sharpness of the starglass sword cut through the defense as easily as cutting tofu, stopping just an inch in front of his throat. The entire room fell silent. Zhao Mingxuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his legs were trembling slightly. He had never felt such terrifying killing intent before. The sword seemed ready to take his life at any moment. Puff! Just as everyone was stunned, Lin Yi's face suddenly turned a sickly red. The next moment, he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. The backlash from the Sword Maiden has arrived. Chapter 4 deserves at least 3 stars. The sensation caused by Lin Yi. Upon seeing this, Zhao Mingxian, who had been terrified, suddenly burst into arrogant laughter. "Ha ha ha! Lin Yi, even if you defeat me with the power of the Sword Maiden, so what? You suffer a backlash every time you use your sword skills. How many more times can you use them?" At this moment, the people around also shook their heads. Sigh. Even if Lin Yi is very strong, he vomits blood every time he uses a sword technique. How many times can he vomit blood? What a fool, willing to risk his life for power. Looking at Lin Yi's appearance, I'd believe you even if you told me he died tonight. Lin Yi looked at the stunned Zhao Mingxian and said coldly, "You're right, but with my current strength, I can still take you down with me before I die." These cold words immediately stunned Zhao Mingxian. The killing intent in Lin Yi's eyes seemed to solidify into a tangible form. What do you want? I am the heir of the Zhao family. If you offend me, you won't be able to survive in the entire Lingfeng city. Lin Yi coldly replied, "What does it have to do with me? You already said I don't have many days left to live." At that moment, people suddenly realized it. Lin Yi has made a contract with the Sword Maiden. He's truly courting death. If Zhao Mingxian angers him, he might really get traded 1-for-1. Thinking about this, Zhao Mingxian immediately felt a pang of regret. Damn it, is Lin Yi a madman? Why did I provoke him? Fortunately, Lin Yi did not continue to attack, but instead turned and walked towards the registration desk. The registration staff were dumbfounded and dared not offend Lin Yi. They swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Excuse me, are you here to register your occupation?" Lin Yi nodded, "Yes, my profession is swordmaster." The staff quickly operated the screen, entered the information, and a warning popped up: contracted Sword Maiden detected, risk level, extremely high. Please confirm whether to continue registration? The staff member hesitated for a moment, then ignored the warning and clicked confirm. A moment later, a professional badge engraved with a sword pattern was handed to Lin Yi. He took the badge, turned and left without glancing at anyone else. Lin Yubing gazed at Lin Ye's retreating figure, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly caught up with him. "Lin Yi, wait a minute." Lin Yi stopped and turned to look at the S-rank genius girl. "Is there something you need?" Lin Yubing took a deep breath, her tone earnest. "The backlash from the Sword Maiden is no joke. My grandfather is a prime example. If you're willing to give up the Sword Maiden, I can recommend you to the family and try to secure some resources for you." Lin Yi smiled slightly. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it." Lin Yubing frowned. "You have no idea how terrifying the Sword Maiden is. The backlash will slowly erode your life, until I die from my body completely disintegrating?" Lin Yi picked up on her words, his tone calm. "I know all of that, but I have my reasons." Lin Yubing wanted to persuade him further, but saw that Lin Yi had already turned and left. She stood there, her heart filled with mixed emotions. At the same time, Zhao Mingxuan's face was terribly gloomy. He stared intently at Lin Yi's retreating figure, gritting his teeth as he said, "Lin Yi, you just wait. This isn't over." After Lin Yeli opened the Spirit Palace, news of his instant kill of Zhao Mingxian swept through the entire Linfeng city like a storm. A swordsman with F-level talent actually defeated Zhao Mingxian, who had S-level talent, with a single sword strike. This contrast was unbelievable to everyone. "Have you heard? The Sword Maiden that Lin Yi contracted is at least a 3-star quality." 3 stars? I think it's more than that. Zhao Mingxuan's shield is enchanted. Ordinary sword techniques can't even break through it. Humph, what's the use? Didn't you see Lin Yi vomit blood in public? I don't think he'll live for more than a few days. That's true. Zhao Mingxian is the real genius, while Lin Yi is just a short-lived ghost who relied on the power of the Sword Maiden. People were talking about it everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already returned to his residence, a dilapidated shack in a slum. The room was simply furnished, but for him, having a place to stay was enough. System, neutralize the backlash. Lin Yi silently recited in his heart. Then, a surge of power flowed into his body. The backlash from using Xingli was instantly neutralized. The weakness he felt vanished immediately, and the damage from the backlash he suffered recovered rapidly, as if nothing had happened. Xingli transformed into human form and stood by the window, her silver hair dancing lightly in the wind. Her gaze swept coldly across the street outside. "These ants are so noisy," she said casually. Lin Yi smiled and said, "You'll get used to it. He taught Zhao Mingxian a lesson today, and the other party probably won't swallow this insult easily." Even if her crazy appearance frightened him, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't send someone to target her. Although Lin Yi is not afraid of Zhao Mingxian, he is backed by the Zhao family after all. If he doesn't have the strength, he might be in trouble. He opened the system panel to check his status. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Swordmaster. Level, 1. Basic attributes, Strength 110, Spirit 110, Constitution 110, Agility 110. Sword Maiden, Xingli 3-star, can be upgraded. Skills, Starstrike, Firefly Flash, Starfall, Annihilation Stardust. Ultimate skill, Eternal Night Withers. Talent, Resilience F. Hidden talent, Sword Mind Clarity. These are the stats of a level 1 swordsman? Nobody would believe it if I told them. This is the terrifying boost that Xingli brings. Without her, Lin Yi would still be a little Karami. The next morning, Lin Yi had just finished eating breakfast when his phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw the name of his homeroom teacher, Lu Tao, flashing on the screen. "Teacher Lu?" Lin Yi answered the phone, his tone tinged with doubt. Lu Tao's voice came through immediately, sounding somewhat urgent. "Lin Yi, where are you? Why aren't you replying to the class group messages?" "I was eating and didn't have time to check my phone." "Alright, come to the school right away, I have something important to tell you." "Okay, I'll be right there." Lin Yi hung up the call and turned to look at Xingli. "Something's come up at school, we need to go there." Xingli snorted coldly, transforming into a stream of light and merging into the sword, troublesome. A moment later, Lin Yi stepped into the gates of Qingshi High School. The campus was bustling with people, with students gathered in twos and threes, their expressions ranging from excited to nervous. As soon as he entered the teaching building, he heard people talking loudly. I heard the national exam has been moved up this year. It's starting in a month? This is so sudden. What on earth happened? A month isn't enough time to upgrade. It is said that the format of this major exam will also undergo significant changes. Damn it, why does it change when it's our turn? Are they targeting us? A nationwide exam? Lin Yi frowned slightly. This is the most important exam in the Great Xia Kingdom, and all students with awakened talents must participate. Only by passing the national examination can one enter the country's top universities and learn more professional knowledge. If one can get into the country's top universities, it can be said that one has achieved half the success in life. In previous years, the national exam was held 3 months after the awakening ceremony, but this time it was brought forward so much. Lin Yi walked through the crowd and headed straight for the classroom. Pushing open the door, I found that most of the students in the class had already arrived, and everyone's face was filled with tension and unease. Class teacher Lu Tao stood on the podium, looking seriously through the documents in his hands. As soon as he entered, Lin Yi saw Lin Yubing in Zhao Mingxian. Lin Yubing looked at Lin Yi with a very complicated expression. Zhao Mingxian, on the other hand, had a face full of hatred, and his face was even somewhat distorted. Yesterday, Lin Yi really made him lose face. A genius with S-level talent was instantly defeated by a good-for-nothing with F-level talent. Even if the other party has a contract with a Sword Maiden, this is still unacceptable. Lin Yi, sit down quickly. Lu Tao glanced up at him, his tone urging him. Lin Yi nodded and walked to his seat. As soon as Lin Yi sat down, he heard people talking to each other. Have you heard? It's said that this major exam was brought forward because a large-scale monster tide has appeared on the border, and the country urgently needs to replenish its fighting strength. Chapter 5: Monsters invade the border. National exams moved ahead. A monster tide? It's huge? It's said to be much more serious than in previous years, with several S-rank professionals having perished. Therefore, the difficulty of this year's exam may increase, and... Before the person next to him could finish speaking, Lu Tao tapped on the podium, and the classroom instantly fell silent. We just received an urgent notice from the Ministry of Education that this year's National College Entrance Examination will be held a month earlier, Lu Tao's voice echoed in the classroom. Moreover, the examination format will undergo significant changes. Before he could finish speaking, the classroom erupted in chaos. A month? How could that possibly be enough time to prepare? Yes, wasn't the exam usually 3 months later? Teacher, what exactly happened? Lu Tao raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. The specific reason is still unclear, but it is said that there has been an unusual situation at the border, and the country urgently needs to train more high-level professionals. This major test will be conducted primarily in the form of practical assessment, and a new stage has been added. Candidates will be sent to the Illusion Battlefield for survival trials. Illusion Battlefield? Isn't that a high-level dungeon that requires at least level 20 to enter? A student exclaimed. Lu Tao nodded, that's right. But this time, the Ministry of Education, in conjunction with major universities, has specially opened up a lower-level area for candidates. Even so, the level of danger is still very high. So he looked around the class, his tone serious. For the next month, you must go all out to improve your abilities. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Some were excited, while others were worried. The classroom fell silent. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Lu Tao continued, the school has applied to open the training tower, and starting tomorrow, all students can use it for free. Upon hearing the word training tower, many students' eyes lit up. The training tower was built by the Great Xia Kingdom as a tower specifically for professionals to challenge themselves. Inside the tower are countless secret realms. If you can successfully challenge them, you will reap enormous rewards. Even for novice professionals, the training tower is an invaluable place. Normally, it costs a lot of money to enter the training tower, but now it's open for free. Although the nationwide exams being brought forward was unpleasant, this news still managed to reignite people's excitement. Finally, Lu Tao's gaze fell on the people, and he paused for a moment. Those of you who have signed combat contracts, you must be extra careful. In the actual combat assessment, casualties are inevitable. Lu Tao's words made the atmosphere in the classroom heavy. Real-world assessments mean actual life or death battles, no longer the brief skirmishes of simulated training. This is undoubtedly a huge challenge for students who have just awakened their talents. Lin Yi sat in his seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, pondering his next plan. He had a month to improve his and Xingli's strength as quickly as possible. The opening of the training tower was an excellent opportunity that he couldn't miss. Alright, that concludes today's class meeting. Lu Tao put away the documents, his tone softening. Everyone, hurry up and prepare. The training tower will open promptly at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. When the bell rang, students left the classroom in twos and threes, their voices rising and falling in chatter. As soon as Lin Yi stood up, Zhao Mingxian and several of his followers blocked his way. Lin Yi, don't think you're so great just because you've made a contract with a Sword Maiden. Zhao Mingxian sneered, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. There are no rules in the training tower, so you'd better pray you don't run into me. Lin Yi glanced at him indifferently. If you want to die, I can grant your wish right now. Buzz. The starry sword emitted a faint, eerie light, and a chill swept over. Zhao Mingxuan's expression changed drastically as he recalled what had happened yesterday, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Just then, Lin Yubing suddenly walked over and said, Zhao Mingxian, the training tower is a place to improve your strength, not a battlefield to settle personal grudges. Zhao Mingxian snorted coldly, but didn't dare to say anything more, fearing that Lin Yi might be reckless and try to take her down with him. Lin Yubing ignored him and looked at Lin Yi instead. The training tower is dangerous, especially for sword masters. If you need help, you can come to me. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Thank you, but I think I can handle it. Don't think it's so simple. Lin Yubing shook her head. I want to remind you that the training tower is far more dangerous than you imagine. Especially for a swordsman like you, the backlash from the Sword Maiden will become even stronger under high pressure, and your body won't be able to withstand it. Lin Yi nodded. Thank you for the reminder, I will pay attention. Seeing that he remained indifferent, Lin Yubing sighed softly and turned to leave. Zhao Mingxian glared at Lin Yi fiercely, then left with his followers. As Lin Yi walked out of the school gate, he looked up at the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the buildings of Windwind City, gilding the steel forest with a layer of gold. He gripped the star-glass sword hovering beside him and said in a low voice, It seems we need to hurry. Xingli's voice echoed in his mind, a mere training tower, you think you can make me take it seriously? Lin Yi smiled and said, Then let me see your strength. After returning home, Lin Yi opened the system panel and carefully studied his attributes and skills. Among Xingli's 4 basic skills, Star Mark Strike is characterized by speed and is geared towards surprise attacks and assassinations. Firefly Flash can dodge instantly and easily create unexpected effects. Starfall is a small range attack that has a huge killing effect on single targets and also has good killing power on groups. Stardust of Annihilation is the most powerful of the 4 skills. It is a pure area of effect attack skill and also comes with a powerful debuff effect. As for the ultimate skill Eternal Night Withering, it is an extremely terrifying amplification skill. Once activated, Lin Yi's attributes will receive a 100% boost for 10 minutes. Furthermore, all of Lin Yi's attacks during this state will inflict extremely severe bleeding and corrosive effects, and enemies within the area will be unable to receive any healing. Moreover, as Lin Yi's level increases, the effect of Eternal Night's decay will be greatly enhanced. Without a doubt, it is extremely terrifying. Tomorrow's training tower will be a good opportunity to test the practical effects of these skills, Lin Yi murmured. Xingli's voice echoed in his mind, Do you want me to take care of that ant named Zhao Mingxian for you? Lin Yi smiled and said, No need. He's not worth your time. Our goal now is to improve our strength. Although Zhao Mingxian is annoying, and although Lin Yi is indeed capable of dealing with him. But after all, Zhao Mingxian is backed by the Zhao family, which wields considerable power throughout the entire Lingfeng city. Once he kills Zhao Mingxian, it will surely provoke the Zhao family's furious wrath. Currently, Lin Yi only has Xingli, and his power is still too weak. It would be unwise to provoke the Zhao family before we have sufficient strength. Xingli snorted lightly, Suit yourself. The training tower is located in the central area of Windwind City. It is a towering black tower that reaches into the clouds, with complex runes engraved on its body and radiating powerful energy fluctuations. A number of students had already gathered in front of the tower, including many strong seniors. As soon as Lin Yi reached the tower, he heard an exclamation, Look, it's Lin Yi. He's really here. I heard he defeated Zhao Mingxian with a single sword strike, he's incredibly strong. Humph, he's just relying on the Sword Maiden's power, what's there to be proud of? He was vomiting blood yesterday. If he uses Sword Maiden again today, I don't think he'll be alive. We might see Lin Ye's obituary today. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Yi ignored it and walked straight towards the tower entrance. Lu Tao stood in front of the tower and loudly announced the rules. The training tower has 5 levels, each corresponding to a different difficulty. The first level is for levels 110, the second level is for levels 1120, and so on. The training tower can be played in teams or solo, but teams can have a maximum of 5 people. Once you enter the training tower, you are responsible for your own life and death. If you encounter unforeseen circumstances, you can force your exit by crushing the teleportation stone, but there is only one teleportation stone available, and it will not be replenished after use. Remember this. Now, enter the tower. Chapter 6, Entering the Trial Tower, A Crushing Victory. The crowd surged instantly, some brimming with confidence, others with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Lin Yi did not rush to follow the crowd. His gaze swept across the crowd and caught Zhao Mingxuan's cold gaze. The other party was surrounded by several family guards, who were talking in hushed tones. Lin Yubing stood a little distance away, glanced at Lin Yi with a complicated look, and then turned and disappeared into the vortex. "Let's go," Lin Yi said softly to Xingli beside him. "Hoof," Xingli said disdainfully. As Lin Yi stepped into the vortex, he was immediately struck by a dizzying sensation. The next moment, he found himself in a completely different environment. The light was dim, and the air was filled with the smell of damp earth and a faint stench of blood. Before us lay a winding mine tunnel descending into the distance, its rock walls adorned with moss that emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. A cold wind blew from deep within, accompanied by a chilling hiss and heavy footsteps. Training Tower Level 1, Abandoned Mine. Objective: reach the core mining chamber where the floor master is located. Warning: Monster Level 110. An abandoned mine? It looks like a cave-like environment. Lin Yi quickly surveyed his surroundings. The inferior aura of the demon is disgusting. Xingli's cold voice rang in Lin Yi's mind, filled with undisguised loathing. Lin Yi ignored these words. He was even getting used to Xingli's arrogance. With Xingli by his side, Lin Yi slowly stepped into the mine. Hiss! A strange noise came from behind. Several monsters suddenly sprang out from the rock wall, their fangs and gaping maws revealing a fierce glint in their eyes. These monsters were covered in dark green scales, shaped like giant lizards, and had scarlet eyes that gleamed, making them look particularly terrifying. Mine Cave Poison Lizard. Level 3. Skill: Venomous Fang Bite. You've come at the perfect time. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed, but he remained calm. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward to meet the onrushing venomous lizard. Star Mark Thorn. With a thought, the floating star-glass sword suddenly disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but transformed into a silver streak of light and instantly disappeared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the streak of light pierced the head of the leading venomous lizard, which collapsed to the ground without even letting out a scream. But the star-scarred thorn is not over yet. The flowing light never stopped, drawing strange zigzag lines in the narrow passageway. Puff! 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 3 soft sounds followed, and then 3 more bloody holes appeared. The other 3 poisonous lizards remained frozen in place, still in their pouncing stance. A tiny hole appeared in their brow, throat, or heart area, from which dark green, foul blood slowly seeped out. The 4 corpses fell almost simultaneously, kicking up a cloud of dust. The whole process was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Like lightning, from the moment the poisonous lizards pounced until they were all dead, it was only a matter of 2 or 3 breaths. Is this the power of the Sword Maiden? Lin Yi exclaimed. This swordsmanship is truly amazing. The seemingly ordinary thrusting motion appears to possess a magical power. He even stood still, without moving a step, and killed 4 demons. Immediately, a wisp of eerie light flowed from the body of the dead mine lizard and surged into Lin Yi's body. Slay a level 3 poison lizard in the mine and gain 18 experience points. Slay a level 3 poisonous lizard in the mine. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 2. It's upgraded already? Feeling the warm current flowing into his body, Lin Yi felt that his strength seemed to have increased. It seems that leveling up is quite fast in the early stages, but... Lin Yi's gaze narrowed slightly. The experience required for later leveling up will be even greater. Lin Yi gently raised his hand, and the starry sky sword quietly returned to his side. Too weak. Xing Li's thoughts remained icy. Lin Yi did not respond. He carefully sensed the changes in his body. A familiar feeling suddenly erupted, and Lin Yi felt a surge of pain throughout his body. It was as if an invisible force had drained a bit of his life away, and he felt a faint tearing sensation under his skin. His face also paled visibly. Using the sword technique Star Mark Thrust has triggered a backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status: mild weakness can be mitigated. The backlash has indeed come. He knew it. Star Mark Thrust may be powerful, but it is still a sword technique, and its use will backfire. Fortunately, he is indestructible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash. After pausing for a while, Lin Yi continued deeper into the mine tunnel. As they ventured deeper, the number and variety of monsters began to increase. Besides the poisonous lizards, all sorts of monsters appeared. For example, there's the acid slime LV.2, lurking in minecart wreckage or rock crevices and capable of spraying corrosive slime, or the cave dweller LV.5, wielding a rough stone club and with skin as hard as rock. Lin Yi's fighting style is simple and efficient. When facing a small group of enemies, use Star Mark Strike to pick them off quickly and decisively. When encountering groups of 3 to 5 cave-dwelling demons, use Firefly Flash to weave and slash through the gaps in their clumsy attacks, waiting for an opportunity to kill them. This combination of movement and swordsmanship allowed him to move with ease in group battles, like a ghost dancing on the tip of a knife. As Lin Yi killed more and more monsters, his experience points also increased. His level increases extremely quickly. He leveled up again in less than half an hour after entering the mine. I then played for another hour or so, and my level increased again. With Xingli around, Lin Yi's monster killing efficiency was incredibly high. His experience gain was as easy as drinking water. But every time he used his sword technique, the backlash brought him excruciating pain and weakness, causing his movements to falter momentarily and his face to turn pale each time. Despite the indestructible effect, the backlash Lin Yi accumulated continued to grow. Call. Lin Yi leaned wearily against the wall of the mine, panting heavily, his face as pale as paper. At this moment, his body had begun to show signs of injury. This was the result of the backlash from the Sword Maiden. Xingli's voice entered his mind. "You're about to die, aren't you? Quit quickly, maybe you can recover." Hearing this voice, Lin Yi gave a wry smile. The backlash had accumulated to this point, and it was finally about to break down. He ignored Xingli's words and instead shouted to the system, offset the backlash. Buzz. The system's power rippled through Lin Yi's body. Then, the pain caused by the backlash was completely swept away. Lin Yi's body also recovered quickly, and his complexion returned to a healthy rosy glow. Offsetting successful. Remaining offset attempts for today, 2. There are still 2 more chances to offset, so we'd better use them sparingly. Lin Yi regained his composure and immediately got up. Xingli's surprised voice echoed in his mind. "Why, you suddenly recovered?" Lin Yi grinned and said, "Call me master and I'll tell you." Don't even think about it." Ha ha ha. Lin Yi bickered with Xingli as they ventured deeper into the mine. After the backlash was neutralized, Lin Yi's movements became more swift. Just after Lin Yi cleared out a patrol team consisting of 5 cavemen and 2 acid slimes, a fierce battle and the roar of monsters came from ahead. After turning a corner, the view suddenly opened up before me. This is a relatively spacious mine hall, with a few dilapidated miner lamps hanging from the ceiling barely illuminating the surroundings. In the center of the hall, 7 or 8 students were locked in a fierce battle, surrounded by more than a dozen mine lizards and 5 or 6 cave-dwelling demons. Chapter 7, Annihilation Stardust, Instant Kill. Inside the mine's main hall, the situation was extremely precarious. There were 7 or 8 students trapped, each with a different profession. Some were warriors wielding shields, some were archers shooting from a distance, and some were healers emitting a faint light. But at this moment, with their backs against the wreckage of a collapsed minecart, their defensive perimeter was compressed to its limit. The shield warrior's shield was covered in claw marks and signs of corrosion, and his arm trembled. The archer had few arrows left and his face was filled with despair. The healer's radiance had dimmed, and he was clearly running out of magic. "Hold on." Li Mu, left, a burly boy wielding a giant axe, roared. He had multiple wounds on his body, and blood stained his coarse cloth armor. He is Wang Mang, the squad leader, who has awakened the B-level talent Berserker. At this moment, he is fiercely hacking at the cave-dwelling demons who are trying to break through the defense line. The shield warrior named Li Mu gritted his teeth and raised his almost deformed shield, managing to block the attack of a poisonous lizard. Puff! The immense impact caused him to grunt and stagger back 2 steps, creating a small gap in the defensive perimeter. Ah! A scream rang out as a rogue wielding a short dagger was struck by the tail of another poisonous lizard and slammed against the rock wall, instantly losing his fighting ability. Chen Fei. Wang Meng's eyes widened in horror as he tried to rescue him, but he was held back by two cave-dwelling demons. More monsters, smelling the blood, roared excitedly and swarmed forward, about to completely engulf the small defensive perimeter. Despair, like an icy tide, overwhelmed everyone's heart. Stardust of annihilation. At this critical moment, a cold voice came from behind. Laugh. A faint yet sharp whistling sound tore through the air, ripping apart the monster's roar. Immediately afterward, the head of one of the mind-venomous lizards that was charging at the front and about to pounce on Li Mu exploded without warning. Dark green blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. The monster's offensive also came to a halt. The next moment, 1, 2, 3, countless silver streaks of light shot out from the dimly lit tunnel entrance like a meteor shower streaking across the night sky, with a cold and deadly trajectory. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of starlight piercing through flesh resounded intensely. The poisonous lizard lunged at Li Mu, its throat pierced. The cave-dwelling demon who was besieging Wang Meng had his heart pierced. The monster that tried to tear apart the fallen thief Chen Fei had its forehead explode. Wherever the silver light passed, the monsters fell like harvested wheat. Their movements froze instantly, their scarlet eyes still holding a hint of savagery and bewilderment before the light went out. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen ferocious monsters, as if paused, collapsed to the ground. The filthy blood quickly spread across the cold ground. The entire mine hall fell into a deathly silence. All that remained were the heavy breathing of the injured student and the muffled thud of the monster's corpse falling to the ground. Wang Meng remained in the axe-wielding stance, staring dumbfounded at the situation that had instantly reversed before him, his face splattered with the monster's filthy blood. The shield in Li Mu's hand clattered to the ground. He looked around blankly, as if he couldn't believe he was still alive. Everyone's gaze, instinctively filled with the shock and disbelief of surviving a disaster, turned toward the entrance of the passageway. There, a figure slowly walked in. He was wearing a faded old-school uniform, his figure was slightly thin, and his face was even a little pale. But at this moment, he was shrouded in an indescribable sharpness. Beside him, a long sword, entirely dark silver and gleaming with a chilling blue light, floated silently, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground. Lin Yi? Wang Meng recognized the person who had come. His voice was hoarse and filled with shock. It's Lin Yi, the one who made a contract with the Sword Maiden, someone exclaimed in a low voice. What kind of sword technique was that? It was terrifying. He really only used one move? Shocked gazes swept back and forth between Lin Yi and the starry sky sword beside him. The rumors from yesterday's Qilin Hall are still ringing in my ears, saying that he defeated Zhao Mingxian with a single sword strike, and that he was courting death by contracting a sword maiden. But the scene before my eyes is more shocking than any of the rumors. This isn't some useless piece of trash on the verge of death. This is clearly a god of slaughter. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the still-shaken crowd, finally settling on the fallen thief Chen Fei. He frowned slightly and walked over quickly. Don't move. Lin Yi squatted down and checked Chen Fei's injuries. Several ribs were broken, and internal organs may have been concussed, but fortunately, there is no danger to his life. Thank you, Lin Yi. Chen Fei endured the excruciating pain and thanked him with difficulty, his eyes filled with gratitude and lingering fear. Lin Yi. Are you all right? Wang Meng finally reacted, looking at Lin Yi's pale face and recalling the terrifying legends about the backlash from the Sword Maiden, he asked worriedly. Lin Yi waved his hand without answering. He just used Annihilation Stardust, a skill that consumes a huge amount of resources and has a much greater backlash than Starmark Strike. A strong sense of weakness and tearing pain was spreading through his body, and a metallic taste rose in his throat, but he forcibly suppressed it. Using the sword skill Stardust of Annihilation has triggered a backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, moderately weak, can be mitigated. As expected, the backlash is even stronger, Lin Yi thought to himself. But he didn't immediately have the system cancel it out. Now was not the time. He needs to maintain a certain level of deterrence, but also needs to reserve valuable offsetting opportunities to deal with more dangerous situations. I'm fine. Lin Yi's voice was a little hoarse. He stood up and looked at Wang Meng. But how are you guys doing now? Wang Meng and Lin Yi are in the same class. Because of his good grades and popularity, he was elected as the class monitor. Throughout their 3 years of high school, Wang Meng and Lin Yi maintained a good relationship. Even after he awakened his F-level talent, Wang Meng did not mock him, instead, he came to comfort him. This also kept Lin Ye's impression of Wang Meng quite good. Hearing Lin Ye's words, a hint of sadness flashed in Wang Meng's eyes. They didn't die, but they were all seriously injured. I'm alright, but Chen Fei and the others probably won't be able to continue fighting in the trial tower. Lin Yi looked around and frowned, saying, Squad leader, what's going on? With your team's strength, even if you can't win, you shouldn't be forced into this corner. Although these monsters are very strong, with the strength of Wang Meng and his companions, even if they can't defeat them, can't they at least run away? A flash of anger and frustration crossed Wang Meng's face. Damn it! It's that bastard Zhao Mingxian. Zhao Mingxian? Lin Ye's eyes turned cold. Yes. A female archer with a wounded face chimed in indignantly. We were clearing out the monsters on the outskirts, and it was going fairly smoothly. But then Zhao Mingxian and his gang charged in, attracting a huge horde of poisonous lizards and cavemen. They deliberately lured the monsters to our side, and then used speed scrolls to escape. We were caught off guard and ended up surrounded. That's right. Before they ran away, they deliberately smashed several wooden stakes supporting the mine shaft, collapsing part of the passage and forcing us into this dead end. Li Mu added through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately understood. In order to shake off these demons, Zhao Mingxian used Wang Meng and the others as cannon fodder. Chapter 8, End of the First Level, Kill the Level Master. Zhao Mingxian Lin Yi's eyes turned completely cold, and killing intent surged in his heart. This underhanded tactic is indeed in line with the style of that treacherous villain. That bastard. I'll definitely report him to the teacher when I get out. Wang Meng angrily slammed his fist on the minecart next to him. Report to the teacher? Lin Ye's lips curled into a cold smile, tinged with mockery. Do you think that will do any good? Will the Zhao family's power bring him to any real punishment? Upon hearing this, Wang Meng and the others fell silent. They are just students from ordinary families. The Zhao family wields immense power in Linfeng City, and Zhao Mingxian is an S-level genius. The school will probably raise the issue high but then let it go easily. Then, what should we do? Someone asked unwillingly. Improve your strength. Lin Ye's voice was resolute as his gaze swept over everyone. Only when you are strong enough will you not be at the mercy of others. The training tower is your opportunity. His gaze finally settled on Wang Meng. Squad leader, take them to a safe place to rest and recover. The monsters here should be cleared out for now. The boss should still be deep inside. I'll go check. You're going alone? Wang Meng exclaimed in surprise. The boss is at least a level 10 elite monster. Lin Yi, although you're very strong, but... Yes, Lin Yi, it's too dangerous. The female therapist looked at his pale face with concern. It's alright. Lin Yi didn't explain further, but simply gripped the star-glass sword at his side. Recover as quickly as possible. If you encounter any danger, crush the teleportation stone. After saying that, without waiting for anyone to persuade him further, Lin Yi turned around and walked straight into the dark tunnel deeper into the mine. The starry sword hovered beside him, its cold, azure light tracing a clear, cold path in the dim light, like a star guiding the way in the darkness. Watching Lin Yi's figure disappear into the darkness, the people in the hall looked at each other, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Is he really not afraid of death? Someone murmured. Wang Meng took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and said in a deep voice, Stop talking nonsense. Recover quickly. Lin Yi is right, only by becoming stronger can we find a way out. Deeper into the passageway, the light grew dimmer, and the air became even colder and more damp. Lin Yi's steps were steady, but his face grew paler and paler. The backlash within his body was like a leech, constantly draining his strength, and every breath was painful. Oof, what's with the pretense? That attack just now didn't taste good, did it? Xing Li's cold voice, carrying a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm, echoed in his mind. Is it worth it to save these ants? Lin Yi didn't stop walking, but simply replied, Whether it's worth it or not is up to me. Boring. Xing Li's tone remained arrogant, but after a pause, it carried a hint of inquiry. However, the power you used just now seemed more concentrated than yesterday? And your body is very strange. Lin Yi's heart stirred slightly. Xing Li was indeed perceptive, noticing the subtle changes brought about by his level increase, as well as the abnormal recovery power of his body after eternal indestructibility offset most of the backlash. What, are you curious about me? Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly. You're just being presumptuous. Xing Li snorted coldly and said nothing more. Just then, the passage ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a huge underground cavern. In the center of the cave is a boiling, bubbling pool of lava. The intense heat distorted the air, turning the entire cave a dark red. At the edge of the lava pool, a colossal creature lay prone. It was much larger than an ordinary cave-dwelling demon, nearly 3 meters tall, and covered with a thick carapace. On the enormous head, a pair of eyes burning with flames stared intently at the intruder. It held a huge stone hammer in its hand, the hammerhead still stained with dark green blood that had not yet dried. In an instant, a violent and scorching aura rushed towards us. Upon seeing the monster, Lin Yi immediately perked up. Groot the Lava Demon Elite. Level, 10 Floor Owner. Skills, Lava Slam, Magma Eruption, Earthquake. Status, Enraged. It's the Floor Master. A hint of excitement shone in Lin Yi's eyes. He hadn't expected to meet the Floor Master of the first floor so soon. Judging by its appearance, it's probably very strong. Roar! Upon seeing Lin Yi, Groot let out a deafening roar, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. It suddenly stood up, its heavy footsteps pounding the ground with a dull thud, and a scorching heat swept over it like a storm. Lin Yi's eyes were solemn, but he showed no fear. On the contrary, his fighting spirit was rising. He slowly raised his hand and grasped the hilt of the floating star-glass sword. Xingli, Lin Yi called out in a low voice, "Warm-up's over. Let's see how many of your swords this big guy can withstand." Buzz. Xingli did not respond, but the sword trembled slightly. The ghostly light suddenly surged. The lava demon Groot, wielding a burning stone hammer, charged fiercely towards Lin Yi like a moving volcano. Its massive body almost shook the ground, and its huge stone hammer was raised high, ready to fall at any moment. Faced with this offensive, Lin Yi showed no intention of backing down. He took a deep breath, suppressing the churning pain and backlash within his body, and shouted sharply, "Firefly Flash!" With a thought, Lin Yi's figure suddenly became blurry, as if he had turned into a wisp of silver light. Rumble! The stone hammer slammed down on the spot where Lin Yi had just stood, and the ground instantly cracked and melted, forming a charred crater with lava spraying everywhere. Unfortunately, Lin Yi had already dodged, so the attack missed. Roar! Groot roared angrily after his attack missed. But it reacted extremely quickly, its massive head suddenly turning towards Lin Yi, its enormous mouth opening wide. Laugh! A scorching aura erupted from it. This aura had an extremely wide range, almost covering all the space where Lin Yi was dodging. Star Mark Thorn! Lin Yi shouted sharply, his pupils shrinking slightly. Instead of retreating, he charged forward head-on into the aura. The starlight sword burst forth with dazzling starlight, transforming into silver lightning that pierced towards Groot's mouth. Put! A flash of silver light disappeared in an instant, piercing precisely deep into Groot's mouth. Awah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the cave. The lava breath was forcibly interrupted, and scalding magma exploded in Groot's mouth, burning its throat until it smoked. The excruciating pain caused its massive body to writhe and retreat wildly, its claws clutching its mouth in agony, dark red blood mixed with lava flowing from between its fingers. It's an opportunity. Lin Yi endured the backlash from continuously using sword techniques and charged forward again. Star-scarred thorn. Break through. Lin Yi concentrated all his energy and activated the star-glass sword once again. This time, Lin Yi's target is Groot's left eye. Puff. This time, the piercing sound was dull yet clear. The silver light precisely pierced into that burning, fiery eye. Roar! Groot's massive body froze abruptly, his remaining right eye filled with unbelievable horror. Its movements ceased completely, like a frozen volcano. Boom! After a few seconds of deathly silence, the lava demon Groot's body crashed backward, slamming heavily onto the scorching rocky ground, splashing up large amounts of lava and dust. The stone hammer in its hand flew out and rolled to the side with a heavy thud. Defeat the level 10 elite monster, Lava Demon Groot, and gain 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 5. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 6. Materials obtained: Lava Core Rare X1, Demon Heavy Armor Fragment X3, Floor Master's Treasure Chest Key X1. First floor of the training tower cleared. Chapter 9, Entering the second floor, the Abandoned Research Institute. 2 beams of light flashed across Lin Yi's body in quick succession. But before Lin Yi could even rejoice, he felt the pain all over his body intensify, and the backlash from the Sword Maiden erupted instantly. Puff! Lin Yi could no longer hold back and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and his body swayed precariously, like a candle flickering in the wind. Using sword skills triggers a severe backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status: severely weakened critical, immediate countermeasure recommended. Cough cough. This is fucking awesome. Lin Yi knelt on one knee, using the Starglass sword to support his body. He felt his life force rapidly slipping away, and his vision began to blur. Foolish. Are you willing to risk your life just to kill a lowly monster? Xing Li's figure quickly solidified in front of him. A flicker of emotion crossed her eyes as she looked at Lin Yi's miserable state. Those two sword strikes, especially the one that pierced the demon's mouth to interrupt its spitting and then precisely pierced its eye, showed a level of courage, decisiveness, and timing that surprised her. This is absolutely not the kind of combat instinct that a useless person with an F-rank talent could possess. Heh. If I don't kill it, I'll be the one who dies, cough cough. Lin Yi barely raised his head, forcing an ugly smile, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. I won't die. System, offset the backlash. Buzz. The system's power swept over Lin Yi's entire body in an instant. As a wave of coolness washed over his body, the backlash Lin Yi had suffered was completely swept away. Offsetting successful. One offset attempt remaining today. The backlash status has been cleared. Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He straightened up, supporting himself on his knees, and stretched his muscles. Apart from being mentally exhausted, his physical condition had returned to its peak. This. For the first time, a clear look of surprise appeared on Xing Li's exquisite face. She clearly sensed that the backlash within Lin Yi's body vanished without a trace in an instant. This is something that ordinary recovery potions or healing spells cannot achieve. What secret is he hiding? How did you do that? Xing Li's voice lost its usual cold arrogance, carrying a hint of inquiry and disbelief. This method of instantly eliminating the backlash from the Sword Maiden is unheard of. Seeing the rare look of surprise and doubt in Xing Li's eyes, Lin Yi felt inexplicably better. Want to know? Call me master and let me hear it? Xing Li's surprise was instantly replaced by embarrassment and anger. Her eyes flashed with cold light, and her figure vanished with a whoosh, transforming back into a silver sword that hovered beside Lin Yi. Wishful thinking. You despicable human, don't even dream about it. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi laughed heartily, as if the life or death struggle and excruciating pain he had just experienced had vanished like smoke. Xing Li favorability +5. Sure enough, she's a proud and aloof swordswoman, no doubt about it. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Lin Yi's smile faded, and his eyes sharpened. We've cleared the first level, not bad. The second level, the area for levels 11-20. That guy Zhao Mingxian is probably waiting to entertain us. However, before that, he needs to take stock of his harvest. Lin Yi turned his gaze to the corpse of the lava demon. Several faintly glowing objects lay quietly on the charred rocks. Among them, the lava core contains strong fire elements, making it the core material for crafting fire-based equipment. Demon armor fragments, when used on heavy armor equipment, can increase the equipment's defense. However, none of these things are of any use to Lin Yi for the time being. His gaze fell on the keys beside him. Behind the lava pool, a bronze treasure chest embedded in the rock wall stands silently, its keyhole and key fitting perfectly. Lin Yi picked up the key, inserted it without hesitation, and gently turned it. Click. The moment the treasure chest opened, a soft light emanated from it. Inside were 3 items. Pure Experience Crystal Small, grants 1000 experience points upon use. Molten Ring Green. Attributes, Strength +15, Constitution +10. Additional effect, slightly increases resistance to fire damage 10%. Wearing level 5. Its equipment? Lin Yi was very surprised. Equipment like this is very rare. A good piece of equipment can provide a professional with a very powerful attribute bonus. And equipment, naturally, is also divided into levels. From lowest to highest quality, the equipment is categorized into 7 qualities: common, excellent, fine, epic, legendary, superior, and mythical. The higher the quality, the stronger the equipment effect. Although the molten ring is only of high quality, the stats it provides are already quite good. Without hesitation, Lin Yi put the ring on his hand. A faint warm current flowed into his body, and his strength increased. As for the experience crystals, just use them. He placed the experience crystal on his chest, and a warm energy rippled outwards. Use pure experience crystal to gain 1000 experience points. Congratulations! You have reached level 7. It's upgraded again. Lin Yi smiled. In less than half a day, he reached level 7. This upgrade speed is so fast, it would probably scare people to death if word got out. Oomph, a mere level 7, is that something to be smug about? Xing Li's cold voice rang out, carrying her usual disdain. I wouldn't say I'm smug, Lin Yi said, in a good mood and not taking her stubbornness to heart. I just feel that it would be easier to beat up certain people now. He turned his gaze toward the end of the cave. There, a vortex emitting a soft white light was slowly rotating, like a gateway to another world. That's the entrance to the second floor of the training tower. That guy Zhao Mingxian is probably waiting up there to welcome me. Lin Yi gripped the hilt of the star-glass sword tightly, his eyes sharp as knives. The story of what happened to Wang Meng and his group needs to be carefully examined. The schemes of ants are not worth mentioning, Xing Li said indifferently. Let's go, let's see what surprises the second floor has in store. Lin Yi no longer hesitated and stepped towards the passage. The moment I stepped into the vortex, the dizzying sensation returned. When his vision cleared again, Lin Yi found himself in a completely different environment. The light was much brighter, but it had an eerie, pale quality. The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant, mixed with some indescribable putrid odor. Underfoot were cold, stained white tiles. All around were towering metal walls covered in rust and scratches, stained with various colors of dirt. Narrow, deep corridors extend in all directions. Training Tower, second floor, abandoned research institute. Objective: eliminate all aberrations within the area, or locate and shut down the core source of contamination. Warning: monster levels 11-20. Elite monsters and special aberrations exist. An abandoned research institute? Aberrations? Lin Yi quickly scanned his surroundings, his mind highly focused. The sense of oppression and danger here far exceeds that of the first level of the mine. The stench is even more nauseating than that of the lizards and stone golems. Xing Li's voice rang out again. Lin Yi did not respond, he listened intently. Besides the buzzing of electricity, there seemed to be some faint, barely perceptible strange noise in the deathly silence. He chose a relatively wide main corridor ahead and went inside. They had only walked less than 10 meters when a sudden change occurred. Sizzle! A rusty metal door on the left was suddenly ripped open. A twisted figure roared and lunged out. Chapter 10: Siege. Zhao Mingxuan's ambush. It still vaguely retains a human shape, but its skin is a sickly grayish-green color and covered with pus-filled blisters. The joints of the limbs are twisted in opposite directions, and the fingertips are extremely long, like sharp claws. The most horrifying thing was its head. Half of its face had been torn off, revealing stark white bones and murky eyeballs. His mouth split open to his ears, revealing a mouthful of interlocking fangs, with saliva mixed with pus and blood dripping down. Aberrant experiment subject: Claw Attacker. Level: 12. Skills: Bone Claw Tier, Infected Bite. The monster was incredibly fast, rushing straight at Lin Yi's face with a foul stench. Star Mark Thorn. Lin Yi was prepared and reacted even faster. With a thought, the star-glass sword instantly transformed into a silver streak of light, piercing through the mutated creature's giant mouth and exiting from the back of its head. Put! Blood and brain matter exploded. The clawed attacker's forward lunge came to an abrupt halt. Its head was thrown back by the powerful impact, and its massive body crashed to the ground, twitching twice before becoming still. Defeat level 12 aberration experiment subject: Claw Slayer, gain 42 experience points. It's faster, but its defense seems weaker than the previous demon, Lin Yi quickly assessed. After leveling up, the power of Star Mark Thorn seems to increase as well. However, the trouble had only just begun. Hiss. Hee. Like opening Pandora's box, even more aberrations instantly poured out from the surrounding metal doors, ventilation ducts, and even the broken ceiling compartments. They come in all shapes and sizes. Some are bulky like mountains of flesh, moving slowly but with incredible strength. The heavy armorers. Others cling to walls and ceilings like spiders, their mouthparts able to spray corrosive mucus. The spitters and many more are like the first one, the claw attackers, extremely fast, charging fearlessly from all directions. The sheer number of them instantly blocked the narrow corridor. Holy crap! Lin Yi was startled. The sudden attack caught her off guard. Being surrounded in a narrow space was extremely disadvantageous for a swordsman like him who was better at mobile combat. Fireflies flash. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ye's figure blurred instantly as he narrowly passed through several claw-wielding attackers and appeared at a relatively open intersection a little behind the corridor. Boom! The spot where he had been standing was smashed by a giant hammer wielded by a heavily armored warrior, sending debris flying everywhere. The area covered by the Stardust of Annihilation is too large, and the terrain here is too narrow. It's making a mountain out of a molehill. Let's try another one. Lin Ye's mind raced. Starfall. He locked onto the heavy armored warrior who had just missed its target and was roaring as it turned around. Buzz. The starry sword suddenly burst forth with dazzling starlight, as if it had drawn upon some kind of stellar power, and instantly became incredibly heavy. The sword tip pointed at the target, and a terrifying traction field was suddenly generated. Rumble. A silver beam of light, imbued with terrifying stellar power, struck the heavily armored warrior's bulky body with unparalleled precision, like a meteor falling from the heavens. Awah! The heavily armored warrior let out a miserable howl. Its body was as fragile as paper in the face of the falling star. The enormous impact slammed it into the ground, its hard shell and flesh instantly bursting apart, spitting out foul-smelling blood and bits of flesh like a fountain. This force is not limited to that. The aftershocks of the meteor shower spread in all directions, turning all the claw attackers, heavy armor users, and spitting attackers into mangled flesh in the face of this wave of meteor shower. Defeat level 13 Aberration Experiment Subject Heavy Armorer, gain 75 experience points. Defeat the level 12 Aberration Experiment Spitter, gaining 48 experience points. Killed. A series of sounds arose, each representing the experience points Lin Yi had gained. Feeling the experience points, Lin Yi finally smiled. Looks like I'll be able to level up again soon. The power of the meteorite impact was terrifying these mutated experimental subjects, though strong, were utterly unable to withstand it. Humph, at least it's starting to look somewhat decent. Xing Li's voice rang out again. Xing Li favorability +3. Lin Yi didn't respond, and looked around. He looked at the corridors leading in different directions. Where is the core source of pollution, or Zhao Mingxian? Just then, a clear clapping sound suddenly came from the depths of a relatively intact corridor ahead. Snap! 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 Amidst applause, a familiar voice rang out, tinged with a mocking tone. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Lin Yi, it seems your skills have improved quite a bit in just one day. It looks like the backlash from that broken sword hasn't completely drained you yet? Zhao Mingxuan's voice was filled with undisguised malice, making it particularly grating. He stood in the shadows at the entrance of the corridor, a sinister smile on his face, followed by 3 burly guards dressed in Zhao family-style leather armor and carrying weapons. Even more chilling was the sight of a colossal creature, almost blocking the entire corridor, crouching low in front of Zhao Mingxian. The monster exuded a nauseating aura of decay and brutality, its single remaining eye fixed on Lin Yi, emitting a threatening growl from its throat. What, surprised? Zhao Mingxian looked at Lin Yi's astonishment and raised his chin smugly. You think you can do whatever you want on the second level just because you dodged the first one? This is the stitched behemoth I just subdued. I taught it a lesson, and it's in a rage right now. Guess what will happen if I release it? Lin Yi sneered, subdue them? With your abilities? I bet you only managed it because of your family's guards. Zhao Mingxian said coldly, so what? Lin Yi, this is your burial ground. Let's see how long you can withstand the backlash from your broken sword. Lin Yi instantly understood. Zhao Mingxian had clearly planned this all along, and might even have deliberately provoked some of the monsters to attack other students in order to weaken Lin Yi, while he himself, along with his guards and this elite monster, waited for Lin Yi to step into this area. Lin Yi said in a deep voice, is it worth making such a fuss just to deal with me? Zhao Mingxuan's face instantly turned icy cold, and a fierce killing intent erupted in his eyes. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to disobey me. Only you, Lin Yi, you become a piece of trash and still can't live peacefully. Can't you just obediently die? Humph. I know you're reckless, so you brought 3 level 19 family guards this time. Let's see how you try to take me down with you this time. The cold words plunged Lin Yi's spirits to rock bottom. The pressure is immense. 1 level 15 elite monster and 3 level 19 professional guards. With Lin Yi's level 7, even with Xing Li's support, he would have almost no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Not to mention he had just been in battle, and the backlash from that battle was still quite significant. Moreover, he only has one chance to offset the backlash today. Once he uses it, he must leave the trial tower and end today's trial. Like the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. Zhao Mingxian, this is all the despicable tricks you've got. Lin Ye's voice was unusually calm, even tinged with sarcasm, as if the situation wasn't hopeless. You lured monsters to harm your classmates, and now you're bringing thugs and monsters to ambush me? You've completely disgraced the Zhao family. Still talking tough even when you're about to die. Zhao Mingxuan's face flushed red with rage, struck where it hurt. Attack him. Tear him to pieces. Roar. The stitched-together behemoth received the command and let out a deafening roar. Its massive body suddenly unleashed astonishing speed, charging fiercely towards Lin Yi. The ground trembled under its heavy footsteps, and rust crumbled from the walls. At the same time, the three guards behind Zhao Mingxian also swooped in like arrows, flanking Lin Yi from different angles and blocking all possible escape routes. A deadly encirclement was formed in an instant. There's no way to avoid it. There's no way to retreat. At this critical moment, instead of fear, Lin Ye's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit. Xingli. Lin Yi roared in his heart, let them see what true power is. Humph, a gathering of ants is nothing more than a slightly larger ant colony. Xingli's cold voice carried a hint of disdain, but even more so a chilling killing intent that had been thoroughly enraged. Humans, don't die. No more words are needed, our hearts are in sync. Lin Yi suddenly raised the star-glass sword high above his head. All his spiritual power, willpower, and even his indomitable fighting spirit were poured into the sword without reservation. Secret technique: Eternal Night withers. Chapter 11 Mystery: Eternal Night fades away. Buzz. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. An indescribable, terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lin Ye's center. The dark silver starlight sword instantly burst forth with incomparably dazzling blue starlight. The light was no longer gentle, but carried a chilling stillness that devoured all life. Just like the edge of a cosmic black hole, it instantly expanded outwards, completely enveloping the space within a 10-meter radius around Lin Yi. This is Eternal Night. Lin Ye's aura surged wildly like a volcanic eruption. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit, all basic attributes are directly doubled under the blessing of Sword Soul Resonance. What the hell? Zhao Mingxian screamed. He felt that his proud S-class firepower was being suppressed like never before. The three guards turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. However, Lin Ye's movements did not stop for the slightest. At his peak, with his attributes doubled and his domain enhanced, his speed reached its limit and his figure almost disappeared. Fireflies flash. Lin Yi made his move instantly, his target the stitched-together behemoth. Starfall. A terrifying aura erupted, instantly condensing into a powerful meteor shower that, with the force to crush everything, slammed into the neck of the stitched behemoth. Put. Boom. A powerful explosion then occurred. Before Zhao Mingxian and his guards' astonished eyes, the stitched-up giant beast's neck instantly disintegrated, shattered, and turned into splattered blood and debris. The enormous head, having lost its support, rolled to the ground with an incredulous and astonished expression. The enormous headless body convulsed and crashed heavily to the ground, splashing up large amounts of dust and blood. The stench was overwhelming. Defeat the level 15 elite monster, the stitched behemoth, and gain 1,500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 8. The upgraded light flashed continuously on Lin Yi, but he had no time to pay attention to it at the moment. Instant kill. A true instant kill. The first strike after the Eternal Night's decay was activated was devastating, instantly beheading a level 15 elite monster. The area was deathly silent. Zhao Mingxian and his three guards were frozen in place, as if under a spell. As they watched the massive head roll away, a chill ran from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Is this even human? This power is demonic. It's a monster. It's your turn. Lin Yi slowly turned around, his star-glass sword pointing diagonally at the ground, the tip dripping with the filthy black blood of the stitched-up behemoth. Lin Ye's words were like a death sentence. Within the realm, the air was as thick as lead, and the starlight carried a bone-chilling cold. Lin Ye's figure appeared and disappeared, and he charged forward with his sword, locking onto the nearest guard with a knife. The guard felt a chill rush straight to the top of his head. He didn't even have time to think, his body reacted instinctively. Protect yourself against the rock wall, he shouted sternly. Too slow. Within the Eternal Night withering domain, Lin Ye's speed had already surpassed the limits of common sense. The starry sword in his hand transformed into a bolt of lightning, slashing down fiercely. Flashing fireflies, streaks of starlight. There are no fancy techniques, only the fusion of absolute speed and absolute power. Click. The phantom rock shield shattered as easily as fragile glass. The starry sky sword cut through everything in its path with unstoppable force, slicing through the guard's armor and piercing his chest. Put. The guard was utterly horrified, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. He looked down incredulously at the huge wound on his chest, then at Lin Yi, swayed, and collapsed to the ground. Next. These three simple words are more oppressive than any roar. Ah! A monster. He's a monster. The other guard with the axe completely lost his composure. The sight of his comrade being instantly killed shattered all his courage. Loyalty and mission were nothing in the face of the absolute fear of death. He let out a scream that sounded inhuman, and completely ignored Zhao Mingxian, turning around and running frantically back the way he came. Useless trash. Come back here. Zhao Mingxuan's eyes were bloodshot, filled with shock and rage. He never expected that the level 19 guards carefully trained by his family would be so frightened by a level F trash who had only been awakened for a few days that they would abandon their armor and weapons. Trying to leave? Lin Ye's lips curled into a cruel smile. He did not pursue the fleeing guard, but instead fixed his gaze on Zhao Mingxian and the last guard captain. The captain of the guards had a livid face and bulging veins on his forehead, but a ruthless glint flashed deep in his eyes. He took a deep breath and growled, "Young master, step back." At the same time, he swung his sword, aiming directly at Lin Yi. Extreme cold chains. Whoosh! 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 3 chains formed from condensed cold air burst forth in an instant. Their target is not Lin Yi's physical body, but the Starglass sword. The chains were incredibly fast. They wrapped around the Starglass sword almost the instant the guards made their move. A bone-chilling cold spread wildly, attempting to freeze the starlight flowing across the sword. Then, an even more powerful binding force erupted, frantically pulling and suppressing the power of the Starglass sword. Buzz! The Starglass sword trembled violently, emitting an angry hum. The sword was bound by ice chains, and its light dimmed slightly. Well done! Zhao Mingxian was overjoyed at the sight, and his eyes lit up again. Without hesitation, he pulled out a crimson scroll and tore it open. Burning the city in flames. Burn him to death. Boom! The instant the scroll shattered, a wave of heat swept out. A surge of flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly condensing into a raging sea of fire that pressed down on Lin Yi. "Xingli, how are you?" Lin Yi called out to Xingli. "These petty tricks are useless against me." Xing Li's voice erupted again. The next moment, starlight erupted, more dazzling than ever before. Countless stardust fragments surged and shot wildly in all directions indiscriminately. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of cutting, so dense it made your scalp crawl, suddenly rang out. The 3 chains broke, disintegrated, and dissolved in an instant. The slender rapier in the captain of the guard's hand also shattered instantly. How is this possible? The captain of the guard was shocked and couldn't believe it. At this moment, a raging sea of fire descended. Stardust of annihilation. Lin Ye's eyes flashed like lightning, without the slightest hesitation. Buzz! Countless silver streaks of light, even denser and more violent than when dealing with the monsters in the mine, erupted fiercely. Sizzle! The crimson flames seemed to have met their nemesis, and were instantly annihilated the moment they came into contact with the silver stardust. The inferno was disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Where stardust passed, the flames were extinguished. No! Impossible! The ecstasy on Zhao Mingxuan's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless fear and collapse. Just what kind of monster is Lin Yi? The flames have died down, but the stardust remains. The remaining silver light instantly enveloped the captain of the guard. "Young master, hurry!" The captain of the guard only managed to utter a hoarse warning. Puff, 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 puff. A series of piercing sounds rang out. The captain of the guard's body stiffened abruptly, instantly pierced by countless silver streaks of light. Chapter 12, The Broken Sword, the New Sword Maiden? Puff, 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 puff. The captain of the guard's body stiffened instantly, as if he were being held up by invisible threads. Countless streaks of light easily pierced through her body, and blood gushed out violently from dozens of holes in her body, like a punctured water bag. Captain of the guard, die. Zhao Mingxian was completely dumbfounded. His prized trump card, his family's carefully trained level 19 guards, was utterly useless against Lin Yi, who had activated Eternal Night's Decay. The stitched-together behemoth was beheaded, one person was instantly killed, another was driven mad by fear, and even the strongest captain couldn't withstand a single blow. Looking into Lin Ye's eyes, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "It's your turn." Lin Yi, sword in hand, was like a grim reaper. "No. No. You can't kill me. I am the heir of the Zhao family. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. There will be no place for you in the entire Lingfeng city." Zhao Mingxian roared as he frantically searched his body. He finally found his last trump card, a scroll engraved with complex spatial runes. "Lin Yi. You just wait. If I don't avenge this, I, Zhao Mingxian, swear I'm not a man." He suddenly tore the scroll open. Buzz. A powerful spatial fluctuation erupted instantly, and light completely enveloped Zhao Mingxian. Lin Ye's eyes flashed, and the starglass sword instantly transformed into a silver streak, piercing out. Flash of fireflies. Star-stained thorn. However, it was still a little too slow. Put. The sharp tip of the starry sky sword pierced into the silver light, leaving a trail of blood and a shrill scream from Zhao Mingxian. Ah! The light flashed violently, and Zhao Mingxuan's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. All that remained in front of Lin Yi were a few streaks of blood. "He got off too easy," Lin Yi sneered. "The failure to retain Zhao Mingxian will have endless consequences. But the other party is, after all, the heir of the Zhao family, and must have a lot of trump cards up their sleeve." Almost the instant Zhao Mingxian disappeared. Buzz. The eternal night has come to an end. A sharp, intense pain swept through Lin Ye's entire body. Puff. Lin Yi could no longer suppress it and spat out a mouthful of blood. The ultimate skill Eternal Night Withers has ended. Triggered extreme backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status: near-death life essence is rapidly depleting, all organs are failing, and bones are becoming brittle. Immediate countermeasures recommended. Cough, 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 damn. We've gone too far. Lin Yi knelt on one knee, his consciousness gradually fading. Foolish. Who told you to force the activation of your ultimate technique for so long? Do you want to die? Xing Li's figure instantly materialized in front of Lin Yi. Her voice was still cold, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. "If I don't fight desperately, I'll be the one lying here now." Lin Yi struggled to lift his head. System, neutralize the backlash. The last few words were spoken with almost all the strength he had left. Offsetting successful. Number of offset attempts remaining today, 0. The backlash has been completely cleared. Vital signs have stabilized. Buzz. A gentle force instantly surged into Lin Ye's body, and wherever it passed, the backlash quickly dissipated. Huff, huff. Lin Yi breathed heavily, not in pain, but in release. He came back to life. Xing Li's figure solidified before him, her exquisite face filled with surprise and uncertainty. Just a moment ago, Lin Yi was on the verge of death, but his body miraculously recovered. This method of reversing life and death completely overturned her understanding. This isn't the first time. What kind of monster is Lin Yi? You what exactly? Xing Li murmured, full of confusion. Lin Yi laughed and said, "Want to know? As long as you're willing to call me master, I can tell you any time." You. Xing Li was instantly filled with shame and anger, her eyebrows furrowing. Wishful thinking. You despicable human, don't even think about toying with me with your words. I will find out the secret you hold sooner or later. Xing Li favorability +5. Lin Yi smiled silently. She's still that proud and aloof swordswoman. He stopped teasing her and his gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield. Zhao Mingxian ran away. Lin Ye's eyes turned slightly cold. If you don't nip the problem in the bud, it will lead to endless troubles. Given Zhao Mingxuan's vindictive nature and the Zhao family's power, this feud is now irreconcilable. The number of times today's backlash can be offset has been completely exhausted. If he continues forward, he will have to bear the backlash from the Sword Maiden. This place is not safe to stay for long, Lin Yi immediately decided. Although Zhao Mingxian escaped with serious injuries, it's hard to guarantee that he won't immediately notify the Zhao family to send people in to surround and kill him, or to lay a trap outside. He must leave the second level, or even the training tower, as soon as possible. He quickly looted the battlefield. Aside from some loose medicine and money, the three guards had nothing of particular value on them. The stitched-together behemoth still had some foul-smelling abnormal cores and tough tendons remaining on its body. The materials seemed to be of good quality, and Lin Yi suppressed his nausea and put them away. After doing all this, Lin Yi immediately selected a relatively intact passage and prepared to leave the area quickly. Lin Yi moved quickly through the metal corridor. To be driven to such a state by such ants is truly a disgrace. Xing Li's cold voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. It's temporary, Lin Yi said calmly. This debt will be repaid tenfold sooner or later. Now, let South leave this place. He knew that although he had recovered, he had exhausted all the chances of the backlash he had suffered today. If they encounter another powerful enemy, especially an even stronger one that the Zhao family might send upon hearing the news, their situation will be extremely dangerous. We must take advantage of the window of opportunity presented by Zhao Mingxuan's recent escape and the fact that the Zhao family has not yet had time to react to leave the training tower. Just as he passed the door of a laboratory, something unexpected happened. Buzz! A faint yet strangely familiar sharpness pierced the depths of Lin Yi's soul. Ha! Xing Li's figure instantly materialized beside Lin Yi. This aura, how is this possible? Lin Yi was also deeply shaken. He recognized him too. This aura, it's from the Sword Maiden. On the second floor of the training tower, in an abandoned research institute, there was an aura similar to that of the Sword Maiden in the Sword Tomb. This completely defies common sense. The nation has clearly sealed all the Sword Maidens in the Sword Tomb of the Qilin Hall. There's something inside. Lin Yi made a quick decision, suppressing the shock in his heart, and cautiously approached the door. The door lock was already broken, so he pushed it open a crack. The room inside was not the laboratory filled with discarded equipment that one might imagine. This place is more like a storage room or a torture chamber. The space was small, and the walls were covered with charred burn marks and deep claw marks. In the center of the ground, on a broken metal base, lies a sword quietly. No, that can no longer be called a complete sword. The sword was broken in the middle, leaving only half of it. Its entire body was a dull, grayish-black color, covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The hilt of the sword was also twisted and deformed, as if it had been subjected to tremendous force. This is... Lin Yi's pupils contracted, and he immediately activated the system to check. Item, nameless broken sword fragment. Status, extremely weak spirituality, on the verge of dissipation. Information? Requires activation of 10,000 swords diagram. Chapter 13, 13,000 points, leading the pack in points. A broken sword? Damn humans. Xing Li's voice carried a cold rage that Lin Yi had never heard before. This sword, its spirit has been almost completely obliterated. Who did this? The spirit was almost extinguished? Given Xing Li's intense reaction, the broken sword is likely to meet a bad end. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar, rapidly closing in on this direction. Quick! That kid must be in this area. The young master said he wants to see him alive or dead. Find him, break all 4 of his limbs, and bring him back. And that broken sword of his, the young master will smash it himself. They're from the Zhao family. That's a really fast reaction time. Judging from the voices, there were quite a few people, and they were well equipped, far superior to the 3 temporary guards from before. Lin Yi's face darkened. Secrets ahead, pursuers behind. Go! Xing Li instantly transformed into a stream of light and merged into the sword, her tone urgent, take that broken sword. This place is not safe to stay any longer. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all. He suddenly grabbed the broken half of the sword, wrapped it up casually, and put it in his bag. Let's go. Lin Yi turned and left the laboratory. Soon, a familiar white vortex appeared ahead the exit to the second level. Without hesitation, Lin Yi stepped inside. The dizzying sensation returned, and when his vision cleared, he was back in the vast hall at the bottom of the training tower. The hall was now even more bustling with people than when we entered. Most of the students have come out, some excitedly discussing, some still shaken, and some dejectedly receiving treatment. The air was thick with the smells of sweat, blood, and medicine. Look, the leaderboard has appeared. An excited voice attracted the attention of many people. Then, a screen of light appeared above everyone. This is today's leaderboard for the trial tower. First place, Lin Yi, points, 13840. Second place, Lin Yubing, points, 2830. Third place, Zhao Mingxian, points, 2100. Fourth place, Wang Meng, points, 1080. Everyone was stunned when they saw the rankings on the leaderboard. Fault line first. That number is like an insurmountable mountain. They firmly suppressed Lin Yubing's 2830 points in second place, and left Zhao Mingxuan's 2100 points in the dust. A five-fold difference, a crushing defeat. More than 13,000 points? Impossible. He's just an F-rank swordsman who has a contract with a Sword Maiden. The backlash could kill him. How could he possibly get such a high score? Is this fake? Is there a system error? Look at his complexion, although it's not rosy, he doesn't look like he's about to die. After a brief silence, an even more turbulent roar erupted. The room was filled with doubt and disbelief, and the murmurs nearly shook the hall to its core. Lin Yi remained unusually calm in the face of these voices. He ignored the scorching gazes, his eyes sweeping across the crowd, where he saw Wang Meng and the others excitedly approaching. Lin Yi. Wang Meng's voice was filled with deep gratitude. Behind him were Chen Fei and several other classmates who had been rescued by Lin Yi in the mine's main hall. They quickly gathered around Lin Yi. Isn't that squad leader Wang Meng? And what about Chen Fei and the others? How come they all went to Lin Yi's side? And they're acting like they're following his lead? Could something have happened inside the tower? The crowd's doubts deepened. At that moment, at the other end of the hall, a figure as cold as ice was staring intently at the leaderboard. It was Lin Yubing. 13,008, she murmured, her voice barely audible. What did he do? How many elites did he kill? Could it be even the floor master? This number far exceeded her wildest imagination. She thought of her grandfather, that SSS-level genius. According to the elders, after the grandfather made a contract with the Sword Maiden, he was extremely cautious, and every time he used his power, it was accompanied by immense pain and the loss of his life. What about Ku Linye? He not only used it, but used so much of it, and so powerfully. How is it possible that he coughed up blood in the Qilin Hall yesterday and then scored such a high score today? How could he possibly withstand the backlash? Lin Yubing's mind was in turmoil. For the first time, she felt a strong curiosity about a swordsman who was destined to die young. However, a roar interrupted her thoughts. Lin Yi. Zhao Mingxian appeared, supported by two Zhao family guards. His face was ashen, and a horrifying bloody hole on his left shoulder was still gushing blood, staining half of his magnificent robe red. Holy crap! Isn't that Zhao Mingxian? He's injured. What happened? The Zhao family guards have also arrived. Judging from their demeanor, they're not here with good intentions. He's calling for Lin Yi? Could it be that Lin Yi caused Zhao Mingxuan's injury? Even Captain Zhao Li has shown up and said his level is close to 40. As Zhao Mingxian appeared, a group of Zhao family guards rushed over. The leader was a middle-aged man with a cold and hard face, whose aura was as heavy as a mountain. He was none other than Zhao Li, the captain of the Zhao family's guard team. You little beast! How dare you openly harm your fellow student in the training tower and seriously injure the young master of my Zhao family? Seize him! Zhao Li shouted. With a wave of his hand, several guards behind him immediately rushed towards Lin Yi. Seeing this, Wang Meng and his companions were instantly enraged. Zhao Mingxian himself lured the monster and harmed others first, and then led people to surround and kill Lin Yi. Does your Zhao family have any sense of reason? Wang Meng was furious and stepped forward to block Lin Yi's path. Chen Fei and the others gritted their teeth and followed, their faces turning pale under the powerful aura of the Zhao family guards, but they did not give an inch. Seeing this, the others were even more shocked. Nobody knows what happened. Why are Wang Meng and the others suddenly being so nice to Lin Yi? Get out of the way. A bunch of ignorant ants. How dare you obstruct the Zhao family's law enforcement? Take them all down. Zhao Li's eyes flashed, and he didn't bother to explain. In Linfeng City, the Zhao family's will is the only truth. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The Zhao family's domineering and tyrannical behavior was on full display, and the students watching were terrified and no one dared to utter a sound. Lin Yi's eyes were icy cold, the starglass sword hovered beside him, and his spiritual power quietly circulated within his body. Although he had just experienced a major battle and had used up all his chances to counteract the backlash, he would never surrender. Even if it means serious injury, I'll take a few down with me. At this critical moment. Stop! A clear, cold shout instantly silenced the commotion and murderous intent in the arena. It was Lin Yubing. She stood in front of Lin Yi, dressed in white, her face as cold as frost. Captain Zhao Li. Lin Yubing's voice was cold and clear. Inside the training tower, life and death are at your own risk, and everyone must rely on their own abilities. This is an ironclad rule set by the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia Kingdom. Zhao Mingxian was outmatched and had to withdraw due to injury, so he has no one to blame but himself. Your Zhao family is now coming to demand an explanation, leading people to force their way through the training tower exit and openly attacking trainees who have passed the test. Do you intend to disregard the law, or do you think that no one in my Linfeng city can control your Zhao family? Her words were firm and resounding. These words immediately caused an uproar among those around them. Zhao Mingxuan's face flushed red, and he was almost furious. Lin Yubing, whom he had been pursuing, actually stood on Lin Ye's side. Chapter 14: The Zhao family launches an attack? Public support is on Lin Ye's side. The atmosphere in the lobby on the ground floor of the training tower was tense, like a powder keg about to be ignited. Zhao Li was speechless after Lin Yubing's resounding question, and his face turned ashen. It's true that the Zhao family is powerful, but openly trampling on the Ministry of Education's ironclad rule of one is responsible for one's own life and death in the training tower, especially in front of everyone, is an accusation that even the Zhao family can't withstand. Moreover, the Lin family is also a top family in Linfeng City, and the significance of Lin Yubing, this newly promoted S-level genius, should not be underestimated. You, Lin Yubing, you actually helped the slum bastard. Zhao Mingxian trembled with rage, his wound reopened, bleeding even more, his face ashen white. He injured me so badly, and you still. Enough! Zhao Mingxian! A majestic shout exploded like thunder, instantly silencing all the noise in the room. The crowd parted like a tide, and Zhou Shenhai, the principal of Qingshi High School, strode over with a livid face, followed by Lu Tao, the homeroom teacher, who looked anxious. Zhou Shenhai was tall and imposing, exuding an air of authority even without anger. His face was now covered in frost. Headmaster! Teacher Lu! The students bowed in greeting. Zhou Shenhai's gaze swept over everyone like lightning, finally landing on Lin Yi. His heart was also in turmoil. 13,840 points. This is simply unheard of. Not to mention Zhao Mingxuan's injuries and the losses suffered by the guard team. Captain Zhao Li. Zhou Shenhai's voice carried an undeniable authority. This is the training tower, not the Zhao family's martial arts arena. Take your men and leave immediately. All disputes within the training tower are handled by the Ministry of Education's regulations. It's not your Zhao family's place to set up your own court. Zhao Li's eye twitched. Principal Zhou. This boy. I said, step back. Zhou Shenhai emphasized, his imposing aura as a high-level professional subtly emanating from him. The school will investigate the matter thoroughly. If Lin Yi has indeed violated the rules, the school will punish him severely according to regulations. But if anyone tries to take this opportunity to cause trouble and disrupt school order, I, Zhou Shenhai, will be the first to object. The Ministry of Education will also not stand idly by. These words carry immense weight. As the principal of Qingshi High School, Zhou Shenhai's level is close to 50. In the entire Linfeng city, there are very few people with a higher level than him. Unless the patriarch of the Zhao family steps in, who can withstand Zhou Shenhai? Even the arrogant Zhao Mingxian dared not utter a sound at this moment. Zhao Li's expression shifted, and he finally glared fiercely at Lin Yi before clasping his hands in a fist salute to Zhou Shenhai. Fine. Principal Zhou, I hope you can give the Zhao family a satisfactory explanation. Young master, let's go. Lin Yi. You wait. I will kill you. The silent roar echoed in Zhao Mingxuan's heart. As the Zhao family left, the tense atmosphere in the hall finally eased a bit, but the discussions became even more heated. Everyone knew that Zhao Mingxian would not let this go, and the feud was now irreconcilable. Zhou Shenhai then turned his gaze to Lin Yi, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Yi. Lu Tao stepped forward, his face full of worry and lingering fear. You child. How could you dare? Contracting a Sword Maiden is one thing, but how could you also get involved with Zhao Mingxian? Sigh. He sighed heavily, wanting to reprimand, but the words stuck in his throat, finally turning into a long sigh. Are you hurt? The backlash, can you still handle it? Lin Yi said, Teacher Lu, I'm fine. Thank you and the principal for helping me out. He looked at Zhou Shenhai, principal, Wang Meng, the class monitor, and several other students can testify to everything that happened inside the training tower. It was Zhao Mingxian who first lured the monster to harm people, and then led a group to surround and kill me. I was forced to fight back. Wang Meng and the others immediately straightened their backs and shouted, That's right. Principal, we can testify. Zhao Mingxian struck first. Lin Yi acted in self-defense. Zhou Zhenhai looked at the group of students, then at the glaring first place on the leaderboard, and waved his hand. The school will investigate this matter thoroughly. Lin Yi, you. He paused, seemingly choosing his words. Your performance is astonishing. But the matter of the Sword Maiden is no small matter, and the backlash. Principal. Lin Yubing suddenly spoke, interrupting Zhou Zhenhai. Her cool eyes looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, are you really alright? She clearly remembered Lin Yi coughing up blood at Qiling Hall yesterday. Today, he not only racked up terrifying points but also went through a series of battles, yet he only looked slightly pale. This was too abnormal. Does he have some secret method to resist backlash? The thought startled even herself. Lin Yi met her gaze and smiled calmly. Thank you for your concern, Lin. I'm fine for now. Just then, another commotion broke out at the entrance to the training tower. A squad of soldiers dressed in the uniforms of the City Lord's elite guard, exuding a sharp and capable aura, quickly parted the crowd. They escorted a middle-aged man with a dignified air, dressed in a dark blue City Lord's robe, as he entered. Lord City Lord. It's City Lord Qin. The crowd bowed, and even Zhou Zhenhai and Lin Yubing bowed slightly. Qin Yu, Lord of Linfeng City. Qin Yu's gaze immediately fell on the points leaderboard, and his pupils contracted slightly. Then, he looked towards Lin Yi's side. Principal Zhou, the Lin family's daughter. Qin Yu's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The first day at the training tower seems quite lively. Is she Lin Yi, the student ranked first on the leaderboard? Greetings, Lord Qin. Lin Yi bowed respectfully. Qin Yu looked Lin Yi up and down, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to see right through him. 13,840 points, an impressive achievement. Qin Yu spoke slowly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. What's even more remarkable is that you formed a contract with the Sword Maiden, and you can still stand here. He emphasized the last few words, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi's expression. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm and replied, it was all thanks to Xing Li's help, it was just luck. Xing Li? Qin Yu's gaze shifted to the dark silver longsword, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. A fine name, a fine sword. To allow you to unleash such combat power even under the backlash, its grade must be more than 3 stars, right? Upon hearing this, another collective gasp arose from the surrounding crowd. Not just Samsung? What does that mean? Qin Yu suddenly changed the subject. Lin Yi, your performance today was absolutely brilliant. I, the City Lord, have already heard about the Zhao family's affairs. In the training tower, life and death are one's own responsibility, that's the rule. Zhao Mingxian was outmatched and injured, so he has no one to blame but himself. As long as you act within the rules, the Zhao family won't be able to control everything in Linfeng City. These words were forceful and resounding, and could be considered the City Lord's statement to Lin Yi. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, Thank you, Lord Qin, for upholding justice. Qin Yu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The national exams have been brought forward, and demons are invading the borders. This is precisely the time when we need capable people. What Linfeng City needs are talents who can protect their homeland, not parasites who fight amongst themselves. I hope all of you will take this as a warning, focus on improving your strength, and prepare for the exams. Lin Yi. He finally looked at Lin Yi, you are very good, very good. Tomorrow, come to the City Lord's mansion. I, the City Lord, have some questions for you personally. After saying that, Qin Yu left without lingering, surrounded by his guards. Chapter 15 System Mission, Reforging the Broken Sword. The City Lord summons you. This is undoubtedly a huge signal. This means that Lin Yi's terrifying potential and value have already attracted the attention of Linfeng City. If the Zhao family wants to do anything to him again, they'll have to carefully consider the attitude of the City Lord's mansion. Lin Yubing looked at Lin Yi with an even more complicated expression. The City Lord's attitude made her realize that Lin Yi probably had some unknown secrets hidden within him. Lu Tao breathed a sigh of relief and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Good lad. Even the City Lord has been alerted. The Zhao family should not dare to act openly for the time being. However, his face showed worry again. The backlash from the Sword Maiden, and the City Lord is looking for you, you must be very careful. Zhou Zhenhai also said in a deep voice, Lin Yi, go back and get some rest. The school will handle the training tower points and Zhao Mingxuan's matter impartially. Remember the City Lord's words, focus on improving your strength, and preparing for the big exam is the right path. Yes, Principal, Teacher Lu. Lin Yi nodded in response. The crisis was temporarily averted, but Lin Yi felt no relief. Zhao Mingxuan's resentment was like a venomous snake, and the summons from City Lord Qin Yu was shrouded in uncertainty. More importantly, he subconsciously touched the cold, broken sword wrapped in cloth in his arms. Xing Li's cold voice rang out, "Don't think too much here, leave first." That broken sword, something's wrong, its aura is restless. Lin Yi's heart tightened, and he stopped lingering. Afterwards, he bid farewell to Wang Meng and the others, and turned to walk out of the noisy training tower hall. The evening breeze in Lingfeng City carried a hint of coolness, dispelling the stench of blood and the clamor. Lin Yi was walking home. The broken sword in his arms was cold, and even through the coarse cloth covering it, Lin Yi still felt a chill run down his spine. Xing Li appeared beside him. This sword Xing Li, unusually devoid of her usual cold arrogance, spoke with a hint of solemn anger. Its spirit, its very essence, was forcibly extracted. "I can feel it, those damned ants. How dare they treat a sword that has gained sentience like this?" Xing Li's emotions fluctuated extremely intensely. Forcibly extracting the source? Lin Yi frowned. What is that research institute on the second floor of the training tower? How did it end up there? Humph. What else could it be? Xing Li's voice was full of disdain. Someone must be trying to crack the secret of the Sword Maiden's power, or even trying to artificially create or control the sword spirit. What do they think the Sword Maiden is? A machine that can be disassembled at will? The fate of this sword is irrefutable proof. Its spirituality was almost completely obliterated, leaving only a wisp of remnant soul. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. The state has explicitly prohibited the contracting of sword maidens, and has sealed the sword maidens in the sword tomb. However, someone is conducting such cruel experiments on the Sword Maiden in a secret research institute. The water here is unfathomably deep. The secret behind this broken sword is probably not simple. Can its spirit be restored? Lin Yi asked in a deep voice. Xing Li was silent for a moment before whispering, "Extremely difficult. Its essence was forcibly stripped away, its spiritual structure is fragmented, and it could be completely annihilated at any moment. Unless it is nurtured by an extremely pure and powerful source of energy, or..." She paused, "or your mysterious ability can have an effect on it?" Lin Yi did not answer immediately. The system's 10,000 swords diagram contains information about sword girls. Perhaps more detailed prompts can be obtained after interacting with it? But now is clearly not a good time to conduct research. He put the broken sword back into his pack. "Let's go back first, and talk about it when we meet the city lord tomorrow. The existence of this sword cannot be revealed for the time being." Xing Li snorted coldly, "At least you have some brains. However, the reason that City Lord Qin Yu suddenly summoned you is probably not just because he cares about your points." His last sentence, "There are some things I need to ask you personally," was quite meaningful. Lin Yi nodded. Qin Yu's appearance and statement temporarily intimidated the Zhao family, but also put him in the spotlight. What does the city lord want to personally confirm about an F-rank genius who has made a contract with a sword maiden, shows amazing potential, but is destined to die young? Are you curious about the secret to his resistance against the backlash? Or do you want to assess his potential combat value as a force against the monster tide? Or, does he also know something about the Sword Maiden Research Institute? Filled with doubts, Lin Yi returned to his dilapidated little house. He carefully took out the broken sword and placed it on the table. The dull gray-black blade was covered in cracks, the breaks were jagged, the hilt was twisted, and it was in a terrible state. Lin Yi stretched out his finger and carefully touched the cold blade. Ding! Strong sword spirit resentment detected. Special item Nameless broken sword fragment detected in an extremely dangerous state. Spiritual annihilation countdown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Hidden quest triggered, the broken sword cries blood, a new beginning. In Lin Yi's mind, the system panel suddenly popped up. System task? Lin Yi was stunned. Then, a detailed task panel appeared in front of him. Mission name, Broken Sword Weeps Blood, Reborn. Task objective. 1. Find the sword spirit's origin key. Before the nameless broken sword spirit is completely annihilated. 72 hours countdown. Find and retrieve the core essence fragment that was forcibly stripped away. 01. 2. Nourishing the remnant soul. Basic. Use your own spiritual power or special energy to continuously nourish the remaining spirituality of the broken sword, slowing down the annihilation process. Progress, 0%. 3. Reshape the sword body. gather the key materials Starfall Iron X1, Eternal Ice Crystal X1, Spiritual Soil X1 to reshape the sword body for the sword spirit and give it a new life. Mission difficulty, S rank. Mission time limit, 72 hours unlimited. When the countdown to spiritual annihilation ends, the mission will automatically fail, the broken sword will be completely reduced to ordinary iron, and the secrets and resentment it carries will be forever lost. Task rewards. 1 gold attribute, 1 contract slot, unlock key information for 10,000 swords diagram, significantly increase Xing Li's affection. Failure penalty, none. Looking at the task panel, Lin Ye's heart was filled with emotion. This is the first time the system has assigned him a task. So, if I complete the mission, I can contract another Sword Maiden? This is a huge improvement for him. After all, Xing Li's strength is undeniable. However, as Lin Ye's gaze fell upon him, his heart sank. Spiritual soil. Lin Ye's gaze froze on the last ingredient's name. Meteorite iron. Eternal ice crystals. Spiritual soil. Each name struck his mind like a heavy hammer. Meteorite iron is the core material for forging epic level equipment. Even a piece the size of a fingernail is worth tens of millions. Eternal ice crystals exist only in the core of ancient ice in the far north. They can even be used to forge legendary ice-type equipment and are worth several times or even more than 10 times the value of meteorite iron. The spiritual soil is an invaluable treasure. It is said to be the soil that nurtured the first batch of spiritual beings when the world was first created. For him, a penniless F-rank swordsman, collecting even a single one of these materials would be nothing short of a pipe dream, let alone gathering them all. In comparison, retrieving the fragments of the sword spirit's origin seems much easier. Chapter 16 Meeting the City Lord, 7 Cities Joint Trial. Is it really only S-rank difficulty? Lin Yi muttered to himself, a bitter smile that looked more like a grimace tugging at the corners of his mouth. System, you really think highly of me. This is practically an impossible task. What's the cost? What is the cost? The punishment for failure was written as none, but Lin Yi knew that it meant that this broken sword, which carried secrets and endless resentment, would be completely reduced to scrap metal. And he will also lose the opportunity to form a contract with a powerful Sword Maiden. What? Are you scared out of your wits? Xing Li asked, her brows furrowing slightly. The remnant soul of this sword is extremely weak, filled with resentment. The pain of its essence being forcibly extracted is imprinted on every inch of its spiritual fragments. Let alone reforging it, even keeping it from immediately dissipating is as difficult as ascending to heaven. She turned her head, her silver eyes looking at Lin Yi with her usual scrutiny. What do you plan to do? Throw it away like junk? Or, do you really have a way? Lin Yi took a deep breath. Throw it away? I can't bear to. What could he do? What could he possibly do? The system was his only support, but it only gave him the task, not a shortcut. He can only rely on himself. After a long silence, Lin Yi finally spoke, as if he had made up his mind, I'll give it a try. He then accepted the task without hesitation. In any case, we have to give it a try. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Fortunately, this task, while urgent, wasn't that urgent. While the broken sword will dissipate after 72 hours, its dissipation can be prevented if the core essence fragments can be retrieved. The countdown will then stop. This means that he will have much more time afterward. Then, it remains to be seen when he can find those 3 materials. Xing Li was slightly taken aback. Overestimating yourself. Xing Li instinctively wanted to mock him, but looking into his eyes, the words inexplicably stuck in her throat. She snorted coldly, her figure transforming into a stream of light and merging into the sword. Do as you please, but I advise you not to get your hopes up too high. This sword. Isn't it all the work of you humans? Lin Yi did not reply. He carefully wrapped the broken sword again and placed it close to his body. The city lord's mansion. Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the deep darkness of Lingfeng City outside the window. Xin Yu's summons is a crisis, but it may also be a turning point. Could the treasury of someone who holds the highest power in Linfeng City contain clues about these rare materials? Perhaps, one of them? The moment this thought crossed Lin Ye's mind, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. The next morning, Lin Yi arrived at the center of Linfeng City on time. The city lord's mansion is located here. After giving his name, he was quickly led inside by a guard captain. The interior of the city lord's mansion appeared even more imposing than the exterior, exuding an aura of authority. The captain of the guard led Lin Yi to the outside of a spacious and bright study. "Lord City Lord, Lin Yi has arrived," the captain of the guards reported respectfully. "Come in," Xin Yu's steady voice came from inside the door. Lin Yi pushed open the door and entered. The study was simply and elegantly furnished. Behind the huge desk, Xin Yu stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window. He turned around, his gaze falling on Lin Yi like that of a hawk, exuding an aura of authority that came from someone who had long held a superior position. "Lin Yi, sit down." Xin Yu gestured to the chair in front of the desk, his tone flat, revealing no emotion. Lin Yi sat down as instructed, with the starry sky sword quietly hovering beside him. Xin Yu's gaze lingered on the starry sword for a few seconds before he slowly spoke. "Yesterday in the training tower, 13,840 points. You defeated Zhao Mingxian with a single sword strike, killed 3 elite guards of the Zhao family, and forced the Zhao family heir to use a life-saving scroll to escape with serious injuries. Lin Yi, you have truly broadened this city lord's horizons." He paused, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi's eyes, as if trying to see through his soul, "especially considering that you've contracted with the Sword Maiden and are enduring backlash that ordinary people can't even imagine. Tell me, how did you do it? How can your body withstand the backlash from the Sword Maiden?" The core issue hits the nail on the head. Lin Yi was prepared. Meeting Qin Yu's scrutinizing gaze, he remained calm. "Lord Qin, there are 2 main reasons why I can do this. First, my Sword Maiden Xingli is powerful enough her strength far surpasses that of ordinary Sword Maidens. Second, my talent resilience has produced some unknown positive mutation." "An anomaly?" Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes." Lin Yi nodded. This was the explanation he could make after much thought. "When I contracted the Sword Maiden, the intense backlash seemed to unexpectedly unleash the potential of my F-rank talent. It didn't bring powerful attack power, but it made my body develop a tolerance and recovery ability to the Sword Maiden's backlash that far exceeded expectations. Although using my power is still extremely painful, at least for now, I won't collapse as quickly as the rumors suggest." Lin Yi didn't mention the system, attributing everything to the unknown mutation of his talent. Although the explanation is vague, talents are inherently diverse, and it is not entirely impossible for them to undergo mutations, especially under the extreme stimulation of a contracted Sword Maiden. Historically, there have been geniuses with F-level talent before. Without exception, they were all gifted with extraordinary abilities. Xin Yu didn't speak, but stared intently at Lin Yi, and a brief silence fell over the study. An invisible pressure spread. Xing Li's cold voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. This old fox is testing you. Whether he believes it or not doesn't matter, what matters is that he needs your power." Sure enough, after a moment, Xin Yu slowly spoke, his tone seemingly softening. "Talent mutation, although rare, it is not without precedent. It is indeed a miracle that you have been able to withstand the backlash from the Sword Maiden until now, and even unleash such combat power." Lin Yi felt a slight sense of relief, knowing that he had passed the first hurdle, but he did not let his guard down. "You flatter me, City Lord. It was just a fluke. No need to be modest." Xin Yu waved his hand, walked around the desk, and stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city of Linfeng. The demons are invading the borders, and the situation is becoming increasingly tense. The Great Xia Kingdom needs strength, and Linfeng City needs new blood who can shoulder the burden. "An anomaly like you is exactly what we need." He turned around, his gaze refocusing on Lin Yi, his eyes becoming solemn. "Lin Yi, I have summoned you here today for 2 reasons. First, to confirm your condition, and second, to give you a chance." "An opportunity?" Lin Yi's spirits lifted. "Not bad." Xin Yu nodded. 7 days from now, the 7 border towns of Linfeng City, Panshur City, Bibo City, Qiyan City, Lufeng City, Qingmu City, and Haiyan City will jointly host the 7 cities elite trial. The location will be on the outskirts of the Dark Rift in the border buffer zone. A joint trial of 7 cities? Lin Yi's heart stirred. This was far larger than the training tower inside the school. Exactly. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Deep within the Rift Valley, demons lurk. The core mission of this trial is to penetrate the designated area, eliminate as many demons as possible, and obtain magic crystal cores. Ultimately, the ranking will be determined by the quantity and quality of magic crystal cores obtained by individuals or teams. He paused, his tone carrying a strong allure. The rewards for this trial are unprecedented. They not only concern your personal future, but also directly relate to the resources you will receive in future national exams and even when you enter top universities. Especially for the top 3 individuals, in addition to a massive amount of cultivation resources and rare equipment, they will also have the opportunity to enter the outer area of the Great Xia Secret Treasury to select treasures. Chapter 17, Re-entering the second level of the Trial Tower. The Great Xia Secret Treasury. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. That is the true foundation of the Great Xia Kingdom, said to contain countless treasures, lost heritages, and rare materials. Even just the periphery is enough to drive countless people crazy. Meteorite iron, eternal ice crystal, spiritual soil, these heaven-defying materials needed to reforge the broken sword might actually be found in the secret vault. Even if we can't find it, getting clues shouldn't be too difficult. Xinyu keenly noticed the change in Lin Ye's eyes and continued to press the issue. Not only that, this trial is also a stage for the 7 cities to secretly compete. In recent years, Linfeng City has been somewhat lacking in talent. Although it has produced 3 S-level talents this year, the other 7 cities are not far behind. We urgently need a genius who can command respect. Lin Yi, I, the city lord, hope that you can represent Linfeng City in this competition, and do your utmost to achieve the highest ranking. His gaze was intense. Lin Yubing and Zhao Mingxian will also participate. But I, the city lord, have higher hopes for you. Lin Yi took a deep breath. The city lord's intention was clear, to use him as a sharp sword to win glory for Linfeng City in the 7 cities trial, and at the same time, to take this opportunity to further observe him and assess his true value. As for the potential danger of the Sword Maiden's backlash? Faced with enormous profits and the city lord's needs, it seems to have been temporarily set aside. I am honored by the city lord's high regard. Lin Yi did not immediately agree, but cautiously inquired, how dangerous is the trial? What are the rules? The danger level far surpasses that of the training tower. Qin Yu stated bluntly. The Dark Rift is the true front line of the battlefield, where you will encounter ferocious and cunning combat monsters, not simulated training targets. Casualties are inevitable. There is only one rule: it is forbidden to maliciously harm fellow trial participants. Anyone who violates this rule will be executed by all 7 cities. Apart from that, everyone must rely on their own abilities and bear their own life and death. Team formation is allowed, but individual scores will be calculated separately at the end. He gave Lin Yi a deep look. I know about the Zhao family, but the trial grounds is a fair stage. No matter how powerful the Zhao family is, they wouldn't dare to openly break the rules and attack you under the noses of the 7 cities higher-ups. Lin Yi remained silent for a few seconds. The 7 cities trial presents both danger and opportunity. The magic crystal core is the goal, and the qualification for the Great Xia Secret Vault is the key hope for reforging the broken sword. Although Zhao Mingxian and Lin Yubing will also participate, as Qin Yu said, it is a battlefield within the rules, a good place to get rid of the Zhao family's current encirclement and suppression and to fight with all their might. Moreover, he needs real combat experience and needs to become stronger quickly. All right. Lin Yi raised his head, his eyes resolute. I will participate. I will certainly live up to the city lord's expectations. Good. Qin Yu smiled with satisfaction, took out a silver token engraved with the emblem of Linfeng City in complex runes, and tossed it to Lin Yi. This is your trial certificate. 7 days from now, at dawn, bring this token to the military camp in the west of the city. Prepare well these next few days. The training tower will remain open to you for free. If you have any urgent needs for resources, you can use this token to withdraw some basic supplies from the city lord's warehouse. Thank you, city lord. Lin Yi accepted the token. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, clearly not an ordinary item. Go, Qin Yu waved his hand. This city lord looks forward to your performance in the trial grounds. Leaving the city lord's mansion, the afternoon sun in Linfeng City was somewhat dazzling. Lin Yi held the token, his heart surging with emotion. The 7 cities trial, the Great Xia Secret Treasury, the push for the top 3, the goals are clear yet arduous. Humph, you're so happy to be used as a pawn? Xing Li's cold voice carried her usual sarcasm. We just need each other. Lin Yi remained calm. He needs my combat power to bring glory to Linfeng City, and I need the platform and resources he provides to fight for what I need. The qualification for the secret vault is of paramount importance to us. Xing Li paused for a moment, which was taken as tacit agreement. The secret vault might contain reforging materials, which also appealed to her. She was curious about what the broken sword would look like after it was restored, and even more eager to find out the culprit who had tormented the sword spirit. Where to now? Xing Li asked. Training tower. 2nd floor. Lin Ye's gaze was sharp as a sword. That broken sword was found on the second floor of the trial tower, and its core essence fragments are very likely there as well. He had a strong intuition that the master of that secret research institute might be hiding the core essence fragments that had been stripped away. Time was of the essence, and Lin Yi did not waste any time, heading straight for the training tower. The entrance to the training tower was still bustling with people. When Lin Yi reappeared, he immediately attracted countless gazes. The number 13,840 hanging high on the leaderboard is like a dazzling lighthouse. The story of how he overpowered Zhao Mingxian yesterday and alarmed the city lord has been widely circulated. Awe, curiosity, jealousy, fear, a mix of emotions. Lin Yi ignored the stairs and walked straight to the entrance. When the guards at the tower saw him, especially when they caught a glimpse of the city lord's token hanging from his waist, their attitude immediately became extremely respectful, and they quickly let him pass. Stepping into the teleportation vortex, after the familiar dizziness subsided, the stench of decay once again filled my nostrils. Training Tower 2nd floor, Abandoned Research Institute. Objective: eliminate all aberrations within the area, or locate and shut down the core source of contamination. Warning: monster levels 11-20. Elite monsters and special aberrations exist. Lin Yi stood at the crossroads, looking around. The traces of yesterday's fierce battle with Zhao Mingxian were still visible. The ground was charred black, and sword marks and shockwave marks from the explosion remained on the walls. A faint smell of blood and burnt food still lingered in the air. Go straight to the depths, Lin Yi whispered. Based on yesterday's experience, he roughly determined the direction in which the floor master or the core of the pollution source might exist deeper than the area where he found the broken sword. The starry sword hovered beside him, its eerie blue light flickering. This time, Lin Yi no longer chose to fight and clear out the monsters. Time was of the essence. He needed to reach the target area as quickly as possible. Xingli, conserve your spiritual energy, let's break through in one direction. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, and his speed suddenly increased. Fireflies flash. His figure blurred instantly, transforming into an elusive silver streak that sped through the corridor. If you encounter a deformed object blocking your path, avoid it if possible if avoidance is unavoidable. Star Mark Thorn. Sizzle. 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 A silver streak strikes precisely, piercing through vital points. Ordinary claw attackers and spitters have no time to react before their heads explode or their hearts are pierced, and their blood splatters everywhere. Lin Yi had a clear goal and acted swiftly like the wind. He was like a sharp knife, piercing deep into the research institute. The few monsters along the way tried to stop him, but they couldn't slow him down at all. Soon, he returned to the laboratory corridor where he had found the broken sword the day before. The monsters here seem to have been disturbed by yesterday's battle. Their numbers have increased, and new species have appeared. Hoo-hoo! A monster, the size of a hunting dog, covered in metallic scales, and capable of spewing highly corrosive acid from its mouth, blocked Lin Yi's path. Scaled acid corroded beast. Level 16. Skills: acid spray, brute force charge, claw biting. Troublesome. Lin Yi frowned slightly. These acid corroding beasts are extremely fast. Their acid spray covers a wide area, and is highly corrosive, posing a great challenge to defense. Just as several scaled acid corroding beasts locked onto Lin Yi, opening their gaping maws filled with sharp teeth and acid glands. Stardust of Annihilation. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately activated his area of effect clearing skill. Chapter 18, Level 10. New gold entries. Buzz. Countless silver streaks of light poured out like a storm, instantly covering the fan-shaped area in front. Puff 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 puff. A series of piercing sounds rang out. The first few scaled acid corroding beasts were instantly riddled with holes. Their hard metal scales were like paper in front of the stardust. The subsequent claw attackers and spitters also met their end, all dying. With a single move, the corridor was cleared. All that remained were the wrecked corpses of monsters and corroded pits. Using the sword skill Stardust of Annihilation has triggered a backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, moderately weak, can be mitigated. The familiar feeling of tearing and weakness returned, and Lin Yi's face paled slightly, but he forced himself not to use the countermeasures. He quickly traversed the area, heading straight for the main passageway at the back of the laboratory. At the end of this passage is a huge alloy gate. The gate was half open, and a low, rhythmic hum could be faintly heard from behind it. The core source of pollution, or the floor master, is inside. Lin Yi gripped the hilt of the star-glass sword tightly, his eyes solemn. Be careful, the aura inside is very mixed and very strong. Xing Li's voice also carried a hint of seriousness. Besides the ferocity of the monsters, there is also a repulsive, forcibly pieced together artificial aura. Lin Yi took a deep breath and stepped through the gate. Beyond the gate, the view opened up, yet it was also incredibly eerie. This is an extremely vast space, like the underground core of the entire research institute. The dome towers high, covered with thick pipes and broken cables, crackling and sparking with electricity. The central area is a huge cylindrical container filled with a viscous liquid. A monster formed from the fusion of countless strange objects is inside. It is roughly human-shaped and over 5 meters tall, but its body is twisted and deformed. Half of it is a mechanical structure covered with heavy metal armor, and the other half is writhing pustules and deformed flesh. Aberrant fusion entity source polluter floor owner. Level 20 elite. Skills: contamination pulse, mechanical fist, flesh lash, self-healing aberration, energy overload near death. Warning: killing or controlling this unit will shut down the core contamination source. Really? Seeing this, Lin Yi knew he hadn't gone to the wrong place. At the monster's feet, near the container's base, Lin Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. There, an irregular crystal emitting a deep, dark blue light is slowly rotating. Target item detected: fragment of the nameless sword spirit core origin. Found it. That's it. The core essence fragment of the broken sword. However, to obtain it, one must first deal with the monster before them, the source polluter. The polluter's head suddenly turned towards Lin Yi, and a terrifying pressure crashed down like a tsunami. Roar! A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire core hall. Buzz! A ripple of energy suddenly spread outwards from the polluter. Wherever it passed, the metal floor groaned, the remaining instruments and equipment were instantly covered with a layer of rust, and the air seemed to be polluted by a highly toxic substance. Fireflies flash. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply without the slightest hesitation. His figure instantly transformed into a blurry streak of light, grazing the edge of the contamination pulse. We can't delay. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yi's mind. This monster's area of effect attacks are too troublesome. The longer it drags on, the greater the risk of being hit by the contaminated pulse. We must act swiftly. Starlight. Lin Yi roared in his heart, his mind more focused than ever before. All-out attack. Eternal night withers. Humph. Finally you've gotten serious? Xing Li's cold voice carried a hint of fighting spirit. Then I'll show you the true power of the stars. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. A terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Yi's body. A dazzling, eerie light exploded out. Eternal night has fallen. A domain with a radius of 10 meters was formed instantly. Within the area, the light was distorted and dimmed, the temperature plummeted to freezing point, and the air became as viscous as lead and mercury. Lin Yi's aura surged wildly. Strength, agility, physique, spirit, all basic attributes instantly reached an unbelievable peak. Roar! The source polluter seemed to sense a deadly threat as well. It let out a startled roar, and its huge metal arm rose high before slamming down towards Lin Yi. At the same time, countless pustules on its body burst open, and dozens of tentacles covered with suckers and sharp teeth emerged like pythons from their caves, strangling and attacking from all directions. The earth shook violently. A foul stench filled the air. This is a terrifying offensive capable of instantly destroying an elite squad. However, Lin Yi, who was at the center of the eternal night withering domain, had an extremely calm expression. Stardust of annihilation. Lin Yi whispered. Then, the star-glass sword that was floating in front of him suddenly shattered. Instead, it turned into countless stardust. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only countless faint piercing sounds. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely. The mechanical power of the source polluters has silently dissolved and decomposed it. The tough flesh tentacles were instantly shredded into bloody mist and minced meat. Its metallic structure quickly lost its luster and turned into fly ash under the erosion of stardust. Its deformed flesh dissolved and vaporized rapidly as if it had been thrown into strong acid. Its core, before it could even explode, was silently withered and annihilated by the penetration of billions of stardust. Its massive body, like a sand sculpture being weathered, disintegrated inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the moment it launched its attack to the moment its body completely disintegrated, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Boom! The polluter's flesh and blood collapsed with a crash, smashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The massive cylindrical container at the core ruptured, and viscous culture fluid mixed with the remains of the contaminated creature gushed out. Defeat the level 20 elite monster, the Source Polluter floor boss, and gain 5,000 experience points. Second level of the training tower cleared. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 9. A burst of golden light shot up from Lin Ye's body, and the immense power made him feel somewhat relaxed. Upgraded again. No wonder you're a level 20 floor master. However, this is not the end. At the heart of the polluter's depths, the core fragment of origin seemed to be summoned by some kind of inspiration, suddenly bursting forth with dazzling light. It transformed into a streak of light and instantly disappeared into the broken sword in Lin Ye's arms. Buzz! The broken sword trembled violently. At the same time, a pure and strange energy surged into his body. Successfully obtained, Nameless Sword Spirit Core Fragment. Mission Broken Sword Weeps Blood, Reborn Objective 1 completed. Countdown to spiritual annihilation stopped. Absorbed the energy dissipated from the origin fragment, gaining 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 10. Another golden light shone. Lin Ye's aura surged again, he had leveled up once more. Host level has reached 10. Xingli awakens a new skill. Star Vortex Protection mobilizes the power of stars to form a defensive barrier that can withstand powerful attacks. The talent Sword Heart Clarity has been triggered. Received 1 random gold affix. Extracting keywords. Obtained the gold tier affix, command of 10,000 swords. Chapter 19 Commanding 10,000 swords, the broken sword is nameless. Commanding 10,000 swords. Effect, gain 1 additional Sword Maiden contract slot for every 10 levels gained. Successfully contracting a Sword Maiden permanently increases all of the host's base attributes by 100%. This effect is stackable. Current contract position, 2. Current attribute bonus, 100%. The system notification echoed in Lin Ye's mind, each word like a thunderclap, shaking him to his core. Commanding 10,000 swords. Contract position. All attributes. 100% stacking? Lin Ye could hardly believe his eyes. An indescribable surge of joy welled up inside me. What does that mean? This means that for every 10 levels he gains, he can contract 1 more powerful Sword Maiden. For every Sword Maiden he successfully contracts with, his 4 fundamental attributes strength, spirit, physique, and agility will increase exponentially. The higher the level, the more Sword Maidens are contracted, and the resulting boost will be terrifying beyond imagination. This is the true power of Sword Heart Clarity. It was the system that paved the way for him to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. At the same time, the system's voice suddenly sounded. The core essence fragments of the Nameless Sword Spirit have been fused, ending the annihilation of its spiritual essence. Stable Blade Spirit origin detected extremely weak, incomplete, unconscious. The host possesses a contract slot. Should we attempt to form a contract with this Nameless Sword Spirit? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye was immediately stunned. He touched the package in his arms. This broken sword could actually be contracted? The system did not respond further and remained on the page asking whether to sign the contract. A contract. Lin Ye said without the slightest hesitation. He needs power, he needs more Sword Maidens. He absolutely could not miss the secrets and potential contained in this broken sword, especially now that his Dominion of 10,000 Swords talent had just been activated. Buzz. As Lin Ye confirmed his intention, a powerful force surged forth from the depths of his body. The contract begins. Detected, the Blade Spirit Nameless Remnant is unconscious and shows no will to resist. Contract logic revision. Forced linking to the source is in progress. Link successful. Contract complete. There was no fierce resistance, the whole process was unusually calm, even deathly still. The light of the broken sword was forcibly absorbed into the depths of Lin Ye's soul. It was like forcibly lighting up a star so faint it was almost invisible in the midst of boundless darkness. Congratulations, host, on successfully forming a contract with the Sword Maiden, Nameless Crippled. Sword Maiden, Nameless Fragmented. Quality? Severely incomplete. Source, unable to be assessed. Status, the spirit body has been severely destroyed, only fragments of its origin remain, with no physical form, no memories, and no consciousness. A nascent consciousness is emerging, but is extremely weak. Ability, none, currently unable to bear any power or skills. Buff, none, current state cannot provide any attribute buffs. Ultimate skill, none. Current affection level, 0, unconscious state. Special status: undergoing nurturing. The host's spiritual energy automatically maintains its origin and prevents it from dissipating. Repair requires a long period of time or a special opportunity. Seeing the shocking word none on the system panel, Linya's heart sank slightly. The contract was successful, but at a huge cost. This broken sword, at this moment, truly only has a title left, a contractual connection. It cannot even manifest a spirit like starlight, nor can it transmit any thoughts, let alone participate in battles or provide buffs. It's like a piece of glass that's been forcibly glued together, riddled with cracks. So fragile that it could shatter completely again at any moment. Its sole purpose is to prove that it exists within Linya's contract. Humph, is it interesting to forcibly imprison a wisp of remnant soul? Xingli's cold voice rang out, carrying a hint of complex emotion that was hard to detect. She sensed the newly formed contractual connection and saw the Sword Maiden's almost non-existent state. It's just a glowing fragment now, struggling to maintain even the most basic existence. You've contracted an empty shell. It's not an empty shell. Linyi carefully stroked the broken sword in his arms. It's a seed. Its origin has been found, and its life has been saved. As for power, memories, consciousness, they will come back in the future. My spiritual power can nurture it, and it will be reborn. Linyi paused for a moment. Now, it's called Nameless. I will give it a new name, a new blade, and a new beginning. I will help it get back everything it has lost. Xingli remained silent for a moment, seemingly digesting the persistence in Linya's words. In the end, she just snorted coldly and said nothing more. Xingli favorability +10. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside the huge alley gate leading from the depths of the laboratory to the core area. Quick! The energy reaction indicates he must be here. Humph, you dare to come back to the trial tower? Do you think we don't exist? Seal off all exits. Capture him. People from the Zhao family. Moreover, judging from the noise, there are more people and better equipment. Knowing that he would continue to participate in the trial tower trials, Zhao Mingxian was unwilling to give up and sent people to deal with him again. It's haunting me. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed, and he quickly hid the nameless broken sword close to his body. He had just gone through a major battle, and although he had been promoted 2 ranks, he was not at his peak. Especially since he had just forcibly formed a contract with Wuming, his mental energy was also greatly depleted. Facing the well-prepared elite forces of the Zhao family, a direct confrontation is definitely not the best strategy. Humph, a swarm of annoying flies. Xing Li's voice carried a murderous intent. Shall we fight our way out? Lin Ye's gaze swept across the core hall. The remains of the source polluters were still oozing slime, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning and decay. Behind the enormous culture container were cracks in the torn metal walls. No, this way. Lin Yi made a decisive move, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he rushed straight towards the crack. Firefly flash. He moved with incredible speed, disappearing into the darkness behind the crack in an instant. The moment his figure disappeared, the Zhao family's pursuers broke through the gate and poured into the core hall. The leader was a burly man with a fierce aura, wearing black armor, and his level was clearly above 25. Where is he? The burly man in black armor shouted sharply, his gaze sweeping across the entire area. His pupils contracted sharply when he saw the enormous and gruesome remains of the source polluter. Report, Captain. The target has disappeared. The energy reaction points to that crack. A team member holding an energy detector reported with surprise and uncertainty. A crack? The black-armored captain walked to the crack and saw only a mess of pipes and bottomless darkness. He crouched down, examining the remaining energy traces and footprints on the ground, his face terribly grim. One sword instantly killed a level 20 floor master? A subordinate standing nearby looked at the defiled creature's gruesome state, his voice trembling with disbelief. This really was done by that F-rank trash? Useless? The black-armored captain stood up, his voice as cold as iron. To be able to contract a Sword Maiden and to unleash such power under the backlash, young master, this time, you didn't kick a steel plate, you kicked a titanium alloy armor. Captain, should we give chase? The second in command asked. The black-armored captain was silent for a few seconds, then slowly shook his head. Notify the people outside to seal off all exits of the training tower and conduct a thorough search. Send people down to explore the cracks, but don't go deep. We retreat. Withdraw? The deputy was taken aback. Yes, retreat, the black-armored captain said decisively. This kid is strange, he's beyond our capabilities. Report to the patriarch immediately. This matter must be decided by the old man himself. In the deep labyrinth of pipes, Lin Yi's figure moved swiftly like a ghost. The eerie light of the star-glass sword became the only source of light in the darkness. He had temporarily shaken off his pursuers, but the sense of urgency in his heart had not diminished at all. The Zhao family will never let this go, and the attitude of the city lord's mansion is also subtle and unpredictable. The Seven Cities trial is imminent, and Wuming is the heavy responsibility that requires his full attention to revive. As he sped along, he once again immersed his mind in the system. Sword Maiden, nameless, fragmented. The situation remains the same. But next to that unconscious label, there seemed to be an extremely faint fluctuation of the soul. Like the faintest breath of a sleeping baby, it subtly responded to the nurturing of Lin Yi's spiritual energy. That fluctuation carried a kind of nascent purity, as well as a trace of instinctive rejection and fear of the surrounding environment. Lin Yi tried to convey a comforting thought, as if soothing a frightened little animal. Don't be afraid, nameless. It's all over now. From now on, follow me. That faint fluctuation seemed to tremble slightly. Like a tiny star, as insignificant as dust in the darkness, it felt for the first time the call from the distant starry sky. Although it is still unable to fight and has no memory, it is just a wisp of remnant soul attached to the broken sword. But it is no longer a wandering ghost. It has a name. It has a contractor. It has a long future awaiting its awakening. Lin Yi gripped Xingli tightly in his hand, feeling the two completely different sword maidens, his eyes growing sharper in the darkness. The road ahead is long. We'll see how it goes. Chapter 20, The City Lord's Protection, Leveling Up Like Crazy. Deep inside the dark pipes, Lin Yi finally found a relatively safe abandoned equipment room. After confirming that he had temporarily shaken off the Zhao family's pursuers, he immediately leaned against the cold metal wall and began to tally up the gains from this thrilling journey. With a thought, the system panel unfolded before my eyes. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Swordmaster. Level, 10. Basic attributes, Strength 460, Spirit 446, Constitution 472, Agility 446. Sword Maiden, Xingli 3-star, can be upgraded, Wuming incomplete. Skills, Starstrike, Firefly Flash, Starfall Protection, Annihilation Stardust. Ultimate skill, Eternal Night Withers. Talent, Resilience F. Hidden talent, Sword Mind Clarity. Over 400 in attributes, that's close to a level 20 professional, right? Seeing this panel, Lin Yi was speechless. Commanding 10,000 swords, that's how powerful it is. Moreover, this is based on the premise that the Nameless cannot provide any benefit. If Nameless were a normal swordswoman, my stats would probably be close to 1,000 by now. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a surge of motivation. If those three materials can be found, Wuming can be completely reborn. In addition, Xingli has awakened a new skill, Star Vortex Protection. It's a rather uncommon defensive skill. However, this also made Lin Yi more well-rounded. Soon, Lin Yi left the trial tower. Deep within the Zhao family mansion in Lingfeng City, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the stillness before a storm. The patriarch, Zhao Tianxiong, sat in the main seat with a somber expression, listening to the report from the captain of the Black Armored Guards. Zhao Mingxian sat to the side with a distorted expression. The source polluter was killed in one strike? Are you sure it was him alone? Zhao Tianxiong's voice was deep. Absolutely true, patriarch. The black armored captain knelt on one knee, sweat beading on his forehead. The energy traces left at the scene were extremely domineering, perfectly matching the aura of Lin Yi's sword. The remains of the corruptor were completely and instantly disintegrated by a terrifying force. This boy's combat power far exceeds our intelligence estimates. I am incompetent for failing to intercept him. Please punish me, patriarch. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Zhao Mingxian couldn't help but roar, they can't even catch an F-rank trash. Shut up. Zhao Tianxiong slammed his hand on the armrest, his powerful aura shaking the entire hall. Zhao Mingxian immediately fell silent. F-rank? Someone who can instantly kill a level 20 elite floormaster and leave my Zhao family's guards helpless is just an F-rank piece of trash? Mingxian, this time you've provoked a vicious dragon lurking in the abyss. Just then, a trusted aide strode in and respectfully presented a sealed letter. Master, a secret letter from the city lord's mansion. Zhao Tianxiong's eyes narrowed as he took the letter and opened it. The letter was concise and powerful. To the head of the Zhao family. I am very concerned about your actions inside the training tower. The training tower is a vital national asset, governed by strict rules, where individuals bear the consequences of their actions. I have thoroughly investigated Lin Ye's matter. His actions were in accordance with regulations and did not violate any rules. The Seven Cities trial is being held again, and the wind is in dire need of talent. Outstanding individuals must be protected. We urge your family to prioritize the overall situation, restrain your children, and prevent any further trouble. If there are any further acts of misconduct that disrupt the trial order or damage the foundation of the Lingfang, do not blame the city lord for punishing them severely according to the law, without any leniency. Qin Yu's handwritten letter. The letter was stamped with the seal of the Lord of Linfeng City. Zhao Tianxiong's expression turned even uglier. The city lord's warning was laid bare on the table. This is not only to protect Lin Yi, but also to send a warning and deterrent to the Zhao family. In Linfeng City, Qin Yu is the true ruler. Father, are we just going to let this go? He hurt me so badly and killed our people. Zhao Mingxian roared unwillingly. Forget it? A cold glint flashed in Zhao Tianxiong's eyes as he slammed the letter heavily on the table. We can't afford to disregard the city lord's mansion's reputation now. Qin Yu is clearly trying to protect him. At least until the Seven Cities trial ends, we can't openly attack him within the city. Otherwise, we'll be giving them a handle to use against us and bringing shame upon ourselves. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the gloomy sky. But, in the Seven Cities trial, life and death are at your own risk. Within the rules, each relies on their own abilities. A venomous glint flashed in Zhao Mingxuan's eyes. Father, you mean? The Dark Rift Valley, the front line of the battlefield, is teeming with monsters and fraught with danger. Zhao Tianxiong turned around, his gaze fixed on Zhao Mingxian like a venomous snake. Wouldn't it be perfectly normal for an F-rank genius who had a contract with a Sword Maiden and was already doomed to die there accidentally? Even if the city lord wanted to investigate afterward, what could he possibly find out? I understand. Zhao Mingxuan's face revealed a ferocious smile. Father, rest assured. I will not let him leave the Rift Valley alive this time. I will let them know the consequences of offending the Zhao family. Remember, be clean and efficient, leaving no trace. Zhao Tianxiong said in a deep voice. In addition, you must improve your own strength as soon as possible. Don't let hatred blind you with your S-rank talent. Only absolute strength is fundamental. Under the sky above Linfeng City, Lin Ye's figure blended into the shadows of the streets and alleys. Xingli said coldly, that old fox from the Zhao family has been temporarily restrained by the city lord, but the little fox's resentment has not diminished at all. The Seven Cities trial. That Dark Rift Valley is likely to become your sure field. Lin Yi kept walking. I know. But that's also my chance. Not long ago, he received a message from the city lord's mansion. Qin Yu told Lin Yi that he had already warned the Zhao family. For the next 7 days, Lin Yi could confidently level up in the trial tower without worrying about retaliation from the Zhao family. Let him focus on training and prepare for the Seven Cities trial in 7 days. But Lin Yi also knew that Qin Yu's protection was based on shared values. He needs to perform well in the Seven Cities trial to exchange for it. Xingli, time is of the essence. For the next 6 days, Lin Yi transformed into a madman in the trial tower. His goal was very clear: level up like crazy, familiarize himself with new skills, hone his teamwork with Xingli, and at the same time accumulate as much combat experience and knowledge about various monsters as possible. He no longer focused on penetrating the upper levels, but instead repeatedly swept through the second level levels 11-20. They specifically target areas with high concentrations of monsters and complex terrain. Flash of Fireflies combined with Starstrike is used to eliminate lone elite. Starfall bombards groups of aberrations. When faced with troublesome lord-level monsters, they do not hesitate to activate Eternal Night Withering to kill them with lightning speed and quickly reap huge amounts of experience. Lin Ye's monster-killing efficiency was astonishing, and experience points poured in like a flood. Each upgrade brings attribute improvements that are amplified by the Dominate Myriad Sword's talent. On the evening of the 6th day, when Lin Yi stepped out of the trial tower again, the aura emanating from him was completely different. Name, Lin Yi. Occupation, Swordmaster. Level, 13. Basic attributes, Strength 572, Spirit 680, Constitution 620, Agility 560. Sword Maiden, Xingli 3-star, can be upgraded, Wooming incomplete. Skills, Starstrike, Firefly Flash, Starfall, Starfall Protection, Annihilation Stardust. Ultimate skill, Eternal Night Withers. The level has reached level 13. With the blessing of commanding 10,000 swords, the basic attributes have firmly surpassed those of ordinary level 20 warriors. With this strength, winning first place in the Seven Cities trial shouldn't be difficult. As soon as Lin Yi stepped out of the tower gate, a cold and aloof figure blocked his way. Dressed in white, with an aura as cold as ice, it was none other than Lin Yubing. Chapter 21, The Seven Cities Trial begins. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with complex and indescribable emotions, concern, confusion, and a deep sense of worry. Lin Yi. Her voice was still clear and cold, but it lacked some of its usual aloofness. Are you really going to participate in the Seven Cities trial? Of course. Lin Yi stopped and looked at her calmly. Lin Yubing bit her lower lip, seemingly choosing her words carefully. I know you're strong, stronger than anyone imagines. But the Dark Rift is different. It's the real front line of the battlefield, where the monsters are cunning and ferocious, the environment is unpredictable and ever-changing, and what is even more deadly are the geniuses from the other 6 cities. They are no benevolent beings. For points and rankings, for the qualification of the secret vault, they will do anything. Zhao Mingxian, he won tea. Let me go either, I know. Lin Yi interrupted her, his tone calm but with an undeniable firmness. Thank you for reminding me, Yu Bing. But this is a path I must take. There are some things I must obtain. He was referring to the qualifications of the Great Xia Treasury, which were the materials needed to recast the Nameless One. Lin Yubing, however, thought he was referring to the opportunity to become stronger and to prove himself. Is it worth it? Lin Yubing's voice carried a hint of urgency. The backlash from the Sword Maiden. I know you have a way to alleviate it, but the pain is real. In the high-pressure environment of the Rift Valley, every time you use the Sword Maiden's power, you're burning your life force. Grandpa, he's a cautionary tale. I don't want to see you like that. She couldn't bring herself to say the rest, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. Seeing the genuine worry in Lin Yubing's eyes, Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart, but his resolve remained unchanged. He shook his head slightly. I will walk my own path. Life and death are predestined, but I will never regret it. Take care. After saying that, he didn't linger. He walked past Lin Yubing and strode into the twilight of the street. Lin Yubing stood there, watching Lin Yi's figure disappear around the street corner. Her icy eyes welled up with mist, which eventually turned into a long sigh. The next morning. West of Linfeng City, at the military training ground. A somber atmosphere pervaded the air. The once empty venue was now bustling with activity, as young geniuses from 7 cities gathered here like 7 torrents. The air seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure spread. Lin Yi, dressed in faded old clothes, stood inconspicuously in the ranks of Linfeng City. The star-glass sword hung beside him. Look, isn't that Lin Yi from Linfeng City? The monster on the leaderboard? That's him. It said he contracted with the Sword Maiden, and yesterday he one-shot the level 20 floor master on the 2nd floor of the training tower. Hiss. Really? F-rank talent? Doesn't look like it. Just playing tricks. The backlash from the Sword Maiden is a terminal illness. He won't live much longer. This is just his madness before death. That guy in Rock City is a real monster. They say he's already approached level 15. The twin sisters in Azure Wave City are also very strong. It's said that when they team up, they can challenge opponents far stronger than themselves. Whispers came from the teams of the other 6 cities, and curious, questioning, wary, and disdainful gazes fell on Lin Yi as if they were real. He became the most unique and controversial figure among the geniuses of the 7 cities. At the front of the Linfeng City procession, Lin Yubing, dressed in an ice-blue dress, exuded a chilling aura that kept strangers at bay. Her S-rank Frostheart talent made her like an ice goddess, attracting many admiring and awe-inspiring glances. She would occasionally glance in Lin Yi's direction, her icy eyes filled with an indescribable complexity. Not far from her, Zhao Mingxian, dressed in a crimson robe, had a sinister look in his eyes. He was surrounded by several impressive young men from Linfeng City, who were clearly his supporters. Zhao Mingxuan's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, his killing intent undisguised. He whispered a few words to a burly young man beside him, who exuded a fierce aura and wielded a giant axe. The young man's eyes immediately turned to Lin Yi with a defiant look. Mingxian, is that him? The young man with the giant axe asked in a deep voice. It's him, brother Wang Man. During the trial, if there's an opportunity, show no mercy. Zhao Mingxian's voice was icy. Don't worry, a piece of trash who relies on the Sword Maiden to overdraw his life force can't cause any trouble. I'll make him understand the consequences of offending the Zhao family. Wang Man licked his lips, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Among the 7 city teams, each has produced a representative figure with an extraordinary presence. There are assassins whose movements are as elusive as ghosts, druids who control vines with vibrant life, and warriors who are clad in heavy black armor and exude an aura of iron and blood. Each of them possesses at least an A-level talent, with levels generally between 13 and 15, making them true elite seeds in their respective cities. The geniuses of 7 cities have gathered here. An invisible spark of competition fills the air. Quiet. A sharp shout, like a thunderclap, instantly silenced all the noise. Qinyu, the lord of Linfeng City, ascended the high platform in front of the training ground, surrounded by his deputies and leaders from various cities. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the hundreds of young faces below, and he said in a deep voice, "The elite trials of the 7 cities begin today. Target, Dark Rift Valley. Mission, hunt down as many monsters as possible and obtain magic crystal cores. Rules, maliciously harming fellow clansmen is prohibited. Otherwise, you are responsible for your own life and death, and each person must rely on their own abilities. Team formation is allowed, but individual scores will be calculated separately. The trial will last for 20 days. The final ranking will be based on a comprehensive evaluation of the quantity and quality of the magic crystal cores acquired by each individual. The top 3 will be granted the qualification to enter the outer perimeter of the Great Xia Secret Treasury to select treasures. The remaining rewards are far more generous than you can imagine." Xinyu's voice was infused with spiritual power, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "The Great Xia Secret Treasury, that's an opportunity that could change your destiny. Now, board the ship. Destination Dark Rift." At Xinyu's command, 7 massive bronze flying boats, each bearing the emblem of a different city, slowly landed on the training ground. The crowd began to surge, heading towards the flying boats belonging to their respective cities. 7 bronze flying boats tore through the clouds and sped toward the dark ravine. "Look! That's the sword maniac from Lingfeng City? TSK Tisk, he's got guts, actually dared to come. I heard that the Zhao family ambushed him at the training tower before, but he ended up killing several of them? That's just bragging, isn't it? What kind of trouble can an F-rank character who relies on a Sword Maiden to overdraw her life force cause? The Zhao family is only doing this because they're concerned about the city lord's reputation. Hey, who cares if it's true or not? A short-lived guy like him won't amount to anything even if he goes into the rift." Undisguised murmurs could be faintly heard coming from the direction of the other airships. All eyes fell on Lin Yi. Just then, all 7 airships emitted a piercing hum, their speed decreased sharply, and they hovered hundreds of meters above the entrance to the Rift Valley. The winds at the edge of the Rift Valley grew even stronger, causing the airship to sway slightly. "Attention all trial participants, the Dark Rift has arrived. The airship will be randomly deployed to a designated area on the outskirts of the rift in 30 breaths. After deployment, your fate is your own, do as you see fit. Remember the rules, maliciously harming your own kind is forbidden. Assemble at the cliff outpost on the east side of the rift at this time in 20 days. Now, prepare. Distribution begins." Chapter 22 Dark Rift Valley, Shadow Spider. Buzz. 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 The runes at the bottom of the airship suddenly lit up with a blinding light, and powerful spatial fluctuations enveloped the deck. The flying ship of Lingfeng City suddenly trembled, and beams of light instantly descended, precisely enveloping each trial participant. Lin Yi felt his body lighten, followed by a strong pulling sensation, and the scene before his eyes instantly blurred and distorted. The world is spinning. The feeling of weightlessness lasted only a brief moment. Puff! My feet stomped heavily on the soft, damp ground. The scene before me suddenly became clear. All around were twisted, gnarled black trees, their bark like cracked scales, their branches outstretched and menacing, like ghostly shadows. Below us was a relatively flat depression, surrounded on 3 sides by low rock walls. The only exit was a narrow ramp, which disappeared into the deeper fog. Randomly placed, not too bad luck, at least I didn't fall directly into a pile of monsters. Lin Yi quickly scanned his surroundings, his mind highly focused. The starry sky sword hovered silently beside him. "Humph, this is too quiet." Xing Li's voice was wary. The edge of a monster's lair shouldn't be this deathly silent. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, apart from the faint, low roars that seemed to come from the depths of the valley, there was no sound of any living creature nearby, not even the chirping of insects. Only the thick fog flowed silently, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. Just then. Hiss hiss hiss. A series of chilling, rapid sounds suddenly erupted from the hole in the rock wall above. Lin Yi suddenly looked up. Countless hideous heads suddenly emerged from those holes. Shadow Spider Social. Level 12. Skills: Venomous Spray, Web Binding, Sharp Tooth Gnawing. Like a black tide, dozens of millstone-sized venomous spiders surged wildly out of the hole. Humph. Annoying bugs. Xingli said impatiently. Fireflies flash. Lin Yi's figure suddenly became blurry, leaving only a faint silver afterimage in place. Instead of retreating, he charged forward headlong into the densest rain of venom. Stardust of Annihilation. Buzz. The starry sky sword emitted a high-pitched, clear sound, and its blade trembled violently. The next moment, it seemed to turn into countless stardust. Hiss 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 hiss. Countless silver streaks of light shot out indiscriminately in all directions from Lin Yi as the center. A dense cacophony of piercing sounds instantly filled the air. The venomous spider swooped down from the air, its body instantly pierced with dozens of holes, and dark green fluid mixed with shell fragments flew everywhere. The venomous spider spewed venom, its menacing mouthparts exploding along with its head. The venomous spider, attempting to encircle the target, had its tough limbs easily severed. Where stardust passed, it was like the scythe of death sweeping across. Just one breath. The spider swarm, which had been surging like a black tide, instantly collapsed in its attack. The depression was left with nothing but a mess. Dozens of shadow spider corpses lay scattered about, their dark green blood soaking into the decaying moss and fallen leaves. A few venomous spiders that were lucky enough to be out of the core area let out terrified hiss and hastily retreated into the holes in the rock wall, not daring to show their faces again. Slayed 48 level 12 shadow spiders, gaining 2,304 experience points. Slayed 1 level 12 shadow spider elite, gained 380 experience points. Lin Yi let out a long breath, but his face was slightly pale. Although the Stardust of Annihilation instantly killed the poison spider, it still triggered a backlash from the Sword Maiden. Using the sword skill Stardust of Annihilation has triggered a backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status: mild weakness can be mitigated. Fortunately, after many days of fighting, Lin Yi's tolerance for backlash had improved considerably. Currently, it's only a mild backlash. Lin Yi suppressed his discomfort and scanned the battlefield, where he discovered a core that was emitting a faint light. These are the key to the trial points. Poison Spider Core, dropped by elite shadow poison spiders, containing powerful toxins. Do only elite monsters drop magic crystal cores? It seems that this trial was not as expected. Lin Yi put the poisonous spider core into his backpack. We shouldn't stay here any longer, Lin Yi said in a low voice. The smell of blood and the odor of the venomous spider's bodily fluids were too strong, and could attract even more powerful predators at any moment. Walk. He headed towards the narrow ramp exit, his figure once again transforming into a blurry streak of light as he immediately departed. The slope was rugged and slippery, covered with slick moss and sharp pebbles. With his enhanced agility, Lin Yi moved through complex terrain with ease. Hundreds of meters deeper into the Rift Valley, the surrounding environment becomes increasingly bizarre. The bizarre plant shapes twisted even more grotesquely, and some vines emitting a faint glow hung down like venomous snakes. In addition to the smell of decaying soil, there was also a faint smell of sulfur in the air. The distant roars of monsters grew clearer, carrying a chilling ferocity. Suddenly, Lin Yi stopped in his tracks and instantly disappeared behind a huge rock. Not far ahead, the sounds of fierce fighting and the roars of monsters could be heard. Roar! Stop it! Don't let it get away! Damn it, this beast's hide is too thick! Through the gaps in the thick fog, Lin Yi saw a three-person squad struggling in a fierce battle. They were dressed in the blue soft armor of the Flowing Wind City. One of them used a longbow to keep the enemy at bay from a distance, another used two daggers and moved elusively to try to harass them at close range, and the third wielded a heavy chain hammer, clearly the main attacker. Their opponent is a massive monster that resembles a rhinoceros but is covered in dark red rocky armor. Its eyes burned with a red light, and each charge shook the ground, its thick horn easily smashing through the rocks in its path. Lava Armored Rhinoceros Elite. Level 14. Skills: Rock Slam, Lava Stomp, Heavy Shell. A level 14 elite monster. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. This squad from Flowing Wind City has a decent lineup. 2 are level 12, and 1 is level 13. However, it was clearly outmatched by the thick-skinned, powerful lava rhinoceros. The hammer-wielding giant's attacks left only shallow white marks on the armor, the double dagger assassin's sneak attack was deflected by the heavy armor, and the longbowman's arrows were like tickles. Each time the rhinoceros stomped on the lava, it cracked the ground, forcing the three of them to dodge in a sorry state, constantly facing danger. "Captain! It's no use. Let's retreat." The dual dagger assassin narrowly avoided an attack, his voice filled with terror. "Screw your retreat. The magic crystal core is on it. We must get a good start in this trial," the chain hammer-wielding burly man roared. He swung his heavy chain hammer at the armored rhinoceros again, but the rhinoceros only swayed slightly, then turned and charged at him with a rock-crashing attack, which came crashing down with a roar that tore through the air. "Watch out!" The longbowman's eyes widened in horror, but it was too late to come to his rescue. Just as the burly man with the chain hammer was about to be pierced by that terrifying horn. At this critical moment. Starfall. Chapter 23 Sword Maniac? One move to kill an elite. A cold voice seemed to pierce through the thick fog, ringing out clearly. Buzz. A sudden burst of brilliant starlight gathered above the lava rhinoceros. A terrifying traction field instantly locked onto the enormous creature. Rumble. A silver beam of light tore through the thick fog like divine punishment, striking the lava-armored rhinoceros. A whoa! A deafening scream echoed through the rift valley. The thick rocky shell of the lava rhinoceros was extremely fragile under this bombardment, and it actually cracked inch by inch. The immense impact slammed its entire upper body into the ground, its four thick legs twitching wildly, but they could no longer support its massive frame. Defeat level 14 elite monster, Lava Armored Rhino, and gain 500 experience points. The trio from Lufeng City were completely stunned. They watched as the once invincible lava rhinoceros lay limp and lifeless in the smoking crater. Then, they saw the figure slowly emerging from the thick fog. His old clothes were faded from washing, his figure was rather thin, and a dark silver longsword hovered quietly beside him. Lin Yi? The burly man with the chain hammer recognized him, his voice hoarse and filled with disbelief. "It's him! The sword maniac from Lingfeng City," the dual dagger assassin exclaimed in shock. The power of that attack just now far exceeded their expectations. The longbowman instinctively took a half step back and gripped his bow tighter. This guy, who was rumored to have gained power by overdrawing his life force, displayed terrifying strength. Lin Yi ignored their shock, his gaze calmly sweeping over the corpse of the lava-armored rhinoceros, finally settling on its forehead. "There is a magic crystal core there, radiating a fiery glow." Lin Yi said calmly, "The core is mine, the corpse materials are yours." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The three from Lufeng City looked at each other in bewilderment. The core belongs to him? That's the most valuable trophy. But do they dare to say no? The scene of instantly killing a level 14 elite with that one strike is still vivid in my mind. They had no doubt that if they dared to object, the other party's terrifying sword would be pointed at them in the next moment. The burly man with the chain hammer twitched his facial muscles a few times, finally letting out a bitter sigh. He clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help, Brother Lin. The core should rightfully belong to you, we have no objection." He knew very well that without Lin Yi, they might lose their lives, let alone their core. Lin Yi nodded slightly and said no more. He immediately took out the core, and without pausing, turned and left. "Captain, he..." The dual dagger assassin looked in the direction where Lin Yi had disappeared, his voice still trembling. "Stop talking nonsense," the burly man with the chain hammer interrupted him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Hurry up and pack the materials. Remember, keep what happened today to yourself. This person, we can't afford to mess with him. The Seven Cities trial is much more complicated than we thought." Lin Yi swiftly traversed the depths of the thick fog. Mind your own business." Xing Li's voice rang out, tinged with displeasure. "What do you care about the lives of those ants? You're just wasting your energy." "Just doing it as a matter of convenience," Lin Yi said calmly. The magic crystal core of that armored rhinoceros was of very high quality, worth the effort. Moreover, make an example of someone. In this Rift Valley, it's important to keep a low profile, but when necessary, you also need to show your strength to prevent some fools from coming up and making a fuss. Sophistry. Xing Li snorted lightly, but did not refute it further. Lin Yi continued to delve deeper. The terrain of the Rift Valley became even more rugged and steep, with huge rock layers as if torn apart by a tremendous force, forming deep, bottomless cracks. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Suddenly, Xing Li's voice rang out with a hint of seriousness, "Be careful. There's something to your left." It's very insidious. Lin Yi stopped abruptly, his body taut like a bowstring. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed on a seemingly ordinary rock wall in the shadows to his left. The moss there seemed particularly lush and damp, and its color was also a bit darker. A faint, chilling aura, almost blending into the environment, lurked like a venomous snake. The Shadow Lurker. Level, 15 Elite. Skills, Mimicry Stealth, Shadow Strike, Paralyzing Phone, Deadly Strangulation. Warning, extremely skilled in stealth and one-hit kills. A mimicry monster Lin Yi understood. These monsters are the most troublesome. They can blend perfectly into their environment, like the most patient hunters, waiting for their prey to step into their death trap. The moment Lin Yi spotted it, the Shadow Lurker also realized it had been exposed. Hiss! A sharp, piercing screech shattered the brief silence. The clump of moss suddenly burst forth. The disguise was removed, revealing its true form: a serpentine monster covered in dark purple scales, with a flat head covered in bone spurs, and a slender body full of explosive power. Its speed was as fast as a ghost. Almost instantly, it transformed into a dark shadow and lunged straight at Lin Yi's throat. Firefly's flash. Lin Yi reacted even faster. In the instant the Shadow Lurker sprang into action, his figure blurred, leaving only a faint silver afterimage in place. Laugh. The shadow swept past, leaving only a fleeting afterimage, before it missed its target. Star Mark Thorn. Lin Yi's figure flashed 3 meters to the side, a cold glint in his eyes. With a thought, the starry sky sword emitted a clear and melodious hum, transforming into an almost invisible silver thread that pierced straight into the vital spot of the shadowy lurker. This sword strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Put! The Starmark thorn struck its body precisely, tearing a deep, bone-revealing gash in its tough scales, from which dark purple blood spurted out. Ow! The intense pain caused the Shadow Lurker to roar even more frantically, its long, thin tail whipping through the air like a steel whip as it lashed out at Lin Yi. Lin Yi struck successfully and did not linger in the fight. He knew that this kind of monster was most dangerous when it was injured. Firefly's flash. He used his movement technique again to dodge the sweeping tail. Its tail lashed against the nearby rock, sending the hard rock flying in fragments. Star Mark Thorn. The moment he created distance, Lin Yi didn't hesitate at all and released another Star Mark thrust. Sizzle. The sword flashed like a streak of light, swift as lightning, and instantly pierced the chest of the shadowy figure. The Shadow Lurker's tough scales were as thin as paper. Its body was instantly pierced. It twisted and howled frantically, trying to escape into the rock crevices, but how could it possibly succeed? After only 2 breaths, its struggles weakened, and it finally collapsed to the ground, completely silent. Defeat the level 15 elite monster, Shadow Lurker, and gain 740 experience points. Items obtained: Shadow Fong X2, Shadow Magic Crystal Core X1. Phew! Lin Yi let out a soft sigh, his face turning slightly pale again. The backlash from the continuous use of sword techniques arrived as expected. Using the sword technique's Star Mark Thrust and Stardust of Annihilation has triggered a backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status: moderately weak, can be mitigated. He endured the pain and quickly stepped forward to collect the magic crystal core and venomous fangs dropped by the Shadow Lurker. Chapter 24: Zhao Mingxuan's Ambush, luring monsters to encircle and kill. The shadow energy contained in this core is of a higher quality than that of the previous Lava Rhinoceros core. Finally some decent gains. Xing Li's voice rang out, carrying a hint of barely perceptible approval. The energy attributes of this shadow core are rather interesting. Lin Yi also sensed it when he obtained the shadow core. The nameless broken sword wrapped in layers in his arms seemed to tremble very slightly. The feeling was extremely subtle, almost like an illusion, but Lin Yi was absolutely certain of it. Nameless reacts to shadow energy? Lin Yi's heart stirred, and he pressed the shadow core close to the broken nameless sword on his chest. This time, it felt much clearer. That silent broken sword, like a thirsty desert traveler smelling the scent of water, conveyed an extremely faint, instinctive desire. Although this yearning cannot yet form a clear fluctuation of consciousness, it is enough to prove that specific, high-quality energy can accelerate the nurturing and repair of the nameless remnant soul. This discovery greatly encouraged Lin Yi. It seems there is another path to rebuilding nameless hope. Just then, Xing Li's voice suddenly turned incredibly cold, carrying a chilling, killing intent. Humans! A familiar person has arrived. And they're carrying malice. Lin Yi instantly became alert, abruptly looked up, and his gaze shot like lightning into the depths of the thick fog ahead. As the gray mist surged, several figures, exuding undisguised killing intent, slowly emerged, forming a fan shape that subtly surrounded him. The person in the lead was none other than Zhao Mingxian. Beside him stood Wang Man, wielding a giant axe and exuding a fierce aura, along with two other young men from Lingfeng City whose auras were equally strong and whose eyes held hostility. Zhao Mingxian stared at Lin Yi, a ferocious smile spreading across his face.
Lin Yi. What a coincidence. This dark ravine has a nice view. What do you think of it as your burial place? Zhao Mingxuan's voice sounded particularly jarring in the poisonous fog.
Wang Man, standing beside him, grinned as he hoisted his giant axe, while the other two youths from Linfeng City also drew their weapons, locking onto Lin Yi and forming an encirclement. They were clearly prepared. The chosen area is on the edge of the infamous venomous swamp in the Rift Valley, where the ground is slippery, muddy, and filled with poisonous miasma, making it the perfect place for murder. Zhao Mingxian, it seems the lesson from the training tower wasn't profound enough.
Lin Ye's eyes were like frost. These few people alone can't deal with him. Once Lin Yi makes a move, he's at least 90% confident he can keep them here. A lesson?
Today I'll shut you up for good, you short-lived wretch. Zhao Mingxian laughed wildly, a ruthless glint in his eyes.
Move. Proceed with the plan, lure the monster. Luring a monster?
Upon hearing this, alarm bells immediately went off in Lin Yi's mind. Before Zhao Mingxian could finish speaking, a young man holding a staff next to him suddenly hurled a crimson scroll into the depths of the swamp.
Boom! A violent explosion, accompanied by scorching flames, erupted in the swamp.
The scroll's power instantly alerted the terrifying being lurking beneath the putrid mire.
Hiss! Gurgle! The chilling hissing and growling sounds rose and fell.
The mud began to boil and churn. Dozens of swamp poison crocodiles level 13, covered in thick mud armor and with menacing sharp teeth, were enraged by the explosion and flames. Their scarlet eyes locked onto the nearest living creature on the shore, Lin Yi. At the same time, the mud churned deep within the swamp, and several larger, sludge giant lizards level 15 elite, with backs covered in foul-smelling pustules slowly appeared, emanating an even more dangerous aura. Zhao Mingxuan's plan was simple yet insidious: use the explosive flame scroll to alert the monsters in the swamp, making them target Lin Yi, while the four of them would intercept him from the outside and reap the benefits.
Lin Yi, enjoy this great gift.
Let's see how long your broken sword's backlash can last. Zhao Mingxian led Wang Man and the others to retreat quickly to a relatively dry high ground, his face full of cruel anticipation. Faced with the surging tide of crocodiles and monitor lizards, Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a cold light.
You're courting death.
Xing Li's voice was filled with anger.
How dare these ants scheme against them? Xing Li!
Lin Yi roared in his heart without the slightest hesitation. He knew that any reservation at this moment would be fatal. The area must be cleared instantly to deter the villains, otherwise, the consequences of being trapped in a sea of monsters would be unimaginable.
Buzz! Time seemed to freeze.
An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from Lin Ye's center. The starry sword instantly burst forth with dazzling starlight, carrying with it a chilling and deathly stillness.
Secret technique: Eternal Night withers. Eternal Night has fallen.
A 10-meter radius domain was instantly formed, enveloping the horde of monsters charging at the forefront. Within the area, the light was distorted and dimmed, the temperature plummeted to freezing point, and the air became as viscous as lead and mercury. Lin Ye's aura surged wildly. At the same time, a large number of monsters swarmed over from the surrounding area. They emitted low growls, like dark clouds, a dense, ominous mass that was easily heard.
Roar!
It's unclear which demon started it, but a large number of demons surrounded Lin Yi from all directions.
Immediately afterwards, they surged forward.
Venom, roars, charges, all sorts of attacks rained down on Lin Yi in an instant.
Ha ha ha! Now let's see what you can do.
On the distant high ground, Zhao Mingxian was extremely smug.
He knew Lin Yi was very strong. But even if it's strong, can it deal with so many monsters at the same time? Lin Yi is doomed to die today. Lin Yi was unaware of Zhao Mingxuan's thoughts, and his face was unusually gloomy at the moment. Stardust of annihilation.
Lin Yi did not pause at all. At the peak of his Eternal Night's decline, he unleashed his strongest area of effect attack.
There are too many monsters here, he can't handle them. This needs to be resolved as soon as possible.
The starry sword transformed into countless silver stardust, which exploded wildly in all directions indiscriminately.
Sizzle, 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 sizzle.
The swamp crocodiles that rushed into the area were easily torn apart by stardust, their massive bodies pierced through.
The level 15 mud giant lizards roared, their venom evaporated, their mud armor pierced, and their massive bodies were instantly mangled as if they had been thrown into a meat grinder. Just one burst of ultimate skill. In just a few breaths. Within a 10-meter radius of Lin Yi, everything from the surging crocodile horde to the ferocious elite giant lizards was transformed into a death zone filled with bits of flesh, blood, and mud. The strong smell of blood and burnt flesh overpowered the stench of the swamp. Slayed 37 level 13 swamp poison crocodiles, gaining 2,220 experience points. Defeat 3 level 15 elite monsters sludge giant lizards, gain 2,250 experience points. Roar roar roar. All around, there were large numbers of monitor lizards and venomous crocodiles. One killing is not enough to make them back down. More monsters surged forward once more. Helpless, Lin Yi could only unleash his skill once more and begin another massacre. Chapter 25 Shirley of Panchur City, give me some face. At the edge of the putrid swamp, the stench of blood and burnt flesh was so strong it was suffocating. Lin Yi stood in the center of the blood and flesh swamp left behind after the eternal night withering domain dissipated. Within a 10-meter radius around him, the remains of demons piled up like mountains, creating a hellish scene. Slayed 68 level 14 swamp poison crocodiles, gaining 9,028 experience points. Defeat 3 level 16 elite monsters sludge giant lizards, gain 3,800 experience points. Congratulations! You have reached level 14. At this point, there were no more monsters around. Whether it was the swamp crocodile or the mud monitor lizard, they had all been killed by Lin Yi. The sheer number of monsters allowed Lin Yi to gain a large amount of experience points, causing his level to increase once again. But there was no joy on his face, only an unusual flush. The blood spilling from the corner of his mouth was particularly striking against his pale face. Puff! A mouthful of scalding hot blood suddenly gushed out of Lin Yi's mouth. His face turned deathly pale instantly, and his body swayed violently, almost unable to stand. The ultimate backlash of the ultimate technique instantly engulfed every cell in his body. The ultimate skill Eternal Night Withers has ended. Triggered extreme backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, near-death life essence is rapidly depleting, all organs are failing, and bones are becoming brittle. Immediate countermeasures recommended. System, cancel. Buzz. A warm light flowed into his body, and the discomfort caused by the backlash disappeared instantly. Offsetting successful. Remaining offset attempts for today, 2. The backlash has been completely cleared. Vital signs have stabilized. Lin Yi's complexion gradually returned to a rosy hue from its pale state. On the high ground, there was a deathly silence. The sinister smile and anticipation on Zhao Mingxuan's face had long since frozen, replaced by unbelievable horror. Wang Man, the burly man known for his strength, was standing next to him, and his hand holding the giant axe was trembling violently. The other two were even more pale-faced, their legs trembling. Massacre. A truly devastating massacre. Hundreds of monsters, including several level 15 and 16 elites, were annihilated by Lin Yi's sword. This is not a battle, it is one-sided destruction. The power Lin Yi displayed had completely exceeded their understanding of sword master and F-level talent. Monster. He is a monster. A young man screamed in despair. Run! Wang Man suddenly snapped back to his senses and roared in a hoarse voice. Zhao Mingxian was terrified. His proud scheme seemed so ridiculous and fragile in the face of absolute power. He practically scrambled around and ran away. The stench of blood lingered at the edge of the putrid swamp. Lin Yi's icy gaze was fixed on Zhao Mingxian and his three companions as they fled in a disheveled state. Zhao Mingxian, since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it pierced through the thick fog, making the four fleeing people ahead feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Stop him! Stop him now! Zhao Mingxian was terrified and shouted hoarsely at Wang Man and the others, while he himself desperately fled further away. Wang Man and his two companions were pale, but they knew that turning around and fighting for their lives might offer a glimmer of hope, while simply trying to escape would only result in them being defeated one by one. They gritted their teeth, roared, and unleashed their full power. Their giant axes, long swords, and staffs all shone brightly, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. At this critical moment. Stop! A heavy, sharp shout suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, three figures emerged from behind the strange rocks to the side and landed steadily between Lin Yi, Zhao Mingxian, and the others.
The leader was an exceptionally burly young man, nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles. He was dressed in heavy, dark yellow leather armor and carried a huge tower shield that was almost as tall as him. Just by standing there, he gave people a sense of mountainous weight. It was Shirley, the leader of this trial in Rock City, an S-rank talent known for his defense and strength. Behind him were two men, one wielding a long-handled warhammer, exuding a calm and collected aura, the other holding a short staff, with sharp eyes, clearly a support or control role. The three of them positioned themselves in a semicircular formation, protecting Zhao Mingxian and the others who were fleeing behind them, while also blocking Lin Yi's pursuit route. Shirley's gaze swept over the remains of the demons scattered on the ground, then landed on Lin Yi's pale face. He said in a deep voice, "Lin Yi? The sword maniac of Linfeng City?" As expected, he lives up to his reputation. Such a bloodthirsty nature. However, the first rule of the Seven Cities trial prohibits the malicious killing of one's own kind. Do you intend to openly defy this rule? Malicious harm? Lin Yi stared coldly at Shirley. They lured a horde of swamp monsters to attack me, intending to kill me. Is that what you call harming your own kind? If the people of Rock City are blind, you can gouge them out. The young man with the hammer behind Shirley's face darkened, and he shouted, "Insolence! How dare you speak to brother Shirley like that?" Shirley raised his hand to stop his companion, his gaze still fixed on Lin Yi. "You say they lured monsters to harm you, do you have any solid evidence? This place is filled with demonic energy and is in complete chaos. Perhaps the monsters have spontaneously revolted. Even if there was a conflict, it doesn't warrant death. During the trial, the overall situation should be prioritized. Hunting for the magic crystal core is the right path. Zhao Mingxian is an S-level genius of Linfeng City and the heir of the Zhao family. If you kill him, you cannot bear the consequences, and it will also implicate Linfeng City." When Zhao Mingxian saw the people from Panchur City step forward, he grasped at a straw and immediately hid behind Shirley. He pointed at Lin Yi and screamed, "Brother Shirley, don't listen to his nonsense. He's the one who started it by stealing our prey and even tried to kill us to cover it up. Help me. He's already exhausted after contracting with the Sword Maiden, he definitely won't last much longer." Shirley's eyes flickered slightly. Zhao Mingxuan's words confirmed his guess. He had just witnessed Lin Yi's terrifying power in clearing the area in an instant that was no ordinary method and must undoubtedly be the Sword Maiden's ultimate technique. The terrifying backlash from the Sword Maiden is common knowledge. Lin Yi's face was pale and his breathing was slightly weak, which was a sign of a severe backlash. "Oh? At the end of your rope?" Shirley pondered inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. He turned his gaze to Lin Yi with a hint of scrutiny. "Lin Yi, is what young Master Zhao said true? Are you really just putting on a brave front?" Lin Yi did not answer, but just stared at him coldly. The star-glass sword trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, as if issuing a warning. Seeing this, Shirley felt even more reassured. He gave a seemingly friendly smile. "Brother Lin, why be so tense? Fighting is inevitable in the trial grounds, but it will only hurt our harmony and delay our points. How about this, give Rock City some face today and let it go. I guarantee Zhao Mingxian and the others won't bother you again." "Give you face?" Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. "How many lives are your Rock City's face worth?" Shirley's face stiffened, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He glanced at the anxious Zhao Mingxian, then at the starry sky sword beside Lin Yi, and suddenly changed the subject, lowering his voice to say, "Brother Lin is a straightforward man. In that case, how about we make a deal?" He paused, his gaze intense. "If you let Zhao Mingxian and the others go, consider it a favor my Rock City owes you. In return, young Master Zhao, could you entrust half of the magic crystal cores you obtained to Rock City for safekeeping?" Chapter 26 Sweep. How many lives are your pride worth? His meaning was clear. He would use Zhao Mingxuan's magic crystal core to buy his help in saving his life in Rock City. Lin Yi would also be able to get a way out by giving up. A win-win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingxuan's face turned deathly pale. Half of the magic crystal core. This is practically cutting off his flesh. If he hands it over, his performance in this Seven Cities trial is hopeless. Shirley estimates that he can easily take first place with these magic crystal cores. But his life was in someone else's hands at that moment, so how could he dare to say a word against it? Zhao Mingxian could only grit his teeth and nod in humiliation. Fine. I agree. As long as brother Shirley helps me solve my current troubles, I, Zhao Mingxian, will definitely offer half of my magic crystal core.
Shirley nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Lin Yi again with a confident air of control. Brother Lin, what do you think? Young Master Zhao has shown his sincerity.
You're not in good shape right now, why insist on a fight to the death? As long as you agree, not only will our grudges be settled, but you'll also gain the friendship of Rock City in the future, and even, you might be able to get a share of the Zhao family's magic crystal core. The genius from Rock City behind him also spoke up. Lin Yi, Brother Shirley is right. You forcibly activated the Sword Maiden's profound technique, and the backlash has already seeped into your bones. Right now, you're just outwardly strong but inwardly weak. If you make another move, I'm afraid you'll be worn down by the backlash before we even have to. A wise person knows when to yield. In their eyes, Lin Yi was already trapped. A sword-wielding contractor who has suffered severe backlash has no chance of winning against the three top experts of Rock City. This combination of threats and inducements was enough to make him back down. However, Lin Yi simply watched the scene unfold with indifference. He suddenly smiled. The friendship of Rock City? Zhao Mingxuan's magic crystals? Lin Yi's voice was like a cold spring flowing across ice. You dare to challenge me? Before he finished speaking, an even more violent and profound terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lin Yi's body. Buzz! The starry sky sword emitted a high-pitched sword cry. What? Shirley's confidence froze instantly, replaced by boundless shock. This aura, it doesn't look like someone who has been severely injured by a backlash at all. This was clearly more dangerous than when we instantly killed the monster horde. Impossible. His backlash. The genius from Rock City, wielding a short staff, screamed in disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most mind-blowing thing. Starfall. Annihilation Stardust. Lin Yi gave them no time to react. With a surge of intent, two deadly moves erupted instantly. Boom! A silver beam of light, imbued with the power to destroy stars, slammed into Shirley's proud, massive tower shield like a divine punishment. At the same time, the starry sky sword transformed into countless streams of deathly light, indiscriminately sweeping towards the people in front of it. Shirley's eyes widened in fury as he roared and poured all his power into the tower shield. His grayish-brown skin instantly took on a rock-like sheen, as he tried to withstand the blow. However, in the face of absolute power and speed, Rock City's defenses were as fragile as paper. Click! The Shin Tai Tower shield, which was said to be able to withstand a full-force attack from a level 20 elite, was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks under the bombardment of the meteorite, and then exploded into countless fragments. Puff! Shirley was struck dumb, and blood gushed out. The petrified body seemed to have lost all support, and the whole person was violently thrown away like a broken sack. He crashed heavily onto the rock face dozens of meters away, his entire chest caved in, and the sound of his bones shattering could be clearly heard. He instantly lost consciousness. The silver storm formed by the extinction stardust is like the scythe of death. The hammer-wielding youth and the short staff-wielding genius didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly pierced through, blood gushing out like a fountain, collapsing to the ground, their fate unknown. As for Zhao Mingxian, he stayed a little further away and hid in the back. But the extinction stardust covered an extremely wide area and still swallowed him up. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the ravine. Zhao Mingxian lay limp in a pool of blood, as if his tendons had been ripped out and his skin had been peeled off, completely crushing everything in its path. Absolutely devastating. The three geniuses of Rock City, along with Zhao Mingxian, collapsed completely before they could even put up a decent resistance when Lin Yi unleashed his furious attack. Fortunately, Lin Yi did not kill him. Killing these people would be easy. However, the deaths of Zhao Mingxian and the genius of Panchur City will inevitably cause a huge uproar. That might cause me a lot of trouble. Therefore, Lin Yi's attacks all avoided vital points. But it wasn't completely avoided. These injuries will take at least 6 months to fully recover. As for the upcoming national exams, well, good luck to you all. Lin Yi slowly walked to Shirley and the others. This S-level genius from Rock City is currently unconscious and on the verge of death. Lin Yi crouched down and carefully felt around. Shirley had a bulging leather pocket around his waist. Lin Yi tore it off, opened it, and saw that it contained 7 or 8 magic crystal cores of different shapes, each emitting different elemental fluctuations. They were all of high quality and were obviously the previous harvest of the Rock City team. There were also a few bottles of decent healing potions and pills to restore spiritual energy. Not bad. Lin Yi unceremoniously stuffed the entire pocket into his backpack. These are spoils of war, it's only right and proper. Then, he walked toward the other 2 Rock City geniuses. They also found some scattered magic crystal cores, potions, and some money on them. Lin Yi accepted it all without question. Finally, he stopped in front of Zhao Mingxian, who was trembling. Spare me, Lin Yi, no, brother Lin, Master Lin. Zhao Mingxian was terrified when he saw Lin Yi, and begged for mercy incoherently, losing all trace of the arrogance of the Zhao family heir. Lin Yi's eyes were indifferent, as if he were looking at a pile of mud. He looked down at Zhao Mingxian, his voice devoid of any warmth. Zhao Mingxian, remember today's lesson. Your life is in my hands for now. If there's a next time, even the reputation of Panchur City won't save your head. After saying that, he didn't bother to look at Zhao Mingxian again and began searching him. Zhao Mingxian had quite a few valuable items on him, an exquisite jade bottle containing several fragrant pills that were clearly not ordinary, several scrolls inscribed with complex runes, and a small bag of high-quality magic crystal cores. Although the quantity was not as large as Shirley's, one of them shimmered with a deep, dark light, indicating that it was of exceptional quality. Lin Yi took them all for himself. His hand paused slightly as it brushed against Zhao Mingxuan's right hand. On the index finger of Zhao Mingxuan's right hand, he wore an antique black ring. The ring has a plain design, no gemstones, is entirely black, and is made of neither gold nor wood. It feels cold to the touch. Even more strangely, the ring remained completely undamaged during that storm-like attack, without even a scratch. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. Zhao Mingxuan's other accessories were damaged to varying degrees, but this ring was completely unharmed. This is absolutely unusual. Without hesitation, he took the ring off Zhao Mingxuan's finger. Zhao Mingxian seemed to want to struggle, but the intense pain and fear left him without the strength to even move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the ring was taken away, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. Chapter 27. Shirley and Zhao Mingxian are eliminated, shocking 7 cities. Lin Yi held the ring in his palm, the cool sensation spreading down his arm. He tried to infuse a trace of his mental energy to investigate. Buzz! A powerful repulsive force instantly came, repelling his mental energy. There seemed to be extremely subtle runes flashing across the surface of the ring. A restriction? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Something's definitely fishy. This ring is no ordinary item. It is very likely a spatial device, a storage ring. Moreover, it has a mental imprint or protective restriction set up by the original owner to prevent outsiders from exploring it. Interesting. Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile. Although it cannot be opened for the time being, this is undoubtedly a great unexpected gain. A storage ring with restrictions. The contents inside are far more valuable than those magic crystal cores. He immediately mobilized the system's capabilities. System, appraise this ring. Ding. Special item detected, unknown storage ring sealed. Material, trace amount of void stone, obsidian gold. Status, a powerful spiritual imprint seal exists. Forcibly breaking it may cause the internal space to collapse or items to be damaged. Information, only those with a soul strength far exceeding that of the branded individual, or who possess a special method to break the seal, can safely activate this feature. Warning, this brand contains a special tracking mark. Possessing this ring may allow the original owner or their associates to track and locate you. Tracking marker? Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. The Zhao family was indeed treacherous. They even tampered with the storage ring given to their heir. It seems this ring is a hot potato for now. It can't be worn easily, and we certainly can't rashly try to break it. System, is there a way to remove the restriction or track the mark? The restriction cannot be lifted temporarily, but the tracking mark requires the ring to be worn to trigger. Hearing this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. You won't be tracked as long as you don't wear a ring. He quickly stuffed the ring into the bottom of his backpack. He didn't finish off the enemy. The 7 cities trial rule prohibits malicious harm to one's own kind. Is the bottom line. Killing them now would only bring unnecessary trouble. The injuries are already at their maximum. Lin Yi glanced at him coldly, as if he were looking at roadside trash. He checked the number of magic crystal cores one last time, weighed his heavy haul with satisfaction, and without lingering, turned and disappeared into the deeper gray fog. After a long while, until Lin Yi had completely disappeared, Wang Man struggled to recover slightly from the excruciating pain and scrambled to Zhao Mingxuan's side, crying out, "Young Master Zhao! How are you?" My ring! My ring!" Zhao Mingxian roared hoarsely, ignoring the excruciating pain, his eyes filled with the madness of losing his most precious treasure. Lin Yi! He stole my ring! Quick, crush the teleportation stone! We have to go! We have to go now! Wang Nan dared not delay and hurriedly took the teleportation stone from Zhao Mingxuan's arms, then crushed it. Buzz. The light instantly enveloped Zhao Mingxian and Wang Man, blurring their figures before they vanished from the spot. Almost at the same time, the support genius from Rock City, wielding a short staff, also struggled to crawl toward the unconscious Shirley, and with his last bit of strength, crushed the teleportation stone that held him and Shirley together. Another young man wielding a hammer followed closely behind. 3 beams of spatial light lit up one after another, and the 3 from Rock City retreated from the dark rift in a sorry state.
Lingfeng City, Cliff Outpost, Temporary Command Center.
The enormous light screen displayed the life signal status of the 7 trial participants in real time. City Lord Qin Yu sat in the main seat, with city leaders and some high-ranking officials sitting on either side, creating a solemn atmosphere. Suddenly, the life signal lights representing Zhao Mingxian, Wang Man, and Shirley from Panchiching on the light screen flashed violently. Then, almost simultaneously, all 5 signal points disappeared from the light screen, meaning that they had used the life-saving teleportation stone and forcibly exited the trial.
What's going on? Shirley from Rock City? And Zhao Mingxian from Raging Wind City? It's only the 2nd day. Who did this? What kind of terrifying monster did they encounter? No. The signal disappearance points are very close. It's a simultaneous attack. The command center erupted into chaos. The leader of the Panchur City team, a burly, resolute-faced middle-aged man, suddenly stood up, his face ashen. Shirley. Who injured the pride of Panchur City? The Zhao family's trusted confidant in the city lord's mansion turned deathly pale and exclaimed in shock, "Young Master Mingxian." He immediately looked at Qin Yu, his voice accusatory, "City Lord. My young master and young master Shir from Panchur City were both seriously injured and forced to retreat. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Someone must have maliciously harmed him." Qin Yu frowned. This is very unusual. Both Shirley and Zhao Mingxian are S-level geniuses. Such geniuses had the ability to compete for the championship in this 7 cities trial, yet they were both eliminated. Ordinary monsters could not possibly produce such a result. What exactly happened? He said in a deep voice, "Don't be impatient. The teleportation point has started the receiving process. Once the person comes out, you can ask them. The trial rules are clear, you are responsible for your own life and death, and each person must rely on their own abilities. If you encounter a strong enemy and have to withdraw, you can't blame anyone else." Soon, spatial fluctuations lit up the receiving platform outside the outpost. The first to appear were the 3 from Rock City. Shirley was carried by his companions, his chest was sunken, his face was as white as paper, and he was barely breathing. The other 2 were also covered in injuries, supporting each other, their eyes filled with shock and lingering fear. As soon as they appeared, the healers from Rock City rushed to them. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Mingxian and Wang Man appeared. Zhao Mingxian looked even more miserable, covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, one arm was twisted and deformed, and his face was filled with pain, humiliation, and boundless hatred. Wang Man was in no better shape, his giant axe slipped from his hand, and several deep, bone-revealing sword wounds marred his body. Mingxian. Zhao's trusted confidants and the entourage from Linfeng City immediately surrounded him. Who hurt you like this? The leader of the Rock City team rushed to Shirley's side. Seeing his beloved disciple's miserable state, his eyes were bloodshot, and a violent aura overflowed uncontrollably. It's Lin Yi. It's that madman Lin Yi from Linfeng City. That demon. Then, the group began to make vehement accusations, embellishing Lin Yi's experiences. In their vivid descriptions, Lin Yi became a greedy, ruthless, and bloodthirsty monster. The genius from Rock City, wielding a short staff, weakly added, supported by his companions, It's true, that Lin Yi is terrifying. His sword is like a demon. Brother Shirley only did it to protect us." The accusations from Zhao Mingxian and others were like pouring cold water into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire command center. What? Lin Yi? That F-rank contracted swordswoman? One person seriously injured 2 squads? Including 2 S-class geniuses? How is that possible? Disregarding the rules and harming one's own kind? How dare you? How can the Sword Maiden still possess such combat power after suffering a backlash? This boy must have some kind of evil spirit within him. Upon hearing this, Shi Zongwen, the leader of the Panchur City team, was furious. "City Lord Qin, your Linfeng City has truly produced a genius. Openly violating the ironclad rules of the trial and maliciously harming the prodigy of my Panchur City. Such ruthless methods. My Shir family of Panchur City will never let this matter rest." Zhao's confidant jumped up and down, shouting, "City Lord, did you hear that? Lin Yi not only harmed our fellow cultivators in Rock City, but also laid a vicious hand on my young master. My Zhao family will use all our strength to seek justice for my son Mingxian." Chapter 28 Dark Attribute Magic Crystals, Nameless Food. The fury of the two powerful clans instantly turned against the city of Linfeng. The tour leaders from the other cities were also discussing it. The name Lin Yi spread instantly among the high-ranking officials of the 7 cities in an extremely negative way. Xin Yu's face was ashen, exuding an imposing aura without anger, forcefully suppressing the commotion in the arena. "Shut up, all of you. The one-sided accounts of Zhao Mingxian and Shirlei are not entirely credible. The demonic energy within the Dark Rift Valley is severely interfering with the situation, rendering the recording stones ineffective. How can we rely solely on the accusations of the injured to ascertain the truth? The trial rules prohibit malicious harming of one's own kind, which I, the city lord, know better than you. But the rules also clearly state that one's life and death are one's own responsibility, and each relies on their own abilities. If it is truly a matter of competing for resources and one's skills are inferior, how can there be any talk of malicious harm? If Lin Yi really did launch an attack and intend to kill as you claim, I, the city lord, will punish him severely according to the law." He paused, his gaze sharp as lightning, staring directly at Pasan and Zhao's trusted confidants, his tone resolute. "But before the truth is revealed, no one shall make any rash judgments. Nor shall anyone use this as a pretext to interfere with the trial or threaten the safety of Lin Yi, a trial participant from Linfeng City. Patriarch Shi, Deacon Zhao, I understand your anger, but please remember, this is Linfeng City. Everything shall be done according to the rules. As for the losses and anger of your two families..." A glint of light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. "I, the city lord, will immediately report the details of this matter, along with Lin Yi's unusual behavior, to the provincial capital. The truth will be decided by the bigwigs in the provincial capital." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu unleashed a pressure akin to that of a level 60 expert, instantly enveloping the entire area. Without a doubt, Qin Yu was going to protect Lin Yi. He even risked alienating the Zhao and Shi families for this. This scene left everyone around them stunned. What exactly did Lin Yi do to deserve Qin Yu's protection? Pasan gritted his teeth. "Fine. So this is Lord Qin reporting to the provincial capital? Fine. I want to see how the officials in the provincial capital will judge this genius who harmed his fellow practitioners. My Shi family is waiting." Zhao's confidant also glared at Qin Yu with a sinister look, knowing that he couldn't get away with it under the city lord's pressure, so he could only swallow his anger for the time being. "Humph. Let's hope City Lord Qin will still be so tough then. Let's go." After everyone had left, Qin Yu's expression became more serious. Facing pressure from both major families, even Qin Yu was not having an easy time. He stared at the light spot on the screen that represented Lin Yi. Lin Yi's performance truly surprised him, which is why Qin Yu decided to protect Lin Yi. Such a powerful genius, even if he contracts with a Sword Maiden, still has immense value. I hope I made the right choice. Lin Yi was unaware of what was happening outside. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such force. At this moment, Lin Yi was leaning against a rock wall, counting the spoils he had just acquired. The contributions of Shirlei and his two companions from Panchicheng, along with Zhao Mingxian, were substantial, resulting in a significant increase in the number of magic crystal cores and a remarkably high quality. Especially Zhao Mingxuan's shadow core, which shimmered with a deep, eerie light. Shadow Crystal Core Epic contains pure shadow essence power, which can be used for forging, enchanting, or special energy absorption. When Lin Yi's fingers touched the shadow core, the nameless broken sword in his arms suddenly trembled. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately pressed the core close to his chest. "Nameless, do you need this?" His response was a clearer tremor from the broken sword. It seems this piece of junk isn't entirely useless after all. It even knows how to be picky." Xing Li's cold voice rang out. "Shadow origin, that's quite rare. Could its attributes in its previous life be related to this?" Lin Yi ignored Xing Li's sharp tongue. He focused his mind and tried to guide the energy in the shadow core, carefully transferring it to the nameless broken sword in his arms. Buzz. The eerie light within the core visibly dimmed, merging into the broken sword body. Detection detected that the Sword Maiden nameless remnant has absorbed pure shadow essence energy. Spiritual fragment activity significantly increased. Nurturing progress plus 5%. Current incubation progress, 5%.
The system's notification cheered Lin Yi up. It works, and the effect is immediate. Although 5% progress may not seem like much, it proves that we are on the right track. A high-quality, attribute-compatible energy core can accelerate Wuming's recovery. This is hundreds of times faster than simply relying on one's own spiritual energy to nurture it. Shadow Core Dark Rift. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the deeper, darker areas of the rift. It seems we have to go to an even darker place. He carefully stored away the Shadow Core, which had consumed a small portion of its energy, for Wuming to absorb later. The remaining spoils were also sorted out, with pills, scrolls, and coins neatly categorized and stored away. These are all useful. Let's go, Xingli. The hunt has only just begun. Deeper into the Rift Valley. Lin Yi's figure moved at high speed through the ravine, like a cheetah blending into the shadows. 30 meters to the left front, a crevice in the rocks. Xingli's warning was like the most accurate radar. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and his figure instantly blurred. Almost simultaneously, a gray shadow as fast as lightning pounced out from the crevice in the rock, its sharp claws tearing through the air, but it only caught the afterimage left by Lin Yi. Shadow Wolf of the Valley level 15. Skills: Shadow Strike, Bloodthirsty Bite, Wolf Howl. Star Mark Thorn. Lin Yi appeared to the side and behind the Shadow Wolf, his mind stirring slightly. The starry sky sword transformed into an almost invisible silver line, instantly piercing the Shadow Wolf's relatively vulnerable waist and abdomen. Awah! The Shadow Wolf howled and fell to the ground. Without pausing, Lin Yi's sword flashed repeatedly, and several more Shadow Wolves that pounced from the shadows were precisely killed. He acted swiftly and decisively, striving for a quick victory to avoid causing further trouble. These level 15 ordinary monsters could no longer pose much of a threat to him. Defeat 5 level 15 Shadow Wolves in the valley, gaining 750 experience points. After collecting a few ordinary quality magic crystal cores, Lin Yi continued deeper into the cave. He deliberately avoided areas where large groups of monsters were active, targeting lone elite monsters or small groups instead. The goal is clear: to find high-quality shadow attribute magic crystal cores. There's a big one on the lower right, at the edge of the swamp. Xingli's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Lin Yi crept over quietly and, through a gap in the thick fog, saw a monster the size of a small elephant drinking water at the edge of a mud pit. Its entire body is covered in glossy black fur, dotted with irregular dark blue spots, and its limbs are strong and powerful, with a tail like a steel whip. Most striking are its 2 pairs of curved fangs that gleam with a cold light protruding from its mouth. Shadow Saber-Toothed Leopard level 18 Elite. Skills: Shadow Stealth, Blade Tear, Shadow Escape, Fatal Pounce. Warning: extremely agile, attacks inflict shadow corruption. Level 18 Elite, Shadow Attribute. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This is definitely the target prey. The quality of the magic crystal core inside it must be extremely high. Lin Yi did not launch a rash attack. He carefully observed the saber-toothed leopard's movement patterns and its surroundings. Muddy swamps, strange rocks, drooping vines. He quickly planned his attack route and evasive maneuvers in his mind. Xingli, get ready. Humph, finally a decent punching bag has arrived. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes instantly becoming sharp as knives. Flash of fireflies. His figure vanished from his hiding place and instantly appeared on a boulder on the side of the saber-toothed leopard, in an excellent position. Starfall. Chapter 29, Frenzied Monster Grinding, Leveling Up Again. Buzz. Brilliant starlight gathered above the saber-toothed leopard, and a terrifying traction field locked on it instantly. The saber-toothed leopard truly lives up to its reputation as a level 18 elite. Its senses are extremely sharp. In the instant the meteorite condensed, it suddenly raised its head, instantly locked onto Lin Yi on the boulder, and let out a furious roar. Roar, roar, roar. Boom! A silver beam of light tore through the thick fog and crashed down. However, the saber-toothed leopard exhibited astonishing agility. With a sudden burst of strength from its limbs, its body transformed into a blurry black shadow, narrowly escaping the edge of the impact of the falling star. Roar! The saber-toothed leopard dodged a fatal blow, its ferocity fully unleashed. It crouched low on all fours and lunged at Lin Yi on the boulder. Its speed was so great that it created a piercing sound as it cut through the air. So fast! Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This speed far surpasses that of the previous monsters. Flash of fireflies. Lin Yi activated his movement technique again, and his figure disappeared from the boulder. The saber-toothed leopard's pounce missed, its claws leaving several deep grooves in the hard rock.
The moment it landed, its thick tail lashed out at Lin Yi. Star Vortex Protection. Lin Yi gave a low shout. Countless tiny starlight instantly gathered around Lin Yi, forming a semi-transparent barrier. Bang! The leopard's tail, as sharp as a steel whip, lashed fiercely at Xingxuan's protective shield. The barrier trembled violently, the starlight flickered, and a dull thud was heard. The immense force jolted Lin Yi, causing him to stagger back 2 steps, but the barrier remained intact. They successfully blocked a blow that was powerful enough to shatter stone. But Lin Yi's heart was also unusually heavy. As expected of a level 18 elite, so powerful. Stardust of Annihilation. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yi's eyes turned icy, and he unleashed his strongest killing move. Countless streaks of silver light instantly enveloped the saber-toothed leopard. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dense, piercing sound was like the whisper of death. The saber-toothed leopard's tough fur was like paper in front of stardust, tearing apart in an instant. Dark blue blood mixed with shattered internal organs gushed out. It let out a shrill scream, its massive body twisting and convulsing wildly before finally crashing heavily onto the edge of the swamp, splashing up a large amount of murky water, and then fell silent. Defeat the shadow saber-toothed panther and gain 1800 experience points. Items obtained: 2 blade-toothed panther fangs, 1 shadow magic crystal core epic, 1 tough panther hide. Another epic level magic crystal core. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. As expected of a level 18 elite monster, the quality of the magic crystal core it gave was indeed high. But soon, the backlash arrived as expected. Using the sword skills Starfall, Stardust of Annihilation, and Star Vortex Protection has triggered a backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, moderately weak, can be mitigated. Lin Yi ignored it, suppressed his discomfort, and quickly stepped forward, his gaze immediately locking onto the newly fallen magic crystal core. This core is larger than the one Zhao Mingxian had previously. The ghostly light is deeper and more restrained, and the shadow energy it contains is more refined and powerful. As Lin Yi held it in his hand, the nameless broken sword in his arms throbbed once more. It really is a good product. Lin Yi thought with delight. Buzz. The nameless broken sword immediately trembled violently. It seems this little broken sword has quite an appetite. The energy in its core is several times stronger than the one before. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately found a relatively secluded and dry corner. Then, he had Wuming absorb the shadow core. Buzz. The silent, nameless remnant soul absorbed this power like a sponge soaking up water. Detection detected that the Sword Maiden nameless remnant has absorbed a large amount of pure shadow essence energy. Spiritual fragment activity greatly increased. Nurturing progress plus 15%. Current incubation progress, 20%. Spiritual fragments are initially stabilizing, and the budding of faint consciousness is accelerating. Sword Maiden buff nameless, minor effect. All attributes plus 10 affected by spiritual completeness and host level. The system's prompt was like heavenly music. The warming progress jumped by 15%. More importantly, the nameless remnant soul has finally stabilized and even begun to provide slight attribute bonuses. Although it's only a mere 10 points in all attributes, it's a good sign Wuming is coming back to life. Phew! Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief, his face revealing an uncontrollable joy. The weakness brought on by the backlash seemed to be somewhat mitigated by this joy. Humph, at least the effort wasn't wasted. Xingli said coldly, however, it's still far from truly alive. There's probably even better food deep within this rift valley. Lin Yeshan agreed. The effect of this epic core dropped by a level 18 elite is so significant. If he could hunt down even more powerful shadow-type monsters, or even find shadow-type lord-level monsters that might exist deep within the rift, Wuming's recovery speed would be greatly accelerated. He carefully put away the shadow core. Although the remaining energy is not much, it is still precious and can be used as a snack for Wuming's subsequent nurturing. He swallowed a recovery pill he had seized from Shirley, closed his eyes and regulated his breathing for a moment to suppress the backlash, and his complexion regained its rosy hue. After resting for a while, Lin Yi resumed his journey. Time passed slowly, and before we knew it, 10 days had gone by. The trials of the Dark Rift are already halfway through. For the past 10 days, Lin Yi has been like the most precise hunter, traversing the shadows and perilous terrain of the Rift Valley. His goal was extremely clear: to hunt down powerful shadow-type monsters, obtain high-quality magic crystal cores to feed the nameless broken sword, and at the same time frantically increase his level. Of course, he didn't let any of the other monsters he encountered along the way go either.
Because of his frenzied killing spree, the number of magic crystal cores he had acquired also increased dramatically, to the point that his backpack could no longer hold them all. Unfortunately, he has not yet been able to decipher the spatial ring he seized from Zhao Mingxian. Otherwise, you could put the items in your spatial ring instead of carrying them around so much. In addition, the Rift Valley became his best whetstone. The intense battles and generous experience rewards caused his level to skyrocket. After breaking through from level 13 all the way, on the morning of the 10th day, when he pierced the heart of a level 19 elite Shadow Terror Claw beast with a single sword strike, a magnificent golden light of experience shot into the sky. Level 15. Feeling the surge of power within his body, Lin Ye's eyes gleamed. At level 15, coupled with the terrifying attribute boost from the command of 10,000 swords talent, his current strength is enough to make him stand out from the vast majority of geniuses of his age. What delighted him even more was the change in the nameless broken sword in his arms. The continuous absorption of high-quality shadow magic crystal cores has allowed Wuming's nurturing progress to advance by leaps and bounds, reaching 35%. Occasionally, a faint, eerie light would flow across the broken blade. Although the transmitted fluctuations of consciousness were still weak, they were much clearer and more stable than before. However, just as Lin Yi was grinding monsters, a storm struck the cliff outpost. Chapter 30: The arrival of a big shot from the provincial capital. Command center of Cliff Outpost, Raging Wind City. The atmosphere was so heavy it was almost palpable. Shirpashan, the head of the Shir family in Panchir City, and Zhao Li, the representative of the Zhao family, had livid faces and were practically pointing their fingers at Qin Yu's noses as they accused him. Lord Qin, it's been 10 days. That Lin Yi has been running rampant in the Rift Valley, severely injuring my son Shirlei, plundering resources, and disregarding the trial rules. Such a villain must be disqualified immediately and severely punished. Shirpashan's hair and beard stood on end, and the pressure of an S-level expert was faintly emanating from him. Zhao Li gritted his teeth. Lin Yi, that scoundrel, is extremely ruthless. He not only severely injured my young master, but also stole his important token. This is a blatant provocation against my Zhao family. Lord Qin, if your Linfeng City continues to protect this person, my Zhao family will join forces with Panchir City to appeal to the provincial guild. At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself. Qin Yu sat upright in the main seat, his face as calm as still water, but he was under tremendous pressure in his heart. Lin Ye's achievements in the Rift Valley were constantly relayed back by the few trial participants who withdrew, each time fueling the anger of the Shir and Zhao families. But he was even more aware of the amazing potential and value that Lin Yi had shown, as well as the provincial capital's thirst for talent from the border region. He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, I will say it again, the trial rules state that one must bear the consequences of their own actions and rely on their own abilities. There is no conclusive evidence yet to prove that Lin Yi maliciously harmed him. Everything awaits the decision of the provincial envoy. Special envoy from the provincial capital? Shirpashan and Zhao Li were both taken aback. Just then, the heavy alloy doors of the command center slid open silently. An invisible, powerful pressure, far exceeding that of everyone present, surged in like a tide, instantly silencing the noisy command center. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue robe walked in slowly. His face was refined, but his eyes were deep and unfathomable. He did not deliberately exude any aura, but just by standing there, he seemed to be the core of the entire space. Even Qin Yu, a city lord approaching level 60, paled in comparison to him. President Xiao. President Xiao? Qin Yu suddenly stood up, his face showing disbelief and astonishment, which quickly turned into deep respect. He hurriedly bowed and said, President Xiao of the Tianfang provincial branch has come in person. I, Qin Yu of Linfeng City, am so sorry for not being able to welcome you properly. Please forgive me. The entire command center erupted in chaos. Xiao Tiannan, president of the Tianfang provincial branch of the National Professionals Association. One of the true giants who stand at the pinnacle of power and influence in the entire Tianfang province. He's a figure whose every stomp of his foot shakes the entire Tianfang province. Rumor has it that his level has already surpassed 80, making him a true top expert in the Great Xia Kingdom. Such a person actually descended upon the small city of Lingfeng and came to the outpost on the edge of this dark rift valley? The anger on Shirpashan and Zhao Li's faces froze instantly, replaced by shock and fear. They never expected that the special envoy from the provincial capital Qin Yu mentioned would actually be this great figure. Xiao Tianan nodded slightly, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire room. Lord Qin, there's no need for such formalities. The Zhao families of Panchir City and Linfeng City have jointly filed a complaint, stating that a vicious incident occurred during the Seven Cities trial. A trial participant, Lin Yi, contracted a Sword Maiden and severely injured his own clansman with cruel methods, suspected to be an evil entity. This matter has alarmed the provincial guild headquarters. The headquarters ordered me to come down and investigate personally. He paused, then turned his gaze to the enormous light screen. Now, what day has the trial reached? Xin Yu respectfully replied, reporting to President Xiao, today is the 10th day, and the trial is already halfway through. Xiao Tianan nodded, his gaze falling on the points leaderboard, which was completely empty. Since the trial has not yet ended and the list has not been released, no one should be able to see it in advance. He spoke directly, his tone calm yet commanding, pull up the current points leaderboard. This President Xiao, according to the rules, the points rankings will only be published after the trial is over, a data technician said subconsciously. Xiao Tianan glanced at him indifferently. There was no intimidation, no anger, but the technician felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He swallowed back the words he was about to say, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Xin Yu immediately shouted, "Didn't you hear what Chairman Xiao said? Immediately bring up the real-time points leaderboard and project it onto the main screen." The technicians frantically began operating the equipment. A glimmer of hope flashed in Sherpashan's and Zhao Li's eyes. Although Lin Yi is strong, he is still a contracted Sword Maiden, and the backlash is severe. These 10 days of fighting powerful demons in the depths of the Rift Valley will inevitably consume a lot of energy, and his score may not be very high. As long as it's not too outrageous, they have grounds to continue their appeals. Buzz. The huge light screen flickered, and the previously blurry list instantly became clear. Rows of names and scores were prominently displayed. When all eyes are on the top spot. First place, Lin Yi Linfeng City Points, 152380. Second place, Lin Yubing Linfeng City Points, 31750. Third place, Shigangrock City Points, 28490. Fourth place, Yenlai Crimson Flame City Points, 27880. Fifth place, Lani Azure Wave City Points, 26930. Boom! The entire command center felt as if a bomb had been dropped on it. Dead silence. Absolute silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened, staring intently at the name hanging at the top of the leaderboard and the string of points behind it. 150,000. The second place only has a little over 30,000. This is a terrifying difference of nearly 5 times. It's a complete and utter first-class fault. 100,000, 150,000? Xin Yu's voice trembled uncontrollably. Even though he had a very high opinion of Lin Yi, he never expected such an overwhelming result. This score means that Lin Yi almost single-handedly swept through the entire Dark Rift Valley in these 10 days. The expressions on Sherpashan and Zhao Li's faces froze completely. From shock to horror, and then to utter despair. Their mouths were open, but no sound came out of their throats, as if an invisible hand was choking them. 150,000 points. This was not an achievement that any trial participant could attain in their understanding. It was simply a monster among monsters. More than 153,000 points. A strong look of surprise flashed across Xiao Tiannan's eyes. This can no longer be described simply as genius, it's an existence that defies all expectations. President Xiao, you must stand up for Panchur City. Sherpashan suddenly realized, as if grasping at a last straw, even if he has a high score, it doesn't change the fact that he maliciously injured someone. He seriously injured my son Shirlei, and his methods were ruthless. President Xiao, and also my Zhao family's young master, Zhao Mingxian. Zhao Li hurriedly stepped forward, his voice filled with grief and indignation. This boy is vicious, stealing treasures and injuring people, completely disregarding the rules. Xiao Tianan finally looked away from the leaderboard and glanced indifferently at Sherpashan and Zhao Li. The trial rules state that you are responsible for your own life and death, and each person must rely on their own abilities. If you are not as skilled as others, what malice do you have? Xiao Tiannan's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. As for the rules? In this Rift Valley, strength is the greatest rule. He paused, then turned his gaze back to the name that was prominently displayed at the top of the list on the screen. Lord Qin, bring him to see me after the trial is over. Chapter 31 Dragonborn Monster. Lord Abizos. Xiao Tiannan's words were like a stabilizing force, instantly calming the storm in the command center. Those simple words, strength is the greatest rule, completely shut down any subsequent accusations from Sherpashan and Zhao Li. In the face of absolute power, any accusation seems pale and powerless. Sherpashan's face was ashen, his chest heaving violently. In the end, he could only manage to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. President Xiao, please be wise. My Sure family awaits the final ruling of the Provincial Capitals Guild. He glared at Qin Yu fiercely, then turned and left. Sure Lei's serious injury is a fact, but dwelling on it now will only bring him humiliation. Zhao Li was so frustrated he almost vomited blood. Zhao Mingxian was not only seriously injured and humiliated, but his meaningful ring was also taken away. This was an utter disgrace. But under Xiao Tiannan's unfathomable gaze, he didn't even dare to utter a harsh word, and could only bow and say, "Yes, Chairman Xiao." The Zhao family takes their leave. Filled with resentment and unwillingness, the Zhao family members also slunk away. Xiao Tiannan's gaze returned to the light screen. He didn't say anything more, but simply nodded slightly to Qin Yu. "Lord Qin, keep an eye on this place, I'll be leaving now." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure swayed slightly, then vanished silently as if he had never been there, as if he had merged into the air. The deathly silence in the command center was finally broken, followed by an uncontrollable uproar. 150,000. My God, how did he do that? Pan Chang and the Zhao family have really bitten off more than they can chew this time. President Xiao personally requested to see him. Is Lin Yi about to soar to great heights? Qin Yu took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. He made the right bet. Lin Yi indeed attracted the attention of important figures in the provincial capital. He said in a deep voice, "Silence. Continue monitoring. Ensure the trial proceeds smoothly." Time continues to pass, and several more days have gone by. Deep within the dark rift valley, at the edge of a putrid swamp, the cold raindrops hit Lin Yi's face. He had just finished a battle, and beneath his feet lay a rotten swamp poisonous crocodile level 17, whose brain had been precisely pierced by star-marked thorn. Slayed a level 17 rotten swamp poisonous crocodile, gaining 850 experience points. Item obtained, venomous crocodile core fine X1. Lin Yi skillfully put away the core, but his gaze turned to the more secluded western part of the Rift Valley. The fog there had a thick, inky color, as if the light was being completely swallowed up. The nameless broken sword in his arms was throbbing with an even more urgent emotion than before. "Can you feel it, Xingli?" Lin Yi whispered, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. "In the deeper darkness, there's a big guy waiting for us." "Humph, just a bunch of reptiles who only know how to hide in the shadows." Xingli's voice carried its usual arrogance. However, the fact that it can excite that piece of junk so much is indeed worth checking out. That aura, a mixture of the stench of dragon blood and pure shadow, is both nauseating and somewhat interesting. Dragonborn? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Monsters containing dragon blood often have a core value far exceeding that of their peers, not to mention they also possess such pure shadow attributes. This is exactly the food that Wuming craves most. Go! Lin Yi no longer hesitated, his figure transforming into a blurry stream of light, heading straight for the source of darkness. The closer you get, the greater the invisible pressure becomes, making even breathing difficult. Huge claw marks began to appear on the ground, deep in the mud, with huge animal bones scattered around, completely gnawed away. After passing through a natural barrier formed by collapsed stone pillars, the scenery suddenly changes. This is a huge, bowl-shaped valley with a muddy swamp in the middle. In the center of the valley, a colossal creature that sends chills down your spine lay prone. It resembled a giant lizard, but its size far exceeded any monster Lin Yi had ever seen before, reaching nearly 10 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in jet-black scales, and its ferocious head had 3 pairs of eyes that gleamed red. Its lower jaw was covered with dagger-like fangs, and a thick tail swept unconsciously, leaving deep grooves in the hard rock. Most strikingly, along its spine, grows a row of twisted, black bone spurs that resemble the wings of an underdeveloped dragon. Shadow Lizard Lord Abizos. Level, 25 Lord level. Attributes, Shadow, Dragonborn weak. Skills, Shadow Breath, Shadow Escape, Dragon Lizard Claw, Death Tail, Shadow Domain. Status, Sleeping on Alert. Warning, extremely dangerous. Lord level monster. Possesses a domain and unknown trump cards. Level 25 Lord. Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. This is the strongest enemy he has encountered since entering the Rift Valley. Humph, as expected, it's a mixed blood lizard, smelling a bit like a stinking mud pit. Xingli said disdainfully, but its core contains the essence of shadow and a little bit of dragon blood essence, which is enough to make that broken sword half full. Lin Yi forced himself to calm down. A direct confrontation is not the best strategy, we must look for opportunities. His gaze swept across the deep valley. The corrosive swamp in the center was a forbidden zone, and Lord Abizos lay prostrate on a relatively dry boulder platform at the edge of the swamp, surrounded by huge skeletons and jagged rocks. Xingli, prepare for a full-force attack. Lin Yi roared inwardly, instantly devising a plan to launch the strongest surprise attack while she was asleep. Humph, don't push yourself too hard. I won't be responsible for collecting your body if you die. Xingli retorted, but the sword had already begun to hum. Lin Yi took a deep breath and adjusted himself to his peak condition. He pinpointed the relatively vulnerable junction between Abizos' neck and head. Flash of fireflies. His figure vanished from his hiding place in an instant, appearing like a ghost on a suspended boulder above and to the side of Abizos. Excellent location, just the right distance. Eternal Night withers. Without holding back at all, Lin Yi directly unleashed his strongest trump card. Buzz. A terrifying pressure erupted. The domain expanded instantly, enveloping most of the sleeping Abizos' body. Starfall. Annihilation Stardust. 2 killer moves at once. Boom. A silver beam of light, imbued with destructive power, tore through the darkness and crashed down upon Abizos' head. At the same time, the Starglass sword transformed into billions of death stardust, forming a destructive storm that swept indiscriminately toward Abizos' enormous body. Roar! Just as the attack was about to strike, Abizos suddenly opened his 3 pairs of blood-red eyes. The furious roar shook the entire deep valley. It was not unprepared. Faced with the deadly blow that came from the sky, Abizos displayed a terrifying reaction befitting a lord-level monster. Its massive body suddenly burst forth with an abnormal speed, and it rolled violently to the side. Boom! The meteorite grazed its back and crashed to the ground with a bang, instantly creating a charred crater several meters in diameter. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Most of the extinction stardust was dodged by the rolling maneuver, but a considerable amount still struck Abizos precisely on its flanks and hind legs. The tough shadow scales were torn apart, and dark blue blood gushed out like a fountain. Insects! How dare you hurt me? Abizos was utterly enraged, the excruciating pain driving it into madness. Ignoring the flowing blood, its 3 pairs of blood-red eyes were fixed on Lin Yi on the boulder, and its huge mouth full of fangs suddenly opened. An extreme dark energy condensed wildly in its mouth, as if the surrounding air had been sucked away. Shadow Breath. Chapter 32 Legendary Magic Crystal Core, Void Dark Core. A jet-black beam of light, condensed to its fullest extent, instantly tore through space and hurtled towards Lin Yi. Its speed and power far surpassed any previous attack. The aura of death instantly enveloped Lin Yi. Starry Sky Protection. Lin Yi shouted, and a dazzling starlight barrier instantly condensed layer upon layer in front of him. However, how could a hasty defense withstand the furious attack of a lord? Sizzle. Like a hot knife through butter, the Star Vortex body protection, which was said to be able to withstand powerful attacks, lasted less than half a second before shattering like glass in the face of the annihilating shadow breath. The destructive black beam of light crashed down on Lin Yi without any further obstruction. Fireflies flash. At the critical moment, Lin Yi's figure blurred again, narrowly transforming into a twisted stream of light, brushing past the edge of the pillar of light. Rumble. The boulder he had just stood on, along with the large rock wall behind him, silently turned to dust under the shadows, leaving only a huge crater. That was close. Lin Yi was still shaken, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would probably have been reduced to ashes. Roar! Abizos was even more enraged when he saw that his attack had missed. Its massive body suddenly stood upright, its hind legs unleashing terrifying power, and a giant claw tore through the rain, slamming down towards Lin Yi's head. Flash of fireflies. Lin Yi dared not take the attack head-on and dodged again at the last second. The giant claw slammed into the ground, leaving a deep claw mark, and the shockwave made Lin Yi's blood surge. Abizos' attacks were like a storm, with its death tail sweeping across, forcing Lin Yi to dodge repeatedly and face constant danger. What's more troublesome is that its massive body sometimes blends into the shadows, appearing at unexpected angles to launch surprise attacks, making it impossible to defend against. Its passive skill, Shadow Domain, continues to take effect, weakening Lin Yi's perception and defense, making him feel as if he were stuck in a quagmire, and his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Xing Li's sword energy was also significantly suppressed in this area. This can't go on. Lin Yi's eyes were icy. Lord-level monsters have great stamina. If this drags on, he will undoubtedly lose. We must find their weakness and strike decisively. His gaze was fixed intently on Abizos. An old wound on its neck? Its eyes?
Or, those thickest, twisted bone spurs on its back, brimming with intense shadow energy? Could it be there? That seems to be the core note of its power? Xingli, cover me. Attack the base of the largest bone spur on its back. Lin Yi roared in his mind, and an adventurous plan instantly took shape. Troublesome humans. If you fail, you'll be feeding the lizards.
Xingli sneered, her sword emitting intense starlight as she forcefully tore a hole in the shadow domain.
Stardust of annihilation.
This time, Xingli did not choose to scatter over a wide area. Instead, she condensed countless stardust into 3 extremely refined silver light shuttles, which she shot towards Abizos' 3 pairs of blood-red eyes.
Roar! Sensing the threat, Abizos had to be distracted.
He swung his head violently, unleashing another burst of shadow breath to meet the 3 deadly beams of light, while simultaneously swinging his giant claws to block.
Now!
Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had been waiting for this moment of weakness.
Flash of fireflies. His figure transformed into an almost invisible afterimage, closing in on Abizos' massive body.
Target the root of the thickest, twisted bone spur on your back.
Starfall.
Buzz. The starry sky sword burst forth with unprecedented light, its blade seemingly transforming into a miniature falling star.
Put. A dull tearing sound rang out.
The starry sky sword pierced the root of the bone spur with unparalleled precision.
A whoa! Abizos let out an incredibly shrill scream.
Its massive body convulsed and twisted wildly. A storm of energy suddenly erupted from the spine of Abizos, centered on the broken bone spur. Its massive body was blasted to pieces by the force that erupted from within, leaving its back a mess.
Roar! Abizos' miserable howl turned into a powerless lament, and the fierce light in his eyes quickly dimmed.
Its massive body collapsed like a mountain, crashing heavily onto the edge of the mud pit, stirring up a cloud of filthy mud, and then fell silent.
Successfully defeated Shadow Dragon Lizard Lord Abizos. Gained 60,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 16. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 17. Items obtained: 15 Shadow Lizard Lord Scales Epic, 3 Shadow Lizard Blood Essence Epic, Abizos' Fang Epic. Core acquired: Legendary Magic Crystal Core Void Dark Core.
2 beams of golden light shot up from Lin Ye's body, and the immense power washed away his fatigue.
But his gaze was completely drawn to the core floating next to Abizos' corpse. Legendary Magic Crystal Core Void Dark Core. Effect: contains the pure power of Void Shadow and a trace of Dragon Blood Essence.
It has a wide range of uses, including forging legendary equipment, enchanting, constructing high-level magic arrays, and special energy absorption. It has a fatal attraction and a huge boosting effect on shadow space-based beings. Warning: the energy is extremely violent. Direct absorption requires a powerful carrier or special methods.
Legendary Void Dark Core.
Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and carefully held the core, which exuded a deadly attraction, in his hand. It feels icy cold to the touch, as if you are holding a piece of ancient ice, but the coldness cannot conceal the terrifying energy contained within. The nameless broken sword in his arms trembled so violently that it almost broke free of the package and jumped out. An incredibly clear and intense longing surged directly into the depths of Lin Yi's soul. At least my efforts weren't in vain.
This broken sword's sustenance is finally secured.
Xingli's voice carried a hint of weariness, but more than anything, it was filled with relief.
That all-out attack just now must have taken a toll on her. However, given its current dilapidated state, directly absorbing the energy of a legendary core would probably cause it to burst. Lin Yeshan agreed. No rush, Nameless.
Lin Yi gently stroked the broken sword in his arms, his gaze fixed on the depths of the rift.
The legendary core is in hand, the path to reforging. We finally see the light at the end of the tunnel.
He quickly and carefully collected the Void Dark Core, and then swept away all the precious materials dropped by Abizos.
Bite. The ultimate skill Eternal Night Withers has ended.
Using the sword skills Starfall, Stardust of Annihilation, and Star Vortex Protection triggers a powerful, cumulative backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%.
Current backlash state: near-death life essence is rapidly depleted, all organs are severely failing, and bones are becoming brittle. Immediate countermeasures are strongly recommended.
Lin Yi hadn't been immersed in the joy of collecting loot for long when a voice rang in his mind.
The eternal night has ended. The backlash arrived as expected. Puff.
A large mouthful of scalding blood gushed out, staining the area in front of him red. Lin Yi's face turned deathly pale instantly, his body swayed violently as if all his strength had been drained, and he slammed one knee heavily onto the cold rocky ground.
Foolish human! I told you not to be so stubborn.
Xing Li's voice rang in his mind, tinged with worry.
Quickly use your ability to mitigate the backlash. If this drags on any longer, even a god can't save you.
Lin Yi gritted his teeth, communicated with the system, and silently chanted, "System, cancel out."
Lin Yi.
A cold, clear voice suddenly rang out.
Immediately afterwards, an ice-blue figure shot out like an arrow from the entrance of the deep valley and stopped in front of him instantly. It was Lin Yubing. Chapter 33. Lin Yubing appears, the girl's concern.
Her ice-blue dress was stained with mud, and her beautiful face was filled with shock and worry. She immediately noticed the shocking bloodstains in front of Lin Yi, and his deathly pale complexion, his life force rapidly fading away. They also saw the enormous, mountain-like corpse of a lord-level monster not far away, its life force gone.
You killed the lord?
Lin Yubing's voice trembled with disbelief, but more than that, it was the fear of seeing Lin Yi on the verge of death. She immediately squatted down, her slender, icy hands pressing against Lin Yi's cold wrist without hesitation.
Don't touch me.
Lin Yicheng took a breath and tried to shake off her hand, his voice hoarse and weak.
He couldn't use the system to counteract the backlash in front of Lin Yubing, otherwise he would easily be exposed. Shut up.
Lin Yubing displayed unprecedented strength at this moment.
Her icy eyes were filled with anger and an undeniable authority. You're still being stubborn even in this state? Do you want to die here?
The moment her fingertips touched Lin Yi's wrist, a violent force surged through her, numbing her fingertips and making her face even paler. The backlash from the Sword Maiden, how could it be so severe, she exclaimed in shock. The backlash her grandfather suffered back then had been described countless times by her family elders, but only now, personally sensing the state within Lin Yi's body, as if he were being torn apart by 1,000 knives and his life force was being frantically eroded, did she truly understand the terrifying despair.
This is 100 times more serious than she imagined. Let go. I'm fine.
Lin Yi struggled to pull his hand back, each movement causing excruciating pain throughout his body, and cold sweat poured down his face.
You still say you're fine?
Lin Yubing looked at him, his lips bleeding from the pain, and felt a sharp pang in her heart. Without further hesitation, she instantly covered her hands with a layer of crystalline frost, emanating a soft yet chilling aura.
Frosty hard healing.
She gave a low shout and placed her palms lightly above Lin Yi's chest. The pure ice-type spiritual energy, mixed with powerful healing energy, flowed slowly into Lin Yi's body like a clear, cool spring.
It precisely suppressed the violent backlash energy within Lin Yi's body.
Lin Yi groaned, his body involuntarily relaxing a little. Although the icy spiritual energy was domineering, it effectively relieved the burning pain. He could feel Lin Yubing's spiritual power carefully healing the wounds torn apart by the backlash.
However, he also clearly sensed that Lin Yubing's spiritual power could not truly reach the core of the backlash, and could only play a role in alleviating and suppressing it on the periphery.
The two were very close to each other. Lin Yi could clearly see Lin Yubing's face, which was very close to his. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his smooth forehead, his long eyelashes trembled slightly with focus, and deep in his eyes, intense worry almost overflowed, replacing his usual aloofness. Her pure, snow lotus-like scent, mixed with the slight fishiness of the rain, lingered around Lin Yi's nose. Xing Li's cold snort echoed in Lin Yi's mind, "Humph, meddlesome woman.
Her meager power can't even heal the superficial backlash. It'll only spare you a little physical pain. Make her get out of here and use your abilities."
Lin Yi ignored Xing Li. He suppressed the urge to immediately counteract the backlash and let Lin Yubing do as she pleased. On the one hand, Lin Yubing's power did indeed greatly alleviate his pain. On the other hand, he worried that his sudden recovery at this moment would arouse greater suspicion. More importantly, seeing her so focused and so desperately trying to heal him, Lin Yi felt a complex warmth welling up inside him, and he couldn't bear to interrupt her.
Time passed slowly in silent healing.
The rain in the deep valley gradually subsided. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yubing's face also turned somewhat pale, clearly indicating that she had exhausted herself. She slowly withdrew her spiritual power, and only after seeing that Lin Yi's breathing had become more even did her tense nerves relax slightly.
It's temporarily suppressed.
Her voice carried a hint of weariness, her icy eyes fixed on Lin Yi with a complex expression.
But this is merely a temporary fix.
Lin Yi, the backlash from the Sword Maiden has penetrated deep into your very soul. External forces cannot eradicate it. Every use of it is burning away your life force. Her words came to an abrupt halt as she saw Lin Yi close his eyes, seemingly exhausted and unwilling to listen any longer. Lin Yubing pursed her lips and swallowed the rest of her advice. She knew that saying anything at this moment would be futile. She sat silently beside Lin Yi, her icy blue spiritual energy flowing around her to replenish her energy while she vigilantly watched the movements around her. In the shadows of the deep valley, there seemed to be other demons lurking, but they dared not approach, intimidated by the lingering pressure of the Lord's death and the chill emanating from Lin Yubing. The night was deep, and the faint light from the campfire danced on Lin Yi and Lin Yubing's faces. Lin Yi appeared to be asleep, but in reality, he was highly focused. System, counteract the backlash, he silently chanted in his mind. Offsetting successful. One offset attempt remaining today. The backlash has been completely cleared, and vital signs have stabilized. The feeling of his strength returning made Lin Yi almost want to let out a long roar, but he forcibly held back. He remained in the leaning posture, but his breathing quietly became steady and long, as if he had simply entered a deep sleep after his injuries were suppressed. Xingli scoffed in his mind, she's quite the actress. But that woman doesn't seem to have noticed. Lin Yi did not respond to Xingli. He needed to think about how to wake up naturally. Just then, he felt a gaze fixed on his face for a long time. He slightly opened his eyes and, by the faint icy blue aura emanating from Lin Yubing, saw her quietly looking at him, her gaze complex and unfathomable. In her gaze, there was lingering worry, deep confusion, and a tenderness he had never seen in her eyes before. Lin Yubing seemed lost in some kind of memory, her low voice almost inaudible, drifting like a sigh into the silent night. Why are you always so reckless? 3 years ago in the training ground, you dared to talk back to your instructor for a child from the slums and almost got expelled. On Awakening Day, you could have lived a peaceful life, but you insisted on contracting a Sword Maiden, and now it's the same. You dare to provoke a Lord-level monster all by yourself. Lin Yi, what exactly are you thinking? Her fingertips unconsciously caressed the ice crystal pendant at her waist, a treasure bestowed upon her by her family when she awakened her S-rank talent. These words clearly reached Lin Yi's ears, who was pretending to be asleep. He was slightly shaken. It turned out she had always remembered that little incident from 3 years ago. At that time, his potential had not yet been tested, and as a student from the slums, he was naturally not well regarded. He simply couldn't stand his tutor's favoritism towards the aristocratic students, and he spoke up for the poor student who was being bullied. Just then, Lin Yi let out a low groan at perfect timing, his brows furrowing slightly, as if he were about to wake up. Lin Yubing immediately composed herself, her icy eyes regaining their clarity, but she couldn't completely hide her concern. You're awake? How are you feeling? Her voice remained cool and clear, but there was a hint of nervousness that was hard to detect. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with the confusion and weakness of someone who had just woken up. He looked at Lin Yubing and asked in a hoarse voice, Yubing? What are you doing here? He struggled to sit up, the movement appearing somewhat laborious. Don't move. Lin Yubing instinctively reached out and pressed down on his shoulder to stop him from moving. The cool, soft touch came through the thin fabric, and both of them paused. Lin Ye's gaze fell on the hand that was pressing on his shoulder. Lin Yubing reacted as if burned, quickly withdrawing her hand, her fingertips curling up, but her face remained cold. I sensed intense energy fluctuations and the aura of a Lord-level demon here, so I came to investigate. I didn't expect it to be you. She paused. How are you feeling now? The backlash has been temporarily suppressed, but we must not be careless. Chapter 34 Walking with Beauty. Much better. Thank you. Lin Yi gave a weak smile, looking at her sincerely. Your frost healing is very effective. Lin Yubing turned her head slightly, avoiding his gaze. Her ears seemed to be slightly red, but her tone remained calm. It's good that it worked, but it's only temporary. What do you plan to do next? In your current state, if you encounter danger again, just rest for a bit. Lin Yi interrupted her, trying to stand up slowly. Although his movements were still forced, his steps were still steady. I need to continue the trial. Continue? Lin Yubing's brows furrowed immediately, a hint of anger flashing in her icy eyes. Are you out of your mind? You know how severe the backlash was just now. If you use the Sword Maiden's power again, the next backlash will be unbearable. Even a god couldn't save you. She stepped forward, her tone commanding, come with me to the cliff outpost. You need real treatment and rest. Trial points are important, but they can't compare to your life. Seeing the genuine anxiety in her eyes, Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart, but more than that, he felt helpless. He couldn't go to the outpost, much less reveal that he had recovered. No.
Lin Yi shook his head, his tone firm. I have reasons why I must complete this. Besides, I know my own condition. I won't be taking action again for a while. Lin Yubing stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly trying to determine the truthfulness of his words and the true condition of his body. Lin Yi looked back at him calmly, his eyes filled with his usual stubbornness. In the end, Lin Yubing gave in, or rather, she knew she couldn't change his decision. She took a deep breath, the cold air calming her slightly, and made a decision that even surprised herself. Fine, since you insist on continuing, then I'll go with you. What? Lin Yi was genuinely surprised this time. Lin Yubing avoided his surprised gaze and looked into the dark depths of the valley, as if explaining to herself. The depths of the dark rift are fraught with danger, and this is not the only Lord-level monster. In your current state, you could become a target for a monster at any moment. As one of the top combatants in this trial in Win-Win City, I have a responsibility to ensure the basic safety of the other trial participants, especially those who are not in good condition. Her reasons sounded plausible, but her slightly flickering eyes betrayed her true feelings. Seeing her feigned composure yet unable to conceal her concern, Lin Yi understood, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Miss Lin, are you worried about me? This teasing remark immediately stirred a ripple in Lin Yubing's heart. A barely perceptible blush instantly spread across her sculpted face. What nonsense are you talking about? She turned her head sharply, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible panic, but she forced herself to remain calm. I'm afraid you'll drag down the overall performance of Lingfeng City. A dignified S-level talent, if you're dragged down by a teammate who's not in good form, wouldn't people laugh at us? She deliberately emphasized the word teammate, as if to stress a cold, hard fact. Yet, deep within her eyes, worry was clearly visible. She dared not look Lin Yi in the eye, afraid that her thoughts would be easily seen through. Lin Yi looked at her, his smile deepening, but he didn't say anything more. All right, then please take good care of me, Miss Lin. Lin Yi's smile faded, and her tone became more serious. However, let me make this clear first, if we really encounter danger, I won't actually hide behind you. Lin Yubing then turned around, her eyes sweeping over him, as if trying to confirm whether he was putting on a brave face again. Seeing that although his face was pale, his eyes were still sharp and firm, I felt a little relieved, but I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. How come this person can never learn to show weakness? She pursed her lips, and finally said coldly, suit yourself. Stay close, don't get lost and hold us back. Having said that, she took the lead and walked towards the deeper part of the Rift Valley. Lin Yi followed closely behind, the star-glass sword silently hovering beside him. Humph, hypocritical woman. Xing Li's voice rang in Lin Yi's mind with a hint of amusement. She's clearly worried to death, but she insists on putting on a cold and distant act. You humans are such a hassle. Lin Yi responded in his heart, she's just used to protecting herself this way. The eldest daughter of the Lin family, an S-level genius, too many eyes are on her. This concern is very genuine. Xing Li remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Lin Yi's statement. The two walked one after the other through the dark ravine. There was a subtle silence, but it wasn't awkward. Lin Yubing walked ahead, sensing the dangers ahead. When they encountered small groups of demons, she didn't even wait for Lin Yi to make a move before silently eliminating the trouble with ice spikes and ice rings. Her movements were clean and efficient, as if she was deliberately trying to prevent Lin Yi from using his power. Once, a shadow scorpion, hidden in a crevice in the rocks, suddenly sprang up, its venomous stinger piercing the back of Lin Yi's neck. Lin Yi had already noticed and was about to make a move when an ice wall instantly solidified behind him. Puff! The poisoned needle pierced the ice wall, sending ice shards flying. Lin Yubing didn't even turn around. Her cool voice came, watch your step, don't get distracted. It was as if the timely protection they had just provided was nothing more than a simple act. Lin Yi looked at the ice wall that exuded a chilling aura and was deeply moved. She was always watching over his safety. This protection was silent yet powerful. Thank you, Lin Yi said softly. Lin Yubing paused slightly, but did not respond. She continued walking, but the chill around her seemed to soften a little. After walking for a while, the shadow energy in the air became increasingly intense, as if even the light was being swallowed up. The nameless broken sword in Lin Yi's arms throbbed clearly once again, pointing in one direction. Wait. Lin Yi stopped and pointed to a narrow fork in the road on the left. There's a strong fluctuation of shadow energy over there. It might be the core I need. Lin Yubing looked in the direction he was looking, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. The fork in the road looked unusually dangerous, with vines writhing like living things and exuding an ominous aura. It's too dangerous.
The road conditions are complicated, and the concentration of demonic energy is far greater than before. There might be even more powerful shadow demons lurking there, Lin Yubing analyzed, her tone clearly opposed. Your condition is not suitable for taking risks. We can take a detour and look for other targets. She was genuinely worried about his safety. Lin Yi could sense her worry, but he had to go. The nameless restoration requires high-quality shadow cores, which are most likely to be found in such places. I feel fine. Lin Yi flexed his wrists, trying to make his expression appear less weak. Besides, I have a feeling that what we need is there. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Lin Yubing looked at the unwavering determination in his eyes and knew that further persuasion would be useless. She paused for a few seconds, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Stay close to me, and step on the spot where I'm standing. There's something strange about the vines and mud here. Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart and followed her instructions, stepping into the footprints she had left behind. The two carefully traversed this deadly zone. Lin Yubing walked ahead, each step extremely steady, while remaining highly vigilant of her surroundings. Her mental focus was extremely high. Suddenly, the muddy pool churned violently. A gigantic, dark swamp giant devourer, its entire body composed of viscous shadow, silently emerged, opened its massive maw, and bit towards Lin Yu with a powerful suction force. It lurked so deeply that even Lin Yubing's frost perception was interfered with by the dense shadow energy, preventing him from detecting it immediately. Watch out! Lin Yubing's expression changed drastically, her reaction was extremely fast. She didn't have time to think about whether Lin Yi still had the strength to protect himself. Her body's instincts had already driven her to make a choice. She turned around abruptly, grabbed Lin Yi's arm, and pulled him forcefully behind her. At the same time, she pushed her other hand forward, and the icy blue light instantly condensed in front of her into an incredibly thick, extreme ice barrier, covered with sharp ice shards. Chapter 35: The Secret Exposed? Lin Yubing's questioning. Boom! The giant monster's massive maw slammed into the ice wall with a dull thud. Ice shards flew everywhere, the ice wall trembled violently, and cracks instantly appeared all over it. The huge impact made Lin Yubing groan, stagger backward, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. In order to protect Lin Yi behind her, she chose to withstand the attack that was enough to severely injure a level 15 professional. Yubing! Lin Yi's pupils shrank suddenly. Seeing the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth and her pale face, a surge of intense anger overwhelmed her feigned weakness. That pretentious recovery from serious injury act was completely forgotten. The starry sword burst forth with intense, dazzling starlight, and Lin Yi's aura exploded forth. You're courting death. Starfall! Lin Yi roared and attacked immediately. Buzz! Brilliant starlight gathered above the giant monster's head, and a terrifying traction field locked on it instantly. Rumble! A violent silver beam of light crashed down. The swamp behemoth didn't even have time to scream before its massive shadowy body was instantly smashed into a pile of mangled flesh. The blast also created a deep crater in the large area of silt beneath it. One strike, instant kill. Lin Yubing, supporting herself against the almost shattered extreme ice barrier, stared blankly at the scene before her. Lin Yi was no longer the person he had been when he was seriously injured, on the verge of death, and extremely weak. Shock, confusion, a whole host of emotions welled up inside her. You! She had barely uttered a word when she was interrupted by a sharp pain. Forcibly activating the extreme ice barrier to withstand the elite's attack took a heavy toll on her, and her internal organs were already injured. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi's face instantly turned anxious. There was no point in pretending anymore. He stepped forward and firmly supported Lin Yubing's arm. Don't speak! Lin Yi quickly took out an exquisite jade bottle from his robes, one of the best quality healing pills he had previously seized from Zhao Mingxian. Concentrate and take it. Lin Yubing instinctively tried to break free, her eyes filled with a hint of stubbornness. She stared at Lin Yi, her eyes seemingly questioning him silently. You've been lying to me all along? Was that near-death appearance just an act? Look at me. Lin Yi's voice grew harsher. I don't have time to explain. You're injured, and this pill has a miraculous effect on internal organ turmoil. Stabilize your injuries first. We shouldn't stay here any longer. His gaze swept across his surroundings, his vigilance heightened to the maximum. Upon hearing this, Lin Yubing slightly parted her lips. Lin Yi immediately fed the pill into her mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, transforming into a warm and vast current that quickly soothed her injuries and restored a touch of color to her pale face. Lin Yubing let out a soft moan. The drug's effects were stronger than she had expected.
This is no ordinary item. Her gaze toward Lin Yi became even more complicated.
How many secrets did this young man, who came from the slums, had awakened an F-level talent, and had contracted with the certain Death Sword Maiden, hide?
Humph, can't keep up the act anymore, can you? Foolish human.
Xing Li's cold yet gloating voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind.
Let's see how you explain this to this woman.
But, the way she stood in front of you just now was actually more pleasing to the eye than those noisy ants. Lin Yi had no time to pay attention to Xing Li's complaints. His attention was more focused on the nameless broken sword in his arms, which was trembling again. Without a doubt, Wu Ming was hungry again. And this time the reaction was extremely strong. The core Lin Yi helped Lin Yubing lean against a relatively stable rock.
Wait for me here, don't move around.
The medicinal effects need time to dissipate.
I'm going to get something.
Before Lin Yubing could respond, Lin Yi flashed and appeared at the edge of the pit. He precisely parted the shadowy debris, revealing a magic crystal core. Shadow Giant Devouring Core Epic contains pure shadow and devouring power, which has a strong attraction to shadow-type beings. The moment Lin Yi's hand touched the core, the nameless broken sword in his arms erupted with an unprecedented desire. Without hesitation, Lin Yi grabbed the core and immediately pressed it close to his chest. Buzz! Detection detected that the Sword Maiden Nameless Crippled has absorbed a large amount of pure shadow energy. Spiritual fragment activity greatly increased.
Nurturing progress plus 9%. Current incubation progress, 44%.
The spiritual fragments have become more stable, and a faint consciousness has begun to take shape. Sword Maiden Buff Nameless, Enhanced Effect. All attributes plus 30 affected by spiritual completeness and host level.
The powerful energy feedback invigorated Lin Yi.
At the same time, he also clearly felt that the cold broken sword in his arm seemed to have gained a very faint sense of weight. It was no longer a pure, empty fragment, but had begun to have a solid, condensed feel.
Phew!
Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes flashing with joy.
This trip to dangerous territory was worthwhile.
He quickly cleaned the grime off the core's surface, carefully put it away, and turned back to Lin Yubing's side. Leaning against the rock, Lin Yubing's breathing had become much more stable under the effects of the medicine, and her face had regained some color.
But those icy blue eyes were fixed on Lin Yi without blinking.
You?
Lin Yubing's voice trembled slightly, a tremor she herself was unaware of. Your backlash, was it an act? I'm sorry, Yubing. Lin Yi's voice was low and sincere.
The backlash is real, but I have a special method to recover quickly, but the cost and limitations are great, and I can't easily show it to others.
The situation was critical just now, and I can't let you get hurt in my place again.
He did not explain in detail what the method was. This was his core secret. However, this only deepened the shock and confusion in Lin Yubing's eyes. She remembered her grandfather, the family's records about the intractable backlash of the Sword Maiden, Lin Yi vomiting blood in the Chilling Hall, his pale face after repeated battles in the training tower, and the mind-blowing rapid recovery ability before her. A special method, she murmured, her eyes flashing, before finally turning into a sigh. No wonder you could rack up such points even under the backlash, and kill the floor master with a single sword strike. Lin Yi, just how many secrets are you hiding? She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze complex. Everyone has secrets they can't tell, Yubing, Lin Yi said calmly, without avoiding the question.
Lin Yubing remained silent.
She recalled all the impossibilities Lin Yi had faced along the way, his resolute decision when he made a contract with the Sword Maiden, and his ruthlessness and bottom line when facing Zhao Mingxian. The burden this man carried was perhaps heavier than she had imagined. After a long while, the emotions in her icy eyes calmed down, returning to their usual coldness, but the sense of aloofness had faded considerably.
Your life is your own, and you can do whatever you want with it.
But if you dare to play dead in front of me again, I'll freeze you solid and send you back to the outpost. Her tone was still cold, but less accusatory and more concerned.
Also, you owe me a treatment. Remember that.
Lin Yi's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and a genuine smile appeared on his lips. Okay, I've got it.
Thank you for saving my life, Miss Lin.
Poof. Lin Yubing snorted lightly, no longer looking at him, her gaze turning to the fork in the road Lin Yi had pointed out earlier.
Didn't you say there was something you needed over there? Can we go now, Lin the great master who's recovered?
She emphasized the word recovery slightly, with a hint of teasing. Of course.
Lin Yi nodded, walked to her side, and looked into the even darker darkness. This time, I'll go first. Chapter 36 Trial ends. Deep within the dark chasm, the darkness resembled solidified ink.
Lin Yi and Lin Yubing walked carefully, one after the other, through the death maze made up of jagged rocks and wriggling vines.
This is it. Lin Yi stopped and pointed to a cave entrance completely covered by huge black vines. There is something inside, Lin Yubing said gravely.
Very strong, and there is more than one.
I know. Lin Yi's eyes were sharp. But I need what is inside. Yubing, you stay outside and provide support. If things go wrong, come to my aid immediately.
Lin Yubing gave him a deep look, but did not object, only nodding slightly. Be careful. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and the starry sky sword hummed as it activated Firefly Flash, disappearing into the cave. The interior of the cave is much more spacious than it appears from the outside, resembling a huge underground cavern. The cave walls are inlaid with countless minerals that emit a faint purple light, providing an eerie light source. In the center of the cave, 3 enormous monsters, resembling giant pangolins, were dormant around a black crystal.
Shadow Cave Beast Elite 3. Level 23. Skills: Shadow Burrow, Scale Shockwave, Shadow Tear Claw, Energy Drain against Shadow Core. Status: Dormant, deeply absorbing shadow energy. 3 level 23 elites sharing a high-quality shadow core. Lin Yi instantly assessed the situation. A strong attack would inevitably alert all 3 parties, leading to a siege. His gaze locked onto the suspended core, the very thing the nameless creature craved. Xingli, cover me, target the core.
Lin Yi shouted in his heart.
Humph, all you know is how to order me around.
Xingli snorted, and the starlight on the sword suddenly receded, condensing into a point of extremely dangerous cold light.
Just as Lin Yi was about to make his move, one of the shadow cave beasts seemed to sense the intruder's presence, and its eyelids twitched violently. Now! Starscar thrust. Following Lin Yi's will, the Starglass sword thrust straight forward. Laugh. The energy connection was instantly severed. Roar.
The largest monster, whose energy had been interrupted, let out a furious roar and was fully awakened. The other 2 were also alerted, their scarlet eyes instantly locking onto Lin Yi. However, at the very moment the energy connection was severed and the core energy fluctuations became disordered.
Buzz. The nameless broken sword in Lin Yi's arms burst forth with an unprecedented eerie light.
The core trembled violently, and the pure shadow energy, as if drawn by an invisible vortex, transformed into a black stream of light that surged wildly toward Lin Yi's chest. Detected that the Sword Maiden nameless crippled is forcibly absorbing the energy of essence of Shadow Core. Spiritual fragment activity rapidly increased. Nurturing progress plus 11%. Current incubation progress, 55%. Spiritual fragments are rapidly coalescing. A faint rudimentary form of consciousness is emerging. Sword Maiden buff nameless, significantly enhanced effect. All attributes plus 50 affected by spiritual completeness and host level. Roar. The largest monster, whose core had been stolen, roared in fury, its claws tearing through the air as it slashed down. The other 2 also flanked from the left and right, activating their shadow burrowing skill, instantly merging their figures into the ground, leaving only surging shadow ripples. Xingli. Lin Yi shouted sharply, retreating rapidly.
Starry Sky Protection.
The Starry Sky sword's starlight surged, forming a rotating star barrier around Lin Yi.
Freeze for thousands of miles.
Lin Yubing at the cave entrance made his move almost simultaneously, and the extremely cold power of frost instantly poured into the cave floor.
Stardust of annihilation. Boom. Bang.
Hiss hiss hiss. The sounds of ice crystals cracking, energy colliding, and scales tearing were mixed together.
The monster on the right was shattered by the stardust storm, its scales broken, and it retreated with a miserable howl.
The enormous monster directly in front slammed its claw into Xingxuan's protective barrier, causing the starlight barrier to fluctuate violently, but the barrier remained intact. The biggest threat has been temporarily contained, but the crisis remains unresolved. The frozen monster was struggling frantically, and the ice was cracking and popping.
Flash of fireflies.
Lin Yi seized the opportunity and instantly appeared next to the core, grabbing it in his hand. The remaining energy was immediately absorbed by the nameless broken sword, and the core turned into dust.
Retreat.
Lin Yi didn't hesitate and activated Firefly Flash again, rushing towards the cave entrance.
Roar. Roar. Roar.
The largest monster went completely berserk, its huge mouth opened, and a condensed dark breath spewed out, chasing straight after Lin Yi's back. Ice wall triple.
Lin Yubing shouted, and 3 thick ice walls instantly stacked behind Lin Yi. Puff. Puff! Puff! The shadow breath shattered 3 layers of ice walls, greatly reducing its power, but the aftershock still slammed into Lin Yi's back. Put! Lin Yi felt a sweet taste in his throat, as if he wanted to vomit blood, but he forced it down and used the impact to rush out of the cave even faster. Go! Lin Yubing grabbed the staggering Lin Yi and rushed away without looking back. For the next few days, the two continued to move about in this manner deep within the Rift Valley. Lin Yubing is responsible for vigilance, control, and defense, using the power of frost to create favorable terrain or freeze threats. Guided by the nameless broken sword, Lin Yi precisely hunted down elite monsters with high-quality shadow cores, focusing on breaking through their defenses. His fighting style became increasingly concise and efficient, and his mastery of the Starry Sky Sword techniques became more and more refined. His level steadily increased with each battle. After continuously absorbing high-quality shadow cores, the nameless broken sword's nurturing progress has steadily increased to 62%, and all its attributes have even increased by 80 points. Lin Yubing also reaped considerable rewards. She witnessed Lin Yi using the power of the Sword Maiden without any restraint time and time again, yet she never saw the legendary fatal backlash appear. So she suppressed her doubts and instead began to actively protect the secrets of Lin Yi. The tacit understanding between the two deepened day by day. A single glance or gesture was often enough for them to understand each other's intentions. Although Lin Yubing remained outwardly aloof, the trust they shared in fighting side by side and the quietly growing feelings between them flowed through their silent cooperation. Time quietly slipped away until the last day. At this time, Lin Yi's level had increased to level 19, and Lin Yubing's level had also reached level 17. The nameless broken sword's nurturing progress has reached 70%, not far from 100%, and the attribute points it provides have reached 90. In addition, the two obtained a large number of high-quality magic crystal cores, 1/3 of which were of the dark attribute. As for rare materials, they are countless. The 20th day, early morning. On the eastern side of the dark Rift Valley, a cliffside outpost. The enormous bronze flying boat hovered in mid-air. The surviving trial participants from the 7 cities emerged one after another from the mist of the Rift Valley, carrying fatigue and wounds, but also their respective gains and points certificates, and gathered in the square in front of the outpost. The atmosphere was solemn and tense, filled with the smells of blood, medicine, and the complex emotions of surviving a catastrophe. When Lin Yi and Lin Yubing walked out of the mist side by side, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Yi was still wearing faded old clothes, but his posture was as upright as a sword. Lin Yubing, standing beside him, remained as aloof and cold as ever in her white robes, but her brows held less of their former detachment and more of a gentleness. The two walked side by side, their auras complementing each other, as if they were one entity. From the ranks of Pan Shurchang and the Zhao family, gazes were cast with a mixture of resentment and fear, but no one dared to step forward and provoke them. The tragic situation of Shi Lei and Zhao Mingxian had already spread throughout the 7 cities. On the high platform, Qingyu, the lord of Linfeng City, Shi Pashan, the leader of Panshur City, Zhao Li, the representative of the Zhao family, and the leaders of several other cities stood solemnly. Qingyu stepped forward, his voice infused with spiritual power, resounding throughout the square. The 7 cities elite trial, lasting 20 days, has now concluded. All participants, please submit your points vouchers. Staff members quickly stepped forward, collected the receipts one by one, and entered them into the system. A moment later, a huge light screen lit up in the center of the square, displaying rows of names and scores. Chapter 37, Another Landslide Victory at Number 1. Xiao Tiannan arrives. 7 Cities Joint Trial Final Leaderboard. First place, Lin Yi Linfeng City points, 387650. Note, confirmed to have killed the Lord-level monster, Shadow Dragon Lizard Lord Abizos, received bonus points. Second place, Lin Yubing Linfeng City points, 98730. Third place, Yanlai Crimson Flame City points, 65820. Fourth place, Lani Azure Wave City points, 63450. Fifth place, Shigang Rock City points, 58910. Sixth place, Feng Xiaochuan Lufeng City points, 55380. Boom! The entire square was instantly detonated. After the deathly silence came deafening screams and uproar. 387,650 points. A devastating number. That's almost 4 times that of Lin Yubing, who came in second. And nearly 6 times that of Yan Lai, who came in third. Fault. Absolutely overwhelming, number 1 fault. The name at the top of the list and the string of points behind it were like an insurmountable mountain, making all the geniuses feel suffocated. The note indicating that he killed a Lord-level monster adds to his legendary status. 380,000? How is that possible? Just how many monsters did he kill? How many cores did he steal? A Lord level. He single-handedly took down a Lord level enemy? Is he even human? The Sword Maiden is suffering a backlash? How come he's still alive? Linfeng City, this is defying the heavens. One in first place, one in second. The faces of the people from Panchiching and the Zhao family were ashen. Sherpasan and Zhao Li stared at the glaring points and names with disbelief in their eyes. Lin Yubing looked at her name, which was right behind hers on the list, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, but more than that, she felt relieved. Having fought side by side for the past few days, she understands the significance of this point better than anyone else. Xinyu suppressed his overwhelming joy and shock, striving to maintain the dignity of the city lord. Lin Yi calmly looked at his name and score on the screen, without much emotion in his heart. These 20 days of life or death struggle, countless backlashes and countermeasures, cooperation with Lin Yubing, and Wuming's growth, all the efforts have been transformed into this number. His goal has never been just the point standings. He turned his head slightly and glanced at Lin Yubing beside him. Lin Yubing happened to be looking at him, her icy blue eyes reflecting the light from the screen and his figure. Their eyes met, and silence spoke volumes. The trial in the Dark Rift has ended. But the new storm and the new journey have only just begun with the unveiling of the point standings. Silence. Xinyu's voice was like thunder, instantly silencing the deafening discussion. The 7 cities joint trial has officially concluded. The points leaderboard has been published, and the results are valid. The top 3 individuals Lin Yi, Lin Yubing, and Yan Lai will qualify to enter the outer area of the Great Xia Secret Vault to select treasures. The remaining rewards will be distributed by each city according to their rankings. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Lai of Crimson Flame City revealed a look of wild joy on his face. Lan Yi and the others from Bibo City could not hide their disappointment. The area around Rock City and the Zhao family camp was deathly silent. Sherpasan and Zhao Li's faces were so gloomy they could drip water, and their gazes toward Lin Yi were filled with venom. Having achieved this result, Lin Yi can be said to have become famous throughout the 7 cities. No, it's not just 7 cities. Lin Yi has caught Xiao Tiannan's attention, and may even become famous throughout the entire province. The trial is over. The top 3, come with me, the city lord. Xinyu said, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yi, Lin Yubing, and Yan Lai of Crimson Flame City, who was beaming with joy. The 3 of them followed Xinyu, and under the watchful eyes of countless complex gazes, they walked towards the heavily guarded command center deep within the outpost. After passing through layers of security, they were led into a spacious, quiet room. The interior was simply furnished, with only a large square table and a few chairs in the center. A faint energy fluctuation permeated the air, preventing outsiders from peeping. Xinyu stood by the door, his expression respectful. Please wait a moment, the 3 of you. Chairman Xiao will be here shortly. President Xiao? Yan Lai was stunned for a moment, then realized something, and his excitement instantly faded, replaced by tension and restraint. His voice even trembled slightly. Could it be President Xiao Tiannan? Xinyu nodded slightly, confirming his guess. The air in the quiet room seemed to freeze. Xinyu's words were like a stone thrown into a deep pool, creating ripples. Xiao Tiannan. The weight this name carries is enough to inspire awe in any professional from Tianfang province. A top-tier expert at level 80 or above, and the leader of the Tianfang province branch of the National Professionals Guild. A being who truly stands in the clouds, looking down upon all living beings. His personal visit to this outpost on the edge of the Rift Valley was no small matter. Yan Lai's ecstasy had long been replaced by nervousness. He subconsciously straightened his clothes and tried to straighten his back, attempting to show the demeanor that a genius of Crimson Flame City should have, but the unease in his eyes was hard to hide. Lin Yubing returned to her usual aloofness, her icy eyes calm as still water, but with an even deeper air of solemnity. Lin Ye's heart was equally restless. The presence of a high-ranking official from the provincial capital signifies that his performance has attracted the attention of the highest levels of government. This presents both an opportunity and a huge risk. He has too many secrets: the system, the nameless existence, the method to resist the backlash from the Sword Maiden. Each of them could potentially cause a huge upheaval. He must be more cautious. In the midst of this breathtaking silence, the door to the quiet room slid open silently. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no suffocating pressure. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue robe walked in slowly. His face was refined, and his eyes were peaceful and profound, as if they could encompass everything. It was Xiao Tiannan.
He was like a shadow blending into the background, yet he naturally became the focus of attention.
Xin Yu immediately bowed and greeted the president. President.
Xiao Tiannan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the three people in the room. His gaze swept over Yan Lai, lingered briefly on Lin Yubing, and carried a hint of recognition for her S-level talent.
Ultimately, it fell on Lin Yi.
In an instant, Lin Yi felt as if his layers of disguise had been peeled away, and he was being scrutinized from body to soul by an irresistible force. His spiritual energy instinctively tried to circulate and resist, but Xingli forcefully suppressed it. Don't move.
Calm your mind.
Lin Yi forcibly suppressed his excitement and remained calm, bowing slightly and saying, Lin Yi from Linfeng City greets Chairman Xiao. His voice was steady, neither humble nor arrogant. Lin Yubing from Linfeng City greets President Xiao. Lin Yubing followed closely behind, her voice clear and cool like an icy spring.
Yan Lai from Crimson Flame City pays respects to President Xiao.
Yan Lai also hurriedly bowed, his voice visibly nervous. Xiao Tiannan gave a faint smile, walked to the head seat and casually waved his hand. No need for formalities.
Please sit down.
The three of them sat down as instructed. Yan Lai sat upright with his hands on his knees, looking somewhat stiff. Lin Yubing maintained an elegant posture with her eyes lowered.
Lin Yi was the most relaxed, with his back straight and his gaze calmly fixed on Xiao Tiannan. Thank you all for your hard work in the Seven Cities trial. Xiao Tiannan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears.
Especially the three of you, it is truly remarkable that you were able to stand out in such fierce competition and win the top three. Yan Lai, your fire-type talent is pure and explosive.
Given time, you have a bright future. Thank you for the compliment, Chairman.
Yan Lai was flattered and quickly replied. Xiao Tiannan turned his gaze to Lin Yubing, S-rank Frost Heart, with exquisite control and a resilient character. The Lin family has a worthy successor, very good.
Thank you for your praise, President Xiao.
Lin Yubing bowed slightly, her tone still cool. Finally, his gaze returned to Lin Yi. This time, the scrutiny was even more pronounced, as if trying to penetrate Lin Yi's calm exterior and see the surging power and hidden secrets within him.
Chapter 38 Top 10 Nationwide? Xiao Tiannan's request.
Lin Yi. Xiao Tiannan slowly began, 387,650 points, confirmed kill of the level 25 Lord Monster Shadow Dragon Lizard Lord Abizos. This achievement is enough to rank in the top 5 even in the entire province. His tone was calm, as if he were stating a fact, but the content of his words carried immense weight. Contracted Sword Maiden, enduring the backlash, yet able to unleash such combat power.
Your resilience talent mutation is truly inconceivable. Xiao Tiannan's gaze seemed to penetrate. Can you tell me specifically where this mutation manifests? How did it help you resist the backlash power that even an SSS level character would find difficult to withstand? The core issue points directly to Lin Yi's biggest secret. The air in the quiet room instantly became tense.
Xin Yu stood to the side, holding his breath. Lin Yubing's fingertips curled slightly, and a trace of worry flashed deep in her icy eyes.
Yan Lai stared wide-eyed, filled with curiosity. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yi's mind.
He knew this problem was unavoidable and he had to give a reasonable explanation, but he absolutely could not expose the system and the truth of eternal destruction. He took a deep breath, meeting Xiao Tiannan's gaze, his eyes calm yet tinged with a solemnity tinged with recollection.
President Xiao, I can't fully explain the specific mechanism of the mutation.
When I contracted the Sword Maiden Xingli, the violent backlash almost tore me apart instantly. It was my instinct and will to survive that unexpectedly triggered the deepest potential of my resilience talent. It didn't grant me powerful attacks or special skills, but rather, it modified my body's tolerance to pain and erosion. It was as if an invisible resilience barrier had been built deep within my flesh, bones, and even soul. The backlash is still there, and the pain is real every time I use the power of the Sword Maiden. But this barrier has greatly slowed down the collapse, and it seems to have given my body a powerful self-healing tendency.
As long as it's not a continuous overexertion, the body will repair those injuries at an abnormally fast speed during breaks in combat.
After these words were spoken, the room fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. This is not without cost.
Lin Yi's voice lowered.
Every repair is depleting my life force. I can feel that the resilience is not inexhaustible, it's more like burning my potential to buy time.
Moreover, this kind of recovery consumes an extremely terrifying amount of mental will.
If one is not careful, one may be completely lost in the vortex of pain and power and become a monster that only knows how to kill. This half-true, half-false explanation cleverly avoids the offset mechanism, focusing instead on increased tolerance and exerting potential in exchange for recovery. This sounds like it fits the possible direction of mutation of the toughness talent, and it also explains why he can be lively and energetic yet make people feel that the cost is huge.
Xiao Tiannan listened quietly.
His deep gaze lingered on Lin Yi's face for a long time, as if judging the truthfulness of his words. Overdrawing potential to buy time, burning the essence of life to gain power, Xiao Tiannan repeated in a low voice, a complex and incomprehensible emotion showing in his eyes, as if he was recalling some distant past. Finally, he slowly nodded, not delving any further. The power of the Sword Maiden is a double-edged sword. Your ability to find a glimmer of hope amidst the backlash and achieve such results is both your fortune and your calamity. Take care. Lin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had barely passed the first hurdle. Thank you for your guidance, President Xiao.
I will keep it in mind.
Xiao Tiannan's gaze swept over the three. Your performances, especially Lin Yi's, have attracted great attention in the provincial capital. As the top 3 in this trial, your qualification to enter the outer perimeter of the Great Xia Secret Treasury is a recognition and cultivation of outstanding younger generations by the nation. The Secret Treasury contains countless treasures, cultivation techniques, secret skills, and even lost inheritances.
You have 3 days to enter and choose one item.
He paused, then looked at Lin Yi and Lin Yubing. Lord Qin, you are responsible for arranging for them to set off for the provincial capital immediately. The secret vault is about to open, and there can be no delay.
Yes. Your subordinate obeys.
Qin Yu replied immediately. As for you two, Xiao Tiannan said, looking at Yin Lai and Lin Yubing, you two can go and rest now to prepare.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Xiao.
Yin Lai stood up excitedly, bowed, and left the quiet room with great excitement. Lin Yubing also got up, nodded, and left. Only Xiao Tiannan, Qin Yu, and Lin Yi remained in the quiet room. Xiao Tiannan's gaze fell on Lin Yi again. Lin Yi, 3 days from now, the trip to the secret vault will end, followed by the national examination. It is the ultimate stage that gathers the nation's top geniuses, and its significance far surpasses that of the 7 cities trial. I hope that you can continue your performance in the national examination, or even go further. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He knew the important part was coming. He met Xiao Tiannan's deep gaze and said in a deep voice, President Xiao, please give me your instructions.
I, Lin Yi, will do my best. Do your best? Xiao Tiannan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he shook his head. That's not enough. I need you to get into the top 10 in the national exam. Top 10?
The national examination is the pinnacle showdown of the younger generation in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, bringing together the most monstrous geniuses from each province.
SS level and even the legendary SSS level talents may appear.
Each of the top 10 represents unimaginable, terrifying strength and potential.
This requirement is undeniably high. Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly, but he did not back down. He calmly asked, President Xiao, why the top 10? Xiao Tiannan slowly opened his mouth.
There are 3 reasons. Firstly, the Shi family of Panchur City and the Zhao family of Linfeng City suffered a great loss at your hands this time, and they will never let it go. In particular, Zhao Mingxian and Shi Lei were seriously injured, and it has been confirmed that they will not be able to participate in the national examination. It can be said that the training that the 2 families put into these 2 people has gone to waste. They may not dare to act openly, but they will definitely take revenge in a frenzy behind the scenes.
Lin Yi's expression turned serious.
He hadn't been unaware of this, but hearing it so bluntly from Xiao Tiannan carried a completely different weight. If you can rank among the top 10 in the country, it means that your value has been recognized and appreciated by the highest levels of the nation. At that time, you will be a key talent protected by the entire Tianfang province, and even the Great Xia Kingdom.
The Shi family, the Zhao family?
Humph, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Lin Yi was shaken.
Xiao Tiannan's promise directly hit his biggest weakness and worry. This benefit is of immeasurable value.
Secondly, being among the top 10 nationwide means you'll be sought after by the country's most prestigious universities, receive top-tier mentors, access to the most core traditions, and receive the most abundant cultivation resources. This far surpasses the resources available in provincial capitals. More importantly, the top 10 will gain access to the inner area of the Great Xia Secret Treasury.
The inner area?
Xin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, his eyes filled with shock and envy.
The inner area is the true treasure trove of the Great Xia Secret Treasury. The treasures inside are far superior to those outside. That's right, the inner area, Xiao Tiannan affirmed.
There, you can find all sorts of rare resources, top-tier equipment, and precious items. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, then the Starfall Iron, Eternal Ice Crystal, and Spiritual Soil might truly have a place. This is the key to the nameless rebirth. These two are just bonuses, and what I'm about to say, Xiao Tiannan's voice suddenly became serious and heavy, with a hint of barely perceptible urgency, is the fundamental reason why I require you to be in the top 10. Chapter 39, Heading to the Provincial Capital. The Great Xia's secret vault opens. The air in the quiet room suddenly became heavier. Xiao Tiannan's gaze was deep, and his tone was heavy. The invasion of demons on the border is far more severe than you realize. The nationwide exam being brought forward is just the tip of the iceberg. On the front lines, high-level demons are emerging one after another, and even calamity-level beings surpassing the Lord level have appeared. Our S-rank experts are falling one after another, and our defenses are on the verge of collapse. The Great Xia Kingdom needs strength, it needs pillars that can shoulder the burden for the next 10 or 20 years. Contracted Sword Maidens have always been unparalleled in combat power. If the backlash problem can be solved, they will be the ultimate weapon against high-level demons. Xiao Tiannan suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp and fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you survived your contract with the Sword Maiden and even unleashed a power capable of killing a lord despite the backlash. Your resilience mutation talent is currently the only glimmer of hope for solving the age-old problem of the Sword Maiden's backlash. The nation's top leadership, including myself, has placed unprecedented hopes on you. But you need to prove your worth with your strength. Being in the top 10 nationwide is the minimum threshold for you to prove that you have the potential to become a future pillar of strength. Only when you stand in that position will the country spare no effort to allocate resources to cultivate you, study the mysteries within you, and try to replicate or promote your experience in resisting backlash. He took a deep breath, his tone carrying an undeniable determination. Therefore, you must be in the top 10. This is not only for yourself, but also for the future of the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Your existence and your growth may be related to the survival of hundreds of millions of lives. This is the responsibility I require you to fulfill. The room was deathly silent. Xin Yu's long-dormant heart was now surging with excitement and his blood was boiling. The pressure surged towards Lin Yi like a landslide and a tsunami. The top 10 are no longer just simple rankings, but a dragon gate that concerns life and death, and the rise and fall of the nation. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment. When he heard the words "study the mysteries within you and try to replicate or promote your experience of resisting backlash," his heart skipped a beat. However, Lin Yi could understand. Because the Sword Maiden's power is truly immense. Throughout history, those who have contracted with Sword Maidens have all been outstanding talents of their time. Sadly, he died young. The country is desperately trying to solve the problem of backlash. But Lin Yi knew that he had no experience whatsoever. He resolved the backlash by relying on the system. His experience is an exception and cannot be generalized. But should we refuse just because of that? It's out of the question. If you refuse, the problem will only get bigger. All of Lin Yi's emotions ultimately transformed into a burning flame deep within his eyes. He raised his head, meeting Xiao Tiannan's scrutinizing gaze, and spoke each word with unwavering resolve. President Xiao, I accept your terms. I will definitely be among the top 10 in the national examination. Xiao Tiannan nodded slightly, a hint of barely perceptible approval in his eyes. Very good. Remember your promise. Xin Yu, immediately arrange for a flying boat to take the three of them to Tianhai City, the provincial capital. The secret vault is about to open, and there is no time to lose. Yes, Chairman. Xin Yu solemnly replied. The door to the quiet room opened again, and Yen Lai was already waiting excitedly outside. Upon learning that he could go to the provincial capital immediately, his excitement was palpable. Lin Yubing remained calm and did not lose his composure. Soon, a silver-white airship, even larger than the Seven Cities airship, landed at the cliff outpost. This is a mode of transportation directly under the provincial capital, and its speed far exceeds that of the previous bronze flying boat. Lin Yi, Lin Yubing, and Yen Lai boarded the flying boat. The cabin is spacious and comfortable, with excellent facilities, and there is also a special quiet room for people to cultivate and regulate their breathing. The airship's engine emitted a deep hum, instantly tearing through the sky and transforming into a silver streak, speeding towards the provincial capital. The fierce winds were kept out by the airship's protective shield, and the cabin remained calm. Yen Lai could not hide his excitement and paced back and forth in the cabin, imagining the treasures in the secret vault. Lin Yubing found a seat by the window and sat down, closing her eyes to regulate her breathing. Lin Yi also chose a corner to sit cross-legged. He did not immediately adjust his breathing, but instead focused his mind on his body. "Xingli, how are you?" he asked in his mind. Xingli maintained extreme restraint while facing Xiao Tiannan's scrutiny. "Humph, that old fox's eyes are unsettling, as if he can see right through you." Xingli's cold voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "However, he's right. Top 10 in the country. If you can't do that, you might as well find a block of tofu and kill yourself. Don't drag me down with you." Lin Yi's lips twitched slightly. Xingli's way of encouraging was always so unique. He then focused his attention on the nameless broken sword in his arms. Sword Maiden, nameless fragmented. Incubation progress, 70%. Spiritual state, the emergence of a faint form of consciousness. Sword Maiden buff, all attributes plus 90. With 70% recovery progress, we are one step closer to full recovery. The outer perimeter of the Great Xia secret treasury may hold something that could accelerate Wu Ming's recovery or provide crucial clues for reforging. Nameless, hold on. Soon, we'll be able to truly bring you back to life, Lin Yi silently prayed. The broken sword seemed to send a faint, lingering response. The airship moved at incredible speed, the mountains and rivers rushing past beneath its feet. Half an hour later, an unimaginably magnificent city appeared on the horizon. Tianhai City. As the capital of Tianfang Province, its scale is far greater than that of Linfeng City. The towering city walls gleamed with the luster of metal and energy runes, and the massive city gates swallowed up crowds of people and vehicles. The city is filled with buildings of various styles, ranging from high-tech energy towers to antique pavilions and towers. Further away, you can even see islands floating in the air and aircraft shuttling between them. The air was filled with an intense, almost palpable spiritual energy. The airship did not stop at the city gate, but flew directly to a magnificent complex of buildings in the city center that resembled a crystal palace, the Tianfang provincial branch of the National Professionals Guild. The airship landed smoothly on a dedicated platform behind the branch. The hatch opened, and a middle-aged deacon in a guild-issue silver robe with a serious expression was already waiting outside. "Welcome to Tianhai City, 3 trial participants. I am Deacon Zhou Tong, and I will guide you to the entrance of the secret vault. Please follow me." The 3 followed Zhou Tong through the heavily guarded corridor, feeling countless curious, scrutinizing, or competitive gazes along the way. The geniuses in the provincial capital had obviously heard the news and knew that 3 lucky ones from the border town had qualified to enter the secret vault, one of whom was an exceptionally high-scoring player. Lin Yubing remained aloof, her gaze unwavering. Yan Lai, on the other hand, seemed somewhat nervous, trying to straighten his back. Lin Yi, however, was the calmest. He was already accustomed to all kinds of stares, and at this moment, his mind was solely focused on the secret vault. Finally, they were led to a huge circular building. The building has no windows, only a heavy, tightly closed door engraved with intricate and mysterious runes. On either side of the gate stood 2 golden armored guards, their auras unfathomable, as still as statues. A mere glance at them was enough to send shivers down one's spine. This is the entrance to the Tianfang branch of the Great Xia secret treasury. Zhou Tong stopped, his expression solemn. Opening the secret treasury consumes a tremendous amount of resources each time, and you only have 3 days. After entering, you will be randomly teleported to different locations in the outer area. The interior of the secret treasury is a vast and boundless space, where danger and opportunity coexist. Remember 3 things. First, each person can only take 1 item with them. Once selected, they will be teleported out immediately. Second, the environment of the secret vault must not be damaged, the guardian spirit must not be attacked, or the restrictions must not be triggered. Violators will be severely punished. Third, act within your means and don't let greed cloud your judgment. After 3 days, you will be forcibly teleported out regardless of whether you have chosen the items. Now, prepare to enter. Chapter 40 Treasure Selection in the Secret Vault, Legendary Quality Meteorite Iron. After Zhou Tong finished speaking, he took out a uniquely shaped token and pressed it into the groove in the center of the gate. Buzz. A deep hum resounded, and the intricate runes on the gate lit up one by one, emitting a soft and ancient light. The heavy door slid open silently, revealing a deep, strange vortex behind it. A vast, boundless aura, imbued with the power of countless ages, swept over them, causing Lin Yi and the other 2 to tremble in their hearts. "Go in, and good luck." Zhou Tong stepped aside. Yan Lai took a deep breath, unable to contain his excitement, and rushed into the starlight vortex, his figure disappearing instantly. Lin Yubing looked at Lin Yi, her icy eyes questioning. Lin Yi nodded to her. Be careful, see you inside. Lin Yubing nodded slightly, no longer hesitating, and stepped into the vortex, her aloof figure swallowed by the starlight. Lin Yi glanced one last time at the bustling provincial branch behind him, then lowered his head and gently touched the spot on his chest where the nameless broken sword had been, his eyes becoming incredibly resolute. Let's go, Xingli, Wuming. Let's see what's in this great Xia secret treasury. Without further hesitation, he took a step forward, his figure completely disappearing into the deep, swirling vortex of starlight. The door closed silently behind him, separating the two worlds. The moment Lin Yi stepped into the vortex, he felt no weight on his body, as if he had been broken down into pure consciousness, rapidly traversing a tunnel composed of flowing light and runes. Buzz! A trembling sound rang out, and Lin Yi's feet finally touched solid ground, revealing a bright and clear view before him. He found himself in an indescribably beautiful space. This place is not the treasure vault I had imagined, it's more like a broken continent floating in the void. Countless islands of varying sizes and shapes float silently, connected by energy rainbows flowing with starlight, forming a grand and mysterious picture. Each island exudes a distinct aura and radiance. Some islands gleam with golden light, adorned with divine weapons and sword energy soaring into the sky. Some islands are lush and vibrant, with exotic flowers and plants blooming with a dreamlike glow. Some islands are chillingly cold, with ice crystals forming mountain palaces, where frozen flames burn eerily. Some islands have churning lava and raging fires, with exposed red minerals resembling a beating heart. Further away, there are islands shrouded in a misty purple aura. Runes float across it, as if countless phantom images of cultivation techniques and scriptures were floating and sinking within it. There are even islands completely shrouded in shadow, exuding an eerie atmosphere, like entrances to an abyss. Hiss! Even with Lin Yi's strong will, he couldn't help but gasp at this moment. This is not a warehouse. It is clearly a miniature world that has been cut off and is made up of countless rare and precious treasures. A dazzling array of goods, too many to take in. Oomph, you bumpkin, are you seeing things? Xing Li's cold voice rang in his mind. The outer perimeter of this secret vault already has such an atmosphere. The Great Xia Kingdom's 1,000-year history is not entirely useless. Lin Yi composed himself and suppressed the shock in his heart. No matter how many treasures he has, he can only take one with him. His goal was very clear: to reforge the materials needed for nameless, meteorite iron, eternal ice crystal, and spiritual soil. The myriad swords diagram. Lin Yi murmured to himself. A familiar system screen instantly appeared before my eyes, and the 10,000 swords diagram function was operating at full power. Countless streams of information swept across the surrounding space like a waterfall, scanning and analyzing it. A large amount of high energy fluctuations detected. Analyzing energy properties and potential value. Warning: some areas contain powerful restrictions and guardian spirits exploration is advised. Suspected target item clue found: meteorite iron weak resonance. Meteorite iron? Lin Yi's spirits lifted. As expected, the myriad swords diagram actually captured the faint resonance of the starfall black iron. Although extremely faint, the direction was clearly pointing diagonally ahead to a relatively remote and inconspicuous gray-brown islet. The island floated in the shadow of several glittering islands, its surface covered with an uneven surface resembling a meteorite crater. It had no dazzling brilliance, only an extremely restrained heaviness and coldness. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi immediately stepped onto the starlight rainbow bridge that connected the small island. The rainbow bridge may seem illusory, but it is exceptionally stable when stepped on. With each step, space shifts, and you instantly traverse a vast distance to reach your destination island. The moment you step onto the island, an indescribable heaviness comes from beneath your feet, as if the entire island is made of extremely dense metal. The air is thin and the temperature is extremely low. In the center of the island stand several huge, irregularly shaped, dark gray metal blocks, their surfaces riddled with pits. Item: meteorite iron large piece. Quality: legendary material. Attributes: star, solid, magic resistance, energy conduction. Description: a special metal formed from the core fragments of an extraterrestrial star after being melted by terrestrial fire and tempered by time. It contains pure stellar power and void properties, making it indestructible and possessing excellent energy conductivity and anti-magic properties. It is the core material for forging top-tier weapons, armor, or special components. Status: unowned, available for pickup. That's it. Lin Yi's heart raced. You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. He strode forward, reached out, and his fingertips touched the cold metal surface. A heavy, vast stellar power flowed up his arm, as if supporting a miniature star. He tried to move the smallest piece and found it extremely difficult. Its weight was more than 100 times that of a piece of steel of the same volume. What a treasure! Lin Ye's eyes gleamed. With it, the nameless path of rebuilding has taken its most solid step. He chose it without hesitation. Obtain key material, Meteorite Iron X1 Legendary. The moment the Starfall Iron was collected, the island trembled slightly, and a repulsive force emanated from it. Lin Yi understood that the secret vault rules had come into effect. Each person could only take one item. Once selected, spatial teleportation will begin. With a flash of light, Lin Yi's figure disappeared into the secret vault space. The next moment, he appeared in the hall at the entrance of the Tianfang branch of the Great Xia Secret Treasury. Lin Yubing and Yan Lai appeared beside him almost at the same time. How was the harvest? Lin Yi looked at the two of them and asked curiously. Lin Yubing said, I have found a frost soul heart that matches my talent. It contains the essence of extreme cold and can help me break through the bottleneck and comprehend deeper ice-type mysteries. Yan Lai was overjoyed. Ha ha. I'm rich. I got a piece of crimson refined gold marrow. A legendary fire-type material. With it, my natal weapon will definitely be upgraded by a whole new level. Deacon Jotong was already waiting to the side. Congratulations to the three of you for your gains. The trip to the secret vault is over. Please follow me to leave. The three left the provincial capital guild and boarded a return flight. Throughout the journey, Yan Lai remained immersed in the excitement of acquiring the treasure, chattering incessantly. Lin Yubing closed his eyes to rest, silently nurturing the frosty soul heart. Lin Yi appeared to be meditating with his eyes closed, but in reality, his mind was immersed in the system space, feeling the heavy and cold starfall iron, his heart filled with anticipation. The airship was extremely fast and soon landed in Rinwen City. Chapter 41. A nameless newcomer. A sword maiden named Ji Ling. After bidding farewell to Yan Lai and politely declining Lin Yubing's offer to escort him, Lin Yi embarked on his journey back to the slums alone. Pushing open that familiar, creaking, dilapidated wooden door, a whiff of air mixed with the smell of musty and cheap cleaning agents hit me. His home was bare and simply furnished, but it was his only safe haven in the world. My nerves, which had been tense for more than 20 days, finally relaxed completely. He closed the door behind him, leaned against it, and exhaled a long, deep breath. The fierce battle in the dark rift, the shock of the secret vault, the scrutiny of the provincial bigwigs, all the noise and pressure were shut out at this moment. He walked to the only wooden table, carefully took the heavy piece of meteorite iron from his backpack, and gently placed it on the table. Then, he took out the ancient black ring that he had taken from Zhao Mingxuan's hand, which bore a powerful seal and tracking mark, and placed it next to the starfall black iron. The ring was cold and silent, like a mystery waiting to be solved. Finally, he gently stroked the nameless broken sword in his arms, which had reached 70% of its healing progress and was emitting a faint sense of dependence. We're home. Lin Yi whispered. He took a deep breath and focused his attention on the most important target, the nameless one. He carefully took out a crystal core, legendary magic crystal core void dark core. This is the ultimate loot from killing Lord Abizos. The moment the void dark core appeared, the nameless broken sword in his arms suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly violent tremor. Now is the time, nameless. Lin Ye's eyes were firm, and he no longer hesitated. He gently pressed the void dark core, which emitted a deep, eerie light, onto the broken surface of the nameless broken sword. Buzz. The moment they made contact, something unexpected happened. The void core seemed to have found its home, and a deep, eerie light surged wildly into the shattered sword. The spider web-like cracks on the broken sword were instantly filled with dense shadow energy, emitting a faint hum. The light in the entire cabin seemed to be distorted and swallowed up, plunging into a strange dimness. Lin Yi clearly felt that a massive torrent of energy was being greedily absorbed by the nameless broken sword. Detection detected that the Sword Maiden Nameless Remnant has absorbed the legendary core Void Dark Core. Warning! Extremely violent energy. Spiritual fragments are nearing their limit. Incubation progress increased by 30%. The warming process is 100% complete. The spiritual fragments have been completely stabilized, and the core of consciousness has begun to solidify. Warning! Primal energy overload, entity formation failed. Current state, emerging intelligence consciousness, unable to form a stable entity. Sword Maiden buff nameless, all attributes plus 120 affected by host level. Sword Maiden nameless crippled status update, nameless newborn. The buzzing gradually subsided, and the strange phenomena inside the cabin disappeared. The void core on the table had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The nameless broken sword still lay there, seemingly unchanged on the outside, with the cracks still there. But Lin Yi could clearly sense that the spirituality contained within the sword had undergone a tremendous change. A faint fluctuation of consciousness cautiously touched his soul.
Master?
A faint voice echoed deep within Lin Yi's mind.
Success! The first signs of intelligence have emerged.
A surge of immense joy and a sense of accomplishment welled up within Lin Yi. He gently stroked the cold blade. I'm here.
Welcome, you finally truly awakened, little one. The newly formed consciousness seemed to sense Lin Yi's kindness and conveyed a faint sense of joy. Humph, at least it's not a piece of dead iron anymore.
Xing Li's cold voice rang out. However, it can't even form a decent body, it's still pitifully weak.
Hey, little one, what's your name? The newborn consciousness seemed somewhat bewildered. She didn't seem to understand.
Lin Yi gazed at the Sword Maiden, which had once carried endless resentment and secrets but had now finally developed self-awareness. After a moment's thought, he spoke.
How about we call you Night Feather? Night is your attribute, and feathers are your new life. Yiling. The newborn consciousness repeated the name with difficulty, its voice carrying a hint of joy. It likes the name.
The Sword Maiden nameless newborn has been officially renamed Night Feather.
Night Feather?
It's so, Xing Li commented, which was an acknowledgement of the name.
Lin Yi was also very happy. From now on, this little guy finally has a name of his own. She is no longer nameless.
She was given a new lease on life. Lin Yi opened the system panel to view Yiling's information.
Sword Maiden, Night Feather. Quality?
Status, initial awakening of consciousness, but still without physical form. Ability, none, currently unable to bear any power or skills.
Buff, all attributes plus 120. Ultimate skill, none. Current favorability, 100 max.
Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to see this panel.
Yiling's affection for me has reached the maximum level?
It's no wonder he went to such great lengths to give her a new lease on life. Unfortunately, because it has no physical form, Night Feather still has no skills or ultimate techniques, and can only provide attribute buffs. But Lin Yi's heart was filled with hope.
With the Starfall Iron in hand, how far away can the Eternal Ice Crystal and the Spiritual Charm be?
Just then, Yiling's nascent consciousness seemed to develop a strong interest in the black ring on the table.
Master, want to eat, untie it, Yiling said haltingly.
Lin Yi's heart stirred. Night Feather's original power is darkness and void, and restrictions, seals, and mental imprints are, to some extent, the power of darkness and void.
Could it be that the newly born Night Feather can instinctively use this power? Would you like to try to unlock it?
Lin Yi picked up the cold ring.
Yiling conveyed a sense of affirmation.
All right. Lin Yi said without hesitation, bringing the ring close to Yiling as sword. Be careful, this restriction is very strong, and it also has a tracking mark.
Buzz.
Night Feather's sword once again emitted a deep, eerie light, carrying a peculiar penetrating power.
Hiss.
On the surface of the ring, the obscure runes suddenly flashed violently, bursting forth with a strong light of resistance.
A powerful mental shock attempted to backfire.
However, Night Feather's power seemed to be a natural counter to these restrictions. She rapidly eroded and corrupted the energy structure of the runes, disintegrating and devouring them.
The entire process was completely silent. Within just a few breaths, the resistance light emanating from the ring completely dimmed. Unknown storage ring detected, seal broken.
The psychological imprint and tracking marks have been completely removed.
It's done. Lin Yi was overjoyed.
Yiling has just been reborn, and she has already shown such unique and powerful abilities. He immediately probed the inside of the ring with his mental energy. The space wasn't large, only a few cubic meters, but what was inside made Lin Yi's eyes gleam.
Chapter 42, Level 20. New entry, Fleeting Eternity. There are many things in the ring, so I've sorted them all out and arranged them neatly. They are roughly the following types. Money and crystal cards, a large amount of great Xia coins, roughly estimated to be no less than 1 million.
There are also several crystal cards that are flashing with high-level energy light, obviously storing a lot of money. Pills, a dozen or so jade bottles, filled with fragrant and spiritually potent pills. Lin Yi immediately recognized one of the bottles as the extremely precious breakthrough pill, which could directly raise the level of professionals below level 30 by 1. The other bottle contains the life-creating pill, a holy grail of healing that can almost restore flesh to bones and revive the dead.
and a bottle labeled Spirit Nourishing Pill, which can greatly nourish the spirit.
Scrolls, several scrolls inscribed with intricate runes, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. One of them, Fiery Red, is a high-level version of the Burning City scroll. Another, Azure Blue, is the Frozen Thousand Miles scroll, and the third, glowing with an earthy yellow light, is the Earth Barrier defensive scroll. Materials, several pieces of rare metals and ores shimmering with different lusters. Although not as valuable as meteorite iron, they are still quite precious. In addition, there are various animal horns, claws, and furs, all excellent materials for crafting weapons and equipment. As expected of the heir of the Zhao family, this collection is truly remarkable.
Lin Yi thought with delight.
The wealth and resources contained in Zhao Mingxuan's ring far exceeded his imagination. It was practically a supply package tailor-made for him.
He might even have to thank Zhao Mingxian.
Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi immediately picked up the bottle of barrier-breaking pill.
He was already at level 19.
If he followed the normal path, it would take him at least a week of grinding to reach level 20. But with the national exams approaching, he had no time.
Level 20 was a huge hurdle for Lin Yi.
Once you cross that threshold, not only will all your attributes increase significantly, but you'll also gain a new contract slot and gold attributes. This breakthrough pill is truly a godsend.
This is the perfect opportunity for Lin Yi to break through.
He sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and swallowed a breakthrough pill, the size of a longan that radiated surging energy.
Boom!
The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a violent and pure torrent of energy that rushed into every part of the body. The spiritual energy within Lin Yi's body was like a volcano that had been ignited, circulating wildly, compressing, and undergoing a qualitative change. The level 19 barrier was as fragile as paper under the impact of this overwhelming force.
Absorb pure energy. Experience points greatly increased. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 20.
Strength plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Agility plus 100 base upgrade improvement. The talent Sword Heart Clarity has been triggered.
Received 1 random gold affix. Extracting keywords. New entry added, Fleeting Eternity.
As the sounds rang out, after the upgrade, Lin Yi not only gained a significant boost to his attributes, but more importantly, he also obtained a new gold attribute. Fleeting Eternity. When activated, it eliminates the cooldown, cost, and backlash of all of the Sword Maiden's skills and ultimate techniques, allowing for unlimited skill release for 3 minutes.
Can only be used once per day.
These few lines of explanation contain a terrifying power capable of overturning the course of the battle.
Eliminate cooldown, resource consumption, and backlash. Unleash all skills without limit. 3 minutes. What does that mean?
This means that for those 3 minutes, he was the absolute master of the sword. Star-marked thorns can transform into a continuous rain of death.
The extinction of stardust can be overwhelming and never-ending.
A meteorite can bombard you with such intensity that it's like a falling star. Even, the ultimate technique Eternal Night Withering can be activated without restraint, turning the domain into an eternal killing field without worrying about the cost of backlash. This is simply a divine skill that defies the heavens and changes one's fate. Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. This moment of eternity will be his biggest trump card in the fiercely competitive arena of the National College Entrance Examination. This is enough to allow him to disregard the difference in level and confront any powerful enemy head-on. Compared to this, the attribute boost from leveling up seems insignificant. After reading the golden entry, Lin Yi continued to look at other information. Besides the level upgrade and new terms, the most important change is the new contract slot.
The Command of 10,000 Swords effect is activated.
Upon reaching level 20, you will gain an additional Sword Maiden contract slot.
Current contract position, 2-3.
Current contracted Sword Maidens, Xingli 3-star, can be upgraded, yielding newborn, 1 empty slot.
Current attribute bonus, 100%. Nightfeather has no physical form yet, so it cannot trigger the attribute bonus of commanding 10,000 swords.
Lin Yi looked down at Yi Ling in his arms.
Yi Ling, get some rest.
Soon, we'll find the remaining materials and bring you back to life, Lin Yi murmured to himself. Yi Ling sent back a faint but incredibly affectionate and trusting thought, Master, be strong, Yi Ling.
Waiting for you. Time passed slowly, and the next day arrived. A gentle morning breeze swept across the central square of Linfeng City.
Lin Yi stood at the edge of the crowd, his eyes slightly closed.
Lin Yi.
A rough voice broke the silence. Wang Mang pushed through the crowd, leading Chen Fei and several other classmates over. His face was filled with barely concealed excitement and nervousness.
Are you ready? I heard this big exam is really going to kill people. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the center of the playground. The massive teleportation array has been activated.
All the senior high school students in Linfeng City, regardless of their awakening level, gathered here, their faces a mixture of excitement, trepidation, and fear of the unknown.
Silence. City Lord Qin Yu's voice resounded across the playground through the amplification array. The national examination is about to begin.
Destination Tianhai City, the provincial capital, is the examination center. This teleportation is directly controlled by the provincial capital guild, and the space is stable, so there's no need to panic.
Line up and enter the teleportation array one by one.
The crowd began to surge. Lin Ye's gaze swept past the throng of people and landed on that aloof white figure. Lin Yubing stood alone a short distance away, her ice blue dress spotless, and she exuded a chilling aura that kept strangers at bay. Her gaze seemed to sweep unintentionally in Lin Ye's direction, a faint hint of concern flashing across her eyes before returning to its icy composure. The procession moved forward slowly. As Lin Yi stepped into the core of the teleportation array, a powerful suction force instantly enveloped his entire body.
In an instant, my feet found solid ground.
Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes and found himself already at the provincial capital examination hall.
They found themselves in a vast, unparalleled square. The square was bustling with noise and a dense crowd of people, as candidates from dozens of cities under the jurisdiction of Tianfang province gathered here. Its aura is complex yet powerful, at least level 10 or higher.
Suddenly, an indescribable pressure descended without warning.
Hold head high. Everyone looked up abruptly.
The sky was suddenly parted by a force, and a huge azure dragon broke through the sea of clouds and swooped down. On its dragon head, a figure stood with his hands behind his back, his dark blue robe remaining motionless in the gale.
It was Xiao Tianan.
Silence. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable, absolute authority.
Next, I will announce the rules for this national examination. The entire room was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Chapter 43. The national examination begins. Illusory battlefield. The national examination begins today. Xiao Tiannan's voice echoed in the vast space.
The assessment will be conducted in 3 phases.
Phase 1, Joint Combat Assessment in the provincial capital. Duration, 3 days. Location, safe zone outside the illusion battlefield. Objectives, survival, hunting, points. Rules, each player relies on their own abilities. Life and death are at your own risk. The top 100 players in points will advance. The illusionary battlefield connects to the real demon realm. Although weakened by the array, the monsters remain as ferocious as ever. Casualties are inevitable. Crushing the teleportation stone will force you to exit, but your qualification for the assessment will be invalidated. The phrase "lose your own life and death" pierced everyone's heart like an icicle, bringing a chill. Phase 2, the 100 Battles Arena. Those who advance from Phase 1 will enter the 100 Battles Arena in the illusionary battlefield to fight against other advancees from various provinces. Winners can continue fighting, while those who lose twice will be eliminated, until the top 100 nationwide are determined. Phase 3, National Ranking Battle. Held in the capital, the final rankings will be determined. The top 10 will gain access to the core area of the Great Xia Secret Vault and enjoy the best resources available nationwide. Xiao Tiannan's gaze seemed to intentionally or unintentionally sweep over the direction of Linfeng City, lingering on Lin Yi for a moment. The nation is in peril, demons are invading the borders. Great Xia needs more than just geniuses, it needs true warriors who can fight in blood and fire and rise up in dire straits. The rules have been announced. Choose your own path. Now, all candidates, enter the teleportation array target, illusion battlefield. As he finished speaking, in the center of the square, 10 giant teleportation arrays, larger than the school playground and with more complex and mysterious runes, simultaneously lit up with towering pillars of light. The enormous spatial portal slowly opened within the pillar of light, revealing a phantom of a land churning with the stench of blood. Faint roars of monsters could be heard faintly through the portal. The true atmosphere of a battlefield is palpable. Lin Yi stepped into the teleportation portal. The dim teleportation light swallowed his figure. The nationwide exams have officially begun. As Lin Yi's feet touched the ground again, a nauseating stench of blood instantly filled his nostrils. The scene before them was completely different from the training tower and the dark rift valley.
The sky was a dark red, like congealed blood, obscuring the sun, moon, and stars. The earth was cracked and charred, littered with enormous skeletons. Twisted, withered trees groveled, and the ruins of collapsed city walls and burning wastelands were faintly visible. This is the illusion battlefield, the front line connecting to the real demon realm. Even after being weakened by the formation, its cruelty and danger far surpassed any previous trial ground. Ugh! Not far away, a girl who had just been teleported in was so overwhelmed by the strong smell of blood and the horrific scene that she couldn't help but bend over and gag. Many of the new students were pale-faced, and their hands holding weapons were trembling slightly. Humph, a bunch of fledglings who have never been on the battlefield. Xingli sneered coldly, they can't even stand this little smell. When the monsters pounce on them, they'll probably wet their pants. Lin Yi ignored him and quickly surveyed his surroundings. He was on the edge of a relatively open scorched plain, with twisted, dead trees to his left and craggy hillsides to his right. Within his field of vision, apart from a few dozen examinees who, like him, had just been teleported in and were still in shock, he did not see any demons. Watch out! Something's coming from the dead woods to our left. Almost at the same time as Xingli issued the warning, a low roar came from the deadwood forest. Immediately afterwards, several dark figures darted out like ghosts. They resemble hyenas, but are larger, covered in glossy black carapaces, and have sharp bone spurs at their joints. Shadow Hound Group. Level, 18. Skills, Shadow Strike, Corrosive Bite, Bone Spike Eruption. A monster. It's a monster. Level 18. So many. Run. A terrified scream rang out instantly. Several candidates with weaker mental fortitude turned around and tried to run away, but they bumped into each other in their panic and lost their composure. Form ranks. Defend, a boy wielding a giant shield shouted, attempting to organize a resistance. But his voice sounded so faint amidst the chaos. Humph, a bunch of rabble. A cold voice came from behind Lin Yi. 3 candidates, dressed in identical crimson leather armor and exuding a fierce aura, stood together. The leader was a young man wielding a flaming longsword, a disdainful sneer on his face. They wore a burning flame emblem embroidered on their chests. They were people of Crimson Flame City. It's the Flame Warrior Squad from Crimson Flame City, they're very strong. Someone recognized them. Yen Wu is another top contender in this Crimson Flame City test besides Yen Lai, possessing an A-level fire talent. Although it is not as good as Yen Lai's S rank, it is still quite impressive. Yen Wu glanced at the chaotic students and the approaching shadowhounds, a cruel smile curving his lips. Trash should be eliminated. Perfect, let these beasts help us clean up the garbage, so they won't get in our way. He showed no intention of making a move. Instead, he led his companions to the side, looking like they were watching a good show. Roar! The first few shadowhounds pounced, their blood-red mouths wide open, bringing a foul stench, and viciously bit at the fallen examinees. Tragedy was about to happen. At this critical moment, fireflies flash. Lin Ye's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared like a ghost in front of the students who had fallen. Star Mark Thorn. Buzz. The starry sky sword transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly piercing the head of the shadowhound charging at the forefront. Put. Blood and brain matter exploded. The hound's massive body crashed to the ground. The sudden rescue and lightning-fast kill brought the chaotic scene to a sudden silence. All eyes immediately focused on Lin Yi. It's Lin Yi. Lin Yi from Lingfeng City. He's made his move. Wow, that was fast. One move and you've killed an 18th level monster. The rescued students stared at Lin Yi's retreating figure, their eyes filled with gratitude and lingering fear. Humph, mind your own business. Yen Wu sneered, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi with a sinister glint. A mere F rank, contracting a lousy sword girl, do you really think you're invincible? Want to be a savior? Let's see how many you can save. As if to confirm his words, more shadowhounds emerged from the deadwood forest, numbering more than 20. Enraged by the death of their companion, they fixed their crimson eyes on Lin Yi and surrounded him. Several of them bypassed Lin Yi and pounced on other students who were alone. Lin Yi, be careful, someone exclaimed. Facing the siege of more than 20 level 18 monsters, Lin Yi's eyes were cold and he showed no fear. You're all courting death, he hissed. Stardust of annihilation. Buzz. Countless silver streaks of light, like a torrential downpour, shot out indiscriminately in all directions from Lin Yi as the center. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The 7 or 8 shadow hounds at the forefront had dozens of bloody holes pierced through their bodies in an instant. The hounds that followed were also affected by this ferocious area of effect attack, and they fell down in droves, howling in agony. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 ferocious demons fell like stalks of wheat being cut down. Slayed 23 level 18 shadow hounds, gaining 4,140 experience points. The entire room fell silent. All that remained were the wrecked corpses of monsters scattered everywhere and the heavy stench of blood. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene, including Yen Wu and his 2 teammates who also had level talents. The arrogant and mocking Yen Wu just moments before had his disdain completely frozen on his face, replaced by unbelievable horror. How is this possible?" he exclaimed, his hand gripping the flaming longsword trembling slightly. He knew Lin Yi had a high score and that he could kill a lord, but those were just rumors. Witnessing Lin Yi instantly kill more than 20 level 18 monsters with a single move is a visually stunning experience that far surpasses the cold numbers on the leaderboard. This is only F rank? This power, it's monstrous. Lin Yi slowly turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over Yen Wu and the other 2. The trash is all cleared out, do you want to give it a try? Chapter 44 Bone Swamp, Corpse Beetles. His words were simple, yet they carried a sense of oppression more chilling than any demon. Yen Wu's face flushed red instantly, filled with a mixture of shame and anger. He was a top-tier A-level genius from Crimson Flame City. When had he ever been so looked down upon? But the shock of what had just happened was still vivid in his mind, and he didn't dare to react for a moment. Lin Yi ignored Yen Wu's ashen face and swept his gaze over the still-shaken crowd. Those who don't want to die, team up and look out for each other. The illusion battlefield has only just begun. After saying that, he didn't linger. He chose a direction, and his figure transformed into a blurry streak of light, instantly disappearing into the depths of the scorched plain. Yen Wu was left standing there, his expression shifting. Finally, he stomped his foot and led his companions away quickly in another direction. He knew that, at least for now, he couldn't afford to mess with this monstrous Lin Yi. The other rescued students looked in the direction where Lin Yi disappeared, their eyes filled with awe. Quick, let's team up. Follow Lin Yi's direction, it might be safer over there, someone shouted immediately after realizing what was happening. The crowd began to organize themselves spontaneously and cautiously move forward in the direction Lin Yi had left. Lin Yi's fleeting but decisive action not only saved their lives but also provided them with a glimmer of hope in this blood-soaked illusionary battlefield. The real survival and hunt has only just begun. Outside the illusory battlefield is the Examination Monitoring Center. Dozens of huge light screens floated in mid-air, displaying in real time the energy fluctuations, life signals of examinees, and records of key events in various areas of the illusion battlefield. This is the core monitoring hub of the Provincial Capital Branch Examination Center for the National College Entrance Examination. The examiners here are all senior experts from the Tianfan Province Professionals Guild or experienced military generals, with levels generally above 50. As expected, Su Jiuxiao of the Su family is far ahead of the competition. He hunted down 2 level 20 elite monsters right from the start. I heard that he is determined to be in the top 10 in the national exam. Yi Jiyin from the Yi family is also quite good. Although this girl's talent is not as good as Su Jiuxiao's, she is still a standout among the younger generation. And then there's Bai Wuxin from the Bai family. If it weren't for Su Jiuxiao, he would probably be the brightest new star in this national exam. That's right, but Su Jiuxiao is too strong. I'm afraid no one can compare to him. President Xiao is said to have a high opinion of a young man from the border region. What's his name again? I've forgotten, but I doubt he'll amount to much. Even if he's a genius from a small border town, how could he compare to the prodigies from the provincial capital? The examiners were all talking at once, discussing the matter animatedly. The candidates in the room were unaware of this. After a brief period of adjustment, the test takers threw themselves into the battle and gradually regained their composure. Lin Yi's figure sped across the scorched and cracked earth. He deliberately avoided the direction where the crowds gathered and ventured deep into the battlefield. The air was filled not only with the stench of blood, but also with the smell of decay. The ground beneath my feet gradually became soft and slippery. The twisted skeleton lay half buried in the mud, its empty eye sockets silently watching the intruder. Ugh, disgusting smell, worse than those lizard nests. Lin Yi also frowned. The terrain and environment here are even more treacherous than the scorched plains we just passed. He slowed down and focused intently. Warning, high density of life signals detected, attributes, corruption, swarm. Warning, a faint but sharp energy fluctuation has been detected. Attribute, wind, dark.
Suspected aerial unit.
Xingli's warnings rang out almost simultaneously, down below, in the swampy mud.
And in the sky, behind those skeletons. Before the words were even finished. Puff, 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 puff. The silt within a radius of tens of meters around Lin Yi suddenly exploded. Countless fist-sized black beetles erupted from the ground like a fountain. Carrion beetles social. Level, 17. Skills, acid spray, corrosive gnawing, swarm charge. At the same time, a sharp whooshing sound came from the sky. Several dark figures swooped down.
Bone-winged demon bat elite.
Level, 19.
Skills, silent dive, bone claw tear, soul scream, corrosive breath.
A pincer attack from above and below. The swarm of insects covered the ground like a tide, while the demon bats blocked the space for evasion in the air. Troublesome. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. This combination attack is several times more troublesome than a single shadowhound.
The swarm of insects was enormous and fearless, while the aerial bats possessed air superiority and stronger single-target attack power, especially their soul shriek, which was clearly an area of effect mental attack.
Humph, a mere trick. Star vortex protection.
Xingli's voice carried a hint of anger at being offended.
Buzz.
The dazzling starlight instantly condensed around Lin Yi, forming a semi-transparent barrier of rotating stardust that firmly protected him within it.
Hiss. Hiss. Hiss.
The first carrion beetle to pounce crashed into the star vortex's protective shield and was instantly shredded into dust by the rapidly spinning stardust.
However, the number of insects was simply too great. They relentlessly attacked the star vortex's protective barrier, and the stardust was being consumed at a much faster rate than before.
At the same time, the fastest swooping bone-winged demon bats had already arrived. The sharp bone claws, accompanied by a piercing whistle that tore through the air, viciously clawed at Lin Yi.
Star mark thrust.
Lin Yi shouted sharply.
Laugh.
The silver light appeared as if by teleportation, piercing precisely through the head of the bone-winged demon bat. But the other demonic bat's bone claw had already fallen.
Bang!
The bone claws slammed into the star whirlwind protection, producing a piercing scraping sound.
An invisible shriek erupted instantly.
Attacked by a soul-piercing scream.
Mental shock.
Lin Yi felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer, and his vision went black as a strong sense of dizziness washed over him.
Master.
A wave of anxiety surged through Yi Ling's newly formed consciousness.
You're courting death.
Xingli roared, her sword blazing with starlight as she forcefully stabilized the barrier. It was this momentary delay that gave the carrion beetles on the outside an opportunity. Several beetles broke through the strangulation range of the stardust, their sharp mandibles biting fiercely at Lin Yi's calf. Lin Yi suppressed his dizziness, stomped his foot, and activated Firefly Flash, instantly shifting his figure several meters to the side, narrowly avoiding the bite.
We can't just sit here and take a beating.
A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. The swarm of insects was endless, and the demonic bats were still lurking in the air. Although the star vortex protection was strong, it consumed a lot of energy, and it would inevitably be lost if it held out for too long. He made a split-second decision to deal with the aerial threat first.
Stardust of annihilation.
Buzz. The starry sword burst forth with intense light, and countless silver streams of light poured down into the sky like a storm.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of sharp cutting sounds rang out instantly.
The three bone-winged demon bats let out a shrill, desperate cry as they tried to dodge, but there was nowhere to escape.
Defeat 3 level 19 elite monsters bone-winged demon bats, gain 3,420 experience points.
The threat in the air was instantly eliminated. However, Lin Yi's face also turned pale at a visible speed, and his body swayed almost imperceptibly.
Using the sword skill Stardust of Annihilation has triggered a backlash.
The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%.
Current backlash status, moderately weak, can be mitigated.
The backlash from the continuous use of Star Vortex Protection, Star Mark Thrust, and the enhanced version of Annihilation Stardust surged forth.
Humph, a swarm of annoying insects.
Having dealt with the aerial threat, Xingli turned her anger towards the still surging insect horde on the ground.
Humans, get out of the way. Chapter 45 Lord, another lord appears.
Lin Yi understood immediately, and despite the weakness and the tearing sensation from the backlash, he leaped backward a short distance.
Starfall.
The starry sword emitted a heavy light, its tip pointing towards the area where the insect swarm was most concentrated.
Rumble.
The earth trembled violently, and mud mixed with insect corpses shot into the sky like a fountain. A huge pit, several meters in diameter, appeared in the swamp. The carrion beetles in the center of the pit and within a 10-meter radius were instantly crushed into dust by the violent energy before they could even scream. Slayed level 17 corpse beetle? Too many, system is estimating, gained experience points. The battlefield fell silent instantly. Lin Yi supported himself on his knees, breathing slightly heavily. Although most of the backlash was offset, the mental fatigue and physical strain from continuous high-intensity battles were real. He quickly took out a spirit-nourishing pill from Zhao Mingxuan's ring and swallowed it. A cool current of energy instantly soothed his mental fatigue. Phew, finally some peace and quiet. Lin Yi straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield. A bunch of filthy reptiles, I can't even kill them all, they've only stained my sword. Sigh. Lin Yi did not respond to her complaints, his mind was highly focused. The aftermath of the battle and the strong smell of blood were too conspicuous. He keenly caught the subtle commotion coming from the mud in the distance. Again, more carrion beetles were drawn by the blood and were stirring restlessly. Further away, even heavier and more unsettling footsteps seemed to echo from the depths of the swamp. We shouldn't stay here any longer, Lin Yi decided immediately. He quickly scanned the battlefield, his gaze settling on the area where the 3 bone-winged demon bats had fallen. Elite monsters drop higher quality magic crystal cores, which are key to earning points. With a flash, he activated Firefly Flash and instantly appeared next to a relatively intact demon bat corpse. With lightning speed, his fingers precisely probed into the skull pierced by the star mark, prying out a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg, jet black in color, Shadow Bat Crystal Core Epic. It feels cool to the touch and carries a rich, pure shadow energy fluctuation. Good stuff. Lin Yi was overjoyed and without hesitation placed the crystal core close to the spot on his chest where Yi Ling was. Buzz. A clear and intense throbbing sensation instantly surged through the night feather in his arms, like a hungry young beast smelling a delicacy. An invisible suction force was generated spontaneously, and strands of pure shadow energy were stripped from the crystal core and rapidly flowed into the sword. The Sword Maiden Knife Feather absorbs pure shadow essence energy. Sword Maiden Buff Knife Feather, all attributes plus 123 affected by host level. Although the nurturing progress is already full, this does not mean that Knife Feather no longer needs the Shadow Crystal Core. Feeding Knife Feather with more shadow cores will increase the buffs it provides. Although the improvement is small, it adds up. Lin Yi could clearly feel Yi Ling's satisfaction and attachment. Master, energy, comfortable. Little one, you've got quite the appetite. Xing Li's voice rang out at the right moment. This shadow attribute suits her quite well. Hey, human, what kind of monster are you planning to raise from this piece of junk? It's far from over, Xing Li, and the same goes for you, Lin Yi said with a smile. Xing Li in his mind snorted coldly, as if she were disdainful, but Lin Yi could sense the subtle joy in her heart. Lin Yi quickly put the other 2 demon bat crystal cores into his spatial ring. Just then, the heavy footsteps coming from the depths of the swamp suddenly became clear. Meanwhile, the carrion beetles, drawn by the blood, gathered once again from all directions. They resembled a black tide, emitting a chilling rustling sound. They surged forth from the mud and piles of bones, even more numerous than before. Troublesome. Lin Ye's eyes sharpened. A single carrion beetle is not a threat, but such a large number, combined with the approaching unknown enemy, is enough to create a deadly encirclement. Lin Ye's gaze was like lightning, locking onto the direction from which the heavy footsteps came, deep in a swamp shrouded by huge, twisted skeletons and rotting mines. Xing Li, clear the way. Let's meet that big guy. Lin Yi shouted, and the Xing Li sword burst forth with dazzling starlight. At least it's starting to look decent. Firefly Flash. Xing Li responded coldly. Lin Yi's figure instantly transformed into a blurry silver streak, ignoring the surging swarm of insects behind him, and recklessly charged into the core area of the bone swamp. Xing Li was in front, like a sharp cone cutting through the waves. Wherever she passed, the decaying vines and huge skeletons that blocked her way were silently cut apart by her sword energy. The swarm of insects behind them lost their target, thrashed about aimlessly for a moment, and finally retreated slowly into the depths of the swamp. Lin Ye's figure moved at high speed among the skeletons and mud, and the deeper he went, the stronger the sense of oppression became. Finally, after passing through a bone forest made up of huge animal skulls, the view suddenly opened up before us. This is a relatively open mud pit, in the center of which stands a small mountain made entirely of piled-up white bones. At the summit of that mountain of bones, a colossal creature that sends chills down your spine. It resembles a giant, decaying lizard, over 10 meters long, and is covered in a thick, dark green skin rather than scales. The thick skin was covered with swollen pustules and wriggling maggots, and the stench was nauseating. Lord of the Rotten Swamp Grom Lord level. Level 25. Attributes: poisonous, corrupting, undead weak. Skills: corrosive breath, death coil tail mouthparts, plague aura, bone regeneration. Status: sleeping being disturbed. Warning: extremely dangerous. Lord level monster. Possesses highly corrosive and toxic substances, as well as regenerative abilities. Its very existence pollutes the environment. Level 25 Corruption Lord. Linya's pupils contracted slightly. This monster is just as disgusting and dangerous as the shadow dragon lizard Abizos of the Dark Rift, and may even be more troublesome due to its venom and corrupting properties. Just as Lin Yi was observing, Grum seemed to be completely awakened by the intruder's presence. Its 3 pairs of cloudy compound eyes suddenly locked onto Lin Yi, and its huge tail mouth emitted a terrifying hissing inhalation sound, its chest cavity bulging violently. A thick, poisonous fog, like a burst dam, surged toward Lin Yi. Wherever the poisonous fog passed, the air hissed and corroded, and even the bones on the ground quickly turned black and dissolved. The putrid breath had a vast range, almost covering all of Lin Yi's dodging space. Crisis struck in an instant. There's no way to retreat. There's no way to avoid it. The shadow of death loomed over the land, more intense than the stench of decay. At the critical moment, Lin Yi's eyes remained incredibly calm. A fleeting moment eternity. Lin Yi shouted and, without hesitation, activated his newly acquired killing move. Although he had already reached level 20, making him much stronger than when he fought Lord Abizos, it was still very difficult to quickly kill the monster in front of him. Rather than a hard-fought battle, it's better to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Buzz. The golden keyword Fleeting Eternity is activated. Duration: 3 minutes. Effect: all sword skills and ultimate techniques have their cooldowns reset to 0. Spirit power consumption is reduced to 0. Sword Maiden backlash is reduced to 0. Unlimited release. A terrifying power surged into Lin Yi's body, and every cell in his body seemed to boil. Chapter 46 Instant Kill. Shocking all the examiners. Time lost its meaning at this moment. The world seemed to have been put on pause. The surging poisonous fog froze less than half a foot from Lin Yi's face, every drop of rolling dark green venom clearly visible, solidified into a bizarre sculpture. An indescribable power suddenly erupted from Lin Yi's body. Buzz. The suspended starglass sword emitted an unprecedentedly high-pitched hum. Eternal night withers away. A 10-meter radius area instantly expanded. Star vortex protection. Starfall. Annihilation stardust. 3 deadly moves, unleashed simultaneously. No delays. No consumption. No backlash. Boom. A massive, blazing white pillar, far exceeding any seen before, crashed down upon Grom, the Lord of the Rotten Swamp. It was a falling star. The terrifying light transformed into a shooting star, crashing down with tremendous force. For the first time, an emotion called utter horror was reflected in Grom's 3 cloudy compound eyes. Its massive body didn't even have time to dodge, it could only futilely try to curl up its thick, rotten skin covered in pustules. But it was to no avail. Moreover, Lin Yi's killer move is not limited to starfall. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Following closely behind the falling star was a true storm of death. A destructive torrent composed of billions of blazing white sword energy shot out indiscriminately and frantically in all directions. It is the dust of extinct stars. Wherever it passed, the solidified poisonous fog was instantly evaporated into nothingness. The 2 skills merged together and erupted completely on Grom. Puff, 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 puff. Grom's massive body was struck by the beam of blazing white starlight, but he didn't even have time to scream. His tough, decaying skin, along with his bones and flesh inside, was instantly annihilated. The devastating storm of blazing white sword energy followed closely behind, completely engulfing the remaining massive remains of Grom's body. The dense, piercing sounds blended into a symphony of death. Rumble. A massive explosion erupted from the summit of White Bone Mountain, spreading outwards. The entire mountain made up of countless bones crumbled and shattered inch by inch in the blazing white light, turning into a sky full of pale dust. The violent shockwave, mixed with foul-smelling water vapor, formed a visible white shockwave that swept wildly in all directions of the bone swamp. Lord of the Rotten Swamp, die. Defeat the level 25 Lord monster, Grom the Swamp Lord, and gain 60,000 experience points. Items obtained: Decaying Lord Core Legendary X1,
Plague Venom Sac Epic X3, Immortal Bone Fragment Epic X5. Examination Monitoring Center.
The energy peak in Region B7 is abnormal, exceeding the threshold for Lord-level events.
Marked as the event outbreak of the Bone Swamp.
An examiner's voice suddenly rose, breaking the tranquility of the monitoring center.
The Bone Swamp? Isn't that the outer safe zone? How come there's a Lord-level energy reaction there?
A middle-aged examiner next to him immediately pulled up the real-time footage and energy map of the corresponding area. Retrieve the incident records immediately, another elderly man with gray hair and a deep, unfathomable aura ordered in a solemn voice. He is one of the heads of the monitoring center, Old Wang, whose level is as high as 68. The operator's fingers flew across the screen. The interference was quickly cleared, and a sub-window popped up next to the energy graph, starting to replay the battlefield record from 30 seconds before the event occurred until its end. The screen shows. In the scorched, withered swamp, a somewhat frail figure Lin Yi was surrounded by a surging tide of rotting corpse beetles and swooping bone-winged demon bats, his situation extremely precarious. Immediately afterwards, he rushed into the depths of the swamp, startling the behemoth that was perched on the mountain of bones, the Swamp Lord Grum.
The Swamp Lord Grum? How did it appear in the outer safe zone? The array's weakening effect wasn't strong enough?
The military examiner frowned.
The next second, Grum unleashed a deadly poisonous breath.
The thick, dark green poisonous fog instantly covered all the space for the tiny figure in the scene to dodge.
It's over.
It's a Lord-level area of effect attack.
This kid is doomed.
The data analyst's words came to an abrupt halt. In the scene, the figure about to be engulfed by the poisonous fog suddenly burst forth with an indescribable, terrifying aura that seemed to freeze time and space.
Buzz!
An indescribable burst of blazing white light instantly erupted.
What followed was a scene that defied everyone's expectations.
Eternal night withers.
Stars fall.
Destroyed stardust.
Star vortex protects. Several deadly moves erupted simultaneously without warning, without interval, and without reservation.
A blazing white beam of light, like divine punishment, violently struck Grum. The entire mountain of bones, along with Grum's massive body, completely disintegrated and turned into dust in the light.
The entire replay took less than 3 seconds. Dead silence. The monitoring center fell into absolute silence.
You could hear a pin drop. All the examiners, including the well-informed Mr. Wang, stared intently at the screen. Their faces no longer held indifference and scrutiny, but rather an undisguised shock.
Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. This is impossible. The data analyst's voice trembled with disbelief.
Energy peak, instantaneous output power, far exceeding the limits of a level 25 lord. This is not the power a level 20 examinee could unleash.
Is it an instrument malfunction? Or an error in the battlefield array's recording?
The operator's voice was also a little hoarse as he pulled up Lin Yi's identity information. Name, Lin Yi, origin, Linfeng City, registered level, 20, occupation, sword master, talent, F rank resilience suspected mutation.
Contracted Sword Maiden, Xingli 3 stars. It's that kid whom Chairman Xiao has his eye on.
Upon hearing this, the monitoring center fell silent. People immediately recalled President Xiao Tiannan's special attention and the rumors about the young man from Linfeng City who survived after contracting a Sword Maiden. At this moment, all the fragmented information was forcibly pieced together into an unbelievable outline in the face of this shocking scene.
My goodness. No wonder President Xiao took a liking to him. Judging from his performance, he's probably going to get close to Su Zhouxiao.
I heard that Su Zhouxiao also hunted a lord before, but he was only level 24, probably not as good as him. But Su Zhouxiao didn't use his full strength at the time. Lin Yi doesn't seem to be using his full strength either. People chattered amongst themselves, unable to resist comparing Lin Yi to another prodigy.
Alright, let's record this.
Old Wang slammed his hand on the control panel. Event outbreak of the Bone Swamp, associated examinees, Lin Fengchun, Lin Yi.
Assessment level, at least SS level potential.
Immediately encrypt and report to the provincial guild headquarters, marked for President Zhao's personal attention.
Yes.
The atmosphere in the monitoring center instantly became heavy and somber.
SS level assessment.
This is already extremely high praise. An F-level talent candidate actually received this evaluation in the monitoring center. Block all details of subsequent energy fluctuations in this area, and encrypt the battle replay to the highest level. Elder Wang continued, notify the high-ranking examiners patrolling the area to secretly monitor this young man's movements. Do not interfere unless absolutely necessary, but make sure his vital signs are stable. He cannot die here, at least not until we figure out what happened to him. Clear. Soon, the records about Lin Yi were encrypted and sealed, and sent to Shao Tianan. Chapter 47 Fortune and wealth are found in danger? And lost in danger too. The core area of the bone swamp. The blazing white light gradually dissipated, leaving behind a huge, charred crater tens of meters in diameter. Lin Yi knelt on one knee at the edge of the deep pit, breathing heavily. Sweat soaked through his old-school uniform, trickling down his forehead and dripping into the scorched earth below. The fleeting eternity gold caption effect has ended. Current status, mildly weak, highly mentally exhausted. Although fleeting eternity eliminates skill cooldown, cost, and backlash, the mental strain of continuously unleashing 3 deadly moves, especially controlling the eternal night withering domain, is real. At this moment, he felt as if he had been running wildly for 3 days and 3 nights and then suddenly stopped. His brain was throbbing with pain and his vision was slightly blurred. You can't even hold on now? Xingli's voice carried her usual sarcasm, but the light on the sword was also slightly dimmed, clearly indicating that the burst of power just now had also taken a toll on her. Master, tired. Yiling's nascent consciousness conveyed waves of worry and heartache, trying to transmit a warm aura in an attempt to alleviate Lin Yi's fatigue. It's alright, you just need to rest for a bit. Lin Yi reassured Yiling in his mind while forcing himself to stand up. He quickly scanned the battlefield, his gaze locking onto the crystal core at the bottom of the pit, Rotten Lord Core Legend. Lin Yi activated Firefly Flash, and his figure instantly appeared at the bottom of the pit, grabbing the heavy core. It feels icy cold to the touch, containing a powerful yet decaying energy. Buzz. The night feather in his arms once again exuded a clear longing. But this time, Lin Yi did not immediately grant her request. The decaying essence contained within this core is too complex, and violent direct absorption would likely be more harmful than beneficial to the nascent night feather. Keep this for now. Lin Yi quickly put the core along with several other epic materials into his spatial ring. This place is no place to linger. The energy fluctuations and bloody stench from the Lord's death were too intense. He must leave this place of trouble immediately. He determined the direction and chose a rift valley that led deeper into the battlefield and into a more complex and rugged terrain. Just as Lin Yi's figure was about to disappear, several figures quietly approached the edge of the pit from different directions. The leader was none other than Yan Wu from Crimson Flame City. He was followed by his 2 teammates with a level talent. Yan Wu looked at the land before him, which looked as if it had been plowed by divine punishment, the bottomless crater, and the lingering destructive aura in the air. His eyes were filled with horror, jealousy, and a trace of fear that he could not hide. This really was done by that kid, a teammate asked in a hoarse voice, incredulous. Impossible, absolutely impossible, another teammate vehemently denied, pointing to the remaining corrosion marks at the bottom of the pit. That monster either self-destructed or triggered some kind of battlefield restriction. How could a level 20 monster with a broken Sword Maiden in its contract possibly kill a lord instantly? It must have used some one-time forbidden scroll. It's definitely exhausted now. Yan Wu stared intently in the direction where Lin Yi had disappeared, his eyes so sinister they could drip water. He recalled Lin Yi's seemingly weak stagger when he left, and combined this with the scene of destruction beyond human capability before him. The flames of greed in his heart instantly overwhelmed his fear. Whether he's truly strong or just pretending, and whatever methods he used, he just killed a lord, so he must have the lord's magic crystal core on him. Yan Wu's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement and ruthlessness. Chase him. Strike while the iron is hot. Kill him, take his points and core, and our team will secure our advancement spot. Yes. Fortune favors the bold. The 2 teammates' eyes also blazed with greed. Without further hesitation, the 3 followed the faint traces left by Lin Yi and quickly entered the rugged, rocky ravine area. The rift valley is dimly lit, and the massive rock layers appear as if cleaved by a giant axe, forming deep fissures and steep cliffs. Lin Yi hid deep in a narrow crevice, his back against the cold rock. He swallowed the last, spirit-nourishing pill, and a cool current flowed through his mind, greatly relieving his mental fatigue. At the same time, he was also silently circulating his spiritual energy to recover from the depletion in his body. The faint warmth emanating from Yiling continued to nourish him. 3 annoying tails, keeping a close eye on you. Xingli's cold voice carried a hint of impatience. That fool who plays with fire, along with his 2 lackeys, are loitering at the valley entrance. Do they really think you're so weak that you can be slaughtered at will? Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze icy cold. Yanwu's pursuit was within his expectations. Such a greedy and arrogant fellow would never miss any opportunity to take advantage of a weakness.
They want to be hunters?
Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Then let them taste what it's like to be killed by their prey. He carefully sensed the positions of Yanwu and the other two. They were cautious and did not venture too far. Instead, they stopped at a relatively open pile of rocks near the entrance to the Rift Valley, seemingly discussing something.
Xingli, can you sense their exact location and condition?
The idiot on the left with the greatsword, level 16, Earth-type talent, should have decent defense, keeping watch in the middle.
The one on the right wielding darts, level 17, Wind-type, fast, roaming the flanks. The one in the middle playing with fire, level 18, Fire-type, with the strongest aura, is the leader. What's he setting up? Setting something up? A trap? Or a signal?
Lin Yi's heart stirred.
Yanwu wasn't stupid.
Knowing that he had the ability to instantly kill large groups of demons, he definitely wouldn't dare to fight head-on and would have to use other means.
Yiling, can you help me see what that person in the middle is doing? Lin Yi tried to communicate with the newborn Yiling.
Nightfeather's origin is darkness and void, and it is extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Yiling's consciousness immediately became active, and a faint but exceptionally keen sense of perception silently penetrated the cracks in the rock and extended toward Yanwu's location. Red stones are heating up, energy is connecting. Yiling relayed the information haltingly, tinged with an instinctive disgust, like insects calling.
Red stones? Heat? Energy connection? Insects? Lin Yi instantly understood. Explosive trap array.
Yanwu was setting up explosive fire traps, and not just a single one, but multiple traps connected by some kind of energy to form an array. Once triggered, its power increases exponentially, covering an extremely wide area. He's trying to lure Lin Yi into the trap zone, or to force him to reveal himself and then detonate it. Such a trivial skill, yet you dare to show off your amateurish abilities before an expert.
Xingli said disdainfully, just charge over and use Annihilation Stardust to wipe them out along with the traps.
No, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The traps are their reliance, but also their grave. Since they want to play with fire, let them play with fire and get burned.
A bold plan instantly took shape in Lin Yi's mind.
Xingli, prepare Star Vortex Protection and Star Mark Thorn, and await my command. Yiling, concentrate and lock onto the energy lines connecting those red stones. I need you to interfere with the most critical connection nodes, making them call out at the wrong time and in the wrong place.
Understood, Master. Yiling's consciousness conveyed a firm resolve. Troublesome.
Xingli complained, but starlight had already begun to gather on the sword. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as a hawk's.
The hunt begins. Chapter 48. Kill them all.
Seeking their own death. He deliberately made a slight noise. A piece of gravel rolled down the rock face.
The sound was amplified in the silent rift. Over there.
The wind element dart thrower in the Yanwu squad immediately shouted, pointing towards the crevice where Lin Yi was hiding. A glint flashed in Yanwu's eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He couldn't hide it any longer.
According to plan, force him out.
He and the earth elemental heavy swordsman immediately and slowly approached the crevice, maintaining a defensive stance. The wind-type dart thrower swayed and moved like a ghost to the flank, preparing to block Lin Yi's retreat. Beneath Yanwu's feet, beneath a few inconspicuous pebbles, a faint red light flashed and disappeared. It was the trigger point of the explosive fire trap he had set up. Once Lin Yi is forced out of the crevice, no matter which direction he dodges, he may step into a trap. Just as Yanwu and the greatsword user were less than 10 meters from the crevice, and the wind-type dart thrower was about to take position.
Now, Yiling.
Lin Yi roared in his heart. Buzz. An extremely subtle dark fluctuation, like an invisible needle, precisely pierced Yanwu's feet and the two hidden red stones behind him. That's the energy core node of the trap array. Screech. Screech. Two barely perceptible soft sounds. At Yanwu's feet and to his side and behind, two explosive fire traps that should have been activated after he left the safe zone had their energy circuits forcibly interfered with and prematurely overloaded by Yiling. Boom. 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 Two blazing fireballs exploded violently in the middle and rear of the Yanwu squad without warning. The raging flames and shockwaves instantly engulfed the unsuspecting flame warrior and earth-type greatsword master. Ah! No! The piercing screams were drowned out by the sound of the explosion.
Xingli, make your move. Lin Yi's figure shot out from the crevice of the rock like an arrow. The target was the wind-type dart thrower who had been thrown into the air by the shockwave of the explosion and was still in shock. Star Mark Thorn. A flash of silver light. Put. The dart thrower felt a chill in his throat, all the shock and speed frozen on his face, and his body went limp and collapsed. Without pausing, Lin Yi turned and rushed toward the center of the explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, but the flames continued to burn. The earth elemental heavy swordsman was charred black, his heavy armor shattered, and he lay in a pool of blood, his fate unknown. Yan Wu fared even worse. He was closest to the center of the explosion, and half of his body was blown to pieces. One arm was missing, and he lay on the ground groaning in agony, his eyes filled with unbelievable fear and resentment. "No, it's impossible, my trap, how could this be?" he growled hoarsely. Lin Yi walked up to him, the star-glass sword hovering between his brows, its cold blade radiating an aura of death. "Those who play with fire will get burned." Lin Yi's voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion. "In your next life, remember not to mess with the wrong people." "No, spare me. I'll give you all my points. And my core too." Yan Wu's pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. Laugh. Without hesitation, the starry sky sword pierced through his brow. Slaying level 18 examinee Yan Wu. Killed a 16th grade examinee. Killed a 17th grade examinee. Humph, 3 clueless bastards. It'll be easy to clean them up. Xing Li's voice carried a hint of disdain. But the commotion is a bit loud, and it might attract some annoying flies. I know. Lin Yi's voice was deep as he quickly counted the spoils he had looted from Yan Wu and the other two, a few decent quality magic crystal cores, some potions, coins, and Yan Wu's fine-grade longsword with fire runes attached. He would collect useful items from the rings and discard the useless ones. The provincial capital is the examination center. Your life is your own responsibility. If they want to harm me, they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. He touched his chest, feeling a faint but clear sense of attachment and satisfaction from Yi Ling. The energy from the Shadow Bat crystal core she had just absorbed gave her another feast. Sword Maiden buff Night Feather, all attributes plus 124 affected by host level. Small improvements, but they add up. Then, Lin Yi, like a ghost blending into the environment, quickly disappeared into the deeper labyrinth of the Rift Valley. Illusion Battlefield Monitoring Center. On the huge screen, the sub-window for the Outbreak of the Bone Swamp event had just closed. Immediately afterward, 3 signals belonging to the Crimson Flame City Flame Warrior Squad near the light spot representing Lin Yi's life signal went out almost simultaneously. In the Rift Valley at the edge of Zone B7, near the candidate Lin Yi's signal point, all signals from the Crimson Flame City Yanwu squad have disappeared. The operator's voice carried a hint of astonishment. "Retrieve the energy records for this area," Old Wang ordered in a deep voice, his brow furrowed. The scene changes. Near the entrance to the Rift Valley, the energy spectrum showed a series of violent, small-scale high-energy explosions, followed by 3 sharp pulses representing the annihilation of life signals. Due to the complex terrain of the Rift Valley and the interference of the remaining Lord's energy field, the playback was blurry. Only the flames of the explosion, the vague movements of human figures, and Lin Yi's back as he quickly left after looting the spoils were visible. Was it a trap explosion? Did the Yanwu squad trigger the trap array they set up? Or, did Lin Yi use the trap to turn the tables? One examiner analyzed, his tone filled with disbelief. The energy reaction was concentrated in the area where the Yanwu squad was positioned, and Lin Yi's energy fluctuations remained at a low level. It's more like they messed things up themselves. Another examiner looked at the diagram. But the location and timing of Lin Yi's final appearance, it's too coincidental. Old Wang's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the signal point where Lin Yi disappeared into the depths of the Rift Valley. Trap countermeasures precise, deadly, and ruthless. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. This Lin Yi is not only powerful, but also ruthless and decisive. His grasp of the timing on the battlefield is nothing short of monstrous. Yan Wu's death was not unjust. He paused, his voice growing more serious. Record, candidate Lin Yi, in the B7 area of the Illusion Battlefield Rift Valley, seemingly used the environment and traps set by his opponents to turn the tables and kill 3 members of the Crimson Flame City candidate Yanwu squad. The process was efficient, but the methods are unknown. The assessment level remains at SS level potential. The incident's encryption level has been raised to top secret. Report to headquarters and Chairman Xiao.
At the same time, notify the leader of the Crimson Flame City team, inform them that the Flame Warrior squad has lost contact and is under investigation, calm them down, and emphasize the exam rules. You are responsible for your own life and death. Yes. The operator's palms were slightly sweaty as he quickly began to work. After the record was submitted, Old Wine continued to watch the scene and murmured, could it be that the geniuses from this remote town can really rival a prodigy like Su Jiuxiao? As expected. Chairman Xiao always has a deeper meaning behind his actions. Deep within the Rift Valley, a nest of shadows. Lin Yi finally stopped in a huge natural cave. This place is dark and damp, a dead end for ordinary people, but for Yi Ling, who can sense shadows, it is as comfortable as returning to her mother's nest. We're safe for now. Lin Yi leaned against the cold rock wall and let out a long sigh of relief. The continuous high-intensity battles and mental strain had left even him feeling exhausted. He took out a bottle of recovery potion, swallowed it, and silently regulated his breathing. You humans are always full of scheming. Xingli appeared beside her. There are some good people in Crimson Flame City, but Yanwu and his group are probably exceptions. Lin Yi immediately thought of Yan Lai. Although Lin Yi disliked Yanwu and the others, Yan Lai, who went to the Great Xia secret vault with him, had a good personality. I hope there's nothing between them. If possible, Lin Yi did not want to antagonize Yan Lai. Yanwu and his companions brought this upon themselves. Master, something is approaching a lot very weak but annoying. Night Feather's nascent consciousness suddenly sent a clear warning, tinged with a hint of disgust. Almost simultaneously, a dense rustling sound came from outside the cave, like the surging of a tide. Countless red beetles swarmed around the entrance to the cave. Carrion-eating worms social. Level 15. Skills: Acid Devouring, Swarm Charge, Death Self-Destruct, Minor Corrosion. The sheer number of them is terrifying. It's bugs again. Xingli's voice was full of impatience. It's never going to end. Chapter 49 Blackwood Forest, Level 22 Elite Monsters. Lin Ye's eyes were icy cold. These insects are insignificant individually, but their sheer number means that if they get close, the consequences could be disastrous. We can't get entangled. Lin Yi made a decisive move, and the Starglass sword hummed as it hovered in front of him, Annihilation Stardust. Buzz. Countless streaks of silver light burst forth instantly, like a dense silver rainstorm, covering the swarm of insects surging from the cave entrance. Hiss 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 hiss. A series of piercing sounds rang out, and the corpse worms in the front row were instantly shredded into blackish-green liquid as if they had been thrown into boiling water. However, the swarm of insects was fearless and relentless, with the insects following behind, trampling over the corpses of their own kind to continue their advance. Go! Lin Yi shouted. Taking advantage of the brief gap cleared by Stardust of Annihilation, he activated Firefly Flash. His figure turned into a blurry stream of light and rushed out of the cave in an instant, rushing upwards along the steep rock wall of the Rift Valley. His target was the Blackwood Forest, a region above the Rift Valley shrouded in even denser shadows and formed from the fossilized remains of enormous ancient trees. The terrain there is complex, and the shadow energy is more concentrated, making it more suitable for Stealth and Nightfeather to perform. Firefly's Flash. Lin Ye's figure transformed into a blurry silver streak, rapidly ascending the steep, rugged cliff face of the Rift Valley. Behind them, the brief vacuum created by the extinction stardust was being refilled by an endless stream of putrefying corpse worms. Oomph, you pesky bug, I can't shake off. There are too many of them, and fighting them head-on would be too costly. Lin Yi responded in his mind, his sharp gaze locking onto the increasingly approaching shadowy area above the Blackwood Forest. It wasn't a real forest, but a strange zone composed of countless enormous, petrified, and twisted ancient tree trunks. A pure aura of darkness permeated the air, carrying with it an ancient silence and chill. This is exactly the environment Yi Ling craves. Master, it feels so good here. Power is calling. Nightfeather's consciousness conveyed joy and longing. Sword Maiden buff Nightfeather, all attributes plus 124 plus 125 slightly increased due to environmental shadow energy. Although the improvement was minimal, it confirmed Lin Ye's judgment. Blackwood Forest was Yi Ling's home ground. Without hesitation, Lin Yi flashed and disappeared into the thick, impenetrable shadows at the edge of the Blackwood Forest. The swarm of insects that were chasing them suddenly became chaotic as they approached the edge of the Blackwood Forest. Their scarlet compound eyes seemed to have lost their target, and they paced around anxiously in place like headless flies. The pure darkness and deathly stillness emanating from the Blackwood Forest seemed to naturally restrain these low-level monsters. It really worked. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against a huge petrified tree trunk and adjusting his breathing. The mental fatigue remained, but being in this dense shadowy environment, and with the cool comfort emanating from the night feather, the recovery speed was significantly accelerated. He quickly scanned his surroundings. The interior of the Blackwood Forest is even more eerie than the outside. The enormous petrified tree trunks overlapped each other, forming countless narrow crevices and deep caves. The ground was covered with a thick layer of black dust, making it silent when stepped on. A strange tranquility permeated the air, as if even time itself had become viscous and slowed down. Finally rid of those annoying things. Xingli's figure materialized beside Lin Yi, her silver hair cascading down, her exquisite face scrutinizing the dark world. This place is deathly still, but the shadow essence is excessively pure. It would be a good breeding ground for that little one. Yiling seems to be quite active here. Lin Yi gently stroked Yiling in his arms. Active? You're far from truly alive. Xingli poured cold water on him without any politeness, but her gaze turned to Lin Yi. However, you human are quite lucky. This pure shadowland naturally repels low-level monsters in most senses, which is perfect for you to recover in peace and avoid those annoying flies. Lin Yeshan agreed. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Time flowed slowly through the desolate, dark forest. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. The mental fatigue has subsided considerably, and my physical condition has recovered to about 70–80% of its peak. Has he recovered almost completely? Xingli's voice rang out. Lin Yi stood up, stretched his limbs, and made a slight cracking sound. We can't stay here any longer. We need to go deeper into the core area of the battlefield and collect more points. He looked up into the depths of the Blackwood Forest. This petrified forest was not a dead zone. He could vaguely sense that in the deepest shadowy corners, there existed shadow monsters that were more powerful and more compatible with Nightfeather. Killing them not only earns you points, but also provides Nightfeather with more refined food. Let's go. Lin Yi chose a direction, which was the area where Yiling's consciousness was faintly pointing, and where the shadow energy was most concentrated. He quickly blended into the shadows, moving silently among the enormous petrified ancient trees. Soon, Nightfeather's warning came, Master, there's something sleeping ahead, very big, very dark, very delicious. Lin Yi paused, holding his breath. As he rounded a massive petrified tree trunk, the sight before him caused his pupils to shrink slightly. Ahead was a relatively open clearing in the woods, and in the center of the clearing lay a huge creature. It resembles a giant black scorpion magnified countless times, its entire body dark, with a huge, barbed scorpion tail coiled behind it. Shadow Hunter Elite. Level 22. Attributes: Shadow, Stealth, Poison. Skills: Shadow Escape, Poison Hook Pierce, Death Strangulation, Dark Energy Drain. Status: Dormant Deeply Absorbing Shadow Energy. Level 22 Elite. Lin Yi was overjoyed. The aura emanating from this monster was far more dangerous than that of the previous bone-winged demon bat, especially its scorpion tail hook, which clearly contained deadly poison. It appeared to be in a deep slumber, greedily drawing upon the pure shadow energy of the Blackwood Forest through its two tentacles. Just a slightly larger scorpion. Xingli's voice carried a hint of disdain. This little guy is quite picky about food. His shadow core must be pretty good. Lin Yi carefully observed the terrain and the monster's condition. A sneak attack is the best option. We must deliver the fatal blow before it fully awakens from its hibernation. He quietly moved to the best attack position, a shadowy blind spot behind the giant scorpion. Xingli, unleash your full power. Lin Yi commanded in his mind, his eyes sharp as knives. Understood. Xingli replied coldly. The starlight on the sword began to recede, condensing into a point of extremely dangerous cold light. Flash of fireflies. Lin Yi's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he appeared like a ghost on the side of the shadow hunter's huge head. Star Mark Thorn. Buzz. The starry sword transformed into an almost invisible silver thread, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound that tore through space, and pierced with unparalleled precision the weak gap connecting the giant scorpion's head and its thick carapace. This sword strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It embodies all of Lin Yi's energy and spirit. Chapter 50 Major Discovery. Shadow Marrow. His thoughts surged wildly, and his murderous intent was fully revealed. Buzz. The starry sky sword burst forth with a dazzling silver light, transforming into a thin silver line that pierced towards the giant scorpion. Put. The expected sound of the carapace shattering and blood splattering did not occur. Just as the Starscar strike was about to hit, the Shadow Hunter's massive body rippled slightly, like a reflection in water. Laugh. The deadly edge of the star-marked thorn was strangely deflected and neutralized. Only a charred crack about an inch deep remained. Roar! A deafening, furious roar instantly shattered the deathly silence of the Blackwood forest. The Shadow Hunter's 3 pairs of scarlet compound eyes snapped open, locking onto Lin Yi, who was right in front of it. Boom! The huge scorpion pincers slammed down on Lin Yi. Fireflies flash. Lin Yi missed his attack, but without hesitation, his figure blurred instantly, avoiding the terrifying blow. Only a faint silver afterimage remained where it was smashed to pieces by the scorpion pincers. Its shadow carapace has force-absorbing properties, making its defense far beyond expectations. Xing Li's voice rang out. Just now, at least 2/3 of the force was deflected by that shadow. Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly. A level 22 elite is indeed not someone to be trifled with. Especially in this home ground where shadow energy is abundant, its defensive capabilities are greatly enhanced. The Shadow Hunter was completely enraged. Hiss! It let out a piercing shriek, and an invisible mental shockwave instantly spread out. Attacked by a death scream. Mental shock. Reduced reaction speed. Lin Yi felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer. His vision went black, and a strong sense of dizziness and sluggishness instantly overwhelmed him, causing his movements to slow down by half a beat. That brief moment of hesitation. Call out. A blur tore through the air, as fast as lightning. It was that scorpion's venomous stinger, poised to strike. The target is Lin Yi's heart. Star Vortex Protection. Lin Yi coldly drank. Buzz. Countless tiny starlight formed a barrier, enveloping Lin Yi. Boom. The poison hook slammed into Xingxuan's protective barrier, the ear-piercing sound like the clash of metal. The Star Vortex protective barrier trembled violently, and cracks began to appear on its surface. Hiss. 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 Even more terrifying, the moment the poisonous hook struck, a large amount of venom was suddenly sprayed out, frantically corroding the starlight barrier. That's quite powerful. Using the force of the impact, Lin Yi retreated rapidly again, his eyes flashing with cold light. Stardust of Annihilation. Buzz. The starry sky sword instantly shattered, transforming into countless silver streaks of deathly light. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. A series of rapid piercing sounds rang out instantly. This time, the target was no longer the difficult-to-break head-thorax junction, but the relatively vulnerable joints, arthropod junctions, and those scarlet compound eyes. Puff, 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 puff. The dark blue, foul blood gushed out like a fountain. The Shadow Hunter let out an even more piercing and painful howl. Its massive body writhed and convulsed wildly, trying to escape, but to no avail. Several segments were pierced by dense stardust, and one compound eye was even directly blasted open, oozing viscous fluid. Severely damaged the Shadow Hunter. Mobility reduced. Sensory impairment. It works. Lin Yi's spirits lifted. Roar. The excruciating pain completely ignited the Shadow Hunter's ferocity. Its 5 remaining compound eyes were fixed on Lin Yi, filled with madness and resentment. Its massive body suddenly sank, and the dense shadow energy around it seemed to be drawn towards it. It's drawing on shadow energy to heal its injuries while preparing for an even stronger attack. Interrupt it. Xing Li warned urgently. How could Lin Yi allow it to catch its breath? Flash of fireflies. The figure blurred again. Starfall. Buzz. Brilliant starlight gathered wildly above the giant scorpion, and a destructive aura suddenly descended. The Shadow Hunter sensed a deadly threat, forcibly interrupting its energy absorption, letting out a terrified screech, and attempting to flee into the shadows. Stay here. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Rumble. The silver beam of light, like divine punishment descending from the heavens, slammed into the massive body of the Shadow Hunter. Snap. Snap. The sound of the shell cracking was loud. The Shadow Hunter's carapace shattered and disintegrated inch by inch under the terrifying impact of the meteorite. Dark blue blood mixed with shattered internal organs gushed out of the huge wound like a fountain. Hiss. With a desperate hiss, the Shadow Hunter collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Defeat the level 22 elite monster, Shadow Hunter, and gain 9,600 experience points. Items obtained: Shadow Scorpion Hook Epic X1, Shadow Stalker Core Epic X1, Tough Shadow Carapace Shard Fine X8. Oof, finally resolved. It was a bit more troublesome than I imagined. Xingli's voice also revealed a hint of fatigue.
This beast's shadow shell and home field advantage were indeed troublesome.
Master Tired Core Delicious Yi Ling's consciousness was filled with a mixture of heartache and longing. Lin Yi looked at the Shadow Hunter Core Epic in his hand, a smile appearing on his tired face.
Here you go, little guy.
He pressed the core close to his chest. Buzz. Yi Ling immediately felt joyful and eager, greedily absorbing the pure essence of shadow.
The Sword Maiden Knife Feather absorbs pure shadow essence energy. Sword Maiden Buff Knife Feather, all attributes plus 128 affected by host level.
Lin Yi could sense that Yi Ling's consciousness seemed to have solidified a bit more, and its connection with him had become even closer. After killing the Shadow Hunter, Lin Yi did not linger in the vicinity. He quickly cleared the battlefield, storing the Shadow Scorpion hook and the shell fragments into his spatial ring, leaving only the empty shell of the Shadow Core that had been completely absorbed by Night Feather. Then, like a ghost blending into the shadows, he stealthily made his way to the more central area of the illusionary battlefield.
Time quickly passed to the next day. With the faint guidance conveyed by Yi Ling's consciousness, Lin Yi continued forward.
After passing through a treacherous canyon composed of giant clusters of black crystals, the scenery suddenly changed. This is a mountain valley partially surrounded by huge rock walls. The bottom of the ravine is not soil, but a highly concentrated shadow essence. The surface of the mineral marrow was shrouded in a deep purple mist, emanating a powerful and awe-inspiring energy fluctuation. Scattered on the ground around the vein are specks of shadow crystals, which, while not as good as her marrow, are far superior to ordinary shadow magic crystals.
Master, here, so much energy. Night Feather wants it.
The broken sword in his arms conveyed an incredibly clear longing, even with a hint of trembling excitement. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes.
The value of this shadow vein is immeasurable.
Not only can it greatly accelerate Night Feather's recovery and growth, but the pure shadow energy it contains is also a treasure for forging top-tier shadow-type equipment or for cultivation. If they could collect some of the mineral marrow and crystals, it would be a huge boost for Yi Ling and himself.
Just as he was about to step forward, Xingli's clear, cold voice rang out with a hint of seriousness. Wait. There are people next to the mine. Chapter 51, Su Jiuxiao, the biggest favorite to win?
Xingli's warning was like a bucket of ice water poured over Lin Yi's head, instantly calming him down. He retreated swiftly, silently slipping into the crevice of a huge black crystal pillar, leaving only a faint afterimage, his gaze fixed on several figures at the edge of the mine. The leader was tall and straight like a pine tree, and his moon-white brocade robe was spotless. He stood with his hands behind his back, and just by standing there, he exuded a chilling sense of oppression. The surrounding shadow energy seemed to distort and give way slightly because of his presence. Behind him followed three equally impressive young men and women, dressed in similar uniforms with an intricate silver emblem embroidered on their chests, the emblem of the Su family, one of the top families in the provincial capital. The three men stood in a way that subtly protected the young man in the brocade robe who was in the lead. Their eyes were sharp and full of vigilance. Their levels were all around level 20, so they were obviously his followers or teammates.
SS level talent? The thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind instantly.
This natural pressure and aura are far beyond what ordinary A-level talents can achieve, and even S-level talents cannot do it.
Perhaps only SS level or even higher talents could possess such an aura at around level 20.
This is pure professional power. The young man in the brocade robe glanced over the entire shadow mine, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. He nodded slightly, his tone calm yet carrying an unquestionable command. The quality is acceptable. Lu Suifeng, go and retrieve the core or Taizhan, keep watch on the surroundings. Qingluan, inventory the outer crystals and take away anything valuable.
Yes, young Master Jiuxiao.
A cold-faced young man with a figure as swift as the wind stepped forward from behind him and rushed straight towards the mineral marrow. Another burly man, as tall as an iron tower and wielding a giant shield, stepped forward and warily scanned the surrounding crystal jungle. The last woman, with a beautiful face and bright eyes, began to move quickly, collecting the scattered shadow crystals.
Su Jiuxiao. The name instantly popped into Lin Yi's mind.
Before entering the illusionary battlefield, he had heard people mention the top prodigies of this year's provincial capital. The eldest son of the Su family, with the SS-level talent, Void Control, is rumored to be able to manipulate spatial power. He is unpredictable and possesses unparalleled combat strength, making him the biggest favorite to win the provincial examination. Unexpectedly, we ran into each other here.
Lin Yi's heart sank. The opponent is not only incredibly powerful, but also has a terrifying background. More importantly, the other party has clearly also discovered the value of this mineral vein and has unceremoniously regarded it as their own. Just as Lu Suifeng was about to touch the flowing shadow marrow, Lin Yi knew he couldn't wait any longer. This mineral marrow is crucial to Yi Ling. It is one of the key resources for him to enhance his strength and complete the nameless reforging. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his apprehension, and stepped out of the shadows, calling out loudly, "Wait!" His voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet mountain valley. Su Jiuxiu and the other three paused simultaneously, their gazes instantly focusing on Lin Yi. Lu Suifeng's hand stopped a few inches away from the mineral marrow, and he looked at Lin Yi with icy eyes. The Iron Mountain shield was slightly raised, its aura locking onto Lin Yi. Qinghuan also stopped collecting and curiously examined this unexpected, uninvited guest. Su Jiuxiu slowly turned around, looked him up and down, and frowned almost imperceptibly, as if he had seen something that bothered him. His gaze swept over Lin Yi's faded old-school uniform, then glanced at the starry sword hovering beside Lin Yi, a smirk of undisguised contempt curving his lips. "Oh?" Su Jiuxiu said coldly, "Where did this rat come from? How dare it make such a racket here?" Lin Yi said in a deep voice, "Lin Yi of Linfeng City. I've also discovered this mine." "Linfeng City?" Su Jiuxiu seemed to have heard an extremely ridiculous name and chuckled. "Did you hear that? Linfeng City, isn't it that remote border town that you have to search for ages on a map?" Lu Suifeng remained expressionless, but his eyes grew even colder. Qinghuan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes full of mockery. Su Jiuxiu's gaze returned to Lin Yi, "But you're lucky. I've heard of you, a small border town, F-level talent, and you've contracted a sword girl who's destined to die young." "Ha!" He shook his head, as if Lin Yi's very existence was a mistake, a joke. "Someone like you is incredibly lucky to have made it this far. Instead of hiding in a corner and barely surviving, you dare to come out and covet such rare treasures?" Su Jiuxiu's tone suddenly turned cold. "This mine is not something an ant like you can lay your hands on. Get out of my way. I'll spare your worthless life as a fellow examinee, but don't waste my time." "Spare me?" Lin Yi's eyes turned completely cold. "I also discovered this mineral vein, so naturally I get a share." Lin Yi's voice was resolute. "Su Jiuxiu, so what if you're a provincial capital prodigy? So what if you have SS-level talent? This is a national exam, where life and death are your own responsibility, and everyone must rely on their own abilities. Want to monopolize it? Then show us what you've got." "Insolence!" Lu Suifeng shouted, his figure blurring instantly, leaving a trail of afterimages. A short dagger gleaming with a cold light pierced straight at Lin Yi's throat, its speed as fast as a ghost. "You're courting death!" Tai Shan roared at the same time, and the huge tower shield slammed into the ground. A circle of earth-yellow shockwaves spread out, trying to block Lin Yi's evasive space. Su Jiuxiu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Yi with icy eyes, as if he were looking at a dead man. He disdained to take action himself, as if Lin Yi didn't even deserve to lift a finger to him. Facing the combined attack of two elites above level 20, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Fireflies flash. His figure vanished instantly, dodging Lu Suifeng's deadly dagger attack, while the Starglass sword traced a mysterious trajectory. Star Vortex Protection. The starlight barrier instantly solidified, withstanding the shockwave impact from the Iron Mountain, causing the barrier to fluctuate violently. Lin Yi appeared beside Lu Suifeng, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Want to make a move? Then let's see who the real ant is." Annihilation Stardust. Buzz. Countless silver streaks of light poured out like a storm, instantly engulfing Lu Suifeng and Taishan. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dense piercing sounds, like the whispers of death, instantly echoed through the mountain valley. Lin Yi attacked in anger, unleashing Stardust of Annihilation without reservation. A silver streak tore through the air, sweeping across the scene like a violent storm. Lu Suifeng's expression changed drastically. He never expected that this good-for-nothing from a small border town would react so quickly and retaliate so fiercely. The dense stardust covered a very wide area and moved at an astonishing speed, almost completely blocking his space to dodge. "Wind shadow escape," he shouted, his figure instantly becoming illusory, as if merging into the wind, attempting to forcibly evade by relying on extreme speed. However, the number of extinction stardust is simply too great, and its coverage is too wide. Puff, puff, puff. Although he avoided vital points, his left shoulder, right leg, and ribs were instantly pierced by several stardust fragments, and blood spurted out. The excruciating pain caused him to groan, stagger backward, and for the first time, horror appeared on his face. Chapter 52. Enough is enough? Only war. Rock-solid fortress. Taizhan reacted extremely quickly. With a roar, the huge tower shield burst forth with a thick, earthy yellow light, instantly condensing into an energy barrier in front of him and Lu Suifeng. Clang 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 clang. The dense, rain-like stardust slammed into the energy barrier, creating a deafening explosion. The barrier trembled violently, its light dimmed at a visible speed, and its surface was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Tieshan's burly body was jolted backward by the enormous impact, his blood surging and his face turning red. What? Xinghuan exclaimed in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She knew Lu Suifeng and Tieshan's strength very well. When the two of them joined forces, they were few and far between among the younger generation in the provincial capital. How could they be forced back and even injured by an F-level swordmaster from Linfeng City in one move? Su Zhouxiao, who had been standing with his hands behind his back and an indifferent look in his eyes, finally frowned slightly at this moment. For the first time, his eyes, which seemed to look down on everything, truly fell upon Lin Yi with a hint of scrutiny and suspicion. The power that erupted just now far exceeded that of an ordinary level 20 professional. That sword, the power of the stars contained in that sword technique, was domineering and pure. Furthermore, although his face was slightly pale after unleashing such a powerful sword technique, his aura did not decline drastically like that of the legendary contracted Sword Maidens. Instead, it remained calm and composed. Interesting, Su Zhouxiao muttered to himself, his voice no longer carrying the absolute contempt of before, but instead filled with a hint of inquiry and seriousness. He had initially thought he was just an ignorant fool from the border town, someone he could easily crush, but now it seemed that things were not so simple. This guy named Lin Yi has a secret. Young Master Zhouxiao. Lu Suifeng clutched his wound, his eyes filled with shock, anger, and even more so, humiliation. He was actually injured by a country bumpkin. Useless trash. Su Zhouxiao glanced at him coldly, his tone icy. You can't even handle an F-rank sword slave. You've completely disgraced the Su family. Lu Suifeng's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he dared not utter another word. Su Zhouxiao's gaze refocused on Lin Yi, and that scrutinizing look turned into a cold killing intent. No matter what secrets this person holds, anyone who dares to challenge his authority or harm him must pay the price. Moreover, the strength the opponent displayed and the special nature of that sword made him feel that he had to completely eliminate him here. This kid must not be allowed to live. It seems I underestimated you, a mere ant from the border town. Su Zhouxiao slowly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers spread, and pointed it at Lin Yi. An invisible spatial fluctuation began to gather in his palm, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, with the light slightly distorted. To die under my void rift is your good fortune. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. A strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped my entire body, making my hair stand on end. He could clearly feel that the power gathered in Su Zhouxiao's palm contained terrifying power capable of tearing through space. The ultimate move of the SS-level talent, Void Control. This is far superior to any of our previous opponents. Insects, witness true power. Su Zhouxiao's voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion. He slightly clenched his fingers, and the twisted void rift silently tore through space, like a black venomous snake that would devour its prey, instantly traversing dozens of meters and rushing straight at Lin Yi. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling sense of annihilation. Wherever the crack passed, the air, dust, and even the drifting shadow energy vanished silently, leaving behind a trail of pure nothingness. Fast. Incredibly fast. Moreover, it completely defied common sense, as if it appeared directly in front of Lin Yi. Star Vortex Protection. Lin Yi shouted, almost instinctively channeling all his spiritual power into the star-glass sword. Buzz. The star swirl protection instantly expanded to its maximum extent, with countless tiny starlights swirling at an unprecedented speed, forming a solid light shield in front of him. Laugh. There was no earth-shattering collision as expected, only a chilling tearing sound. The seemingly indestructible starlight barrier was easily torn open like fragile glass the moment it came into contact with the void rift. The crack, undiminished in its force and carrying an aura of annihilation, was aimed directly at Lin Yi's heart. The shadow of death has never been so clear. Lin Yi's pupils shrank to pinpoints, and his blood seemed to freeze instantly. Su Zhouxiao's strength far exceeded his expectations. The power of this void rift is enough to wipe him off the face of the earth in an instant. Flash of fireflies. With his will to survive erupting, Lin Yi's figure blurred for the instant the cracks were about to hit him, transforming into a twisted silver light and retreating violently to the side and back. Sizzle.
Although it avoided the heart, the edge of the void rift still grazed Lin Yi's left shoulder. There was no blood splattering, only a strange absence. The clothes and even a small part of the skin on Lin Yi's left shoulder disappeared into thin air, as if erased by an eraser. All that remained was a horrific wound with smooth edges and a depth that exposed the bone. The excruciating pain assaulted Lin Yi's nerves, causing him to groan softly. Attacked by Void Rift, health points decreased. Wounds cannot heal unless the spatial annihilation effect is removed. The system's cold notification struck me like a hammer blow. Master. Yi Ling was very worried. Useless trash, how dare you injure him like this? Xingli's voice was filled with rage, and the sword vibrated and hummed as if trying to break free from some kind of restraint. Humph, you dodged pretty quickly. Too bad, a bug is still a bug. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Jiaxiao's eyes, which then turned into deeper coldness and impatience. He raised his hand again, and a second, more condensed void rift began to gather in his palm. The next blow will annihilate you, body and soul. Lu Suifeng and Taizhan revealed a cruel sense of satisfaction, while Qinghuan frowned slightly, seemingly feeling that it was a bit too cruel, but she did not speak up to stop it. Lin Yi endured the excruciating pain, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Retreat? There's nowhere to retreat to. The mineral vein is Yi Ling's hope, the key to his rebuilding of Wuming and becoming stronger. Endure? Su Jiaxiao's killing intent was resolute, leaving no room for maneuver. The only option is to fight. To fight to the death. Su Jiaxiao. Lin Yi suddenly looked up, a near ferocious grin spreading across his face. You think this is my limit? Oh. Su Jiaxiao paused slightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes, like a cat toying with a mouse. A death throes? I'd like to see what tricks this ant can pull. A fancy trick? Lin Yi roared. Then let me show you the real of fleeting eternity. Boom. Time lost its meaning at this moment. A terrifying power erupted instantly from the deepest part of Lin Yi's body. A dazzling golden light erupted from his body, transforming him into a miniature sun. An irresistible force instantly enveloped an area of hundreds of meters in radius. In this realm, space seemed to freeze, light distorted and stopped, and the void rift that was about to form in Su Jiaxiao's palm was strangely frozen in place, as if the pause button had been pressed. The golden keyword Fleeting Eternity is activated. Duration, 3 minutes. Effect, all sword skills and ultimate techniques have their cooldowns reset to 0. Spirit power consumption is reduced to 0. Sword Maiden backlash is reduced to 0. Unlimited release. Chapter 53 A Moment of Eternity, Annihilation of the Void. WH. What? The mockery on Su Jiaxiao's face froze instantly, replaced by unprecedented shock. His indifferent eyes widened for the first time, filled with disbelief. He could clearly feel that his connection with his talent had been forcibly severed. The condensed void power is rapidly dissipating. This solidified space can actually suppress even his SS-level talent? Impossible. What kind of power is this? Lu Suifeng screamed, his eyes filled with fear. Taizhan was on high alert, holding his giant shield firmly in front of him, but his body was trembling slightly. Qinghuan paled and instinctively took several steps back. Xingli. Lin Yi roared in his heart, his mind more focused than ever before. Ha ha ha. Finally, I can let loose. Xingli's voice was filled with unprecedented excitement and killing intent. The dark silver blade burst forth with unprecedentedly brilliant starlight, and the sound of the sword's cry resounded through the sky, even faintly drowning out the deathly silence brought about by the solidified space. Eternal night withers. Open. Buzz. A vast and profound realm, larger than ever before, unfolded with a thunderous roar. The entire core area of the mountain valley was instantly plunged into absolute darkness and deathly silence. The temperature plummeted to freezing point, and the air became as thick as lead and mercury. Within the domain, Lin Yi's aura surged wildly, his strength, speed, perception, everything was pushed to its peak. Starfall. Destroyed stardust. Smash it. Lin Yi was like a madman, his thoughts surging wildly. Boom. A terrifying beam of light, over 3 meters in diameter, like a spear of divine punishment, tore through the solidified space of the eternal night domain and slammed into Su Jiaxiao. At the same time. Hiss 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 hiss. The destructive storm composed of countless blazing white sword energies instantly condensed into a silver torrent that tore everything apart, roaring towards the same target right after the falling star. Their sheer numbers and concentrated power far exceed 10 times that of the past. Double-edged sword, no holding back. No cooldown. No resource cost. No backlash. There is only one target: Su Joxiao. Young master. Lu Suifeng, Taizhan, and Qinghuan roared in despair, their eyes bloodshot. They wanted to rush to the rescue, but the terrifying pressure and solidified domain made it impossible for them to move an inch. The shock on Su Joxiao's face instantly turned into ferocity and fear. He never imagined that he would be driven to such a desperate situation by an ant from a border town. He frantically channeled his inner power, trying to break free from this strange solidification. At the same time, he pushed his hands forward with all his might, and a distorted, semi-transparent spatial barrier instantly condensed in front of him. Void barrier. This is his strongest defensive measure. However, with the blessing of momentary eternity, the barrier that was hastily formed appeared so fragile in the face of Lin Yi's two killing moves that he had not held back. Boom! Crack! The falling star struck the void barrier with tremendous force, like smashing an egg. The barrier held for less than half a second before it exploded with a piercing cracking sound. The torrent of annihilating stardust that followed poured down on Su Joxiao without any further hindrance. No! Su Joxiao let out a shrill scream. The moon-white brocade robe he wore instantly emitted a strong protective light, clearly indicating that it was a high-grade protective artifact. However, under the violent impact of billions of stardust, the precious light swayed violently and only lasted for a moment before it was extinguished. Puff 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 puff. A series of piercing sounds rang out. Su Joxiao's body felt as if it were being frantically cut by countless invisible blades. His brocade robe instantly shattered into countless fragments, cracks appeared in his protective inner armor, and blood gushed out from all parts of his body like a fountain. His handsome face was contorted and distorted, filled with pain. Ah! The scream abruptly stopped as Su Joxiao was violently blasted away by the enormous impact, crashing into the hard rock wall at the edge of the ravine. Young master! Lu Suifeng and the other two went completely mad, rushing towards the direction where Su Joxiao had fallen without regard for anything else. At this moment, after Lin Yi unleashed this earth-shattering attack in the moment of eternity state, his body swayed slightly. Although there was no consumption or backlash, the intense concentration and the burst of power still left him with a strong sense of emptiness. The Eternal Night's decay domain slowly dissipated, and the solidified space returned to normal. He didn't even glance in Su Joxiao's direction, his icy gaze sweeping over the terrified Lu Suifeng and the other two. Get lost. Or die. That gaze was like the coldest ice in the deepest hell. When Lu Suifeng and the other two met that gaze, they trembled as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They had no doubt that Lin Yi at this moment definitely had the strength to keep all three of them here. But Lin Yi did not kill him. The Su family is incredibly powerful in Tianfang province. How powerful? Even someone like Xiao Tiannan can't suppress the Su family. Lin Yi could severely injure Su Joxiao, but at this moment, he could not kill Su Joxiao. Otherwise, if the Su family retaliates, even Xiao Tiannan might not be able to protect him. Although he was angry, he had not lost his mind. Go! Take the young master away quickly. Lu Suifeng made a decisive move and roared as he lunged into the deep pit below the rock wall. Taizhan gritted his teeth and carried the unconscious Su Joxiao on his back, while Qinghuan quickly took out a silver talisman that was shimmering with spatial fluctuations. Lin Yi! The Su family will not let you get away with this. Just you wait. Lu Suifeng left behind a venomous sentence, and the three figures vanished without a trace in the light of the spatial talisman. Su Joxiao and his two companions disappeared in a sorry state, enveloped in the light of the spatial talisman. Lin Yi's tense nerves did not relax. He endured the excruciating pain and weakness coming from the strange annihilation wound on his left shoulder and quickly scanned his surroundings. After confirming that there was no further threat, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a short rest, Lin Yi immediately turned his attention to the Shadow Marrow. Yiling in his arms could no longer restrain herself. Go, Yiling, all of this is yours. Lin Yi's voice was hoarse with a hint of weariness, but his eyes were unusually bright. He walked to the core of the mine and untied the cloth strips that were wrapped around the nameless broken sword. Buzz! As soon as the broken sword was exposed to the dense shadow energy, it emitted a low hum. The originally dull cracks on the sword now seemed to wriggle slightly as if they were alive, emitting a deep, mysterious suction force. Without Lin Yi's guidance, the broken sword floated up on its own and slowly sank into the mineral marrow that resembled liquid amethyst. Detection detected that the Sword Maiden Nightfeather is absorbing a massive amount of pure shadow essence energy.
The spiritual core is rapidly coalescing. Sword Maiden buff Nightfeather, all attributes plus 130 plus 135 plus 140. Continuously increasing. Lin Yi could clearly see that the broken sword was like a bottomless pit, greedily devouring the mineral marrow. The spiderweb-like cracks on the sword were being filled and healed at a visible speed under the influence of the pure energy. The originally dull material gradually began to glow with a deep, dark light. It certainly knows how to pick a spot. This little broken sword is quite lucky. Xingli's figure materialized to the side, her silver eyes watching Yi Ling frantically absorb energy. Such pure shadow marrow is enough to allow it to condense a stable spiritual body prototype ahead of time, saving a lot of nurturing effort. Lin Yi nodded, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings while quickly collecting the scattered shadow crystals. Although the energy contained in these crystals is far less than that in the core of the mineral marrow, it is still an excellent supplement for Nightfeather's subsequent growth. Chapter 54 Absorbing Shadow or Essence, Nightfeather's spirit body begins to condense. Illusion Battlefield Monitoring Center. A deathly silence, an even more oppressive silence than when Lin Yi instantly killed the Lord. The giant screen was frozen on the final scene of Lin Yi defeating Su Jiuxiao. The entire process was so clear it was breathtaking. Hiss. Gasps of cold air rose and fell. Su Jiuxiao has been seriously injured? What kind of power is that? Freezing space? Stripping away innate control? This can't possibly be a Sword Maiden skill. Old Wang said in a deep voice, a fleeting moment of eternity. He uttered that name. This is probably derived from his resilient mutated talent, or again some kind of forbidden trump card bestowed by the Sword Maiden. A forbidden trump card? That's too overpowered. Su Jiuxiao's void barrier can easily block attacks from level 30 elites, yet it's like paper in front of him. Another examiner with a military background said in a deep voice, carrying a steely aura, this kid is no ordinary person. But he's messed with the Su family. The Su family will never let this go. An examiner suddenly snapped out of his daze, his voice urgent and anxious. Elder Wang, we must report this immediately. Su Jiuxiao is seriously injured. This is a huge scandal. With the Su family's fury, not only Lin Yi, but even our provincial guild will likely face pressure. We must immediately take Lin Yi into custody and give the Su family an explanation. Explain? Explain what? Old Wang turned his head sharply, his cloudy old eyes flashing with a sharp, knife-like light. The examination rules are, life and death are at your own risk, each relying on their own abilities. Su Jiuxiao attacked first, intending to kill and steal the treasure. Lin Yi was retaliating. Su Jiuxiao is inferior in skill, who can he blame? The surveillance footage is crystal clear. The Su family wants an explanation? Let them go ask Chairman Xiao. Let them go to the headquarters of the National Professionals Association. He paused, his tone resolute and authoritative. Recorded. Highest priority encryption. Event code, Fleeting Eternity. Associated examinee, Lin Yi from Linfeng City. Assessment level, SSS level potential. Associated event, severely injured SS level talent Su Jiuxiao Su family's eldest son. SSS level potential. Upon hearing this assessment, everyone took a deep breath. This is the highest potential rating in the Great Xia Kingdom, and it could even influence the fate of the nation. In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, not one like this has appeared for several years. But now, Lin Yi has acquired such potential. Everyone took a deep breath, feeling a chill run down their spines. The complete records, energy analysis, and all backups will be transmitted directly to Chairman Xiao Tiannan's personal terminal with the highest level of encryption. Yes. Within the mountain valley, dense shadow energy surged like a boiling, purplish-black ocean. At the center, the nameless broken sword that Nightfeather had transformed into floated above the mineral marrow, greedily absorbing the essence of shadow. Lin Yi stood not far away, having already stored all the exposed shadow crystals into his spatial ring. Although the wound on his left shoulder still ached slightly, his mind was completely captivated by Yi Ling. He could clearly feel that inside the broken sword, Yi Ling's consciousness was rapidly growing and solidifying under the nourishment of the mineral marrow. Buzz! The broken sword emitted a loud hum, its blade trembled violently, and the surrounding shadow mineral marrow formed a huge vortex, frantically pouring into the core of the broken sword. It's about to begin. Xingli's figure materialized to the side, a rare hint of solemnity appearing in her silver eyes. Lin Yi held his breath, his eyes fixed on the scene. The shadow energy around the broken sword began to condense inward.
The purplish-black light grew stronger and stronger, gradually outlining a blurry human figure. Its silhouette is slender and elongated, possessing an innate elegance and a hidden sharpness, as if it were an elf born from the deepest shadows. The light continued to condense and compress, becoming increasingly clear. Finally, the light abruptly faded. A figure hovered silently above the mineral marrow. She was petite and delicate, about 13 or 14 years old, with a cascade of long black hair that flowed with a moon-like luster, the ends of which seemed to merge into the void. Her skin was like the finest jade, and her whole body seemed to flow with shadows and light. She was so exquisitely beautiful that she seemed almost otherworldly, covered in a set of close-fitting armor made of pure shadow energy. What is most peculiar is her feet, not physical, but like two dark purple vortexes, maintaining a subtle connection with the mineral marrow. Nightfeather, a nascent spiritual form, has begun to awaken. She slowly opened her eyes. Oh nar. A clear, cool voice, yet tinged with a hint of longing and bewilderment, slowly rang out. A surge of joy and a sense of accomplishment welled up in Lin Yi's heart. He resisted the urge to reach out and touch her, his voice incredibly gentle. Yi Ling? You're awake? How are you feeling? Yi Ling tilted her head slightly, looking at Lin Yi intently, as if trying to understand his words. She tried to move her feet, which were formed from shadow vortexes, and her figure swayed slightly, appearing somewhat clumsy and unsteady. It feels so strange, my body, light, power, flowing. She stammered, her voice filled with curious confusion, but down there, it's pulling, incomplete. She looked down at her feet that were connected to the mineral marrow, and then tried to raise her hands. Slender, pale fingers spread out, palms facing upwards. Buzz! A small ball of deep, dark energy materialized out of thin air in her palm. Nightfeather Awakening Ability, Shadow Condensation. Beginner can condense a small area of shadow energy for attack or defense, but the power is weak. Then, without warning, her figure blurred, rippled like a reflection in water, and instantly appeared a meter away from Lin Yi. Nightfeather Awakening Ability, Shadow Blink. Beginner can perform shadow jumps over extremely short distances, but consumes a lot of resources. The distance depends on proficiency. However, this flash seemed to have consumed a lot of her power. Her feet, which were made of shadow vortexes, were noticeably crumbling, and her figure became more ethereal and transparent. A trace of fatigue appeared on her face. Ugh. I'm tired. Yi Ling frowned, her voice tinged with grievance. She could feel a powerful source of shadow flowing within her, but her body was like a cracked bucket, unable to bear or stably exert this power. Every time an ability is used, it accelerates the depletion of this fragile spirit. As expected, it's a half-finished product. Xingli crossed her arms, her silver eyes filled with her usual scrutiny. It has the origin but no sword body as its foundation, like a rootless duckweed. This little trick can only scare insects. Although she spoke harshly, her gaze swept over Yi Ling's unsteady feet, then glanced at the wound on Lin Yi's left shoulder, a faint trace of worry flashing deep in her eyes. She could sense that Yi Ling's nascent spiritual form was extremely fragile. Let alone fighting, it would probably need to consume Lin Yi's own spiritual power or shadow crystal energy to maintain its existence, and it could collapse at any time due to energy imbalance. Lin Yi naturally noticed Yi Ling's condition as well. That joy was somewhat diminished. Yi Ling did indeed come alive, possessing consciousness, condensing a rudimentary spiritual body, and even awakening some basic, instinctive abilities. But this is still far, far away from the powerful Sword Maiden he envisioned fighting alongside him. Without a stable physical body, she cannot truly exist independently of Lin Yi for too long, nor can she bear powerful skills and profound mysteries. She was like a child who possessed a vast treasure but couldn't open the door, only able to absorb a sliver of light through the crack in the door. Eternal Ice Crystal, Spiritual Soil. Lin Yi clenched his fist, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Yi Ling's condition made him realize even more deeply the importance of those two materials. Only by reforging the sword can Nightfeather be truly complete, and can she unleash the terrifying power that the vast shadow origin should possess. Chapter 55 Ranking, First Place without a doubt. He cautiously approached Yi Ling's nascent spiritual form, reaching out to gently touch it, his palm radiating a gentle spiritual energy fluctuation. Don't be afraid, Yi Ling, you did a great job. Now come back, get some rest, and leave the rest to me. Yes, master. Yi Ling nodded obediently, her figure transforming into a streak of light as she willingly threw herself into Lin Yi's arms. Her form then merged back into the broken sword, leaving behind only a faint, lingering fragrance. Lin Yi opened the Myriad Swords diagram and checked Yi Ling's panel. Sword Maiden, Nightfeather Prototype Spirit Form. Status, initially formed spiritual body, but due to the sword body not being reforged, it cannot be stably materialized, and its foundation is extremely fragile. Quality, 3 stars. Quality decreased due to breakage, can be upgraded after reforging. Abilities, Shadow Condensation Beginner, Shadow Blink Beginner, limited by the spirit form, its power is weak, its consumption is huge, and it cannot support advanced skills and ultimate techniques. Buff, all attributes plus 180. The buff is slightly increased due to the initial formation of the spirit body, but it cannot exceed the limit due to the status condition. Ultimate technique, none cannot be performed in spirit form. Current favorability, 100 max. Special status, requires continuous nourishment with spiritual energy or feeding with shadow crystal cores to maintain its existence. Overuse of its abilities or severe injury may cause the spirit to dissipate. As expected, Night Feather is at least a 3 star. Seeing this panel, Lin Yi knew that he had made the right choice. Moreover, once he reshapes the sword for Yiling will even be able to grow to 4 stars. This quality is even higher than that of Star Glass. Lin Yi was filled with anticipation. Time passed quickly, and the second day soon came to an end. On the last day of the safe zone surrounding the illusionary battlefield, the bloodshed and smoke did not lessen in the slightest. All the remaining candidates are making a final, frantic push. Points are the only pass to the next stage. Lin Yi's figure darted between the wasteland and the Rift Valley, like a grim reaper reaping lives. He no longer deliberately avoided powerful monsters, but instead actively sought out elites and even lords who occupied a certain area. By hunting them, you can instantly gain a large number of points. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Su Jiuxiao barely managed to suppress his terrifying injuries thanks to the top-grade life-saving pills bestowed upon him by his family. His face was ashen, and he had already changed his moon-white brocade robe into a spare black outfit, but bloodstains could still be seen seeping from his chest. Those eyes, which once looked down indifferently upon all living beings, were now filled with anger and resentment. Lin Yi, you ant! You lowly bastard! Every breath he took pulled at his shattered internal organs, bringing excruciating pain. But he refused to crush the teleportation stone. The pride of the Su family would not allow him to leave in such a sorry state, especially in front of an F-level trash. More importantly, he needs points. We need to move on to the next stage and crush Lin Yi with my own hands. He endured the excruciating pain and channeled the remaining power of the void. Although its power has been greatly reduced and its handling is far less agile than before, the foundation of its SS-level talent remains. Even when dealing with ordinary level 18 or 19 elite monsters, the efficiency is still amazing with the help of Lu Suifeng and the other two. Lin Yubing's figure was like the sharpest blade on the icy plain. She exuded a chilling aura, leaving frost marks wherever she went. The S-rank Frostheart talent was fully displayed in the life or death battle. Ice spikes deliver precise kills, ice rings freeze groups of enemies, and when facing elite monsters, the power of Heart of Frost is unleashed, unleashing a terrifying freeze that can even instantly freeze the core of a level 20 elite. She calmly calculated her points, her goal clear to advance. The 3-day period passed in the blink of an eye amidst the carnage. Xiao Tiannan's majestic voice once again resounded across the battlefield. The first phase of the illusion battlefield assessment is over. All candidates cease fighting, remain in place, and prepare for teleportation. Countless tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and countless people breathed a sigh of relief. The 3-day assessment has finally come to an end. A massive teleportation beam enveloped the entire battlefield, instantly teleporting the surviving examinees back to the central square of the provincial capital's examination hall. In the center of the square, a huge light screen shimmered and then froze. National College Entrance Examination Tianfan Provincial Examination Center First Stage Points Ranking. First place, Lin Yi Linfeng City Qingshi High School Points, 231760. Second place, Su Jiuxiao Tianhai No. 1 High School Points, 178400. Third place, Bai Wuxin Tianhai No. 1 High School Points, 136850. Fourth place, Yi Jian Tianhai No. 1 High School Points, 132800. Fifth place, Lin Yubing Linfeng City Qingshi High School Points, 129800. 27th place, Yanlai Crimson Flame City, Liang High School Points, 98640. 100th place, He Lufeng High School, Lufeng City Points, 58210. Whoosh! The moment the leaderboard was displayed, the entire square fell into a deathly silence, which was then followed by a deafening uproar. 380,000? My god! Did Lin Yi slaughter his way through the battlefield? Su Jiuxiao only has 250,000? How is that possible?
Just who is this Qingshi High School in Linfeng City? They have 2 students in the top 5. Is this year's national college entrance examination about to bring about a major change? This leaderboard has surprised everyone. No one expected that Su Joxiao, who was on whom people placed high hopes, would only get second place. Lin Ye's sudden emergence was hard for people to believe. Moreover, Lin Yubing's entry into the top 5 shocked countless people. Linfeng City, Qingshi High School, thus became famous on the points leaderboard. Lin Yi stood calmly. The wound on his left shoulder had stopped bleeding under the suppression of the pills, but it still ached faintly. He was quite surprised to see Su Joxiao on the list. I thought that Su Joxiao was too badly injured to continue the exam. But to everyone's surprise, he not only persevered, but also still came in second place, and pulled away from the rest of the group by a huge margin. I can only say, no wonder he has SS-level talent. Lin Ye's gaze was solemn. It seems that the upcoming exams will be even more exciting. Su Joxiao was seriously injured by him, and he must hold a grudge. But Lin Yi wasn't afraid. If he can't even get past Su Joxiao, how can he compete with geniuses from all over the country? It should be noted that Su Joxiao only possesses SS-level talent. The top genius from the capital city is an SSS-level talent. Not far away, Su Joxiao stood up with difficulty, supported by Lu Suifeng and Taizhan. He looked at his name on the leaderboard, ranking second, and especially when he saw the glaring Lin Yi, his throat felt sweet, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. He stared intently at the leaderboard, his eyes filled with venomous hatred, like poison ice picks. His lips moved silently, clearly saying, 100 battles arena. I will kill you. Lin Yubing stood a little distance away, her icy blue eyes looking at the leaderboard above, her gaze a mixture of excitement and complexity. Her 5th place ranking was something to be proud of, but compared to Lin Ye's overwhelming lead, it seemed so insignificant. The 3rd and 4th place winners, by Wuxin and Yi Jiyin, are even more unbelievable. Su Joxiao only got 2nd place. Just who is this Lin Yi? Yi Jiyin murmured, her eyes filled with shock. The white-clad youth standing to the side, by Wuxin, whispered, I heard he's a sword fanatic who contracted with a Sword Maiden. He was lucky enough to have his talent mutate so he didn't die, and he even caught the eye of President Xiao. A contracted Sword Maiden? Yi Jiyin was very surprised. She did not expect that someone would dare to do such a thing. It seems that his strength may just be a flash in the pan. Bai Wuxin was quite serious, maybe, but being able to surpass Su Joxiao is something to be taken seriously. On the high platform, Xiao Tiannan's figure reappeared. His gaze swept across the leaderboard, lingering on Lin Ye's name for a few seconds, a barely perceptible hint of approval and seriousness flashing in his deep eyes. He announced loudly, the first stage of the assessment is over. The top 100 scorers will advance to the second stage, the 100 battles arena. The arena will open in 3 days at the Battle God Arena in Tianhai City. The rules remain the same, the winner stays, the loser is eliminated. 2 losers are eliminated. Until the 10 strongest people in Tianfang province are determined, they will go to the capital to compete for the national ranking. Remember, the 100 battles arena is the true test of strength, and a battlefield of carnage leading to the pinnacle. Victory brings glory, defeat means elimination, with no further chance. I hope you all prepare well and do not fail to live up to your talents and the expectations of the nation. His voice, like a resounding bell, struck the hearts of every participant who advanced. Chapter 56, The 100 Battles Arena, establishing prestige in the first battle. 3 days later, in Tianhai City, at the Battle God Arena. The huge circular building was bustling with noise. Audiences, media, and representatives from various universities and institutions from all over Tianfang province packed the stands to capacity. All eyes were focused on the 10 alloy arenas in the center of the arena, gleaming with a cold metallic light. This is the battlefield for the second phase, the 100 Battles Arena. 100 elites who have fought their way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the illusory battlefield will fight one-on-one here. The winners will stay and the losers will be sent away, until the final 10 people who will represent Tianfang province to compete for the national ranking in the capital are determined. In the VIP section, Xiao Tiannan sat in the center, flanked by representatives of major forces from the provincial capital and observers from the capital. His gaze calmly swept over the 100 examinees gathered below, lingering on Lin Yi for a moment, his deep eyes revealing no emotion. Lin Yi stood at the front of the queue in the Linfeng City area, his faded old clothes standing out awkwardly among the glamorous geniuses from the provincial capital. The wound on my left shoulder has begun to heal, leaving a deep scar that exposes the bone, hidden under my clothes.
Not far away, Su Jiuxiao, surrounded by Lu Suifeng and Taizhan, still looked pale from his serious injuries. But his eyes were like poison ice blades, fixed intently on Lin Yi. The resentment and murderous intent in his eyes were almost tangible. Lin Yi, you wait. On the arena, I will make you wish you were dead. Su Jiuxiao's voice, like a venomous snake's hiss, clearly reached Lin Yi's ears. Lin Yi didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, his voice flat and emotionless. Save your energy for the barking of a loser, lest you can't even stand up straight later. You. Su Jiuxiao's blood rushed to his head, and his face became even more unsightly. Silence. Xiao Tiannan's authoritative voice resounded throughout the arena through the amplification array. The 100 battles arena, begin immediately. Rules reiterated, the winner stays, the loser is eliminated. Anyone who accumulates 2 losses is eliminated. You may concede before the battle begins, but once it starts, you are responsible for your own life and death. Now, the first round of battles will be decided by drawing lots. The giant light screen began to scroll rapidly, and names were randomly matched one by one. Round 1, Arena 1, Lin Yi from Linfeng City vs Shi Gang from Panchur City. Buzz. The entire venue erupted in chaos. Wow. Lin Yi is in first place in the first match. Damn, is it really that good? I heard that the Shi family of Panchur City hates Lin Yi to the bone because of Shi Lei. Shi Gang is definitely determined to get revenge for his family. Although Lin Yi is in first place in points, he is still a contracted Sword Maiden, and the backlash is severe. I wonder how much strength he has left. Shi Gang is a notorious iron turtle. This is going to be good. Lin Yi remained calm, as if he hadn't been the one called upon. With a slight movement, he activated Firefly Flash, transforming into a blurry silver streak of light and instantly appearing in the center of Arena number 1. This speed once again gave many people a jolt. On the other side, a muscular man nearly 2 meters tall leaped onto the ring. He held a black iron tower shield that was almost as tall as a person. He was none other than Shi Gang from Panchur City. Lin Yi. You injured my cousin Shi Lei and disgraced the reputation of my rock city. Today, I will let you, the sword madman, taste the power of my immovable rock. Shi Gang's voice was like a bell, and he slammed his giant shield on the ground. A thick circle of earth yellow light instantly spread out, covering most of the arena. His skin gleamed like rock, and his aura became incredibly deep and heavy. Shi Gang Pan Shi Chang. Level, 19. Talent, a rank skin of the earth greatly increases defense, strength, and earth affinity. Skills, immovable mountain defensive skill, earthquake area crowd control, ground shatter single target attack, rock armor passive. Warning, extremely strong defense, excels in positional warfare. Humph, coward. Xingli's cold voice, filled with disdain, echoed in Lin Yi's mind. The referee gave the order, begin. Roar. Unmoving rock. Shi Gang roared, pouring all his power into the tower shield. The giant shield instantly expanded, transforming into a massive rock barrier. A thick layer of earth-based spiritual energy flowed through the barrier, exuding an aura of indestructibility. He made up his mind to withstand Lin Yi's attack first, exhaust his strength, and then seize the opportunity to counterattack. Stardust of annihilation. Lin Yi didn't even make any extra movements, only a slight thought. Buzz. The suspended starglass sword suddenly burst forth with dazzling starlight, its blade instantly disintegrating into countless silver streams of light that instantly covered the entire arena. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. A series of incredibly dense, chilling, piercing sounds erupted instantly. That seemingly indestructible rock barrier was as fragile as paper in the face of stardust containing the power of the stars. The rock runes instantly dimmed and disintegrated. Countless silver lights pierced through the barrier and precisely struck Shi Gang's petrified body. Puff, 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 puff. Ugh. Shi Gang let out a horrified scream. His prized defense was nothing but a joke under Lin Yi's sword. The tough rock skin was easily torn apart, and blood mixed with stone chips spurted out. His massive body trembled violently and staggered backward as if struck by countless heavy hammers at the same time. Just one breath. The storm subsided, the stardust returned, and reformed into the starglass sword, hovering beside Lin Yi. Shi Gang stood frozen in place, covered in blood, until his legs gave way and he collapsed to his knees, completely losing his fighting ability. Defeat Shi Gang of Rock City and gain 1 arena point. The entire battle arena fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. One move. Just one move. Shi Gang, an A-level genius from Rock City known for his defense, was instantly killed by Lin Yi as easily as swatting a fly before he could even put up a decent resistance. This terrifying and overwhelming strength completely shocked everyone. Gulp. In the stands, countless people swallowed hard. Is this even human? Sure, Gang's defense is strong enough to withstand the attacks of a level 25 elite. Stardust of Annihilation. This sword technique is too domineering. The range is so large, and the power is so concentrated. He's really unaffected by the backlash? His expression didn't even change. In the VIP section, the representative of the Sure family from Panchur City had a livid face and almost crushed the armrest of his chair. A glint flashed in Xiao Tiannan's eyes, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The observers from the capital exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, their gazes toward Lin Yi filled with scrutiny and seriousness. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, not even glancing at Sure Gang, who was slumped on the ground, and calmly walked off the stage. The gasps, doubts, and shock from the stands created a tremendous wave of noise. Lin Yi's overwhelming strength completely overturned people's preconceived notions about sword girl contractors. Lin Yi himself remained calm and composed. Without even glancing at Sure Gang, who had lost consciousness on the stage, he turned and walked off the stage with steady steps. The ensuing battles remained intense. But with Lin Yi's groundbreaking opening, the brilliance of the other geniuses seemed to have dimmed somewhat. Lin Yubing makes her appearance, and her opponent is a level 19 wind-type assassin from Lufeng City, who is extremely fast. However, Lin Yubing's frosty heart transformed the arena into an extremely cold domain, with precise ice spikes blocking all of the assassin's evasive routes. In the end, he froze the assassin at the edge of the arena with an ice ring, easily securing victory. Despite his injuries, Su Joshio went on stage. His opponent was a level 20 fire mage. Although his face was pale and his movements were slightly sluggish, his SS level control over the void remained domineering. With just a simple spatial cut, he directly severed his opponent's staff, forcing him to admit defeat. Yan Lai, Bai Wuxin, Yi Jian, and other top geniuses from the provincial capital also made their appearances, demonstrating their formidable strength and easily defeating their opponents. After the first round, nearly 1/3 of the 100 candidates were eliminated. After a short break, the second round of the draw began. The enormous light screen began to roll again. Round 2, Arena Number 3, Lin Yi from Linfeng City vs Bai Wuxin from Tianhai City. Chapter 57, Lin Yi vs Bai Wuxin. The names on the screen were like boulders thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating even bigger ripples in the arena of the God of War. Bai Wuxin, one of the top 3 geniuses in the provincial capital, facing Lin Yi, who was number 1 in points. This is going to be interesting. Bai Wuxin's 1,000 machine puppet is not something that Sure Gang, that Iron Turtle, can compare to. Lin Yi's first battle was too domineering, but Bai Wuxin's methods are unpredictable, and the outcome is hard to predict. The discussions surged like a tidal wave. A cold, triumphant smile finally appeared on Su Joshio's pale face, his sinister gaze fixed on Lin Yi. Bai Wuxin, very good, give him a good welcome for me. Lin Yi's expression remained calm, as if it made no difference who he was facing. With a slight movement, he activated Flash of Fireflies, and in a flash of silver light, he appeared in the center of the third arena. His movements remained swift, but a careful observer could notice that his left shoulder tensed slightly upon landing, indicating that the annihilation wound inflicted by the Void Rift had not yet fully healed. Opposite them, a white figure floated down like a feather. Bai Wuxin was dressed in a plain white robe, with a handsome face and calm, unwavering eyes. He held no weapon, only nearly transparent silk threads wrapped around his 10 fingers, shimmering with a faint spiritual light. Bai Wuxin, Tianhai No. 1 High School. Level, 21. Talent, S-rank, Heart of 1,000 Machines, Ultimate Control, Mental Power Differentiation. Skills, Puppet Manipulation, Multi-threaded, 1,000 Machine, Silk Array Control, Severing, Mental Piercing, Mimicry. Linfeng City, Lin Yi, Bai Wuxin spoke, a smile curving his lips. Your sword is fast, but I wonder if it can outrun my 1,000 Machine Silk. Before he finished speaking, his 10 fingers danced like butterflies flitting among flowers. Buzz. The air around the arena instantly became viscous. Countless transparent threads, almost invisible to the naked eye, instantly filled most of the arena space, enveloping Lin Yi. 1,000 Silk Array. This is not only a cage-restricting movement, but also a deadly cutting trap. Even the finest steel can be cleaved instantly upon contact. At the same time, the light and shadow behind Bai Wuxin distorted, and 3 figures of different shapes appeared out of thin air. On the left stands a figure wielding a massive, door-like tower shield, his entire body covered in heavy rock armor, his aura as deep and imposing as a mountain, defense puppet mountain. On the right is a figure whose movements are as elusive as a ghost, wielding a poisoned short dagger that gleams with a cold, eerie blue light in each hand, assassination puppet Shadow Strike. In the center stands a figure clad in a robe, his hands outstretched, palms holding a blazing fireball and a chilling ice spike, elemental puppet Bipolar. The three puppets all possessed an aura that clearly reached the level of a level 20 elite or higher. Under Bai Wuxin's terrifying mental control, they locked onto Lin Yi like living beings, radiating a chilling killing intent. Hiss. He's unleashing his signature three puppets right off the bat. Bai Wuxin's aiming for a quick victory. The Thousand Silk Array seals off space, mountains exert direct pressure, Shadow Strike sees opportunities to assassinate, and dual polar long-range bombardment. This combination is simply unbeatable. No matter how fast Lin Yi's sword is, can it handle so many directions at the same time? Gasps of surprise erupted from the stands. In the VIP section, Xiao Tiannan's eyes narrowed slightly, while the Bai family representative revealed a reserved smile. Humph, all show and no substance. Xing Li's cold voice, tinged with disdain, echoed in Lin Yi's mind. They're nothing but puppets. Cut those annoying strings, and the puppets will collapse on their own. It's not that simple. Lin Yi's eyes were sharp, and his mental energy was highly concentrated. He could sense that the threads were not only incredibly strong, but also contained by Wuxin's powerful spiritual imprint. Forcibly severing them would result in a spiritual backlash. Moreover, the three puppets cooperated perfectly, with their attack rhythms interlocking, so that a single move could affect the whole situation. The match begins, the referee announced. Boom! Mountain Puppet was the first to activate, the giant shield slammed into the ground, and a shockwave of earthy yellow swept towards Lin Yi. At the same time, its massive body surged forward like a chariot, attempting to force Lin Yi into the area where the silk threads were most dense. Whoosh! Shadow Puppet, as if blending into the wind, under the cover of the shockwave, it transformed into two afterimages, one on the left and one on the right, with its daggers darting towards Lin Yi's ribs and back. Whoosh! Sizzle! Bipolar Puppet, with both hands waving simultaneously, a blazing fireball and an icy ice spike rose and fell, blocking Lin Yi's aerial path for dodging. Meanwhile, the deadly web of silk threads silently closed in from above and all around. A decisive victory. Faced with this overwhelming offensive, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Star Vortex Protection. Buzz. The dazzling starlight instantly formed a rotating barrier of stardust around me. Boom. Bang. Sizzle. Shockwaves, fireballs, and ice spikes bombarded the barrier almost simultaneously. The Star Vortex protective barrier fluctuated violently, its light flashing and dimming. The two poison daggers pierced the weak points of the barrier like venomous snakes, making a piercing scraping sound. Humph, can you stop it? Mental piercing. Bai Wuxin's eyes turned cold, and an invisible mental spike shot out from between his eyebrows, piercing straight into Lin Yi's mind. Suffered a mental piercing attack. Mental concussion. Lin Yi groaned, feeling as if a steel needle had pierced his brain. His will to control the Star Vortex body protection momentarily faltered. Click. Several cracks appeared in the Star Vortex protective barrier in response. The Shadow Puppet's poison dagger seized an opening, instantly piercing through the barrier and getting less than 3 inches away from Lin Yi's body. Master. Yiling's anxious thoughts came through. At the critical moment. Fireflies flash. Lin Yi's figure blurred the moment the poison dagger struck his body, leaving only a blurry afterimage of him being pierced by the poison dagger. His true form appeared as if by teleportation on the left edge of the arena, narrowly avoiding the densest area of the netting. Trying to run? Bai Wuxin flicked his fingers repeatedly, and the Thousand Machine Silk Array instantly changed direction, wrapping around Lin Yi again as if it were alive. The three puppets adjusted their direction and attacked again. Extinction Stardust. Lin Yi shouted, no longer holding back. The starry sky sword transformed into countless streams of deathly light, sweeping towards the pursuing Shadow Puppet and the countless threads. Hiss 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 hiss. A series of cutting sounds rang out. The Shadow Puppet dodged with its ghostly speed, but was still pierced by several stardust fragments, causing its movements to visibly falter. Some of the threads were severed by the violent stardust, but the broken threads twisted as if they were alive, trying to reconnect, and more threads poured out from Bai Wuxin's fingers. It's useless. My silk is endless. Bai Wuxin's voice remained icy. Mountains, dual poles. The massive body of the mountain puppet stood firmly in front of the bipolar puppet, withstanding most of the stardust impact. Its thick rocky shell was torn apart, but its core remained intact. Bipolar puppet seized the opportunity to gather an even more powerful fireball and ice spike. Master, that thread, the core, is at the controller's fingertips, cut off the source. Yiling's thoughts came with a hint of urgency. She keenly sensed that the energy flow of all the threads ultimately converged on Bai Wuxin's 10 nimble fingers. Lin Yi instantly understood. Bai Wuxin appears to be controlling the 1,000-machine silk array remotely, but he himself is the core control point. The three puppets were merely a decoy to draw fire and to act as execution terminals. The real threat and weakness lie with Bai Wuxin. We can no longer be led by the nose by puppets and strings, we must strike at the heart of the enemy. Xingli! Lin Yi shouted sharply, cover me! Target, Bai Wuxin! Finally got it! Flowing firefly flash. Xingli responded coldly, and the sword burst forth with dazzling silver light. Chapter 58, Shadows Flicker, one sword decides the victory. Lin Yi's figure once again transformed into a blurry stream of light. This time, he didn't dodge any attacks. Instead, with the extreme speed of Firefly Flash, he charged towards Bai Wuxin on the other side of the arena, defying the ice and fire spells blasted by the bipolar puppet and the interception of the mountain puppet. You're courting death. Bai Wuxin's eyes narrowed, and his fingers moved even faster. In an instant, the 1,000-machine silk wove into a dense defensive net in front of him. The shadow puppet, like a leech, attacked from the flank, its poisoned dagger aimed straight at Lin Yi's back. Starry Sky Protection. Lin Yi once again erected a starlight barrier. Boom! Sizzle! Ice and fire spells bombarded the barrier. The shadow puppet's poisoned dagger struck the barrier's weak point once more, causing the barrier to shake violently and cracks to spread. But Lin Yi's speed did not slow down at all. All he could see were Bai Wuxin's hands manipulating the deadly threads. The distance is rapidly closing. 10 meters. 5 meters. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on Bai Wuxin's face. He could sense Lin Yi's resolute determination, regardless of the consequences. The sharpness emanating from that dark silver longsword made him feel threatened. 1,000-machine strangulation. Bai Wuxin shouted, abandoning the defensive net and yanking it with his 10 fingers. All the 1,000-machine silk instantly abandoned their other targets and, like countless venomous snakes, frantically coiled towards Lin Yi, who was right in front of them. This is a deadly attack that abandons all defense. He intends to shred Lin Yi along with his Star Vortex protective shield. The dense threads instantly converged, completely engulfing Lin Yi's figure. The terrifying cutting force made the air groan. It's over, exclaimed countless people in the stands. A look of smug satisfaction flashed in Su Jiaxiao's eyes. Lin Yubing's eyes narrowed, and her hands unconsciously clenched. Just when everyone thought Lin Yi was about to be dismembered, a very faint shadow fluctuation flashed by in the spot where Lin Yi was submerged by the silk threads. Shadow Flicker. Night Feather's abilities. Lin Yi's figure mysteriously disappeared from the center of the strangulation by the silk threads and reappeared to the side and rear of the edge of the strangulation circle. The location was just right, avoiding the most fatal strangulation core. It's that tiny difference. Star-scarred thorn. Lin Yi shouted, and the star-glass sword transformed into a silver beam of light condensed to the extreme. Laugh. A soft sound, like tearing silk. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The countless, frantically strangling silk threads, like a swarm of lifeless snakes, instantly went limp and hung limply to the ground. Bai Wuxin stood frozen in place, her hands still in a controlling posture, but a thin line of blood slowly appeared on each of her wrists. For the first time, an expression of disbelief and astonishment appeared on his handsome, aloof face. He looked down at his trembling hands, where a dull, sharp pain was emanating from them. Lin Yi's precise sword strike, though it did not sever his palm, severed the meridians and connections in his wrist. At least for this moment, his proud heart of 1,000 machines control ability failed. Defense Puppet Mountain suddenly collapsed to its knees, losing control. Assassination Puppet Shadow Strike standing frozen in place, the dagger clattered to the ground. Elemental Puppet Bipolar, the energy gathered in the palm instantly dissipated. The three powerful puppets turned into real inanimate objects the moment Bai Wuxin's wrist was injured and his mental connection was severed. The entire battle arena fell into an eerie silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed at what was happening on the stage in disbelief.
That seemingly unsolvable thousand-machine puppet formation, and by Wuxin, one of the top 3 prodigies in the provincial capital, were actually broken by Lin Yi with a single sword strike? Bai Wuxin groaned, his face turning deathly pale instantly, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He tried to raise his hand, but felt a sharp pain and a sense of powerlessness. He looked at Lin Yi, who was slowly sheathing his sword, his eyes filled with complex and inscrutable emotions: shock, resentment, and the fighting spirit of meeting a worthy opponent. You. Bai Wuxin opened her mouth, but in the end only uttered 2 words, very good. His voice was slightly hoarse. I surrender. The referee seemed to have just recovered from his shock and announced loudly, Lin Yi of Linfeng City wins. Whoosh! The belated roar swept across the entire arena like a tsunami. He won. Lin Yi won. My God. How did he do that? What was that last move? Teleportation? Incredible. One sword strike crippled Bai Wuxin's control, precise and ruthless. This Lin Yi, he's simply a monster. He keeps coming up with new tricks. In the VIP section, the Bai family representative, his face ashen, suddenly stood up, only to be pressed back down by a calm look from Xiao Tiannan. In Xiao Tiannan's eyes, the hint of approval was finally no longer concealed. The pleasure on Su Jiaoxiao's face had long since frozen, replaced by a deeper sense of gloom and apprehension. Lin Yi's final, unpredictable shadow flicker and terrifyingly precise star mark strike made him feel an unprecedented threat. This guy is even stronger than he was in the illusionary battlefield. Moreover, he still has energy to spare. Lin Yi was slightly out of breath. The wound on his left shoulder was throbbing with pain from the intense exertion he had just endured, and he was also feeling somewhat exhausted. He glanced at Bai Wuxin, who was pale-faced, said nothing, and turned to walk off the stage. He could sense the weakness emanating from Yi Ling. That shadow blink had taken a heavy toll on her nascent spirit body. Humph, that puppeteer was lucky. Xing Li's voice was tinged with weariness, but more so with arrogance. If you hadn't stopped me, that sword strike would have chopped off his claws. Lin Yi did not respond, but his heart was heavy. Bai Wuxin was very strong, forcing him to risk using Yi Ling's newly awakened and unstable abilities in order to win. And the opponents to come will only be stronger. He stepped off the stage and met Lin Yubing's gaze, which was filled with concern and shock. The ice blue girl's lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded gently. The battle continues. Although Bai Wuxin's hand was injured, the Bai family's top medical staff on the sidelines immediately healed the injury, so it did not affect the subsequent battle. After Lin Yi and Bai Wuxin's battle, the other geniuses also started their own battles. But with this battle as a precedent, other battles always seem less intense. Lin Yubing, wielding the power of frost, still swept aside his opponents. Yi Xian's zither music flowed like a celestial dancer, and her opponent was defeated without any chance to resist as she gracefully danced. Yan Lai encountered some trouble, facing an S-level assassin genius from Tianhai City. Faced with his opponent's elusive movements, Yan Lai had no choice but to turn the surrounding area into a sea of fire in order to finally win. Su Jiaoxiao, on the other hand, effortlessly defeated his opponent, seemingly without any injury whatsoever. Time passed slowly, and the second round of the competition came to an end. Those who had accumulated 2 defeats were eliminated. Next comes the third and final round of the competition. After this competition, the top 10 will be officially determined. Chapter 59, Rematch with Su Jiaoxiao, a familiar moment that lasts forever. The screen scrolled rapidly during the third round of the draw, reigniting the commotion that had just subsided in the arena. After 2 rounds of brutal elimination, fewer than 50 candidates remain, each one an elite among elites, and every match could determine the final top 10. When the light screen finally froze, the huge arena fell into an eerie silence, followed by a deafening roar of screams. Round 3, Arena 1, Lin Yi from Linfeng City vs Su Jiaoxiao from Tianhai City. A fateful showdown. A clash between the top 2 teams in the standings. The blood feud continues in the illusionary battlefield. Oh my god. It really matches. Su Jiaoxiao vs Lin Yi, this is going to be a good show. Lin Yi just finished fighting Bai Wuxin, so his condition is affected. Su Jiaoxiao looks much more relaxed. It's really hard to say who will win. This is the final match played out in advance. The sounds of discussion, exclamations, and gasps mingled together, and everyone was instantly ignited by the dramatic result of the draw. On Su Jiaoxiao's pale face, the sinister look was finally replaced by an almost manic excitement. Lin Yi. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly pierced through the noise, carrying a chilling, killing intent.
I said, on the 100 battles arena, I will kill you. Even the heavens are on my side, sending you right to my doorstep. This time, let's see where you can run to. Lin Yi calmly raised his head and met Su Jiaoxiao's gaze. Escape? Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile, tinged with mockery. I can severely injure you once in the illusionary battlefield, and I can kill you again on this arena. Su Jiaoxiao, save your nonsense for after you're defeated. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's figure flashed, and he activated Firefly Flash. A flash of silver light appeared, and he stood firmly in the center of the number 1 arena. The movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Su Jiaoxiao's eyes turned cold as he forcefully suppressed his surging blood and qi. He did not use any movement techniques, but instead stepped onto the arena slowly and heavily, one step at a time. Each step seemed to carry immense force, and an invisible, suffocating pressure spread out like a tide. The natural gas field belonging to the SS-level talent, Void Control. He stopped 10 meters away from Lin Yi, and their gazes clashed fiercely in the air, sparks flying everywhere. The match begins. The referee's voice was like the fuse that lit a powder keg. Die, you ants. Void imprisonment. Su Jiaoxiao launched the first attack, grabbing forward with both hands. Buzz. The space around Lin Yi instantly became like solidified amber. An immense binding force pressed in from all directions, as if to crush him to death. This was even more powerful than the hasty attack he had during the illusionary battlefield. Clearly, Su Jiaoxiao's injuries had recovered considerably, and he was attacking in anger, holding nothing back. The terrifying binding force made Lin Yi's body sink, making his movements incredibly difficult, and even the activation of Firefly Flash was severely disrupted. Stardust protection. Lin Yi shouted, and the starlight of the star-glass sword surged, forcibly opening the rotating stardust barrier to resist the compression of space. Oomph, a death throes. Crush him. Void Rift. Su Jiaoxiao's face revealed a cruel smile, his right hand forming a claw as he viciously tore at Lin Yi. Sizzle. A crack, even more refined and dark than before, silently tore through space, heading straight for the imprisoned Lin Yi. Wherever the crack passed, even light was swallowed up, leaving behind a trail of pure nothingness. The sense of impending death surged to its peak in an instant. Imprisoned and restricted by the void, Lin Yi was unable to completely dodge as he had last time. A gasp of surprise erupted from the stands. At this critical moment. Night Feather. Lin Yi roared in his heart. Buzz. A faint shadow fluctuation flashed past Lin Yi's side. Shadow Flicker. Night Feather activated her ability again. As Lin Yi's figure was about to be imprisoned by the spatial confinement in the Void Rift, it rippled violently like a reflection in water, forcibly shifting to the side by less than half a meter. It's that tiny difference between life and death. Laugh. A terrifying Void Rift grazed past Lin Yi's body, instantly obliterating the sleeve of his left arm along with a small patch of flesh below. A sharp pain shot through me, but it avoided my vital organs. Put. Yiling's spirit body, which was forcibly activating its power, trembled violently, conveying a strong sense of weakness, and was almost about to collapse. Oomph. You can dodge once, but can you dodge a second time? Seeing his sure kill attack miss, Su Jiaoxiao's eyes blazed with even more ferocity. Void Cage. Strangulate. Buzz. 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 Several smaller void rifts instantly formed around Lin Yi, like a cage made of black lines of death, frantically strangling him inward. At the same time, an even stronger spatial confinement descends once again. This time, Su Jiaoxiao completely sealed off all of Lin Yi's escape routes. He wanted to completely obliterate Lin Yi, along with that damned sword. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. The star vortex protector, under the combined onslaught of multiple cracks, emitted a cracking sound as it struggled to withstand the strain. Nightfeather's spirit could no longer sustain the flickering. A desperate situation? A ferocious and gleeful smile appeared on Su Jiaoxiao's face, as if he could already see Lin Yi being torn to pieces. Despite the situation, Lin Yi's expression remained calm, showing no sign of panic. Su Jiaoxiao. Lin Yi looked up and shouted sharply, "You think this is the end? A fleeting moment eternity." Boom! An indescribable, terrifying power erupted from the deepest part of Lin Yi's body. Golden light instantly enveloped the entire arena. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. A moment of eternity, and yet, a moment of eternity. The void cage, the power of confinement, the ferocious smile on Su Jiaoxiao's face, the countless horrified expressions on the stands, everything was paused under this golden light.
The entire battle arena fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. The golden keyword Fleeting Eternity is activated. Duration 3 minutes. Effect: all sword skills and ultimate techniques have their cooldowns reset to 0. Spirit power consumption is reduced to 0. Sword Maiden backlash is reduced to 0. Unlimited release. Within this absolute domain shrouded in golden light, Lin Yi is the sole ruler. The pain in his left shoulder and left arm instantly stopped, and his depleted mental energy was instantly filled with a surging river, just like a dried-up riverbed. This move again? This is impossible. Su Jiaxiao's mind was still racing, but his body, his talent, and the void power he controlled were all like insects frozen in amber, unable to move an inch. An unprecedented fear overwhelmed him instantly, like ice water poured over his head. This feeling is so familiar. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi locked onto him. Xingli, Lin Yi said coldly, "Give me your all, kill him." Eternal night withers, open. Buzz. The deathly silent, dark realm exploded with a deafening roar centered on Lin Yi. It instantly covered the entire arena, and even showed a faint tendency to expand outwards. Starfall, annihilation of stardust. Kill. Familiar moves, familiar taste. The fear of death once again spread before Su Jiaxiao's eyes. Chapter 60: Overwhelming Domination. Double defeat of Su Jiaxiao. Boom. A powerful beam of destructive light slammed into Su Jiaxiao, who was frozen in place. Wherever the beam of light passed, the solidified space crumbled inch by inch like fragile glass. At the same time, hiss 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 hiss. The starry sky sword completely transformed into light, and its terrifying, blazing white sword energy condensed into a roaring silver galaxy. Following closely behind the falling star, they roared toward the same target with a world-destroying momentum. Su Jiaxiao. Double kill move. No cooldown. No cost. No backlash. With the blessing of momentary eternity, its power was pushed to the absolute peak that Lin Yi could currently achieve. There is only one goal: to completely annihilate Su Jiaxiao. No! Su Jiaxiao roared. He had prepared many deadly moves and backup plans, all for the purpose of killing Lin Yi. But at this moment, it's impossible to even use it. If it weren't for the fleeting eternity, he believed he could definitely kill Lin Yi. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in life. Under the burst of eternity in an instant, Su Jiaxiao was like an ant. Lin Yi, however, seemed like an invincible god. He watched helplessly as the pillar of light, as destructive as a star, and the galaxy of sword energy that followed it descended upon him. His pride seemed so ridiculous and fragile in the face of such absolute power. He wanted to use the power of the void to defend himself, to use the life-saving treasure bestowed upon him by his family, to admit defeat, but all his thoughts were frozen. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the destructive beam of light in the starry river of sword energy crashed into Su Jiaxiao, who stood like a statue, without any hindrance. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying explosion erupted in the center of Arena 1. The blinding light instantly engulfed everything, as if a sun had been ignited on the arena. A violent energy shockwave swept wildly in all directions. The protective light shield at the edge of the arena flickered violently. Those in the front rows of the audience seats who were close to the seats even felt an aura of death. The entire battle arena seemed to be roaring. The light slowly faded, and smoke and dust filled the air. In the center of the arena, a figure knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his body covered in blood. It was Lin Yi. His left sleeve was completely gone, revealing a hideous wound. The old wound on his left shoulder also reopened, and blood stained half of his body. His face was ashen, and his body trembled slightly uncontrollably. The fleeting eternity gold caption effect has ended. Current status: severely weak, both mental and physical exhaustion. That devastating blow just now drained all his strength. Not far in front of Lin Yi, at the edge of the pit, Su Jiaxiao appeared. He knelt on the ground, his body charred black. His black outfit had long since turned to ashes, revealing an inner armor that shimmered with a dim silver light and was covered in cracks, clearly a high-grade protective artifact. It was this that saved Su Jiaxiao's life at the last moment. Even so, Su Jiaxiao's condition was extremely miserable. He was spitting out mouthfuls of foul blood, his breath was extremely weak, and his eyes were unfocused and filled with fear. The pride of the SS-level genius was completely crushed by Lin Yi's earth-shattering attack. Lu Suifeng, Taizhan, and Xinghuan were furious and desperately wanted to rush onto the stage, but they were firmly stopped by the examiners who were maintaining order. The entire arena was deathly silent. Everyone was speechless with shock at the devastating blow and the tragic ending.
The referee seemed to take a long time to find his voice. Looking at the pitiful Su Jiuxiao and the barely holding on Lin Yi, he announced in a dry voice.
Su Jiuxiao is incapacitated. Lin Yi of Linfeng City wins. Whoosh! The long-awaited outcry finally erupted like a flood bursting its banks. Deafening. My God, is this even possible for a human to do? Su Jiuxiao, he actually suffered such a crushing defeat? Lin Yi. Lin Yi. What kind of monster is he? That move.
I'll never forget it in my life. In the VIP section, the Su family representative, his face ashen, suddenly stood up, his violent aura almost lifting the roof off.
But Xiao Tiannan quickly forced him back down.
Xiao Tiannan looked at the boy on the stage, who was swaying precariously but still stood tall, his eyes filled with an indescribable complex light. It's likely that Lin Yi's surprises for him went far beyond that. Lin Yubing slowly loosened her clenched fist, her palms already bleeding from her fingernails, her eyes surging with uncontrollable heartache and lingering fear. Lin Yi forced himself to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and swept his cold gaze over Su Jiuxiao. Su Jiuxiao, I told you, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time.
Now, do you believe me?
Su Jiuxiao's unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened, a mixture of resentment, fear, and shame. His throat bobbed, and he spat out another mouthful of blood before completely losing consciousness. Lin Yi stopped looking at him and slowly walked off the stage, dragging his tired body. All eyes followed his retreating figure, filled with awe, fear, and an indescribable shock.
In this battle, Lin Yi's name will resound throughout Tianfang province. In the most domineering, most brutal, and most indisputable way. The competition for the top 10 spots in the province continues.
But after this earth-shattering battle, no matter how intense the subsequent matches were, they all seemed rather dull. As evening approached, the time gradually came. The arena, where 100 battles have been fought, has finally come to an end.
I hereby declare the second phase of the national examination, the 100 battles arena, to be concluded. The top 10 list will be announced later.
When Xiao Tiannan stood up again, his majestic voice resounded throughout the arena, and the entire battle god arena was finally ignited once more. As the light screen slowly descended, the top 10 list was revealed. First place, Lin Yi Qingshi High School, Linfeng City.
Second place, Su Jiuxiao Tianhai No. 1 High School. Third place, Bai Wuxin Tianhai No. 1 High School.
Fourth place, Yi Jian Tianhai No. 1 High School. Fifth place, Lin Yubing Qingshi High School, Linfeng City.
Sixth place, Zhou Liang Tianhai No. 3 High School. Seventh place, Li Mingxia Tianhai Experimental Middle School. Eighth place, He Zhaofeng Tianhai No. 3 High School. Ninth place, Zhaofeng Tianhai Experimental Middle School.
10th place, Yanlai Crimson Flame City, Liang High School. The composition of the list is not much different from the ranking of the Illusion Battlefield points, with the top 5 remaining unchanged. After all, being able to achieve a top score in the Illusion Battlefield is proof of one's strength. What truly surprised people was that Lin Yi and Lin Yubing, two geniuses from a small border town, actually outperformed a group of geniuses from the provincial capital and entered the top 5. Lin Yi, on the other hand, defeated Su Jiuxiao with overwhelming force, and forcefully took first place. Qingshi High School in Linfeng City, an unknown school in this remote border town, has risen to the top of the world in the most dazzling way. In addition, Yanlai's rise to the top 10 as a dark horse, surpassing a host of geniuses, surprised many people. In previous years, his name would likely have been widely circulated. Unfortunately, there were too many prodigies this year, and Lin Yi's reputation was too great, overshadowing the brilliance of all the other geniuses. Xiao Tiannan's gaze swept across the list, finally landing on Lin Yi, his voice solemn and powerful.
The top 10 teams from Tianfang province have been determined. 10 days later, in the capital, at the Sky Arena. Representing Tianfang province, vying for the top national ranking.
The core area of the Great Xia Secret Treasury, a national treasure, awaits your claim to glory.
I urge you all to forge ahead with determination, live up to your passion, and make our name known throughout the land. Chapter 61, the Imperial Capital, the Sky Arena. Xiao Tiannan's voice, like a booming bell, echoed throughout the battle god arena.
Lin Yi's name hangs at the top of the list, like the most dazzling star. However, for Lin Yi himself, this is merely a milestone on the road to his ultimate goal. Lin Yi declined all interviews and, under Lin Yubing's worried gaze, was escorted back to the rest area by people personally arranged by Qinyu. The 10-day rest period is both a time for recovery and a calm before the storm.
The Su family was furious.
Su Joshua suffered 2 consecutive crushing defeats at the hands of a lowly commoner from the borderlands, especially the second time on the highly anticipated 100 Battles arena, where he was almost completely overwhelmed, which utterly trampled on the dignity of the Su family. The reprimands and pressure from the Su family came one after another. Various investigations, both overt and covert, and slanderous remarks against Lin Yi have been rampant. There are even rumors that the Su family is willing to go to any lengths to eliminate Lin Yi in the capital. However, Xiao Tiannan displayed an unprecedentedly tough attitude. He submitted Lin Yi's combat records of instantly killing a lord in the illusionary battlefield and crushing Su Joshua in the 100 Battles arena, along with an assessment report of his SSS level potential, directly to the headquarters of the National Professionals Guild and the higher-ups of the Great Xiao dynasty. At the same time, he personally oversaw the operation, acting as the president of the provincial branch, and, in conjunction with some military forces, firmly suppressed the Su family's retaliatory actions in Tianfang province. Lin Yi is crucial to the frontline battle and to solving the age-old problem of the Sword Maiden's backlash. To touch him is to shake the foundation of the nation. Xiao Tiannan's will was as firm as a rock, conveying itself to everyone who tried to reach out. This immense pressure temporarily created a safe space for Lin Yi. Quiet room at the Lingfeng City residence in Tianhai City. Lin Yi sat cross-legged, his spiritual energy slowly circulating around him. He took the last, life creation pill, he obtained from Zhao Mingxuan's ring. The powerful medicinal effect was like a warm current, nourishing his damaged meridians and flesh. The smooth-edged annihilation wound on his left shoulder, caused by a void rift, finally began to slowly grow new granulation tissue thanks to the elixir and his own powerful regenerative abilities. Although it was still grotesque, at least it was no longer bleeding and bursting open. The injury to the left arm was less severe and healed faster. The recovery of mental strength is even slower. The mental strain of continuously using powerful techniques like Fleeting Eternity and Eternal Night's Decline is terrifying. Humph, you stubborn fool. Xing Li's figure materialized beside him, her silver eyes glancing at the wound on Lin Yi's shoulder. Her tone was cold, but with a hint of heartache. That Su family brat's void power is indeed vicious, and its annihilation properties are extremely difficult to remove. Your injury won't heal properly in a short time. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm, as long as it doesn't affect my grip on the sword. The trip to the capital will be the real test. Lin Yi, are you there? Just then, a voice sounded outside the door. It was Lin Yubing's voice. After Lin Yi responded, she opened the door and walked in carrying a jade plate with several pills emitting a cool, refreshing aura on it. The city lord asked me to deliver this Ice Heart concentration pill. It has some effect on stabilizing the mind and removing residual foreign energy. Lin Yi accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it. A cool, refreshing current instantly flooded my mind, greatly relieving the mental pain and even suppressing the lingering sense of emptiness erosion from the wound on my left shoulder. He looked at Lin Yubing. Thank you. How are your preparations going? Lin Yubing nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. The capital city gathers the nation's most talented individuals. S-level talent is probably just the beginning. But my icy heart fears no challenge. She paused, her gaze falling on Lin Yi, a hint of barely perceptible concern in her eyes. Your injuries, and that Su Joshua, please be careful. We'll meet force with force. Lin Yi's tone was calm, yet it contained a strong sense of confidence. With the trump card of momentary eternity, he is confident that he can face any formidable enemy if he uses it properly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye amidst intense preparations and undercurrents. On the morning of the 10th day, at the central teleportation plaza of Tianhai City, the massive spatial teleportation array shimmered with a deep blue light, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. The 10 prodigies of Tianfang province stood solemnly before the formation, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Qinyu, Xiao Tiannan, and representatives of major families in the provincial capital were all present. Xiao Tiannan's gaze swept over the 10 people, finally landing on Lin Yi. He said in a deep voice, your journey to the capital represents the face and future of Tianfang province. I hope you will all work together to make Tianfang famous. Your journey has only just begun. Remember, come back alive. Yes, Chairman, the 10 answered in unison, their voices resounding. Lin Yi took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with Lin Yubing, and stepped into the teleportation array at the same time. Yan Lai, Bai Wuxin, Yi Jian, and others followed closely behind. Buzz. A strong sense of spatial pulling came over me, and the scene before my eyes instantly blurred and distorted, turning into a bizarre and colorful light tunnel. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been a moment, or it might have been a long time. Suddenly, everything became clear.
They found themselves in a square that was unimaginably huge. Beneath their feet lay obsidian ground shimmering with energy runes, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the sky. Sky Arena. The highest level arena in the Great Xia Kingdom, the ultimate stage for geniuses from all over the country. This is the capital. Yan Lai's mouth dropped open, utterly shocked. The square was teeming with people, yet each group was clearly divided into distinct groups. The top geniuses from various provinces of the Great Xia Kingdom each occupied a region. They were either aloof and cold, spirited and vigorous, or as steady as a mountain, all exuding a powerful aura. The lowest level among them was level 20, and the best of them even made Lin Yi feel a faint pressure. Look, people from Tianfang province have arrived. Is that Lin Yi? The one with the highest score, the one who crippled Su Jiuxiu in the provincial capital's arena? Looks pretty ordinary, but there are injuries on his body? That's all? Don't underestimate him. I heard he made a contract with a Sword Maiden, but the backlash doesn't seem to affect him much. His trump card is very strange. Sword Maiden? A heretical path that overdraws one's life force. The provincial capital is too small a stage in the capital, dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. The whispers came like fine needles from all directions, carrying curiosity, scrutiny, disdain, and even a hint of hostility. The glory of being the top scorer in the provincial civil service exam is not an honor here, but rather a target of criticism. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose in the crowd, and they automatically parted to make way for each other. A group of young men and women, dressed in matching moon-white uniforms with gold trim and a coiled golden dragon embroidered on their chests, strode in. They're from the Imperial Capital War Academy. I saw Morong Xiao. A direct descendant of the Morong family, with the SS-level talent, Dragon Soul Battle Body. It said that his physical strength is comparable to that of a dragon-blooded demon of the same rank. Wherever the members of the Imperial Capital War Academy went, the whispers subsided, replaced by a deep sense of awe. Morong Zhao's gaze swept over the crowd without lingering, and he led his team straight to the arena's exclusive rest area. Following closely behind the Imperial Capital War Academy was another team. They were dressed in dark blue, close-fitting outfits, their aura ethereal and sharp, moving as if they had merged with the wind, silent and unnoticed. The madmen from the Divine Wind Sword Pavilion have arrived too. Feng Wuhan is here too. His SS-level peak talent, Sword Shadow Divine Wind, is said to be on par with Morong Xiao. They pursue the ultimate swordsmanship, each and every one of them is a battle maniac. Feng Wuhan's gaze, like a tangible sword aura, swept across the crowd and finally landed on the star-glass sword beside Lin Yi. His gaze instantly became incredibly focused, as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Chapter 62 The Final Test, Beacon Tower Attack and Defense. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened slightly, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. However, Feng Wuhan's gaze did not linger for long before he left with the group. Subsequently, all sorts of teams appeared one after another. The appearance of each team elicited a murmur of cheers and discussion from the audience. These geniuses from top universities and ancient traditions, like true hidden dragons, exuded a suffocating pressure, pushing the atmosphere in the square to a climax. Compared to them, the top scorers from each province, including Lin Yi, paled in comparison. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze from Feng Wuhan's retreating figure. That's interesting. The sword intent on that kid is actually stronger than those fancy moves. Xing Li's voice carried a rare hint of seriousness. Master, so many people, so many strong ones. Yi Ling's nascent consciousness conveyed a trace of instinctive vigilance. Yes, I can feel it, Lin Yi murmured, his eyes calm and deep. These geniuses from the top powers in the capital are all extraordinary. Looking at the imposing troops, Yan Lai couldn't help but swallow hard and whispered, Lin Yi, this formation is too frightening. Lin Yubing's aura turned slightly cold as he scanned the entire audience. This is the real national stage. The top 10 in the provincial exams are just the starting point here. Tianfang province team, please follow me. A middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of a staff member of the Sky Arena stepped forward to guide them. The group walked through the bustling square and entered the magnificent complex of buildings attached to the arena. The interior space is extremely spacious, with crisscrossing passages and designated rest areas for each province. The rest area in Tianfang province is located on the west side, with a quiet environment and complete facilities. However, compared to top-tier forces like the Imperial Capital War Academy and the Divine Wind Sword Pavilion, which clearly occupy core areas, its location is somewhat remote. Gentlemen, this is your temporary accommodation. Your rooms have been assigned, and your names are on nameplates on the doors.
maps of the arena, the match schedule, and important notes will be delivered to your rooms shortly. Please do not enter other provinces or territories without permission to avoid conflict. If you need anything, please contact the service center through the communication array in your room." After giving the instructions, the staff member turned and left. Lin Yi found his room and pushed the door open to enter. The room is not large, but it is simply and comfortably furnished, and has a private quiet room. He immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated his spiritual energy again to soothe the wound on his left shoulder and his spirit. The spiritual energy in the capital city is several times richer than that in the provincial capital, resulting in a significant recovery effect. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. It was Lin Yubing. She came in, holding a jade box in her hand. "This is the condensing essence powder that Lord Qin sent through a special channel. It has a remarkable effect on your injuries, and President Xiao specially prepared it for you." Her gaze fell on the still gruesome wound on Lin Yi's left shoulder, a hint of worry flashing in her icy eyes. "Please thank Chairman Xiao and City Lord Qin for me." Lin Yi accepted the jade box without refusing. This injury is indeed a potential problem, especially in the upcoming high-intensity battle. "What about Su Jiuxiao?" Lin Yubing hesitated, then stopped. "He won't let this go easily," Lin Yi said calmly. "But the Sky Arena has its own rules, and Guildmaster Xiao and the guild headquarters aren't just for show. He won't dare to act recklessly in public. If he is going to make a move, it will only be on the arena." "Lin Yi, please be very careful," Lin Yubing said solemnly. Lin Yi nodded. "You should be careful too." After exchanging a few more words about their observations of other opponents, Lin Yubing took her leave, as she also needed to calm down and prepare for the battle. As night falls, the lights of the capital city resemble a galaxy on Earth, dazzling yet cold. Lin Yi took the condensation powder, and a cool, strange energy seeped into the wound on his left shoulder. The annihilating power of the void remaining at the wound site was finally slowly peeled away and dissolved under the scouring of this energy. Although it wasn't fast, its effects far surpassed those of the previous pills. While healing his wounds, he sorted through the information he had observed during the day in his mind. Morong Xiao, with the Dragon Soul battle body, relies on physical strength as his greatest asset, while his speed may be a relative weakness. The wind leaves no trace, the sword shadow is divine, the speed is extremely fast, and the sword skills are tricky. Each name represents a mountain that needs to be climbed. No matter how much analysis you do, it's no match for a single sword strike. Xing Li's voice carried a hint of disdain. "What do you care about Dragon Soul Sword Shadow? It's all illusory in the face of absolute power. Your momentary eternity is your greatest trump card. The fleeting eternity lasts only 3 minutes, so it must be used wisely," Lin Yi said in a deep voice. "Furthermore, Yi Ling needs to be reforged as soon as possible. Her spiritual form is too fragile to provide any real assistance. In fact, it will only be a hindrance." He looked inward at the nameless broken sword in his arms, and Yi Ling's consciousness conveyed a gentle sense of dependence. Only by reforging the sword can she truly unleash its vast power of shadow origin, awaken her own profound mysteries, and become his true ally. Eternal ice crystals. Spiritual soil. Core area of the Great Xia secret treasury. Top 10 in the country. This is the only ticket. The next morning. The morning sun of the capital shines through the huge crystal dome, illuminating the magnificent Sky Arena. After a night's rest, the outstanding talents from all provinces across the country gathered at the central square. On the high platform, in addition to Xiao Tiannan and other provincial branch presidents, there were also several powerful figures wearing deep purple battle robes with gold trim, whose auras were as deep as the sea. Their eyes, sharp and piercing, scanned the young faces below with scrutiny and heavy expectations. "Quiet!" An aged voice rang out, silencing all the discussion. The one who spoke was not Xiao Tiannan, but an old man in the center with a simple face and sharp, eagle-like eyes. The insignia on his shoulder straps was clearly the symbol of the supreme command of the Great Xia military. "I am Qin Jinyue, chief of the general staff of the military department." The old man's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an iron will and majesty. "First of all, congratulations to all of you prodigies for surviving the illusionary battlefield and fighting in the 100 battle arenas, and for reaching the top 100 in the country. You are the backbone of the future of Great Xia." Qin Jinyue paused slightly, his gaze becoming extremely solemn as he swept across the entire arena. "However, this is a national celebration, yet monsters surround us. Frontline reports indicate that the calamity-level monster Abyssal Bone Dragon Neltharion has awakened, leading billions of demonic troops in an attack on Iron Wall Fortress. The fortress is in grave danger. If it falls, the vast plains will be reduced to scorched earth, and millions of people will be in imminent peril.
Dead silence. The entire arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Cataclysmic level. Command billions of demonic troops. Iron Wall Fortress is under siege.
Each word struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Even the geniuses from the top powers in the capital city instantly became extremely serious.
This is not a competition, this is a national tragedy.
Shin Jinyua's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable determination. Therefore, by the joint decision of the National Council, the military, and the Supreme Council, the final round of this year's national examination Beacon Tower defense is to begin immediately. This is no child's play, it is a simulation of a real frontline battlefield. Victory or defeat will determine the morale of the frontline troops and the lives of the soldiers. Now, I will announce the format for this round.
Chapter 63: A Narrow Escape. Lin Yi and Su Zhouxiao are paired together? Shin Jinyua's voice was like a thunderclap. Beacon Tower defense and attack. You 100 people will be divided into 10 teams of 10. You will draw lots to determine which beacon tower you will be assigned to. The battlefield is the projection battlefield of the Iron Wall Fortress front line, the Wailing Wall. It has simulated the offensive of the Calamity-level monster Abyssal Bone Dragon Neltharion and its vanguard demon army. Your mission: defend your assigned beacon tower fortress for 12 hours. Success is deemed complete if the core of the fortress is not destroyed. Assessment criteria: I. Fortress core integrity. Second, team collaboration efficiency. 3. Individual kill and defense contributions. 4. Impact on the overall battle situation.
The final ranking will be determined by a comprehensive assessment of the military, guild headquarters, and the observation team. I'm warning you now, Shin Jinyua's gaze was sharp as a knife as it swept over every young face below. This is no child's play. Although the projected battlefield is not real, its simulation level is as high as 90%. The monsters are just as ferocious, and the battlefield environment is harsh. Injuries, near-death experiences, and even soul-level impacts are all possible. Once the core of the fortress is destroyed, the entire team will fail the assessment.
Now, the draw will begin.
A huge light screen lit up the central square, and the names of 100 prodigies scrolled rapidly before being randomly assigned to 10 virtual beacon fortresses numbered A to Gue. Lin Ye's name was forever etched in the image of the beacon tower with the character. Almost simultaneously, he felt a venomous gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he saw Su Zhouxiao staring intently at him from not far away, a cruel smile curving his lips. Su Zhouxiao's name was also prominently displayed on the Wu character beacon tower.
Humph, what a small world.
Xingli's voice was filled with icy killing intent. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, but there was not much change in his expression. He had already anticipated that Su Zhouxiao would not let any opportunity slip by. The arena in the capital may have rules, but this simulated battlefield has too many variables.
Lin Yi.
Lin Yubing's voice came through, tinged with worry. Her name is associated with the Bing Beacon Tower. Yan Lai, on the other hand, is associated with the Gung Beacon Tower. Bai Wuxin and Yi Jiyin were also scattered in other fortresses. Lin Yi nodded slightly to her, indicating that he would be careful.
Soon, the 10 teams were guided to 10 huge, independent teleportation arrays deep within the arena.
Each teleportation array emits energy fluctuations of different attributes, corresponding to the 10 uniquely styled beacon fortresses on the Wailing Wall. Lin Yi stepped into the teleportation array of the Wu character beacon tower. As the light flashed, the space shifted.
Boom! A deafening roar, the clanging of metal against metal, the booming of energy explosions, and the stench of sulfur mixed with decay instantly engulfed Lin Yi.
He appeared atop a massive fortress built of dark, massive stones. The wind howled, stirring up thick smoke and dust. Beneath our feet are the towering, winding walls of the Wall of Sighs, hundreds of feet high, like a giant dragon. Beyond the city walls lies an endless, scorched plain, teeming with darkness, the wasteland of bones.
At this moment, a black tide surges across the wasteland. That was a densely packed, grotesque army of the dead.
The decaying corpses dragged their mangled bodies forward, while skeletal warriors with eerie green flames burning in their eye sockets brandished rusted swords. Huge skeletal abominations, like moving mountains of flesh, hurled plague-ridden pustules. The sky was obscured, and countless gargoyles and skeletal dragons let out piercing screams, pressing down on the city walls like dark clouds. And in the deepest part of that sea of the dead, a massive, suffocating shadow slowly rose. It was not a physical entity, but a projection composed of pure dark energy and countless wailing souls, yet the oppressive aura it exuded caused the entire battlefield to tremble. Abyssal Bone Dragon Neltharion Projection. Rank? Calamity level. Status: in recovery. Pressure continues to increase. The mere sight of its enormous dragon eyes casting a cold and merciless glance was enough to turn the faces of many geniuses on the Wu character Beacon Tower deathly pale, their souls seemingly frozen. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a jet-black breath, condensed to the extreme, traversed dozens of miles and slammed into a section of the sighing barrier. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Ding character Beacon Tower, not far from the Wu character Beacon Tower, was instantly swallowed up by the black torrent of annihilation. The sturdy city walls collapsed like sandcastles, and the protective light shield shattered completely in less than a second. The massive energy crystal pillar atop the fortress, symbolizing its core, shook violently with each breath, its surface instantly covered in cracks, and its light dimmed rapidly. The core of the T-shaped beacon tower is 37% damaged. Warning! Core damaged. The cold battlefield notification sounded in the minds of all participants. The power of that single strike was terrifying. The entire battlefield was instantly ignited. The undead army, as if injected with stimulants, roared deafeningly and surged towards the city walls like a tidal wave. The swarms of gargoyles in the sky swooped down like a black rainstorm. Defend! A burly man wielding a giant axe roared from the Wu character Beacon Tower. He appears to be a top-tier power-type genius from a certain provincial capital, who voluntarily became the temporary commander. Ranged classes, suppress the airborne enemies. Melee classes, hold the crenellations. Healers, keep everyone alive. Elementalists, clear out the mobs below the walls. The order was given quickly, but the 10 people came from different provinces and might even have grudges against each other, so their unfamiliarity with each other was immediately exposed. Suzhou Xiao stood on the other side of the fortress, away from Lin Yi. He didn't make a move immediately, but just coldly watched the chaotic scene with a hint of mockery on his lips. Xingli. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi locked onto the gargoyle swarm that was diving at the most tricky angle and was the most numerous. Oomph, annoying flies. Annihilation stardust. Xingli responded coldly, her sword humming. Buzz. Countless streaks of silver light, like a reverse meteor shower, instantly met the swooping gargoyles. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of piercing sounds rang out, and dozens of gargoyles exploded as if they had been set on fire, instantly turning into a sky full of broken bones and black smoke, clearing a brief vacuum above the city wall. Good. The burly man with the axe's eyes lit up and he roared, "Well done, brother. Keep the fire going." Lin Yi's move seemed to ignite a fuse, and the other team members also began to exert their strength. Ice spikes, fireballs, wind blades, holy arrows, all sorts of ranged attacks rained down on the undead horde below the city and the enemies in the air. However, the undead's offensive was endless. Soon, nimble skeleton assassins and rotting ghouls climbed up the ladders and the broken city walls. Melee at the top, the burly man roared, swinging his giant axe and cleaving a newly emerged ghoul in two. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, and his figure blurred instantly. Fireflies flash. He appeared at a battlement, and the starry sky sword transformed into a silver thread. Star Mark Thorn. Put. 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 The skulls of the 3 elite skeleton warriors who had just climbed the city wall were instantly pierced, and their eerie green soul flames were extinguished. He moved without stopping, roaming the city wall like a ghost. Wherever danger arose, a flash of silver light appeared, and the deadly star Mark Thorn followed closely, accurately killing the elite monsters that broke through the defenses. His efficiency was extremely high, greatly relieving the pressure on other melee fighters. Master, there is so much death energy down there. Night Feather. Is it possible? Night Feather in his arms conveyed a clear and longing thought. She seemed to have a strong sense of the dense deathly aura and shadow energy permeating the battlefield. Lin Yi's heart stirred. The core of undead creatures often contains pure shadow and the essence of death, which might be a great tonic for Night Feather. But now is clearly not the time to try to absorb it. Kill the enemy first. Lin Yi responded in his heart. Just then, a cold and evil aura emanated from below the city. Watch out. It's a necromancer. He's summoning a skeletal golem, a perceptive elementalist exclaimed. Chapter 64. Lin Yi's power, directly withstanding the breath attack. Not far below the city wall, several black-robed necromancers, hidden behind the horde of corpses, were raising their bone staffs. Countless skeletons on the ground rapidly coalesced, and a colossal skeleton, 10 meters tall and composed of countless thick bones, was quickly taking shape. Two enormous, ghostly blue soul flames burned in its empty eye sockets, radiating a chilling sense of oppression. "Stop them!" Quickly, the burly man with the axe shouted anxiously. "Once the Colossus is complete, its destructive power on the city walls will be terrifying." Several ranged attacks were fired at the necromancer, but they were all blocked by the skeletal Colossus' nascent form or the surrounding undead knights. "Oomph, trash." Sujoshio snorted coldly and finally moved. Despite his injuries, he grabbed at the necromancers with both hands. "Void imprisonment." Buzz. The space around those necromancers instantly froze. Their movements, the chanting of spells, and even the fluttering black robes froze for a moment. "Now!" Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. Starfall. The starry sword burst forth with dazzling light, and its terrifying pulling force instantly locked onto the several imprisoned necromancers. Boom! A thick silver beam of light tore through the dim sky, falling fiercely like divine punishment, and accurately struck the imprisoned area. Those necromancers, along with the undead within dozens of meters of them, were instantly annihilated by the raging stellar energy. The condensing skeletal colossus let out a mournful cry of despair before collapsing with a deafening roar, turning into a pile of shattered bones. Defeat 3 high-level undead necromancers and gain 3,000 battlefield contribution points. Destroy the summoned skeletal colossus and gain 1,000 battlefield contribution points. A cold, impersonal message echoed in Lin Ye's mind. This attack immediately averted the crisis. "Holy crap, bro, you're awesome." "Ah, that was so cool." A cheer and exclamations erupted from the Wu character beacon tower. The burly man with the axe looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of admiration. Even the other team members who were initially somewhat unconvinced by Lin Yi's status as the provincial champion now restrained their contempt. Su Joxiao's face, however, was so gloomy it could drip water. He had intended to make a move to establish his authority, but Lin Yi stole the spotlight from him. He glanced coldly at Lin Yi, his killing intent intensifying. However, before everyone could catch their breath, a piercing shriek came from the sky again. The projection of the abyssal bone dragon Neltharion slowly turned its massive head, and its abyssal eyes locked onto the Wu character beacon tower. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if it were a tangible force, swept over us. The massive energy crystal pillar atop the fortress emitted a groan of strain. "Oh no! It's got its eyes on us," someone exclaimed in alarm. Neltharion's massive jaws opened, and a dark energy even more concentrated and profound than when he bombarded the T-shaped fortress gathered wildly within them. This time, the target is none other than the core crystal pillar of the Wu character beacon tower. Even a projection of a calamity-level breath attack is far beyond what these young geniuses, whose highest level is only around 20, can withstand head-on. If the core of the fortress is hit, the consequences will be unimaginable. Roar! An even more ferocious and profound annihilation breath than before slammed into the Wu character beacon tower. Core! The burly man wielding the axe roared desperately, his eyes wide with rage. If the core of the fortress is hit head-on by this calamity-level breath, it will be instantly reduced to dust, and the entire team will fail the assessment. The other team members were also pale-faced. Faced with this devastating attack, any defense seemed so weak and powerless. Some people instinctively tried to crush the life-saving teleportation talisman, only to find themselves in a simulated battlefield where this option was not available. The shadow of death instantly enveloped the entire Wuzi fortress. At this critical moment, Lin Yi made a move. There was no fear in his eyes. Eternal night withers away. Buzz. Centered on Lin Yi, a massive dark domain suddenly unfolded. It was no longer limited to the arena, but instantly covered the entire top of the Wu character beacon tower and a large area of the city wall in front of it. Within the realm, the temperature plummeted to absolute zero, the air became as viscous as lead and mercury, and all light vanished, leaving only pure darkness and deathly silence. The violent, dark, and deathly energy contained in Neltharion's breath seemed to be suppressed and drawn in some way within the realm of eternal night's decay, becoming sluggish and chaotic. Not enough. Lin Yi could sense that although the eternal night withering could interfere with and weaken the breath, it could not completely stop this destructive energy torrent. He needs a more direct approach. Starfall! Lin Yi shouted sharply. Buzz! A terrifying silver beam of light, more than 5 meters in diameter, condensed in front of them. It no longer struck vertically, but instead crashed into the side of the solidified black torrent at an angle.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. An indescribable, terrifying collision erupted in frozen spacetime. The torrent of breath was violently deflected by the violent impact of the falling star. A devastating black torrent swept past the edge of the energy crystal pillar of the Wu character beacon tower. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The solid, dark boulder atop the fortress seemed to have been easily obliterated, leaving a huge gap. The core crystal pillar shook violently, and the runes on its surface flickered wildly. Although it was not hit head-on, the energy dissipated from the edge that was merely grazed caused its light to dim visibly. Warning! The core of the Wu character beacon tower is 10% damaged. A chilling reminder echoed in the minds of all Team E members. But in the end, it was blocked. The core is not broken. The entire top of the Wu-shaped fortress was deathly silent. Everyone was completely stunned by the breathtaking scene that had just unfolded. From despair to survival, the immense emotional impact left them speechless for a moment. It blocked it, the burly man with the axe murmured, staring at the terrifying, huge gap at the edge of the fortress, his eyes filled with disbelief. He saved the entire fortress. A ranged elementalist's voice trembled. Lin Yi Sujoshio stood at the other end of the fortress, the resentment in his eyes almost bursting forth in a tangible way. He had hoped to see Lin Yi and the fortress destroyed together, or at least be severely injured and eliminated by the breath attack, but he never expected that the other party would resolve the crisis in such an incredible way, and once again become the focus of everyone's attention. This sense of frustration and resentment drove him almost insane. Just then, the battlefield notification sounded again, with a hint of urgency. The abyssal bone dragon Neltharian's projection has entered a brief charging phase. The undead army has entered a berserk state. Air raids have intensified. All fortresses are ordered to defend to the fullest extent. As if confirming the warning, the horde of undead below roared even more furiously, and the climbing speed increased sharply. The gargoyles and skeletal dragons in the sky swooped down like madmen, ignoring casualties, their targets aimed directly at the personnel on the fortress and the core crystal pillar. Don't just stand there! Lin Yi shouted. The crisis isn't over yet. Hold the line. If you don't want all our efforts to be in vain, then get yourselves together. His voice was like thunder, instantly waking the stunned crowd. Yes. Hold the line. Listen to Lin Yi. The burly man with the axe was the first to react, swinging his giant axe to cleave a ghoul that had climbed onto the ramparts. Ranged units, suppress the air. Melee fighters, hold the breach. Healers, prioritize protecting Lin Yi and the core. This time, the instructions were executed with unprecedented efficiency. Having witnessed Lin Yi's strength, the members of Team E were now completely convinced. At the top of the fortress, Lin Yi struggled to stand up and continue fighting. Just then, the system voice came through. The ultimate skill Eternal Night Withers has ended. Triggered extreme backlash. The talent Unbreakable is active, reducing backlash by 90%. Current backlash status, near-death life essence is rapidly depleting, all organs are failing, and bones are becoming brittle. Immediate countermeasures recommended. Lin Yi suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 65 A Sneak Attack? Su Jiaoxiao's killing intent. Idiot, you're trying to be tough. Use your neutralizing ability now. Xing Li's sharp voice exploded in his mind, filled with unprecedented anxiety and a hint of barely perceptible panic. She could clearly feel Lin Yi's life extinguishing at a terrifying speed, which made her feel more powerless than any powerful enemy. Master, it hurts so much. Yi Ling's consciousness transmitted a mournful cry. Lin Yi. Brother Lin. The brief silence was broken. The burly man with the axe and several other team members rushed anxiously toward Lin Yi. The shock from what I just witnessed had not yet subsided, and now, seeing the hero collapse from exhaustion, worry instantly overwhelmed fear. Get out of the way. Don't touch him. The starry sword hummed and vibrated, bursting out with intense starlight, forming an invisible barrier that forced the burly man with the axe and others who wanted to approach to investigate to retreat several steps. She wasn't targeting them, but Lin Yi's current state was too dangerous. Any external force could be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Yi, he. The burly man with the axe looked at Lin Yi's inhuman state, both shocked and anxious. What happened to him? Was it the backlash from blocking that dragon's breath? It's the backlash from the Sword Maiden. A knowledgeable healer in the group exclaimed, his expression changing drastically. Legend has it that those who contract with the Sword Maiden will inevitably suffer a terrifying backlash after using forbidden power.
Those 2 moves he just made, the price he paid was so high.
Everyone's heart sank.
They had just been pulled back from the brink of despair by Lin Yi, only to find that their savior himself had fallen into an even deeper hell. Seeing Lin Yi's miserable state, a sense of desolation and helplessness spread across the top of the fortress.
However, not everyone is worried.
On the other side of the fortress, in the shadows far from the center of the chaos, Su Joxiao's lips slowly curled into a twisted arc. His gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, who was struggling in pain on the ground.
Ha, ha.
Su Joxiao let out a low, hoarse laugh.
Lin Yi. You finally met your match. At your last gasp?
No, you're completely exhausted.
You're courting death. A godsend, even the heavens are on my side.
Su Joxiao's eyes flashed with a fierce light.
Right here on this simulated battlefield, I'll make you disappear completely. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for.
Lin Yi must have paid an unimaginable price to resist the dragon's breath. Now that the backlash has erupted, it is the moment when he is most vulnerable and least able to resist. In this chaotic battlefield, under the cover of the roars of the undead army and the booming of energy explosions, an accidental, collateral damage is enough to make this mortal threat doomed forever.
Su Joxiao's figure silently blended into the shadows.
A tiny wisp of void power quietly gathered at his fingertips, transforming into an invisible poison needle. What he wanted was not a grand, imposing attack, but a precise, deadly sneak attack that could instantly trigger the violent backlash within Lin Yi's body.
Die, you damned ant!
Su Joxiao roared in his heart, his killing intent rising to its peak. Just as he was less than 5 meters away from Lin Yi, and the void poison needle at his fingertips was about to pierce through the air.
System, offset, backlash. Offsetting successful. Remaining offset attempts for today, 2.
The backlash has been completely cleared, and vital signs have stabilized.
Lin Yi's nearly shattered consciousness instantly returned.
The excruciating pain quickly subsided, and the heavy feeling of impending death vanished.
Whoosh!
Lin Yi took a deep breath, the air filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood filling his lungs, and it tasted sweeter than ever before.
He instinctively tried to push himself up.
Su Joxiao, who was concentrating on gathering the void poison needle and preparing to deliver a fatal blow, suddenly had his pupils contract. He watched helplessly as Lin Yi, who was on the verge of death just a second ago, suddenly got up without warning. The movements were so fluid that it was as if the near-death experience just moments before was merely an illusion. How is this possible? Su Joxiao's mind went blank, and even the void poison needle that had been gathering at his fingertips trembled momentarily due to this shock. His meticulously planned moment of decisive victory, the long-awaited moment of revenge, all vanished in the face of Lin Yi's inconceivable recovery.
This is completely illogical.
Even the most miraculous medicines could not restore a person on the verge of death to such a state in an instant.
Lin Yi. You're all right?
The burly man with the axe and the others were also stunned by this sudden turn of events, and then burst into great joy. They didn't know what had happened, they only saw that Lin Yi had miraculously pulled through. Lin Yi had no time to pay attention to the astonishment of those around him. In the instant he countered the backlash and regained his mobility, his combat instincts, amplified to the extreme by the unbreakable talent, caught the killing intent that was right behind him.
Su Joxiao.
Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. He didn't turn around, but his body suddenly spun to the side at a speed that exceeded the limit.
Fireflies flash. Buzz. A flash of silver light. Just as his figure disappeared. Laugh.
A tiny ripple of space brushed past the spot where he had just been standing, then silently disappeared into the ground. A bottomless, tiny hole instantly appeared in the hard obsidian ground, from which an aura of annihilation emanated.
Su Joxiao's sneak attack failed.
A rat in the gutter, all it does is stab you in the back. Xingli's angry shout rang out, the starlight on her sword surged, and she pointed directly at Su Joxiao with a chilling killing intent. Lin Yi's figure recondensed a few meters away, his cold eyes like ancient ice, fixed on Su Joxiao.
Su Joxiao, Lin Yi's voice was terrifyingly calm, yet contained a raging inferno. It seems you haven't learned your lesson from the illusion battlefield yet?
The atmosphere at the top of the fortress instantly plummeted to freezing point. The other members of Team E finally realized what had happened, and their gazes toward Su Joxiao were filled with shock, disdain, and anger.
Su Joxiao. Are you even human?
Lin Yi just saved the entire fortress, the burly man with the axe roared, pointing his giant axe at Su Joxiao, his earth and yellow spiritual energy surging violently.
Second place in the provincial exam, and this is all the pettiness you have? You sneakily attacked your seriously injured teammate from behind? The healer also spoke up angrily. Sujoshio was exposed in public, his face turning red and white in turns, filled with shame and indignation. His plan failed, and he was ostracized by everyone. The resentment in his heart was almost bursting out of his chest. Shut up! What do you know? Sujoshio roared hoarsely, trying to cover his guilt with anger. Lin Yi clearly used evil magic. How could he have recovered from that state so quickly? He has a big secret. He might be involved with demons. I'm doing this on behalf of heaven. Acting on behalf of heaven? Lin Yi sneered, the starry sword hovering in front of him, its tip pointing at Sujoshio. Your way is to attack from behind? Is it to be consumed by jealousy? Sujoshio, I can kill you on the provincial capital's arena, and I can still kill you on this battlefield. Want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. Perfect, let's settle our old and new scores together. The killing intent collided and surged between the two as if it were a tangible force. The battle atop the fortress seemed to pause briefly due to this sudden infighting. Roar! Just then, an even more ferocious dragon roar tore through the stalemate. The projection of the abyssal bone dragon Neltharion has once again locked onto the Wu character beacon tower. Its jaws opened again, and even deeper and more terrifying dark energy gathered wildly, its target still the core of the fortress. Oh no! That beast is coming again. The burly man with the axe's expression changed drastically. Chapter 66 Projection of Calamity? Destroy it. The projection of the abyssal bone dragon Neltharion locked onto the Wu character beacon tower for the second time. The dark energy that gathered was more violent and deeper than before, as if it wanted to devour the entire fortress and the space itself. The shadow of death once again pressed down as if it were a tangible reality. The hearts of all the members of Team E were in their throats. The hope that had just been ignited was instantly overwhelmed by even greater despair. It's over. The burly man holding the axe turned ashen-faced, and the giant axe fell limply to the ground. Faced with this cataclysmic breath attack, any resistance would seem futile and laughable. The shame, anger, and resentment on Sujoshio's face were instantly replaced by extreme fear. He was closer to the core and could feel the terrifying pressure that could annihilate everything. He instinctively tried to back away, but found his legs felt like lead and he couldn't move an inch. Roar! The roar of destruction echoed throughout the heavens and earth. A more robust and condensed annihilation breath than before slammed into the core crystal pillar of the Wu character beacon tower. Time seemed to stretch out, as if a century had passed. Desperate cries, the howls of the dead, bursts of energy, all sounds lost their meaning in the face of that pure destructive power. At that critical moment, Lin Yi made a move. A fleeting moment. Eternity. Boom! Within Lin Yi's body, the forbidden power was ignited once more. A golden light, even more intense and domineering than before, suddenly erupted. Time was forcibly frozen for the third time. The surging torrent of annihilation breath abruptly stopped less than 10 meters from the void barrier, as if it had struck an invisible wall of size. Along with the dust swirling atop the fortress, the splashing energy fragments, and the frozen expressions of despair on the team members' faces, everything was put on pause. Only Lin Yi is the sole master of this frozen spacetime. The golden keyword Fleeting Eternity is activated. Duration, 3 minutes. Effect, all sword skills and ultimate techniques have their cooldowns reset to 0. Spirit power consumption is reduced to 0. Sword Maiden backlash is reduced to 0. Unlimited release. Xingli. Lin Yi roared in his heart, his mind more focused than ever before. Humph. This stupid dragon is courting death. Xingli's voice was filled with ferocious killing intent. Eternal night withers. Open. Buzz. The Dark Realm, with a wider coverage and greater power than before, expanded dramatically. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Wu character beacon tower and a large area of the city wall in front of it, even faintly connecting with the edge of the solidified annihilation breath. Within the domain, absolute stillness and extreme cold descended. The violent, dark, and deathly energy contained in Neltharion's breath, suppressed by the domain of the eternal night, became even more sluggish and chaotic, like a ferocious beast trapped in a swamp. It was even partially eroded and assimilated by the power of the domain. But that's not enough. The eternal night's decay can only weaken and disrupt, but cannot completely stop this destructive torrent. Starfall. Destroyed stardust. Blasted back.
A fierce glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. The target is the Nethereo projection. Buzz. The star glass sword emitted a heavy hum, and the starfall erupted. At the same time, the annihilation of Stardust followed closely behind. Go against the tide, fight back. In the frozen spacetime, a silver pillar of light composed of pure star power pulls the torrent of billions of Death Sword energies upstream, heading straight for the heart of the enemy. Rumble, rumble. An indescribable, terrifying collision erupted from the depths of frozen spacetime. The silver torrent of destruction crashed violently into the source of Neltharion's black breath. It was as if two stars were colliding in the void. The blinding light instantly engulfed everything. Silver and black intertwine, annihilate, and explode. That solidified torrent of annihilation breath, like a venomous snake severed at its source, swelled and twisted violently at its front end, and then collapsed with a roar. It was forcibly detonated. Boom! 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 The terrifying energy shockwave, like billions of heavy hammers, slammed into the Neltharion projection. Hold head high. A dragon's roar, filled with pain, shock, and rage, resounded throughout the wailing wall. It was more tragic than ever before. Neltharion's massive projected head was blasted backward by the destructive force flowing against the current. The dark energy that made up its lower jaw surged and dissipated violently, and even obvious energy cracks appeared. Its massive body swayed slightly from the sudden, heavy blow. Devastating damage to the abyssal bone dragon Neltharion projection. Its breath control organs are severely damaged. Projection energy stability has decreased by 15%. Successfully averted the destruction crisis of the Wu character Beacon Tower. Gain 10,000 battlefield contribution points. Obtain special achievement, Dragon Breath Rebel. The chilling notification rang in the minds of all Team E members, but no one was able to react in time. Time resumed its flow. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The residual energy from the detonated breath, combined with the aftershocks of falling stars and annihilating stardust, formed a devastating shockwave that raged wildly across the wasteland in front of the Wu character fortress. At the top of the fortress, the core crystal pillars shook violently, but ultimately remained intact. That 10% damage did not increase. The entire top of the Wu-shaped fortress was in ruins and deathly silent. Everyone was completely petrified by this scene that exceeded the limits of cognition. Reversing the dragon's breath, severely damaging the calamity projection. Is this really something a human can do? The core control room of the fortress was deathly silent. On the huge screen, the last frame of the image was frozen, showing Lin Yi controlling the meteor shower and the annihilation stardust to flow upstream and bombard Neltharion's jaw. On the energy graph, the black peak representing a calamity level attack was violently pierced and detonated by an even more violent silver torrent, a shocking sight. A military staff officer's voice was hoarse as he pointed at the screen, his fingers trembling. He attacked Neltharion's projection? And injured it? It wasn't just an injury. It severely damaged the core energy node of the projection, another technical officer in charge of energy analysis exclaimed. The projection's energy stability dropped by 15%. This is simply a miracle. How did he lock onto the energy flow trajectory and pull off this comeback? Eternal night withers. Stars fall. Stardust vanishes in silence. An old man with gray hair stared intently at Lin Yi's figure on the screen, his cloudy old eyes flashing with a terrifying light. He turned abruptly and roared at the communications officer, highest priority. Immediately encrypt and transmit the battle log from the core perspective of the Wu character fortress, especially the complete energy fluctuations and images of Lin Yi's final counterattack, to the Supreme Command, Guild Headquarters, and the Imperial Capital Observation Team. Note, SSS level strategic potential confirmed. Suspected of possessing a special ability to counter the core attack patterns of high-level monsters. Requesting the highest level of attention and protection. Yes. The communications officer's voice trembled with excitement. Chapter 67. He was like a god. Top of the fortress. The fleeting eternity had not yet ended. Lin Yi stood there, like a god. In the frozen torrent of time and space, Lin Yi was like the eye of a storm, his body surrounded by golden light, his clothes fluttering even without wind. He ignored Su Jiaxiao's face behind him, which was contorted with extreme fear, and fixed his gaze on the calamity projection. Neltharion's wounded roar still reverberated in the frozen sound waves, but Lin Yi's movements did not stop in the slightest. Xingli. Lin Yi's will was like a knife, clean up the battlefield. Buzz.
The starry sword burst forth with a dazzling starlight, and its blade instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless silver streaks of light. Stardust of annihilation. As Lin Yi directed, billions of stardust precisely struck the most surging wave of undead below the fortress, as well as the ferocious gargoyles and skeletal dragons diving down from the sky. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The dense, piercing sounds blended into a deathly symphony. Beneath the city walls, the vanguard of undead, surging like a black tide, was as if being brutally plowed by an invisible giant plow. Rotting zombies exploded in patches, the sturdy skeletal knights instantly disintegrated, and the massive abominations were riddled with holes before collapsing with a deafening roar. In the sky, the swooping gargoyles seemed to have crashed into a silver curtain of death, instantly turning into burning bone fragments and black smoke, and a foul black rain fell. Just one breath. Centered on the Wu-shaped fortress, a fan-shaped area hundreds of meters below and hundreds of meters above was completely cleared. Countless demons turned to ashes, and a strange vacuum appeared on the battlefield. Slay undead monsters? Too many to gain battlefield contribution points. Defeat 7 bone wyverns and gain 3,500 battlefield contribution points. Defeat the gargoyle horde. The cold, impersonal notification flashed through Lin Ye's mind like a screen being refreshed. Hiss. At the top of the fortress, the team members, who had just recovered from the frozen time and space, gasped again at the sight of this miraculous scene. The horde of undead that had just driven them to exhaustion in desperate screams was now being harvested as easily as weeds in Lin Ye's hands. This is no longer a battle, this is the cleansing of mortals by the gods. What are you all standing there for? Lin Ye's icy voice boomed like thunder, jolting the stunned crowd back to reality. Reorganize the defenses. Seal the breach. Suppress the remaining demonic tide from a distance. Healers, keep up. His voice carried an undeniable authority, instantly igniting the almost extinguished fighting spirit of the Team E members. Yes. The burly man with the axe was the first to react. He roared and charged toward the breach in the city wall like a tank, frantically pouring his earth and yellow spiritual energy into the wall in an attempt to stabilize it. Ice wall. Quick! An ice mage reacted, pressing his hands to the ground. A surge of cold air erupted, and a thick ice wall instantly solidified at the breach, temporarily blocking the oncoming undead. Holy light barrier. Cover the core. The healer raised his staff, and a gentle yet resilient holy light enveloped the damaged energy crystal pillar, striving to stabilize its fluctuations. Long-range focused fire. Suppress the remaining horde of undead. Don't let them get close to the breach. The other team members also sprang into action, unleashing various ranged attacks on the undead surging back down below the city wall. This time, the instructions were executed with unprecedented efficiency. Having witnessed Lin Ye's power, which was like divine punishment, everyone's hearts were filled with a burning flame of hope. As long as Lin Yi is still alive, the fortress can still be saved. On the other side of the fortress, Su Jiuxiao looked as if all his bones had been removed, his face as pale as a ghost. He watched as Lin Yi instantly recovered after the backlash erupted, and then witnessed the other party using superhuman strength to fight against the calamity projection and clear a large area of the battlefield with a wave of his hand. Fear, like a cold, venomous snake, gnawed at his heart. A monster, he's not human at all, he's a monster in human skin. This was the only thought in Su Jiuxiao's mind. A sneak attack? Revenge? Faced with the overwhelming power displayed by the opponent, these thoughts seemed so ridiculous and hopeless. He instinctively stepped back, wanting to get as far away from that figure as possible. However, Lin Ye's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through the chaotic battlefield and landing precisely on him. Su Jiuxiao. Lin Ye's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out the clamor of the battlefield, carrying a chilling aura. The fortress is still in danger, and you, as a team member, instead of thinking about killing the enemy, you even attempted to ambush your comrades. Do you know your crime? Su Jiuxiao trembled as he was pierced by that gaze. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Explanation? Faced with that sneak attack in full view of everyone, any explanation was utterly futile. Fear and shame overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Trash. Lin Yi spat out the 2 words without any mercy, like 2 resounding slaps to Su Jiuxiao's face. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. Lin Ye's voice was as cold as iron. 1. Roll to the most dangerous spot on the city wall and use your void power to plug the breach. 2. I'll ask you to leave this battlefield right now. The word please was emphasized heavily, and the murderous intent contained within it made Su Jiuxiao feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He had no doubt that Lin Yi's pleas meant to knock him off the city wall, or even kill him on the spot. In this chaotic battlefield, too many accidents can happen. I'll go. Su Joshio almost roared out these words, filled with endless humiliation and fear. He dared not look at Lin Yi again, staggering towards the huge gap created by the dragon's breath, frantically urging the remaining power of the void to condense twisted spatial barriers in an attempt to stop the undead surging from below. At the same time, it unleashed a spatial cleavage technique, strangling and killing the climbing monsters. Although the movements were clumsy and hasty, the foundation of SS-level talent was still there, and they managed to barely form an unstable defensive line at the gap. Lin Yi coldly withdrew his gaze. It's just making use of waste. He stopped paying attention to Su Joshio and focused his mind on his body. The remaining time for the gold entry Fleeting Eternity is 1 minute and 15 seconds. Time is of the essence. He suddenly looked up, once again gazing at the painfully roaring projection of Neltharion deep within the wasteland. On the projection's lower jaw, the energy crack that had been blasted out was still clearly visible, with dark energy oozing out like foul blood. One blow hurt, but it's not enough. Lin Yi's eyes were sharp as a hawk's. We must completely remove its ability to threaten the fortress. At least, for the rest of the time. Xingli. Lin Yi roared inwardly, maximum power. Target its eyes. Blind it. Just what I wanted. Xingli's fighting spirit sword. Buzz. The starry sword erupted with an unprecedentedly intense light, as if a miniature star had been forcibly ignited. Starfall. A beam of blazing white light, condensed to the thickness of an arm but radiating destructive energy, tore through the solidified air and appeared instantly before Neltharion's right eye. The speed was incredibly fast. Neltharion seemed to sense a deadly threat. His remaining left eye pupil contracted sharply, and he let out a roar of shock and rage, instinctively trying to turn his head to dodge. But how could a wounded projection easily dodge the attack launched by Lin Yi in the state of instant eternity? Laugh. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The beam of light, like a falling star piercing the sun, entered the enormous right eye of the Neltharion projection with perfect precision. Chapter 68 Slaying the Bone Dragon Projection. One man forms an army. A whoa. The piercing screams instantly echoed throughout the wailing wall, even drowning out all other sounds on the battlefield. The Neltharion projection's enormous head swung wildly and tilted back. The immense dark energy that constitutes the right eye surged and dissipated violently like boiling water. A huge hole appeared prominently on its head. Delivered a fatal blow to Abyssal Bone Dragon Neltharion projection. Destroyed Abyssal Eye right. Projection energy stability reduced to 40%. Threat level significantly reduced. Gained 15,000 battlefield contribution points. Obtained special achievement, Eye of the Dragon Slayer. In the fortress's core monitoring room, the deathly silence was replaced by even more frenzied shouts. He blinded Neltharion. Precision strike. Perfect energy node destruction. SSS level. Absolutely SSS level tactical value. His insight and execution are superhuman. At the top of the fortress, Lin Yi slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He suppressed the immense exhaustion emanating from the depths of his mind and scanned the battlefield with his gaze. The Neltharion projection suffered heavy damage, and the raging undead army seemed to be affected, its offensive slowing down slightly. Hold on. Hand over the breach to Su Joshio. Lin Yi's voice boomed like thunder atop the chaotic fortress. His figure once again transformed into a blurry silver light, and Firefly Flash was activated, appearing at another crenellation on the city wall where the pressure had suddenly increased. The starry sword hummed as the star mark thrust precisely targeted and killed the elite ghouls and skeleton assassins who had broken through the defenses. Stardust of annihilation. Buzz. Billions of silver streams of light poured out once more, like the scythe of death, precisely reaping the vanguard of the undead clinging to the city walls. Hiss 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 hiss. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere, and the area beneath the city wall was instantly cleared. Too powerful, the burly man wielding the axe roared, channeling his earth-yellow spiritual energy into the city wall beneath his feet to stabilize the foundation cracked by the dragon's breath. Range units, suppress the rest of them. Don't let them surge up again. The team's morale soared, and ice spikes and fireballs rained down like a storm. On the other side of the fortress, Su Joshio's face was ashen, and the humiliation almost tore him apart. He was forced to stand guard at the massive breach, struggling to hold back the tide of undead pouring in from below. Every time the space was cut and strangled the climbing monster, it was like slapping himself in the face. Lin Yi's cold words trash echoed in his mind like a curse. Time remaining for the gold entry, fleeting eternity, 0 minutes and 45 seconds. Time is of the essence.
Lin Yi suddenly looked up, his gaze once again locking onto the Neltharion projection.
Its remaining left eye burned with overwhelming resentment and madness, staring intently at the Wu character fortress, especially at Lin Yi. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. Neltharion's massive head rose again, his remaining left eye fixed intently on Lin Yi. Its jaws opened, and dark energy erupted once more. It's gathering power. A more terrifying and more concentrated destructive blow than ever before. Oh no! It's preparing a single target annihilation strike. The target is Lin Yi.
The technical officer screamed in the fortress's monitoring room. Lin Yi, get out of the way, the burly man wielding the axe roared. Everyone felt the terrifying lock that could annihilate their souls. A look of wild joy instantly flashed in Su Jiaxiao's eyes. Chance. A golden opportunity. Lin Yi absolutely cannot withstand this catastrophic single target attack. As long as he dies? Lin Yi's eyes were like ice. Instead of dodging, he took a step forward to face the earth-shattering pressure. Want to kill me? Then let's see who dies first, Xingli. Just what I wanted. Starfall. Annihilation Stardust. Buzz boom. A more condensed and blazing white beam of destructive light than before drew out billions of death sword energies that were as solid as tangible energy. The target is Neltharion's only remaining left eye. Attack against attack. A clash of titans. Two devastating torrents of energy collided violently in the center of the battlefield. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An indescribably terrifying explosion instantly engulfed that space. The blinding light plunged the entire Wailing Wall into a white incandescence. The raging energy turbulence was frantically tearing through space. The stalemate lasted only a moment. Sizzle! The pitch-black beam of annihilation was torn apart and pierced through by the blazing white torrent. The silver torrent, undiminished in its momentum, slammed into Neltharion's remaining left eye. A whoa! The massive head of the Neltharion projection exploded with a deafening roar. The immense dark energy that constituted the head instantly went out of control. The headless, enormous body convulsed and twisted violently, and finally, amidst the shrieks of countless wailing souls, it transformed into a swirling black mist that slowly dissipated over the wasteland. Successfully defeated the abyssal bone dragon Neltharion projection. Gained 100,000 battleground contribution points. Obtained special achievement, Calamity Slayer. The core integrity of the Wu-shaped fortress, 90%. Successfully defended. All personnel passed the assessment. A cold, detached notification sounded in the minds of all members of Team E. Dead silence. The entire battlefield, the entire Wailing Wall, seemed to have been muted. The roars of the undead army ceased, the shrieks of the gargoyles vanished, leaving only the lingering echoes of annihilation from the turbulent energy flow weeping across the wasteland. At the top of the Wu-shaped fortress, everyone stared blankly at the enormous shadow slowly dissipating in the depths of the wasteland, then looked at the pine-like figure standing tall at the edge of the fortress. He slaughtered the projection of calamity? Thump! Su Jiaxiao's legs went weak, and he could no longer support himself. He knelt down on the ground, his face as pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with endless fear and confusion. His last hope, the calamity he had imagined he could use to kill someone else, was actually slaughtered head-on by Lin Yi? Time remaining for the gold entry, fleeting eternity, 0 minutes 15 seconds. Lin Yi took a deep breath and glanced at Su Jiaxiao, who was kneeling at the gap, looking lost and dejected. Su Jiaxiao, Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed throughout the deathly silent fortress. The fortress crisis has been resolved. Your crimes of ambushing your comrades and cowering in the face of battle should be punished. Su Jiaxiao trembled and abruptly raised his head. Lin Yi. How dare you? I am from the Su family. Shut up. Lin Yi's eyes flashed sharply. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi's figure had already transformed into a streak of silver light. Fireflies flash. He appeared in front of Su Jiaxiao in an instant. No! Su Jiaxiao roared, hastily gathering the last bit of void power in an attempt to defend himself. Star Mark Thorn. Laugh. A flash of silver light pierced Su Jiaxiao's chest with perfect precision. Su Jiaxiao of Tianhai City is dead. He is automatically eliminated in this round of assessment. At the top of the fortress, all was silent. The members of Team E looked at Lin Yi with awe, and even a hint of fear. He killed without hesitation, and the target was none other than the eldest son of the Su family. At this moment, a ray of light emanated from Su Jiuxiao, enveloping his corpse, and then teleported him away from the battlefield. Seeing this, Lin Ye's gaze turned somewhat cold. He knew that Su Jiuxiao wouldn't be so easy to kill. However, even if he hadn't died, he wouldn't have achieved any results in this round of assessments. He turned and looked toward the gradually subsiding tide of the dead at the edge of the wasteland, and toward the direction of the sky arena. The nationwide exam should be over. Chapter 69 shocked high-level officials. Is Lin Yi even human? The undead army on the wasteland lost the command and pressure of the calamity projection, and its offensive visibly weakened. Although it still covers the mountains and fields, it has lost its fearless and crazy spirit. They roared in bewilderment, their attacks became scattered and disorderly, and they even began to push and trample each other. At the top of the Wu-shaped fortress, the deathly silence was broken by the huge gasps of survivors and incredulous whispers. We won?" The burly man slammed his giant axe onto the city bricks with a loud clang. The calamity projection was slaughtered by him, the healer muttered to himself, forgetting to maintain the light of his staff, and just staring blankly at Lin Yi. Su Jiuxiao, he really dares to do that? Another team member looked at the spot where Su Jiuxiao disappeared, his expression complicated. Lin Yi's ruthlessness and decisiveness once again refreshed their understanding. Lin Yi slowly turned around. The crisis has passed, but the battlefield is not over yet. Although the demonic tide is weak, its numbers remain. Clean up the remnants, repair the core barrier, and strengthen the defenses. The 12 hours are not yet up, so we cannot let our guard down. His words carried an unquestionable authority. Having witnessed his miraculous fighting prowess, no one dared to be negligent in the slightest. Yes. The burly man with the axe was the first to react, picking up his giant axe and shouting, "Everyone heard that! Ranged attackers, continue the suppression. Earth-type attackers, come with me to reinforce the breach in the city wall. Healers, prioritize restoring core stability. Move." The members of Team E were immediately mobilized, as if injected with a powerful stimulant. The ice wall solidified at the breach, the earth and stones filled the cracks under the control of spiritual power, holy light once again enveloped the core crystal pillar, and ranged attacks methodically cleared away the scattered undead still trying to climb the city wall. Despite being exhausted, morale was higher than ever before. Because they knew that the greatest threat had been nipped in the bud by the young man on the fortress. Lin Yi walked to the core crystal pillar, sat down cross-legged, and immediately took out a spirit-nourishing pill and swallowed it. The cool medicinal properties quickly soothed his stinging mind, and he closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, trying to recover as quickly as possible. The nameless broken sword in his arms carried Yi Ling's faint yet clear thoughts: "Master, tired, so much energy, delicious, yet afraid." She absorbed the vast death and shadow energy dissipating from the battlefield, and her nascent spirit form seemed to become more solidified, conveying an emotion that was both satisfied and somewhat instinctively fearful. "Yi Ling, rest. Leave the rest to me," Lin Yi reassured her in her heart. Xingli hovered beside him, the light from her sword slightly dimmed, her cool voice tinged with weariness. Finally got rid of this annoying big skeleton. But, human, you've overexerted yourself. Can you handle it?" She didn't finish her sentence, but the worry in her tone was obvious. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Who do you take me for? It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." The core monitoring room of the fortress was in an uproar. The data analysis is in. The core of the Wu character fortress is now 90% intact. Points settlement. My God. The tech officer's voice trembled as he looked at the refreshed data on the screen. Lin Yi's individual battlefield contribution points account for 95% of the team's total. Special achievements: Dragon Breath Rebel, Dragon Slayer's Eye, Calamity Slayer. 3 of them. All of them are the highest difficulty battlefield achievements, another person exclaimed. His final counterattack against Neltharion's left eye reached the critical point of the cataclysmic level. How did he do that? The old man in charge of energy analysis was trembling. Immediately. Use the highest encryption level to send all battle records of the Wu character fortress, especially Lin Yi's performance data, energy fluctuation graphs, and achievement acquisition records, packaged and sent to Chief Qin Xinyue, Guild Master Xiao Tiannan, the Guild Headquarters Strategic Analysis Room, and the Imperial Capital's highest observation team. Yes. The message struck like a thunderbolt, instantly transmitted to the heart of the capital through an encrypted channel. The capital city, the core viewing hall of the Sky Arena. The enormous circular light screen was divided into dozens of sections, displaying the battle situation of the 10 fortresses in real time. At this moment, most of the light screens were focused on the Wu character fortress, which had just finished a fierce battle, and the slowly dissipating calamity projection on the wasteland.
Dead silence. Absolute silence enveloped the hall.
Chief of the General Staff Qin Jinyue, a seasoned veteran who had seen many storms and spent half his life in iron and blood, gripped the armrests of his chair tightly with both hands, his cloudy old eyes fixed on the young figure sitting cross-legged on the screen. The vice president of the National Professionals Association headquarters, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, had already tilted his teacup, and tea dripped onto the luxurious carpet without him noticing. Representatives from top universities, the Divine Wind Sword Pavilion, military research institutes, and other leading forces were dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief.
Slaughtered, slaughtered? An old professor's voice was hoarse, breaking the deathly silence. Neltharian's projection was defeated head-on by a level 20 examinee?
The head of the Military Research Institute excitedly pointed to the energy graph. Look at this energy collision curve. His final attack definitely touched the threshold of the calamity level.
How is this possible?
An elder from the Divine Wind Sword Pavilion, his eyes sharp as swords, murmured, "It's that golden light that freezes time and space.
The secret he holds is even more astonishing than we imagined. That brat from the Su family."
Qin Jinyue slowly began. He ambushed his comrade in the heat of battle and was publicly killed and eliminated.
He deserved it. Issue the order, send Su Jiuxiao's battlefield violation record to the Su family.
Warn them that if they dare to cause any more trouble in the capital and interfere with the major examination, they will be subject to military law. The veteran's voice carried an unquestionable, iron-fisted authority, directly defining the nature of the matter. The value Lin Yi has demonstrated has far exceeded the reputation of the Su family.
Yes, the adjutant replied solemnly. Time passed slowly.
The assessment is not over yet, and the teams in each fortress are still holding their ground. However, because Lin Yi killed the Abyss Bone Dragon, the difficulty of defending the city was greatly reduced. Although Lin Yi acted for himself, his actions did indeed benefit all the examinees. The commotion emanating from the Wu character beacon tower also greatly shocked the teams at the other beacon towers.
People want to know what happened there.
Unfortunately, the two beacon towers were not close to each other, and because they needed to be stationed there, they had no chance to learn about each other. People were surprised to find that the once threatening abyssal bone dragon had disappeared.
Those ubiquitous undead and skeletons aren't so difficult to deal with anymore. Thanks to this, the entire team was frantically racking up points.
Lin Yi, on the other hand, single-handedly formed an army, even breaking out of the beacon tower and killing countless undead creatures. The capital city, the core viewing hall of the Sky Arena. The enormous circular light screen was divided into dozens of sections, displaying the battle situation of the 10 fortresses in real time. But at this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on the largest screen in the center, which displayed the final settlement data. A cold, mechanical synthesized voice echoed in the hall. The final round of the nationwide assessment Beacon Tower defense has concluded.
All candidates, stand by your posts. Teleportation is imminent. Battlefield settlement in progress. Chapter 70 assessment ends, top scorer in the nation.
The cold, mechanical sounds echoed across the deathly silent battlefield, as if drawing a pause to this battle of offense and defense. At the top of the Wu character beacon tower, the wounded team members finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes.
The teleportation is about to begin. All candidates are advised not to resist. The mechanical voice sounded again.
Buzz. 10 beacon towers simultaneously lit up with a dazzling white light, enveloping the surviving examinees. A sense of spatial distortion washed over them, and the next moment, everyone reappeared in the magnificent central plaza of the Sky Arena. The blinding sunlight shone down, dispelling the lingering gloom and bloodshed of the battlefield. However, the atmosphere in the square was even more somber than on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of gazes, like tangible searchlights, instantly focused on the Wu character fortress squad that had just been teleported back. To be precise, the focus was on the young man at the very front of the group, whose old clothes were stained with blood, whose face was slightly pale, but whose back was straight as a sword.
Lin Yi.
This name, in the brief simulated battlefield time just now, had swept across the entire Sky Arena like a hurricane. It even penetrated layers of encrypted communication and reached every corner of the capital.
Annihilate the projection of calamity. One man turned the tide of battle. The eldest son of the Su family was killed in public.
Every single one of these events is enough to shake the entire younger generation of the great Xia dynasty.
Quiet.
On the high platform, Chief of the General Staff Qin Jinyue's voice boomed like a bell. instantly silencing all the whispers. The veteran coach's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the entire field before finally settling on Lin Yi. The final round of the nationwide assessment, the Beacon Tower Defense Test, has concluded. Now, the final settlement data and rankings are being released. As Qin Jinyue finished speaking, the largest light screen in the center of the square suddenly lit up. National Grand Examination, final round of Beacon Tower Attack and Defense results list. First place, Lin Yi, Qingshi High School, Linfeng City, Tianfang Province. Belongs to Wu Character Beacon Tower Core Integrity, 90%. Personal Battlefield Contribution Points, 1,287,500. Special Achievements, Dragon Breath Rebel, Dragonslayer I, Calamity Slayer. Team Contribution Percentage, 95.3%. Overall Rating, SSS plus Unprecedented. Second place, Morongxiao Imperial Capital War Academy. Belongs to Class A Beacon Tower Core Integrity, 85%. Personal Battlefield Contribution Points, 426,800. Team Contribution Percentage, 48.5%. Overall Rating, SS. Third place, Feng Wohen Shenfeng Sword Pavilion. Belongs to Class B Beacon Tower Core Integrity, 88%. Personal Battlefield Contribution Points, 398,500. Team Contribution Percentage, 45.2%. Overall Rating, SS. 10th place, Lin Yubing Qingshi High School, Linfeng City, Tianfang Province. Belongs to C-Class Beacon Tower Core Integrity, 74%. Personal Battlefield Contribution Points, 245,400. Team Contribution Percentage, 22%. Overall Rating, S. Boom! When Lin Yi's terrifying contribution points of 1.28 million and those three golden, awe-inspiring special achievement names appeared at the top of the list, the entire Sky Arena was in an uproar. 1,280,000? My God! Is this number real? 3 Supreme Achievements. Dragon Breath Defender. Calamity Slayer. It was him who slaughtered that bone dragon projection? 95.3% of the team's contribution? This is basically him holding down the Wuxi Fortress all by himself. SSS Plus. An unprecedented rating. Even Morongxiao and Feng Wuhan are only SS. Linfeng City Qingshi High School. What kind of amazing school is this? It produced Lin Yi and Lin Yubing, who made it into the top 10. Exclamations, gasps, and incredulous murmurs swept across the square like a tsunami. Countless eyes were fixed on the name on the screen and the string of despairing data behind it, filled with awe, fervor, envy, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Fault. Absolutely breathtaking, number 1 fault line. Morongxiao's 400,000 plus contribution points seemed insignificant compared to Lin Yi's 1.28 million. Those 3 special achievements, symbolizing the most difficult battlefield feats, are like 3 insurmountable mountains, pressing down on all the geniuses until they can hardly breathe. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 On the high platform, Xiao Tianan could no longer contain his excitement. He stood up abruptly and said good 3 times in a row. His eyes gleamed, and his face was filled with undisguised ecstasy and pride. Lin Yi's value far exceeded his highest expectations. Although the veteran General Qin Jinyue remained calm, his clenched fists and slightly trembling beard betrayed the turmoil in his heart. The way he looked at Lin Yi was as if he were looking at a national treasure. The representatives from the Imperial Capital War Academy and the Divine Wind Sword Pavilion looked solemn, their eyes filled with unprecedented attention and scrutiny as they gazed at Lin Yi. Morongxiao and Feng Wuhan, the 2 most outstanding talents in the capital, also put away all their arrogance and stared at Lin Yi with complicated expressions. Lin Yubing stood not far away, her eyes fixed on Lin Yi's name on the light screen, then looked at the tall figure standing in the center of the square. A captivating smile finally bloomed on her usually aloof face, like a snow lotus blossoming on an icy plain. Yan Lai was so excited that his face turned red, and he waved his fist vigorously. Brother Lin. Awesome. So awesome, as if the glory was his own. Standing in the corner of the Tianfang province team was Su Jiuxiao, whose face was as pale as paper. He looked at the glaring 0 contribution points next to his name and his bottom ranking, then at the radiant name at the top of the screen, and a metallic taste rose in his throat, causing him to vomit blood. What a disgrace! This is an unprecedented and utter humiliation for the Su family. And all of this is thanks to Lin Yi. Qin Jinyue took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and his authoritative voice once again resounded throughout the entire venue.
The data has been published and the results are valid. This round of assessments has fully demonstrated the courage and responsibility of the younger generation of our great Xia. In particular, Lin Yi, at the young age of 20, turned the tide and reversed the disaster. His achievements and courage should serve as a model for the whole country. Based on the unanimous decision of the National Guild, the military, and the Supreme Council, Lin Yi will be awarded the title of national champion. Qin Jinyue's voice, like a booming bell, resounded across the square. Lin Yi, the top scorer in the nation. Boom! After a brief silence, a deafening roar erupted. The top scorer. It really is him. 1.28 million contribution points. Annihilating the calamity projection. If he doesn't become the top scholar, who will? Tianfeng Province, Linfeng City, Lin Yi. This name is destined to resound throughout the Great Xia. My God, SSS Plus rating. Unprecedented. Countless gazes converged on Lin Yi, filled with awe, fervor, and even a hint of reverence. At this moment, Lin Yi's name was no longer just a miracle in a small border town, but an undisputed symbol of the pinnacle of the younger generation in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Xiao Tiannan's face showed undisguised satisfaction and excitement. He slapped the armrest of the chair hard, his eyes gleaming. Lin Yi not only proved his judgment, but also exceeded expectations. The glimmer of hope for the Sword Maiden's backlash and the chance for victory on the front lines seemed to be within reach because of this young man. Qin Jinyue's gaze, almost tangible, fell upon Lin Yi, filled with undisguised admiration and seriousness. Lin Yi, step forward. Chapter 71 Entering the Treasure Vault, Mythical Quality Spiritual Soil. Lin Yi took a deep breath and walked steadily onto the platform. Lin Yi, Qin Jinyue's voice softened, carrying a hint of barely perceptible expectation. At such a young age, you slew a lord in the illusionary battlefield, overwhelmed all rivals in the provincial capital's arena, and now, in this simulated frontline battlefield, you turned the tide and reversed the calamity projection. Such achievements and such courage truly deserve the title of top scholar. He paused, then his voice suddenly rose, resounding throughout the hall. Therefore, by a joint resolution of the Great Xia Military Headquarters, the National Professionals Guild Headquarters, and the Supreme Council, in addition to the title of National Champion, Lin Yi is hereby awarded the Dragon Slayer Medal. This medal represents the Great Xia's highest respect for the heroes who protect the nation. A medal with an antique design, dark gold color, and engraved with a pattern of intertwined dragons and swords was personally pinned on Lin Yi's chest by Qin Jinyue. The metal felt heavy and cold to the touch, containing some indescribable energy fluctuations. It was definitely not an ordinary object. Obtain special item, Dragon Slayer Medal Legendary. Effect, grants the wearer a plus 10% bonus to all attributes, significantly increases resistance to the pressure of dragonborn and high-level monsters, and grants special privileges from the Great Xia military and official institutions. A symbol of status, its value is immeasurable. Thank you, Chief of Staff. Lin Yi bowed slightly, his voice steady. He could feel the weight of the medal, and he understood even more the meaning and responsibility it represented. Qin Jinyue nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the top 10. The top 10 are all the future pillars of our Great Xia. You will gain the qualification to enter the core area of the Great Xia secret treasury and choose a treasure. This is a national treasure. I hope you will make good use of it, forge ahead with determination, and live up to your passion and the trust placed in you by the nation. His gaze finally settled on Lin Yi, filled with even deeper expectations. Lin Yi, the future of the nation rests on your shoulders. These words caused another uproar in the audience. Everyone understands that Chief of Staff Qin's last words were practically a direct indication that Lin Yi had received the highest level of attention from the nation. The Su family representative's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water, and his nails dug deeply into his palms. Top 10, follow me. An elderly man in a dark purple guild uniform appeared on the side of the platform. He was the guild headquarters elder in charge of the secret vault. Lin Yi, Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, Lin Yubing. Under the watchful eyes of countless envious and awe-inspiring figures, the 10 prodigies followed the old man away from the noisy square and headed towards the depths of the sky arena. After passing through heavily guarded corridors and energy barriers, they were led to a massive, undecorated bronze gate. The doors were tightly shut, covered with mysterious runes that seemed to come alive, exuding an ancient and vast aura, even more magnificent and imposing than the entrance to the Tianfeng Province branch warehouse. This is the entrance to the core area of the Great Xia secret treasury. The purple-robed elder's expression was solemn, and his voice was deep. The core area contains national treasures, lost inheritances, and rare treasures of heaven and earth. Each person can only take one item with them. Once you have chosen, you can leave.
Remember to act within your means and don't let greed cloud your judgment, lest you suffer the consequences.
Opportunities are often accompanied by risks. He took out a uniquely shaped purple gold token and pressed it into the groove in the center of the giant gate. Buzz! A deep hum resounded, and the runes on the bronze gate lit up one by one. The heavy door slid open silently, revealing a deep, strange vortex behind it. Go in. Time limit, 3 days.
The purple-robed elder stepped aside. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and the others' eyes blazed with intense light as they stepped into the vortex without hesitation. Lin Yubing glanced at Lin Yi, her icy eyes filled with encouragement, and then stepped inside. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and the Dragon Slayer medal on his chest seemed to emanate a faint warmth. Eternal Ice Crystal. Spiritual Soil. Starry Sky, Night Feather, let's go. He took a step forward, and his figure completely disappeared into the vortex. The door closed silently behind him, separating the two worlds. Buzz! When his feet finally touched solid ground, the sight before him caused Lin Yi's pupils to suddenly contract.
This is not the floating island layout of the outer secret vault. The core area is more like a fragment of the universe that has been cut off and solidified.
Beneath my feet lies a deep, inky void, yet it is not empty. Countless stars radiating a soft glow floated silently, some crimson like the heart of a furnace, some azure like ancient ice, some emerald green, some pitch black. Every item here contains immense energy far exceeding that of the surrounding area. The air was filled with a spiritual energy so dense it was almost liquid, and with each breath, Lin Yi's parched meridians let out a comfortable groan.
Oomph, finally this is something to see.
Xing Li's figure quietly coalesced beside Lin Yi.
The energy level here is enough to nurture a true artifact embryo.
Be careful, human, the stars here are not just inanimate objects. Some may have already given birth to a faint guardian spirit, or even, are living laws themselves. Lin Yi composed himself and suppressed the shock in his heart. There are many treasures, but the goal is clear.
10,000 swords diagram.
Lin Yi murmured to himself. A familiar system screen instantly unfolded before my eyes, and the 10,000 swords diagram function was operating at full capacity, scanning and analyzing this vast sea of stars. Very high energy material fluctuations detected, in large quantities. Analyzing energy properties and potential value.
Warning, powerful guardian spirit fluctuations detected.
Spatial traps and law-based restrictions exist in some areas. Extremely dangerous. Suspected target item clue discovered, Eternal Ice Crystal faint resonance.
Direction, Northwest Arctic Star Region.
Suspected target item clue discovered, Spiritual Soil strong resonance.
Direction, Core of the Life Nebula, due east.
Spiritual Essence Soil.
Lin Yi's spirits lifted instantly.
The feedback from the myriad swords diagram was incredibly clear. The resonance intensity of the spiritual essence soil far exceeded that of the eternal ice crystal, as if it were actively calling out to him. The direction clearly points to that enormous nebula composed of countless emerald stars, a flowing river of life, and strange plants. Yiling, hold on, find the breath soil first and solidify your foundation. Lin Yi reassured Yiling in his heart and took a step towards the core of the life nebula without hesitation. The void beneath his feet seemed to have invisible steps, carrying him closer to that area. Finally, he arrived at the core region of the nebula of life. There floats a small but strangely mysterious piece of land here. It is not actually soil, but more like a mass of liquid amber that is constantly changing shape. Item, spiritual soil original treasure.
Quality, mythical materials rare items.
Attributes, life, creation, nourishment, shaping, affinity with all things. Description, a supreme divine object formed at the beginning of time, from the fusion of a wisp of primordial creation and the purest essence of the living soil. It contains boundless life-creating power, capable of nourishing all things, reshaping their foundations, and elevating their spirituality. It is the ultimate material for cultivating divine medicines, forging divine artifacts, and even creating the embryo of life. Status, unclaimed, with a weak protective spirit.
This is it. Lin Yi's eyes burst with uncontrollable elation. Found it, it's Lingyun Shirong. Moreover, it's actually of mythical quality. Chapter 72 Lingyun is in hand, time to go home.
The night feather in his arms emanated an unprecedented, almost trembling desire, Master.
I want it. Night feather needs it.
So warm, so comfortable.
Humph, what good luck, this broken sword is blessed.
Xing Li's voice also carried a subtle fluctuation, clearly also touched by the aura of this mythical artifact. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and did not rush forward. Both the warning and item description of the myriad swords diagram clearly state that this item possesses a protective spirit and immense power, making it something that cannot be easily obtained. Sure enough, just as Lin Yi tried to take another step closer, countless golden light spots suddenly accelerated and converged on the surface of the flowing spiritual soil. In an instant, it coalesced into a small figure the size of a fist, its entire body composed of soft golden light. The little man has no facial features, but he exudes a pure and vast will to live. It hovered above the soil, its tiny arms outstretched, making a blocking gesture. An invisible yet heavy pressure, as deep as the earth, spread out. It was not an attack, but a warning. This item belongs to someone and should not be taken lightly. Guardian Spirit Lin Yi's eyes were solemn. Although this spirituality is weak, it is connected to the origin of the breath soil. Forcibly taking it would likely cause unpredictable consequences and might even damage the breath soil itself. Humph, a newly born spiritual embryo dares to block my way? Xingli's cold voice carried a hint of disdain, and starlight flowed slightly on her sword, as if she was about to make a move. Wait, Xingli! Lin Yi immediately stopped him. He sensed that the guardian spirit of the breath of earth was not acting out of malice, but rather out of an instinctive sense of protection and curiosity. He tried to slow his breathing, suppress all aggression, and gently release his own gentle spiritual power. At the same time, he gently stroked the nameless broken sword in his arms, carefully guiding out Yiling's pure and yearning spiritual fluctuations and transmitting them to the golden figure. We are not plunderers. Lin Yi's voice was gentle and sincere, as if he were talking to a newborn baby. We need the breath of earth to save a companion who was about to disappear, to give her new life, and to rebuild her foundation. She is in my arms. Can you feel her longing and purity? The golden guardian spirit seemed to pause for a moment. Its small body turned towards Lin Yi's chest, and its invisible gaze seemed to penetrate the clothes and land on Yiling's fragile yet pure shadow spirit body. Yiling also tried her best to convey her attachment, longing, and a hint of yearning for life, warmth. I want a new life. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The golden light on the guardian spirit figure flickered slightly, as if it were thinking and sensing. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been a moment, or it might have been a long time. The light emanating from the little golden figure gradually softened. It retracted its blocking arm, and its small body slowly sank down, merging back into the flowing golden soil. Immediately afterwards, the clump of spiritual soil seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand, slowly drifting towards Lin Yi, and finally hovering in front of him, radiating a warm and unreserved light. It agreed. A surge of immense excitement welled up within Lin Yi. He carefully reached out his hand, his fingertips touching the warm, moist surface of the soil. Buzz! A vast and boundless life force instantly surged into Lin Yi's body, cleansing his limbs and bones, nourishing every inch of his flesh and meridians, and even his soul seemed to be cleansed. The stubborn void wound on his left shoulder healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under this power, leaving not even a scar. Obtain key material, Spiritual Soil X1 Mythical. It's done, Lin Yi murmured to himself, his voice trembling slightly. The night feather in his arms evoked an unprecedented surge of excitement and joy. Humph, this little broken sword got off easy. Xingli's figure materialized to the side, her tone cold, yet unable to conceal a hint of shock. Mythical grade materials are extremely rare, even in her long career as a sword spirit. Lin Yi carefully stored the spiritual soil containing endless vitality into the deepest part of his spatial ring, placing it alongside the heavy piece of meteorite iron. Just as he was about to collect the breath soil, a repulsive force came from him. The rules of the vault core area have taken effect. Each person can only take one item. With a flash of light, Lin Yi's figure was teleported away and reappeared outside the bronze giant gate. The purple-robed elder looked at Lin Yi, the first person to be teleported out, and nodded slightly. How was the harvest? Lin Yi bowed calmly. I have fulfilled my mission and my wish has been granted. Good. The elder said no more. Soon, the others were also teleported out one after another. Morong Shao wielded a dragon-patterned halberd burning with crimson gold flames. His aura domineering and imposing. Feng Wuhan had a sheathless longsword with flowing winds at his waist, making him appear even sharper. Lin Yubing's body was enveloped in a restrained chill, her palm holding an ice crystal-like seed that exuded an aura of extreme cold. People's faces showed either ecstasy or contemplation, clearly indicating that they had all gained something. Feng Wuhan's gaze swept over Xingli beside Lin Yi again, sharp as a sword, filled with intense fighting spirit. But in the end, he only gave it a long look and said nothing. Back in the central square of the Sky Arena, the atmosphere was different. With the top 10 finalists decided, Lin Yi's unprecedented SSS Plus rating and the aura of the Dragon Slayer medal made him the absolute focus of attention.
General Qin Jinyue took the stage again to give a final summary and commendation. The national examination has now come to a successful conclusion. You 10 are the pillars of the future of Great Xia. I hope you will uphold the aspirations of today, forge ahead with determination, and live up to the expectations of your country and yourselves. Qin Jinyue's voice was strong and clear. His gaze swept over the 10 people, lingering on Lin Yi for a moment. Soon, university admission notices will be delivered. The future of the nation rests on your shoulders. We will heed the commander's instructions, the 10 men replied in unison, their voices resounding through the sky. The major exam has ended, and the noise is gradually subsiding. Teams from various provinces began preparing to return home. The atmosphere in the Tianfang province team area was even more enthusiastic. Lin Yi and Lin Yubing, one a national champion and the other a top 10 student in the country, both come from Qingshi High School in Linfeng City. This honor is worthy of being recorded in the educational history of Tianfang province and even the entire Great Xia. Bai Wuxin, Yi Jiyin, and others came to offer their congratulations. In the third round of assessments, the burly man wielding an axe, who was on the same team as Lin Yi, also came to offer his congratulations. Lin Yubing walked over, her eyes filled with smiles and pride. Congratulations, Lin Yi. You deserve the national champion title. Lin Yi nodded, and when she saw Lin Yubing, she smiled in return. Xiao Tiannan personally came to the front of the Tianfang province team, his face beaming with an irrepressible smile. Excellent! 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 National champions! Lin Yi, you have brought immense glory to Tianfang and Linfeng. Lord Qin and Linfeng must be beaming with joy. Get ready, we're setting off home immediately. The enormous airship carrying the triumphant pride of Tianfang province set sail once again. When the airship landed in the square of Windwind City, the scene before them shocked everyone. A sea of people. The entire city of Lingfeng was deserted. From the city gate to the city lord's mansion, the wide main road was crowded with people eagerly waiting. Colorful flags fluttered, flowers danced, gongs and drums resounded, and cheers rose like waves of tsunami. Chapter 73: A New Journey, Divine Xia Academy. Welcome home, heroes. The light of the raging wind. Lin Yi. Lin Yubing. National champion. Lin Yi. Lin Yi. Lin Yi. A huge banner hung on the city gate tower, which read, "Warmest congratulations to Lin Yi, a student from Qingshi High School in Linfeng City, for winning the top score in the National College Entrance Examination. Lin Yubing is among the top 10 in the country." City Lord Qinyu, dressed in his most formal attire, personally led all the city's officials, heads of various families except the Zhao family, where the atmosphere was awkward, as well as the principal and teachers of Qingshi High School, to line up at the airship's landing point to welcome them. His face was flushed with excitement, and when he saw Lin Yi and Lin Yubing step down the gangway, he immediately strode over to them. Welcome home. The pride of Linfeng. Qinyu's voice boomed, filled with indescribable excitement. He gripped Lin Yi's hand tightly, then looked at Lin Yubing. Good. Good children. You have written an unprecedentedly glorious chapter for Linfeng City. You flatter me, City Lord. Lin Yi bowed slightly, his tone calm. Lin Yubing also bowed demurely. Wang Meng, Chen Fei, and other former classmates crowded at the front of the welcoming line, their faces flushed with excitement, waving and shouting wildly. Wang Meng's booming voice cut through the noise. Lin Yi. I knew you were the best. The grand entry ceremony into the city began. Lin Yi and Lin Yubing were invited into a convertible decorated with flowers and ribbons, and accompanied by City Lord Qinyu, they slowly drove towards the City Lord's mansion. The cheers from both sides of the road were deafening, and countless admiring and fervent eyes were focused on them. Petals fell like raindrops. At this moment, Lin Yi was no longer the boy from the slums who had a contract with a Sword Maiden who was destined to die. He is the top scorer in the country, the Dragon Slayer who turned the tide and reversed the disaster, and the most brilliant star in the history of Linfeng City. That evening, the City Lord's mansion held an unprecedented victory celebration banquet. All the prominent figures in the city were present, and the atmosphere was extremely lively with toasts and laughter. Lin Yi was undoubtedly the star of the banquet, with a constant stream of people offering him toasts. He maintained a polite distance, with Qinyu and Lin Yubing helping him deflect most of the time. The gloom brought by the Su family seemed to be temporarily washed away in the pure sea of jubilation in Linfeng City. During a break in the banquet, Qinyu invited Lin Yi to his quiet study. On the table lay 10 gold embossed admission notices, each radiating a powerful spiritual energy. The 10 most prestigious universities in the country. No form needed to be filled out, the notification was sent directly to him. One of them, made of simple and ancient materials with mysterious patterns, exudes a profound and weighty aura. On the envelope is only a single powerful ancient seal character Xia. Sherlock Academy. The most prestigious university in the Great Xia Kingdom, bar none. Xin Yu pointed to the 10 admission notices and exclaimed, "Lin Yi, do you see this? This is your current status. Imperial Capital Academy, Heavenly Martial Academy, Supreme National Defense Academy, these are all top-tier academies that countless geniuses dream of attending. Among them, apart from Xinxia Academy, the other academies offered extremely generous terms. Tianwu Academy, in particular, promised that as long as you choose it, you can use all the resources within the academy without any restrictions." Lin Yi was shocked by these words. Are these universities really fighting so hard to win him over? Thinking about this, Lin Yi felt a sense of disorientation. Who would have thought that just a month ago he was a good-for-nothing who had only awakened an F-level talent? Xin Yu continued, "Lin Yi, which one do you want to choose? Apart from Sherlock Holmes Academy, the other 9 academies also have high standards. Moreover, they are among the top in the country. Choosing them seems perfectly reasonable." But Lin Ye's gaze immediately locked onto the notice with the character Xia printed on it, without the slightest hesitation. City Lord, Lin Yi picked up the admission notice from Xinxia Academy, its surface smooth and warm to the touch, as if ancient power flowed within it. "I want to go to Xinxia Academy." Xin Yu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he slapped Lin Yi's shoulder forcefully. "Good, that's ambition. Now you deserve the title of national champion. Xinxia Academy is the true pillar of our great Xia. If President Xiao knew of your choice, he would be extremely gratified." After leaving the city lord's mansion and declining Xin Yu's offer to send him off in a carriage, Lin Yi embarked on his journey back to the slums alone. The deafening sounds of the celebration were left behind, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. All that remained was the cold moonlight and the familiar air, a mixture of musty smells and cheap cleaning agents. Lin Yi pushed open the creaking, dilapidated wooden door. The house was bare and simply furnished. But it completely relaxed Lin Yi's tense nerves. This is where everything began for him, and it is also his only safe haven at this moment. The next day. The hustle and bustle of Lingfeng City receded like the tide, the afterglow of the victory banquet still lingered in the air, but a new journey had already begun. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the teleportation plaza of Lingfeng City was no longer as deserted as it had been the day before, appearing exceptionally quiet. Lin Yi and Lin Yubing have arrived. City Lord Xin Yu personally saw them off, his face displaying a complex expression of mixed relief and reluctance. "Lin Yi, Yubing," Xin Yu's voice was deep and solemn, "Xinxia Academy is the true foundation of our great Xia, gathering the most outstanding geniuses and traditions. From here on, the world is vast and boundless, but also full of thorns. Remember the roots of Lin Feng, but be even more courageous and diligent. Do not let down the names of top scholar and top 10, and do not let down the expectations of Xinxia Academy." "Rest assured, City Lord, we understand." Lin Yi nodded slightly, his eyes calm and deep. Lin Yubing stood beside Lin Yi, still wearing a cool, icy blue dress, her temperament like a lotus in a snow-capped mountain. "Thank you for your guidance and farewell, City Lord. I will certainly work hard." "Good. Good." Xin Yu said repeatedly, patted Lin Yi's shoulder hard, and then looked at Lin Yubing. "Look out for each other. Although Xinxia Academy is good, it is still a place full of strong people." The massive teleportation array glowed with a deep blue light, and space began to distort. Lin Yi and Lin Yubing exchanged a glance and stepped into the halo of light at the same time. Buzz! A strong sense of spatial pulling came over me, and the scene before my eyes blurred instantly, turning into a bizarre and colorful light tunnel. Unlike previous teleportations to provincial capitals or the capital, this time the distance seemed much greater, and the spatial energy contained within the passage was also more immense, bringing a sense of oppression. Just then, the teleportation fluctuations reached their peak, and the streaks of light before our eyes suddenly vanished. "Get a firm footing." The two opened their eyes at the same time. A colossal university, whose grandeur and profound heritage defy description, lies silently before me like a slumbering ancient beast. Sherlock Academy. It wasn't as magnificent as I had imagined, nor was there a towering pillar of energy. It presents a magnificent atmosphere of returning to simplicity and the ultimate truth. The first thing that comes into view is a vast, seemingly endless jade square. The square was not deserted. A few students could be seen here and there, some walking hurriedly, others chatting quietly in small groups.
At the end of the square stands a towering bronze gate that seems to reach into the clouds. The door was tightly shut, engraved with mysterious and intricate runes, gleaming with the patina of time. Just looking at it from afar makes one feel a tremor in their soul and a sense of their own insignificance. Above the lintel are 4 large ancient seal characters, Shinsha Academy. The brushstrokes are vigorous and powerful, as if they contain some profound truth of the universe. This is Shinsha Academy? Even with Lin Ye's unwavering will, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. This is by no means a simple top university, but more like a combination of a self-contained, all-encompassing cultivation sanctuary and a small world. Its profound cultural heritage far exceeded his imagination. A hint of undisguised amazement flashed across Lin Yubing's cool eyes. Just then, a gentle yet authoritative voice rang out clearly in their minds. Lin Yi and Lin Yubing from Tianfang Province and Linfeng City, welcome to Shinsha Academy. Chapter 74 The New Chief, Clues to the Eternal Ice Crystal. As the words were spoken, a semi-transparent light curtain silently rose from the ground in the center of the square. The document clearly displays the 2 individuals' names, hometowns, national exam rankings Lin Yi, top scorer, Lin Yubing, top 10, and a simple 3D map for guidance. Please follow the signs to the new student registration area. The university's Intelligent Hub has prepared student cards for you, which you can collect upon arrival. Please note that private duels are prohibited on campus, and unauthorized entry into no-fly zones is forbidden. Please refer to your student ID for specific regulations. We wish you both great success in your studies at Shinsha Academy. The sound disappeared, and the guiding arrow on the light screen lit up, pointing to a road paved with warm white jade on one side of the square. The 2 exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, followed the signs and stepped onto the white jade avenue. The avenue is wide enough to accommodate more than a dozen cars side by side. The air is filled with the faint scent of grass and trees and the aroma of books, and occasionally the faint sound of bells and chimes can be heard from afar, bringing a sense of tranquility. At the end of the main road is the registration area for new students. New students from all over the country have gathered here. Several senior students are guiding new students through the registration process in an orderly manner. The arrival of Lin Yi and Lin Yubing did not cause much of a commotion. However, his status as the national champion cannot be completely concealed. The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged mentor with a lean face and wise eyes. He took the admission letter from Shinsha Academy from Lin Yi and lightly touched the character Xia on the cover with his fingertip. Buzz! A soft light shone from the envelope and disappeared into a floating cyan jade tablet in front of the mentor. The jade tablet shimmered with light, quickly displaying Lin Yi's information, this year's top freshman, Lin Yi. Although the golden light was not dazzling, it instantly attracted the attention of all the new students around. This year's top scorer? He's Lin Yi, the national champion? He's the one who directly slaughtered the Calamity projection? He doesn't seem that special? The fact that the contract Sword Maiden could reach this level is truly astounding. Chief, I wonder what privileges they have. Inevitably, hushed whispers arose, their gazes filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and inquiry, as well as a subtle sense of challenge. At Shinsha Academy, the title of chief is both the highest honor and the target of everyone's envy. A hint of appreciation flashed in the middle-aged mentor's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and handed the 2 cards to Lin Yi and Lin Yubing respectively. Lin Yi, Lin Yubing, these are your student cards. Inside is a map of the university, basic regulations, a course overview, points rules, and your assigned accommodation information. The university's currency is points, and initial points have been awarded based on your performance in the major exams. Please check the details on how to obtain and use them. Chief student Lin Yi has been granted additional privileges. He can receive a fixed amount of 3 advanced vitality potions per month. His initial points will be increased by 1,000 points. The mentor calmly announced the preferential treatment for the top student, while the envy in the eyes of the surrounding freshmen intensified. Lin Yi took the student card. The instant mental energy surged in, a massive flow of information flooded into his mind, clearly presenting countless basic rules, regional divisions, and precautions regarding the Divine Summer Academy. At the same time, he also saw the location of his residence, a single dormitory room in the heart of the residential area. Thank you, mentor. Lin Yi bowed. Go ahead and settle in. There will be an opening ceremony at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, remember to attend. The tutor waved his hand. Lin Yubing also received her student card. Her dormitory was not in the same place as Lin Ye's, but it was not far away. The 2 then left. Soon, Lin Yi found his dormitory. That wasn't a room in a building, but a separate little courtyard. Pushing open the door, you enter a small, exquisite garden, where the spiritual energy is even more concentrated than outside. In the center, a small spiritual spring gurgles with clear, cool water. The main house is a two-story building with upturned eaves and corners, exuding an ancient charm.
The treatment for the chief is indeed different.
Xing Li's figure materialized to the side, surveying the environment and nodding slightly. Although the spiritual energy gathering node here is small, it is still barely enough. It is 10,000 times better than your dilapidated house. Pushing open the door of the small building, the interior is simply yet elegantly furnished. It has a quiet room, a study, a living room, a kitchen and a bathroom, etc. Lin Yi did not rest immediately.
He sat cross-legged in the center of the quiet room, his mind focused on the student card.
The primary objective is to find clues about the eternal ice crystal.
Although the myriad swords diagram is powerful, in the unfathomably profound Divine Xia Academy, utilizing the Academy's own resource base is a more efficient choice.
He focused his attention on searching the vast database built into his student card.
Keywords: Eternal Ice Crystals.
Buzz. A light screen instantly popped up in his mental vision, listing several pieces of relevant information.
Soon, Lin Ye's eyes caught the key point.
List of exchangeable items in the Academy's secret vault. Outer vault partial, Eternal Ice Crystal Fragment 1.
Required points, 100,000. Status, inventory, 0 exchanged.
Academic year mission: senior students reference exploration of the far north ice abyss. The mission objective includes searching for ice soul crystals, a low-quality mineral associated with eternal ice crystals.
Mission danger level, S recommended for students level 40 and above to form a team.
Mission location: northern region, deep within the permafrost tundra, in the extreme cold rift. Academy Secret Realm Exploration Guide: new students beware, in the core area of the Winter Secret Realm, there is a strong energy reaction resembling eternal ice crystals. Realm danger level, extreme, open only to specific instructors and core students. Lin Yi frowned slightly upon seeing 100,000 points and the glaring inventory, 0 following it. Sure enough, materials of this caliber are rare even at Xinsha Academy, and they had already been snapped up by others.
Moreover, even if you could exchange them, they would only be fragments.
As for the Class A missions in the Forbidden Realms, with his current strength, going there rashly would be tantamount to suicide.
It seems that points are the key.
Lin Yi realized. Whether waiting for the secret vault to refresh or being qualified to explore those dangerous places in the future, a massive amount of points is needed as support and guarantee.
That extra 1,000 points is a drop in the ocean. He continued browsing the points rules. There are several main ways to earn points. 1. Complete the tasks issued by the Academy to earn corresponding points rewards. 2. Excellent course assessment results will earn you a large number of points at the end of each semester. 3. Arena rankings.
Xinsha Academy has a dedicated arena where points are awarded periodically based on rankings.
4. Dungeon hall.
Clearing the corresponding dungeon and meeting the requirements will earn you a certain number of points.
Breaking records will earn you even more points.
4. Special contributions. Mission: Arena. Lin Yi's gaze lingered on these two for a moment.
This is the most direct and relatively controllable approach.
Just then, the student card vibrated slightly, and a push notification appeared on the screen. Freshman Lin Yi, please proceed to the principal's office on the top floor of the school's central building after tomorrow's opening ceremony.
Xinsha Academy's central office. The principal summoned him?
Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The principal of Xinsha Academy is a true figure standing at the pinnacle of the great Xia Kingdom.
This care is no simple matter. He wrote down the information. Regardless, this is an opportunity. Chapter 75 Principal Jiang Taixian.
The opening ceremony of Xinsha Academy was far more solemn and grand than Lin Yi and Lin Yubing had imagined. The ceremony was not held in an ordinary hall, but on a questioning platform that was suspended in midair and carved from a single piece of huge green jade.
Thousands of new students stood solemnly on the stage.
In front of the platform, several figures stood silently, their auras as deep as the sea. The leader was dressed in the simplest gray cloth robe, with an ancient face and white hair and beard. It was none other than Jiang Taixian, the current principal of Xinsha Academy.
There was no lengthy speech.
Jiang Taishuan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every new student.
Students, you have entered the gates of my divine Xia not to seek fame or fortune, nor to compete in fight.
Here, we impart knowledge, teach skills, and resolve doubts, which is also the foundation for cultivating your character, understanding yourself, and protecting your home and country. Within the academy, all kinds of laws coexist and 100 paths contend. You should choose what you believe in, uphold what you uphold, and advance bravely and diligently. You should also have reverence in your hearts and know when to stop and retreat. There are 3,000 great paths, all leading to the same destination. The end is not on the other shore, but at your feet. I hope that you will live up to your youth, live up to yourselves, live up to what you have learned, and in the future, shoulder the responsibility of the great Xia dynasty. These few words, without any grand pronouncements, contain an unparalleled sense of power and expectation, stirring the hearts of all the new students. We will heed the principal's teachings. Thousands responded in unison, their voices rising and piercing the sky. After the ceremony, the freshmen left the venue in an orderly manner under the guidance of their seniors and went to their respective college areas to familiarize themselves with the environment. Lin Yi, however, did not move with the crowd. His student card trembled slightly, and a clear path guide lit up in his mental vision. The principal wants to see me, Lin Yi whispered to Lin Yubing beside him. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and she nodded, "Congratulations." She understood that this summons was of great significance, and was only directed at Lin Yi, the newly appointed top student. Lin Yi didn't delay any longer and went according to the instructions. Soon after, he arrived at the top floor of the school's central building. The principal's office was easy to find. When Lin Yi arrived at the door, he found that it was not closed. Principal Jiang Taixian was sitting among them, and when Lin Yi arrived, he also looked up at the opportune moment. "Sit." Lin Yi sat down as instructed, his back straight, neither humble nor arrogant. Jiang Taixian did not speak immediately, but simply picked up the teapot and poured Lin Yi a cup of tea. The tea was emerald green and exuded a delicate fragrance, clearly indicating it was no ordinary tea. Try this 1,000-year-old cold mist tea from the snowy mountains of the northern region. It can calm the mind and soothe the spirit, and may be beneficial to you, Jiang Taixian said with a smile. Lin Yi picked up the teacup, and a cool sensation spread from his fingertips throughout his body, instantly invigorating him. He took a small sip, and the tea, as it entered his throat, transformed into a warm and refreshing stream, instantly washing away the fatigue of the past few days. He was secretly alarmed the effects of this tea were probably several times stronger than those of the spirit-nourishing pill. "Thank you, Principal." Lin Yi put down his teacup and sincerely thanked him. Jiang Taixian looked at Lin Yi with a deep gaze. Lin Yi, the national champion, SSS Plus rating, recipient of the Dragon Slayer medal. Jiang Taixian slowly read out Lin Yi's achievements, his tone calm and even. "I know all about your performance. You turned the tide in the illusion battlefield, defeated powerful enemies in the provincial arena, and in the beacon tower attack and defense, you even reversed the disaster projection, a feat that is astonishing." He paused, his gaze falling on the starry sky sword floating beside Lin Yi, and then seemingly penetrating through his clothes to see the nameless broken sword in his arms. The contracted Sword Maiden, enduring the backlash but surviving, instead unleashed power far beyond reason. Your resilience mutation talent is truly a wonder of the ages. Jiang Taixian's voice carried a hint of inquiry. What intrigues me even more is your power to reverse the battle at the last moment, even to briefly freeze time and space and suppress the calamity projection. That is definitely not the power of a Sword Maiden, nor can it be explained by ordinary talent. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, realizing that this was the true purpose of the summons. Faced with this unfathomable principle, any lie seems pale and powerless. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice. "That power is called Moment of Eternity, a trump card that emerged after my talent mutated. It comes at a huge cost and cannot be used easily. I cannot fully understand its specific mechanism either. I only know that it can temporarily exempt me from all consumption and backlash, allowing me to unleash my full power." Lin Yi's answer was half true and half false, emphasizing the enormous cost and the inability to understand the system, thus avoiding the core secrets of the system. Jiang Taixian listened quietly, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. He didn't press for details, but simply nodded, "A rare talent, a mysterious destiny. You have this opportunity, which is both a blessing and a curse. Use it wisely, and it can protect the country, and its people abuse it, and it may backfire on you. Remember, power is a tool, the heart of the one wielding it is the foundation." "I will keep the principal's teachings in mind," Lin Yi replied solemnly. Jiang Taixian's words were similar to Xiao Tiannan's advice, but they were more insightful. Jiang Taixian nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with Lin Yi's attitude. He abruptly changed the subject. "Do you know why I wanted to see you alone?" Lin Yi shook his head. Jiang Taixian's gaze became meaningful. "It's related to your broken sword." Lin Yi suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You mean
Yi Ling?
he never took the night feather out? Jiang Taixian seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, the aura of the Starfall iron and the spiritual soil cannot be hidden from me.
These are the best materials for reforging the sword.
I sensed them as soon as you entered the school, so I guess that you must have a broken sword that needs to be reforged.
She's a swordswoman too, right? Nightfeather, that's a nice name.
Lin Ye's heart was filled with turmoil, and he gained a deeper understanding of the unfathomable nature of the principle in front of him. He was able to sense the aura of the meteorite iron and the spiritual soil. You have found 2 of these for her, and rebuilding her foundation is just around the corner. But without the sword body, her spirit is still a rootless duckweed.
Jiang Taixian said slowly, you should still be missing the eternal ice crystal, right? This is an extremely cold and rare object in the world.
It may be found deep in the Arctic ice abyss, or possibly in the core of the winter secret realm.
Lin Ye's heart jumped instantly. The principal really knew about the eternal ice crystal. Moreover, it directly points out 2 key locations.
Jiang Taixian looked at Lin Yi and continued, in addition, there was once a fragment of eternal ice crystal in the outer vault of the Academy's secret treasury, but it was exchanged 3 years ago.
It's probably unlikely that there will be another one in the short term.
This was tantamount to pouring a bucket of cold water on them. However, Jiang Taixian changed the subject again, throwing out an opportunity that Lin Yi hadn't expected. 2 days later, the Frostfall secret realm will open. This secret realm is formed from fragments of the ancient Ice Goddess Dojo, and deep within the core area, the Ice Soul Cold Pool, there is a high probability that Ice Soul Source Crystal will be nurtured.
Ice Soul Source Crystal?
Lin Yi asked in confusion. Although it is not the eternal ice crystal itself, it is its associated source, containing the purest eternal ice soul power. Its quality is extremely high, enough to be one of the core materials for reforging the sword.
Its efficacy may even exceed that of ordinary eternal ice crystal fragments. Jiang Taixian explained. The secret realm is opening, and the Academy will organize exploration teams.
As is customary, freshmen are not eligible to explore, but given that you are the top student, I can recommend you for a spot. Chapter 76 Frostfall Secret Realm, Captain Shin Hanying. Lin Ye's heart began to pound violently.
Ice Soul Crystal. Core exploration slots.
It's truly a case of the mountains and rivers seem to block the way, but then a new village appears amidst the willows and flowers. The principal not only provided crucial information, but also directly pointed out a feasible path.
Principal.
Lin Yi was speechless with surprise. Jiang Taixian raised his hand to stop him. Don't rush. Although the Frostfall secret realm is not a dead end, it is still extremely dangerous. The core area, the Frost Pool, requires even high-level professionals to be cautious. The Ice Soul Source Crystal must be protected by a powerful ice-type creature. I'm giving you a spot, but it's not without conditions. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine and instantly calmed down. There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially in a place like the Divine Sheer Academy. Opportunities personally granted by the principal come at a considerable price. He composed himself and calmly met Jiang Taixian's gaze. Please enlighten me, principal.
There are 2 conditions.
First, you must bring back 3 frost meteor cores for me. They are usually located near the Frost Pool, guarded by powerful ice-type guardians, and are no less difficult to obtain than Ice Soul crystals.
Lin Yi silently made a note of it.
Second, Jiang Taixian paused, his gaze lingering on Lin Yi for a moment. After returning from the secret realm, regardless of whether you successfully obtain the Ice Soul Source Crystal, you will need to enter the 7th floor of the Inquiry Tower and undergo a complete mental state trial.
The Tower of Inquiry? A trial of mental state?
Lin Yi frowned slightly. The information about the Tower of Inquiry in the student card database is vague, only stating that it is one of the core places of inheritance of the Academy, and that it is extremely dangerous, and that non-core students or those with specific permission are not allowed to enter. As for the 7th level of mental state trial, there was absolutely no information available. The Tower of Inquiry is one of the foundations of the Divine Xia Academy. It has 9 levels, each corresponding to a different state of mind and a test of the Great Tao, Jiang Taixian explained. The test of state of mind is not related to cultivation level, but directly points to one's true nature. It will reflect your deepest obsessions, fears, and even demonic obstacles. You bear the secret of the contracted Sword Maiden and possess the ability of momentary eternity. Your power is growing too rapidly, so tempering your mind is especially important. If your mind is unstable, your power will be like a blade without a sheath, eventually turning against you and harming others.
This trial is to forge your mind.
Lin Yi remained silent for a moment. The principal's words hit the nail on the head. Throughout his journey, he relied on the system to offset the backlash and the burst of momentary eternity, seemingly incomparably powerful. However, deep down, his worries about the loss of control over his power, the exposure of his secrets, and the future of Yi Ling were always ever present.
I understand.
Lin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes resolute.
Thank you for your guidance, Principal. I accept these two conditions.
All right. Jiang Taixian nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes.
The Frostfall secret realm will open in 2 days. I will send someone to inform you then. You can prepare well in the next 2 days.
As Lin Yi left the principal's office, his heart felt heavy. The mental trial on the 7th floor of the Tower of Inquiry sounds like no easy task, but for Yi Ling's sake, he had no other choice. As soon as he stepped down the steps of the central building and into the corridor, a tall figure came towards him, blocking his way. The newcomer was a woman, with a tall and straight figure, dressed in a well-tailored dark blue outfit that accentuated her strong and agile physique. She was about 18 or 19 years old, with a beautiful face but also an undeniable air of heroism, and her neat short black hair added to her capable demeanor.
Lin Yi?
Her voice was clear and bright.
Lin Yi paused slightly, calmly meeting her gaze. I am. And you are?
Shen Hanying, captain of the Frostfall Secret Realm Exploration Team, 2nd year. The woman announced her name straightforwardly.
The principal notified me to come and guide you.
You'll be entering the Frostfall Secret Realm with our team in 2 days.
TSK, to get the principal to make an exception and squeeze in a freshman, let alone directly into the core exploration team, you must have quite the influence, the top freshman?
Her tone wasn't exactly polite, but it wasn't obviously malicious either.
Captain Shen. Lin Yi nodded slightly, neither humble nor arrogant.
It was the principal who gave me this opportunity, and I will do my best not to hold the team back.
A drag-on? Shen Honying raised an eyebrow. Someone the principal has his eye on shouldn't be like that.
But she changed the subject, her eyes sharpening. The secret realm is no child's play, and the core area is even more dangerous. Our team has been working together for a long time, and suddenly a newcomer, especially a renowned freshman, joins us.
I need to be prepared. What makes you think the principal would make such an exception? Just because of that national champion title?
She had obviously heard about Lin Yi's exploits, but given the distance, the veracity and credibility of those rumors were questionable in her eyes as a practical person. Before Lin Yi could answer, footsteps came from the other end of the corridor.
3 other people walked over. They were clearly Shen Honying's teammates.
Their gazes instantly focused on Lin Yi, filled with a variety of emotions: curiosity, surprise, scrutiny, and one of them made no attempt to hide his contempt. It was a young man of similar height, dressed in ornate silver soft armor. He was handsome, but his brows carried the arrogance typical of scions of noble families.
Captain, is this the precious darling the principal forced in?
The silver-armored youth sneered.
A brat who just enrolled? An F rank who's contracted a broken sword? Ha, is the principal getting senile? Is the core area of Frostfall a place for a hothouse flower like this?
Don't let him wet his pants in fear, and then we'll have to go rescue him, making it impossible for everyone to complete the mission. A brown-haired young man next to him, who looked rather composed, frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Zhou Pang, say less."
Another tall, thin boy pushed up his glasses, looked at Lin Yi with interest, and didn't say anything.
Shen Hanying frowned and glared at Zhou Pang. "Zhou Pang, watch your words.
This is the principal's arrangement."
Lin Yi completely ignored Zhou Pang and simply asked Shen Hanying, "Captain Shen, when and where will we meet in 2 days?
What do I need to prepare?" This disregard infuriated Zhou Pang. A deeper look of surprise flashed in Shen Hanying's eyes. Faced with Zhou Pang's SS-level talent warriors' direct humiliation and questioning, this freshman didn't even flinch.
They are either extremely shrewd or have absolute confidence and disdain to argue. Shen Honying suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and said seriously, "Meet at 6 o'clock in the morning 2 days from now in the north area of the central square of the academy.
The entrance to the secret realm will open there.
Make sure you have enough personal equipment, supplies, and cold-proof potions or items. The cold air in the core area can freeze and crack fine steel. I will send the map of the Frostfall secret realm and information on known danger points to your student card via the academy communication system later.
Remember, it's 6 o'clock sharp, or you'll be late."
She emphasized the time again, her tone leaving no room for argument.
Lin Yi noted it down and nodded again. "Thank you for informing me, Captain Shen. If there's nothing else, I'll go and make my preparations. Go ahead.
Shen Hanying waved her hand, her gaze still fixed on Lin Yi, full of inquiry.
This new student is unusually calm. Lin Yi said no more, walked past Shen Hanying, Zhou Peng, and the others, and left.
He didn't look at Zhou Peng even once more from beginning to end.
Watching Lin Yi's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Zhou Peng spat, pretentious. I'd like to see if he can still be so calm once he enters the secret realm.
Chapter 77. If he doesn't provoke me, I won't bother with him.
After leaving the central building, Lin Yi headed to the university's residential area.
The residential area of Xinxia Academy was far more prosperous than Lin Yi had imagined. The streets are lined with all sorts of shops, alchemy workshops, scroll shops, elixir-making rooms. There are even restaurants that specialize in selling rare ingredients and restorative spiritual foods, and so on.
Lin Yi's goal was clear, to prepare for the Frostfall secret realm 2 days later.
He went straight to an alchemy potion shop and bought several bottles of ice blue potions labeled Superior Cold Resistance Potion Advanced. Then, at an equipment shop, they replenished their inventory with several flame amulets that could instantly activate a flame shield and briefly dispel the extreme cold. Every point he spent hurt him, but these investments were essential for obtaining the Ice Soul Crystal. Just as he stepped out of the equipment shop, preparing to head to the scroll shop to see if there were any useful defensive or detection scrolls, a piercing voice rang out behind him.
Hey, isn't this our chief? So diligent, cramming for battle at the last minute?
Zhou Peng leaned against the pillar of the shop across the street, arms crossed, his face full of undisguised sarcasm. He was accompanied by the brown-haired youth Wang Chongshan, and the bespectacled man Li Wei. Shen Hanying was not present.
Lin Yi didn't stop walking, as if he hadn't heard, and headed straight for the scroll shop.
Lin Yi's complete disregard instantly ignited Zhou Peng's anger. He flashed forward, bringing a gust of wind with him, and instantly blocked Lin Yi's path, the two of them less than a meter apart.
Hey! UF rank trash, I'm talking to you.
Zhou Peng raised his voice, carrying a condescending and oppressive aura. Don't think you're something special just because you have the title of top scholar. The principal made an exception to let you join the team because he's kind-hearted, but you'd better have some self-awareness. The core of the Frostfall secret realm isn't for someone like you who got there through luck and crooked means.
Don't be scared and drag us down when the time comes.
The surrounding air seemed to freeze.
Many passing students stopped and looked over curiously.
Lin Yi finally stopped, slowly raised his head, and calmly met Zhou Peng's fiery gaze. Beneath that calm surface lies a chilling depth.
Are you done talking?
Lin Yi's voice was calm and even, yet it was like a cold blade scraping across the room.
If you're done talking, then get out of my way. You're blocking my way. You.
Zhou Peng was completely enraged by this nonchalant attitude, and a violent, earthy yellow spiritual power suddenly erupted from his body.
The aura of the S-rank talent Earth's Fury was released without reservation, attempting to crush Lin Yi. Zhou Peng. Stop.
Wang Chongshan's expression changed, and he hurriedly called out to stop him.
Li Wei's expression was also serious.
But Zhou Peng was so enraged that he wouldn't listen to anything. He sneered, "Looks like you won't know your place until I teach you a lesson." Before he finished speaking, he clenched his right fist, which instantly condensed into a giant rock fist the size of a millstone, and slammed it into Lin Yi's chest. This punch was powerful and heavy, showing no intention of holding back. It was clearly intended to embarrass Lin Yi in public, or even seriously injure him.
Just as the giant rock fist was about to strike.
Buzz! A faint yet sharp sword cry rang out. Lin Yi's figure seemed to sway only slightly, leaving a faint afterimage in place.
Fireflies flash.
It's not for offense, but for perfect evasion.
The giant rock fist grazed Lin Yi's body and crashed down.
At the same time, a cold star appeared just inches in front of Zhou Peng's throat, and a chilling killing intent instantly locked onto him.
Star-scarred thorn. Lin Yi's counterattack was swift as lightning, precise and ruthless.
He didn't actually thrust out, the sword tip hovered, but the sharp sword intent made Zhou Peng's hair stand on end instantly, and the shadow of death loomed over him with unmistakable clarity. Zhou Peng's throat went dry, and he couldn't utter a single word. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He didn't even see how Lin Yi dodged and counterattacked. This speed, this precision, is definitely not something an ordinary freshman could achieve.
Enough!
A sharp, cold shout rang out like a thunderclap. A fiery red figure instantly pierced between the two. It was Shen Hanying. Her face was frosty, and with her left hand outstretched, a powerful force instantly locked onto Zhou Peng, forcibly pulling him back several steps.
Zhou Peng. Are you ignoring the rule against private fights on campus? Or do you think your fists are bigger than the school's prohibition? Zhou Peng's face turned pale and then red, filled with shame and indignation, yet he dared not refute. Shen Hongying then turned to Lin Yi, her tone softening slightly. Lin Yi, put away your sword. The academy is not a battlefield. If you have real skills, save them for dealing with real monsters in the secret realm. Lin Yi put away Xingli and said indifferently, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I can't be bothered with him. He acted as if the life or death conflict that had just almost erupted had nothing to do with him. Shen Hongying felt a slight chill as she looked at Lin Yi's composure, which was far beyond his years. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and looked around at everyone, especially Zhou Peng. Listen up, all of you. Anyone who dares to cause trouble before we set off and delays the mission, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Frostfall secret realm is not child's play. What we need is unity, not infighting. Understand? Understood, Captain. Wang Chongshan and Li Wei responded immediately. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, unwillingly, I understand. Lin Yi simply nodded slightly. Shen Hongying said no more and turned to leave. 2 days later, at 5:50 a.m. North area of the central square of Xinxia Academy. As dawn broke, a thin mist enveloped the vast square. The air was crisp and cold, carrying a hint of grimness. Shen Hongying and the others had all arrived. Lin Yi appeared right on time. Shen Hongying glanced around to confirm that everyone was present, and without wasting any words, she said succinctly, everyone's here, come with me. She led the group toward the northern edge of the square. Several other teams had already gathered there. The atmosphere was heavy, and they simply nodded to each other without much communication. A sense of tension filled the air. At the edge of the square stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, who spoke. The entrance to the Frostfall secret realm is about to open, located on Frostfall Island. This island is not within the territory of Great Xia, but is located deep in the northern sea. The environment is harsh and many powerful ice-type monsters reside there. The teleportation point is located on the outer edge of the island. You will need to traverse part of the island on your own to reach the entrance to the secret realm, Frost Ring, located in the center of the island. The old man's voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. Be careful on the way, and look out for each other. The secret realm's opening time is limited, so don't delay. Prepare to enter the teleportation array. The words fell. Buzz. The teleportation array vibrated violently and activated instantly. Let's go! Shen Hongying shouted in a low voice, and stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation. The four followed closely behind and stepped inside. A strong sense of spatial pull and a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped my entire body. After a brief moment of dizziness, I felt a solid sensation under my feet. At the same time, an extremely cold aura, 10 times more frigid than that of the academy in the early morning and seemingly capable of freezing the soul, rushed towards us, accompanied by the howling wind. Lin Yi opened his eyes. What lay before them was no longer the square of the Divine Sherpa Academy, but a wild world completely dominated by ice and snow. Frostfall Island. Chapter 78. We are all people of Great Xia, we should help each other. The environment of Frostfall Island is completely different from that of the Great Xia Kingdom. The sky was leaden gray, and the low-hanging clouds seemed almost within reach. The blizzard, with its goose-feather-like flakes, raged wildly in the howling wind, reducing visibility to extremely low levels. Beneath our feet lay thick ice and snow, accumulated over countless years, as hard as iron. As far as the eye can see, there are rolling black mountains covered in ice and snow, with jagged rocks piercing the snow like the fangs of a giant beast. The withered, enormous trees, like grotesque ice sculptures, wailed in the wind and snow. Hiss. It's so cold. Li Wei couldn't help but shiver and immediately activated the cold-resistant runes on his body, a faint red light enveloping his entire body. Cheer up. This godforsaken place won't be kind to us. Shen Hongying's voice was still clear in the wind and snow. The crimson spear in her hand emitted a warm glow, dispelling the surrounding chill. The map shows that the Frost Ring is to the northeast, about 30 kilometers away from us. This road won't be safe, so stay close to me and be alert to your surroundings. Led by Shen Hongying, the team braved the heavy snow and began their trek deeper into the island. The snow was deep, making every step extremely difficult. The biting cold was penetrating everywhere, and even with cold weather protection measures, it still felt like one's blood was about to freeze. After traveling for about an hour, they could faintly hear the sounds of fierce fighting and the roars of monsters coming from the snow ahead. Something's up. Take cover.
Shen Hanying immediately raised her hand to signal, and the team quickly concealed themselves. Looking through the gaps in the wind and snow, one could see a group of about 7 or 8 people fighting fiercely against a group of ferocious monsters in a relatively open ice valley ahead. Those monsters resembled giant wolves, but their entire bodies were covered in a dark blue ice crystal shell, their fangs were sharp, their claws were wreathed in freezing air, and their movements were as swift as the wind. These were the ferocious creatures commonly found on Frostfall Island, the Icefield direwolves. The members of this team were wearing uniform dark blue combat uniforms bearing the emblem of the Great Xia Kingdom, clearly indicating that they were also a team from the Great Xia Kingdom. However, they are not from the Divine Shepherd Academy. They may be elites from other top universities or the military. It's the team from the Great Xia Kunlun Academy, Wang Chongshan whispered, recognizing the insignia on their uniforms. They appeared to have been ambushed by a pack of wolves and were outnumbered. Although they have excellent teamwork and considerable strength, the situation is clearly not optimistic. Do you need any help? Li Wei asked Shen Hanying. Shen Hanying hesitated for a moment, but before she could speak, Zhou Peng sneered, "What help? The mission is the priority. Let them fight it themselves, it will help us attract the monster's attention." His selfishness was on full display at this moment. Lin Yi ignored Zhou Peng and calmly observed the battle situation. Among the Kunlun Academy's group, a burly man wielding a giant sword seemed to be in charge. He roared repeatedly, his sword flashing, but he was tightly entangled by 3 exceptionally strong elite dire wolves. The other female mage's cone of cold spell was much less effective against the dire wolf's ice armor. Just then, something unexpected happened. A whoa! A louder, more ferocious wolf howl rang out from the hillside on the side of the icy valley. A dire wolf king, far larger than its kind, led an even larger pack of wolves charging down the hillside, its target the rear of the Kunlun Academy team. It was clearly very clever to choose the best time to launch a surprise attack. Oh no! It's the dire wolf king. And there's an ambush. The burly man from Kunlun Academy's expression changed drastically. Besieged on all sides, they were instantly plunged into a desperate situation. Shen Hanying's eyes sharpened. Attack! We can't watch them die here. Wang Chongshan, hold off the Wolf King with me. Li Wei, suppress the wolf pack from a distance. Zhou Peng, Lin Yi, flank them and relieve some of the pressure from the front. Yes! Wang Chongshan roared, and the giant shield slammed to the ground. A burst of earthy yellow light erupted, instantly condensing into a massive energy barrier that crashed into the path of the dire Wolf King's charge. Shen Hanying transformed into a streak of fiery red light, her crimson spear bursting forth with scorching light, piercing straight into the eyes of the dire Wolf King. Li Wei's short crossbow fired in rapid succession, the bolts imbued with armor-piercing and fire runes precisely targeting the relatively vulnerable joints and eyes of the wolves. Zhou Peng frowned but did not move. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi activated Firefly Flash the instant Shen Hanying gave the order. He instantly appeared on the flank of the Kunlun Academy team, next to an elite dire wolf that was about to pounce on the female mage. Star Mark Thorn. Laugh. A flash of silver light disappeared. The elite dire wolf didn't even have time to react before a bloody hole was instantly pierced through the side of its head. Lin Yi's sudden appearance instantly disrupted the dire wolf's flank attack rhythm, giving the Kunlun Academy team a chance to catch their breath. The female mage looked at Lin Yi, still shaken, her eyes filled with gratitude. With the addition of Sherlock Holmes' team, a fresh force, the tide of battle quickly turned. The two teams worked together for nearly 20 minutes, at the cost of several members sustaining minor injuries, before finally defeating the ferocious Icefield dire wolves. The dire Wolf King was eventually shot through the heart by Shen Hanying and died with a mournful cry. After the battle, both teams rested on the spot. The burly captain from Kunlun Academy walked up to Shen Hanying, clasped his hands in thanks, and said in a loud voice, "Thank you all from Xinxia Academy for your righteous help. I am Zhao Taizhu from Kunlun Academy. Kunlun will remember this favor." Shen Hanying sheathed her spear and nodded slightly. As fellow members of the Great Xia, helping each other is our duty. Captain Zhao, you're too kind. Are you also heading to the Frost Ring? Exactly. Zhao Taizhu nodded. There are too many monsters in this godforsaken place. We were delayed by another group of ice elementals, and then we ran into these beasts. By the way, Captain Shen, did you run into those bastards from Japan on your way here? When the country of cherry blossoms was mentioned, a hint of anger flashed across Zhao Tieju's face. Japan with cherry blossoms? Shen Hanying frowned. No, what happened to them? Humph. Don't even mention it. Zhao Taizhu spat, angrily saying, we teleported to the island before them and were doing just fine. But those bastards used some kind of trick to attract a huge horde of howling snowmen, deliberately driving them into our path. Those yetis are incredibly strong, with thick skin and can throw ice spears. There were so many of them that it took us a lot of effort to get rid of them before we were blocked by the wolf pack behind us. They just wanted to delay us, or even use us to kill them and reduce their competitors. Those bastards are selfish and treacherous to the extreme. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. The Sakura Kingdom and the Great Xia Kingdom have always been rivals in the field of professionals, especially in the struggle for resources in secret realms, where conflicts are constant. It's not surprising that the other party would do something so selfish and destructive as to block roads, but it's still infuriating. They've sealed off the entrance? Li Wei pushed up his glasses, a cold glint in his eyes. Very likely. Zhao Taizhu affirmed. Given their track record, once they reach the Frost Ring first, they will definitely block the entrance or set traps to prevent teams from other countries from entering. Especially our Great Xia team. Shen Hongying gripped her spear tightly, her eyes sharpening. It seems the road ahead won't be peaceful. Captain Zhao, we share the same goal, why don't we travel together? More people means more strength, and it'll be better for dealing with the despicable tactics of the Japanese. I couldn't be happier. Zhao Taizhu immediately agreed. There's no morality to be found with those bastards. Let's just do it. Chapter 79, Japan attacks? Slaughter them. The two teams quickly integrated and formed a tighter formation. Braving the increasingly violent wind and snow, the group hurried northeast along the ice valley. After traveling for about half an hour, the wind and snow ahead seemed to have lessened, revealing a relatively flat valley covered by a thick layer of ice. The ice surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the dim light of the sky. The road ahead is a bit easier, let's speed up. Zhao Taizhu shouted, swinging his greatsword to cleave through the ice shards blocking his path. However, just as the team was about to step onto that smooth ice surface. Wait! Lin Yi suddenly spoke up, his voice not loud, but it clearly pierced through the howling wind and snow. Everyone paused, looking at him with a puzzled expression. There's a trap. Lin Yi's gaze was fixed on the seemingly flat ice surface in front of him. The energy fluctuations are wrong. There's something below. It's extremely cold, and it's breathing. A trap? Zhou Peng scoffed, pointing ahead. What trap? The ice is thick enough. What do you know, you freshman? Don't waste time spreading fear. I think you're just scared out of your wits. He was eager to prove himself and didn't believe Lin Yi's judgment at all. Shen Hongying frowned. Although she was also puzzled, Lin Yi's previous performance had left a deep impression on her. She looked at Li Wei, probe. Li Wei immediately took off the short crossbow from his back. The detection runes embedded in the crossbow glowed faintly, and an invisible detection wave swept across the ice surface in front of him. A few seconds later, his expression changed slightly. Captain, there's a strong ice-based energy reaction beneath the ice. The structure is extremely unstable, as if it were deliberately arranged. Once it withstands enough pressure, it could trigger a chain reaction of collapses or what? Wang Chongshan asked in a deep voice. Or activate some kind of ice explosion trap. Li Wei's speech quickened. The energy reaction is very subtle. If Lin Yi hadn't reminded us, our detection waves would have almost been interfered with by the cold air of the ice layer itself. Zhou Peng's face instantly turned ugly. He opened his mouth, but could not refute the detection results. Those Japanese bastards. Zhao Taizhu cursed angrily, his eyes blazing with fury. It was them after all. There must be some kind of mystic ice thunder or something similar buried under this ice layer. Go around it. Shen Hongying decided immediately. Avoid this area. Go along the mountain walls on both sides, watch out for falling rocks and icicles. The group immediately changed direction and carefully proceeded along the mountain walls on both sides of the icy valley. The mountainside was also slippery and dangerous, but at least it was safer than stepping into that deadly ice minefield. Just as most of the team members were about to step into the safe zone on the other side. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly rang out. With a roar, several enormous ice spikes shot fiercely toward the center of the group. The target was none other than Li Wei, and several members of the Kunlun Academy team nearby. Enemy attack! Defend! Shen Hongying shouted sharply, and her crimson spear instantly burst forth with blazing light in an attempt to intercept the attack. Wang Chongshan and Zhao Taizhu also roared and turned around, but the distance was too far. and the giant shield and giant sword could not cover them completely in time. Li Wei's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively raised his crossbow, but the ice spikes were too fast and too numerous for him to lock onto completely. At the critical moment, buzz! A blurry silver figure appeared in front of Li Wei. It's Lin Yi. Fireflies flash. Star vortex protection. The starlight burst forth instantly, forming a solid barrier that blocked the path of the several ice spikes. Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang out one after another. The violent ice energy slammed into Xingxuan's protective barrier. The hard ice cones shattered into countless fragments, mixed with freezing air, and frantically crashed against the starlight barrier. The star vortex protector trembled violently, its light flickering, and its surface was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The immense impact caused cracks to appear in the ice and rock beneath Lin Yi's feet. Put! Lin Yi groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yi hastily withstood several ice spikes, and even with the protection of Xingxuan, the recoil caused his blood and qi to surge. Fortunately, the barrier did not break. Deadly ice spikes and freezing air were firmly kept out of the barrier. Li Wei! Retreat! Lin Yi roared. Li Wei then snapped out of his shock and immediately rolled backward to escape the danger zone. Other affected team members also took the opportunity to escape. You're asking for it. Shen Hanying's anger was completely ignited. She pinpointed the direction from which the icicles were coming. Several blurry black figures were moving rapidly through the snowstorm. Follow me. Kill these bastards who shot at us from the shadows. Shen Hanying transformed into a streak of crimson light, her spear pointing directly at the dark figure in the wind and snow, her killing intent soaring to the heavens. Whoosh whoosh! Dozens of ice spikes shot out from behind the snow mound again, covering the front half of the entire team. Ice-type ninja art, Thousand Ice Rain. Accompanied by shouts, more than a dozen figures sprang up from the snow and pounced. A mere trick. Shen Hanying sneered, and plunged her crimson spear into the ground. Crimson flames spread across the plains. Boom! A wave of scorching flames suddenly spread out from the spear, instantly evaporating most of the dense ice spikes that were shooting towards them. Shield against all directions. Wang Chongshan roared, and the huge tower shield burst forth with an earthy yellow light, protecting the side of the team. Wind arrow break. Li Wei fired a barrage of short crossbow bolts, accurately targeting the oncoming ninjas and forcing them to dodge and parry. Zhao Taizhu led the Kunlun Academy team, wielding their giant swords, to meet the enemy on the other side head-on. The battle erupted instantly. The ninjas of the Cherry Blossom Country are extremely cunning. If their first attack fails, they immediately use the snow and cold wind as cover and employ escape techniques, their figures moving erratically. They appear and disappear intermittently, specifically targeting the team's weak points and healers. Be careful. It's the fog concealment technique and shadow clone technique. Don't be fooled. Shen Hanying shouted a warning. In the chaos, a cold, sinister light silently appeared at the rear of the group, its target the healer who was casting a spell on an injured Kunlun member. The ninja moved as if blending into the wind and snow, his speed astonishing, and the poison kunai in his hand pierced straight into the healer's back. Fireflies flash. At the critical moment, Lin Yi appeared behind the healer as if by teleportation. Instead of using his sword to block, he flashed out with his left hand. Smack! With a soft click, Lin Yi's fingers precisely gripped the ninja's wrist. The force, like an iron clamp, caused the ninja's wrist to ache terribly, and the kunai slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. A look of horror flashed in the ninja's eyes. He hadn't even seen how Lin Yi had gotten there. He tried to break free, but found that the other person's fingers contained terrifying power and remained completely still. Star Mark thrust. Lin Yi swung his sword, striking the ninja's throat with lightning speed. The ninja was terrified, let out a strange cry, and his body suddenly exploded into a cloud of white smoke. It was a substitution jutsu. The real body appeared 5 meters away, looking at Lin Yi with a look of fear and apprehension. Thank you. The healer from Kunlun Academy finally realized what was happening, his back already soaked in cold sweat. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. His figure moved like a ghost along the edge of the chaotic battlefield. Each flash of fireflies appears precisely at the most dangerous moment, either rescuing teammates in distress or using Starmark thrust to accurately kill ninjas attempting to ambush them. His presence greatly relieved the pressure on the team, significantly reducing the effectiveness of the Sakura ninjas' elusive tactics. Baka! That kid with the sword. Take care of him first. An elite Jonin who seemed to be the leader noticed Lin Yi's threat and gave a stern order.
Immediately, 3 powerful Jonin broke free from the entanglement and surrounded Lin Yi in a triangular formation. Chapter 80 Arrival at the Secret Realm, Lord Monster blocks the way. Lin Yi, be careful. Shen Hanying's heart tightened when she saw this scene. She wanted to go back to help, but she was held back by 2 Jonin. Facing the combined attack of 3 Jonin, Lin Yi's eyes remained completely unmoved. Courting death.
Xing Li's voice was filled with icy killing intent. The Jonin, launching a frontal assault, wielded his ninja sword and slashed down with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Before the blade even touched the ground, the freezing air had already caused frost to form on Lin Yi's brows. On his left and right sides, 2 poison kunai, like snakes spitting their tongues, sealed off all his space to dodge.
In that split second,
fireflies flash. Lin Yi's figure left a faint afterimage in place, and his true form appeared beside the ninja on the left as if by teleportation. The ninja's pupils shrank sharply, completely unprepared for the opponent's speed to be so fast. He wanted to change his tactics, but it was too late.
Star Mark Thorn.
Laugh. A burst of cold light erupted, precisely piercing the temple of the ninja on the left. The ninja froze, the light in his eyes went out instantly, and he fell straight backward. The other 2 ninjas were shocked, and their attack faltered. Without pausing, Lin Yi used the momentum from killing 1 person to blur his figure once again. Fireflies flash. This time, he appeared behind the ninja on the right. The ninja reacted extremely quickly, slashing his sword behind him with a backhand motion, creating a curtain of ice crystals. However, Lin Yi's sword was even faster.
Star Mark Thorn.
A flash of silver light, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, precisely pierced the vital area under the armpit exposed when the ninja returned to defend. The sword tip pierced through his body, leaving a spray of blood. The ninja on the right let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground. From 3 people surrounding them to 2 people dying, it was only a matter of a breath. The last Jonin who launched the frontal assault watched as his 2 companions were instantly killed, and Lin Yi's icy gaze locked onto him, a chill instantly shooting from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Demon, devil, he cried out in terror, and without hesitation used his substitution technique, exploding into a cloud of white smoke as he tried to flee.
Trying to run?
Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, and the Starglass sword was finally drawn an inch from its sheath. Buzz. A condensed silver sword aura shot out as if teleported. Puff. Before the white smoke had completely dissipated, a muffled groan and the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from inside. The Jonin's true form fell from mid-air, a transparent blood hole in his chest, and he was dead. 3 elite Jonin couldn't even last 10 seconds against Lin Yi. This scene not only shocked the remaining Sakura ninjas, but also deeply moved the great Xia people who were engaged in fierce battle. So powerful. Zhao Taiju was dumbfounded, forgetting to swing his giant sword. Witnessing Lin Yi effortlessly slay 3 Jonin in an instant, he was utterly shocked. Shen Hanying's eyes gleamed with admiration, and the last trace of doubt in her heart about Lin Yi's strength completely vanished. This combat power is absolutely no less than any of the team members, and may even be stronger. Zhou Peng's face turned deathly pale, and his hand holding the weapon trembled slightly. He recalled his earlier provocation of Lin Yi, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. If Lin Yi hadn't shown mercy back then, he didn't dare to think about it. Retreat. Retreat now. The remaining Japanese ninjas were terrified when they saw their 3 strongest Jonin killed in an instant, and they lost all will to fight. They all used their escape techniques and disappeared in the wind and snow in a sorry state. The wind and snow continued to howl, but the battlefield had returned to calm. Only the few ninja corpses and scattered kunai on the ground testified to the danger that had just occurred. Shen Hanying walked to Lin Yi's side, looking at him with a complicated expression, before finally letting out a heartfelt exclamation, "Well done. Lin Yi, thanks to you this time." Lin Yi sheathed his sword, his expression calm, "It's my duty.
Captain, we shouldn't stay here any longer. The people from the Sakura Kingdom might come back, or attract even stronger monsters."
"You're right." Shen Hanying immediately ordered, "Clean up the battlefield and gather useful information.
Treat the wounded, and we're off. Target, Frost Ring. Full speed ahead." The team set off again.
This time, everyone's gaze fell upon Lin Yi with awe and trust.
Zhou Peng subconsciously lagged behind a few steps, not daring to walk parallel to Lin Yi. Despite the wind and snow, the team moved quickly through the bitter cold. About half an hour later, Li Wei, who was leading the way, issued another warning.
Captain, the energy fluctuations ahead are intense, and the spatial distortion is very strong.
We've arrived.
The frost ring is in the center of that ring-shaped ice valley ahead.
Everyone perked up and quickened their pace.
After crossing a huge ice ridge, the view suddenly opened up before us. A circular ice valley with a diameter of over 1,000 meters appeared before everyone's eyes.
In the center of the icy valley, instead of the expected portal, there was a huge, slowly rotating, ice-blue vortex suspended in mid-air.
The vortex exuded an aura of extreme cold and antiquity, with countless ice crystal runes flickering at its edge. It was the entrance to the Frostfall's secret realm, the Frost Ring. However, the situation around the Frost Ring at this moment made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. At the entrance to the ice valley and along the path leading to the bottom of the whirlpool, various traps were clearly visible. The rune traps, gleaming with a cold light, were spread across the ground like a spider web.
Several frost golems made of huge ice, radiating powerful energy, stood like gatekeepers at the key point.
What's even more chilling is that right below the vortex, a terrifying creature resembling a giant ape, enormous in size and covered in thick, dark blue ice armor, is fast asleep, embracing a huge ice pillar. With each breath it took, it stirred up a storm of ice, and the aura it emitted was clearly at the Lord level.
Ice Armor Demon Ape Lord level.
Level 35. Attributes: Frost, Might, Frenzy.
Skills: Ice Armor, War Stomp, Frost Breath.
Status: Sleeping. On the high ground surrounding the icy valley, some white figures could be vaguely seen appearing and disappearing in the wind and snow. They were the ninjas from the Sakura Kingdom who had escaped earlier. They had clearly not gone far, but had occupied advantageous terrain, lying in wait like venomous snakes, waiting for the Great Xia army to step into their trap.
Or it might alert that terrifying ice-armored demon ape.
These bastards.
They're too scared to go in themselves, so they're trying to keep us out too.
Zhao Taizhu gritted his teeth in anger.
Shen Honying's expression was extremely solemn. The current situation is more complicated than expected.
Forcibly breaking through the trap would inevitably alert the Lord-level demonic ape and the ninja lying in ambush, with unimaginable consequences.
But taking a detour?
The Frost Ring is the only entrance, and the dungeon's opening time is limited. There simply isn't enough time. All eyes once again turned to the figure in the team who had created a miracle, Lin Yi. Shen Honying took a deep breath, looked at Lin Yi, and said with unprecedented seriousness, "Lin Yi, you've seen the situation.
We don't have much time.
Forcing our way in would result in too many casualties, and we might not be able to open the secret realm in time.
Do you have any ideas?"
The wind and snow howled, and the icy valley was desolate.
Should we force a breakthrough, or find another way? The pressure once again fell on Lin Yi's shoulders. Chapter 81: Fainting to the east and striking in the west, cleverly entering the secret realm.
Lin Yi's gaze slowly swept across the entire entrance to the ice valley. The sleeping demonic ape, the runic glow of the trap, the location of the frost golem, the outline of the snow mound where the ninja was hiding high up. Finally, his gaze fell on the huge ice pillar that the ice-armored demonic ape was embracing, and behind the ice pillar, a relatively narrow ice crevice. "There is a way," Lin Yi said, "but it requires precise coordination and the margin for error is not high."
"Speak,"
Shen Honying said without hesitation, her eyes sharp.
"A feint to the east while attacking the west."
Lin Yi spoke faster, pointing to the other side of the entrance to the ice valley. That was a trap-heavy area far from the ice crevice, near a snow hill where ninjas from the Sakura Kingdom were hiding. "Senior Wang Chongshan, I need you to create an earthquake at that location, the bigger the better. The goal is to alert the demon ape, making it think the threat is coming from there, and at the same time, to distract those ninjas as much as possible."
Wang Chongshan's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood the intention. "Leave it to me. Earth-shaking strike plus earth pulse will be enough to give them a hard time."
"Senior Li Wei," Lin Yi turned to the bespectacled man, "your crossbow bolts are imbued with armor-piercing and fire runes. Concentrate your firepower and attack the ice armor under its armpits and at the joints the moment the demonic ape is startled and turns around. Don't aim for serious injury, just make it feel pain and completely draw its attention. At the same time, watch out for the ninjas on higher ground. If any peek out, suppress them first."
"Understood."
Weakness strike. Li Wei pushed up his glasses, and the runes on his crossbow instantly lit up, indicating that it was ready to fire. "Captain Zhao," Lin Yi said, looking at the burly man from Kunlun Academy, "please lead the Kunlun brothers to launch a feint attack in that direction while Senior Wang makes a commotion, making it appear as if you're launching a strong offensive. Make sure the momentum is strong enough to draw all the firepower of the demonic ape and the ninjas. Remember, it's a feint attack. Retreat immediately after contact and never linger in battle." Ha, good. Attracting hatred is my specialty. Brothers, get ready. Zhao Taizhu grinned, and his giant sword hummed. The Kunlun Academy team members immediately assumed a charging stance. Zhou Pang, Lin Yi's gaze finally fell on Zhou Pang, whose expression was constantly changing, and his tone left no room for doubt. Your task is the most important. Once the demonic ape is completely enraged, it is very likely to launch an area attack, such as War Stomp or Frost Breath. I need you to unleash the full power of Earth's fury at the crucial moment when we pass through the ice crevice. On top of the tremors created by Senior Wang Chongshan, add a powerful earth vein barrier to offset or weaken the area impact of the demonic ape as much as possible. This is the key barrier for the entire team to pass safely. Can you do it? Zhou Peng's face stiffened. He wanted to argue, but when he saw Shen Hongying's sharp gaze sweep over him and thought of Lin Yi's terrifying strength, he immediately dared not refuse. He gritted his teeth, braced himself, and growled, "Yes." Okay. Lin Yi nodded, without any unnecessary words, and finally looked at Shen Hongying and himself. Captain, you and I are responsible for leading the team to rush through that ice crevice at top speed the instant the demonic ape is completely attracted and its attention is completely diverted, and get straight to the bottom of the frost ring. The time window may only be a few seconds. Shen Hongying took a deep breath. Understood. Everyone, execute Lin Yi's plan. Prepare to move out. Earth-shaking strike. Earth pulse. Rise. Wang Chongshan roared, his entire body surging with earth-yellow spiritual energy, and he slammed his fists into the ground. Rumble. The entire entrance to the ice valley seemed to be violently shaken by an invisible giant hand. Centered on him, the ground rose and fell violently like waves and cracked. Roar. The sleeping ice-armored demon ape was completely awakened by this sudden commotion. It suddenly opened its eyes, and a violent rage instantly ignited within it. The massive head instantly turned in the direction from which the tremor and explosion were coming. Now! Kunlun Academy members, charge with me! Zhao Taizhu seized the opportunity and led the Kunlun Academy members to rush towards the trap explosion zone. It seemed they were truly going to launch a desperate, all-out attack to break through. Baka! Stop them, came the furious shouts of the Sakura Country ninja from above. They were shaken by Wang Chongshan's earthquake, their blood and chi surged, their formation was slightly disrupted, and their attention was drawn to the feint attack by Kunlun Academy. They instinctively wanted to show themselves and intercept the attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Li Wei's crossbow bolts seemed to have eyes, shooting accurately at the demonic ape. Put. Put. The crossbow bolt, imbued with powerful armor-piercing runes, pierced deep into the gaps in the ice armor. The fire runes erupted instantly, scorching the flesh inside. Awah! The ice-armored demon ape, in pain, roared in fury. It identified the explosion zone and the Kunlun troops that were charging as the culprits. A huge foot slammed heavily onto the ground. War trampling. Boom! A terrifying shockwave, mixed with shards of solid ice, swept towards Zhao Taizhu and his group. The ground was instantly covered with huge, spiderweb-like cracks. Retreat! Zhao Taizhu was prepared and roared, leading his team to retreat rapidly. Although they narrowly avoided the core area of the trampling, they were still shaken by the aftershocks, causing their blood and chi to surge. Almost at the same time as the demonic ape trampled. Zhou Peng! Earth Vein Barrier! Shen Hongying shouted sharply. Earth's Fury Earth Vein Guardian! Zhou Peng dared not be negligent, transforming all the frustration and fear in his heart into power, unleashing his full S-rank talent. The earthen yellow spiritual energy erupted and condensed into a massive energy barrier, slamming heavily into the front of the group. It collided violently with the shockwaves created by Wang Chongshan and the stomp of the demonic ape. Boom! The collision of the three forces unleashed a deafening roar. A violent surge of energy raged wildly, whipping up a storm of ice and snow. Zhou Peng's face turned deathly pale instantly, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The earth vein barrier trembled violently and was covered in cracks, but it ultimately did not break. The shockwave was neutralized, creating a brief gap. Let's go! Shen Hongying and Lin Yi shouted almost simultaneously. Flash of fireflies. Lin Yi was the first to move, transforming into a blurry silver light that shot straight into the narrow ice crevice. He held nothing back, his speed soaring to the limit. Shen Hongying followed closely behind, her crimson spear like an ice-breaking cone. Wherever the spear's light passed, several weak traps at the entrance to the ice crevice were instantly activated and forcibly destroyed. Keep up! Hurry! Li Wei shouted to the other team members as he retreated quickly. The Xinxia and Kunlun team members followed closely behind Shen Hongying and Lin Yi, rushing into the narrow ice crevice. The cold wind was even stronger inside the crevasse, with smooth, mirror-like ice walls towering into the clouds on both sides, and the light was dim. The traps did exist, but they were relatively sparse, and most of them were detected or avoided in advance by Shen Hongying's spear light and Lin Yi's precise star-mark thrust. Roar! Behind them came the roar of the ice-armored demon ape, the furious curses of the ninjas high above, and the sound of crossbow bolts piercing the air. However, the narrow ice crevice terrain greatly limited the ape's pursuit and the ninjas' ranged attack angles. A few seconds, a race against time. As the last Kunlun member rushed into the depths of the ice crevice, the ice-armored demon ape roared in charge to the entrance of the crevice. But its body was too large to squeeze into the narrow gap, and it could only futilely pound the ice wall with its giant fist. The wind and snow continued to howl through the ice crevices, but the deadly threat behind them had been temporarily averted. The team stopped in the crevasse, panting heavily, still shaken by the near-death experience. Shen Hongying looked at Lin Yi, then at the others, and said in a deep voice, "We've passed the first blockade. But this is just the beginning. The frost ring lies ahead, and the real battlefield is within the secret realm. Rest for a minute, check your status, and prepare to enter the secret realm." Chapter 82 Entering the Secret Realm, Frostwing Ice Crystal Falcon. A minute passes in the blink of an eye. Led by Shen Hongying and Lin Yi, the team quickly traversed the ice crevasse. Finally, the crevice came to an end. Suddenly, everything became clear. A colossal ice cave appeared before them. And in the very center of the ice cave, a huge, slowly rotating ice blue vortex that is the frost ring. Hiss! What terrifying cold! Li Wei's teeth chattered as he desperately activated the cold-resistant runes on his body. If we're exposed for too long, our spiritual power will freeze. This is the entrance to the Frostfall secret realm. Shen Hongying said, "Everyone, be alert. Once inside, the environment will only be worse than here. Lin Yi, your senses are sharp, stay close to me and pay attention to the warnings." Lin Yi nodded slightly. Walk! Without hesitation, the group stepped inside. Buzz! The icy blue light distorted violently before my eyes. The moment their feet touched solid ground again, an indescribable, terrifying chill instantly overwhelmed all their senses. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Before them lay no longer an ice cave, but a desolate yet magnificent ancient world, completely ruled by frost. Frostfall's secret realm. Beneath our feet lies a layer of ice that has remained frozen for millennia. The sky is perpetually leaden gray. As far as the eye can see, there are endless, towering icebergs. The icy spiritual energy permeating the air was so dense it was almost liquid. Every breath felt like inhaling countless tiny ice needles, piercing the lungs. The cold here is more than 10 times worse than on the outskirts of Frostfall Island. Several weaker team members couldn't help but groan, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Circulate your spiritual energy. Resist with all your might. Don't stop. Shen Hongying shouted sharply. The cold here is too intense. If your spiritual energy stops, you'll be frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. She unleashed an even stronger crimson spiritual power first. With a shake of her spear, a scorching wave of energy spread out, temporarily dispelling the blizzard and chill in a small area around her. Lin Yi also felt a heavy pressure. The starry sword hummed, and the starlight protection was operating at full power, barely managing to withstand the all-pervasive chill. Map. Shen Hongying quickly took out a specially made jade plate with faint flashing lights on it, indicating their location. In the center of the jade plate, a deep blue dot marks the target, the ice soul cold pool. Northeast, distance, the map is showing interference, so it's not accurate, but it's at least 50 kilometers away. Shen Hongying's expression was grave. This stretch of road will be extremely difficult. Everyone stay close. Wang Chongshan, bring up the rear. Lin Yi, you and I will take turns leading the way. Be vigilant. Besides the weather, the monsters in this godforsaken place are probably even more dangerous. She had barely finished speaking. A sharp, piercing cry suddenly came from the blizzard clouds above everyone's heads. Immediately afterwards, several huge shadows slammed down towards the center of the group. Those were several giant eagles with wingspans exceeding 10 meters. Frostwing Ice Crystal Falcon Elite. Level, 25. Attributes, Frost, Speed, Sharpness. Skills, Ice Crystal Dive, Frost Storm, Ice Blade Wings. Scatter. Defend. Shen Hongying shouted sharply.
Bah!
The ice crystal falcon let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings violently.
Countless ice blades shot out like a torrential rain. Ice blade wings. Hiss. Hiss. Hiss.
The dense, whooshing sound was chilling.
Shield defense immovable mountain.
Wang Chongshan roared, and the huge tower shield slammed heavily to the ground, transforming into a massive energy barrier.
Jingle bells.
The ice blades struck the barrier, producing a series of loud booms. The barrier trembled violently, and its surface was quickly covered with a layer of white frost.
Damn it!
The cold air is eroding my defenses.
Wang Chongshan's expression changed slightly as he felt his spiritual energy consumption suddenly increase.
On the other side, Zhao Taizhu wielded his greatsword, and the heavy sword energy formed a sword curtain, barely blocking the ice blades, but he was also forced to retreat repeatedly. Level 25 elite monsters are indeed difficult to deal with.
Ah!
A Kunlun team member who was a step slower screamed as he was pierced by several ice blades, and blood gushed from his thigh and shoulder.
Fireflies flash. Lin Yi teleported and pulled him backward. Star Vortex protection.
Buzz. The subsequent ice blades slammed into the barrier, and were mostly shredded by the rapidly spinning stardust.
Th. Thank you.
The team member's face was pale and his voice trembled. Lin Yi did not respond, his gaze fixed on the flock of ice crystal falcons. Their speed is too fast and their trajectory is unpredictable, making it difficult for ordinary ranged attacks to hit them accurately.
Li Wei. Mark the leader. Shen Hanying ordered. Understood.
The specially made marking runes on Li Wei's crossbow lit up instantly.
Just as the ice crystal falcon leader completed its ascent and adjusted its posture to prepare for a dive. Mark and lock on.
Li Wei shouted in a low voice, and a special crossbow bolt was fired silently at an astonishing speed.
Bah!
The ice crystal falcon leader was immediately marked.
Lin Yi.
Shen Hanying immediately looked at Lin Yi.
Leave it to me. Lin Yi understood immediately.
Once the mark was made, the cunning leader could no longer use its speed advantage to completely hide.
Fireflies flash. Lin Yi's figure vanished instantly as he rushed forward.
The height difference was instantly reduced.
Star Mark Thorn.
Buzz.
Fast. Accurate. Ruthless.
Sensing a deadly threat, the ice crystal falcon leader let out a terrified shriek, frantically flapping its wings in an attempt to block or change direction with its ice crystal feathers. But Lin Yi's sword strike was perfectly timed, angled, and executed with flawless speed.
Sizzle.
The silver light pierced through the ice crystal feather defense and penetrated deep into flesh and blood.
Screech.
The ice crystal falcon leader plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ice in the distance, and then fell silent. Slayed a level 25 elite monster, Frostwing Ice Crystal Falcon Leader.
Gained experience points. The leader is dead.
The remaining ice crystal falcons instantly lost their leader, their formation collapsed, and they let out panicked cries.
Great opportunity. Take them down.
Shen Hanying's spirit soared, and her crimson spear erupted with even more ferocious flames, tightly binding the nearest one.
Earth-shaking wave. Wang Chongshan seized the opportunity and slammed his giant shield into the ground, unleashing a shockwave of earthy yellow color. Wind arrow rapid fire.
Li Wei's crossbow bolts shot out like venomous snakes, aiming straight for the eyes of the unbalanced ice crystal falcon. Zhao Taizhu and his teammates roared and launched an attack, unleashing a barrage of ranged skills and sword energy into the air. Without the command and suppression of their leader, the remaining ice crystal falcons, though still fierce, were quickly defeated one by one. The last ice crystal falcon was pierced through the chest by Shen Hanying's spear and fell as an ice sculpture.
The battle is over. Shen Hanying walked to Lin Yi's side and exclaimed, "Well done."
That sword strike was the key.
If their leader doesn't die, it won't be easy for them to win.
Lin Yi shook his head slightly. This is just the beginning. The monsters here are much stronger than those outside, and they seem to have a sense of territory. If we kill the leader, it will cause too much noise and may attract even more trouble.
We must leave this area as soon as possible.
You're right. Shen Hanying immediately ordered, quickly gather the materials and then leave.
Li Wei, reposition the direction of the cold pool.
The team members sprang into action. A few minutes later, the team set off again. Chapter 83 Arrival at the frozen pool, the ice soul source crystal within reach. Under the leaden sky, the blizzard seemed to be intensifying.
Visibility was even lower.
Shen Hongying shouted, Li Wei, direction. Captain, confirmed. To the northeast, the distance, the interference is too strong to be precise, but the source of the fluctuation is in that direction, it shouldn't be far. Not far? Zhou Peng, panting heavily, couldn't help but complain upon hearing this. In a godforsaken place like this, even a kilometer feels like an insurmountable chasm. Those hairy bastards almost. Shut up! Shen Hongying interrupted him sharply. Instead of complaining, save your spiritual energy to keep warm. Lin Yi, lead the way. Wang Chongshan, bring up the rear, the rest of you stay in the middle, maintain a defensive formation, and advance at full speed. The team once again trekked across the vast ice plains. Lin Yi and Shen Hongying walked side by side at the front. Watch out! To the left front. Lin Yi suddenly shouted, his figure stopping instantly. Almost simultaneously, Shen Hongying's spear also suddenly pointed in the same direction. Suddenly, a seemingly flat patch of snow on the left front collapsed silently, revealing an ice cave several meters in diameter. Warning, high energy life signal detected. Attributes, frost, poison, stealth. Warning, energy intensity is approaching the Lord level threshold. The system's voice appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Retreat. Shen Hongying didn't hesitate. She swept her spear horizontally, and a blazing spear light blasted towards the entrance of the ice cave, trying to force out what was inside. Boom! The spear's edge struck the ice wall, shattering into countless ice shards. A huge black shadow suddenly darted out. Ice Crystal Python Quasi-Lord. Level, 28. Attributes, Frost, Poison, Strangulation. Skills, Frost Breath Violent Poison, Ice Crystal Armor Defense Reflect Damage, Death Coil, Stealth Ambush. Status, Enraged. Level 28. Approaching Lord level. Wang Chongshan gasped. Hiss. The giant ice serpent hissed, its massive body suddenly leaping forward, charging straight towards the center of the group. Its target is the Kunlun team members. You beast, don't even think about it. Zhao Taizhu roared, his eyes bloodshot, as he swung his greatsword to intercept him. However, the giant python was too fast and its strength was terrifying. The enormous snake tail lashed out with tremendous force. Bang! Zhao Taizhu was sent flying backwards, sword and all. The giant python continued its relentless advance, its icy poison cascading like a waterfall, instantly enveloping the terrified team member. No! The Kunlun team member closed his eyes in despair. At this critical moment, fireflies flash. Lin Yi's figure appeared in front of the team member as if by teleportation, and at the same time. Star Vortex Protection. Activate. Buzz. The dazzling starlight suddenly surged. Hiss hiss hiss. The highly toxic, icy breath slammed into Xingxuan's protective shield. A piercing corrosive sound rang out instantly. Attacked by icy breath deadly poison. Star Vortex Protection suffers severe corrosion. Spiritual energy depletion accelerates. Warning, highly toxic freezing gas has seeped in. Health is slowly decreasing. The immense impact caused the hard ice beneath Lin Yi's feet to crack inch by inch. Lin Yi's face instantly paled. Having hastily withstood the full force of a level 28 Quasi-Lord's breath attack, the pressure was far greater than before. However, the Star Vortex protective barrier did not break as a result. Lin Yi! Shen Hongying exclaimed in shock and fury, her crimson spear erupting with towering flames. Kill! The spear, glowing with fiery light like a crimson meteor, slammed fiercely towards the giant ice crystal python. The giant python seemed to sense a threat. It suddenly tilted its huge head to the side, stopped spewing its breath, and twisted its body violently. Boom! The heaven-burning spear struck the middle of the snake's body, exploding into a huge ball of flame. Hissing. The giant python roared in pain, and its huge tail, accompanied by a gust of wind, lashed out at Shen Hongying like a giant whip. Shen Hongying had no time to dodge and could only parry with her spear. Bang! The immense force forced Shen Hongying backward, her hands splitting open, and the spear humming incessantly. Li Wei, your weakness. Lin Yi shouted sharply. Understood. Eyes and mouth. Li Wei's voice was more solemn than ever before. A burst of light flashed from the crossbow, an especially made bolt engraved with armor-piercing runes instantly locked onto the giant python's jaws. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt transformed into a streak of black light and hurtled forward. Xingli! Stardust of annihilation. Buzz.
The suspended star-glass sword instantly disintegrated, transforming into billions of condensed silver streams of light.
Hiss 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 hiss. The sound of rapid piercing echoed across the icy plains. The giant python's vertical pupil was instantly pierced by several stardust fragments and exploded. The inside of his mouth was torn to shreds by the violent stardust, leaving it a bloody mess. Hiss hiss hiss. The giant ice crystal python let out a shrill scream, its massive body twisting wildly. Severely injured, the ice crystal python quasi-lord.
Blinded. Mouth severely damaged. Mobility significantly reduced. An opportunity. Go all out.
Shen Hanying's eyes shone brightly. She steadied herself, and the crimson spear once again burst forth with scorching light, piercing straight into the giant python's belly.
Wang Chongshan roared and unleashed the earth-shaking wave, the earth-yellow shockwave slamming into the snake's body and further disrupting its balance.
Zhao Taizhu picked up the giant sword and, leading the Kunlun team, unleashed a barrage of ranged attacks on the giant python. Having lost its sight and suffered severe oral injuries, the intense pain rendered it unable to effectively fight back or defend itself.
Under the relentless barrage of attacks from the crowd, the powerful quasi-lord level monster's struggles grew weaker and weaker.
Finally, with a mournful cry of despair, the giant python's massive body collapsed onto the ice, and then fell silent.
Slayed a level 28 quasi-lord monster, the ice crystal python. Gained experience points.
A chilling notification rang in everyone's minds, and they all breathed a sigh of relief.
Lin Yi. How are you?
Shen Hanying rushed to Lin Yi's side immediately, her eyes filled with concern and lingering fear.
If Lin Yi hadn't blocked that deadly breath in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's nothing, I just used up a lot of energy.
Lin Yi shook his head, quickly took out a spirit-nourishing pill and swallowed it.
Let's get out of here quickly, the smell of blood is too strong. Yes, let's go.
Shen Hanying immediately ordered.
Li Wei, confirm the location of the cold pool.
Everyone else, those who can move, take the wounded and leave immediately.
Captain. It's just ahead. Less than 3 kilometers. The fluctuations are extremely strong. Hope is just around the corner.
With renewed spirits, everyone pushed through their exhaustion and pain and continued onward. After crossing a low ice hill, the scenery suddenly changed. A huge, bottomless, icy pool appeared before them.
This is the Ice Soul Cold Pool.
However, on the bank of the cold pool, less than 100 meters from the water, a huge creature was found looming.
Mystic Ice Crystal Armor Beast Lord level. Level 30.
Attributes: Frost, Defense, Strength.
Skills? Unknown. 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 Status: Sleeping Guardian.
Behind the colossal beast's coiled body, near the edge of the pool, a cluster of ice crystals emitted a faint blue light, quietly exuding a deadly aura, the Ice Soul Source Crystal.
The goal is right in front of us.
However, it was firmly protected by a sleeping level 30 Frost Lord.
Chapter 84: A fleeting moment of eternity reappears, Ice Soul Source Crystal acquired.
The shore of the cold pool was deathly silent.
Level 30 Lord Mystic Ice Crystal Armor Beast.
The pressure emanating from it even in its dormant state was incredibly powerful.
Gulp.
Zhou Peng swallowed hard, his face turning pale.
A level 30 Lord is simply not someone their team can confront head-on. Forcibly disturbing it will absolutely result in total annihilation.
Wang Chongshan's palms were covered in cold sweat as he gripped the giant shield tightly. Zhao Tieju's greatsword also lowered slightly involuntarily, and Li Wei's fingers trembled slightly as he pushed up his glasses.
Shen Hanying's expression became extremely solemn.
She stared intently at the giant beast and the ice soul crystal that was within reach, her eyes filled with resentment. After a grueling 50-kilometer trek through life and death, with several near-death experiences, the destination was just ahead, only to be blocked by an insurmountable iceberg.
Captain.
Wang Chongshan's voice was hoarse. A direct confrontation has no chance of winning.
This is a consensus among everyone.
Shen Hanying took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down.
Lin Yi, Shen Hanying's voice was extremely low, carrying a hint of barely perceptible hope. Is there any possibility?
Lin Yi did not answer immediately. His mind raced.
Storm?
They are doomed to die. No one present could withstand the full force of a level 30 Lord's attack.
Sneak?
The mystic ice crystal armor beast has an extremely keen sense of ice energy, making it nearly impossible to stealthily navigate within its territory, and the ice soul source crystal is within its reach.
Draw them away? Who can distract them? Can they escape unscathed if they are distracted? How can we ensure that it doesn't instantly come back to defend us after we've lured it away? A feint attack? It needs an east that can truly threaten it in order to create enough opportunities for the west. Who in the team has this ability? Conventional methods are almost impossible. The only variable is...
Lin Ye's gaze turned serious as he made his decision. Yes, Lin Yi finally spoke, his voice eerily calm.
One word made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. What method? Shen Hongying pressed, holding her breath. I'm here to retrieve the source crystal.
Lin Ye's gaze passed over the giant beast and locked onto the cluster of ice crystals. All of you, retreat behind that ice mound.
No matter what happens, do not come out or look back. What? Zhou Peng exclaimed, are you going to your death alone? If you alert it, we'll all be. Shut up.
Shen Hongying interrupted him sharply, but her eyes were also filled with shock and disbelief as she looked at Lin Yi.
Lin Yi. You, what are you planning to do? That thing is a lord. Level 30.
I know, Lin Yi's voice remained calm. So you must get out of there immediately, as far away as possible.
Trust me this once. Captain. Don't trust him. He's gone mad.
Zhou Peng was still shouting.
Let's go.
Shen Hongying gritted her teeth and made a decision. She gave Lin Yi a deep look.
Come back alive.
After saying that, she turned around without hesitation. Everyone, retreat with me.
Quickly. Execute the order.
Although Wang Chongshan and Zhao Taizhu were equally astonished and suspicious, they had no choice but to trust Lin Yi. The group immediately led their respective teammates and retreated behind the ice mound. Zhou Peng was dragged away by Wang Chongshan, his face still showing shock, anger, and confusion. Behind the ice mound, everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding. Shen Hongying gripped her spear tightly, her knuckles turning white, staring intently at the scene by the icy pool through the cracks in the ice mound. The wind and snow seemed to have stopped at that moment. Lin Yi stood alone, 100 meters away from the sleeping behemoth. Xingli, Yiling, get ready, Lin Yi whispered to himself.
Finally they're getting serious?
This mere reptile, I'll crush it. Xingli's voice carried a hint of excitement.
Master, be careful. Yiling's thoughts conveyed worry and reliance. The next moment, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes. A fleeting moment eternity. Boom!
An indescribable, terrifying power, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. A blazing, domineering golden light spread out instantly from Lin Yi's center.
Time was forcibly frozen for the fourth time. The sweeping snowstorm was frozen in mid-air.
The falling ice crystals are like diamonds embedded in space.
The ripples on the surface of the cold pool solidified into eternal patterns.
The whole world seemed to have been put on pause.
The golden keyword fleeting eternity is activated. Duration, 3 minutes. Effect, all sword skills and ultimate techniques have their cooldowns reset to 0. Spirit power consumption is reduced to 0. Sword Maiden backlash is reduced to 0. Unlimited release. Xingli. Give it your all. Target Ice Soul Source Crystal. Those who stand in your way slay them. Eternal night withers. Open. Buzz. A vast dark domain erupted suddenly, instantly covering the entire frozen pool area. Extreme cold and deathly silence descend. Fireflies flash.
Lin Yi's figure transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly appearing before the Ice Soul Source Crystal.
Get out here! Lin Yi gave a low shout and forcibly separated the Ice Soul Source Crystal from the Ice Crystal cluster. Obtain key material, Ice Soul Crystal X1 Legendary. Almost the instant the Ice Soul Source Crystal was obtained. Roar! The mystic Ice Crystal Armor Beast has awakened. Its vertical pupils were fixed on Lin Yi. An overwhelming killing intent swept over them like a tsunami.
The surrounding ice layer cracked inch by inch.
Time resumed its flow.
The moment the giant beast raised its claw to strike, Lin Yi's figure transformed into a streak of light, once more the flowing firefly flash. They narrowly avoided the giant claws.
Boom!
The giant claw slammed down, sending ice shards flying, and a huge crater appeared where Lin Yi had just stood.
Stardust of annihilation. Kill. Lin Yi didn't linger in the fight.
While dodging, the starry sword instantly shattered, turning into billions of streams of deathlight. These streams didn't attack the giant beast's body, but instead swept towards the ice layer under its feet and behind it. Hiss 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 hiss. The hard, dark ice was easily shattered by the stardust. The ice layer collapsed and shattered on a large scale. The massive body of the Xianbing crystal armor beast instantly lost its balance and crashed into the collapsing ice pit. Countless ice blocks rained down on it, which, while not causing fatal injuries, effectively hindered its pursuit. Roar! The behemoth roared furiously in the ice pit, struggling frantically in an attempt to escape. Go! Lin Yi didn't stop at all. Taking advantage of the precious few seconds that the giant beast was temporarily trapped, he increased his speed to the limit. Lin Yi unleashed a series of flashes, his figure transforming into a blurry silver streak as he shot towards the ice mound where Shen Hongying and the others were hiding. Behind the ice mound, Shen Hongying and the others were already incredibly shocked. When they saw Lin Yi appear on the ice hill, holding the ice soul source crystal tightly in his hand, everyone, including Shen Hongying, was completely petrified. Did he really do it? They forcibly seized the ice soul source crystal right under the nose of a level 30 lord. What are you standing there for? Run! Lin Ye's voice was urgent. No sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening roar came from behind him as the ice was completely ripped apart, followed by the furious roar of the Xianbing crystal armor beast. It's free! Run! Shen Hongying was the first to react, shouting sharply, her voice trembling. Without hesitation, she turned around and ran as fast as she could in the direction away from the icy pool. The others, as if waking from a dream, unleashed their survival instincts and desperately followed. Chapter 85 Frostfall Core acquired, mission successfully completed. The shadow of death clung to the rear of the group like a maggot clinging to its bones. The speed of the Xianbing crystal armor beast far exceeded everyone's expectations. Each heavy footstep caused the ice field to tremble, and the distance between them continued to shrink. The terrifying pressure was like a solid ice spike, piercing the backs of everyone present. No! If this continues, we'll all be caught. Zhao Taizhu roared as he ran. Split up and run. Every one of us who can survive is one more. Zhou Peng screamed in terror, his eyes frantically scanning the surrounding terrain, clearly wanting to escape on his own. Shut up! Shen Hongying shouted sharply, but her heart sank to the bottom. Faced with an absolute difference in speed and power, any tactic seems pale and powerless. If you split up, you'll only get picked off one by one. At this critical moment. Follow me. Lin Ye's voice carried an undeniable force. He suddenly changed direction. Instead of continuing to run in a straight line, he rushed towards a narrow ice crevice downstream of the icy pool, hidden by a huge icicle. The entrance to the ice crevice was extremely well hidden, covered by hanging icicles and snow. If Lin Yi hadn't been so perceptive, it would have been extremely difficult to detect. Quick! Go in! Lin Yi shouted to those behind him as he entered the ice crevice first. Shen Hongying followed without hesitation. Wang Chongshan, Li Wei, Zhao Taizhu, and others grasped at this as if it were a lifeline, desperately squeezing into the narrow ice crevice. Zhou Peng lagged behind, and seeing the relentless shadow of the giant beast, he was terrified and scrambled into the ice crevice. Just as Zhou Peng plunged into the crevasse. Boom! The massive head of the Xianbing crystal armor beast slammed into the ice wall above the entrance to the ice crevice. Countless huge blocks of ice crashed down like meteorites, instantly sealing off the entrance. The heavy impact caused the entire crevasse to shake violently, with ice chips falling in a flurry. Roar! The beast's furious roar was muffled by the thick ice. But the resentment and murderous intent within still sent chills down one's spine. It frantically rammed into the giant ice, trying to break open the entrance. But that's not possible for now. The crevice was completely dark, with only the heavy breathing of the group and the dull thuds of impacts coming from outside the ice. The narrow space was packed with people, and the air seemed to freeze. Is it safe for now? Li Wei's voice trembled as he fumbled to light a dim psionic lamp. The dim light illuminated the still shaken faces of the crowd. Safe my ass. That thing is still smashing things outside. How long can this ice hold? Zhou Peng slumped to the ground. Damn it, if Lin Yi hadn't risked his life, we wouldn't be. Shut up. Shen Hongying glared at Zhou Peng. The gazes of the others also turned colder. Upon seeing this, Zhou Peng immediately fell silent. Shen Hongying said in a deep voice, Lin Yi, thank goodness you found this place. But, we're trapped. Everyone else also looked at Lin Yi. In this series of events, Lin Yi unknowingly replaced Shen Hongying and became the backbone of the people. Lin Yi did not turn around. With the assistance of the myriad swords diagram, his mental energy was carefully probing the depths of the ice crevice.
The entrance is blocked, and going back the way we came is impossible.
That thing outside won't leave anytime soon.
If we want to survive, we have to go in and see if there's another exit.
He paused, then pointed to the depths of the ice crevice. Moreover, I sensed strong fluctuations of ice-type energy below, somewhat similar to the ice soul source crystal, but it is more profound and restrained, carrying a chilling sense of annihilation.
A chilling aura of annihilation?
Shen Hongying and Wang Chongshan exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. This description instantly reminded them of one thing: the frost meteor core.
Could it be? Shen Hongying's voice was tinged with excitement. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Yi decided immediately.
Rather than being trapped here waiting to die, it's better to actively seek a way to survive and potential goals. The ice crevice meandered downwards, becoming deeper and deeper, and the cold grew increasingly biting, even diminishing the effectiveness of cold-resistant medicines. The surrounding ice walls were no longer pure white, but instead presented a deep, dark blue, as if they contained the essence of millennia-old ice.
After walking for about 15 minutes, the narrow crevice suddenly opened up.
In the center of the ice cave, instead of the expected exit, lay a branch of a bottomless, icy pool. The pool water was as black as ink, emanating a chill even more terrifying than that outside. Just getting close to it felt like one's soul was about to freeze. On the ice wall at the edge of the cold pool, there are 3 irregularly shaped crystals about the size of a fist.
Item found, Frostfall Core X3. Quality, legendary rare item material.
Attributes, frost, stars, annihilation, origin. Description: a wondrous artifact born in the core area of the Frostfall secret realm, containing a trace of the primordial energy and icy power remaining from the shattering of the ancient ice god's dojo. It is a precious material for forging top-tier ice-type artifacts, cultivating special techniques, or completing specific rituals.
Status, unowned. Frost meteor cores.
They really are frost meteor cores. Shen Hongying couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes filled with shock.
And there are 3 of them at once.
Wang Chongshan, Li Wei, and others also showed joy on their faces. Lin Yi stepped forward and carefully used the tip of the Starglass sword, along with his spiritual power, to peel the 3 frost meteor cores off the ice wall.
Item obtained, Frostfall Core X3 Legendary. I've got what the principal wanted.
Lin Yi carefully put away the core, but his brow remained furrowed.
The problem now is, where's the way out? Everyone's gaze once again fell upon the bottomless, pitch-black pool. The chill emanates from there. Could the true core of the ice soul cold pool lie beneath this pool? Is the way out below? Who dares to go down? Just when everyone was at a loss.
Master, there's a path below. It's very cold, but you can walk on it. A faint but clear thought entered Lin Yi's mind.
It was Yi Ling.
After absorbing the immense cold power of the ice soul crystal, Yi Ling's spirit seemed to have a stronger affinity and perception for the extreme cold here. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he looked at the dark pool. There's a path below.
What? Everyone was shocked.
This water, if you go in, you'll freeze into an ice sculpture instantly.
Zhou Peng exclaimed in horror. If you're looking to die, don't drag me down with you. Believe it or not.
Lin Yi ignored him and looked at Shen Hongying.
Captain, I'm going down to scout ahead. You all stay up here and keep watch.
If I don't come back up within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear.
No. It's too dangerous.
Shen Hongying immediately objected. The coldness of this pool was terrifying. Even when she got close, she felt her spiritual energy flow become sluggish.
This is our only hope.
The power of the ice soul crystal can protect me for a moment. Lin Yi took out the dark blue crystal. The light it emitted seemed to neutralize some of the coldness of the pool water.
Trust me.
Looking into Lin Yi's determined eyes and thinking of the miracles he had created along the way, Shen Hongying bit her lip and finally nodded heavily.
Watch out. We're waiting for you.
Lin Yi said no more, gripped the ice soul source crystal tightly in his palm, and took a deep breath. With his body enveloped in starlight and activated to its maximum, Lin Yi leaped into the icy pool.
It's so cold. The biting cold instantly engulfed Lin Yi. It was 100 times stronger than any before.
The starlight protecting Xingxuan dimmed at a visible speed, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. The night feather in his arms emanated a strong chill, but at the same time, a pure power of ice essence surged from the source crystal, struggling to resist the terrifying cold force from the outside world. Lin Yi endured the pain and used all his strength to activate the myriad swords diagram to sense the direction. Following the faint senses guided by Yi Ling, he dived into the whirlpool deep within the pool. Above the ice cave, time seemed to stand still. Shen Hongying and the others stared intently at the calm, dark surface of the pool, each second feeling as long as a year. Just as Shen Hongying was about to rush down. Whoosh! The water in the pool broke open, and Lin Yi's figure suddenly darted out, landing on the ice. Although Lin Yi was covered in thick frost and his lips were blue from the cold, his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Found it! There's a teleportation array below. It leads to the outer edge of the secret realm. Chapter 86 Successful Escape, Shen Hongying's Worries. Lin Yi's words were like a thunderclap, instantly igniting hope. A teleportation array? Shen Hongying suddenly stood up. Are you sure? Confirmed. Lin Yi wiped the frost from his face, his tone resolute. It's deep at the bottom of the pool, covered by ice, but the energy fluctuations are very clear, originating from the same source as the frost ring at the entrance. It should be an emergency exit or backup teleportation point for the secret realm. However, he paused, looking at the dark pool. It requires energy to start, and the water in the pool is extremely cold. The fewer people who go down, the faster it will start. All eyes were on Lin Yi, filled with the hope of surviving a disaster. Zhou Peng opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to question, but seeing Lin Yi's expression, he ultimately didn't dare to utter a sound. All right. Shen Hongying made a decisive decision without any hesitation. Lin Yi, you know the situation best. You go down and activate the teleportation array. We'll provide support from above. Once the teleportation beam rises, jump down immediately. Everyone, prepare to enter the water. Maximize your spiritual energy protection. Drink another bottle of cold resistance potion. The order was given, and no one questioned it. Having gone through all that had happened, Lin Yi earned absolute trust through his abilities. Wang Chongshan, Zhao Taizhu, and the others immediately took action, swallowing the medicine again and circulating their spiritual power to its limit. Lin Yi took a deep breath, the cold air stinging his lungs. He gripped the ice soul crystal tightly once more and leaped into the icy pool without hesitation. This time, with a clear goal and path, Lin Yi acted much faster. He darted to the bottom of the pool like a nimble fish. The area covered by ice soon came into view. Lin Yi activated the star-glass sword, and a dazzling starlight condensed at the tip of the sword star-mark thrust. Laugh! A small hole was precisely pierced through the hard ice layer, revealing an ancient runic array beneath that emitted gentle spatial fluctuations. There is a noticeable groove in the center of the magic circle. Without hesitation, Lin Yi pressed the Ice Soul Source crystal in his hand into the groove. Buzz! The Ice Soul crystal instantly erupted with an unprecedented deep blue light. The immense icy energy seemed to have found an outlet, surging wildly into the patterns of the magic array. The ancient runes were lit up one by one, and the icy blue light penetrated the pool water, illuminating the entire bottom of the pool like a dreamlike crystal palace. The light grew brighter and brighter, and a thick, ice-blue beam of light suddenly shot up from the center of the magic array at the bottom of the pool, piercing through the thick pool water and shooting straight at the dome of the ice cave. A beam of light. The teleportation array has been activated. On the ice cave, Li Wei was the first to point at the surface of the pool and shout excitedly. A beam of icy blue light, several meters in diameter, burst forth from the water. It emitted strong spatial fluctuations, temporarily dispelling the surrounding chill in one area. Jump! Shen Hongying shouted and was the first to leap into the pillar of light. The figure was instantly swallowed by the light. Quick! Follow! Wang Chongshan and Zhao Taizhu followed closely behind, leading their respective teams into the beam of light without hesitation. Looking at the bottomless pool and the violent spatial energy, Zhou Peng's eyes flashed with fear and hesitation. But urged on by Wang Chongshan's angry roar as he turned around, he finally gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and jumped in. The last team member disappeared into the beam of light. Almost at the same time they disappeared. Boom! The massive ice blocking the entrance to the ice cave was shattered by a brute force. The Xianbing crystal armor beast, filled with boundless rage, strode in, its cold, vertical pupils scanning the empty ice cave before finally locking onto the teleportation beam in the pool. Roar! A deafening roar echoed wildly through the empty ice cave, shaking the ice walls, but it could no longer reach the fleeing prey. After the intense dizziness and feeling of being pulled apart, I felt my feet firmly on the ground. The biting chill vanished abruptly, replaced by a relatively mild atmosphere with a faint scent of grass and trees. Lin Yi opened his eyes and was greeted by the edge of a lush, ancient forest. Sunlight filters through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns, while birdsong is crisp and melodious. They were teleported to a forested area near the coast of Frostfall Island, not far from the teleportation array to return. "We're out! We're out!" a member of the Kunlun Academy shouted excitedly, his voice choked with emotion. "Phew!" Shen Hanying breathed a long sigh of relief, her tense nerves finally relaxing. She looked at Lin Yi with a complex expression, which finally turned into a heavy sentence. "Lin Yi, this time, it all depends on you." Wang Chongshan, Li Wei, Zhao Taizhu, and the others looked at Lin Yi with sincere admiration and gratitude. Without Lin Yi, they would have had no chance of venturing deep into the icy pool to obtain the source crystal, let alone finding a way out while being pursued by a lord-level demon. Zhou Peng's expression shifted, but in the end he simply lowered his head, not daring to meet Lin Yi's gaze. "It's good that the mission is accomplished," Lin Yi replied calmly. His face was still somewhat pale. The continuous use of eternal moment and resistance to extreme cold had taken a heavy toll. "We can't stay here any longer." Shen Hanying quickly regained her captain's composure. "Return to the academy immediately." "Lin Yi, your condition." Lin Yi shook his head slightly. "It's nothing, just overexertion, I just need to rest." Shen Hanying frowned, looking at his pale face, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. She stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yi's wrist without saying a word. "It felt icy cold to the touch, as if I were holding a piece of cold iron that had just been pulled out of an icy pool." The spiritual energy surging beneath her skin was extremely chaotic, carrying a weak, trembling quality reminiscent of someone who had been overdrawn. "You call this harmless?" Shen Hanying's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable severity. A flicker of heartache flashed in her beautiful eyes, a feeling she herself was unaware of. "Your spiritual energy is almost depleted. And this chill, it's seeping into your bones. Come with me." Without saying a word, she pulled Lin Yi and headed into the depths of the forest. Lin Yi tried to break free, but the immense emptiness surging deep within his body made him feel unsteady on his feet. He was unable to resist Shen Hanying's strength and could only lean against her as she took him away. "Captain?" Wang Chongshan was taken aback. "Find a safe place to rest. Lin Yi and I will go treat his injuries and be back soon," Shen Hanying said without turning her head, her tone leaving no room for argument. Zhou Peng watched the two figures leave, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes, but he dared not say anything. Zhao Taizhu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi's condition was indeed worrying. "I'd been here before. There's a hot spring nearby that should be good for your condition," Shen Hanying said as she led Lin Yi through the dense ancient forest. A moment later, she keenly sensed a trace of warm, moist air. Parting the layers of hanging vines, a secluded small hot spring suddenly appeared before our eyes. The hot spring is small, steaming, and crystal clear. "Great, here it is." Shen Hanying released Lin Yi and pointed to the hot spring. "Go down and use the hot spring water to dispel the remaining cold in your body and regulate your disordered spiritual energy. This is the fastest way." Lin Yi looked at the steaming spring water, then at Shen Hanying. At this moment, Shen Hanying had a few strands of wet hair stuck to her forehead from the previous battle and escape. In the hazy glow of the water vapor, she shed the fierceness of the battlefield, gaining an indescribable charm and allure. "You." Lin Yi had just opened his mouth when Shen Hanying interrupted him. "Stop talking nonsense. Get down here." She stepped forward and reached out to unbutton Lin Yi's shirt. His movements were bold and without the slightest hesitation. "I can do it myself." Lin Yi subconsciously took a step back, his voice a little strained. Shen Hanying paused, looked up at him, and her red lips curled into a playful smile. "What? The renowned dragon slayer of Great Xia, the top freshman, are you afraid of my gaze? Where is your courage to confront a lord on the battlefield?" Instead of stopping, she moved even closer, almost touching Lin Yi's body, her breath sweet as orchids. "Or, are you hiding something?" Chapter 87 Sudden Impulse. A beautiful atmosphere instantly filled the space around the hot spring. Lin Yi could clearly see her eyelashes so close to his face, and feel the pressure of her chest rising and falling slightly with her breath. A surge of heat rose uncontrollably, instantly dispelling the chill within. "Humph, stupid woman, what do you want?" Xingli's voice, filled with dissatisfaction, rang in Lin Yi's mind, and the sword hummed slightly. Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the strange, churning sensation. He stopped talking and started working, deftly tearing off his ripped shirt to reveal his muscular upper body. Shen Hongying's gaze swept over him without any hesitation, finally settling on the frostbite, her eyes narrowing slightly.
She didn't say anything more, watching Lin Yi step into the hot spring, but an inexplicable impulse welled up in her heart.
Lin Yi sat cross-legged in the spring water. The warm water enveloped his tired body, allowing his tense nerves to relax slightly. He closed his eyes and began to guide the faint spiritual energy within his body, attempting to untangle the chaotic meridians.
Shen Hongying did not leave.
She walked to the hot spring, squatted down, and stretched out her slender fingers to test the water temperature. Then, she did something bold that Lin Yi didn't expect. She started to take off her tight-fitting clothes. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes and saw Shen Hongying casually tossing her coat on the shore.
You? Lin Yi's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice a little dry. What are you looking at? Shen Hongying glanced at him.
She kicked off her boots, leaving her in only black underwear and tight shorts. With a soft plop, Shen Hongying stepped into the hot spring and sat down opposite Lin Yi. The warm water rose instantly, just covering her chest. The rising steam made her cheeks slightly flushed, and a few strands of damp hair clung to her neck, adding a touch of sexiness.
Don't overthink it.
Shen Hongying leaned against the smooth stone and sighed comfortably. With her eyes closed, her long legs stretched out freely in the clear water, almost touching Lin Yi's calves. I also need to recover. This spring water is quite effective. The two sat facing each other, separated by the misty water vapor. Lin Yi forced himself to calm his mind and focus on the circulation of spiritual energy within his body.
But Shen Hongying's presence was just too strong.
She could feel Lin Yi's gaze, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Instead of concealing it, she adjusted her posture in the water.
The varying shades of the scenery become even more alluring as the water ripples. What? Chief Lin, have you seen enough?
Shen Hongying suddenly opened her eyes, looking directly at Lin Yi with a hint of mischief.
Or, are you thinking about things you shouldn't be thinking about?
Lin Yi's eyes darkened, and the suppressed heat within him and his tense nerves from the past few days were like dry tinder that had been ignited. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Shen Hongying's ankle, which was right in front of him. Shen Hongying's body stiffened abruptly, and she let out a short, startled cry, "Ah!
What are you doing?"
She tried to break free, but Lin Yi's hand was like an iron clamp, not moving an inch. Lin Yi followed her smooth calves, his gaze fixed intently upwards.
He pulled hard. Whoosh!
Water splashes everywhere. Caught off guard, Shen Hongying was pulled towards Lin Yi by a tremendous force. Her soft body crashed solidly into Lin Yi's chest. The amazing elasticity and warm touch caused both of them to tremble violently at the same time.
Ugh! Shen Hongying's exclamation was choked back.
Lin Yi had already forcefully wrapped his other arm around her, tightly imprisoning her in his embrace. There was almost no gap between them.
Water droplets dripped down Shen Hongying's cheeks.
She tilted her head slightly, her red lips less than an inch away from Lin Yi. Lin Yi, Shen Hongying's voice trembled slightly. It wasn't fear, but a thrill that had been ignited. Her body went slightly limp, and the force of her struggles resembled a reluctant yet welcoming friction. Lin Yi looked down at the thorny rose in his arms. The wildness in her eyes did not fade. Instead, it ignited a different, even more intense flame.
Captain Shen, Lin Yi's voice was low and terribly hoarse. It's not about what I want to do, it's about what you want to do.
Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly lowered his head and fiercely captured Shen Hongying's alluring red lips.
Wah-ah!
Shen Hongying's body tensed up instantly, then softened completely as if all her strength had been drained away.
After the initial shock, an even stronger surge of emotion overwhelmed her.
Instead of pushing her away, she let out a muffled whimper. Then, she wrapped her arms around Lin Yi and responded passionately. Neither of them had any experience, but at this moment, they were exceptionally passionate.
Snap!
A soft click, like a switch being turned on to release some kind of constraint.
However, just as the two were lost in their passion. Humph! Shameless!
Xing Li's angry voice exploded in Lin Yi's mind.
Lin Yi's movements suddenly froze.
Shen Hongying also regained a sliver of clarity in an instant. She looked at Lin Yi's face, which was so close to hers, and then looked down at herself. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks and neck.
Shame, frustration, and a lingering sense of emptiness intertwined.
She shoved Lin Yi away abruptly, shrinking into the water, glaring at him fiercely, her voice hoarse with lingering desire and shame. Lin Yi. You bastard.
Lin Yi's thoughts instantly cooled down.
Looking at Shen Hongying, who was filled with shame and anger, and feeling Xing Li's anger and Yi Ling's bewildered confusion in his mind, he felt a mess of emotions. The raging anger within him receded like the tide, leaving only deep exhaustion and a touch of embarrassment. Shen Hongying quickly turned her back and fumbled to rebutton her clothes, her movements carrying a hint of barely perceptible panic.
Lin Yi remained silent, watching her intently.
A moment later, Shen Hongying's voice came, carrying a deliberately feigned distance. How are you feeling?
Can you walk now?
She had her back to Lin Yi, as if nothing had happened. Lin Yi felt his body's condition. The spring water did indeed dispel most of the cold, and the depleted spiritual energy was restored.
Much better, I can move around now. Then let us go.
Shen Hongying was the first to get up and leap out of the hot spring. Shen Hongying quickly turned her back and fumbled to button her clothes again. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure in silence. Xing Li's thoughts were as cold as frost. Foolish impulse.
Is your power meant to make you wallow in this? Don't forget Yi Ling, don't forget your path. Yi Ling's dazed consciousness also came through, filled with pure curiosity. Master? Sister Hongying? Hot water? Just now, bitten?
This naive question made Lin Yi's forehead twitch, and he felt even more embarrassed. Lin Yi got up and followed behind Shen Hongying. The two walked silently through the ancient forest, one in front of the other and a few steps apart. Shen Hongying walked very fast, her back straight, with an almost stubborn and tough posture, as if she wanted to use speed to shake off everything that had just happened. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the wet ends of her hair, and looking at the blush that had not yet faded from the base of her ears, the slight irritation in his heart strangely settled down and transformed into a deeper sense of inquiry. This woman, who was brave and fearless on the battlefield and commanded with composure, was thrown into disarray by a kiss and forced to remain calm.
Just now.
Lin Yi's voice rang out in the silent forest, breaking the suffocating silence. Shen Hongying stopped abruptly, but did not turn around. Her shoulders were visibly tense. Shut up, she hissed, her voice carrying a barely perceptible sharpness.
Nothing happened just now. It was an accident. Mission accomplished, we should go back. An accident?
Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, took a few steps forward, and almost stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Captain Shen, when you were taking off my clothes, it didn't seem like an accident. And when you jumped into the hot spring, it didn't seem like an accident either.
Chapter 88 Return.
His voice was deep, carrying a blunt questioning tone. Shen Hongying suddenly turned her head and glared at him. Those usually sharp, hawk-like eyes now flashed with shame, anger, and a hint of embarrassment at being exposed.
Lin Yi. Are you provoking me?
Her voice rose, carrying the authority of a captain, trying to intimidate him with her status.
Don't forget your place. The mission comes first, everything else is unimportant.
She emphasized the words, not important, but it seemed more like she was trying to convince herself. Lin Yi stopped and stood in front of her. His eyes were deep and no longer calm. Is it really not important? He said slowly, his voice low but clear.
Then why don't you dare look at me?
Shen Hongying, your reaction just now doesn't sound like not important.
Shen Hongying's breath hitched.
Lin Yi called her by her full name, no longer referring to her as Captain Shen. This subtle change was like a key, prying open the defenses she had forcibly closed off. Looking at the resolute face before her, her heart began to race. The memories and longings from the hot springs instantly broke down her defenses. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute. But all the words were stuck in my throat. In the end, it all turned into a whisper that sounded almost aggrieved, you bastard. Lin Yi looked at her slightly reddened eyes and her body, which was trying to remain calm but was trembling slightly.
He understood.
This seemingly tough woman is as inexperienced as a blank sheet of paper when it comes to relationships.
The previous initiative seemed more like a thoughtless probe and an instinctive attraction. Once a real response is received, they are at a loss.
He suddenly reached out, not to touch her, but to gently brush away a strand of hair from her forehead. My fingertips brushed against her burning skin unintentionally. Shen Hongying's body trembled violently, and she took a half step back as if she had been electrocuted, but she was as if she was nailed to the spot and could not completely dodge. Her eyes darted around nervously, and she dared not meet his gaze again. Let's go, Lin Yi's voice returned to calm, but with an indescribable gentleness.
Our teammates are waiting.
He didn't press further or get any closer. He simply withdrew his hand, turned around, and walked back the way he came.
He knew that some things were different now.
The truth has been revealed, no matter how much Shen Hongying denies it. The flames lit in the hot spring had quietly begun to burn between the two of them, and could not be extinguished. Shen Hongying watched his retreating figure, her chest heaving violently.
Damn it, he's such a bastard. Easily stirring up a pool of spring water, then casually withdrawing. She vigorously wiped her face, whether to remove water droplets or something else, it was unclear. Shin Hongying took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the myriad emotions in her heart, straightened her back, and took steps to catch up with the figure that was making her feel uneasy. At the edge of the forest, Wang Chongshan, Li Wei, Zhao Taizhu, and others had been eagerly waiting. Seeing Lin Yi and Shin Hongying emerge from the woods one after the other, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, Lin Yi. Are you all right? Wang Chongshan was the first to greet them. It's all right, I've rested up. Shin Hongying's voice returned to its usual crispness, though she spoke a little faster than usual. Her gaze swept over the crowd, making sure no one had fallen behind. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's head to the teleportation array immediately and return to the academy. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The team set off again. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Wang Chongshan and Li Wei exchanged a knowing glance. Zhao Taizhu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder in a carefree manner. Brother Lin, you're really something. That pool of water looks terrifying, and you actually dared to go down there. Lin Yi simply smiled faintly. Zhou Peng lagged behind the group, looking at Shin Hongying's tall but slightly stiff back in front of him, then at Lin Yi, his eyes dark. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed it back and just snorted coldly. The journey was uneventful. They successfully reached the return teleportation array on the island. Buzz. The familiar teleportation light shone, and a sense of spatial distortion followed. When their feet stepped onto the central square of Xinsha Academy once again, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally back. Li Wei pushed up his glasses and exclaimed. Mission accomplished, time to report back. Shin Hongying took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable tremor in her heart, her eyes regaining their sharpness and determination. She looked at Lin Yi, come with me to see the principal. Lin Yi nodded. Principal's office. Jiang Taixian remained seated behind the ancient wooden table, his expression calm and serene. But when Lin Yi placed the 3 frost meteor cores on the table, a hint of approval flashed in his usually calm eyes. 3 good, very good. Jiang Taixian's voice carried a hint of relief. The Frostfall secret realm is extremely dangerous. To be able to find the Ice Soul Source Crystal and bring back 3 Frostfall cores in such a short time, Lin Yi, you have once again proven your value and strength. His gaze swept over Lin Yi, then landed on Shin Hongying. Hongying, your team's cooperation was commendable. Shin Hongying bowed slightly. It was you, Principal, who gave me this opportunity. Lin Yi deserves all the credit. No need to be so modest. Jiang Taixian waved his hand, his gaze refocusing on Lin Yi. I'll accept the Frostfall core. As for the Ice Soul Source Crystal, that's what you deserve. Make good use of it. He paused, his tone becoming serious. So, as agreed, 3 days from now, on the 7th floor of the Tower of Inquiry, the trial of mental state. Are you ready? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, and without the slightest hesitation, he said, be prepared at any time. All right. Jiang Taixian nodded slightly. Go back and rest well, and get back to your peak condition. The trials of the Tower of Inquiry are extraordinary, directly targeting your true self, allowing no falsehood or cowardice. Remember, power is the blade, and the heart is the hand that wields it. If the heart is clouded, the blade will surely turn against you. I will keep the principal's teachings in mind, Lin Yi replied in a deep voice. Go ahead, Jiang Taixian waved his hand. Only after leaving the principal's office did Shin Hongying's tense nerves relax slightly. She looked at Lin Yi, wanting to say something, but when she met Lin Yi's gaze, she swallowed the words that were about to come out. In the end, she simply said in a businesslike manner, the mission rewards will be directly calculated by the Academy's central authority and credited to your student card. You made the greatest contribution to the secret realm exploration, so the points will be very generous. Get some rest. Yes, thank you, Captain. Lin Yi nodded. The two walked side by side on their way back to the living area, and the atmosphere fell into a subtle silence once again. Shin Hongying kept her eyes straight ahead and walked with firm steps, but a suspicious blush crept up her ears again. Lin Yi looked straight ahead, as if nothing had happened, only occasionally glancing at the woman beside him out of the corner of his eye. Ahem, Shin Hongying finally couldn't help but cough lightly, breaking the silence. That, about the hot springs. Lin Yi stopped in his tracks, his gaze seemingly calm, yet concealing a whirlpool of emotions. Chapter 89 Breaking the Ice, Shin Hongying's Feelings. Shin Hongying's heart skipped a beat when he looked at her,
and she couldn't bring herself to say anything more. She could even feel her cheeks burning again, and she cursed herself for being useless.
I've never been this panicked, not even when facing a Lord-level monster on the battlefield. About the hot springs?
Lin Yi repeated, his voice low and tinged with a hint of barely perceptible mischief.
What is Captain Shin trying to say? Was it an accident? Or something more to say? Lin Yi.
Shin Hongying bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her beautiful eyes widening in a mixture of embarrassment and anger.
Stop talking nonsense. Who said they weren't satisfied? I meant it was necessary for the mission. It was to heal your injuries. Don't get the wrong idea. Damn it.
Lin Yi took a step closer.
Captain Shin, who exactly did the wrong thing first? Who took off my clothes first? And who jumped into the hot spring?
Shin Hongying was forced to take a half step back, her back hitting the wall behind her, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. She instinctively tried to push Lin Yi away, but Lin Yi grabbed her wrist faster and pressed it against the stone pillar.
You, let go.
Shin Hongying struggled, but her strength was weak, more like a reluctant acceptance.
I won't let go.
Lin Yi not only didn't loosen his grip, but leaned even closer.
Captain Shin, isn't this what you wanted? I didn't.
Her rebuttal was weak and feeble, her eyes darting away, yet she couldn't help but steal glances at him.
No?
Lin Yi chuckled softly. His palm gently caressed Shin Hongying's burning cheeks, stroking her delicate skin. Shin Hongying, tell me, what were you thinking when you pushed me away by the hot spring? Shin Hongying trembled all over. That blunt question tore away her last pretense.
Shame, excitement, a lingering desire, a surge of emotions welled up within me.
Shin Hongying opened her mouth, her voice barely audible, carrying a sense of grievance and confusion that she herself was unaware of.
I don't know. Lin Yi, don't force me.
She abandoned her tough stance, and even a hint of tears welled up in her eyes.
That was a vulnerability she had never shown to anyone. This moment of vulnerability deeply touched Lin Yi.
Seeing her let down her guard and reveal her true and vulnerable side, Lin Yi's emotions did not calm down. Instead, he felt an even stronger possessiveness and protectiveness.
Okay, I won't force you.
Lin Yi's voice softened.
But there are some things that need to be made clear.
His thumb gently brushed across the corner of her slightly reddened eyes.
Shin Hongying, I never thought it was an accident. These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up a tidal wave in Shin Hongying's heart.
She looked up abruptly and saw Lin Yi's intense gaze. When you stood in front of me in the secret realm, it wasn't an accident. When you were worried about me by the cold pool, it was no accident. In the hot spring, Lin Yi paused, his gaze intense, it was no accident either.
Shin Hongying, you are very important to me.
I acknowledge this importance and I will never let go of it. His voice was deep and firm, each word like a brand, etched into Shin Hongying's heart.
And you? Do you dare to admit it?
This was no longer flirting, it had completely torn down the barrier between them. Shin Hongying's heart was pounding so fast it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. Lin Yi's words were domineering and direct, without any beating around the bush, yet they strangely soothed her previous panic. He admitted it, so openly and so forcefully. That weight of importance pressed heavily on her heart, yet it also brought her an unprecedented sense of security. Looking at the face so close to hers, the last trace of hesitation in Shin Hongying's heart melted away like ice and snow. A surge of courage welled up inside me. Shin Hongying took a deep breath, and the last trace of confusion in her eyes faded away. She didn't answer dare or not, but instead gave the most direct response with her actions. She suddenly stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck, and pressed her lips to his. Lin Yi's body trembled slightly, then he took the initiative, tightly wrapping his arm around her slender waist and pressing her even deeper into his body.
All sounds seem to be shut out. The world is left with only our intense heartbeats and the lingering warmth between our lips. After a long while, their lips parted.
Shin Hongying was slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. She looked at Lin Yi, a wild and satisfied smile playing on her lips. That was Shin Hongying's unique charm.
Now you know the answer?
Lin Yi looked at his reflection in her eyes and smiled. He raised his hand and gently brushed her lips with his fingertips. Okay, I understand. Shin Hongying slapped his hand away and glared at him reproachfully. But the previous evasiveness and embarrassment were gone from his eyes, only frank affection and a touch of coquettishness remained. She straightened her slightly disheveled clothes and hair, straightened her back, and regained her dashing and heroic demeanor as Captain Shen.
Alright, she cleared her throat, trying to make her voice sound calm. Mission accomplished, everyone go home. You get some rest and prepare to ascend the tower.
She paused, then added, her tone filled with natural concern.
Don't be reckless. Yes, you too.
Lin Yi nodded, his gaze still fixed on her. Shen Hongying felt her face flush again under his gaze, so she stopped talking and turned to leave decisively. Watching her figure disappear at the end of the road, Lin Yi slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The restless fire of passion in my heart was finally released.
He touched his lips. It seemed as if Shen Hongying's scent still lingered on them. Soon, Lin Yi returned to his dormitory. You finally decided to come back?
Xing Li's cold voice carried obvious dissatisfaction as she gathered her figure to the side. Her gaze swept over Lin Yi, and when she saw his slightly rosy lips, she let out a cold snort.
You look so happy, having a good time with that woman? Don't forget the important business. Yiling is waiting. Master, warm, happy?
Yiling's faint, confused thoughts also came through, seemingly able to sense Lin Yi's emotional changes, filled with curiosity.
Don't worry, we won't forget the important business.
Lin Yi carefully took out 3 materials from his spatial ring and gently placed them on the table.
Meteorite iron, eternal ice crystal, spiritual soil. When the 3 ingredients are placed together, their aromas interact and collide, yet strangely achieve a certain balance. All materials have been collected.
Nightfeather, you can finally begin to completely reforge the sword body. Key materials detected: meteorite iron epic, ice soul crystal legendary, and spiritual soil mythical have been collected.
Should we begin reshaping the sword body for Nightfeather?
Master, they are so warm, so powerful, Yiling.
Can she be complete? Yiling's thoughts trembled with joy. You're lucky, you little broken sword.
Xing Li's figure materialized to the side.
Such a creation is rare even in ancient times. Human, let's begin, stop dawdling.
Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in his heart. He carefully picked up the broken sword, his eyes narrowed, and he no longer hesitated.
System, begin reshaping the sword body. Chapter 90 Reshaping the sword body, Nightfeather is completely reborn. Command confirmed.
Sword Maiden Nightfeather sword body reshaping program initiated. Key materials: meteorite iron epic, ice soul crystal legendary, and spiritual soil mythical are ready.
Begin guiding and integrating the source energy.
Buzz. As the system notification sound faded, all 3 materials simultaneously emitted a dazzling light. The meteorite iron transformed into a condensed, pitch-black galaxy. The ice soul source crystal is like a torrent of dark blue ice soul. The spiritual land flows with the gentlest yet most magnificent golden light. When 3 distinct energies come into contact, they create a powerful resonance.
Boom!
An invisible energy storm erupted instantly within the small dormitory room.
Warning! Intense energy conflict. Fusion process hindered. Warning! The Blade Soul Core Nightfeather is experiencing violent fluctuations in its consciousness. It is under immense pressure. Warning!
The harmonizing power of the spiritual soil is fully engaged.
Fusion rate, 15%. 20%.
Master, it hurts, it's so tight, so much power. A painful groan came from Yiling's mind.
The nascent spirit is at risk of collapse at any moment under the onslaught of the 3 violent energies. Hold on, Yiling.
Lin Yi was anxious, but he couldn't directly interfere with the system-driven reshaping of the origin.
Xing Li.
Xing Li snorted coldly, and the dark silver sword body burst out with dazzling starlight.
The star whirlwind protection instantly enveloped Lin Yi. Little one, hang in there. If you can't even endure this little bit of pain, how can you deserve to have this new body?
Think about your previous resentment, think about the new life you longed for.
Hold on. Xing Li's thoughts exploded in Yiling's chaotic consciousness. Pain, rebirth, resentment, master, sister Xing Li. Yiling's consciousness jolted.
That overwhelming resentment, stemming from the forced stripping of her origin, transformed into a powerful will that supported her in resisting the pain of fusion.
Nightfeather wants to be reborn. Wants to protect its master.
Buzz. As Yiling's will erupted, the life-creating power of the spiritual essence soil seemed to have found its core, and golden light shone brightly. The point of conflict between the Starfall Black Iron and the Ice Soul Source Crystal was combined by the spiritual essence soil.
The fusion rate is skyrocketing. Fusion rate 40%, 60%, 80%. The three rays of light began to permeate and merge with each other. The form of the broken sword began to undergo a dramatic change. The dull blade quickly melted and reformed. The cracks were completely healed, and the twisted hilt was straightened and reshaped. The new sword blank slowly took shape in the light. The sword became longer and more streamlined, with a deep gray-blue base color throughout. A deep blue pattern runs along the spine of the sword, exuding a powerful aura. The moment the sword blank takes shape. Fusion rate 100%. Sword body reconstruction complete. Begin final binding of the spiritual core to the sword body. Binding in progress. 10%. 50%. 100%. Binding successful. Buzz. A terrifying pressure, accompanied by a clear and melodious sword cry, suddenly erupted from the newly formed sword. The turbulent energy flow within the dormitory instantly subsided and converged, flowing into the long sword. The sword hovered in mid-air, rotating silently. Profound, cold, yet with a touch of vibrant life. It is no longer a nameless broken sword, but a brand new divine weapon exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Sword Maiden Nightfeather remodel complete. Sword Maiden status update, Nightfeather complete form. Quality, 4-star Shadow Void Frost upgradable. Sword enhancement, all attributes plus 500 affected by host level, increases with quality. Ability unlocked. Shadow Mastery allows free manipulation of a wide range of shadow energy for attack, defense, concealment, erosion, contamination of mental imprints, and restriction. Void Blink allows for mid-range spatial jumps within the field of vision or perception range, with significantly reduced resource consumption, and can be used continuously. Ice Touch attacks imbued with extreme ice power, greatly slowing and freezing the target, and eroding their energy core. Void Erosion inherits and greatly enhances the original ability. It can erode, disintegrate, and devour energy structures, shields, barriers, seals, restrictions, mental imprints, etc., and has additional restraining and destructive effects on energy creations, puppets, summons, elemental creatures. Ultimate skill. Veil of Deathly Silence unfolds a vast, desolate domain, significantly weakening the perception, speed, and energy regeneration of all enemies within it, while continuously drawing upon their life force and spiritual energy to nourish itself and its master. Within this domain, Nightfeather's abilities are enhanced in every way. Current affection level, max. Special status, the spirit body is completely stable, capable of manifesting independently for extended periods. The sword itself is indestructible, contains a trace of the origin of creation, and possesses extremely high growth potential. The sound of swords clanging gradually subsided. The suspended longsword trembled slightly, and a stream of light shot out from it, condensing and taking shape in front of Lin Yi. It is no longer the illusory and fragile spiritual prototype it once was. A graceful young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, stood tall and elegant. She inherited the profundity of shadow and the agility of the void, and also incorporated the coolness of the ice soul crystal. Her skin was as white as fresh snow, and her eyes were an unusual dark blue. She looked at herself with curiosity, then looked up at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with joy and dependence. Master. Yiling's voice was no longer weak and intermittent, but clear and melodious, like ice beads falling on a jade plate. She felt the power within her body, felt the bond of her contract with Lin Yi, and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness that made her almost float away. She instinctively wanted to express this joy to her owner. Her gaze fell on Lin Yi's face, and a scene from not long ago flashed through her mind. Her master and sister Han Ying's lips were pressed together, their breaths mingling. Although she was completely bewildered, the peculiar warmth and closeness brought by that scene were imprinted on her nascent consciousness. In Yiling's simple and pure logic, that seemed to be the highest way to express happiness and closeness. So, Yiling imitated Shen Hanying from her memory, stood on tiptoe, gently wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's neck, and without hesitation pressed her soft lips to Lin Ye's lips. The girl's kiss was clumsy, awkward, and pure, devoid of any skill. Her eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes trembled gently. Lin Yi was completely stunned. He could clearly feel the cool touch on his lips and the strange fragrance emanating from the girl. Yiling's body is slender, yet it contains astonishing power. That unreserved affection instantly washed over his heart. Lin Yi subconsciously wanted to back away, but Yiling held him even tighter. This sudden gift was even more impactful than when facing a level 30 lord. Just then. Buzz. A sharp sword cry suddenly rang out. Xingli's face was flushed red. You people. Shameless. This is utterly outrageous. Little brat. Let go of me. No, let go of my mouth. Who taught you this? You've barely been born and you're already learning these lewd tricks. She was so angry that she could barely speak. Although they are both sword maidens, she regards Lin Yi as her master and even more so as a special companion. That feeling was hidden deep in her heart, and even she herself was never fully aware of it. Upon seeing Yi Ling's bold actions, she was instantly overwhelmed by jealousy and shame. She felt that her territory, which she had guarded for so long, had been invaded by a newcomer who knew nothing. Chapter 91 New Gold Entry, 3 Breaths Sword Visit. Yi Ling was startled by Xing Li's roar and subconsciously let go of Lin Yi. She looked blankly at the furious Xing Li, not understanding what she had done wrong. She was simply trying to express her joy. Why is Sister Xing Li so angry? Those pure eyes were filled with innocence and grievance. Lin Yi looked at the frightened Yi Ling in his arms, and then at Xing Li, who was trembling with anger and blushing, and the slight surprise in his heart was instantly replaced by a mischievous sense of amusement. A mocking smile played on his lips. He deliberately refrained from immediately comforting Yi Ling, instead turning to Xing Li, his voice clearly laced with teasing. Oh? A lewd trick? Xing Li, isn't your reaction a bit over the top? Are you perhaps jealous? Jealous? Xing Li's voice suddenly rose as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. What nonsense are you spouting? Jealous of an idiot like you? Jealous of a clueless little girl? Are you kidding me? I, Xing Li, have traversed the ancient times, what haven't I seen? Would I care? She cared for a long time, but couldn't say anything. She felt her face burning hot, and she was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. Lin Yi's ambiguous smile seemed to see right through her. You shameless, vulgar, lecherous scoundrel. Xing Li was furious and embarrassed. I'm upholding the dignity of the Sword Maiden. I'm teaching this ill-mannered little girl a lesson. Who's jealous? If you keep talking nonsense, believe me, I'll chop you in half with my sword. Lin Yi's smile deepened. Far from being afraid, he deliberately took a step forward, getting closer to Xing Li. Oh? You cleave me in two with one sword? Xing Li, are you really willing to do that? I remember someone was very worried about my injuries back in the secret realm. Who's worried about you? Xing Li retorted, her neck stiff, but her eyes began to dart away. The aura emanating from Lin Yi made her heart beat faster and her cheeks burn even hotter. Oh? Is that so? Lin Yi drawled out his words, his tone filled with disbelief. He reached out, as if to pinch Xing Li's blushing cheeks. Get away! Don't touch me! Xing Li jumped away like a startled rabbit, clutching her sword and glaring at Lin Yi with shame and anger. This appearance is completely different from the aloof, proud, and decisive Xing Li on the battlefield. Yi Ling looked at this person and then at that person. Although she still didn't quite understand what had happened, she seemed to sense that the atmosphere was less tense. She tilted her head, cautiously tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, and whispered, Master, is Sister Xing Li no longer angry? Did Yi Ling do something wrong? Lin Yi gently stroked Yi Ling's soft hair and said softly, Yi Ling did nothing wrong, you're just too happy. Xing Li isn't angry either, she's just a little shy. He deliberately spoke the last few words very loudly. Lin Yi. Xing Li's roar rang out again. A streak of silver sword energy, tinged with embarrassment and anger, grazed past Lin Yi's ear and embedded itself in the distant wall, leaving a deep mark. With a flash, she transformed into a stream of light and vanished back into the starry sky sword. Humph. I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. Seeing Xing Li flee in panic, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This arrogant swordswoman is getting more and more interesting. After settling Yi Ling in, Lin Yi heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding! Hidden quest Broken Sword Cries Blood, Reborn, successfully completed. Task Reward Distribution. Golden Affix X1 already stored in system space, please choose when to use it. Contract slot plus 1 current available contract slots, 1. Key information for unlocking 10,000 swords diagram, the next stage requires the host level to reach 30, or to form a contract with the third Sword Maiden. Xing Li's affection level has greatly increased. Current affection level, trust. New contract position. New gold level entry. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Yi Ling's successful transformation not only gave her a complete makeover,
but also opened the door to a wider world for her. He immediately focused his mind and checked the system space. Golden entry, 3 breaths of sword offering. Effect: when the host uses the contract Sword Maiden in battle, they can clearly foresee all of the enemy's moves within the next 3 breaths 3 seconds and instinctively make the best response strategy. Limitation: maintaining the state of precognition requires mental energy. The stronger the mental energy, the clearer the foresight and the longer the duration. Foreseeing the future in 3 breaths. Lin Yi murmured to himself, his heart pounding violently. This ability is absolutely incredible. In the ever-changing battlefield, knowing all the enemy's attack intentions 3 seconds in advance is an incredible skill that makes you invincible. Combined with his already formidable moves, his fighting system will become invincible. This will greatly make up for his current lack of level, and he will be able to handle even higher level enemies with ease. 3 breaths sword visit. What a fine sword visit! The name is fitting. Lin Yi's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Lin Yi was immersed in the immense joy of obtaining the new term 3 breaths sword visit. Just as he was repeatedly imagining the application scenarios of the new term and feeling excited, a knock on the door sounded. Lin Yi, are you there? It's me. It was Lin Yubing's voice. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and got up to open the door. Outside the door, Lin Yubing stood gracefully, her ice blue dress accentuating her cool and aloof demeanor, yet her eyes were filled with joy. Upon learning that Lin Yi had returned from the Frostfall secret realm, she rushed over immediately. Lin Yi. The moment the door opened, Lin Yubing's voice was filled with obvious joy. You're finally back. I heard you went to the Frostfall secret realm, and I was so worried. I'm so glad to see you're alright. Her gaze quickly swept over Lin Yi, confirming that he had no obvious injuries, and her smile became even brighter. Yubing, Lin Yi said, feeling particularly pleased to see her genuine joy, and stepped aside to let her in. I just got back not long ago. Although the secret realm was dangerous, the gains were considerable. He closed the door behind him, leaving only the 2 of them inside. It's good that you're alright. Lin Yubing walked into the familiar dormitory, her gaze naturally falling on Lin Yi's face. National Champion, Dragon Slayer Medal, top-tier treatment. These past few days, the entire academy has been talking about your deeds. And this secret realm mission, personally assigned by the principal, you must have accomplished another incredible feat, right? Her tone was filled with undisguised admiration. Just as Lin Yi was about to share some of his experiences, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, Yi Ling emitted a clear and long buzzing sound. Then, to Lin Yubing's astonishment, it solidified into a form. A girl of about 15 or 16 years old appeared out of nowhere beside Lin Yi. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes as clear as the night, pure and untouched by the world. She tilted her head curiously, sizing up the aloof, icy blue girl in front of her, but her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi, filled with affection. Master? Yi Ling subconsciously moved closer to Lin Yi, her small hand gently grasping his sleeve. A hint of shock flashed in Lin Yubing's eyes. She could clearly sense the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the girl, as well as a kind of inhuman, pure spirituality. Lin Yi, who is she? Lin Yi smiled and said, Yubing, don't be nervous. Her name is Yi Ling, and she is my second Sword Maiden. The second Sword Maiden? Lin Yubing murmured repeatedly, his heart filled with unparalleled shock. Contracting with one Sword Maiden is already defying the heavens, yet Lin Yi actually contracted with a second one? Moreover, it seems that this newborn swordswoman is in an extremely stable state, with no signs of backlash or loss of control. This further deepened her understanding of the secrets surrounding Lin Yi. Yi Ling, this is Lin Yubing, you've met her before. Lin Yi gently patted Yi Ling's hand that was gripping his sleeve and introduced her. Yi Ling blinked and revealed an innocent and cheerful smile. Hello, Sister Yubing. Master often mentions you. Chapter 92 Unexpected Situation. Lin Yubing was touched by that pure smile and returned it with a smile. Hello, Yi Ling. The atmosphere seemed to have eased. Lin Yubing suppressed the turmoil in her heart and walked to the table to sit down. Lin Yi sat down opposite him, and Yi Ling sat down right next to him. Lin Yi poured Lin Yubing a cup of hot tea, and the two began to chat about their experiences since they parted ways. Lin Yubing recounted some interesting stories from the academy and rumors about Lin Yi, while Lin Yi downplayed his encounters in the secret realm, omitting the crucial part about his relationship with Shin Honying. However, when Lin Yubing picked up the teacup and brought it to her lips, she paused slightly. Her perception, granted by the frosty heart, far surpasses that of ordinary people. She seemed to detect a very faint feminine scent emanating from Lin Yi.
That aura was neither Lin Ye's own nor the pure spiritual aura of Yiling.
If Lin Yubing hadn't possessed exceptional perception, it would have been almost impossible to detect. A sense of doubt and bitterness quietly crept into Lin Yubing's heart. Holding her teacup, she asked casually, "You're on this secret realm mission with Senior Shen Hanying's team, right? I heard she's one of the best second-year students and very strong."
"Yes, Captain Shen is very experienced and has been a great help."
Lin Yi nodded naturally. He didn't think much of it. After all, it was public information that he was traveling with Shen Hongying's team. Just then, Yi Ling, who had been quietly listening, seemed to suddenly remember something interesting, and her eyes lit up. She said happily to Lin Yubing, Sister Hongying is so good to master." In the hot water pool, Sister Hongying even played a game of biting lips with Master.
Like this.
Before she could finish speaking, in order to vividly describe the scene she had witnessed, Yi Ling actually imitated Shen Hongying, turning around without warning, standing on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around Lin Ye's neck, and precisely pressing her soft lips onto Lin Ye's lips.
Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The teacup in Lin Yubing's hand clattered softly as it landed heavily on the table, splashing some tea.
She froze on the spot, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the scene before her Lin Yi being kissed in public by a swordswoman who looked like a little girl. The mention of the Sister Honying and the game of biting lips by Yi Ling was like a thunderclap.
That unfamiliar female sent Shen Honying the hot tub biting her lip. All the clues connected instantly. It pointed to a fact that was crystal clear, yet unbearable for her. An indescribable sense of bitterness, loss, and grievance instantly overwhelmed Lin Yubing's heart. Her chest felt like it was being suffocated by something, a dull ache throbbing within her. He and Shen Honying had actually.
Lin Yi was caught off guard by Yi Ling's sudden action and felt extremely embarrassed. He subconsciously pushed Yi Ling away gently and whispered, "Yi Ling, stop fooling around." Yi Ling was pushed away, blinked blankly, seemingly not understanding why her master didn't continue playing like he did with Sister Honying. She glanced at Lin Yi's slightly flushed face, then at Lin Yubing's pale face opposite her, and finally sensed that something seemed off. Yi Ling timidly shrank her neck and whispered, "Master, Yi Ling.
Did I do something wrong?"
The dormitory was deathly silent. Lin Yubing shifted her gaze from Yi Ling's face and returned it to Lin Yi. She remembered Lin Yi's identity: the national champion, the dragon slayer, a peerless genius with a promising future, possessing the secret to resisting the backlash of the Sword Maiden. Xinxia Academy is a place where geniuses gather and the strong are respected.
Lin Ye's brilliance is destined to attract the attention of countless people.
It seems reasonable that Shen Honying, that heroic and powerful senior, would be attracted to him. A thought began to wash away the bitterness in her heart.
Someone like him is destined to have a future that doesn't belong to just one person. Strong people are never short of excellent partners. This is the rule of this world.
She admired Lin Yi, but this admiration had to be confronted with reality once she recognized Lin Yi's destined extraordinary future.
Monopolize Lin Yi? Is that possible?
The bitterness in Lin Yubing's heart did not disappear, but a kind of rationality that was almost resigned to fate began to take over. She lowered her eyes, her voice trembling, "So, that's how it is." She didn't look at Lin Yi again, nor did she ask for details. She simply said softly,
"Senior Shen is very outstanding."
This statement is like a declaration, yet also like the beginning of a self-persuasion. She silently added in her heart, "I must accept, and I must adapt.
As long as there is a place for me in his heart, that's enough."
This thought brought her bitterness, but also a sense of relief. She forced herself to look up and gave Lin Yi a somewhat strained smile. "It seems, you had quite a rich experience in the secret realm." Upon seeing this, Lin Yi felt a mix of emotions.
He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, wanting to clarify.
But seeing Lin Yubing's "I understand, no need to say more" attitude, all the words stuck in his throat. Any explanation at this moment, no matter what it is, seems pale and powerless. More importantly, he also knew deep down that he was not entirely without feelings for Shen Honying. The enchanting scene by the hot spring and the kiss after their return were both real.
"Yu Bing."
He finally called her name softly, with a hint of helplessness and apology.
"I'm fine."
Lin Yubing quickly interrupted him, raised her head, and tried to make her smile look more natural.
"The secret realm is dangerous.
The most important thing is that you were able to return safely and even completed the reshaping of Yi Ling." She abruptly changed the subject, her gaze falling on the newborn Yi Ling. "Yi Ling looks very powerful and beautiful now."
"Congratulations, Lin Yi, and congratulations, Yi Ling." "Thank you, Sister Yubing."
Yi Ling felt the kindness and immediately became happy, her previous anxiety dissipating. Lin Yubing stood up, her movements still elegant and composed, as if the turmoil from before had never occurred. You've just gotten back, you must be exhausted and need to rest. I won't bother you any longer. She paused, then took out an exquisite jade bottle from her storage ring and placed it on the table. This is the Ice Soul Condensing Pill, which has some effect on restoring mental strength and stabilizing one's foundation. Yubing, this is too precious. Lin Yi recognized that it was an extremely valuable elixir. Take it. Lin Yubing's tone left no room for argument, carrying her usual cold insistence. I heard you still have to undergo the Inquiry Tower trial, and you need to be in top condition. I'll head back now. Then, she turned and walked towards the door. His back was still straight, but his steps seemed a little faster than when he came, with a sense of haste to escape. The door closed gently, separating the inside from the outside. A brief silence fell over the dormitory. Yi Ling cautiously looked at Lin Yi. Master, is Sister Yubing unhappy? Is it because Yi Ling kissed Master? Lin Yi rubbed his temples, looking into Yi Ling's pure and innocent eyes, and couldn't bring himself to blame her. He sighed, pulled Yi Ling closer, and ruffled her hair. You're right, Yubing just needs some time. He knew in his heart that Lin Yubing's intelligence and pride led her to choose the most dignified way to silently accept it and then temporarily step aside. This acceptance was not without pain, it was just that she suppressed it deep in her heart. Oh. Yi Ling nodded as if she understood, leaning against Lin Yi dependently. Xing Li's figure quietly materialized to the side. Arms crossed, she sneered, humph, troublesome woman. I told you long ago, relationships are a burden. Now look what's happened, your backyard's about to catch fire, isn't it? Lin Yi glanced at her but didn't respond to her jealous remark. He picked up the jade bottle left by Lin Yubing. It was cool to the touch, and the fragrance of the elixir was refreshing. This sentiment is deeply meaningful. The Tower of Inquiry. Lin Ye's gaze became deep and resolute. While romantic feelings are certainly bothersome, there are more important things waiting for him at this moment. Principal Jiang Taishuan's admonition still echoed in his ears, if the heart is clouded, the blade will surely turn against you. The mental trial on the 7th floor of the Tower of Inquiry points directly to one's true nature, allowing no distractions or hesitations. He needs absolute focus. Night Feather, familiarize yourself with your new power. Starry Sky, adjust your state. Lin Ye's voice returned to its usual calm. 3 days later, the Tower of Inquiry. That will be our real battlefield from now on. Humph, do you need to tell me? Yi Ling understands. Yi Ling will protect Master. Lin Yi sat down cross-legged and swallowed the Ice Soul Condensing Pill. A pure and gentle, icy medicinal power quickly spread, soothing the exhausted spirit. He closed his eyes, his mind sank into his sea of consciousness, and began to carefully comprehend the newly acquired golden term 3 breaths sword visit. Foresee the future in 3 breaths. This ability is nothing short of divine. In the unknown mental trials of the Tower of Inquiry, any slight advantage can determine success or failure. He needs to quickly familiarize himself with this feeling of foresight and integrate it into his fighting instincts. Time slipped away quietly as I focused on my practice. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A message was sent to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, the 7th level of the Tower of Inquiry, the trial of mental state, begins immediately. Present this message to the Tower of Inquiry, and someone will guide you. Jiang Taishuan. It's finally here. Chapter 93. The First Realm of Refining the Heart, Emptiness and Annihilation. Deep within the Xinxia Academy, a colossal, ancient tower that pierces the clouds stands silently. This is one of the foundations of the Divine Xia Academy, the Tower of Inquiry. At the bottom of the tower, in front of a massive bronze door, stood an elderly man dressed in a gray robe, his aura as deep as the sea. It was Principal Jiang Taishuan. His gaze was calm as he watched Lin Yi slowly approach. Student Lin Yi has come to take the exam. After 3 days of rest and contemplation of the 3 breaths sword technique, Lin Yi's energy and spirit have been restored to their peak. The starry sword hung at his waist, while Night Feather transformed into an almost imperceptible shadow, clinging to his sleeve. Jiang Taishuan nodded slightly. The 7th level of the Tower of Inquiry is called the Heart Refining Prison. It is not related to cultivation level, but directly points to one's true nature. It will reflect your deepest obsessions, fears, demons, and even the past and future that you are unwilling to face. His voice wasn't loud, but every word struck Lin Yi's heart like a hammer blow. A heart as firm as a rock is impervious to all evil. A heart clouded by dust will destroy the foundation of one's path. Lin Yi, are you ready? Ready. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes growing increasingly determined.
Go. Jiang Taixian said no more.
Buzz. The runes on the bronze gate lit up one by one, emitting a deep hum. The heavy door slid open silently, revealing a chaotic vortex behind it. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi took a step forward, his figure instantly disappearing into the vortex. The door closed silently behind him. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. It was no longer the view inside the tower. A cold, deathly atmosphere instantly overwhelmed him. Lin Yi found himself in a boundless, dark space. There was no sky, no earth, no light, and no sound. There was only a pure, suffocating void. Time seems to lose its meaning here, and space seems to lose its boundaries. A sense of loneliness, originating from the depths of the soul, arises spontaneously, like a maggot clinging to the bone, gnawing at the will. First realm of the heart, refining prison, emptiness and annihilation. This is not an attack, but rather a spiritual erosion caused by the environment itself. In this absolute nothingness, all existence appears small and fragile, easily losing itself and being swallowed by eternal solitude.
Playing tricks.
Xingli's cold voice rang in Lin Yi's mind, filled with disdain.
You think a mere illusion can sway me? Master Yi Ling is here, don't be afraid. Yi Ling's thoughts also came through.
Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart. The existence of the two Sword Maidens was his anchor point in fighting against the void.
He focused his mind on resisting the erosion of the environment.
However, this nothingness seemed to have a life of its own. The more he concentrated, the more intense his efforts became.
Countless subtle, malicious whispers began to echo on the edge of consciousness. Contracted Sword Maiden?
A curse of certain death. You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash clinging to life.
A fleeting moment of eternity?
A life-draining sorcery.
How many more times can you use it? The next backlash will be your death. Shen Hongying? Lin Yubing? You can't even see your own heart clearly, how dare you have them? The Su family is like a leech, you can't escape them.
They will take everything from you and crush your pride.
Power? You can't control it at all. Look at your overdrawn spirit.
You're just a pathetic wretch driven by power. These voices did not come from the outside world, but from the depths of his heart.
It was infinitely magnified and distorted by this void and desolation.
It then transformed into the most vicious curse, frantically assaulting his mind.
Warning!
You have suffered a severe mental shock.
Your mood is fluctuating.
Lin Yi frowned, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead.
These voices hit the nail on the head.
All the hidden dangers he forcibly suppressed have now become nourishment for his inner demons.
Shut up!
Lin Yi shouted in his mind, trying to dispel the noise. But the sound became even more chaotic and shrill, like millions of steel needles piercing my brain. The starry sky protection activated automatically, and starlight flowed across the body, but it could not dispel the demonic voice originating from within.
Nightfeather's shadow power quietly spread, attempting to protect Lin Yi's core consciousness, but its effect was limited in the face of this inner demon voice originating from himself.
Just then, Lin Yi's heart stirred.
3 breaths of sword offering. Buzz. The power of the golden key activates instantly.
The gray void before my eyes remained unchanged, but the demonic sounds that were frantically assaulting my mind suddenly became clearer. It wasn't that the sounds themselves were clear, but rather that, from the perspective of the 3 breaths sword visit, the attack trajectories, energy nodes, and even the intentions of these inner demon whispers to distort his will were clearly presented before his eyes.
He saw the next breath. Which curse would trigger his fear of backlash? Which would stir up his guilt towards Shen Hongying? Which would amplify his hatred for the Su family? All offensive intentions will be exposed. So that's how it is.
Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This 3 breaths sword offering can not only foresee the enemy's physical attacks, but also the offensive of the inner demon voice that directly targets the mind. Once you know the intention and target of the attack, you will have a way to deal with it. Lin Yi no longer passively endured. His mind became as solid as a rock. When he foresaw the fear that the demonic sound would overwhelm him in the next moment, he used his will as sharp as a knife to actively awaken the stability and power of Nightfeather after reshaping the sword body, as well as the confidence to offset the backlash with his unbreakable talent. With this sense of real power, confront the curse of fear head-on.
I am indestructible. Backlash? What is there to fear? A heart as firm as iron.
When he foresaw that the demonic sound would amplify his hatred and sense of threat towards the Su family in the next moment, he immediately turned his thoughts to his crushing record of defeating Su Jiuxiao twice in the provincial arena, to Xiao Tiannan's strong protection, and to the status brought by the Dragon Slayer medal awarded by Qin Xinyue.
With this victory and confidence, let's shatter those threatening whispers. The Su family? Clowns. Dare to come? We'll kill them again. A will as strong as steel.
When he foresaw that the demonic voice would exploit his confusion about Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing to create an emotional rift, he no longer ran away. Instead, he frankly acknowledged this feeling of excitement and complexity, but placed it more firmly after protection and responsibility.
Where the heart leads, there is a way home. Strength is the foundation of protection. Unwavering faith.
With the precise prediction of 3 breaths sword visit, Lin Yi was like a highly skilled swordsman, using his thoughts as a sword within the confines of his mind to accurately block, dodge, and even launch attacks. Crush, resolve, or guide the release of every wave of inner demons that come your way. Each successful foresight and response made his mind more focused and his will more resolute. The loneliness and corrosive power brought by that emptiness and desolation became a whetstone for tempering his will. I don't know how much time passed. The countless voices of inner demons gradually became sparse and weak. Finally, it receded completely, like the tide. The boundless gray nothingness did not disappear, but the cold, lifeless, soul-corroding power quietly dissipated. Instead, there is a strange emptiness. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and deep, as if all the dust had been washed away.
First realm of the heart-refining prison, emptiness and annihilation, broken.
The gloomy space before me was like a shattered mirror, cracking and peeling away inch by inch. A new scene slowly unfolded before him. Chapter 94. The illusions of the mortal world are nothing more than this.
The shattered grayness before my eyes receded like a tide.
Lin Yi's footsteps landed on a completely different piece of land. No longer is it a void and deathly silence, but a cacophony of noise and bustling world.
He stood at the entrance of a bustling ancient street.
The bluestone path stretches into the distance, flanked by pavilions with carved beams and painted rafters, and wine flags fluttering in the breeze. The sounds of hawking, laughter, and string and wind instruments mingled together, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. The sun was warm, and the air was filled with the mixed aromas of food, spices, and cosmetics. This forms an extreme contrast to the previous nothingness and desolation.
Second realm of the heart-refining prison, the illusion of the mortal world.
Lin Yi's heart froze.
This is not a simple illusion of prosperity.
A strange power permeated the air, like invisible threads, trying to entangle his mind, arouse his deepest desires and longings, wear down his will, and trap him in this gentle paradise.
Humph, a mere trick.
Xing Li's voice was wary.
This illusion can amplify the senses and confuse the mind.
Be careful, humans, don't fall for it. Master, so many people, warm, but it feels strange.
Yiling's thoughts came through, carrying a hint of instinctive rejection.
Her nascent spirit was particularly sensitive to this kind of mind-disturbing energy. Lin Yama silently activated the 3 breaths sword offering, and the power of the golden entry quietly began to operate. He needs this foresight to see through the trap of this illusion.
Just then, a familiar yet extremely alluring voice rang out beside him. Lin Yi, you finally arrived.
Lin Yi suddenly turned his head. Shen Hongying stood gracefully beside him. She was no longer dressed in that smart and capable outfit, but instead wore a scarlet gauze dress as thin as a cicada's wing. As her skirt swayed, her fair and slender legs were faintly visible. Her face wore a captivating smile, her eyes sparkling with allure. A rich, intoxicating sweet fragrance emanated from her, wafting straight into Lin Yi's nose.
Red tassel?
Lin Yi frowned slightly. Shen Hongying before me was beautiful, but she possessed a deliberately seductive allure. She was completely different from the spirited woman I remembered, who was sometimes shy and angry and sometimes frank. It's me. Shen Hongying giggled in the illusion, leaning close to Lin Yi with boneless softness, her breath sweet as orchids. The secret realm was too harsh, we haven't had a proper catch-up yet. This place is so much better, no missions, no dangers, just us. Her voice possessed a strange magic, reaching deep into Lin Yi's heart and stirring up those beautiful memories by the hot spring, attempting to amplify them infinitely. Her soft, warm body pressed against Lin Yi's arm, its amazing elasticity and warmth seeping through the thin gauze. The 3 breaths sword visit instantly gave a warning. In the next breath, the illusion will use sensory stimulation and the temptation of memories to directly attack his lustful instincts, trying to make him indulge in it. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Far from succumbing to despair, he foresaw and clearly perceived the aggressive intent of this illusion. He exploited his genuine affection for Shin Hongying, twisting it into a trap of pure desire.
Get out of my way!
Lin Yi shouted, his spiritual power surging forth, and a chilling aura emanated from his body. The alluring sweet fragrance instantly shook off the Shin Hongying who was pressing against him.
3 breaths sword visit issues another warning. The illusion will immediately switch to attack mode, using guilt to create a psychological vulnerability.
Sure enough, the charming smile on the face of the Shin Hongying vanished instantly, replaced by a look of grievance and heartbreak on the verge of tears.
Lin Yi, how cruel you are! You were so kind to me by the hot spring, but now you treat me like this? Do you despise me? Or, do you never care about me at all?
This pitiful appearance, combined with the amplified emotional impact of the illusion, was like a blunt knife, viciously stabbing into Lin Yi's heart, attempting to evoke intense guilt and thus break down his defenses.
Just as Lin Yi's mind momentarily froze.
The third warning for 3 breaths sword visit.
Even more intense follow-up attacks are on the way.
The illusion will use time and space distortion to push the guilt to the extreme. The scene before my eyes suddenly distorted and changed.
It was no longer a bustling street, but his familiar dormitory.
Lin Yubing stood in the center of the dormitory, her back to him, her shoulders trembling slightly. She slowly turned around, her exquisitely beautiful face now streaked with tears. His eyes were filled with unbelievable sadness and despair.
Lin Yi.
Her voice was broken and choked with sobs, her gaze seemingly piercing through Lin Yi's body, seeing the biting lips game by the hot spring. You and her, it was really true.
Why her? Why, couldn't it be me?
Every word is written in blood, every sentence is piercing to the heart. The illusion accurately captured and amplified Lin Yubing's suppressed grievances and heartbreak as she left, presenting them in the most direct and impactful way at this moment. The guilt Lin Yi felt deep in his heart towards Lin Yubing surged forth like a flood bursting its banks, catalyzed by the illusion, instantly assaulting his defenses.
This double emotional trap.
Guilt towards Shin Hongying and guilt towards Lin Yubing.
This formed a deadly encirclement.
Yubing Lin Yi looked at the scene before him, his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and he could hardly breathe.
Master. It's not real. This is an illusion. Fool. Hold on to your principles.
They would be truly disappointed if they knew you were sinking into this.
The 2 women's angry rebukes instantly pulled Lin Yi back to his senses. The 3 breaths sword offering was activated again at the crucial moment. It's fake. It's all an illusion.
A terrifying light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he forcibly suppressed his turbulent emotions. He suddenly looked up and shouted, "Break!" With a sharp shout from Lin Yi, the sword light shone like a rainbow, fiercely slashing towards this bewildering and confusing worldly illusion.
Click.
It sounded like glass shattering. The bustling streets, the weeping Lin Yubing, and even the entire dazzling world of light and shadow shattered with a deafening roar. Lin Yi remained standing in the same spot, but the surrounding scenery had changed drastically. He was on a huge, empty circular platform. The platform was paved with an unidentified black rock, cold and hard. Above was no longer the sky, but a deep, swirling vortex of nebulae, exuding an aura of vastness and antiquity. At the center of the platform, a fist-sized, rhomboid crystal with constantly shifting rainbow halos floats silently. It exuded an indescribable pressure, as if it were the core of the entire heart-refining prison. Second realm of the heart-refining prison, the illusion of the mortal world, breakthrough. The final stage of the heart-refining prison, the heart of seeking the Tao, awakened. A grand, cold voice, seemingly originating from antiquity, resounded directly within Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. Ask yourself what's in your heart, confront your true self. What is your way? What is the purpose of your power? Why do you wield your sword? Answer these 3 questions, and you may either succumb to despair or find the truth. As the sound faded, the suspended 7-colored crystal suddenly shone brightly. A beam of 7-colored light instantly enveloped Lin Yi completely. Buzz. Lin Yi felt an irresistible force descend upon him. His consciousness was forcibly extracted. The scene before my eyes changed rapidly. He sought his dilapidated wooden house in the slums. Seeing the pitying or mocking looks from those around her when she saw Xingli with her contract. Seeing Su Jiaxiao's domineering performance in the provincial capital's arena after defeating him twice. Witnessing the magnificent spectacle of beacon fires symbolizing attack, defense, and the projection of calamity. Seeing the alluring entanglement between him and Shin Hongying by the hot spring. Seeing Lin Yubing leave behind the pill, her cool yet affectionate eyes.
Countless images, countless sounds, countless emotions, like a flood bursting its banks, rushed into his consciousness in an instant. Chapter 95, a powerful success, advancing 6 levels in a row. This is not a simple recollection, it is an examination of his entire life trajectory. What is your way? Is it the pursuit of supreme power? Is it about protecting one's homeland? Is it to unravel the mystery of the Sword Maiden's backlash? Or is it that tangled and complicated love between lovers? Countless thoughts surged forth, tearing each other apart. What is the purpose of your power? Starry sky sharpness? A new beginning for Yi Ling? The source and nature of power are repeatedly questioned in the torrent. Why do you wield your sword? Is it a tool for killing? Is it a protective shield? Is it a bond of contract? Or is it an extension of one's true nature? What is the sword pointing at? The torrent grew increasingly turbulent, and the light of the 7 colored crystals seemed to completely assimilate his consciousness, erasing the existence of the individual Lin Yi and leaving only these 3 questions. Master! Wake up! Fool! Hold on to yourself! The thoughts of Xingli and Yi Ling exploded in Lin Yi's mind. They could feel the violent tremors in Lin Yi's core consciousness, as if he would be swept away by this torrent of souls at any moment. Just as consciousness was about to be completely overwhelmed. 3 breaths of sword offering. An unprecedented light burst forth in Lin Yi's eyes, and the power of the golden words operated at its limit on the soul level. Foreseen. It's not about predicting the moves, but about predicting yourself. 3 breaths later, he foresaw all the collapse points of himself under the impact of this torrent of souls. Foresee all the mental flaws caused by the 3 questions of Tao, power, and sword. From the perspective of 3 breaths sword visit, the violent and chaotic torrent of consciousness seemed to be slowed down. He saw. In the next instant, the grand goal of protecting the country and the real dilemma of the unresolved backlash from the contracted Sword Maiden will clash violently, becoming the first crack that tears his will apart. In the next instant, the fear of being overdrawn by the moment of eternity and the confidence of being protected by the eternal cancel each other out, creating a vacuum in his perception of power, plunging him into a quagmire of self-doubt. In his final breath, the distinctly different figures of Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing overlapped and twisted under the question of why the sword? Their emotional entanglements would transform into the sharpest sword, piercing his softest defenses. I've spotted a flaw. He didn't try to force an answer to those 3 questions that would only lead him into a logical trap and be swallowed up by the torrent. He chose the most direct and domineering way to answer with I. To prove it with the sword. My way is my path. No need to prove it to heaven and earth. Lin Yi stopped resisting the torrent and instead condensed all his will into an invisible heartsword. He slashed at himself. Slash at that first crack in the will. Protecting one's country and preserving oneself are not mutually exclusive. The power of protection begins with protecting oneself. All power is the foundation upon which I safeguard my path. Slashing towards that second breath of power. Vacuum the essence of power? Power is the extension of my existence. All power belongs to Lin Yi. Why doubt it? Master it, control it, surpass it. The blade of emotion slashes towards that third breath. What is the sword? The sword is the heart. Where the heart points, the sword's edge follows. These complex emotions are also part of me, a reflection of my thoughts, a source of strength, not an obstacle. Acknowledge it, confront it, instead of letting it tear you apart. A sword can slay external enemies, and it can also slay inner demons. Boom! A thunderclap resounded on the level of the soul. Lin Yi's heart sword ruthlessly slashed through 3 major mental weaknesses. The 7-colored torrent seemed to have crashed into a boulder, but instead of being washed away and crushed, it was cleaved apart by the heart sword. The 7-colored crystal flashed intensely. The 7-colored pillar of light that enveloped Lin Yi shattered with a deafening roar. On the platform, Lin Yi's figure solidified again, without any trace of confusion or wavering. He gazed quietly at the floating, multicolored crystal, his eyes calm yet containing an undeniable power. Xingli and Yi Ling felt immense joy and awe through their thoughts. They could clearly sense that Lin Yi's mind had undergone an unprecedented baptism, becoming more resilient and pure, as if all worldly vanities had been washed away, his sharpness now restrained yet unfathomable. The final stage of the heart-refining prison, the heart of seeking the Tao, broken. With a clear mind and unwavering will, I have passed the 7th trial of the Tower of Inquiry. The light of the 7-colored crystal gradually faded, and it slowly drifted down, hovering in front of Lin Yi. It no longer exudes pressure, but instead conveys a gentle, tangible rhythm of the Tao.
At the same time, a pure and vast torrent of energy, like a sudden enlightenment, poured down from the nebula vortex at the top of the tower, instantly engulfing Lin Yi completely. It washed over Lin Yi's limbs and bones, nourished his parched meridians, and repaired his overdrawn foundation. Moreover, it resonated with Lin Yi in a mysterious way, propelling his power to a higher level. Buzz. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 21. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 22. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 26. He was promoted 6 ranks in a row. Feeling the power surging into his body, Lin Yi was utterly shocked. The gifts from the Tower of Inquiry are truly so generous? Not only that. As his level increased, Lin Yi could clearly feel that his mental strength had undergone a qualitative leap. The range of perception expands several times, the thinking process becomes faster and clearer, and the control over one's own power becomes more meticulous. Past the 7th level trial of the Tower of Inquiry. Reward, Baptism of the Origin of Inquiry already issued. Reward, Taoist mark already imprinted. Identity mark, the mark of a core inheritor of the Inquiry Tower at Xinxia Academy. Grants free access to the first 7 levels of the Inquiry Tower, allowing one to perceive the remaining Taoist principles within and obtain core inheritance qualifications from the Academy. Lin Yi looked down and discovered that a 7-colored crystal diamond-shaped mark had appeared on the back of his left hand without him noticing. He clenched his fist, his heart pounding with emotion. He has already passed the 7th level of the Tower of Inquiry. Just then, the space in the center of the platform rippled slightly, and a familiar gray figure slowly emerged. Principal Jiang Taixian. He looked at Lin Yi, who seemed refreshed and had clear, determined eyes, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Good. Very good. Jiang Taishuan's voice was filled with undisguised praise. You answered with I, and you used your heart as a sword to cut through the illusions and prove your true self. Lin Yi, you did even better than I expected. You have already begun to grasp the essence of the Tao. This Tao mark is well deserved. Jiang Taishuan's gaze fell on the mark on the back of Lin Yi's hand. From now on, you will be one of the true core inheritors of the Divine Xia Academy. You may come to the first 7 levels of the Tao Tower at any time to gain enlightenment. He paused, his tone becoming more solemn. However, the path of seeking the truth is endless. The 7th level is just the beginning. Your journey still lies ahead. Chapter 96. A woman dresses up for the man she loves. The radiance of the 7th floor of the Tower of Inquiry gradually faded. Lin Yi stood outside the tower, his eyes clear and bright. The breakthrough in his mindset made his thoughts clear, and many troubles seemed to be swept away. He clearly remembered Lin Yubing's aloof and cold figure as she left, barely holding back her tears, and the precious ice-soul condensing pill on the table. It's time to go find her, Lin Yi thought to himself. Some things, in the end, need to be faced and communicated. He walked briskly through the Academy's garden paths, which were filled with spiritual energy, and soon arrived at Lin Yubing's dormitory. Although the dormitories here are not as independent and exquisite as the chief courtyard, they are still quiet and elegant. Lin Yi raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. There was a moment of silence inside the door before the sound of light footsteps could be heard. The door was pulled open a crack, revealing Lin Yubing's stunningly beautiful face. When she saw that it was Lin Yi outside the door, a very complex emotion flashed through the depths of Lin Yubing's icy blue eyes. There was surprise, a sudden panic, and a suppressed expectation. Lin Yi? You, what brings you here? Her voice tried to maintain its usual coolness. But the slight, almost imperceptible tremor in her voice at the end betrayed her inner turmoil. I just came out of the Tower of Inquiry. Lin Yi looked at her calmly, with a gentle smile. Thanks to your pills, I'm in great shape. I completed the mission and broke through to a higher level. I was thinking. I haven't properly thanked you yet, and I wanted to have a chat with you. Upon hearing elixir and breakthrough, Lin Yubing's eyes softened slightly. But when Lin Yi mentioned chatting, her nerves, which had just relaxed a little, tensed up again. Let's chat. What should we talk about? Shenhonying? The hot springs? Or, that kiss with Yiling? She instinctively wanted to avoid the topic, and even considered closing the door. Lin Yubing was about to politely decline when Lin Yi seemed to see through her hesitation and said, It's not about talking about things that make you unhappy. It's just, how about we go to the dungeon plaza to grind some levels together? To relax a bit? It's been a long time since we fought side by side. Dungeon plaza?
Lin Yubing was slightly taken aback. This suggestion was unexpected, yet she found it hard to refuse. Fighting side by side. These four words seemed to have a magical power, instantly evoking memories of the two of them supporting each other in grinding dungeons in Linfeng City during their high school years. Back then, there weren't so many complicated feelings. The bitterness in my heart seemed to be somewhat eased by this long-awaited invitation. An irrepressible joy quietly welled up in Lin Yubing's heart, even overshadowing the deliberate distance she maintained. Okay. She blurted out almost immediately. She then realized she had agreed too quickly, and a faint blush rose to her face. Lin Yubing quickly stepped aside to clear the doorway. Wait for me a moment. The door closed. Lin Yi stood outside the door and could hear a faint, somewhat hurried sound of rummaging and tidying coming from inside. Lin Yubing, inside the door, leaned against the door panel, her heart beating a little fast. She walked quickly to the dressing mirror and looked at her slightly pale face and faint dark circles under her eyes. She had clearly not slept well these past few days. She took a deep breath and quickly opened the dressing case, her movements carrying a solemnity she herself was unaware of. She chose a soft-colored lip gloss and carefully applied it to her lips, instantly brightening her slightly tired complexion. She picked up the comb again and meticulously combed her long, flowing hair, letting it fall smoothly over her shoulders. She hesitated for a moment, but finally took out a brand new ice blue tassel dress from the wardrobe and put it on. The dress was made of a special material that carried a faint chill, which could slightly amplify her ice-type spiritual power and also made her figure look more slender and aloof. The girl in the mirror had fair skin and delicate features. After being carefully dressed up, she was even more radiant, like the purest snow lotus on the summit of a snow-capped mountain. She tried to force a natural smile in front of the mirror before taking a deep breath and reopening the door. When Lin Yubing reappeared before Lin Yi, she seemed like a completely different person. It remains serene and cool, but now possesses a brilliance that has been meticulously crafted. Especially the radiant look in her eyes, which is almost impossible to look away from. Sorry to keep you waiting. She lowered her eyes slightly. A hint of amazement flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, and he sincerely praised, very beautiful. These three simple words made Lin Yubing's ears burn slightly, and the bitterness in her heart seemed to be diluted a little. Let's go. She nodded gently and walked side by side with Lin Yi, heading towards the dungeon plaza. The invisible layer of ice between the two seemed to be slowly melting. The Instance Plaza is located in one of the core areas of the Divine Sheer Academy, and is an extremely vast space. Enormous teleportation arrays dotted the ground like stars, connecting numerous secret realm instances controlled by the Academy. The square was bustling with activity, with students from all grades coming and going. The sounds of forming teams, trading, and discussing tactics mingled together, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The arrival of Lin Yi and Lin Yubing inevitably caused a small commotion. As the top student and the holder of the Dragon Slayer medal, he was already a figure of great interest. Lin Yubing, with her aloof temperament and stunning beauty, also attracted attention. The two walked together, looking like a perfect couple, attracting countless curious, envious, or jealous glances. Which dungeon should we go to? Lin Yubing asked softly, her gaze sweeping over the light screen displaying information about various dungeons at the edge of the plaza. Frost Rift? Or Molten Core? Both are standard dungeons suitable for our current level. Just as Lin Yi was about to answer, a provocative voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Hey, isn't this our all-powerful Chief Lin? What, you've just finished showing off and you can't wait to bring your new lover to grind some dungeons? TSK, good taste, this girl is indeed quite pretty. She's not quite as fiery as Captain Shin, but she's pure and innocent. Heh, I wonder how long the novelty will last. The voice was coarse, filled with undisguised malice and intense jealousy. The deliberately amplified volume instantly attracted the attention of many people nearby. Lin Yi and Lin Yubing frowned simultaneously, their eyes instantly turning cold as they turned to look. Three boys in second-year uniforms walked over with mocking expressions. The leader was none other than Zhou Pang. The two men beside him also looked hostile. They were clearly Zhou Pang's henchmen, and they were making sneer in unison. Zhou Pang's gaze swept over Lin Yubing, and when he saw her standing intimately with Lin Yi, his jealousy flared up even more. In the secret realm, he was suppressed by Lin Yi, reprimanded by Shen Hongying, and ignored by everyone. And what about Lin Yi? Everyone raves about him. Even Shen Hongying favored him. At this moment, such an outstanding woman appeared beside Lin Yi. Why? Why Lin Yi? What gives a commoner from a remote region who relies on a Sword Maiden the right to oppress him? Chapter 97 Zhou Peng's provocation backfires.
He deliberately ignored the chill in Lin Yi's eyes and continued his sarcastic mockery.
What? Chief Lin, are you planning to play the hero and save the damsel in distress in the dungeon? Or have you gotten so used to relying on women for protection? You relied on Shin Hanying in the secret realm, and now you need to drag an ice beauty along as a bodyguard even for a low-level dungeon? Is this how you inflated your national champion title? Ha ha ha. Shut up.
Lin Yubing shouted, her eyes filled with coldness, and her body temperature plummeted. Zhou Peng's insulting words, such as new love, skinny, and bodyguard, pierced her heart like ice picks, completely igniting her anger. She could tolerate criticism of herself, but she could not tolerate Zhou Peng's despicable belittling of Lin Yi. However, Zhou Peng was already furious. Lin Yubing's angry rebuke did not make him restrain himself. Instead, it provoked him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, making him even more reckless in his speech.
He pointed at Lin Yubing and sneered at Lin Yi. Oh, getting impatient? Looks like I hit the nail on the head? Lin Yi, that's all you've got. What kind of man hides behind a woman? Have some guts.
His words trailed off abruptly. Because Lin Yi moved.
There was no yelling, no nonsense.
Lin Yi simply took a step forward. This step seemed to shrink the distance between them instantly, closing the gap with Zhou Peng.
A chilling killing intent suddenly erupted from Lin Yi's body.
This killing intent was far purer than it had been in the secret realm.
Buzz.
The star-glass sword at his waist emitted a low hum.
Zhou Peng's mocking smile froze instantly.
He felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and all the blood in his body seemed to freeze at that moment. The shadow of death loomed over the place with crystal clarity. He instinctively took a big step back, his face turning deathly pale, and fine beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. His two henchmen were so frightened by this aura that their legs went weak and they almost collapsed to the ground, their mocking expressions replaced by terror. Lin Yi's undisguised killing intent instantly brought him to his senses. This person in front of him was truly daring to make a move. Moreover, she was a ruthless character who could kill him instantly. Su Zhaoxiao's fate on the provincial examination stage was as ruthless as Lin Yi's merciless killing in the secret realm, like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head.
What do you want to do?
Zhou Peng screamed, his voice trembling, his bravado masking his inner fear. But his body betrayed him, shrinking back slightly as if trying to create a safe distance.
This is an academy. Private fights are forbidden. If you dare to lay a hand on someone, the school rules will not forgive you. School rules?
Lin Yi's voice was terrifyingly calm.
Zhou Peng, your mouth is much tougher than your strength.
I don't mind letting you experience what your fate will be before the school rules punish me. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi's figure suddenly blurred.
Fireflies flash.
There was no earth-shattering momentum, only lightning-fast instantaneous movement.
Zhou Peng's pupils contracted sharply, and he didn't even have time to activate his proud S-level talent, Earth's Fury. Lin Yi appeared in front of him as if he had teleported. Star Mark Thorn.
A single point of starlight, condensed to its extreme, shot towards Zhou Peng's throat with lightning speed.
Wait, Lin Yi!
Lin Yubing exclaimed, but she was too late.
Puff!
A soft sound, like puncturing a water-filled sack.
Zhou Peng felt a sharp pain in his throat, as if he had been pierced by a red-hot iron rod. The excruciating pain and suffocation overwhelmed him like a tidal wave.
The fear of death overwhelmed him. His two henchmen were terrified, their faces ashen.
Sa Rilong. Sa Rilong. The entire instance plaza fell silent instantly.
All the noise seemed to have been paused.
Countless gazes focused on them, filled with shock, horror, and disbelief. Lin Yi.
Lin Yubing rushed forward, grabbed Lin Yi's arm, her eyes filled with worry. He's been taught a lesson enough.
Don't really kill him, the school rules are strict. She worried that Lin Yi might actually kill Zhou Peng in his rage, and the consequences would be unimaginable.
At the same time, her gaze toward Zhou Peng became even more disgusted. This man's death is not a loss, but Lin Yi must not be implicated because of it.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Lin Yi's voice returned to calm. I'm just making him shut up for now and remember the price of talking nonsense. He won't die, but it'll be enough for him to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month to reflect on his actions.
He did indeed show mercy.
The star-scarred thorn avoided the fatal carotid artery and spine.
This injury wasn't fatal given the university's medical resources, but it was enough to cause Zhou Peng considerable suffering. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Peng coughed violently.
Each cough brought out large amounts of bloody froth, and the intense pain caused him to shed tears and snot. His eyes were filled with fear and pleading as he looked at Lin Yi. There was no trace of his previous arrogance left. All he wants now is to live, and stay as far away from this scourge as possible. Just then, a fiery red figure parted the crowd with a gust of wind and instantly appeared in the center of the scene.
What's going on? It's Shen Honying.
She was clearly drawn here by the commotion. When she saw the situation clearly, her brows furrowed instantly. Seeing Zhou Pang, who was seriously injured, coughing up blood, and in a sorry state, and then looking at Lin Yi's icy expression and Lin Yubing protecting him, as well as the whispers of the surrounding crowd, she instantly guessed 7 or 8 parts of the situation. When Zhou Pang saw Shen Honying, he grasped at her like a lifeline and struggled to crawl over to her. Shen Honying glanced at him with disgust, showing no sympathy whatsoever. She had long been fed up with Zhou Pang's dragging her down and his jealousy in the secret realm. Seeing him like this now, she had only 2 words in her mind: he deserves it. Her gaze shifted to Lin Yi, carrying a questioning tone and a hint of barely perceptible concern. Lin Yi? What did he do? Before Lin Yi could speak, Lin Yubing coldly interjected. Zhou Pang used foul language to maliciously slander Lin Yi and me. His words were vulgar and offensive.
Lin Yi taught him a lesson.
Upon hearing this, Shen Hongying's eyes instantly sharpened like knives, and she glared fiercely at Zhou Pang on the ground. She could easily imagine what disgusting things Zhou Pang's foul mouth would say. A surge of anger welled up inside her. She even felt that Lin Yi hadn't gone easy on her.
Humph. Shen Honying snorted coldly, her voice as icy as ice.
Within the academy, openly provoking and insulting classmates, maliciously slandering them. Zhou Pang, you've really grown bold.
It seems the lesson in the secret realm wasn't profound enough.
She stopped looking at Zhou Pang and turned to Lin Yi, saying, you did the right thing.
People like him should be shut up completely. Then, she turned to the crowd of onlookers and raised her voice. What are you looking at? Everyone disperse.
Zhou Pang provoked trouble and maliciously slandered his classmate.
He deserves what he got. Where is the university's law enforcement team? Take this guy to the medical department.
And while you're at it, notify his advisor and tell him to discipline his student properly. Shen Honying's strong statement directly defined the nature of the incident. Zhou Pang had only himself to blame, and Lin Yi's actions were a legitimate counterattack. Given her status and strength, coupled with Zhou Pang's extremely poor interpersonal relationships, no one dared to refute her at this moment. Soon, law enforcement officers who had been alerted arrived quickly carried Zhou Pang, who was still convulsing in pain, away. Before leaving, Zhou Pang looked at Lin Yi with eyes filled with deep resentment. He knew, at least on the surface, that he was finished. Given Shen Honying's assessment and Lin Yi's current status in the academy, not only was his beating pointless, but he may also face further punishment from the academy. The crowd gradually dispersed under Shen Honying's reprimand, but the news of Lin Yi's overwhelming victory over Zhou Pang, a second-year S-level genius, spread like wildfire throughout the entire instance square. Shen Honying then looked at Lin Yi and Lin Yubing, her gaze sweeping over them, especially lingering for a moment on Lin Yubing's carefully made-up face.
Chapter 98. Quiet down, everyone come with me to the dungeon.
The ice-blue fringed long dress made Lin Yubing look absolutely stunning. Her skin was as white as snow, and the soft blush on her lips was the perfect finishing touch. As a woman herself, Shen Honying instantly understood that this outfit was definitely not for every day, where it was something she had carefully prepared for someone else. As for who the target is, it goes without saying. A strange sense of bitterness welled up in her heart. She had just come from the academy when she heard about the conflict in the dungeon plaza involving Lin Yi. She rushed over in a panic, only to witness this scene. Standing next to Lin Yi was another equally stunning woman, who had clearly dressed up meticulously for him. The two stood side by side, their posture quite intimate.
Ha!
Shen Honying's red lips curled into a fiery smile.
Junior Lin Yubing? Top 10 freshman, the heart of ice.
TSK, her outfit today is truly pure and innocent. It seems that although Zhou Pang, that idiot, has a foul mouth, he wasn't wrong about calling her an ice beauty.
A woman's intuition told her that Lin Yubing's feelings for Lin Yi were far more than just ordinary classmate affection.
Only a few days have passed since the incident at the hot springs, and Lin Yi has already changed his confidant? Or is it that, he always? These straightforward words caused Lin Yubing's expression to change slightly. Shen Honying's assertiveness and undisguised territoriality put pressure on her, but she would never show weakness in terms of momentum.
Senior Shin, you flatter me. What I wear is my business, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it?
She paused, her gaze shifting to the remaining bloodstains on the ground, implying something.
Besides, it seems that your teammates need your discipline more, otherwise, how could today's incident have occurred?
Shin Hongying raised her eyebrows. She was already holding back her anger because of Zhou Peng, and now she was like a powder keg that had been lit. She stepped forward, her aura intimidating. Disciplining my teammates is my business, it's none of your concern.
Instead of being so concerned about me and my teammates, why don't you take a better look at yourself? Don't let a few sweet words fool you so much that you forget who you are.
The smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air between the two, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Although the students who had been scolded and dispersed by Shin Hongying earlier, many of them still secretly watched from a distance. Seeing the two beauties with such different styles going head to head over Lin Yi, everyone was astonished.
The atmosphere in the Instance Plaza was tense and confrontational. Enough!
A deep voice suddenly rang out, instantly drowning out all the whispers in the square and interrupting the escalating verbal sparring between the two.
Lin Yi made a move.
He didn't roar, he just took a step forward. To the astonishment of Shin Hongying and Lin Yubing, he grabbed Shin Hongying's wrist with one hand and, without hesitation, grasped Lin Yubing's hand with the other.
The action was forceful and left no room for refusal. You! Shin Hongying's wrist was gripped, and she instinctively tried to break free. But Lin Ye's hand remained as still as an iron clamp.
A scorching heat traveled up her wrist, causing her heart to tremble inexplicably, and her struggles weakened slightly. Lin Yubing's body stiffened slightly, and the hand held by Lin Yi seemed to be struck by an electric current. For the first time, a clear look of astonishment and a trace of panic appeared on her usually cold face.
Lin Ye's gaze swept over the two women, and he said in a deep voice, "Have you argued enough? Is someone like Zhou Ping worth your time to waste your breath and fight over? Who's jealous?"
Shin Hongying retorted immediately, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. But her voice lacked its previous confidence, and the blush on her face deepened. Lin Yubing pursed her lips, her icy blue eyes filled with complex emotions, but she did not utter a word in rebuttal. Lin Yi ignored Shin Hongying's rebuttal and continued, "Since you both want to run dungeons, then let's do it together."
"The dungeon plaza isn't a place for you to argue." "Together?"
Shin Hongying and Lin Yubing spoke almost simultaneously.
"Yes, together."
Lin Ye's tone was decisive, his gaze sweeping over the two faces.
"What? Hongying, are you scared? Afraid?"
Shin Hongying's fiery temper was instantly ignited. She stopped trying to break free from Lin Ye's grasp, instead raising her head and looking at Lin Yubing with a hint of defiance, before finally glaring at Lin Yi.
"What a joke!
The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary, Shin Hongying.
I'll just keep grinding. But if I'm going to grind, I'll grind something interesting, not those low-level books that are just for fooling freshmen."
Her eyes darted around, and she pointed to a dungeon on the plaza's light screen that exuded a chilling aura, Dark Cavern.
"Dare to try? Chief Lin, bring your ice beauty, or you'll end up so scared your legs won't give way, and I, your hot captain, will have to save you." Dark Cavern Advanced. Recommendation level, 2535.
Attributes, Shadow, Undead, Curse.
Danger level, high, recommended for a 5-person elite team.
Characteristics, extremely dark environment, severe sensory suppression, dense concentration of undead monsters, and presence of powerful curses and mental attacks. This dungeon is considered quite challenging even for second-year students, known for its harsh environment and troublesome monsters. Shin Hongying brought this up clearly with the intention of testing Lin Yi and Lin Yubing, and perhaps even with a bit of a desire to see them make a fool of themselves. At the same time, it was also a way of venting his dissatisfaction with Lin Yi. The students who hadn't yet dispersed were in an uproar.
A dark cave? Has Senior Shin gone mad? Taking 2 freshmen there? Chief Lin just reprimanded Zhou Peng. Is Senior Shin trying to get revenge? This is going to be interesting. But 3 people clearing the Underdark? Isn't that a bit too overconfident?
Lin Yubing frowned slightly, her cool gaze sweeping over the information on the light screen, clearly aware of the difficulty of this dungeon. But she didn't back down, she just looked at Lin Yi and waited for his decision. Looking at Shin Hongying's provocative gaze and feeling Lin Yubing's silent support, Lin Ye's lips curled into a confident smile. Far from being intimidated, he felt this was exactly what he wanted. It was time to let them witness the power of Nightfeather.
What's there to be afraid of?
Lin Yi looked intently at Shin Hongying.
The Dark Cavern, that's it. Hongying, lead the way?
Shin Hongying was taken aback by Lin Ye's attitude, then snorted, "Humph, you've got guts.
Come with me."
She stopped looking at Lin Yubing, turned around, and strode towards the teleportation array in the dark cave. The fiery red silhouette exuded an indomitable spirit. Lin Yi nodded slightly to Lin Yubing, gesturing for her to follow. Lin Yubing took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart, and followed. The unusual trio, under the watchful eyes of countless people, stepped into the teleportation array leading to the dark underground cave. Buzz. After a strong sense of spatial distortion, a gloomy, dark, and cold atmosphere instantly enveloped the three of them. What lay before them was no longer a bright plaza, but the entrance to a deep, enormous underground cave. The light was extremely weak, with visibility less than 10 meters. The chilling aura was pervasive, seemingly penetrating to the very marrow of one's bones. What's more troublesome is that an invisible mental pressure hangs over this area, greatly suppressing perception and mental probing. Oomph, welcome to the dark caverns. Shen Hongying sneered, her crimson spear humming as a steady flame ignited at its tip. The environment here severely suppresses perception and mental strength, and light is a luxury. Undead monsters appear and disappear unpredictably, so be especially careful of their ambushes and curses. Stay close to me, don't fall behind. Her words carried a reminder, but also a subtle hint of superiority. At the same time, his gaze swept over Lin Yi and Lin Yubing, as if observing their reactions. Chapter 99 Night Feather's debut shocks Shen Hongying. They're here, Lin Yi said in a low voice. The words had barely left his mouth. Creak. Hiss. Several dark figures suddenly pounced down from behind the jagged rocks on both sides and from the stalactites overhead. It's the rotting corpse and the shadow skeleton assassin. The zombies moved stiffly but were incredibly strong, their rotting claws emitting a foul stench. The skeleton assassin was like a ghost, incredibly fast, and his two bone daggers, gleaming with an eerie light, were aimed straight at Lin Yubing's back and Shen Hongying's throat. Their seamless teamwork clearly indicates they are veteran hunters here. Watch out! Shen Hongying shouted sharply, her crimson spear emerging like a venomous dragon from its lair. The gun, carrying a scorching heat wave, accurately pierced the skeleton assassin rushing towards him. The gun's edge exploded, forcing the assassin back. Lin Yubing reacted extremely quickly, and the ice beneath her feet instantly spread out, attempting to slow down the zombies. At the same time, an ice spike instantly solidified and shot towards the skeleton assassin who had ambushed him. However, the skeleton assassin was extremely cunning and seemed to have anticipated the trajectory of the ice spike. Its body twisted at an eerie angle, ice spikes grazed its ribs as they flew past, and the bone dagger in its hand was still aimed at Lin Yubing. At this critical moment, Lin Yi's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. There was no starlight, no sound of air being cut, it seemed to blend into the dense darkness itself. The next moment, he appeared like a ghost behind the skeleton assassin who had ambushed Lin Yubing. Shen Hongying caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of her eye, and her pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of movement technique is this? Teleportation? Space jump? She knew that Lin Yi had a skill called Firefly Flash, which allowed him to travel quickly. But this one in front of us is clearly not. It is darker and more gloomy than the Firefly, and its speed and range of movement are also greater than the Firefly. She didn't see how Lin Yi moved at all. Night Feather, shimmering in the void, touch of icy soul. Lin Yi shouted sharply. Buzz. A deep, gray-blue sword light silently appeared, like a ghostly blue aurora suddenly appearing in the night. Sizzle. The sword light slashed precisely across the skeleton assassin's cervical spine. At the same time, an extreme chilling force erupted from the blade and spread across the skeleton assassin's bones as if it were alive. Click. Click, click, click. The swift, lightning-fast skeleton assassin froze instantly. Starting from the severed cervical vertebrae, frost spread wildly at a visible speed, freezing it into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, with a soft bang, the ice sculpture, along with the skeleton inside, turned into a pile of icy, shattered bones. Sold out instantly. You killed a level 27 shadow skeleton assassin, gaining 3,840 experience points. Clean, efficient, and silent. The other skeleton assassin, who had been forced back by Shen Hongying, seemed to be shocked by the tragic state of his companion, and his movements visibly faltered. The decaying zombie that lunged at Lin Yubing was caught off guard by Lin Yubing, who froze it into a target. The battle erupted in the blink of an eye, and was quickly quelled by Lin Yi's stunning attack. Shen Hongying gripped her spear, maintaining her attack stance, but froze in place. She stared in disbelief at the shattered ice crystals on the ground, then suddenly looked up at Lin Yi, who was standing with his sword sheathed. His power is far greater than it was on Frostfall Island. Shin Hongying noticed the long sword in his hand, which was entirely gray-blue and exuded a shadowy and icy aura. That is definitely not the Starglass sword.
What is this?
Shin Hongying exclaimed in surprise. A mysterious and powerful female spirit with dark blue eyes quietly materialized beside Lin Yi. It was Yi Ling.
This is my new Sword Maiden, named Yi Ling. New Sword Maiden. Night Feather.
The information exploded in her mind like a thunderbolt.
Has Lin Yi made a contract with a second Sword Maiden? And in such a short period of time? This completely overturns the common sense of professionals.
What shocked her even more was the power that Yi Ling had just displayed: the silent spatial jump void flash, and the extreme cold that instantly froze and killed a level 27 elite monster touch of Ice Soul, all of which demonstrated the extraordinary nature of this new swordswoman.
Its quality is probably far beyond imagination.
Shin Hongying opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. Shock, confusion, and a complex mix of emotions that were hard to describe were intertwined. She suddenly realized that her understanding of Lin Yi was not as deep as she had imagined.
Roar.
Hiss. The brief silence was broken. The instantaneous death of his companion did not frighten the spirits here. Instead, it stirred up an even deeper ferocity. More rotting corpses crawled out of the shadows. The shadowy skeleton assassin moved like a ghost among the jagged rocks. Several wailing banshees, floating in the air and exuding a venomous aura, even joined the attack.
What are you staring at? The battle isn't over yet. Lin Yi's voice was unusually calm, instantly pulling Shin Hongying back to reality from her shock.
Humph.
I know.
Shin Hongying suppressed the turmoil in her heart, and her crimson spear erupted with an even more intense light, wildfire. The spear's edge swept across, forcing back several approaching zombies, and the scorching heat temporarily dispelled the chill of a small area. Lin Yubing quickly adjusted her state, and her icy blue spiritual energy surged.
Frozen path.
The chill around her instantly spread forward, forming a frost-covered path that greatly slowed the horde of zombies' advance.
Ice spike.
Several sharp ice spikes shot precisely at the howling banshee hovering in the air. However, there were too many undead, and they were very well coordinated. A skeleton assassin slid across the path like an eel, its bone dagger aimed straight at Shin Hongying's side ribs. The other wailing banshee let out a piercing mental scream, and the invisible sound waves rushed straight into Lin Yubing's mind, causing her to freeze for a moment as she condensed the ice cone, her face turning slightly pale.
Watch out!
A fierce glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes.
Master, leave it to me.
Yi Ling's clear voice was filled with the excitement of her first battle.
Buzz.
Yi Ling's figure vanished instantly, and the next moment she appeared beside the skeleton assassin who had ambushed Shin Hongying.
Touch of Ice Soul.
The gray-blue longsword slashed silently, unleashing a burst of extreme cold power. The skeleton assassin's movement suddenly froze, instantly turning into an ice sculpture, before Shin Hongying turned around and swept it into ice shards with a single shot.
Almost simultaneously, Lin Yi took out another sword. Flash of fireflies.
The starry sword was drawn, its silver light flashing.
Lin Yi immediately appeared in front of Lin Yubing. Star Vortex Protection.
A barrier of dazzling starlight instantly opened, blocking all the subsequent mental shrieks and several bone arrows.
Thank you.
Lin Yubing looked at the tall, straight back that was blocking her way and felt a warmth in her heart.
She was about to say thank you. Night Feather, the curtain of death.
Lin Yi commanded in a low voice.
Yes, master.
Yi Ling hovered in midair, her dark blue eyes shining with a deep light. She pressed her hands down, and an invisible, chilling power of domain erupted forth.
Buzz. Centered on Yi Ling, a huge, dark domain instantly descended.
Within the area, light seemed to be completely swallowed up, and the temperature plummeted to below freezing. The air became viscous, like lead and mercury. The howls of the dead and the shrieks of the banshees instantly became blurred and distant, as if separated by a thick veil. Even more terrifying, all the undead monsters within the area visibly became sluggish and stiff, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. The soul fire flickering in their eye sockets dimmed, and their desire to attack was greatly weakened. The rotting zombies' climb slowed to a crawl, the ghostly movements of the shadow skeleton assassins became clumsy, and the banshees' mental screams lost their power, becoming weak and feeble.
Ultimate skill, Veil of Deathly Silence.
Effect, greatly weakens the perception, speed, and energy recovery of all enemies within the area, and continuously draws their life force and spiritual energy to nourish itself and the Swordmaster.
Chapter 100: The Innocent Night Feather. What kind of domain is this?
Shen Honying felt her depleted spiritual energy slowly recovering, while the surrounding undead seemed to be shackled, which surprised her greatly. Lin Yubing also clearly felt the mental pressure decrease sharply, and the dizziness from the succubus's attack quickly subsided. At the same time, a surge of pure life force and spiritual energy quietly flowed into her body, invigorating her spirits.
Clear the area now. Lin Ye's voice was like a thunderclap. Stardust of annihilation.
The starry sword instantly shattered, transforming into countless silver streaks of light that precisely splashed onto the sluggish undead within the domain. Hiss 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 hiss. The dense, penetrating sounds blended together. The undead, suppressed by the veil of deathly silence, were like lambs to the slaughter, bursting, freezing, and turning to ashes in droves. Shen Honying and Lin Yubing immediately realized what was happening.
Burning sky spear breaking army.
Shen Honying's spear, like a dragon, blazed with flames and fiercely pierced into the area where the undead were most concentrated.
Extreme cold ice explosion.
Lin Yubing formed hand seals, and the ice on the frozen path instantly exploded. Under the suppression of the deathly silence curtain and the full power of Lin Yi, Shen Honying, and Lin Yubing, this astonishingly large horde of undead quickly vanished. In just a moment, the entrance to the cave fell silent. All that remained were ice crystals, shattered bones, charred remains, and wisps of black smoke.
Slay 135 rotten corpses to gain experience points. Defeat 78 shadow skeleton assassins to gain experience points. Defeat 33 howling banshees to gain experience points.
A chilling message flashed through the three people's minds like a screen full of text.
The battle is over.
Shen Honying leaned on her spear, slightly out of breath. She looked at Lin Yi and Yi Ling, who was hovering beside him, her eyes filled with extreme complexity.
That all-encompassing icy domain, that bizarre spatial teleportation, that ability to freeze and instantly kill.
The abilities displayed by this new swordswoman are powerful and unique on their own, and their combination is terrifying. She finally understood why Lin Yi dared to agree to come to the dark cavern, and even dared to challenge it with only 3 people. With Yi Ling present, this domain that suppresses perception and slows down enemies is practically tailor-made for this kind of environment.
This greatly reduces the difficulty of the dungeon. Even Lin Yubing's usually cool and aloof face couldn't hide her shock.
She looked at Yi Ling, then at Lin Yi, and felt a sense of relief in addition to surprise. The stronger Lin Yi becomes, the more opportunities she seems to have to fight alongside him. Yi Ling happily flew around Lin Yi once, like a little bird seeking praise. Master, master.
Isn't Yi Ling amazing? Amazing, absolutely amazing.
Lin Yi praised generously, ruffling Yi Ling's illusory hair, his eyes filled with satisfaction.
Nightfeather's first battle was nothing short of perfect. The strategic value of the silence curtain far exceeds expectations. Oof, little one, don't get too cocky. This is just an appetizer.
Xing Li's voice carried a hint of sourness, but more than that, it was acknowledgement. Lin Yi said to the 2 women, "Let's rest for a few minutes before continuing." The 3 of them each found a flat rock and sat down. Lin Yi took out a water pouch and dry rations, while Lin Yubing closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Shen Honying wiped the tip of the crimson spear, but her gaze kept glancing at Lin Yi and the Nightfeather spirit body that was quietly standing beside him. Yi Ling seemed excited about the battle just now. Her spirit body floated gently around Lin Yi, her dark blue eyes sparkling like a little beast seeking praise. She watched Lin Yi drink water and eat, and then looked at his well-defined profile, and a surge of urge to get closer to her master welled up inside her. She recalled the scene she saw by the hot spring, and also the strange, warm feeling she had experienced from the kiss she had imitated.
Master.
Yi Ling floated in front of Lin Yi, her voice clear and crisp with a hint of coquetry.
Lin Yi had just swallowed a mouthful of water when he heard this and looked up. What's wrong, Yi Ling? Are you tired? Not tired.
Yi Ling shook her head vigorously, a pure smile on her face.
Yi Ling is very happy to be able to fight alongside Master.
As she spoke, she leaned forward and naturally wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck. Lin Yi thought she just wanted a hug as usual, and smiled as he was about to pat her back.
However, Yi Ling's next move caught everyone off guard.
Without any warning or hesitation, she precisely pressed her icy yet soft lips onto Lin Yi's lips. A kiss filled with longing, awkward yet complete.
Time seemed to stand still.
Lin Yi froze instantly, the warm touch on his lips leaving his mind blank.
Humph.
The starry sword emitted a sharp hum at his waist. Lin Yubing abruptly stopped adjusting her breathing and opened her eyes to see this scene. The color drained from her usually cool face instantly. She instinctively bit her lower lip, her gaze first filled with shock, then with deep grievance and bitterness. Although she had already seen it once, she came again. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't seem to resist at all. But the most intense reaction undoubtedly came from Shen Hanying. Clang! The spear in Shen Hanying's hand slammed heavily to the ground. She suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes instantly blazing with anger as she stared intently at Yi Ling, who was still kissing Lin Yi. What are you doing? Yi Ling was startled by the sudden roar and released Lin Yi abruptly like a frightened deer. She looked at Shen Hanying with a blank and aggrieved expression. Sister Hanying. Lin Yi also came to his senses, coughed awkwardly, and seemed to still have the icy touch on his lips. He looked at Yi Ling, his eyes filled with helplessness and a hint of barely perceptible doting. Yi Ling, you can't do this. Why? Yi Ling was even more confused, and her big eyes quickly filled with tears. She pointed at Shen Hanying and argued with a wronged expression. Yi Ling is imitating Sister Hanying. Sister Hanying treated Master just like that at the hot spring pool. Yi Ling saw it. Yi Ling also wants to be that close to Master. Boom! Yi Ling's earth-shattering accusation was like a bucket of cold water being poured into a pot of boiling oil. Shen Hanying's face flushed crimson, almost to the point of bleeding, filled with shame and indignation. The intimate moments by the hot springs were the most private matters between her and Lin Yi, and now that Yi Ling had exposed them, she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. She pointed at Yi Ling, her fingers trembling with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Who told you to learn this? You little brat, you're not learning anything good. Lin Yubing suddenly raised her head, her gaze towards Shen Hanying filled with complex emotions. Shock, understanding, and even deeper resentment. So, what happened at the hot spring was true, even more intimate than I imagined. She looked at Lin Yi, her eyes almost brimming with tears. The scene instantly became extremely awkward and tense. Jealousy, resentment, shame, and embarrassment filled and clashed in the small stone hall. Lin Yi was in a real bind. He took a deep breath, knowing he had to take control of the situation immediately. Otherwise, the delicate balance and dungeon-running rhythm that have been painstakingly established will completely collapse. Enough! Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The voice instantly drowned out Shen Hanying's shame and anger, and Lin Yubing's grievances. Chapter 101 Lin Yi's helplessness. He stood up, his gaze first turning sternly to Yi Ling. Yi Ling. Startled by his stern tone, Yi Ling shrank back, tears welling in her eyes. Master. Yi Ling was wrong. Yi Ling shouldn't have imitated Sister Hanying. But Yi Ling just wanted to. I know you want to get close to your master, Lin Yi interrupted her, his tone softening slightly, but such intimate behavior can only be done when it's just the two of us, understand? It's not allowed in front of outsiders. He deliberately emphasized outsiders and only you and me. Yi Ling seemed to understand, but still nodded with a wronged expression. Yi Ling understands. From now on, I'll only do it when I'm alone with Master. Lin Yi nodded, then turned to Shen Hanying, whose anger had not subsided and whose face was flushed. Hanying, Lin Yi's voice was steady, with a soothing quality. Yi Ling's mind is like a child's. She's just imitating what she sees. She doesn't understand the meaning behind it. She didn't mean it, so please don't take it to heart, okay? Shen Hanying's chest heaved as she glared at Lin Yi, then looked at the aggrieved Yi Ling, unable to vent her anger. Arguing with a clueless sword spirit would make her seem petty. But the resentment and jealousy in my heart didn't lessen at all. She snorted heavily and turned her face away, which was a tacit agreement with Lin Yi's statement, but she was clearly still angry. Finally, Lin Yi's gaze fell on Lin Yubing, who was looking down and exuding a dejected aura. He walked up to Lin Yubing, squatted down, and said in an unprecedentedly gentle voice, Yubing. Lin Yubing trembled slightly but did not look up. Look at me. Lin Yi's tone was gentle, but it carried a hint of unyielding authority. Lin Yubing hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised her head. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and the suppressed grievances were clearly visible. Lin Yi sighed inwardly, gently brushing away a strand of hair damp with sweat from her forehead. His touch was tender. I know what you're thinking. Some things are complicated. But you must remember one thing. He looked directly into her eyes, his tone serious. You are very important to me. You are the one and only Lin Yubing. This importance will not change because of anyone or anything. Believe me, okay? Looking into the sincere light in Lin Yi's eyes and listening to his solemn words, Lin Yubing felt the bitterness and grievances in her heart being gently soothed by a warm hand. He acknowledged her importance and made her a promise. Although the future remains uncertain, his attitude at this moment gave her a sense of reassurance. She nodded slightly and whispered, Seeing that the three had calmed down for the time being, Lin Yi stood up and clapped his hands. Alright, the little incident is over.
It's about time for a break. Yiling, put away your domain and prepare to continue.
Hongying, Yubing, cheer up, there are still tough battles ahead. Don't forget our purpose in coming here to clear dungeons, get points, and become stronger. Shen Hongying took a deep breath, suppressed her turbulent emotions, and gripped the spear tightly again. Although her face still looked a little unnatural, her eyes had regained their fighting sharpness.
Humph, do you need to tell me? Let's go.
She turned around first and walked towards the direction of the abnormal energy fluctuations, her back still straight. Lin Yubing also stood up and composed herself. The icy blue spiritual energy stabilized again, nodded slightly to Lin Yi, and followed Shen Hongying. Lin Yi watched the two women's retreating figures, then glanced at Yiling beside him, who was still somewhat downcast, and smiled helplessly.
He reached out and ruffled Yiling's hair. Let's go, silly girl. Remember to be obedient next time. If you really want to do that, your master will reward you handsomely when we get home.
Okay.
Yiling is a good girl.
Yiling felt comforted by her master and immediately became happy. The spirit solidified again and obediently followed Lin Yi's side. After a short rest, the three of them set off again. The deathly silence that permeated the depths of the cave grew even heavier, and the mental oppression intensified.
Be careful, everyone. The Wailing Corridor is just ahead.
The density and strength of the undead will skyrocket, and there's a high chance that a lord-level being is stationed there, Shen Hongying whispered a reminder. Lin Yubing nodded silently. Yiling appeared very excited, appearing and disappearing in the darkness, her eyes scanning her surroundings warily. Master, there's a really annoying wall ahead, Yiling suddenly whispered, pointing to the dark distance ahead. Lin Yi and Shen Hongying simultaneously focused their attention on sensing. Sure enough, the passage ahead seemed to be blocked by an invisible energy barrier.
A necromantic barrier. Shen Hongying's face darkened.
This is troublesome. This kind of barrier is usually maintained by powerful undead creatures. It not only blocks intruders but also continuously weakens our condition and attracts surrounding undead to attack us. Forcibly breaking it will cause too much noise and attract the Lord. Lin Yubing attempted to condense an ice cone and shoot it towards the barrier.
Laugh.
The ice spike struck the invisible barrier and was instantly consumed by the dense aura of death.
Very strong.
Lin Yubing's cool voice carried a heavy tone.
My attacks had little effect on it. Humph, it seems there's no way to avoid it by forcing our way in.
Shen Hongying gripped her spear tightly. Prepare for a full-scale attack.
Lin Yi, have your little Sword Maiden use the domain suppression again. Wait a minute. Lin Yi interrupted, his gaze falling on Yiling with a hint of inquiry. Yiling, you just said annoying wall? You can sense it?
Yiling nodded vigorously.
It's black, sticky, and full of resentment. Yiling doesn't like it. Then, can you eat it?
Lin Yi asked, guiding the question. He remembered the original ability that Yiling inherited from the nameless broken sword Void Erosion. Yiling tilted her head, seemingly trying to understand Lin Yi's meaning, then her eyes lit up. Master, do you mean, like eating the shields of those bad guys?
Yiling can try it.
Good. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Yiling, use Void Erosion, target that barrier.
Yes, Master.
Yiling immediately perked up upon receiving the order. She floated up, a dark blue light swirling around her. Buzz. A profound energy silently came into contact with the necromantic barrier.
Void Erosion.
Hiss hiss hiss. The sound of corrosion echoed in the silent cave. The originally formless and intangible necromantic barrier began to melt continuously under the erosion of Yiling's energy.
The whole process was incredibly fast and completely silent.
How is this possible?
Shen Hongying gasped.
She had heard of skills that could break barriers, but she had never seen such a domineering and silent method. This wasn't just breaking through, it was completely devouring that massive energy structure. Lin Yubing also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Yiling withdrew her small hand, clapped it with satisfaction, and looked at Lin Yi as if to claim credit. Master, master.
The bad wall is gone. The road is open. Well done, Yiling.
Lin Yi praised without reservation. The effect of the void erosion was even stronger than he had anticipated. In a dark, cavernous environment, this ability is simply divine. However, breaking the barrier was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Roar! A violent roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the cave. The ground shook violently, and rocks fell from the rock walls on both sides. An enormous figure slowly rose from the darkness. That was a giant skeleton that was over 10 meters tall. It was clad in tattered bone armor and wielded a massive bone scythe. Within the empty eye sockets, two pale green soul flames burned fiercely, locking onto Lin Yi and the other two. Grom, the skeleton lord level. Level 30. Attributes: Undead, Death, Might, Domination. Skills: Death Pressure, Soul Drain, Bone Storm, Lord Summoning. Status: Enraged. Chapter 102 instantly kills a level 30 lord. The roar of the Bone Lord Grom was like a tangible sonic wave, shaking the entire wailing corridor. The terrifying pressure of death crashed down like an invisible mountain. Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing both groaned at the same time, their bodies involuntarily sinking. The power of a level 30 lord far surpasses that of any opponent they have encountered before. Be careful. It's a domain level suppression. Shen Hongying gritted her teeth and tried her best to resist the pressure, but her movements became noticeably slower. Lin Yubing's face was slightly pale as she struggled to stay upright. She looked at Lin Yi, a hint of worry in her eyes. Although they knew Lin Yi was exceptionally strong, the natural suppression brought about by the difference in their levels was undeniable. However, Lin Yi, who was at the center of the oppressive aura, only swayed slightly before becoming as steady as a rock. Perfect timing. Lin Yi shouted, and the surging level 26 spiritual power within his body suddenly erupted, instantly diluting some of the effects of the oppressive aura. In his left hand, the starry sky sword shimmered with starlight, while in his right hand, the night feather sword was a deep, dark blue. With both swords in hand, his aura was overwhelming. Roar! Grom was clearly enraged by Lin Yi's provocation. The enormous bone scythe was raised high, and a terrifying aura that seemed to tear at the soul instantly materialized. Soul absorption. This is a terrifying attack targeting the mind and soul. Once hit, it will not only cause great damage, but the mental strength and even the essence of the soul may be forcibly extracted. Lin Yi, get out of the way. Shen Hongying cried out in alarm. This attack is unpredictable and extremely difficult to defend against. Lin Yubing also subconsciously wanted to condense an ice shield for protection. But just as Grom's bone scythe swung down, 3 breaths of sword salutation. Lin Yi silently recited in his heart. Buzz. A unique perspective unfolds. It was no longer simply a matter of perception, but rather like standing upstream in the river of time, clearly foreseeing all of Grom's attacks within the next 3 breaths. The first breath, the trajectory of the bone scythe as it fell, the core point of the soul-absorbing impact, was precisely his sea of consciousness between his brows. Second breath, 3 inches below Grom's left rib, there is an energy core composed of countless tiny soulfire nodes, which will be briefly exposed when launching an attack due to the energy convergence. Third breath, the shockwave of soul absorption spreads, affecting Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing behind them. At the same time, Grom will summon surrounding bone fragments to form a bone storm for indiscriminate slaughter. Prediction. Predictions accurate to the millimeter. Xingli. Night Feather. Lin Yi's voice was frighteningly calm. Guided by his anticipation, his movements were as fast as lightning, yet incredibly precise. Starry Sky Protection. The Starry Sky sword burst forth with intense starlight. A barrier instantly formed in front of Lin Yi. At the same time, Lin Yi's figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost flash of fireflies. Instead of retreating or dodging, he faced the terrifying soul impact head-on and advanced instead of retreating. The target is Grom's core on his left side. The void flickers. Yi Ling thought to herself. The moment Lin Yi activated Firefly Flash, her spirit simultaneously initiated a spatial jump. Whoosh boom! The ghastly green shockwave of the soul slammed violently into the starlight barrier. The starlight barrier trembled violently, but ultimately it was not broken. They withstood this fatal blow aimed at their soul. At the very instant of the impact, Xingli and Yi Ling appeared like 2 intersecting streaks of light, one silver and one gray-blue, instantly appearing beneath Grom's left rib. Void erosion. Buzz. The power of shadow and void erupted instantly. Grom's energy core is being rapidly eroded. Roar. Grom let out a painful roar. Its body stiffened abruptly, and the movement of swinging the bone sickle came to an abrupt halt. The energy core was eroded, causing it to suffer a severe blow instantly. The power was drained away like a flood. Now.
Lin Ye's eyes flashed with cold light, and the predicted third breath had arrived. The bone storm was condensing and taking shape around Grum. Stardust. Annihilation Stardust. Night Feather. The Curtain of Death. Both swords are drawn simultaneously. Humph. Shatter for me. Xing Li's fighting spirit sword, and the sword instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless silver streaks of light. At the same time, Night Feather's ultimate technique unfolds once again. A curtain of deathly silence. The dark realm descended instantly, precisely enveloping Grum entirely. Within this realm, time seemed to stand still. Hiss 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 hiss. The silver torrent of annihilating stardust pierced through the skeletal armor without hindrance, crashing into Grum's head and spine. The dense, piercing sounds blended into a symphony of death. Grum's body was instantly covered with countless holes. The soul fire, like a punctured balloon, frantically escaped from countless holes, emitting a shrill scream. Boom! The Bone Lord Grum collapsed with a crash, smashing into the ground and kicking up clouds of bone dust. The soul fire in his eye sockets flickered a few times like a candle in the wind before finally going out completely. Successfully defeated the level 30 boss monster, Skeleton Lord Grum. Gained 150,000 experience points. Your teammate Lin Yubing has reached level 22. Special item obtained, Lord Soulfire Crystal Epic. Special item obtained, Bone Lord Core Legendary. A notification sound rang in Lin Ye's mind. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, Lin Ye's figure, holding two swords, was revealed. The entire process, from Grum launching his attack to his sudden collapse, took only a few breaths. Shen Honying and Lin Yubing stood frozen in place, completely petrified. Before they could even fully break free from the Lord's oppressive aura, the battle was already over. Lin Yi is too strong. Master is so amazing. Yiling is amazing too. Yiling happily fluttered around Lin Yi, her little face full of excitement. Xing Li's voice carried a hint of arrogance. Humph, a mere reptile dares to block my way? I'll gladly let it die quickly, saving me the trouble. Lin Yi. Shen Honying's voice was slightly hoarse. How did you do that? She wasn't unfamiliar with strong individuals. Xinsha Academy was full of hidden talents, and she knew about the top experts in the second year. But for someone like Lin Yi, at level 26, to so effortlessly and almost overwhelmingly kill a level 30 lord in an instant was something that completely overturned her understanding of power levels. Lin Yubing also stepped forward slowly, her eyes filled with shock, but also with an indescribable sense of security. She looked at Lin Yi and said softly, "It's good that you're all right." All the words I could say have been reduced to this one expression of concern. Lin Yi sheathed his twin swords, and Xing Li returned to its sheath. Yiling's spirit also obediently attached itself to the sword. He didn't look particularly proud. It was as if he had just done something completely ordinary. When you have the ability, you will naturally be able to do it. As he spoke, Lin Yi walked toward Grum's remains and instantly locked onto several items. Obtained, Lord Soulfire Crystal Epic X1. Obtained, Bone Lord Core Legendary X1. Not bad luck. Lin Yi weighed the heavy spoils in his hand, his tone calm. These two items are invaluable, whether used for Yiling's growth, to exchange for academy points, or as materials for crafting certain special equipment and skills. Seeing Lin Yi's calm, almost Versailles-like demeanor, Shen Honying's lips twitched. Instantly killing a lord and obtaining legendary materials, is that what you call good luck? She felt her understanding of the world being trampled on again. Let's go, mission accomplished. Lin Yi looked into the depths of the passage, showing no intention of continuing to explore. The main purpose of this dungeon run is to help Lin Yubing level up, get to know Yiling, and deal with some complicated relationships. The objective has been largely achieved, and there has been an unexpected and substantial gain. It's time to stop while things are going well. A mission? Shen Honying was taken aback, then remembered the dungeon she had impulsively chosen earlier. All right, the condition for clearing the Undercity is to kill the Skeleton Lord or destroy its core. We've exceeded the requirement. She looked at Lin Yi, her gaze still complex. You've really kept this a secret. Dual Sword Maiden. I've never heard of this kind of power system before. Chapter 103 Student Council President? Still no respect. Lin Yi didn't explain, but simply said, "Let's go, it's time to get out." Staying any longer might attract even more trouble. Shen Honying nodded, suppressing the myriad questions in her mind. Lin Yubing naturally had no objections. The three of them did not linger and successfully found the portal that would transport them back to the academy. Buzz. With a flash of light, the three reappeared on the teleportation array in the Divine Summer Academy Instance Square. The bustling square seemed to quiet down for a moment. Countless gazes were focused on the three people who had just appeared. They're out. Senior Shin Hongying and Chief Lin are out. So fast? They've only been inside for a short time. Judging from their appearance, they don't seem to be injured? Wait, that energy fluctuation emanating from them, is it the Lord's residual aura? My God! They didn't actually kill the skeleton lord, did they? 3 people? And 2 of them are freshmen? Whispers spread rapidly like a tide. The pitiful state of Zhou Peng as he was carried away is still vivid in my mind. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi and his 2 companions seemed to have cleared a high-level dungeon that even a 5-person elite team would find difficult. The contrast is too great. Feeling the gazes around her, and recalling Lin Yi's terrifying strength displayed in the dungeon, Shin Hongying felt a sense of urgency amidst her joy. She suddenly realized that she, as a second-year senior, didn't seem to have much of an advantage over them. Most importantly, Lin Yi's attitude showed that he didn't treat her like a senior at all. And she actually accepted it. Just then, a figure parted the crowd and strode over. The person who arrived was Li Wei, whose face showed anxiety and worry. Captain Lin Yi. Junior Lin. Are you all right? Li Wei was visibly relieved to see that the 3 of them were unharmed. Lin Yi was very surprised to see Li Wei. Shin Hongying asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" With a hint of worry in his eyes, Li Wei lowered his voice and spoke very quickly. "Not long after you went in, the student council arrived. They retrieved the surveillance footage from the dungeon entrance and saw the entire process of Zhou Peng's provocation and Lin Yi's attack. And, after Zhou Peng woke up in the medical department, he kept distorting the truth, slandering Lin Yi for maliciously injuring people, and saying that he bullied his classmates by taking advantage of his status as the top student. Qin Yan Wang from the student council seems to be taking this very seriously. He's sending people everywhere to look for you." Lin Yubing couldn't help but ask, "Qin Yan Wang, who is he?" Both she and Lin Yi were freshmen and didn't know much about the school. Li Wei said, "It's Qin Gang, the student council president, from the class of 35. He's known for his tough methods. I heard that he doesn't care about right or wrong when dealing with things, he only cares about his mood. Many people are intimidated by his strength and don't dare to say anything." Li Wei's words instantly made the atmosphere heavy. Shin Hongying's eyebrows shot up in anger as she said, "That good-for-nothing Zhou Peng. He's asking for death and still dares to bite back? I'll talk to the student council." A cold glint flashed in Lin Yubing's eyes. Lin Yi's expression remained calm, though a hint of coldness flashed deep in his eyes. He said calmly, "Shinyama? Perfect. I also want to see whether the student council of Shinsha Academy is established for justice or for the sake of certain people's face." Buzz. A powerful aura wafted towards us. The crowd seemed to be separated by an invisible force. A heavy aura suddenly descended. The newcomer was tall and imposing, with a cold and hard face and sharp, hawk-like eyes that held a condescending scrutiny. It was Qin Gang, the student council president. Behind him followed 4 student council law enforcement officers whose auras were equally strong, their eyes cold. Qin Gang's gaze instantly locked onto Lin Yi. "Lin Yi?" Qin Gang's voice was deep. "Top freshman? What a show of power. The academy strictly forbids private duels, yet you openly and severely injured second-year senior Zhou Peng in the dungeon plaza. Your methods are ruthless, and the impact is extremely negative. Now, come with me to the student council for investigation." A terrifying pressure swept in like a tsunami. Shin Hongying and Lin Yubing both turned pale at the same time, and felt that they could hardly breathe. They were all exceptionally talented women, but they still found it difficult to resist the immense power of hierarchical oppression. The surrounding students were even more terrified, not daring to even breathe loudly. However, Lin Yi, who was at the center of the oppressive aura, only swayed slightly. He raised his head, his eyes calm. "President Qin," Lin Yi said calmly, "Zhou Peng openly provoked us, maliciously slandering and insulting our classmate first, and you didn't show up. I stepped in to teach him a lesson, and then you appeared. Is your student council really under the Zhou family's control?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Gang's face turned icy cold. He never expected Lin Yi to dare speak to him like that. "How dare you? Not only do you resist law enforcement, but you also dare to talk back to the student council? Even if the King of Heaven himself came, you'd have to come with me today." He didn't bother to reason with Lin Yi at all, and directly used his power to intimidate him.
Before he could finish speaking, Shin Gang suddenly took a step forward. Boom! The level 35 spiritual power erupted suddenly, several times stronger than the previous pressure. Shen Honying and Lin Yubing's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to step forward to help, but were forced to make no move by the combined oppressive force. Lin Yi, be careful! Shen Honying shouted urgently. Just then, 3 breaths of sword offering. Lin Yi gave a low shout in his heart, and the power of the golden inscription was activated instantly. Buzz! The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. All of Qin Gang's attack intentions instantly fell into Lin Ye's eyes. First breath, Qin Gang's pressure core will concentrate on bombarding his shoulders, aiming to instantly block the flow of spiritual energy in his upper body. Second step, a law enforcement officer on the left will cooperate with Qin Gang to exert pressure and grab his left arm joint with a grappling technique. The third breath, Qin Gang himself will follow closely behind, his right palm containing the power to shatter gold and break stone, striking directly at the vital acupoint in his chest. The aim is to cripple his ability to resist in one blow. Fireflies flash. Lin Ye's figure suddenly became blurry just before Qin Gang's oppressive aura reached him. Laugh. Qin Gang's intense pressure was like hitting a phantom. Almost simultaneously, the law enforcement officer on the left had already grabbed him with his grappling hand. Night Feather! Lin Yi shouted sharply. Void Flash! Buzz! After dodging the oppressive force, Lin Ye's figure instantly disappeared from the spot using Yi Ling's spatial jump power. The law enforcement officer's grappling techniques only managed to grab a lingering shadow. What? Qin Gang's pupils constricted sharply. He never expected that the pressure from his powerful level 35 expert, combined with the surprise attack from the law enforcement officers, would be so easily dodged by a level 26 freshman. That movement technique was unbelievably fast. In that moment of astonishment, Lin Ye's figure appeared beside him like a ghost. Star Mark Thorn. The starry sky sword had already been drawn from its sheath at some point. A cold star pointed towards his right palm. This sword struck the timing, the angle, the target was exquisitely perfect. They completely predicted Qin Gang's point of attack. Qin Gang's expression changed drastically. The power contained within his palm was extremely formidable, but precisely because of this formidable power, when he was precisely attacked at the point where his power was condensing and exploding, the consequence was boom! A muffled explosion. The power that Qin Gang had gathered in his right palm was precisely pierced by the star mark thorn, and it exploded with a bang. Although it failed to injure him, it abruptly interrupted his determined strike. The strong airflow made Qin Gang's robes flutter loudly, and the hard stone slabs beneath his feet shattered inch by inch. Hiss! The entire venue fell silent, save for the gasps of shock. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. The class of 2026 freshmen not only dodged the intimidation and surprise attack of the class of 2035 student council president, but also took the initiative to counterattack, breaking through Qin Gang's killing move with a single sword strike. How is this possible? Shen Honying and Lin Yubing's beautiful eyes widened in surprise and delight. Li Wei's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Qin Gang looked at his deviated hand, then at the white mark left on his wrist where the sword energy had pierced his robe, and an unprecedented sense of shame and anger surged to his head. Shame. Utter disgrace. He was actually forced to deviate from his stance in front of everyone by a freshman from the class of 2026, and almost injured himself? Chapter 104. Can we talk properly now? In the dungeon plaza, you could hear a pin drop. Countless gazes were fixed on Lin Yi. A freshman from the class of 2026, with a single sword strike, thwarted the fatal blow of the student council president from the class of 35. This was beyond the comprehension of everyone present. Qin Gang was even more ashamed and furious. This is not just a simple mistake, it's a blatant slap in the face. Brute. Qin Gang squeezed out those 2 words through gritted teeth. His spiritual energies suddenly erupted. Boom. The intense pressure, almost tangible, instantly swept across the entire square. You're asking for it. Qin Gang's eyes were bloodshot, completely tearing off his disguise as law enforcement. At this moment, all he wanted was to crush this freshman who had made him lose face completely. He clenched his right hand, and a heavy warhammer, dark gold in color and engraved with ferocious dragon patterns, appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moment the warhammer appeared, an aura as heavy as a mountain and as domineering as a tiger spread out. It was a legendary weapon, the mountain-shaking dragon hammer. Shaking mountains, splitting earth.
Qin Gang roared, no longer probing, and attacked with a killing move. The warhammer was raised high, carrying a terrifying force that could crush everything, and smash down towards Lin Yi's head. The space itself seemed to be distorted and deformed by this hammer blow. Even before the hammer arrived, the violent power that tore the earth apart already made Lin Yi feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. Lin Yi! Shen Honying and Lin Yubing exclaimed in shock at the same time, their faces turning deathly pale. They tried to rush over, but the overwhelming pressure from Qin Gang was like a quagmire. This hammer blow was Qin Gang's full-force strike in anger, far superior to the hasty capture he had just made. No matter how strong Lin Yi is, the difference in their levels is like an insurmountable chasm. How can he possibly stop him? However, Lin Yi, who was at the center of the storm, had an unprecedentedly calm look in his eyes. 3 breaths of sword offering. The power of golden keywords is unleashed here. Buzz. The foresight perspective unfolds once again. Attack intent, core strength, subsequent developments, nothing can be hidden. Xingli. Xingxian protects you. Night Feather. The Curtain of Death. Lin Yi shouted sharply, advancing instead of retreating. Fireflies flash. Boom. The shaking mountain dragon hammer slammed down on the spot where Lin Yi had just stood. The violent shockwave spread out, crushing everything around it into dust. But Lin Yi's figure had already grazed the edge of the shockwave. What? Qin Gang's pupils shrank again. His sure kill attack was dodged again? However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. The moment Lin Yi successfully dodged, Yi Ling's ultimate technique was activated. A curtain of deathly silence. A dark realm descended instantly. Within the domain, the flow of time seemed to be distorted. Qin Gang's violent spiritual energy fluctuations and the dark golden light emanating from the dragon hammer all became incredibly slow, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Domain suppression. Domain suppression against level 35 powerhouses. Although it was far from enough to completely restrain Qin Gang, this momentary delay was sufficient for Lin Yi. Xingli. Stardust of Annihilation. Buzz. The starry sky sword instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless streams of condensed silver light. The target was Qin Gang's weakness. Not good. Qin Gang's expression changed drastically. The feeling of being locked down sent chills down his spine. He never imagined that a freshman from the class of 2026 could pose such a deadly threat to him. He roared, forcefully channeling his spiritual power, and used the shaking mountain dragon hammer to block in front of his chest. However, it was too late. With the foresight of 3 breaths sword visit, Lin Yi's attack had already anticipated all of his reactions. Puff 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 puff. A series of penetrating sounds rang out. The silver torrent struck Qin Gang's chest with perfect precision. Ugh! Qin Gang let out a painful groan. The law enforcement uniform was instantly torn apart, and his body was covered with countless tiny bloody holes. Blood instantly stained his chest. The immense impact sent his body flying backward off the ground, like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Qin Gang crashed heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away. The shaking mountain dragon hammer in his hand flew out and crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Quiet. A deathly silence. The entire plaza, filled with hundreds of people, was completely silent. One sword. Just one sword strike. Lin Yi, a freshman from the class of 2026, actually blasted Qin Gang, the arrogant student council president, away, severely injuring him on the spot. This is not a miracle, this is a divine intervention. It was an earth-shattering battle that could shake the entire Divine Xia Academy and even the entire professional world of Great Xia. Shen Honying and Lin Yubing stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. Their worries were instantly replaced by immense surprise and pride. Their men are incredibly powerful. Li Wei's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg, and his mind went completely blank. Cough cough. In the smoke and dust, Qin Gang struggled to stand up, but the wound on his chest caused him excruciating pain. He stared intently at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with such venom and horror that they almost seemed to solidify. President Qin, Lin Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the silent square. Now, can we have a proper discussion about the investigation? Or do you still believe that your fists are the only rule of the academy? These words were like a resounding slap across Qin Gang's face. You. Qin Gang trembled with anger, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. Just then, an old and calm voice rang out in the sky above the square. That's enough. With the sound, a figure appeared silently in the arena, as if he had always been there.
It was none other than Zhang Taixian, the principal of Xinxia Academy.
Principal.
Shen Hongying, Lin Yubing, and many other students quickly bowed. Zhang Taixian nodded slightly, turned his gaze to Qin Gang, and said in a calm tone, "Qin Gang, as the president of the student council, instead of setting an example to uphold the school's rules, you arbitrarily use force to injure people and bully freshmen because of personal grudges.
You are a good student council president."
Qin Gang's face turned pale as he struggled to explain, "Principal, it was Lin Yi."
"Shut up."
Zhang Taishuan's voice suddenly turned cold. "I will judge right and wrong."
"Where is the enforcement team?"
"Exist." Several law enforcement officers, who belonged to the university's upper echelons but were not actually members of the student council, immediately appeared. "Take Qin Gang away and confine him for 3 months.
The vice president will temporarily act as the student council president. We'll deal with his offenses once he's recovered."
Zhang Taishuan's voice was beyond question.
"Yes, sir."
The law enforcement officers immediately stepped forward, grabbed Qin Gang, who was ashen-faced and powerless to resist, and took him away.
After dealing with Qin Gang, Zhang Taishuan's gaze returned to Lin Yi, softening slightly. "Lin Yi, you are very good.
The heart that seeks the Tao should point its sword in this direction."
However,
he then changed the subject, adding a hint of warning. "A sharp edge that is too exposed is easily broken and damaged.
The way of strength is to combine firmness and gentleness to achieve lasting results."
Lin Yi said, "I will keep the principal's teachings in mind." Zhang Taixian nodded, his gaze sweeping over all the students in the square before finally settling on Lin Yi again, his voice suddenly rising. "Taking this opportunity, I will announce a momentous event that concerns the future of my great Xia kingdom and, even more so, your future." Everyone's attention was instantly drawn in, even Lin Yi listened intently.
Chapter 105 College League, Dragon Abyss Secret Realm.
Zhang Taixian slowly opened his mouth.
The National College League is an annual grand event in our great Xia kingdom.
It brings together elites from the nation's top universities to hone their skills, showcase their strength, and select talent for the country.
This is a battle of glory, and also a battle of responsibility.
His voice grew louder and louder. And our Xinxia Academy has held the league championship for 20 consecutive years. 20 years of glory, 20 years of pillars of strength.
This is an immortal monument forged by the blood, sweat, and strength of the Academy's predecessors and geniuses. A gasp of amazement immediately rang out in the square.
Many of the freshmen, in particular, were hearing about this league for the first time.
Number 1 for 20 consecutive years. What a glorious achievement this is.
Zhang Taixian continued, "This year's league is of extraordinary significance. To encourage the younger generation and discover their potential, the highest meeting has decided to establish a special newcomer group for the league." The words freshman group exploded like thunder in the square.
What? The freshman group? Did I hear that right? Freshmen can participate in the college league now? My God. An opportunity. This is a tremendous opportunity. In previous years, only upperclassmen could represent the university in the competition. The freshmen instantly erupted in excitement, their faces filled with surprise and anticipation. This means that these newly enrolled students also have the opportunity to step onto the battlefield that symbolizes the glory of the nation's highest institution of learning. Zhang Taishuan's gaze fell on Lin Yi. Lin Yi.
When his name was called, Lin Yi felt a chill and instinctively straightened his back. As the top freshman of this year, you possess exceptional talent and astonishing combat strength, and you have even passed the 7th level of the Inquiry Tower's heart-refining trial. Such strength and character should serve as a role model for the freshmen. I hereby announce that Lin Yi will participate in this year's college league as a core member of the freshman group of Xinxia Academy.
Boom! The entire Instance Plaza erupted in chaos. Core member.
It was designated directly.
My God! The principal himself is taking attendance. Chief Lin. It really was him.
A core member of the freshman group, that's quite significant. Envy, jealousy, awe, fervor, countless complex gazes intertwined around Lin Yi. This is not just a qualification for the competition, but also represents the highest level of the Academy's absolute recognition of Lin Yi's strength. Shen Hongying and Lin Yubing stood beside Lin Yi, equally shocked by the news. A complex emotion flashed in Shen Hongying's eyes, a mixture of pride and subtle pressure. Lin Yi's brilliance was so dazzling that even she, a second-year senior, could hardly compare. Lin Yubing gazed at Lin Yi's tall and straight back, her eyes filled with a gentle light.
The selection and training for the new students will begin soon. Specific details will be announced by each college. We hope that all new students will take Lin Yi as a role model, study diligently, strive for excellence, and bring further glory to our Xinxia. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Taishuan's figure gradually became illusory and eventually disappeared from the spot. It was as if it had never existed. Congratulations, Lin Yi. Lin Yubing spoke first, looking even happier than Lin Yi.
Shen Hongying also composed herself and laughed heartily. Core member. Now you've truly become a role model for the new students.
However, she changed the subject, adding jokingly, from now on, when you see your senior, you can't be any less respectful. Lin Yi stared intently at her lips and smiled. Really?
Shen Hongying felt uneasy under Lin Yi's gaze, especially when she realized he was looking at her lips. After thinking about the hot spring, her face flushed slightly.
She snorted coldly and said nothing more.
Lin Yi didn't want to embarrass Shen Hongying any further, so he changed the subject. All right, we should go now.
Just then, Lin Yi received a message. Lin Yi, please proceed to the principal's office immediately. Jiang Taixian. The principal summoned you?
Shen Hongying, with her sharp eyes, caught a glimpse of the message and raised an eyebrow.
It seems to be about the core members of the league. Go quickly, don't keep the principal waiting.
Lin Yubing also said softly. Lin Yi, you go.
Lin Yi nodded, said no more, and left immediately. The principal's office is on the top floor of the central building.
Jiang Taixian did not sit behind the large desk, but stood with his hands behind his back by the window, gazing into the distance.
Principal, Lin Yi called out upon arrival. Jiang Taixian slowly turned around, a gentle smile on his face. You've arrived? Have a seat.
Jiang Taixian gestured to the tea table beside him. Lin Yi sat down as instructed. Jiang Taixian also sat down, picked up the warm jade pot, and poured a cup of tea for Lin Yi.
The tea was filled with a spiritual aura, clearly indicating it was no ordinary tea.
Try it, the spring buds of the ancient tea trees in southern Xinjiang, which have been growing for 1,000 years.
They will cleanse your mind and refresh your spirit, Jiang Taixian said with a smile. Lin Yi picked up his teacup and took a small sip.
A gentle, refreshing current instantly cleansed his limbs and bones, sweeping away the fatigue from the continuous battles and invigorating his spirit.
He put down his teacup and said sincerely, "Thank you, Principal. No need for formalities." Jiang Taixian waved his hand. The matter of the dungeon plaza was handled well.
Xin Gang has been domineering for a long time, using the name of the student council to suppress dissidents. The higher-ups of the academy have long been dissatisfied, but because of his special background, they have never had a good reason to remove him. What you did today, though a bit too aggressive, served as a warning and saved me a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi keenly sensed something unusual. Sure enough, Xin Gang's arrogance in the academy went unpunished, suggesting that he likely has a powerful background. But Lin Yi didn't voice his thoughts, only nodding slightly. I was just protecting myself. Jiang Taixian laughed and said, to be able to see through the attack of a level 35 with a level 26 body, use the opponent's strength against them, and severely injure Xin Gang. This combat intuition, this courage and temperament, is unmatched among the new students. It seems that the mental training on the 7th floor of the Tower of Inquiry has been very effective.
Lin Yi said, the principal is extremely perceptive.
Jiang Taixian nodded slightly, then changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. The primary reason I summoned you here is to confirm your status as a core member of the freshman group in the National College League. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, knowing that the important matter was about to begin, and he immediately sat up straight.
This season's newcomer group is of extraordinary significance.
The highest meeting has decided that those who perform exceptionally well in this year's newcomer group, especially the core members, will be qualified to enter the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm.
Dragon Abyss Secret Realm? Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly.
He had seen a few words about this name in the secret archives of the academy. It was rumored to be a fragmented small world left behind by the ancient dragon race. It contains unimaginable opportunities and dangers, and may even contain dragon treasures and inheritances.
Its value is immeasurable.
Jiang Taixian nodded slightly, his expression solemn. Indeed, it is the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. This secret realm is no ordinary place for training. It is of national treasure that concerns the fate of our great Xia.
A national treasure?
Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This word carried far too much weight.
Chapter 106. I'll wait for you to come back.
The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm is formed from fragments of the last core training ground of the ancient True Dragon clan, Jiang Taixian said slowly. It not only contains the pure essence of the true dragon race, lost dragon secrets, and the embryos of divine weapons, but also holds the key to fighting against the calamity, the Dragon Vein Source Crystal.
Dragon Vein Source Crystal? Lin Yi keenly caught this new term.
That is a supreme wonder created by the dragon race by combining its own essence and blood with the ancestral veins of the earth. It contains the great power of being extremely strong in yang, cleansing filth, and suppressing evil spirits.
A deep light gleamed in Jiang Taishuan's eyes.
The essence of calamity is an aggregate of chaotic erosion and negative energy from outside the world.
Its power is sinister and filthy, and difficult to eradicate.
The power of the Dragon Vein Source Crystal is precisely one of its nemesis. It is a core material for constructing large-scale defensive barriers, forging divine weapons to ward off calamities, and even enhancing the resistance of top experts to calamities. Lin Yi instantly understood the strategic significance of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. This is no longer just a personal opportunity, but the cornerstone of the entire Great Xia dynasty's fight against the invasion of calamities.
No wonder the principal called it a national treasure.
However, Jiang Taishuan's tone shifted, becoming somewhat somber. The conditions for opening the Dragon Abyss secret realm are extremely demanding, and its internal rules are peculiar, with a very strong level-based suppression. If high-level professionals enter, they will not only find it difficult to penetrate the core, but it will also trigger a strong backlash from the rules of the secret realm, and may even cause the secret realm to collapse. Only the new generation, especially young geniuses below level 35 or even 30, have the opportunity to delve into it, come into contact with the real core opportunities, and find the Dragon Vein Source Crystal because of their huge potential and pure origin. This is why the Supreme Council decided to establish a special freshman group in this year's College League and make the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm qualification the core reward.
Jiang Taishuan's gaze sharpened as he locked onto Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, you are exceptionally talented, resolute, and possess the unique system of contracted sword maidens, with limitless potential. You are one of the candidates we have chosen, the most likely to achieve something in the Dragon Abyss secret realm and bring back the spark of hope for the nation.
Lin Yi took a deep breath, a heavy sense of responsibility welling up in his chest.
Fighting against disasters and protecting his homeland aligns with his own aspirations. The Dragon Abyss secret realm is a challenge, but also an unparalleled opportunity.
I understand.
Lin Yi's voice was firm and resolute. I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations.
Good. Jiang Taishuan's eyes showed approval.
As a core member of the freshman group, the academy will give you maximum support. He raised his hand, and a soft light fell in front of Lin Yi, transforming into 3 items. An ancient, simple jade pendant in the shape of a dragon, the Dragon Pendant Legend. Effects: greatly increases mental energy recovery speed, nourishes the soul, and provides extremely strong resistance to mental shocks, illusions, and curses.
In critical moments, it can activate Dragon Soul Protection to block a fatal attack. A bottle of potion shimmering with starlight, body tempering essence legendary X1. Effects: tempers the physical body, stabilizes the foundation, and greatly enhances physical strength and affinity with spiritual energy.
1 access token, Tower of Inquiry 7th floor pass permanent. Effect: allows entry to the first 7 levels of the Tower of Inquiry at any time to comprehend the Taoist principles and laws left behind by powerful figures throughout history.
The 7th level, the heart-refining prison, in particular, allows for repeated tempering of one's mental state.
These 3 things can help you solidify your foundation, enhance your strength, and cope with the dangers of the Dragon Abyss secret realm, Jiang Taishuan said solemnly. In addition, the freshman training camp will officially begin in 3 days.
The location is the martial arts secret realm in the back mountain of the academy.
The training camp will last for a month and aims to hone the team, teach tactics to fight against the top geniuses of various universities, and conduct special training for the environment of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. You are a core member and must participate.
I will be there on time.
Lin Yi carefully put away the 3 items, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. This support carries significant weight.
Jiang Taishuan nodded slightly. During the training camp, there will be a dedicated team of instructors. Remember, the Dragon Abyss secret realm is extremely dangerous.
Not only are there powerful dragon-blooded creatures and bizarre secret realm rules, but you also need to be wary of human nature.
The geniuses from other academies are also formidable opponents. Go, and prepare well. Lin Yi bowed and left the principal's office.
Returning to his private courtyard from the principal's office, Lin Yi's heart was still pounding with emotion. The news of the Dragon Abyss secret realm, the weight of national treasures, and the responsibility of the newly formed core were like boulders thrown into a lake of the heart. He needs to process this, but he also needs strength. As evening fell, Lin Yi sat cross-legged in his quiet room, preparing to absorb the Yi body tempering essence to consolidate his newly broken level 26 foundation, when there was a gentle knock on the courtyard gate. Lin Yi immediately went to open the door and was soon surprised. The figure standing outside the door, as aloof as the moon, was none other than Lin Yubing. She changed out of her usual ice blue dress and into an elegant moon-white outfit, which made her skin look even whiter and her features even more striking. The golden light of the setting sun outlined her delicate profile, making her appear less aloof and more indescribably gentle. Clearly, she had prepared carefully. Yubing? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Come in quickly. Lin Yubing stepped in, her gaze falling on Lin Yi, a hint of barely perceptible concern in her eyes. The principal summoned you? Was it about the core of the freshman league? Lin Yi nodded and poured her a cup of tea. The principal gave me some things and informed me of some important news. He paused for a moment, then decided to be direct. It's about the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. Dragon Abyss Secret Realm? Lin Yubing was clearly unfamiliar with this name, and a question appeared in her eyes. Lin Yi briefly summarized the information Jiang Taixian had given him. Therefore, this freshman league is not only for the honor of the university, but also to enter the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm and find that spark of hope that concerns the fate of the nation. Lin Yi's voice was deep and solemn. Lin Yubing listened quietly, a look of shock and solemnity appearing on her usually cool face. When she heard that Lin Yi had been chosen as one of the most likely candidates to bring back the fire seed and shoulder such a heavy responsibility, her eyes became complicated. It was trust in Lin Yi's abilities, but more than that, it was worry. Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, a national treasure. She murmured repeatedly, it sounds 100 times more dangerous than Frostfall Secret Realm. The headmaster said that not only are there powerful dragon-born creatures and bizarre rules inside, but we also have to be wary of geniuses from other academies. Her voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. The terror of the calamities projected during the Beacon Fire battles is still vivid in my mind. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm is clearly even worse than those. Although Lin Yi is strong, this journey will surely be extremely dangerous. Lin Yi keenly sensed the worry she was trying so hard to hide. Looking at the woman before him, who was as cold as ice yet whose heart was stirred by him, a warm current mixed with a strong impulse surged into his heart. Yubing, Lin Yi's voice lowered, carrying a reassuring strength, trust me. He stood up, walked to Lin Yubing, and gently lifted her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. I've come this far from the slums, I've made a contract with Xingli and reshaped Yiling, I've tempered my heart through the Tower of Inquiry, I've instantly killed the Skeleton Lord, I've forced Qin Gang to retreat. Even the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm can't stop me. I will return with the Dragon Vein Source Crystal, and I will return safely. His words were like a vow, each one resounding and powerful. Lin Yubing looked up at him, and his confidence seemed to have a magical power, gradually dispelling the gloom in her heart. Yes, he is Lin Yi, the man who keeps creating miracles. My defenses completely crumbled at that moment. The grievances, bitterness, worries, and deep-seated emotions of the past few days, like a flood bursting its banks, could no longer be contained. Crystalline tears silently slid down her cheeks. Lin Yi. Her voice was choked with sobs, but she no longer dodged the question. Lin Yi felt a pang of pain in his heart, and all his reason was instantly overwhelmed by the surging emotions. Without further hesitation, he leaned down and kissed those cool, soft lips fiercely. Lin Yubing's body stiffened slightly, then completely softened. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, responding awkwardly yet passionately. The long-suppressed emotions finally found an outlet. The warm glow of the setting sun enveloped the two of them, and only their intertwined breaths and rapid heartbeats remained in the courtyard. Lin Yi's arms tightly encircled Lin Yubing's slender yet supple waist, as if he wanted to melt her into his own body. Lin Yubing's hands also climbed onto his neck, filled with intense attachment. All the worries, the reluctance to part, and the uncertainty of the future temporarily melted away in this intense and lingering kiss. At this moment, it seemed as if the world consisted only of each other. After an unknown amount of time, until both of them were somewhat out of breath, they slowly separated. Lin Yubing's cheeks flushed, her eyes were unfocused, and her aloof temperament was replaced by a breathtakingly charming allure. She leaned against Lin Yi's chest, feeling a sense of peace she had never known before. I'll wait for you to come back, she said softly, her voice tinged with emotion yet unwavering. Lin Yi embraced her, resting his chin on the top of her head, inhaling the faint, cool fragrance of her hair, and solemnly promised, Chapter 107 Intensive Training. Martial Arts Secret Realm. As dawn broke, the rosy light shone through the window lattice, casting dappled shadows in the quiet room. After a night of recuperation, the medicinal power of the body-tempering essence had completely dissolved and permeated Lin Ye's entire body. The level is more stable, and the spiritual energy flows smoothly and without hindrance. He opened his eyes, as if all worldly dust had been washed away. The tenderness and promises I made with Lin Yubing last night have not become a hindrance, but rather a powerful driving force. Dragon Abyss Secret Realm, a national treasure, Lin Yi murmured to himself, his gaze falling on the ancient, divine dragon pendant and Quest Tower Pass beside him. He wore the dragon pendant close to his body, and a warm and cool aura instantly flooded his mind. Humph, at least you didn't let the allure of pleasure wear down your fighting spirit. Xing Li's figure materialized to the side, her tone carrying her usual arrogance.
Master, are we about to set off? Yi Ling is ready. Yi Ling's spirit also manifested, circling around Lin Yi, her eyes full of excitement. Okay, let's go. Lin Yi stood up.
The entrance to the martial arts secret realm is located on the back mountain of Xinsha Academy.
The place is no longer as tranquil as it used to be.
A massive teleportation portal stood in the center of the valley, radiating intense spatial fluctuations.
The atmosphere in front of the gate was sullen yet enthusiastic. Dozens of new students of varying ages and with powerful auras have gathered here.
They come from all provinces across the country and are all top geniuses who have emerged from this year's major examination, with the lowest level being above level 20. At this moment, they are either chatting quietly in small groups or resting alone with their eyes closed. Without exception, their gazes were filled with scrutiny and competition.
An invisible smoke of gunpowder filled the air.
Lin Ye's appearance was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
Lin Yi. The top freshman has arrived.
It's him, the level 26 who instantly killed Qin Gang, who was level 35.
He seems to be restrained in his aura, indeed extraordinary. The twin swordswoman. I really don't know how she did it. What about the backlash?
The core spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm is probably his.
Humph, so what if you're a core member? The Dragon Abyss secret realm values real skill, not reputation. Discussions were inevitable. Awe, curiosity, exploration, challenge, a mix of emotions.
Lin Yi remained calm as his gaze swept across the crowd, spotting several familiar faces. Feng Wuan, with the flowing wind sword at his waist, exuded an even sharper aura. Morong Xiao stood with his arms crossed, the crimson gold dragon halberd subtly appearing, his domineering presence imposing. There are also several top scorers from various provinces who have met in the provincial or capital city examinations.
Lin Yi.
A clear, cold voice rang out, and Lin Yubing strode over. She had regained her usual aloofness, but deep in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yi, there was an unyielding tenderness and worry. She also changed into an ice blue outfit suitable for combat, which accentuated her slender figure.
Upon seeing Lin Yubing, Lin Yi was quite surprised. Yubing, what are you doing here?
Lin Yubing smiled and said, I'm at least 10th in the national exam, so of course I'm qualified to participate in the martial arts secret realm. Her tone dimmed slightly as she said this. But I'm afraid I can only be a supporting player and won't be able to participate in the college league with you. She was well aware of her own abilities. In the prestigious Xinsha Academy, where hidden talents abound, her strength was actually not outstanding. Her trip was, in a way, a farewell ceremony for Lin Yi. Lin Yi reached out and gently stroked her cheek. The rough texture of her palms made Lin Yubing blush slightly.
Lin Yi's gaze softened slightly. It's all right. Even if we can't participate, things won't change between us. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Yubing's heart.
Recalling that kiss from that day, she suddenly felt a sense of happiness.
Although I can't have Lin Yi all to myself, this doesn't seem so bad. She quickly came to Lin Yi's side.
The two stood side by side, forming a picturesque scene in themselves. Just then, a gaze carrying a clear sense of provocation pierced through the air as if it were a physical object. Lin Yi looked up and saw a young man dressed in a magnificent gold-patterned battle robe staring coldly at him. The young man was handsome, but his brows carried an air of arrogance that looked down upon the world. His aura was deep and focused, and he had reached level 28. He was surrounded by several equally distinguished freshmen. Huangfu Tian, Lin Yubing reminded him in a low voice, her tone carrying a hint of solemnity, the top freshman in this year's capital, with the SSS level talent 9 Young Divine Body, who was directly admitted to Xinsha Academy without participating in the national exam. It is said that he possesses the bloodline of an ancient royal family and has extremely terrifying combat power. He is one of your strongest competitors in the league. Clearly, Lin Yubing had done a lot of research.
Huang Fusion? Lin Yi wrote down the name. The other party's undisguised hostility was clearly aimed at the core members and the quota for the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Humph, a clown.
Xing Li's voice was filled with disdain. Master, the way he looks at you is so annoying. Yi Ling also conveyed her dissatisfaction. As the time drew near, several powerful auras descended from the sky and landed on the high platform in front of the Gate of Light. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in black. With a resolute face, he was clearly a top expert above level 60.
Silence.
The middle-aged man's voice was not loud, but it suppressed all the noise. The entire valley was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I am Leijin, the head instructor of this year's freshman training camp. The man's gaze swept over all the freshmen below like lightning. Congratulations on becoming the elite of Xinxia Academy this year. But this is just the beginning. For the next month, you will undergo the most rigorous, brutal, and effective special training here.
The goal of this special training is singular: to enable you to possess the strength to compete in the freshman group of the University League in the shortest possible time, and more importantly, to have the hope of surviving in the Dragon Abyss secret realm and bringing back the national treasure. The words Dragon Abyss secret realm made all the new students gasp for breath, their eyes instantly burning with fervor. That was a supreme opportunity concerning the fate of the nation, personally announced by Principal Jiang Taixian. Leijin's voice continued to echo, carrying a chilling and murderous aura. Training rules are simple. Obey orders. Push your limits. Become stronger by any means necessary.
There are no greenhouse flowers here, only a furnace of iron and blood. Injury is the norm, and death is not impossible.
Those who are afraid of death can quit now.
Xinxia Academy has no need for cowards. No one on the sidelines moved. Everyone's eyes burned with fire.
Very good.
A hint of satisfaction flashed in Leijin's eyes. Then, the first special training session will begin now. 10,000 mountains. He waved his hand, pointing to the space behind the portal that had suddenly become distorted, with countless phantom images of towering mountains appearing. Objective: traverse this illusory space simulating 10,000 mountains and reach the rendezvous point in the core area.
Time limit: 3 hours. Rules: no restrictions. Cooperation is allowed, and even more so, competition.
The first 10 to arrive will receive bonus points and priority in selecting subsequent special training resources. Remember, falling behind means a lack of resources and the risk of being eliminated.
Let's go. Boom.
With Leijin's command, the light gate of the martial arts secret realm shone brightly. The freshmen, who had been waiting for their turn, burst forth at top speed like arrows released from a bow, rushing towards the light gate.
Chapter 108 SSS Level Talent. The powerful Wangpu Tian. Let's go.
Lin Yi shouted in a low voice, exchanging a glance with Lin Yubing. The two figures blurred simultaneously, transforming into two streaks of light, and were almost the first to rush into the light gate. Huangfu Tian snorted coldly, and his body burst forth with dazzling golden light, following closely behind like a golden meteor, its speed not slowing down at all.
Feng Wuhan transformed into a flowing breeze, while Morong Zhao's dragon halberd paved the way.
And the top geniuses from other provinces displayed their unique abilities and entered the light gate one after another. Beyond the Gate of Light, the scene changed abruptly. What lay before us was no longer a valley, but a continuous mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. The mountain peaks are steep like swords, piercing the clouds, with grotesque rocks and ancient trees reaching for the sky. A heavy pressure permeated the air, as if one were carrying invisible shackles.
Each step forward requires several times more effort than the external forces required. Even more frightening is that gravity seems to have been amplified. With each step I took, I felt a powerful suction from the earth beneath my feet. Gravity suppression. Spiritual energy suppression. And mental pressure.
Lin Yubing immediately sensed the harshness of the environment. Not only that, Lin Yi's eyes sharpened, but also his perception has been severely interfered with, making it impossible to detect very far.
And
before he could finish speaking, a deafening roar suddenly came from the mountain hollow ahead.
Boom! Boom!
Two enormous beasts, covered in rock armor, burst out from behind the two mountain walls like moving hills, crashing into the first few freshmen who were charging forward.
Rock-armored Earth Dragon Elite. Level 25. Attributes: Earth, Might, Defense. Watch out, someone exclaimed. The freshmen at the forefront reacted quickly and immediately used their movement techniques to dodge.
However, under multiple pressures, their speed was greatly reduced.
Put. Put.
Two freshmen who couldn't dodge in time were grazed by the rock-armored Earth Dragon, instantly spitting out blood and flying backward with screams. The harsh reality instantly poured cold water on all the passionate freshmen. This mountain range is by no means an easy place to conquer. One wrong move and you could be seriously injured and eliminated, or even die. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in a completely different manner, brazenly confronting the two ferocious rock-armored Earth Dragons. It was Huangfu Tian. He strolled leisurely, his body bursting with dazzling golden light, and a domineering pressure spread out, causing the two rock-armored Earth Dragons to pause for a moment. SSS-level talent 9 Yan Divine Body, someone exclaimed in surprise. Huangfu Tian looked down at him with disdain. A mere stubborn rock dares to block the path of an emperor? Get out of the way. He didn't even use a weapon, he just clenched his right fist. Imperial Ultimate Mountain Breaker. With a low shout, Huangfu Tian unleashed a punch. Boom! An indescribable roar erupted. A golden fist strike slammed into the chest of the first rock-armored Earth Dragon. Click-clack. The rock-armored Earth Dragon's thick rock armor was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and then it exploded with a bang. The fist's momentum remained undiminished, piercing fiercely into the Earth Dragon's body. Awah! A shrill scream rang out as the rock-armored Earth Dragon's body was sent flying backward off the ground by the punch, leaving a huge, charred, bloody hole in its chest, going right through it. The raging power of the Nine Yangs raged within its body, instantly extinguishing its life force. One punch. Just one punch. Instantly kills a level 25 elite rock-armored Earth Dragon. This horrifying scene made all the freshmen who witnessed it gasp and feel their scalps tingle. Is this the absolute suppressive power of an SSS-level talent? Is this the strength of the top new student in the Imperial capital? The other rock-armored Earth Dragon seemed to be shocked by the tragic death of its companion, and the fierce light in its eyes was replaced by fear. Huangfu Tian didn't even glance at it, as if he had just casually crushed an ant. His gaze locked precisely on Lin Yi behind him. Lin Yi, I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. I hope you don't fail to even make the top 10 and turn the top freshman at Xinsha Academy into a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Tian's body shone with even more golden light, and he transformed into a golden rainbow, hurtling towards the depths of the mountains. His goal is clearly not just to be in the top 10, but to be number 1. The pressure instantly fell on Lin Yi and Lin Yubing. But Lin Yi didn't care. He knew even more clearly that his immediate priority was to break into the top 10 and secure resources. Lin Yubing's pretty face turned a little pale. Huangfu's imposing manner and words put her under immense pressure. Ignore him, charge. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold as he grabbed Lin Yubing's hand. Stay close to me. Yes. Lin Yubing nodded vigorously. The two figures blurred instantly, turning into two intersecting streaks of light. However, the suppression from Wan Chongshan was far beyond imagination. Lin Yubing's breathing quickly became rapid. Her level was not high, and her physical strength was far inferior to Lin Ye's. Ugh! Lin Yi, the gravity is too strong, and my spiritual energy is being consumed too quickly. Lin Yubing's voice was panting, her cool tone revealing a hint of tenderness. Hold on. There's a relatively flat valley ahead, let's charge through. Lin Yi said in a deep voice. He himself felt immense pressure, but he had to share the burden with Lin Yubing. He used his arm to pull Lin Yubing towards him, almost half hugging and half embracing her, and landed her on a relatively flat boulder. On the boulder, Lin Yi quickly looked around. Lin Yubing leaned against him, her chest heaving violently. Her face was pale, and her lips trembled slightly. The gravity suppression and spiritual energy consumption from the myriad mountains had placed a huge burden on her. Lin Yi. For the first time, Lin Yubing's eyes clearly showed wavering and helplessness. This gravity, my spiritual energy feels like it's been drained. I can't take it. You go quickly, don't worry about me. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was full of frustration. As the 10th most talented person in the country, she had never felt so desperate in such a short time. The shock from Huangfu Tian's domineering punch had not yet dissipated, and the endless gravity mountain range in front of her made her even more exhausted, both physically and mentally. She looked at Lin Yi with a complex expression, a mixture of dependence and a resolute determination not to be a burden to him. Shut up! Lin Yi shouted, instantly interrupting her retreat. His gaze swept over Lin Yubing's pale face. Without the slightest hesitation, he exerted force with his arm, almost lifting her up halfway. Flash of fireflies. Lin Yi shouted, no longer concerned about the consumption of spiritual energy. With a flash of starlight, the two figures vanished from the boulder and reappeared on a relatively gentle ridge not far away. Upon landing, Lin Yi's body felt slightly heavy, clearly indicating that teleporting others consumed more energy. But he stood ramrod straight, steadying himself and Lin Yubing in his arms. Ah! The sudden shift startled Lin Yubing, and the discomfort made her instinctively clutch Lin Yi's clothes. Listen, Lin Yi's voice rang in her ear, give up now? No way. I'm going to take you into the top 10, and I mean it. His words struck Lin Yubing's heart like a whip. She bit her lower lip hard, the stinging sensation bringing her scattered thoughts back to focus. Hold on tight. Lin Yi commanded. At the same time, the starry sword hummed, and a layer of starry vortex protection appeared. Although it couldn't completely counteract gravity, it greatly reduced Lin Yubing's stress, making her feel much lighter. Night Feather, Void Flash. Lin Yi shouted again. Yes, master. Yi Ling's spirit appeared and waved her small hand. Buzz. The figures of Lin Yi and Lin Yubing blurred again. Chapter 109, just barely making the top 10. The two continued to move forward, traveling some distance. The two rested briefly on a huge rock ahead. Lin Yubing was almost completely exhausted, and sweat soaked her forehead. The suppression from Wan Chongshan was too powerful. The ice-type spiritual energy within her body was sluggish, almost crushed by the heavy gravity. Lin Yi, I. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with deep resentment and helplessness. She didn't want to be a burden, especially after Huangfu Tian's contemptuous declaration. Don't talk, conserve your energy. Lin Yi's voice was low. He was also under immense pressure, but his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the valley in front of him shrouded in distorted light and shadow, the relatively flat area that Instructor Leijin had mentioned. It is also the only path to the core assembly point. He could feel Lin Yubing's hands trembling slightly, her fingertips icy cold. Lin Yi tightened his arms around her, pulling her closer to his side, almost half embracing her. Hold me tight. Lin Yi shouted in a low voice, no longer hesitating. Fireflies flash. Buzz. A sudden burst of starlight. Lin Yi's figure, along with Lin Yubing, vanished from the boulder in an instant. He defied the immense pressure of the mountain and shot towards the valley. The speed is more than twice as fast as before. However, the price was that Lin Yi's own spiritual power poured out like a flood. The continuous flashes of light are used to travel, but the energy consumption is extremely high. Ugh! Lin Yubing groaned. The wind pressure and the feeling of being pulled apart by the high speed made her almost suffocate. She could only cling tightly to Lin Yi, burying her face in his strong shoulders, feeling his body temperature. Puff! Puff puff puff! Just as they were about to rush into the valley, several dark figures carrying a foul stench shot out like venomous snakes from the crevices of the rugged mountain walls on both sides. Shadow Binding Vine Elite. Level, 24. Attributes, Shadow, Binding, Poison. Skills, Shadow Strike, Paralyzing Entanglement, Poison Sting Spray. These cunning monsters have been lurking for a long time. They specifically target their prey when they are most alert and fastest. Several vines covered in barbs and dripping with eerie green venom coiled around Lin Yi's legs and sword-wielding arm as if they were alive. Even more thorns were thrust at Lin Yubing, whom he was protecting in his arms. You're courting death. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Stardust. Annihilation Stardust. Night Feather. Void Erosion Dissolution. In a flash, Lin Yi's starglass sword in his left hand was not drawn, but the sword hummed and instantly disintegrated into countless fine silver stardust. Like a rapidly spinning miniature storm, it precisely twisted around the poisonous vines that were wrapping around Lin Yubing and his arm. Hiss hiss hiss. The shadow-binding vines snapped inch by inch under the stardust, splattering venom everywhere, but were kept out by the starlight barrier. At the same time, a flash of gray-blue light appeared on the Night Feather sword in his right hand. Buzz. A profound shadow and void power erupted silently, precisely enveloping the roots of the shadow-binding vines that were wrapping around his legs. Void Erosion. Those few vines, like withered branches thrown into strong acid, instantly turned gray and withered. The binding force suddenly vanished, and it drooped helplessly. Lin Yi didn't even stop walking. Using the momentum, carrying Lin Yubing, it was as if they were passing through a viscous curtain of water, and finally plunged into that relatively flat valley. The pressure of gravity suddenly lessened. Although the suppression of spiritual power and mental pressure remained, the heavy shackles on the body seemed to have been mostly removed. Lin Yubing felt her breathing become much easier. Hurry! Lin Yi didn't pause at all, and didn't even look back at the shadow binding vine that had been dealt with. He clearly sensed that the energy fluctuations at the core gathering point were not far ahead. Behind them and further away, other new life forms were rapidly approaching. He activated Flash of Fireflies again, but this time it was not a long-distance dash, but a series of short-distance teleports. Each flash appeared precisely on the most effortless and fastest route forward. He no longer held Lin Yubing, but instead held her hand tightly, guiding her and transferring his strength and the grip of their hands together. Lin Yubing gritted her teeth, and her icy blue spiritual energy became active again after the gravity was reduced. Ice crystals spread underfoot, forming a smooth path that greatly reduced the resistance while running. She forced herself to keep up with Lin Yi's pace, pushing her speed to the limit. The two figures sped through the valley like two intertwined streaks of light, one silver and one icy blue. Ahead, a huge circular platform appeared at the edge of the field of vision. At the center of the platform stands a pillar of energy emitting a soft white light that is the gathering point. At the edge of the platform, there were already 7 or 8 figures standing sparsely. At the very front, Huangfu Tian, surrounded by golden light, stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping indifferently over the people behind him. When he saw Lin Yi and Lin Yubing, a barely perceptible sneer appeared on his lips. Morong Xiao leaned on his crimson gold dragon halberd, his aura calm and composed. Feng Wuhan stood tall like a pine tree, his aura becoming even more refined. They had obviously already arrived. Behind them were several top geniuses from various provinces, who were taking the time to adjust their breathing. Quick! More people are rushing up from behind, a teaching assistant responsible for recording at the edge of the platform shouted a reminder. Lin Ye's gaze was like lightning, instantly locking onto the invisible finish line at the edge of the platform. His position and Lin Yubing's position were only a hair's breadth away from the top 10. Yubing! The final step. Lin Yi roared, unleashing his spiritual power without reservation, even drawing upon a trace of the cool aura from the divine dragon pendant to protect his mind. Ice Soul Gale! Lin Yubing shouted, channeling the last bit of ice elemental spiritual power into her feet. The ice surface suddenly extended, unleashing a powerful thrust. The two of them shot off like arrows, increasing their speed even further. Less than 10 meters behind them, 3 equally powerful figures were sprinting with all their might. His eyes were filled with longing for a spot in the top 10. Swish! Swish! The two figures, almost one after the other, crashed into the finish line with a whooshing sound. 9th. Lin Yi. 10th. Lin Yubing. Buzz. Just as Lin Yubing's toes touched the finish line, the badge on her body, representing the trainees, glowed slightly, recording her ranking in time. Her legs gave way, and she could no longer support herself, staggering forward and falling to the ground. Lin Yi reacted quickly and pulled her into his arms. Huff, huff. Lin Yubing gasped for breath, feeling completely exhausted and almost unable to stand. She could only lean against Lin Yi's chest, feeling his equally rapid heartbeat and the rise and fall of his chest, a relieved smile appearing on her usually cool face. The line is in. Lin Yi embraced her, his gaze sweeping across the platform. Huangfu Tian snorted coldly and withdrew his gaze, as if Lin Yi and the other person's attempt to cross the line was not worth mentioning at all. Morong Xiao and Feng Wuhan nodded slightly to Lin Yi, indicating their approval. Morong Xiao ranked 3rd, and Feng Wuhan ranked 5th. The 3 freshmen who arrived after them were filled with frustration and resentment. They were just one step away. At the center of the platform, Chief Instructor Lei Zhen had appeared at some point. His resolute face revealed neither joy nor anger. His gaze swept over the newly arrived group, who were still catching their breath, and lingered for a moment on Lin Yi and Lin Yubing, who was almost exhausted in his arms. The top 10 are decided. Lei Zhen's voice, like a booming bell, resounded throughout the platform. Take a break for an incense sticks time. Then, we will begin the second special training session. His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over the top 10, including Lin Yi, as well as the other students who arrived later and whose breathing was unstable. Don't think you're safe just because you've made it into the top 10. The martial arts secret realm has only just begun. The spots in the Dragon Abyss secret realm are determined by absolute strength and the ability to survive. Chapter 110 Huangfu Tian's Ambush. He flicked his finger, and an invisible wave spread out. The energy pillar in the center of the platform emitted a soft glow, and a pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth spread out, quickly nourishing the physical and spiritual energy consumed by everyone. Lin Yi helped Lin Yubing sit down, and then sat cross-legged himself. The warm and gentle aura of the divine dragon pendant flowed into the sea of consciousness, accelerating the recovery of spiritual power. He quickly circulated his spiritual energy, smoothing out the meridians that had become slightly disordered due to the continuous high-intensity use of flashing firefly. Lin Yubing also closed her eyes to regulate her breathing. Ice-blue spiritual energy circulated around her body, and her pale complexion returned to rosy color at a visible speed. Huan Fu Tian remained standing with his hands behind his back at the edge of the platform, as if the sprint he had just made had no effect on him. His body radiated a restrained golden light, yet he possessed an air of domineering arrogance. His gaze occasionally swept over Lin Yi, scrutinizing her. To still manage to squeeze in with a burden like that, you must have some brute strength. A follower beside him chuckled softly, his voice not loud, but loud enough for several people nearby to hear. Lin Yi didn't even lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard. Xingli's mind sneered, noisy fly. I really want to stab his mouth open with a sword. Yiling also expressed her dissatisfaction, Master, that person is so wicked. Yiling hates him. Ignore it, Lin Yi reassured her telepathically. Conserve your energy, the real test is yet to come. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn passes in the blink of an eye. Leijin took a step forward. The ground at the edge of the platform suddenly cracked open, revealing a huge, bottomless fissure that exuded a dense aura of darkness. That darkness was not the ordinary night, but a pure nothingness that seemed to devour all light. The mere act of staring at someone can unsettle the mind and send chills down one's spine. The second special training, the abyss without light. Leijin's voice sounded particularly cold and hard in the darkness. This place was created by simulating fragments of the ancient ruins of return, isolating light sources and suppressing spiritual senses. Furthermore, the soul-devouring wind and the shadow demon lurk within. Your mission is to find and bring back at least one abyssal crystal core from this absolute darkness. He raised his hand, and 10 rhombus-shaped crystals emitting a faint white light floated in front of everyone, automatically flying into the hands of the top 10. This is a guiding lamp, which only the top 10 can obtain. Infusing it with spiritual energy can activate a faint light source, with a range limited to 3 feet around the user. But it is also the Shadow Fiend's favorite bait. The longer it is used, the more and stronger the Shadow Fiends it attracts. The choice is yours to make. Leijin's gaze swept over everyone, carrying a cruel meaning. Time limit, 2 hours. Those who bring back crystal cores will receive points based on the quantity and quality. Those who fail to bring back any will have all of their resource quota for this month deducted. Those who are severely injured by soul-devouring wind or have their mental projections torn apart by the shadow demon are considered eliminated. Those who are injured in their physical form will bear the consequences themselves. Now, jump! The moment the words left his mouth, the fastest reacting of the top 10 had already leaped into the dark rift without hesitation. Then came the second and the third. A golden light flashed around Huan Fu Tian, and he plunged into the abyss like a golden meteor, instantly swallowed by darkness. Even the light seemed to be mostly absorbed by the pure darkness. Lin Yubing looked at the bottomless darkness, her body tensing instinctively. Losing sight and suppressing one's senses is particularly disadvantageous for ice mages who rely on perception. Don't be afraid, stay close to me. Lin Yi held her hand, which was icy cold but slightly sweaty. Without hesitation, he activated the guiding light in his hand. Buzz! A tiny, bean-sized white light appeared in Lin Yi's palm, barely illuminating the 3 feet around him and Lin Yubing. The light appeared so small in the boundless darkness, as if it could be swallowed up at any moment. Let's go! Lin Yi grabbed Lin Yubing and jumped into the abyss without hesitation. The feeling of falling came instantly, followed by a hard sensation underfoot. They were already standing at the bottom of the abyss. All around was absolute darkness, with only a pitiful sliver of light from the palm of his hand barely illuminating the rough, black rocks beneath his feet and the towering, dark cliffs on either side. The air was cold and sticky, carrying a heavy smell of decay and sulfur. Even more terrifying, an invisible mental pressure, like an icy tide, constantly assaulted his consciousness. They tried to break their will and provoke their deepest fears. Lin Yubing's breathing became noticeably more rapid. Xingli, be on alert! Lin Yi shouted. This godforsaken place, even the starlight finds it repulsive, Xingli complained, but the sword emanated an invisible wave. However, even Xingli's perception was compressed to a range of less than 10 feet. Master, ahead, there's something unpleasant, breathing in the darkness. Yiling's thoughts were filled with vigilance.
Her perception of shadow and void energy was actually more acute than Xingli's here.
Lin Yi immediately pushed the three-breath sword technique to its limit.
Despite the darkness and mental suppression, the power of the golden entries continues to operate tenaciously.
Buzz. A forward-looking perspective unfolds.
The image is no longer clear.
Rather, it is a perception of the trajectory of energy flow, malicious intent, and spatial fluctuations. The next moment, from the shadows of the rock wall to the left rear, a silent and sharp wind-blade soul-devouring wind will strike close to the ground, aiming directly at Lin Yubing's ankle.
In the next instant, above their heads, a huge rock, loosened and eroded by darkness, will silently fall away.
Third breath, 10 feet to the right front, several twisted and writhing shadow demons are attracted by the light of the guide lamp and begin to rush forward at an accelerated pace.
Watch your step. To your left rear.
Lin Yi shouted sharply. At the same time, he suddenly pulled Lin Yubing to his side.
Laugh.
An invisible wind blade grazed the spot where Lin Yubing had just stood, striking the black rock hard and leaving a deep gash.
The rock surface instantly turned gray and lifeless, as if it had been drained of its vitality.
Almost simultaneously, Lin Yi slashed upwards with his star-glass sword in his left hand.
Star Mark Thorn.
A single, cold star precisely struck the weakest point in the center of the boulder falling from above.
Boom! The boulder exploded into countless fragments in mid-air.
This avoided the danger of being hit by a falling object.
Ice wall.
Lin Yubing reacted extremely quickly. He understood Lin Yi's intention the moment he warned and pulled him, and despite his mental discomfort, he waved his hand to erect a thick ice wall in front of the two of them to the right.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
Several tangled, muddy black shadows slammed into the ice wall, producing a corrosive sound. The ice wall quickly turned black and melted, but it successfully blocked the first wave of Shadow Fiend's attack.
Remove the lights.
Lin Yi decisively extinguished the guiding lamp in his hand. The moment the glimmer of light disappeared, the surroundings were plunged into even deeper darkness. The shadow demons, drawn by the light, lost their target, let out a few unwilling hissing sounds, and temporarily ceased their attack, but still lingered nearby.
They are afraid of the dark?
Lin Yubing whispered in the darkness, her voice still carrying a hint of lingering fear. No, they are invisible in the dark, making them even harder to defend against. Turning off the lights reduces the risk of being surrounded.
Lin Yi's voice was unusually calm.
In absolute darkness, he relied more on the foresight of Three-Breath's sword visit and the perception of Xingli and Yiling.
Night Feather, sense the location of the crystal core.
Yes, Master. Yiling's spirit seemed to merge into the void in the darkness, and her senses spread like ripples on water. Over there, there's a very cold, very pure energy fluctuation, but it's surrounded by many unpleasant shadows. She pointed in one direction.
Let's go.
Lin Yi pulled Lin Yubing along.
Using memory and perception, they moved quickly in the dark.
Every step was taken in a predictable, safe landing spot. However, the malice of the abyss goes far beyond this.
Wah!
A low, mournful sound, as if from the deepest hell, swept in from afar and approached in an instant.
Soul-devouring wind frenzy.
This was no longer a single wind blade, but rather formed a covering mental storm. An invisible wind, carrying a biting chill and a powerful mental impact, pierced my mind like millions of steel needles.
Ugh!
Lin Yubing groaned, her face turning deathly pale. The sea of consciousness felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and the ice wall instantly crumbled. She swayed and almost lost her balance. Lin Yi also felt somewhat uncomfortable.
Xingli! Lin Yi called out. Starry Sky Protection.
The Starry Sky sword burst forth with intense starlight, and the barrier instantly opened, enveloping the two of them. Hiss hiss hiss. The invisible, soul-devouring wind slammed into the starlight barrier, producing a piercing scraping sound. The barrier trembled violently, its light flickering, but it was ultimately not breached. Master, something is interfering with the wind, is guiding it to attack us. Nightfeather's thoughts were filled with anger.
It's that annoying golden light. It's over there.
Yiling pointed to a dark area to her side and rear.
Huang Fusion.
A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes.
It really was him.
They used some means to interfere with or guide the soul-devouring wind, directing the attack towards them.
You're asking for death. Xingli roared angrily.
Take the crystal core first. Lin Yi forced down his anger. The three-breath sword technique was operating wildly, predicting the trajectories of the Shadow Demon and the soul-devouring wind, and carrying Lin Yubing through the chaotic storm and the Shadow Demon's sneak attacks with great difficulty. Finally, guided by Yi Ling, they rushed to a relatively narrow crevice in the rock. Deep within the rock crevices, several points of eerie blue light flickered in the darkness. These were the abyss crystal cores. But at the entrance to the crevice, countless shadow demons surged like a black tide, exuding a nauseatingly evil aura. Furthermore, a condensed, almost tangible, soul-devouring ghost wind coiled and guarded the entrance like a giant python. "Humph, finally found it." A cold voice rang out from the darkness behind him, tinged with mockery. "But with a burden like this, can you handle it?" Huangfu Tian's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. He was enveloped in a thin layer of golden light, repelling the soul-devouring wind, and appeared to be handling it with ease. His gaze fell on Lin Yi, filled with blatant provocation and contempt. "Your core spot is mine." Behind him, several followers emerged from the darkness, forming a subtle encirclement, their faces bearing malicious smiles. Clearly, they had been lying in ambush, waiting for their prey to come to them. Chapter 111 Conflict. Bathed in the faint golden light, Huangfu Tian's figure resembled a god emerging from a dark abyss, exuding an oppressive aura of superiority. His followers, like hyenas in the shadows, blocked any possible escape routes for Lin Yi and Lin Yubing. At the entrance to the crevice, the hissing of the shadow demon mingled with the wailing of the soul-eating wind. "With a burden like that, you still dare to covet the abyss crystal core?" A follower beside Huangfu Tian sneered. "Chief Lin, why don't you hand over the guiding lamp and your core spot? Young Master Huangfu might take pity on you and let you leave safely. Shut up." Xing Li's thoughts exploded in Lin Yi's mind, and the sword hummed. "I really want to cut off all these scum's tongues. Master, they're so annoying." Golden light blinding Yi Ling's thoughts also conveyed dissatisfaction and vigilance. Lin Yi's gaze was icy. He was not angered by the other party's words. Instead, with the foresight of 3 breaths sword visit, he quickly analyzed the situation. First breath, Huangfu Tian will continue to exert pressure with words, while his follower on the left behind him will quietly condense a sinister mental piercing attack, targeting the weakened Lin Yubing. The second breath, the followers on the right will unleash a powerful light shock in coordination with the 9 yang golden light around Huangfu Tian, interfering with his vision and perception. At the same time, the soul-devouring ghostly python, which is hovering at the entrance of the rock crevice, will be guided by Huangfu Tian and rush straight at him. The third breath, Huangfu Tian himself will seize the opportunity to launch a thunderous strike, aiming directly at his right arm where he holds the sword, with the goal of instantly crippling most of his combat power. At the same time, the shadow demons behind him will also become restless and rush over under the stimulation of the bright light. Desperate situation. Besieged on 3 sides, and threatened by the environment. Yubing, use the ice wall to protect your head and back. Don't worry about anything else. Lin Yi's voice was deep. Okay. Lin Yubing endured the excruciating pain and weakness in her sea of consciousness, biting her lower lip tightly, and her icy blue spiritual power surged wildly. Instead of attempting large-scale manipulation, she compressed her power to the extreme, instantly condensing 2 incredibly thick ice crystal barriers above and behind the 2 of them. Almost the instant Lin Yubing's ice wall took shape. Laugh. An invisible spiritual spike slammed into the ice wall, protecting Lin Yubing's heart. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the ice wall trembled violently, but it did not break. The follower who launched the sneak attack showed a hint of surprise on his face. Buzz. A blinding golden light suddenly burst forth from Huangfu Tian's body, like a small sun igniting in the abyss. The intense light instantly robbed everyone of their sight, and their perception was severely interfered with by the domineering aura contained within the golden light. Roar! The giant python formed from the soul-devouring wind, guided by golden light, emitted a piercing shriek that seemed to tear at the soul. Like an arrow released from a bow, it opened its invisible maw and lunged at Lin Yi. Now! Yi Ling! Lin Yi shouted sharply the instant the intense light erupted. Instead of closing his eyes, he pushed the 3 breaths sword dance to its limit, accurately predicting the landing point of Huangfu Tian's golden light attack and the trajectory of his own attack. Void erosion. Buzz. Yi Ling's spirit instantly became solid and profound, and a gray-blue light burst forth from her small body. She pressed her hands down, and a power carrying an aura of annihilation and devouring suddenly spread out. A bizarre scene unfolded. When Huangfu Tian's domineering and blazing 9 suns golden light touched Yi Ling's gray-blue domain, it was as if a mud ox had entered the sea. The light was wildly distorted, broken down, and devoured. The golden light, which was originally enough to illuminate an area of 10 feet, was forcibly compressed and dimmed. All that remained was a faint halo of light less than 3 feet around Huangfu Tian. Even more terrifying was that soul-devouring ghostly python. Its body, composed purely of negative spiritual energy and the winds of death, seemed to have met its nemesis the moment it crashed into the gray-blue domain. Hiss hiss hiss. A piercing corrosive sound rang out. The pure dark energy that constitutes the giant python's body is being frantically eroded and disintegrated by Nightfeather's void erosion. The giant python let out a silent wail, and its massive body disintegrated at a visible speed. The terrifying psychological impact it contained was mostly neutralized by this eerie domain. What? Huangfu Tian's arrogant expression froze instantly, revealing an incredulous look for the first time. His nine-yang golden light was actually suppressed? Even the soul-devouring wind he guided was disintegrated? What kind of bizarre ability is this? However, Lin Yi's killer moves are far from over. Just as Huang Fuxian's golden light was suppressed and his mind was shaken, Lin Yi's figure disappeared. Fireflies flash. Taking advantage of the visual deprivation caused by the burst of intense light and the brief darkness after the golden light was suppressed, Lin Yi pushed his speed to the limit, not retreating, but charging forward. Target Huangfu Tian. Stardust. Annihilation Stardust. Buzz. The starry sky sword shattered instantly. But this time, the billions of silver stardust did not disperse, but instead condensed into a silver torrent that was extremely refined. Like a comet piercing through the eternal night, it carries a sharp edge and an aura of annihilation that penetrates everything. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. The timing was absolutely perfect. Huangfu Tian was, after all, an SSS-level talent, and he displayed an astonishing reaction at the critical moment of life and death. Imperial Supreme Golden Bell Shield. He roared and hastily concentrated the Nine Suns' golden light, forming a solid golden light shield in front of him. Clang. The deafening clang of metal against metal echoed through the abyss. The silver torrent crashed violently against the golden light shield. The violent energy exploded instantly. Click. The golden light shield only lasted for half a breath before shattering with a crash. The remaining torrent of stardust slammed into Huang Fuxian's chest. Puff. Huangfu Tian felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. He let out a muffled groan and his body flew backward uncontrollably. A mouthful of blood spurted out, casting a blinding golden red hue into the darkness. His magnificent gold-embroidered battle robe was torn open, revealing a suit of armor that shimmered with precious light underneath. However, a noticeable dent and fine cracks also appeared on the armor. If it weren't for this armor, he would already be injured. Young master. Brother Huangfu. Huangfu Tian's followers were terrified and no longer cared about attacking Lin Yi. They rushed towards Huangfu Tian, who was flying backward. Walk. Lin Yi landed a successful blow and didn't linger in the fight. He knew that this attack was not enough to seriously injure Huangfu Tian, but it was enough to intimidate him and create an opportunity to escape. He grabbed Lin Yubing, who was swaying precariously as she struggled to maintain the ice wall. Night Feather. Void Flash. Target Crystal Core. Lin Yi roared. Yes. Yi Ling's face tightened. The burst of power just now had taken a toll on her, but she didn't hesitate to unleash her power again. Buzz. The two figures vanished instantly, bypassing the Shadow Demon Swarm and the remaining Soul-Eating Winds blockade, and appeared deep within the rock crevice. Several dark blue abyss crystal cores floated silently on a raised black crystal cluster, emitting pure and cold energy fluctuations. Lin Yi made a lightning-fast move, grabbing the 3 crystal cores into his hand and storing them in his storage space without even looking at them. Withdraw. Without stopping at all. Lin Yi activated Firefly Flash again, carrying Lin Yubing and speeding away in another direction away from Huangfu Tian and the others, their figures quickly disappearing into the boundless darkness. Lin Yi. Huangfu Tian was supported by his followers, feeling the sharp pain in his chest and the churning blood and qi in his body. He stared in the direction Lin Yi had disappeared, letting out a roar filled with humiliation and rage. His handsome face was contorted with rage, and his golden pupils burned with a murderous flame. Chase him. Find him for me. Huangfu Tian pushed away the person who was helping him, and golden light burst forth from his body again as he chased after the direction where Lin Yi had disappeared. His followers quickly followed, their faces filled with fear and ruthlessness. Chapter 112 The Angry Huangfu Tian. However, the malice of the Dark Abyss treats all intruders equally.
Although Huangfu Tian's golden light was domineering, it was like a candle flickering in the wind under the absolute darkness and the omnipresent suppression of spiritual senses. The light was compressed to barely illuminate his surroundings, about 10 feet away. In the boundless darkness, this light, instead of providing shelter, became the most conspicuous target. Hiss hiss hiss. Wah! Stimulated by Huangfu Tian's golden light, the shadow demons, like sharks smelling blood, wriggled and pounced from the shadows all around. Their shapes were distorted and unpredictable, ignoring physical defenses, and greedily devouring the energy and mental fluctuations dissipating from the light shield. Even more terrifying was that Huangfu Tian's violent mental fluctuations, like a lighthouse in the night, attracted the soul-devouring wind from the surrounding area. Get out of my way! Huangfu Tian roared, throwing a punch. Imperial Ultimate Evil Breaker. A golden fist aura was unleashed. In an instant, he annihilated the several shadow demons that had rushed towards him. But more shadow fiends followed suit, like a persistent, intractable disease. The invisible wind blades formed by the soul-devouring wind were even more cunning, constantly impacting his golden light shield, emitting a hissing corrosive sound, and consuming his precious spiritual power. Young master! There are too many shadow fiends. This ghostly wind is draining our protective spiritual power. The followers also found themselves in a fierce battle. Their strength was far inferior to Huangfu Tian's, and they were struggling to cope with the combined attacks of Shadow Demon and Soul-Devouring Wind. In a moment of carelessness, one of the followers was struck by several soul-devouring winds simultaneously. The protective aura dimmed instantly, and with a scream, he suffered a severe mental blow, collapsed to the ground, and lost consciousness. Huangfu Tian caught a glimpse of this out of the corner of his eye, which fueled his anger even more. Useless, he cursed, but he had to be distracted by taking care of his remaining men, which severely slowed down the pursuit. He tried to use the power of the 9-yang divine body to dispel the shadow demon and the ghost wind. However, in this abyss imbued with the aura of ancient ruins, his divine power was greatly diminished, and its effects were far less pronounced than in the outside world. What frustrated him even more was that he had completely lost track of Lin Yi. Lin Ye's bizarre spatial jumping ability made him incredibly adept in the darkness. Moreover, after entering the crevice and obtaining the crystal core, Lin Yi immediately turned off the guiding lamp and completely merged into the darkness. Without the attraction of light sources, and with Nightfeather's natural affinity for shadows and void energy, they appear like true ghosts in this environment. The golden phrase 3 breaths sword visit was rapidly circulating in Lin Ye's mind. He did not flee blindly, but relied on his foresight to accurately avoid the directions that Huangfu Tian and the others might search, choosing a complex path filled with jagged rocks and narrow crevices. Master, behind us, the golden light is erratically moving, it's getting further and further away from us. Yi Ling's thoughts carried a hint of relief. She could clearly sense Huangfu Tian's chaotic energy fluctuations, which were like those of a headless fly. Lin Yi nodded slightly, but his tense nerves were not completely relaxed. He gripped Lin Yubing's cold wrist tightly with one hand, while keeping the star-glass sword constantly at alert in the other. Lin Yubing's face was still pale, but her eyes were unusually bright. She clenched her teeth and mobilized the little ice-type spiritual power she had recovered. She frosted her feet, trying to minimize the sound and traces of her movement. Can you hold on? Lin Yi asked in a low voice, his voice unusually clear in the absolute silence. Lin Yubing nodded vigorously, her icy blue eyes gleaming with a stubborn light in the darkness. Yes. Thank you, just now. She was referring to Lin Ye's command and protection at the critical moment. This time, she didn't become a mere burden, but instead used the ice wall to block the crucial mental attack. Lin Yi squeezed her hand, conveying a silent affirmation. He took out a abyss crystal core that he had just obtained. The deep blue crystal core felt cool to the touch and emitted pure energy fluctuations. Lin Yi tried to inject a wisp of spiritual energy into it. Buzz! A faint light flowed across the surface of the crystal core, and a cool, soothing force field spread out from the crystal core, forming a faint halo about 1 foot in diameter. Surprisingly, within the area covered by the aura, the pervasive and spirit-corroding abyssal pressure and the disruptive feeling of the soul-devouring wind were significantly reduced. This crystal core can resist the negative erosion of the abyss. Lin Yubing also felt the change, her spirits lifted, and her fatigue lessened considerably. Good stuff. A glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. This is practically a lifesaver in the abyss. He placed the crystal core in Lin Yubing's hand, saying, "Take this, it will help you restore your spirit and resist environmental suppression." Lin Yubing did not refuse. She knew this was not the time for formalities, so she gripped the crystal core tightly, feeling the cool energy nourishing her damaged sea of consciousness. With the protection of the crystal core, the pressure on the two was greatly reduced. Using the 3 breaths sword visit, Lin Yi evaded the scattered shadow demons and ghost winds, leading Lin Yubing like a fish swimming in the darkness, silently sneaking deeper into the abyss, completely widening the distance between them and Huangfu Tian and the others. Time passed second by second. Huangfu Tian, with his 2 remaining followers, charged left and right in the darkness like a trapped beast. Golden light erupted time and again, shattering swarms of shadow demons and dispelling gusts of soul-devouring wind. But aside from expending their own strength and creating a greater commotion to attract more enemies, they gained nothing. Lin Yi and Lin Yubing's presence seemed to have completely evaporated into the darkness. Young master, this can't go on. Our spiritual energy is being depleted too much. A follower gasped for breath, his voice filled with fear. The protective aura around him had become very dim. Shut up! Huangfu Tian interrupted sharply, but the rise and fall of his chest and the slightly disordered golden light revealed that he was also greatly exhausted. His handsome face was contorted with extreme anger and frustration, his golden pupils burning with raging flames, yet he had nowhere to vent them. He abruptly stopped, no longer wasting his energy. He closed his eyes and activated his 9-yang divine body with all his might, trying to use the body's keen perception of energy to track Lin Yi's whereabouts. However, the environment of the abyss was too oppressive, and with the abyss crystal core shielding Lin Yi's aura, all he could perceive was chaotic darkness and nauseating negative energy. Lin Yi. Huangfu Tian spat out the name through gritted teeth, each word dripping with deep-seated hatred. You can run away now, but you can't hide forever. The spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. I, Huangfu Tian, am determined to have it. When the time comes, let's see where you can run to. He knew that continuing to wander aimlessly in this dark abyss like a headless fly would only waste his strength and might even lead to disaster. He lost this encounter due to underestimating his opponent and his opponent's bizarre combination of abilities and extreme use of the environment. Let's go. Find the crystal core first. Huangfu Tian suppressed his raging anger and made a rational but incredibly humiliating decision. He stopped pursuing Lin Yi and instead led his followers toward another possible source of abyssal crystal core fluctuations. However, the low pressure emanating from him was even colder and more piercing than the chill of the abyss. Meanwhile, in another remote corner of the abyss, Lin Yi and Lin Yubing leaned against a huge black rock to catch their breath. Once Lin Yi confirmed that Huangfu Tian was not chasing after him, his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He looked at Lin Yubing, whose complexion had improved considerably with the help of the abyss crystal core. He gave up, Lin Yi said calmly. Lin Yubing nodded, her eyes filled with complex emotions. He definitely won't let this go. The Dragon Abyss secret realm. I know. Lin Yi interrupted her, his gaze piercing the deeper darkness. The spots are decided by merit. In the Dragon Abyss secret realm, he will only suffer a more complete defeat. He took out 2 more abyssal crystal cores, sensing the pure energy contained within them. I need to recover quickly. There are probably more good things than just crystal cores in this abyss. Chapter 113. A hateful yet familiar aura. In a corner of the lightless abyss, beneath a massive black rock, Lin Yi leaned against the cold, hard rock, his breathing had calmed down. 3 abyss crystal cores lay quietly in his palm. The crystal core emitted a pure, faint blue light, dispelling the unsettling pressure of the abyss around it. It also nourished his spirit and physical strength. Lin Yubing leaned against him, her face still a little pale, but her spirits were obviously much better. She clutched the crystal core that Lin Yi had given her tightly in her hand. With the help of the cool aura, the ice elemental energy circulated steadily and recovered rapidly. I just took a huge toll to shield Lin Yi from that mental piercing attack. This crystal core is indeed a good thing. She spoke softly, her voice no longer weak. Not only does it resist environmental erosion, but it also seems to be able to subtly guide the surrounding energy. Lin Yi nodded, he had noticed it too. With the crystal core in hand, although the range of perception was still severely suppressed, the ability to vaguely sense the energy flow within the abyss was enhanced. It's like having a few more clearly positioned guiding lights in the endless darkness. Although the lights were dim, they were still enough to help people tell which way to go. Yiling, how was the burst of power you had just used up? Lin Yi asked in his mind. Master, Yiling is alright. Yiling's spiritual state seems quite good. That annoying golden energy was so concentrated, it took a lot of effort to break through it, but the core recovered quickly. She seemed to be savoring the feeling of having just disintegrated the soul-devouring ghostly python. Yiling has gotten stronger.
Next time we meet him, we can devour even more of him. Xingli snorted coldly, "Humph, little one, don't get too cocky. The essence of that guy's protective golden light is quite condensed. You just took advantage of the environment and his emotional outburst exposed a flaw, which allowed me to break through his tortoise shell. You're not qualified to fight him head-on." "Oh." Yiling's voice suddenly dropped, but she quickly perked up again. "Yiling will work even harder." Lin Yi reassured him, "Xingli is right, Huang Fu Tian's talent is indeed terrifying." He recalled the golden protective shield that had been hastily formed yet managed to withstand the torrent of annihilating stardust. His SSS-level talent, 9 Yang Divine Body, is more domineering than we imagined, and that protective armor is also extraordinary. We were able to repel him because we took advantage of favorable timing, location, and people. But he won't suffer the same loss twice. Upon hearing Huang Fu Tian's name, a hint of worry flashed in Lin Yubing's beautiful eyes. He has a powerful background and is extremely vengeful. Once we're out of the abyss and back at the academy, I'm afraid he'll. It's all right. There was no fear in Lin Yi's eyes. He's eyeing my core spot, but I don't take him seriously either. In the Dragon Abyss secret realm, we'll rely on our own abilities. We'll meet force with force and water with water. He put away the 2 crystal cores and held the remaining one close to his chest. Under the combined effect of the Divine Dragon Pendant, I felt my mind becoming increasingly clear. We can't be satisfied with just these 3. Leijin said that points are determined by both quantity and quality. These crystal cores also seem to be graded. Lin Yi could sense that although the 3 crystal cores were pure, the energy levels they contained were slightly different. "Master." Yiling's thoughts came again, carrying a hint of excitement and doubt. Just now, when that annoying golden-haired brat was chased away by Sister Xingli, Yiling seemed to sense a very unpleasant yet somewhat familiar scent from a small black bead that fell from his body, a scent that was somewhat similar to the crystal cores from before. Lin Yi understood, Huang Fu Tian also has an abyss crystal core on him. Moreover, Yiling said that the bead carried an aura that was both annoying and familiar. Is it a purer form of abyssal power? Or is it something related to the Dragon Abyss secret realm? He immediately focused his mind on the unique energy trajectory perspective brought about by the 3 breaths sword visit and looked in the direction where Huang Fu Tian and the others had been held back. Sure enough, amidst the chaotic churning shadows and the aura of death, he could faintly detect a deeper, colder residual energy. Although very faint and rapidly dispersed by the environment, it does exist. It is even purer than the 3 crystal cores they obtained. Huang Fu Tian may have obtained a higher level abyss crystal core before us. Or something containing a similar substance. Lin Yi said to Lin Yubing in a low voice. Lin Yubing was also taken aback. Even more advanced? Then we. She looked at the crystal core in Lin Yi's hand, her meaning clear. Is this already a step behind? Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The time hasn't come yet, there will be plenty of opportunities. Yiling, can you pinpoint the approximate location of that more deep scent? Master, it's over there. Yiling pointed in a direction where the suppression of spiritual senses seemed particularly strong. The scent is faint and intermittent, but Yiling can find it. And there seems to be another cold light nearby. All right. Lin Yi decisively put away the light from the crystal core in his hand to avoid being exposed. Yubing, how's the recovery going? We need to go a little deeper. Although the pressure ahead is stronger and more dangerous, high risk means high reward. He had to fight for the core members' superior resources and to take another step forward in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Lin Yubing took a deep breath, and the weariness in her eyes was quickly replaced by determination. A resilient icy aura swirled around her fingertips. I'm fine. Let's go. Lin Yi took her hand, and his figure silently disappeared into the darkness once again. The 2 stealthily moved in the direction indicated by Yiling, like cheetahs. Meanwhile, in another area quite far from the crevice where Lin Yi and his group were attacked. Boom! A blinding golden light, mixed with a domineering aura of young flame, erupted violently, completely evaporating the several entangled shadow demons that had come to entangle them. Huang Fu Tian's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. The lingering pain in my chest, left by the stardust. The shame of being forced back burned like poisonous fire in his proud heart. Damn bugs! He cursed under his breath as he blasted away the wisps of soul-devouring wind with another punch. The last 2 who followed him were also panting heavily, their faces pale, and their spiritual energy greatly depleted. Young master, this 1T do the environment here is too strange. Lin Yi is very slippery and has that strange spatial ability. A follower wiped away cold sweat and advised in a low voice, "Our primary task is still to find the crystal core." Huangfu Tian was well aware of this, but he couldn't swallow the humiliation of Lin Yi snatching the crystal core from his face, damaging his armor, and then calmly escaping. Following the direction Yi Ling sensed, Lin Yi and Lin Yubing moved through absolute darkness like two silent phantoms. The environment is becoming increasingly dangerous. The suppression of spiritual perception is like a heavy shackle, compressing the range of perception to the extreme. The stench of decay in the air grew stronger and thicker, almost suffocating. The spiritual impact contained in the occasional whimpering sounds was all the more intense. Even with the dual protection of the Divine Dragon Pendant and the Abyss Crystal Core, Lin Yubing's expression remained solemn. "Master, the scent is getting closer. It's behind that big black rock ahead, but..." Yi Ling's thoughts carried a hint of unease. "Next to that cold light, there's something very annoying, very powerful. It is sleeping." Chapter 114, stealing crystal cores right under their nose. Lin Yi immediately pushed the three-breath sword technique to its limit. The Golden Entry's foresight unfolded with difficulty in the extreme darkness, barely managing to capture the energy trajectory ahead. Next step, passing through the barrier formed by the jagged stalagmites ahead, you will enter a relatively spacious small cave. The next moment, in the center of the cave, three Abyss Crystal Cores legend, far more dazzling and larger than before, resembling ice blue stars, were floating on a natural obsidian platform. The third breath, in the deepest shadows below the platform, a huge dark shadow, thicker than the surrounding darkness and seemingly capable of swallowing all light, was pulsating slightly like a heart. It exudes a chilling, deathly aura that sends shivers down your spine. That slumbering, terrifying creature could be awakened at any moment by the energy of the crystal core or the aura of an intruder. Warning: extremely high density of shadow death energy aggregate detected. Energy intensity approaching the level 40 Lord threshold. Status: Deep Hibernation Guardian. The system's warning sounded in her mind, confirming Yi Ling's perception. Level 40, a threat from a lord? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Even the aura emanating from its dormant state far surpassed that of the lords Lin Yi had encountered before. Forcing our way in? Absolutely not. If he were to awaken this thing, he and Lin Yubing would have absolutely no chance of survival. "Yubing, stop!" Lin Yi immediately shouted. He led Lin Yubing to a cautious stop behind the stalagmite barrier, concealing all their presence. Lin Yubing also felt that chilling fear that came from the depths of her soul, and her fingers subconsciously tightened their grip on Lin Yi's arm. "What's wrong?" she asked in a low voice, her eyes scanning the darkness warily. "The target crystal core is just ahead, but there's a huge thing guarding it. We can't alert it." Lin Yi's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, locked tightly on the pulsating, enormous dark shadow. The crystal core must be removed without disturbing it. The task became incredibly difficult. Destructive forces must not be used, or the guardians will be awakened. Those who cannot emit strong energy or emotional fluctuations will also attract unwanted attention. The light of the guiding lamp must absolutely not be used, for it is like the sun in the absolute darkness. Space jump? Lin Yi looked at Yi Ling. Yi Ling's little face also turned serious, and she shook her head. "Master, that thing is too sensitive to disturbances in space and shadows. If we just jump over it, we might wake it up." The atmosphere instantly became as tense as a taut string. Time passed in the silent darkness, and every second seemed exceptionally long. The lingering aura of Huangfu Tian and his companions seemed to have vanished in another direction, but an even greater threat was imminent. "Master, Yi Ling has a way to try." Yi Ling's voice was hesitant and uncertain. "That big guy is also a shadow. Yi Ling can carefully communicate with it, the darkness?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up. As a sword maiden who controls shadows in the void, Nightfell's power originates from a source that is highly similar to that of the Guardian of the Abyss. Communication? Appeasement? Or guidance? Lin Yi asked quickly. Appeasement might not work. Yi Ling sensed carefully. It's ancient, fierce, and hates being disturbed when its sleeping Nightfeather wants to secretly divert the energy flow beneath the crystal core a little while it's absorbing shadow energy like peeking at its water glass. Although Yi Ling's analogy was naive, Lin Yi understood it instantly. The Dark Guardian was in a deep slumber, but was still instinctively absorbing the surrounding shadow energy to sustain itself. Nightfeather can use her extremely high affinity for shadow energy to subtly disturb the energy flow that naturally converges towards the Guardian around the crystal core at a precise moment. This creates a very short-lived energy depression. The Guardians will not be aware of this subtle natural disturbance originating from the same source of power. However, if the crystal nucleus loses the stable energy cushion below, it will temporarily lose its support and become unstable.
This is an opportunity. Alright. Yi Ling.
Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a sharp light.
Let's do it. What do you need my cooperation with?
Xingli, be ready at any time.
I understand.
Xingli's voice was full of vigilance.
Once the reptiles are awakened, I'll hold off the first wave. Yi Ling, be careful.
Master, Yi Ling needs your help to feel that big heartbeat. Yi Ling closed her eyes, carefully sensing the heavy and rhythmic pulsation in the darkness. Wait until it exhales, when it is at its weakest and most gentle. Lin Yi immediately immersed himself in the foresight of the three breaths sword visit and stared intently at the energy flow trajectory of the huge shadow core.
It's exhaling.
The guardians are like the breath of a dormant volcano. The energy fluctuations at the core entered a brief low tide.
Now. Lin Yi issued the mental commands simultaneously. Watch Yi Ling.
A bright blue light shone in Yi Ling's eyes.
Buzz. A shadowy fluctuation, pure to the extreme yet extremely faint, quietly appeared.
Like a dewdrop dropped into a calm lake, it precisely merged into the energy flow below that was heading towards the guardian's body.
It cleverly creates a tiny vortex.
The disturbance was so natural, so subtle.
Like an energy ripple that naturally exists in the abyss.
But just as this ripple brushed past the energy fulcrum beneath the crystal core,
the three dazzling, abyss crystal cores legendary, floating on the platform trembled instantly.
They drifted a short distance away from the platform, as if they had lost their foundation.
Now. Lin Ye's firefly flash was already poised to strike. Speed. Timing. Precision.
Lin Ye's figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the platform at the very end of the guardian's deep sleep, just a fraction of a second after the crystal core had drifted away and had not yet fallen back. He didn't even dare to use any spiritual energy fluctuations, relying entirely on his ultimate control and prediction of his physical strength. His left hand shot out like lightning, like a butterfly flitting among flowers, and scooped it up with perfect precision.
A slightly cool sensation came over me.
Lin Yi held the three heavy crystal cores, each containing immense and pure energy, firmly in his hands. It was icy to the touch, but the vast and pure energy fluctuations were almost overflowing.
Succeed. Lin Ye's figure didn't linger at all, instantly activating Firefly Flash.
Like a fleeting shadow, it instantly returned from the edge of the platform to behind the stalagmite barrier beside Lin Yubing. The entire action happened in the blink of an eye, so fast it was blurry. There wasn't a trace of extraneous scent left.
Under the platform, the enormous, pulsating shadow continued its deep, abyss-like breathing. It was completely unaware of the brief eddy caused by the dewdrop on the surface of the energy lake.
It was as if it were just a small sigh from the abyss itself.
A silent, perfect theft right under the nose of death has been declared a success.
Lin Yubing's heart nearly stopped when he saw this from behind the barrier. Only when Lin Yi returned safely and displayed the three even more dazzling crystal cores before her eyes did she take a deep breath of the icy air. His eyes were filled with disbelief and lingering fear of surprise.
Master! Isn't Yi Ling amazing?
Yi Ling flew around Lin Yi excitedly, as if seeking praise, conveying her thoughts.
Not bad.
Lin Yi rubbed Yi Ling's head and praised her.
The tension I felt earlier transformed into a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Not bad. Xingli's voice carried a rare hint of approval. Knowing how to utilize the environment. That's amazing. Lin Yubing exclaimed sincerely as she looked at the excited Yi Ling and the composed Lin Yi.
Lin Yi put away the three crystal cores, leaving only one ordinary crystal core in his hand to provide light. At this moment, they had already sensed and locked onto the pure, deep, cold aura near the Guardian, so they would no longer lose their way.
We shouldn't stay here any longer, Lin Yi said quickly. Chapter 115, Third Training Exercise. Withdraw. Lin Yi showed no reluctance whatsoever.
He gave a low shout, grabbed Lin Yubing's hand, and turned around without hesitation.
Acquired 3 legendary abyss cores.
The energy fluctuations were as pure as stars rising in the dark night, radiating an alluring, ethereal blue light. Every wisp of escaping energy stirred the invisible shadow demons around them, making them eager to act. The terrifying entity slumbering beneath the platform remained motionless, yet its oppressive stillness was chilling.
It was as if even breathing could awaken death itself.
Using the crystal core's subtle influence on the environment and the three-breath sword offering to anticipate energy traps and lurking shadow demons, the two quickly retreated along their original route. The surrounding darkness was like a greedy tide. The shadow fiends hissing and the soul eaters wailing were amplified infinitely in the silence. Every step was taken with taut nerves, daring not to make the slightest unnecessary sound, and spiritual energy was suppressed to the minimum. Master, the big shadow behind, seems to be inhaling a little deeper. Yi Ling's thoughts carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Although their previous actions were skillful and swift, they ultimately used their power and took away what they were guarding. Subtle spatial ripples, temporary energy imbalances caused by crystal nucleus displacement. For truly powerful beings, even deep sleep can trigger an instinctive reaction. Speed up. Lin Ye's voice was even lower, but his actions of pulling Lin Yubing were even more decisive. Lin Yubing also felt the invisible pressure increasing. She clenched her teeth and her icy blue spiritual power circulated rapidly within her body to counteract the heavy gravity, and she did her best to keep up with Lin Ye's pace. The two moved like phantoms gliding close to the ground in the darkness. A moment later, they finally broke out of the area where spiritual suppression was most intense and returned to the relatively familiar edge. The place where Huangfu Tian had previously encountered was now empty, leaving only chaotic traces of energy and rubble. After confirming that Huangfu Tian and the others were no longer nearby, the two breathed a slight sigh of relief and stopped in a secluded crevice in the rocks. Lin Yubing leaned against the jagged rock wall, her chest heaving violently, her usually cool face showing a pale expression of relief after surviving a disaster. The silent, extreme pressure I just experienced was more mentally taxing than a fierce battle. Lin Yi quickly separated and stored away the 3 legendary crystal cores and the 3 ordinary crystal cores from before. The legendary crystal core contains energy like a glacial spring, and its purity and power can be felt even through the storage space. Even ordinary crystal cores possess a cool, soothing power, sufficient to resist the erosion of the abyss. Hurry up and recover, Lin Yi said in a deep voice. The exit is not far away, but given Leijin's style, the road back may not be safe. Lin Yubing nodded, took a deep breath, held the ordinary crystal core that Lin Yi had given her earlier, and closed her eyes to regulate her breathing. Time slips away quietly. Judging that the time limit was approaching, the two did not linger. Guided by the faint light of the night feather and the dim glow of the crystal core, they quickly headed towards the exit of the abyss rift. When the two of them burst out of the oppressive darkness and once again felt the environment of the martial arts secret realm, which was filled with violent spiritual energy yet brought them peace of mind, they both felt as if they had been transported to another world. On the platform, Instructor Leijin's towering figure stood like a javelin, his sharp gaze sweeping over the returning students. Huangfu Tian has also returned. He stood at one end of the platform, not far from Leijin. Although the golden light emanating from his body was somewhat restrained, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. His gaze was like a poisoned blade, fixed intently on Lin Yi and Lin Yubing, who had just leaped out of the crack. Seeing that the two of them were unharmed, especially Lin Yi's calm and composed expression, Huangfu Tian's temple throbbed twice. He was left with only one equally pale follower, indicating that the process had not gone smoothly. Reporting to the instructor, trainees Lin Yi and Lin Yubing have brought back the Abyss Crystal Core. Lin Yi ignored Huangfu Tian's murderous gaze. He led Lin Yubing to the front of the platform and handed all the Abyss Crystal Cores to a teaching assistant in charge of registration. The teaching assistant's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the crystal core in Lin Yi's hand with a hint of surprise, then glanced at Lin Yubing behind him, whose aura was still relatively stable, seemingly somewhat taken aback. The purity and energy contained in these crystals far surpassed those of others. Leijin's gaze also fell on the crystal core. His resolute face remained unchanged, and he simply nodded slightly, indicating to the teaching assistant to take notes. Huangfu Tian clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his heart burning with rage. He only brought back 4 crystal cores on this trip. Although one of them was of excellent quality, the quantity was less than that of Lin Yi. Lin Yi also had a burden with him. This was a blatant humiliation for him. Lin Yubing also handed over her ordinary crystal core and silently returned to Lin Yi's side. When all the survivors returned, the time had just ended. Nearly 1/3 of the new students failed to return, or were taken away by teaching assistants in a state of exhaustion for treatment, clearly having encountered misfortune or serious injury in the abyss of darkness. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a heavy atmosphere. Leijin stepped forward, his metallic voice striking everyone's heart. Second item, Abyss of No Light, is complete. Those who fail to meet the standards will have their monthly resource quota deducted. Those who are seriously injured and eliminated will be disqualified from further training. His icy gaze swept over Lin Yi, Huang Futian, Morong Xiao, Feng Wuan, and everyone else who had brought back the crystal cores. Very good. You know how to struggle, fight, and fight in the darkness. But it's not enough. On a real battlefield, there are no respite. No comforting place to heal. The enemy won't wait for you to be ready before showing their fangs. The dangers of the Dragon Abyss secret realm far exceed your imagination. Every second could determine life or death. Therefore, Lei Zhen's voice suddenly rose, booming like thunder above the platform. The third special training session begins now. As he spoke, the space in the center of the platform distorted violently once again. A huge, circular arena, filled with the stench of blood and gunpowder, slowly appeared. The arena was not empty, it was filled with all sorts of grotesque and roaring monster projections. Flaming Griffin Elite, Abyssal Terror Claw Elite, Poisonous Vine Demon Elite, all of them are level 25 or higher. Even at the very center of the arena, there stood a creature covered in lava like carapace, radiating a terrifying aura. Lava Blast Beast Lord level projection. Level 30. Status, extremely berserk. The rules are simple. Lei Zhen's voice, like a cold iron hammer, shattered all hope. Hold on. Fight. Until you fall. Boom. The projection in the arena instantly solidified, enveloping all the new students on the platform who had completed the Abyss of No Light quest and had not yet left. The feeling of spatial transformation returned once again. The next second, the strong smell of blood, the ferocious roar of beasts, and the deadly scorching heat wave instantly engulfed everyone. Lin Ye's pupils contracted instantly. He saw Huang Futian, who was not far away, roar and transform into a dazzling golden light, charging towards the nearest raging griffin. The Nine Yang Fist unleashed a terrifying roar. We also saw Morong Zhao's dragon halberd sweep across, and Feng Wuan's sword shadow as swift as the wind. He also caught a glimpse of Lin Yubing's pale yet stubborn face out of the corner of his eye. A real chaotic battle, catching you completely off guard. Here we go. Chapter 116 Huang Futian's Provocation, the Battle for the Spots. The projection of the arena solidified, like a boulder being smashed into a boiling pot of oil. The stench of blood, the roar of beasts, and the explosions of elements instantly filled the senses. It completely engulfed the unsuspecting freshman. Roar! A raging griffin, accompanied by scorching heat waves and its wings whipping up a storm of flames, charged straight at Lin Yubing, who was closest to it. Those molten gold claws, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, were powerful enough to pierce through fine steel. Lin Yubing's face turned deathly pale. In the rush, he only had time to condense an ice shield in front of him. Watch out! Lin Ye's pupils shrank suddenly. No need to think, your fighting instincts instantly take over. Night Feather. The Curtain of Death. Buzz. An indescribable terrifying domain erupted from Lin Ye's center. The gray, cold, and deathly force field was like an invisible tide. It instantly swept across a huge area with Lin Yi as the center and a radius of tens of feet. The griffin that pounced on Lin Yubing, the several ferocious monsters around him, and even the few freshmen who were struggling in the distance were all enveloped in the area. A curtain of deathly silence. Within this realm, the flow of time seemed to be distorted. The light was dim, and the sound was blocked. Even the air became viscous, like lead and mercury. The menacing griffin seemed to be slowed down. The pouncing motion became sluggish and stiff. The raging flames burning all over his body were like a candle flickering in the wind, swaying violently and dimming rapidly, as if they would be extinguished at any moment. For the first time, fear appeared in its fierce eyes. Not just that. All the monsters within the area, from the lowest level, corrosive poison lizard, to the ferocious, abyssal terror claw, were instantly slowed down. It's like being stuck in an invisible quagmire. Their roars became indistinct. The desire to attack was forcibly suppressed. The flow of magic power around his body also fell into a terrible stagnation. Stardust. Extinction stardust. Clear the area. Lin Ye's voice was as cold as iron, without the slightest hesitation. Humph, a bunch of small fry, dare to block my way? Xing Li's cold voice was filled with disdain, and the sword instantly shattered. Buzz. Billions of silver streaks, condensed to their ultimate form, suddenly shone brightly in the gray realm, like a galaxy of death. They do not attack indiscriminately. Instead, under Lin Ye's precise prediction of the three breaths sword visit, they transformed into beams of death. It pierced the vital points of every monster within the area with unparalleled precision. Puff 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 puff. The piercing sounds were so dense they made your scalp crawl.
The griffin's head, the dinosaur's heart, the vine spirit's core, the lizard's spine.
All the monsters enveloped by the domain were like harvested wheat, bursting, freezing, and turning to ashes in large swathes. Within the realm, time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. As the somber curtain slowly recedes. When Lin Ye's figure became clear again. Within a radius of several dozen feet around him, there was complete silence. All the monsters, whether elite or ordinary, they were all reduced to ice crystal fragments or charred remains, covering the arena floor. Only the level 30 lava burst beast remained, roaring furiously at the edge of the domain. It was relatively less affected, but its movements were noticeably slower.
The luster of the lava on its surface had dimmed considerably. The whole process was fast, ruthless, and precise.
From the moment the domain expanded to the moment the monsters were wiped out, it only took a few breaths. Lin Yi didn't even stand still, his feet didn't move an inch. Only the cold light of the starry sky sword recondensing in his hand and the deep gray blue flowing on the night feather spirit body beside him. This reveals the source of that terrifying attack.
Dead silence. A deathly silence enveloped one corner of the arena.
All the new students who witnessed this scene, whether they were fighting monsters or had just escaped danger, instinctively paused for a moment. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. Those who had doubts about Lin Ye's strength or thought that he was a burden by bringing Lin Yubing along felt as if they had been choked, and their breath stopped.
Hiss. What kind of domain is this? Instant kill? Dozens of elite monsters? The lava beast's movements have slowed down too.
This suppressive force. The dual Sword Maidens, their domain coordination, is terrifying.
Soft gasps and exclamations erupted after a brief silence.
Lin Yubing stood beside Lin Yi, her ice shield still intact, her beautiful eyes wide open. She stared at the battlefield that had been emptied in an instant, feeling the lingering cold stillness of the domain, her heart pounding violently. She knew Lin Yi was very strong. But this overwhelming power, which treated elite monsters like dirt, still deeply shocked her understanding.
Humph, it's finally starting to look decent.
Xing Li's voice carried a hint of satisfaction, but then she added arrogantly, but don't get too cocky, the big reptile in the middle is the main course.
Master is so amazing.
Yi Ling happily fluttered around Lin Yi, her little face full of excitement.
The bad guys are gone in an instant.
Lin Ye's gaze, however, bypassed the monster remained scattered on the ground and locked onto the increasingly ferocious lava burst beast in the center of the arena.
The domain's suppression of it is weakening. Its molten core glowed brightly again, and its enormous feet stomped on the ground with a dull rumble. The scorching heat wave swept out again.
However, just as Lin Yi was preparing to concentrate his forces to deal with this lord projection.
Boom!
A blindingly bright golden fist aura, like a blazing sun tearing through the darkness.
With an aura of unparalleled dominance, it slammed into the lava burst beast's relatively vulnerable side rib joint. Imperial Ultimate Mountain Breaker. Huangfu Tian's roar was deafening.
His body shone with dazzling golden light, and he bravely launched an attack despite the scorching heat emanating from the lava beast and the lord's pressure.
Boom! The fist's energy exploded.
The lava beast's side ribs, covered with thick lava armor, were blasted open, creating a huge dent.
Countless fragments of lava scattered like meteors.
Roar! The lava burst beast roared in pain and rage, its massive body suddenly staggering. It suddenly turned its head, and its vertical pupils, which seemed to flow with magma, locked onto Huangfu Tian, its hatred instantly shifting. Clearly, the actual damage caused by Huang Fuxian's charged attack was more aggro-inducing than Lin Yi's group suppression attack.
Lin Yi.
Having landed a successful blow, Huangfu Tian didn't retreat instead, he looked at Lin Yi provocatively.
The sound pierced through the monster's roar. What's so great about clearing out these small fry? How about we have a contest to see who can kill this beast first?
The loser automatically forfeits their spot in the core area of the Dragon Abyss secret realm.
Do you dare?
His eyes were filled with fighting spirit.
Huang Fuxian's arrogant words were like ice cubes thrown into boiling water, instantly creating huge ripples in the chaotic arena. Giving up a core spot in the Dragon Abyss secret realm? This bet is as heavy as a mountain.
Every freshman who heard these words was deeply shaken. Morong Xiao swept his dragon halberd, forcing back a terrifying claw, his brows furrowed. Feng Wuhen's sword shadow was as swift as the wind, and his gaze also turned solemnly to the two people facing each other.
Lin Yubing's face paled, and she instinctively gripped Lin Yi's sleeve tightly. Huangfu Tian has gone mad, a freshman exclaimed in shock. A core spot, that's a huge gamble. He was probably provoked by Chief Lin. Huang Fu Tian ignored him, staring intently at Lin Yi. His body shone with golden light like burning flames, his fighting spirit boiling. What? Scared? Or do you feel burdened and lack confidence? He deliberately emphasized the word burden, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yubing with blatant contempt. Chapter 117 The Cicada Awaits. Lin Yubing trembled with anger, her icy blue spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. She hated her own powerlessness, and hated Huang Fuxian even more for using it as a weapon to attack Lin Yi. Lin Yi gently pressed down on Lin Yubing's hand, which was trembling slightly with anger. A gentle yet firm force was transmitted to her, instantly calming her agitation. His gaze was calm and unwavering, passing over the enraged lava beast and landing on Huang Fu Tian, who shone with dazzling golden light. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out the roars and explosions of the beasts in the arena. What is there to be afraid of? 4 words, resolute and decisive. There were no grand pronouncements, but the determination was undeniable. Good. A terrifying glint flashed in Huang Fu Tian's eyes, and he laughed wildly. Then let's see who can take this beast's core first. Before he finished speaking, he stopped wasting words and suddenly burst out with golden light. 9 Yang Divine Body. The blinding light surged once more. He seemed to transform into a real blazing sun, charging headlong into the lava burst beast that had just regained its footing and whose aggro had been maximized by him. Roar the lava beast was completely enraged. The enormous lava claw, carrying immense power, tore through the air and slammed down on the golden ant that dared to severely injure it and yet still dared to provoke it. Boom! Golden light collided violently with the lava. The violent energy shockwave spread out like a tsunami, instantly blowing away and crushing any low-level monsters that tried to get close. Huang Fu Tian actually withstood this terrifying claw attack, his body only slightly sinking. The arena floor beneath my feet is cracking inch by inch. Imperial Supreme Earth Split, he roared. With his other fist gathering even more terrifying golden energy, he slammed it hard against the giant claw joint that the lava beast was slapping at. He wanted to fight fire with fire, and use force to overcome force. On the other side, Lin Yi made a move. Unlike Huang Fu Tian, he didn't confront him head on. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Fireflies flash. When it reappears, it has silently appeared above the lava beast's spine. Starlight. Star mark thorn armor piercing. Buzz. The starry sky sword emitted a wisp of cold starlight. Its sharpness seemed to pierce through space, fiercely striking a tiny crack at the junction of the lava beast's back carapace. That was the weak point created by Huang Fu Tian's fist energy attack earlier. Put. The star-marked dagger pierced the crack with unparalleled precision. Although it couldn't penetrate deeply, its extreme sharpness and annihilating power instantly seeped in. The lava beast's massive body stiffened abruptly, letting out a painful roar. The lava light on their backs was momentarily disrupted. Night Feather. The Curtain of Death. Lin Yi gave another order. Yes, Master. Night Feather's spirit body condensed below into the side of the lava beast, and her small hand suddenly pressed down. Buzz. The curtain of deathly silence reopened, instantly enveloping the core area surrounding the lava beast. Sizzle sizzle. Within the domain, the power of deathly stillness frantically eroded the scorching and violent energy emanating from the core. The frequency of the lava core's pulsation visibly slowed down. The brilliance of the lava flowing on the surface also dimmed instantly. Core energy output was significantly suppressed. Roar. The lava beast sensed a deadly threat and let out a deafening roar. It suddenly shook its massive head, abandoning its pursuit of Huang Fuxian. Then he opened his mouth and unleashed a crimson, blood-red lava breath, spraying it wildly towards Lin Yi on his back and the Night Feather spirit body below him. The terrifying heat instantly scorched and distorted the air. Lin Yi. Lin Yubing's heart jumped into her throat, and she exclaimed instinctively. Humph, the dying struggle of a reptile. Xing Li sneered. 3 breaths of sword offering. A golden glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Foreseen. Attack trajectory. Energy core. Escape route. Fireflies flash. Lin Yi's figure vanished abruptly just before the lava breath reached his body. The scorching torrent of magma swept past his afterimage and slammed into the energy barrier of the arena, creating violent ripples. Almost simultaneously, Nightfell also activated Void Blink. The tiny spirit instantly vanished into the void, avoiding the range of the lava breath.
The lava beast missed its attack and became even more ferocious. The enormous lava tail, like a giant whip, lashed out at Lin Yi, who had just revealed himself, with a shrill whistle that tore through space. How could Huangfu Tian let go of such a golden opportunity? A golden opportunity. Imperial Supreme Technique piercing the sun. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and his entire being transformed into a golden beam of light condensed to its fullest extent. He ignored the terrifying wind pressure generated by the sweeping giant tail and thrust straight at the relatively vulnerable area below the lava beast's throat, exposed by its raised head and spitting air. Golden light, like a rainbow, carrying an unwavering determination. Lin Yi faced the sweeping giant tail with icy eyes. The three breaths sword offering is activated again. The trajectory of the giant tail, the point where its power landed, the path of Huangfu Tian's surprise attack, all were within the foresight. Instead of dodging, he stepped forward to face the giant tail. Xingli. Xingxian protects you. Buzz. An unprecedented burst of dazzling starlight erupted. A barrier of starlight stood fiercely in the way of the lava giant tail. Boom. A deafening, terrifying impact rang out. The starlight barrier trembled violently, its surface runes flashed and flickered wildly, and cracks spread out like a spider web. It felt like it was about to completely collapse at any moment. The immense recoil caused Lin Yi's blood to surge, and the hard ground beneath his feet shattered. But he held on. The lava giant tail was forcefully stopped by this impenetrable barrier. The immense impact even caused the lava beast's massive body to lose its balance. And in that fatal moment when the old strength had just been exhausted, the new strength had not yet been generated, and the body was out of balance. The golden beam of light that Huangfu Tian had transformed into had already arrived. Die. Put. The strike, which combined all of Huangfu Tian's strength and the essence of the nine-yang divine body, was like a red-hot steel rod piercing into butter, plunging deep into the lava beast's unsuspecting throat. Golden fist energy erupted within its body. Roar. The lava beast let out an unprecedentedly shrill and miserable howl. A huge, charred, bloody hole was blasted open in the throat area, and scalding magma gushed out like blood. Its enormous body crashed backward like a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade being overturned. However, just as a sinister, smug smile appeared on Huangfu Tian's face, believing victory was assured. Night Feather. Void Erosion Dissolution. Lin Yi's icy voice was like the pronouncement of death. Buzz. A deep gray-blue light appeared as if teleported at the lava core of the lava beast. Yiling's small hand seemed to pierce through space and press directly onto the crimson core. The power of void erosion erupted without reservation. Hiss hiss hiss. A piercing corrosive sound rang out. The lava energy that forms the outer wall of the core is being violently eroded and disintegrated. Just before the lava beast's massive body collapsed completely, Yiling's small hand suddenly yanked. A lava lord core legend, the size of a wash basin, flowing with crimson gold lava and radiating immense heat and violent energy, was forcibly ripped from the lava beast's chest. The lava beast's massive body crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. The entire arena trembled, and then fell silent. Its core was currently being held with difficulty by Yiling's tiny spirit body, hovering in front of Lin Yi. The crimson light illuminated Lin Yi's calm face. It also reflected Huangfu Tian's face, which froze instantly and then became incredibly distorted and ashen. The outcome is decided. Lin Yi completed the core stripping just before the lava beast collapsed. No! This is impossible! Huangfu Tian roared in disbelief, his pupils bloodshot and filled with disbelief. It's mine! The core is mine! I severely damaged it. He couldn't accept it. He was the one who delivered the fatal blow, so why did Lin Yi manage to take the core at the last moment? Lin Yi didn't even glance at the enraged Huangfu Tian. He simply raised his hand and steadily caught the lava core that Yiling handed over. That immense energy fluctuation. It impacted the surrounding space as if it were a tangible force. He turned to face Leijin, the chief instructor who stood like an iron tower at the edge of the arena. The sound resonated clearly throughout the venue. Instructor Lei, the lava core has been acquired. Chapter 118 Huangfu Tian, the sore loser. Leijin nodded slightly. The movements were minimal, yet carried an undeniable certainty. That brief struck Huang Fuxian's heart like a heavy hammer. This definitively confirms Lin Yi's victory. Lin Yi. Huangfu Tian suddenly turned to Leijin, instructor. He cheated. He stole my victory. The core should have been mine.
He must have used some underhanded methods to interfere with me. This bet is off. Poof. A cold sneer rang out. Lin Yi finally turned his head and looked at Huang Futian. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. His gaze swept contemptuously over Huang Futian. A bet? Lin Yi's voice was chillingly cold. From beginning to end, it was your wishful thinking that provoked us. As for the outcome, you pierced its throat, and I stripped it of its core. Everyone present knows perfectly well who went first and who took the key. He weighed the core in his hand. If you're not as skilled as others, just admit it. If you can't handle losing, that's even more ridiculous. The dignified Huangfu of the capital is nothing more than this. You. Huang Futian was completely enraged by Lin Yi's contemptuous gaze and words. A violent surge of 9 yang power erupted uncontrollably. Golden flames enveloped him as he took a sudden step forward, his fist clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. Lin Yi. You're asking for death. The terrifying pressure crushed Lin Yi as if it were a tangible force. The air itself seemed to be on fire. The surrounding students' expressions changed drastically, and they all retreated. Just as Huang Fuxian was about to lose control and pounce. Enough! A deep, sharp shout rang out like a thunderclap. Instructor Lei Jin appeared between the two as if by teleportation, simply taking a step down. Boom! A powerful and domineering pressure, far heavier and more domineering than the aura that Huang Futian unleashed, suddenly descended. The ground of the arena seemed to have sunk an inch. The raging golden flames around Huang Futian seemed to have met their nemesis, and were instantly suppressed and rolled back, letting out a muffled groan. He staggered back 2 steps, his face instantly changing from a furious red to a humiliating pale. Lei Jin's gaze, like a cold blade, swept over Huang Futian. Huang Futian, this is not a place for you to run wild during the academy training camp. The outcome is already decided. If you dare to cause trouble or disrupt the order again, don't blame me for being ruthless and disqualifying you from the training camp. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was as firm as iron. Huang Futian's chest heaved violently, his jaw clenched so tightly it was almost bleeding. He stared intently at Lin Yi behind Lei Jin, his eyes filled with deep resentment and unwillingness. Finally, he forced down his anger and humiliation, squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. Good, very good. Lin Yi, I'll remember you. His voice was as cold as ice from the deepest hell. The training camp isn't over yet. The spots for the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm haven't been decided either. I, Huang Futian, will repay this humiliation 100-fold. We'll see. After saying that, he turned around abruptly and walked towards the edge of the arena without looking back. His last remaining follower hurriedly followed, not daring to breathe. Lei Jin stared at Huang Futian's retreating figure with a deep look in his eyes, but said nothing more. He turned to Lin Yi, a barely perceptible hint of approval flashing in his eyes before his gaze hardened again. Lin Yi, first place overall. The lava core is yours. After the training camp, you can exchange this core for corresponding resources and points. After making the announcement, Lei Jin did not linger. With a flash, he was back on the high platform at the edge of the arena. It was as if nothing had ever happened. After a brief silence, suppressed murmurs erupted within the arena. All the gazes directed at Lin Yi were filled with awe, shock, and a hint of fear. At level 26, he overpowered Huang Futian, who had an SSS level talent and was level 28. And to display such strength and spirit in front of instructor Lei Jin. This newly promoted chief from the border region has become an insurmountable peak in their hearts. Lin Yi calmly put away the lava core, as if the conflict and victory just now were nothing more than insignificant episodes. He walked over to Lin Yubing. Lin Yubing looked at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. There were worries and lingering fears, but more than anything, there was an indescribable sense of pride and peace of mind. She whispered, "Are you all right?" "It's nothing." Lin Yi shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the complicated looks coming from around him. "It's over, let's go." Soon, all the special training programs for the day came to an end. The exit of the martial arts training ground opened, and the exhausted but spirited new students left one after another. When the final scores and rankings were announced on the central screen, Lin Yi's name stood at the top, shining with dazzling light. First place overall, well deserved. Following closely behind was Huang Futian. Although the name is second, it exudes a cold and fierce aura. Morong Xiao, Feng Wuhan, and others were also among the top performers. Lin Yubing's name was ranked 10th, a result that was a huge surprise for her.
If it weren't for Lin Yi, she might not have even passed the first round, and might have been eliminated today. In return, generous resource rewards were distributed. As the first place winner, Lin Yi received far more spirit crystals, rare potions, and the opportunity to enter the Academy's secret vault for selection than others. Huan Futian also received a considerable amount of resources, but he accepted them without even looking at them, his face cold. Lin Yubing also received a resource package that was quite valuable to her, which brought a hint of joy to her usually aloof face. As the crowd dispersed, most people looked at Lin Yi with awe and curiosity, and stepped forward to offer their congratulations.
Congratulations, Chief Lin. Incredible. I'm impressed.
In the Dragon Abyss secret realm, Chief Lin will surely shine.
Lin Yi simply nodded slightly in acknowledgement and did not say anything more. Night fell. The exhausted freshmen went to their assigned dormitories to rest.
As the chief, Lin Yi was assigned a private courtyard with the best location, the most abundant spiritual energy, and the most complete facilities. Lin Yubing, who ranked 10th, was assigned a single dormitory room in a relatively ordinary location with decent conditions. Lin Yubing took the dormitory key and headed towards her new residence. Although the conditions here are not as good as Lin Ye's, they are much better than the hardships of the training camp. Just as she was about to open the door, a familiar figure appeared beside her.
Lin Yi walked over at some point.
He glanced at the ordinary key in Lin Yubing's hand, then looked at his own brightly lit, secluded courtyard in the distance. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Yubing's beautiful profile. Yubing, Lin Yi's voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet night, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Your dorm is so-so.
Move in and live with me.
Lin Yubing's body stiffened abruptly, and the fingers gripping the key tightened instantly. Her fair cheeks quickly flushed with a beautiful blush, which spread all the way to her ears. She lowered her head instinctively, her eyelashes fluttering violently like butterfly wings.
My heart started pounding uncontrollably. Live together.
Her voice was barely audible, filled with disbelief and shyness. Although their relationship has long since changed. That kiss with Lin Yi is still vivid in my mind. But to propose living together so bluntly, especially within a university setting. Lin Yi looked at her calmly, as if stating something perfectly natural. My place is big and has plenty of spiritual energy, which will be good for your cultivation. It will save you the trouble of traveling back and forth. His reasoning sounded so justifiable, yet it made Lin Yubing's cheeks burn even hotter. She lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Yi in the eye, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart filled with struggle and shyness. After a long pause, she responded softly in an almost inaudible voice. Good. Chapter 119 Live with me. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight as smooth as silk. The chief courtyard is situated in a secluded area shrouded in mist. The courtyard walls are ancient and simple, and the courtyard is deep and secluded. It was many times more spacious and elegant than Lin Yubing's ordinary dormitory. Lin Yubing followed Lin Yi and stepped into the courtyard. The cool moonlight shone on her slightly flushed face, her heart pounded like a drum, and the knuckles of her fingers gripping the keys turned white. Lin Yi's words, move in and live with me, were still echoing in her mind.
The spiritual energy nodes here converge, which will benefit you. Lin Yi's voice broke the silence.
He pushed open the door to the main house, where the furnishings were simple yet exuded an extraordinary atmosphere. He pointed to a quiet room on the east side that was clearly well arranged.
That's your training room.
Lin Yubing looked in the direction he was pointing.
Inside the quiet room, ice blue array patterns float across the floor, emanating a chill. It perfectly matches her spiritual attributes.
A warm feeling welled up in my heart, easing some of the tension. He was so thoughtful.
Thank you.
Her voice was slightly hoarse. As her gaze swept over the only large bed in the room, her cheeks couldn't help but burn. She quickly looked away, pretending to examine the furnishings of the room. Lin Yi seemed to see through her unease. He didn't say much, but walked to the low table by the window and took out a set of warm white jade tea set. Sit down, have a cup of tea to calm yourself down. He moved with ease. Hot water is poured into the teapot, and the fragrant aroma of tea, mixed with a refreshing and invigorating scent, fills the air. Lin Yubing sat down on the futon on the other side of the low table as instructed. She picked up the teacup Lin Yi handed her, her fingertips touching his slightly warm fingertips. She trembled as if she had been electrocuted and almost dropped it. Be careful, it's hot. Lin Ye's voice was low. His gaze fell on her face. Her nervousness was so clear, yet it carried a unique kind of touching quality. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Lin Yi put down the teapot and looked at her calmly. Lin Yubing felt flustered under his gaze and subconsciously wanted to pick up her teacup and take another sip to hide her unease. However, just as she made a move, Lin Yi made a move. He leaned forward slightly, his long, slender fingers gently brushing a strand of hair across her cheek. Lin Yubing's body froze instantly. She suddenly looked up and met Lin Ye's eyes. It no longer contained her usual calm and composure, but rather a surging, familiar heat. Yubing. Lin Ye's voice was a little hoarse. The hand that brushed her hair did not retract, instead, it slid down and gently supported her chin. His fingertips even lightly brushed against her lips. The cool touch contrasted sharply with the warmth of his palm, leaving her nowhere to escape. His presence suddenly drew near. Lin Yubing's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. "Look at me," Lin Yi whispered. He applied slight pressure, lifting her face and forcing her to look him in the eye. The two were so close they could feel each other's breath mingling. Lin Ye's gaze fell on her lips. Without further hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her. Lin Yubing's exclamation was cut short. After the initial icy touch, comes a scalding, predatory softness. This kiss was different from the last one. It was filled with intense possessiveness and long-suppressed desire. A powerful electric current instantly surged through Lin Yubing's limbs and bones. She felt weak all over, almost melting in his arms. She instinctively tried to back away, but Lin Yi forcefully wrapped his other arm around her waist, pressing her deeper against his broad chest. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, with almost no gap between them. The initial resistance melted away like ice and snow. A surge of emotion overwhelmed her. Instead of pushing her away, she let out a muffled moan, her voice trembling with emotion. The hand that was originally against his chest had quietly risen and gently wrapped around his neck. Lin Yubing's response was awkward yet incredibly sincere, tinged with clumsiness and fervor. The moonlight flowed quietly, enveloping the two figures embracing inside the room. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. Humph. Shameless. Xing Li's angry voice exploded in Lin Ye's mind, filled with intense jealousy. Lin Yi. You idiot. Yi Ling is still here. However, this time, Xing Li's rebuke seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Lin Ye's movements paused only slightly before proceeding even further. Lin Yubing, who was in his arms, seemed to sense something as well, and tightened her arms around his neck, as if trying to grasp this intoxicating warmth. After a long while, their lips parted. Both of them were slightly out of breath, their breaths mingling. Lin Yubing's cheeks were flushed red, and her eyes were glistening with tears. Her usual aloof demeanor was replaced by a breathtaking allure. Her slightly swollen red lips added to her irresistible charm. Lin Yi looked down at the ice lotus in his arms, which had fully bloomed for him, and gently stroked her slightly flushed cheeks with his fingertips, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He bent down and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Yubing, from now on, this will be your home. Lin Yubing nodded gently in his arms, burying her burning cheeks deeper into the crook of his neck, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. The next morning. As dawn broke, the light streamed through the exquisite windows of the chief courtyard, illuminating the quiet room. Lin Yubing had already gotten up. She stood in front of the mirror, her fingertips gathering icy blue spiritual energy as she carefully tidied her slightly messy hair. Her slender figure was outlined in an ice blue outfit. Between her cool and aloof brows and eyes, however, lingered a subtle and delicate springtime charm, like the first hint of green sprouting after the snow melts. Lin Yi was reflected in the mirror. He had finished getting ready, with the star-glass sword hanging at his waist. Yi Ling's spirit, like a curious little elf, perched on his shoulder, curiously observing Lin Yubing as she dressed. Sister Yubing, smells so good. Yi Ling's innocent voice rang out in the quiet room, filled with pure admiration. Lin Yubing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she moved a little faster. The starry sword hummed, carrying a hint of displeasure. Humph, little brat, be quiet. Don't disturb your master's training. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly, and he reached out and gently flicked the hilt of the star-glass sword, which produced an even louder sword hum. He looked at Lin Yubing. Let's go, it's time. Lin Yubing took a deep breath, suppressing the pounding in her heart. Her eyes regained their clarity and determination as she walked out of the courtyard side by side with Lin Yi. The atmosphere at the entrance to the martial arts secret realm was even more somber than yesterday. A massive circular arena has risen, with runes flowing along its edges, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. The freshmen stood in neat rows, and an invisible tension filled the air. Huangfu Tian stood at the front of the line, his face ashen, his gaze like a poison ice spike, fixed on Lin Yi and Lin Yubing, who were coming together. His undisguised hostility caused the surrounding freshmen to subconsciously keep their distance from him. Chief Instructor Leijun stood tall on the platform, his towering figure resonating like the clash of metal. Today's special training is live fire combat. Pair up, randomly assigned. Rules: stop when you're dead or defeated. But remember, there's no such thing as stopping when you're dead in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Show some fighting spirit. Buzz. The light screen above the training ground flashed instantly, and the list of opponents scrolled rapidly. The first match. Lin Yi, yes, Li Meng. Chapter 120 Combat Training? Completely crushed. A burly man, as tall as an iron tower and wielding 2 giant axes, leaped onto the martial arts arena. It was Li Meng, an S-level talent possessor from the northern frontier, level 25, known for his ferocious strength. He looked at Lin Yi, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit and a hint of eager excitement. Chief Lin. I've heard so much about you. Let me, Li Meng, see what makes you so great as the top freshman. Lin Yi walked calmly onto the stage. He didn't even bother to draw his sword, he simply stood casually in the arena, looking at his opponent with indifferent eyes. Arrogant. Li Meng roared, feeling slighted. His body was enveloped in a surge of earthy yellow spiritual energy, his muscles bulging and bulging, making him look like a humanoid bear. Giant Spirit Mountain Splitter. Raising his twin axes high, with a terrifying shriek that tore through the air, and carrying immense force, he smashed down on Lin Yi like 2 small mountains. The violent force caused the ground of the training ground to tremble slightly. The freshmen on the sidelines held their breath in concentration. Huangfu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he wanted to see how Lin Yi would deal with this pure brute force. Lin Yi's eyes remained completely unmoved. He didn't even use the 3 breaths sword technique to anticipate this attack with its clear trajectory and obvious intent. Just as the giant axe was about to strike. Night Feather. Lin Yi's voice was flat and emotionless, as if he were stating a given fact. Buzz. An indescribable, terrifying aura descended instantly. A dark, cold, and deathly force field spread out from Lin Yi's center, instantly covering most of the training ground. Li Meng's ferocious figure seemed to be frozen in amber the moment he rushed into the domain. His ferocious attack became visibly slow and stiff, as if it had been slowed down tenfold. The earth-yellow spiritual energy gathered on the double axes flickered violently like a candle in the wind, quickly dimming and dissipating. The ferocious fighting spirit on his face was instantly replaced by immense horror and bewilderment. He felt all his strength recede like a tide, and even his thoughts became sluggish and viscous. Within this realm, the flow of time is distorted, light dims, and sound is blocked. Li Meng felt as if he wasn't charging forward, but struggling in a muddy swamp, with every movement consuming unimaginable strength. His vaunted, violent power appeared utterly laughable and powerless before this desolate realm. What is this? Li Meng roared in terror, his voice becoming indistinct within the domain. Lin Yi didn't even move a step. He simply raised his right hand casually, flicked his index finger lightly at Li Meng, who was struggling in the mire. Laugh. A starlight sword aura, condensed to its extreme, burst forth from the sky. Under the extreme suppression of the deathly silence, this sword energy was faster than Li Meng's reaction limit. He didn't even see the trajectory of the attack, he only felt an irresistible force slam into his chest. Puff. Li Meng's burly body looked as if it had been hit by a high-speed train. His protective spiritual energy shattered like paper, and he was sent flying backward, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His massive body slammed heavily against the energy barrier of the training ground, producing a dull thud. She then slid softly to the ground, her eyes rolled back, and she had already lost consciousness. Sold out instantly. From the moment Lin Yi spoke until Li Meng face snapped out of his daze, the entire process took only a moment. He didn't even use the Starglass sword in its physical form, just a finger wind sword aura enhanced by his domain. The curtain of deathly silence slowly receded. The training ground was deathly silent. All the freshmen, including some upperclassmen who had rushed over after hearing the news, stared in disbelief at the scene. Looking at Lin Yi, who was still standing in the same spot, as if he had just dusted off some dust. Looking at Li Meng, who lay unconscious on the sidelines like a tattered sack. A crushing victory. Below this domain, even a level 25s rank strength talent is like an ant. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, breaking the suffocating silence. Then came suppressed gasps and gasps of shock. That's it?
A domain. What kind of domain is that? It's terrifying. Li Meng couldn't even withstand a single move? Chief Lin, just how strong is he? Huang Fu Tian's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water, his fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The power Lin Yi displayed made him feel a strong sense of threat and jealousy. Instructor Lei Zhen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he announced in a deep voice, Lin Yi wins. Next group. Lin Yi calmly walked off the training platform, as if he had just done something insignificant. Lin Yubing stepped forward, her cool eyes sparkling with genuine pride. Yiling happily circled around Lin Yi, master is so amazing. The bad guy flew away in an instant. Xingli snorted lightly, humph, is it even worth opening a domain to deal with this kind of trash? What a waste. The outcome of the ensuing battle was a foregone conclusion. Whether facing the equally strong top 10 freshmen or several elite students who volunteered to challenge Lin Yi and prove themselves, the result was the same. Lin Yi no longer needed to open the complete silent veil. When facing a speed-type opponent, he only needs to activate 3 breaths sword dance to see all of the opponent's attack intentions and evasion routes as clearly as if they were lines on the palm of his hand. The combination of flash of fireflies and star mark thrust allows for a precise counterattack, delivering a decisive blow to the enemy. His opponents often couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes before being struck in a vital spot, instantly losing their fighting ability. Against defensive opponents or those with special shields, Nightfell's Void Erosion is quietly activated. No matter how sturdy the shield or how bizarre the energy defense, it melts and disintegrates as quickly as ice and snow under the blazing sun in the face of the corrosive power of shadow and void. Immediately following this was Lin Yi's simple yet terrifying punch or palm strike. It's still a crushing defeat. Field? Lin Yi would only use it when he felt the opponent was worth taking seriously, or when he wanted to end the battle quickly. Once the dark and cold veil of death is drawn, the battle is over. Within his domain, he is the ruler. Any opponent who steps into it moves as slowly as a snail and their power dissipates like a sandcastle, and can only watch helplessly as they are easily defeated by an inconspicuous sword aura or finger wind. Powerful. Domineering. Unrivaled. Lin Yi's name was etched into the hearts of all the spectators like a brand. The prestige of the newly appointed chief was solidified into an unbreakable foundation through repeated, unpretentious crushing blows. Apart from Huang Fu Tian, no one can put pressure on him, and no one can make him need a second move after using his domain. As Huang Fu Tian watched Lin Yi effortlessly defeat his opponents time and time again, the coldness in his eyes grew ever stronger. The anger and resentment in my heart were like a volcano about to erupt. He suppressed the urge to challenge directly several times, waiting for the most opportune moment. That was the moment when they could completely crush Lin Yi and reclaim all their glory. The training camp continues. The battles continued one after another. Lin Yi, like a walking benchmark, silently proclaimed who the true king of the new generation was through a series of overwhelming victories. Below this realm, all are but ants.